Chapter 1. Am I still alive? Maud opened his eyes and abruptly sat up, astonished to find himself lying on a rudimentary wooden bed. Before he could assess his surroundings, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head. A series of fragmented images, marred with subtle lines, whirled rapidly in his mind. Strange, clear, vague. These myriad memories coalesced into a tumult, seemingly the very cause of the throbbing in his skull. I clearly was. Amid the pain, a look of bewilderment crossed Maud's face. He distinctly recalled the tumultuous event in the Hunter Association's hall, where he had unfortunately been caught in the crossfire of that wish-granting machine wielded by the enemy. Including himself, even the protagonists of the Hunter world and many formidable figures of the Hunter Association were not spared. In the face of such an unreasonable power capable of shattering dimensional barriers, he had done nothing, yet was struck down while merely lying there. In an instant, he had no opportunity to resist, his body twisted like a piece of rope. The change had come swift and sudden, yet the intense pain lingered, casting a shadow of death over Maud's thoughts. In that fleeting moment, he could still vaguely feel the tearing pain emanating from his skin. After a considerable time, the negative sensations brought on by the shadow of death gradually faded away. Still alive, that was more than enough. Only then did Maud take the opportunity to examine his surroundings. He found himself in a wooden room of less than 10 square meters, the air thick with a faint musty odor. Visible cracks marred the wooden walls and even the floor. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse aside from the single bed upon which Maud lay. There was merely a set of unadorned wooden table and chairs, along with a mirror affixed to the wall. A dim, low-wattage yellow incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, providing scant illumination to the room. Beyond that, there was nothing else. No windows, not a single additional item. His gaze slowly swept over the dust-laden table and chairs, finally resting upon the mirror, which was also covered in a fine layer of dust. Through the reflection, Maud beheld a strange young man with black hair. The boy in the mirror appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, his features not conventionally handsome, yet pleasing to the eye. A blood-stained bandage encircled his forehead, and his complexion was pale, resembling that of someone gravely ill, giving him an air of fragility. Maud stared blankly at the self in the mirror, as the unfamiliar memories began to crystallize in his mind. Amid this brief baptism of strange memories, he endured the pain, and the uncertainty in his eyes intensified. So this is how it is. He had traversed worlds once more. Moreover, this time it was not a mere body swap, but a soul transfer. Thus, he had survived in this manner. Releasing a slow breath, Maud did not rush to rise from the bed to further comprehend his current situation. Instead, he closed his eyes, gradually accepting the memories left behind by this body, attempting to extract useful information from them. After a long while, Maud opened his eyes, fine beads of sweat quietly emerging on his pale face. A slave ship and a pirate ship? He gently wiped the sweat from his cheek with his index finger, murmuring to himself. He had unraveled the origins of this body. His predecessor had hailed from a merchant background, tragically captured by pirates during a trade journey. On the merchant ship, apart from the young boys like his predecessor, all the adults had been slaughtered by the pirates, including his parents. Subsequently, he was sold to a slave ship and confined with a group of young captives in a room strewn with hay. Not long after, the slave ship was suddenly attacked, a cannonball blasting open the room where he was kept. His recent memories ceased at this point. After that, Maud touched the bandage on his forehead. The wound did not hurt much. He had no recollection of how he arrived in this room. However, to have escaped such a calamity, Maud felt nothing but relief and joy. Pirates, could it be the world of One Piece? Maud pondered, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. Yet, one thing was clear, he had to start anew. If only my abilities were still intact. Maud mused silently. As the thought arose, without warning, a thin black notebook materialized in his hand. The cover of the black notebook was inscribed with the two characters in Hunter in silver. Beneath the word Hunter, for blank parallel silver lines lay, and a quill pen without ink was tucked into the spine of the notebook. Staring at the manifested black notebook and quill, Maud's eyes widened. He clearly lacked any psychic power, yet his ability had activated. Moreover, Maud glanced at the empty spaces on the parallel silver lines. There should have been 4 entries reflecting his needs, but now they were all erased. Maud opened the notebook. Before him was still a blank page. Russell. He turned to the second page, then the third. Still blank. The pages that once recorded his 4 years of discreet hunting in the hunter world were now entirely gone. Was it reset? No wonder I feel no enhancements. Though the hunting records have been wiped clean due to the reset, the fact that his abilities remained filled Maud with ecstatic joy. The Hunter's Notebook had been devised by Maud during his time in the hunter world to maximize the informational advantage of a traveler, transforming knowledge into power through a growth-oriented ability. To activate this ability, 5 steps needed to be completed. Define hunting needs, seek hunting targets, prepare for the hunt, execute the hunting action, harvest the hunting results. The first step involved recording 4 different needs on the silver lines based on his requirements originally. Maud had noted down 4 needs. None technique, listening to the heart drop fist, potential aura, and manifest aura. However, in the world of One Piece, these needs were evidently impractical. Nevertheless, some needs might be universally applicable. For instance, physical techniques, swordsmanship, physical strength, experience with devil fruit abilities, and even hockey experience. Once the needs were recorded, as long as he wrote the target's name on the notebook's pages and generated the target's appearance in his mind, he could complete the second step of seeking hunting targets. The third step, preparation for the hunt, involved documenting the target's capabilities in detail. The more comprehensive the recorded information, the richer the rewards upon personally hunting down the target. With the abilities intact, even starting over would allow for rapid growth. Maud felt exhilarated, but he soon calmed down. He realized a significant issue. Although the Hunter's Notebook was still present, he was uncertain whether it was applicable in this current world. If it were not, it would be a mere fleeting joy. Slowly closing the Hunter's Notebook, Maud murmured to himself, "It is still a good start, but I must quickly ascertain the current situation." No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot suddenly rang out from outside. Maud's gaze sharpened, and instinctively he dropped from the bed, warily eyeing the closed door. Then, the gunfire became increasingly frequent, akin to the distant sounds of fireworks bursting in rapid succession, a fair distance away. Realizing that the gunfire originated not from within the house, but from somewhere outside, Maud did not relax his vigilance, instinctively clutching the Hunter's Notebook. In his current state, should an unexpected situation arise, he would be nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, helplessly at the mercy of others. The gunfire continued unabated for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding, and Maud remained fixated on the door for over 5 minutes. The earlier gunfire had given him a preliminary understanding of the chaos in this world. Clutching the Hunter's Notebook tightly brought no semblance of safety. For now, the Hunter's Notebook was essentially useless. Only by successfully completing a hunt could he gain tangible enhancements. Thud, thud. Barely had the gunfire ceased when Maud heard footsteps approaching from outside, his pupils constricting slightly as he put away the Hunter's Notebook. Quickly, he rose, moving silently, pressing against the wall to the right of the door. In the face of the unknown, this position was far more advantageous than crouching beside the empty wooden bed. Soon, the footsteps drew near. Maud turned his head to the right, holding his breath in anticipation. Creak! The wooden door was pushed open, emitting a harsh and unpleasant sound. Yet, no one entered the room. Instead, a dark gun barrel protruded ominously. That gun barrel, at a peculiar angle, was aimed directly at Maud. In that instant, Maud's heart skipped a beat. In this fragile body, a single bullet would spell doom. Had it been before his soul's transmigration, Mo-Da would have effortlessly withstood the bullets. Yet now, the ominous muzzle of the gun loomed like the scythe of death, suspended above him, and once it fell, his demise would be inevitable. I harbor no ill intentions. Facing the gun's barrel, devoid of any room for contemplation, Mo-Da hastily asserted his position. The gun had been aimed directly at him the moment it breached the threshold, indicating that the assailant had detected his subtle movements even before entering. In such circumstances, Mo-Da had no recourse but to declare his harmlessness. Ultimately, it was the current state of this body that precluded any alternative courses of action. Silence enveloped the space beyond the door, the gun remaining eerily still. After a few breaths, a slightly hoarse female voice emerged from outside. "Step in front of me." "Very well." Without hesitation, Mo moved directly before the door, the gun following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, he finally beheld the figure wielding the weapon. It was a slender girl clad in coarse fabric. She sported a fierce short haircut, and her face bore 3 scars resembling claw marks, slashing diagonally from the left eyebrow to the right corner of her mouth. Were it not for the earlier husky voice, one might easily mistake her for a boy at first glance. "I harbor no ill intentions." Mo reiterated his stance, gradually raising his hands to signal his lack of weaponry. Simultaneously, he stole a glance at the sack clutched in the girl's left hand, his eyelids twitching slightly. Compared to her composed firearm handling, the presence of that sack instilled a deeper unease within him. Sani fixed her gaze upon Mo's eyes and remarked coolly, "Be honest if we intended you harm. Do you truly believe you'd still have the opportunity to speak here?" After this subtle warning, Sani deftly stowed away her flintlock pistol. She recognized that Mo's earlier movements were merely instinctual self-preservation. Otherwise, she would have pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Realizing the situation was not as dire as it seemed, Mo let out a sigh of relief. "Now that you are awake, this is no longer necessary." Before Mo could respond, Sani casually discarded the sack, including the time for the return journey. This individual had been unconscious for a full 7 days. According to Saul, if he failed to awaken, they would dispose of him, recouping some of the medical expenses incurred on his behalf. Unexpectedly, he had awakened at the last moment. Mo glanced at the sack and muttered, "If I hadn't awakened, was this sack intended to contain me? Indeed, had you remained unconscious, I would have stuffed you into the sack and sold you on the black market, where you would be disassembled into numerous parts by a mortician, becoming mere commodities available to the highest bidder." Sani revealed a chilling smile. Mo fell silent. Disassembled, parts sold. The terminology was still somewhat euphemistic, but it was clear what dark industry lurked beneath. Furthermore, the earlier gunfire indicated that this place was likely far removed from any semblance of safety. He discerned that Sani was not jesting, however. As she had stated, if they intended to harm him, he would not have had the chance to awaken at all. In other words, despite the uncertain future, for now, he was at least safe. As long as his circumstances did not deteriorate, he would have the opportunity to develop utilizing the hunter's notes. "What should I call you?" Emoda inquired about the girl's name. Sani slowly narrowed her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, "You seem quite composed. You may call me Sani. As for your name, I believe I am already aware of it." Emoda was momentarily taken aback, bewildered, until he observed Sani retrieving a bronze pocket watch from her pocket. Upon seeing the both familiar and foreign watch, Emoda raised an eyebrow. That belonged to him. No, more accurately, it belonged to his predecessor. However, when the former owner was transferred to the slaver's ship, the watch should have been casually taken by a man. Now it was in Sani's possession. This implied that those who attacked the slaver ship were indeed Sani and her associates? Emoda pondered silently. If memory served correctly, the watch contained 2 photographs. One was a full-length portrait taken during the predecessor's 16th birthday celebration. In the lower right corner of the photograph, there was the predecessor's signature, which explained Sani's earlier remark. The other photograph depicted a family portrait of 4, smiling radiantly. Was it a family of 3 or 4? His head throbbed once more. Emoda frowned. Sani was focused on the pocket watch and did not notice Emoda's expression. "This watch is yours, but it is now my trophy. However, considering we may become colleagues in the future, I shall reluctantly return it to its rightful owner." With that, Sani tossed the watch toward Emoda. He caught it, suppressing the pain as he opened the cover, revealing the now-stopped dial and the 2 photographs embedded within. His gaze swept over his own portrait before resting on the family photo, where a family of 4 beamed with exquisite joy. 4? Aren't there only the progenitor and the progenitor's parents? A flicker of memory suddenly stirs to life, and the sensation of throbbing pain in my mind intensifies. Mode swiftly closed the cover of the watch, enveloped in silence. He felt immense gratitude for the new lease on life this body provided him. Yet he was reluctant to let the lingering memories exert their influence. Sonny observed Maud's peculiar demeanor but lacked the curiosity to probe further, advising him. As someone who has traversed a similar path, I recommend you dispose of that signed photograph and adopt an alias for yourself. Maud raised his gaze towards Sonny, refraining from inquiring about the reason. Thank you. I shall contemplate this carefully, he stated. Sonny nodded, then cast a glance at the blood-stained bandage adorning Maud's forehead, choosing not to elaborate further and proceeding directly to the matter at hand. Come, accompany me to meet Thor. Maud naturally had no grounds to refuse. After securing the pocket watch, he obediently followed Sonny. The two made their way down the corridor, descending the staircase to the ground floor. Just as they reached the first floor, a sudden loud crash echoed ahead, reminiscent of a wooden door being violently kicked open and slamming against the wall. Upon hearing the commotion, Sonny halted, and Maud, noticing her pause, also came to a stop, directing his gaze towards the corridor ahead. As the sound of the door crashing subsided, an elderly male voice, raspy like that of a duck, rang out. Kid, you scoundrel, kicking my store door again. Do you believe I will break your tendons? The unmistakable tone of a defiant man followed with, it's deafening. I brought the money. Hurry and bring out Keanu's gun. Get lost. Even if I dismantle that gun and toss it into a landfill, I won't sell it to you. Oh, then go ahead and discard it. I will find it anyway. Get lost. The exchange continued from further down the corridor, where a compact storefront seemed to be the source of the commotion. Listening to the escalating dialogue from the front room, Sonny let out a resigned sigh. The conversation persisted, the tension mounting. Keep up. Sonny quickened her pace. Maud remained silent as he followed. The corridor was not lengthy, and the two soon arrived at the front hall of the shop. There was no time to observe the arrangement and categories within the store. Maud's attention was immediately captivated by the elderly man and the youth, who seemed on the verge of conflict. As the tone of their voices suggested, it was indeed a stark contrast of age, one old and one young. Maud speculated that the old man might be the soul referred to by Sonny, while the eccentric young lad was likely a guest. Maud glanced at the boy's striking red hedgehog hairstyle, his gaze subsequently traversing to the goggles perched upon the youth's forehead, ultimately resting upon that somewhat familiar visage. Suddenly, a cascade of memories associated with it surged forth. Kid. Maud's heart raced as he recognized the origins of the red-haired, hedgehog-headed youth. When he first heard the name, he had not connected the dots, but now, upon seeing the real person, he was certain that he had arrived in the world of One Piece. However, in contrast to the images etched in his memory, the kid before him appeared notably younger and more innocent. Maud instinctively designated Eustace Kid as one of his prey. This is due to the inherent capabilities of the Hunter's Notebook, which are specifically designed to target characters whose information has been exposed in the original narrative. Eustace Kid, in the original work, is recognized alongside Luffy, Zoro, and other supernova pirates as a figure of the worst generation. And he is also known as a ruthless individual who kills without hesitation. Maud, as a matter of habit, regards Kid as a potential target. However, despite his thoughts, he would not recklessly seek his own demise. If circumstances permit, he would certainly seize the opportunity to acquire Kid's experience points with ease. Yet, if conditions are unfavorable, he would not readily venture into peril. Moreover, he is currently in a vulnerable position, akin to that of a fledgling in the world of One Piece. Maud turned his gaze away, lowering his head to conceal the peculiar emotions in his eyes. Encountering the youthful Kid here was truly an astonishing surprise, akin to a prologue that compelled the long-hidden memories of the Pirate King to surge forth. These recollections would, in the future, transform into vital intelligence capable of converting experience points in the Hunter's notes. The arrival of Maud and Sonny ushered in a brief respite in the tense standoff. Kid glanced at the silent Maud, who appeared fragile and unassuming, unaware that this seemingly delicate individual had been designated as one of his potential prey. Had he known, he would likely have merely scoffed. Without dwelling on Maud any further, Kid turned his attention to Saul, his tone decidedly brusque. TSK, where did he find yet another free laborer? I wonder what manner of demise awaits this one. My guess is a chaotic death by multiple blades, leaving him as nothing more than a worthless mass of flesh in the street. Mad Hat Town is certainly not lacking in morticians, with them around. Even if this young lad is reduced to mere shreds, they will surely extract something of value from the remains. Thus, as long as the demise is suitably dramatic, I shan't mourn the lack of personal gain. Saul, whose face bore the deep engravings of time, flicked his gilded pipe, allowing ash to fall carelessly to the ground. Speaking of labor, I have high hopes for you. Here's the deal, kid. If you're willing to work for me, I can procure not only Keanu's sidearm, but also Solomon's dagger for you, and I can provide a steady supply of the finest wine from the West Sea. Get lost, Kid retorted coldly. I will not be subservient to anyone. Such a pity, Saul replied, shaking his head with feigned gravity. Their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, reached Maud's ears, imparting valuable information. Mad Hat Town, the West Sea, a place where one could kill recklessly, coupled with the recent gunfire. This was likely a lawless haven where pirates congregated. Contemplating this, Maud discreetly surveyed the shelves brimming with weapons within the store. This was indeed an armory. And it appeared that Saul, presumably the proprietor, held a peculiar conviction regarding the philosophy of value. Maud pondered quietly. As a newcomer, he could only be cautious in his words and actions. Noticing Maud's composure, a glimmer of light flashed in Saul's eyes. Subsequently, he leaped off the stool and stepped out from behind the counter. It was at that moment that Maud realized Saul's height was barely under a meter. Instinctively glancing at the counter, which stood over 1.5 meters tall, he could surmise that Saul must have been standing on the stool to meet Kid at eye level. After engaging in a verbal spar with Saul, Kid's patience was nearly worn thin. He gazed at the emerging Saul and coldly inquired, "Are you selling that gun or not?" Saul glanced up at the burlap sack filled with berries that Kid was holding and retorted, "Where's the money?" Veins bulged on Kid's forehead as he angrily replied, "What does it matter where I got the money? Are you selling it or not?" If he weren't aware of Saul's complexities, he wouldn't be wasting his time here. Saul appeared oblivious to Kid's impending fury, leisurely taking a drag from his pipe. "Did I not just say? I would rather dismantle Keanu's sidearm and toss the pieces into a landfill than sell it to you." More veins appeared on Kid's forehead as he glared menacingly. "Then go ahead and throw it." Tapping his pipe against the counter, Saul remarked, "I'll wait for a good day to do that." "Old man." Kid struggled to suppress his rage. In stark contrast, Saul maintained an air of nonchalance. Witnessing this scene, Maud instantly realized that Saul was not as vulnerable as he appeared. After all, being able to temper the volatile Kid's emotions suggested that he was quite a formidable character himself. Maud quietly observed, subtly sensing Sonny's helplessness beside him. From Sonny's perspective, although Thor was avaricious, he was not the kind of merchant who would bow and scrape for money, and he detested impolite individuals the most. Thus, as long as the attitude was courteous, the gun was not a non-sale item. If the price was right, Thor would undoubtedly sell it without hesitation. Kid was fully aware of this yet remained unabashed, leading to the absurdity of a customer wanting to buy while the owner refused to sell. What baffled Sonny the most was how Thor, with his lack of understanding regarding the benefits of amiable transactions, could repeatedly tolerate Kid's demeanor. It was unclear what Thor found appealing about Kid. Unable to secure a favorable deal from Thor and unwilling to endure any further humiliation, Kid grasped a bag of coins and turned decisively towards the open single wooden door. "No farewell." Thor regarded Kid's retreating figure with a neutral tone. Kid did not look back. He strode to the entrance, but suddenly halted. Bang! The single wooden door was violently kicked open from the other side by a man wielding a machete. The door slammed against the wall with a dull thud, nearly falling apart. The man, bloodied and radiating a lingering aura of menace, had evidently just taken several lives. Upon stepping into the store, his gaze immediately fell upon the bulging bag in Kid's hand, his icy murderous intent transforming into a venomous growl. "Little brat, I've been searching for you. Where did this stray dog come from?" Kid coldly regarded the man, the corners of his thin lips twitching slightly. Behind the counter, Thor squinted his eyes, first glancing at the right wooden door that Kid had previously kicked against the wall, then at the left door now breached by the machete-wielding man. It seemed he had developed a fondness for kicking doors. The man with the machete had eyes only for Kid, disregarding the others entirely, glaring menacingly. "I have a bounty of 11 million berries on my head." Before he could finish his well-rehearsed line, he was abruptly knocked unconscious by Thor, who had stealthily approached from behind. Kid's pupils constricted. Being the closest to the machete-wielding man, he had not fully grasped Thor's swift movement. This old fox was indeed not to be trifled with. Thor landed lightly. At his height, if he didn't jump, he could only reach the man's knees. Once on the ground, Thor did not spare a glance at the unconscious figure, but instead turned to the stationary Kid and said blandly, "What? Do you wish to stay for dinner?" Kid's cheeks twitched, and without looking back, he strode away. As he watched Kid depart, Thor promptly closed the shop door, which was not far from retirement. Sonny approached Thor from behind and whispered, I think you were a bit too friendly with Kid. Friendly? Thor turned to Sunny with a smile. Perhaps the term biased would be more fitting. Sunny nodded, simultaneously rummaging through the unconscious man's belongings for valuables, and reiterated, I believe you were too biased towards Kid. Thor chuckled, stowing away his gilded pipe and picking up the bloodied machete that had fallen to the ground. In this world, it was either black or white. Fairness was a mere illusion. The reason I am biased towards him is simply because he possesses value that warrants such favoritism. As he concluded this thought, Thor cleaned the machete and placed it on a shelf, transforming it into a wares for sale. Watching the two skillfully converse while amassing wealth, Maud felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having set down the machete, Thor stepped in front of the man and kicked him lightly on the forehead. This fellow's head was worth a few coins, but alas, it could not be exchanged for cash. What was his name again? He is Evan what? Captain of the Ghost Blade Pirates, known as the Executioner, with a bounty of 11 million berries, Sunny replied, placing the valuables she had procured on the counter. As the half-hearted informant of Crazy Hat Town, she kindly completed the introduction that Thor had interrupted earlier. Oh. Thor stroked his chin and suddenly turned his gaze to the discreetly silent Maud. You come here. Maud approached Sol, who was pointing at him, without uttering a word. Sol raised his hand to pat Maud's knee and arched an eyebrow, saying, Could you show some respect for the elderly? Do I need to remind you to take a seat? Maud's lips twitched slightly as he instantaneously comprehended the situation. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position upon the ground, successfully achieving an equal standing with Thor. Their line of sight finally aligned, and Thor nodded in satisfaction, scrutinizing Maud closely. In terms of first impressions, he was more pleased with the calm demeanor Maud exhibited throughout, a quality not typically found in ordinary individuals. What is your name? Baghdad. Maud. This was the signature on the photograph, and due to the shared name, Maud found himself spared from any further hassle. This surname, Thor muttered, instinctively glancing towards the little informant, Sunny. Sunny reminded him, he sells liquor. Thor suddenly recalled, oh, I remember now, his rum is quite good. And it seems he made the news a couple of days ago. It mentioned that an armed merchant ship transporting his goods was plundered by a certain pirate crew, leaving not a single survivor, including the captain. Sunny nodded in affirmation. Well, that adds an intriguing twist, Thor remarked as he turned his gaze back to Maud, his eyes narrowing slowly. After a moment's pause, before Maud could respond, Thor unexpectedly produced a small, fruit knife-like dagger and, with a smile, extended it towards Maud. Consider it a parting gift to deal with the fellow named Watt. Not a problem. Emoda's eyes narrowed momentarily before relaxing. Without the slightest hesitation, he accepted the dagger that Sol offered. His expression remained impassive, yet his heart swelled with delight. This was, quite simply, a fortuitous gift delivered right to his doorstep. Maud gazed at the unconscious Watt. I shall remember you, the so-called executioner, Evan Watt, with a bounty of 11 million Bailey. Maud felt a deep sense of reverence within. Observing Maud's compliance and decisiveness, Sol grew increasingly satisfied. Then, Maud spoke, I need to use the restroom first. Sol and Sunny successfully made their escape under the pretense of urgency. Upon reaching the restroom, Maud promptly locked the door behind him. A hunter's journal, as dark as obsidian and imbued with a sense of sophistication, materialized before him. The black quill feather at the spine quivered slightly, as if eagerly awaiting Maud's favor. Initially, when he conceived his abilities, Maud had envisioned a sleek black fountain pen. However, such a design would have escalated the complexity of development. Therefore, to alleviate the burdens of other aspects, he opted for a quill that, while demanding greater skill to wield, was fundamentally simpler in structure. Drawing the quill from the spine, Maud resolutely inscribed the characters for physical constitution in neat Chinese script upon the first silver line. This was his paramount priority. There was no need for further deliberation, as only by enhancing his physical constitution could he afford to pursue greater ambitions. Moreover, in the realm of One Piece, a formidable physique is the very foundation upon which the strong stand. The likes of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, possessed such extraordinary physiques that they were beyond Maud's current imagination. After articulating his need, Maud turned to the first page of the notebook. It lay blank as fresh snow. In a fleeting moment, he perceived a chaotic scrawl of disordered handwriting upon the page. However, with the blink of an eye, those characters vanished like phantoms. Emoda was momentarily taken aback, softly murmuring, "Let us begin anew." The current him resembled a larger version of a character washed clean, embarking on a fresh journey in a new realm, akin to creating a new account. In terms of advantages, it remains undeniably substantial. as Mode deftly pinned his thoughts. He conjured the visage of Watt in his mind, while swiftly jotting down pertinent information about him. Evan Watt, a master of the blade. This information, gleaned from Sonny, was disconcertingly simplistic. Yet, even the smallest morsel holds value. Moreover, given the robustness of his current physique, even minimal benefits would likely yield immediate results. Feeling as though he had accomplished a significant task, Mode leisurely closed his hunter's journal. He expressed gratitude for Evan Watt's contributions and for Kid, who had brought Watt into the fold. Mode removed the hunter's notes and gazed into the mirror, taking in the reflection of himself. He raised a finger to gently press against the bloodstained bandage on his forehead, and an immediate throb of pain surged forth. If the hunter's notes were of any utility, there should be a notable change in the healing of his wounds after the hunt was completed. The only regret he harbored was that Watt was not a master of physical arts. He was ready. Mode took the small knife that lay on the sink and exited the restroom. Inside the shop, Sol and Sonny had been waiting for quite some time, though in reality, it had only been a matter of minutes. Mode, wielding a small knife, approached the unconscious Watt. Under the watchful gaze of Sol and Sonny, Mode did not hesitate. He knelt down and forcefully thrust the knife into Watt's chest, aiming directly at the vital heart. A spray of blood splattered onto Mode's hand. Awkwardly, the knife penetrated only halfway, nearly slipping from his grasp. Sol raised an eyebrow, while Sonny's eyes fell. Damn it. Mode silently cursed under his breath. However, reflecting upon the overall state of the world, he found a semblance of acceptance, especially given his current physical exhaustion. Without a trace of hesitation, Mode drew forth a small knife and delivered a few precise strokes, ensuring that Watt succumbed swiftly to unconsciousness. The entire process unfolded as effortlessly as slaughtering a chicken. After all, Mode had engaged in such endeavors frequently in his past life. In the hunter's notes of his previous existence, nearly 1,000 names were inscribed, the majority of which belonged to criminals he had executed while working within the penal system, utilizing convenient methods to carry out their sentences. The entirety of the procedure merely required the press of a button to administer the lethal injection, rendering it almost second nature. Within the world of One Piece, the only institution that came to Mode's mind was Impel Down. Yet, it appeared that the punitive systems in this world were somewhat more humane. Even those criminals incarcerated in Impel Down, who might warrant numerous death sentences, were simply confined rather than executed. Mode stepped away from the handle, rising slowly to close his eyes. In the enveloping darkness, the hunter's journal hovered silently, its edges emanating a luminous halo akin to the sun during a total eclipse. The halo visibly seeped into the pages of the journal. Almost immediately, a faint white star appeared on the black cover. It was at this moment that the light source vanished, plunging him back into darkness. Within a brief span of time, a hint of color returned to Mode's pale visage. He opened his eyes, feeling a slight itch on his forehead. Concurrently, the overwhelming fatigue that had threatened to debilitate him diminished significantly. These transformations were subtle benefits derived from his physical constitution. As for more overt advantages like muscle density and hardness, the meager level of Watt and the scant preparatory materials were insufficient to induce any substantial change. Nevertheless, one thing remained clear: the hunter's journal proved invaluable. Mode's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Sol and Sonny, having witnessed the process of Mode eliminating Watt and his subsequent exhilaration, felt no particular surprise. After all, in their perspective, merchants often harbor the deepest disdain for the insatiable pirates. Moreover, Mode's current predicament was a direct consequence of the pirates' actions. Thus, it seemed only natural for him to vent his frustrations on Watt, seeking solace for his troubled mind. However, Sol was not keen on seeing the future second-in-command of the shop descend into extremism. Approaching the lifeless body, he drew a small knife and meticulously wiped away the bloodstains with the deceased's garments. Look at your excitement. I'm here to help you bid farewell to the past, not to witness you entangle yourself in a quagmire. Mode lowered his head in response. He was well aware of the implications of Sol's words and had no intention of offering any explanations. His current objective was to steadfastly cling to Sol's formidable support and swiftly integrate into the chaotic realm of Mad Hat Town, where lives could easily be rendered as mere trifles. Sol cast a sidelong glance at Mode's bloodied right hand and remarked, "As long as you understand, go wash your hands." Afterward, he turned to Sonny and instructed, "Little Nini, go summon Arthur to collect the bodies." "Understood," Sonny replied before departing. Mode retreated to the restroom, turning on the faucet as he scrubbed the blood from his hands. Once cleansed, he dried his hands and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He lifted his hand and pressed down on the wound once more. A few minutes ago it had throbbed with pain, but now it was devoid of sensation. The results were indeed gratifying. Conversely, it was also indicative of the frailty of this body. One could only wonder how many hunts it would take to attain a regenerative capacity rivaling that of Luffy. Maud gently exhaled, allowing both his body and mind to relax. Successfully completing his first hunt instilled a measure of confidence within him. However, the current situation remained arduous, and the second target for hunting seemed a distant prospect. Although perilous, Mad Hat Town could be considered an exceptional hunting ground. Patience was key. Maud raised cold water to his face, wiping away the traces. Without hastily unwrapping the bandage to inspect his wound, he stepped out of the restroom. Upon his return, he found a robust stranger in the shop. The individual was clad in attire reminiscent of work overalls, with a black scarf bearing the character for death tied around his left arm, and donned a white mask that revealed only his eyes and half of his mouth. Maud contemplated that this individual must be Arthur, whom Sunny had summoned to retrieve the body. Initially preoccupied with examining the corpse, Arthur looked up upon hearing Maud's footsteps, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. "Oh, you've actually regained consciousness." Mad Hat Town is a veritable melting pot, renowned as a notorious pirate haven in the West Sea. Simultaneously, various factions from the underworld have ensconced themselves here like roots, leading to a flourishing of illicit enterprises. The primary catalyst for such a phenomenon was the words uttered by the Pirate King, Roger, before his demise, which heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. At its core lies a straightforward web of human desires and ambitions. For instance, rampant pirates brazenly plunder the wealth of law-abiding citizens, while underworld bosses devise clever ways to coax money from the pockets of these marauders. Consequently, Mad Hat Town, an unrestrained sanctuary, has given rise to an array of industries: slavery, organs, weaponry, and brothels, providing a veritable smorgasbord of vices that readily provoke the basest instincts of ordinary folk. Among the myriad shadowy professions thriving in Mad Hat Town is that of the mortician. Their primary duty is to collect the deceased, occasionally moonlighting as physicians. With a relatively direct collaboration with organ traders, Arthur, summoned by Sunny to retrieve a body, is indeed a member of the mortician cadre in Mad Hat Town. Although not at the pinnacle of his profession, he occupies a commendable position within its ranks. When Maud was brought back by Thor, it was Arthur who was responsible for his treatment. At this moment, as the person in charge of healing, Arthur was quite astonished to see Maud awaken. What does it mean to unexpectedly regain consciousness? Thor sensed something amiss and cast a wary glance at Arthur. It was Arthur who had confidently asserted that the chances of Maud awakening after treatment would exceed 50%, which prompted Thor to entertain the idea. At that time, he thought that even if Maud did not awaken, he could sell him on the black market to mitigate losses, thus ultimately agreeing to proceed. However, it now appeared that the likelihood of Maud regaining consciousness was certainly below 50%. A mere slip of the tongue had been seized upon by the astute Thor. And Arthur, unfazed, shrugged and admitted, "If I hadn't said that, how could I have secured your business? You scoundrel, may you meet a wretched fate." Thor exclaimed vehemently. "Likewise," Arthur retorted. Perhaps it was due to the mask he wore, or perhaps he truly had a thick skin, but Arthur remained remarkably composed. After all, he had profited. One could not overlook the fact that the starting price for a human slave was 500,000. While he had only spent 50,000 on treatment, he should count himself fortunate. "Maud is not a slave," Sunny interjected suddenly. She had another statement unspoken. "Maud is merely a laborer." Arthur glanced at Sunny but did not respond. Instead, he abandoned his tasks and approached Maud. As Arthur drew near, Maud instinctively braced himself. This man clearly did not seem benevolent. Towering over Maud, Arthur loomed large, casting a shadow over him. He lowered his gaze to the bandage wrapped around Maud's forehead and suddenly reached out to grasp it. Maud had long been prepared, the moment Arthur made a move. He promptly retreated a few steps, evading the grasp. "Oh!" A flicker of surprise crossed Arthur's eyes. His attack was swift and sudden. How could he have anticipated that Maud would be able to dodge? Based on his previous diagnosis, he had concluded that even if Maud were to awaken, his physical control would undoubtedly be compromised, making it impossible for him to recover to such an extent in a short time. Yet the evidence lay before him. Leaving aside other considerations, Maud's self-healing ability alone was extraordinary. The unusual gleam in Arthur's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a glimmer of interest. This was indeed a remarkable specimen. One that would undoubtedly appeal to those discerning clients, not only easy to sell but also likely to command prices well above market value. With this thought in mind, Arthur took a step forward, intent on further assessing Maud's physical condition. In the next moment, he abruptly halted. He turned to glance at Sol, who was inside the counter, smoking a pipe with an impassive expression, and felt the piercing intensity of Sol's gaze. Simultaneously, he realized that this seemingly ordinary individual before him had likely caught Sol's attention, rendering any possibility of exploiting him for profit utterly impossible. A sense of regret washed over him. However, he could only silently extinguish the notion of negotiating a deal with Sol. My apologies, seeing a patient I treated awaken has stirred my emotions, momentarily making me forget my role as a mortician. Arthur concocted an excuse for his earlier indiscretion and returned to the corpse, resuming the work he had abruptly interrupted. Sol's demeanor softened at last. Despite feeling somewhat aggrieved by Arthur's earlier actions, he did not question Arthur's professional integrity, knowing that every penny spent was indeed devoted to the treatment. After all, if it were otherwise, he could easily ensure that Arthur entered walking and exited horizontally, not to mention the years of camaraderie they shared. Maud gazed at Arthur's retreating figure. Arthur was it. Beside him, Sunny tilted her head, observing Maud's profile, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. By the corpse, Arthur scrutinized the wounds, extracting a fine needle threaded with silk from the collar. The heart bore several punctures. Thus I can only offer you the market price of 60. Fine, expedite the process and be on your way. Sol exhaled a puff of smoke, his impatience evident. Arthur refrained from further discourse, his right hand deftly maneuvering the needle, weaving a series of deft movements at the site of the wounds. In but a moment, the chaotic lacerations were stitched seamlessly, impervious to the elements. Maud looked at Arthur's displayed techniques, and could not help but reminisce about a formidable woman from his past life, who wielded needle and thread as weapons. How astonishing! This individual, who had not even been named in the original text, possesses such remarkable skills. Furthermore, there was Thor, who, despite his short stature, undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. This is merely in the West Sea. One cannot help but wonder what breathtaking scenes await in the Grand Line and the New World. Maud's mood grew slightly somber. It seemed that selecting prey required greater caution. One misstep could transform a hunter into the hunted. In truth, Maud's concerns were unwarranted. As the adage goes, like attracts like. Those who could associate with Sol were hardly feeble-minded. Moreover, it was rare to find individuals like Sol, an old pirate from a bygone era, in such a remote place as Mad Hat Town. After suturing the corpse's wounds, Arthur casually tossed a small stack of coins and then departed with the body. Once Arthur left, the shop's door was closed once more, prematurely ending the day's business. As for the pool of blood left behind, it was naturally Maud's responsibility to clean it up. Despite his hunger and thirst, Maud had no choice but to acquiesce to the circumstances. Fortunately, Sunny had already regarded him as a colleague and willingly offered him a piece of bread and a cup of water. After swallowing the bread and draining the cup, Maud managed to quell his hunger, promptly seizing the tools to commence cleaning the bloodstains. At that moment, Sol ascended the stairs to his room, while Sunny remained behind. Within the counter area, there were two stools of differing heights. The lower one was used by Sol to stand, while the higher one served as a seat. She perched herself on the lower stool, resting her chin on her hand, observing Maud as he tidied the floor. Once Maud had finally finished cleaning, she posed the question that had lingered in her mind. How did you manage to evade detection? Maud gazed at Sunny in confusion. It was not that Maud was pretending to be oblivious. Rather, the timing of Sunny's question was rather peculiar. Noticing Maud's bewilderment, Sunny added, Arthur's hand. Oh, that. Maud looked at Sunny with a peculiar expression. After a brief pause, he set down the mop and bucket, slowly reenacting the evasive maneuver from earlier. Upon completing the motion, he turned to Sunny and inquired with a tone of uncertainty, Is this how it was? Sunny remained silent. A few seconds later, a sudden sound of something falling echoed from within the counter. Maud instinctively glanced beneath the counter, and upon noticing a small portion of a gun handle peeking out from the edge, his eyelid flickered. Sunny timely remarked, It's merely a gun that accidentally fell. There's no need to concern yourself. After saying this, she bent down to retrieve the firearm and casually placed it upon the counter. I was unable to retain the actions you demonstrated earlier. Would you be so kind as to perform them once more? Maud cast a glance at the flintlock pistol lying horizontally on the counter, its barrel seemingly directed at him with intentionality. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved not to demonstrate that futile action again. Although he remained oblivious to Sunny's underlying motives for her fixation, he sensed that he could no longer treat the matter with indifference. I employed no particular strategy. It was merely my instinctive caution at that moment that enabled me to evade the situation. And, truly, was it such a grave matter? Sunny, upon hearing this, regarded Maud in silence. After a pause, she nodded gently and replied with composure, "Indeed, it is not a significant issue. Please, carry on with your tasks." Maud stood in silence, silently affixing the label of strange to Sunny. He subsequently placed the mop bucket into the storeroom. Upon his return to the shop, he found Sunny still seated in her original position. The flintlock pistol that had previously lain across the counter was now absent, replaced by a sheet of scrap paper, upon which rested a pencil. Maud's gaze swept over the paper and pencil, and he inquired, "May I return to my room now?" Sunny nodded, extracting the scrap of paper pressed beneath the pencil, gesturing for Maud to come and take it away. Maud approached the counter and received the scrap of paper handed over by Sunny. A few lines of handwriting adorned its surface. After a cursory glance, it appeared to be a list of several important notes. Was it truly necessary to inscribe such scant content on paper? Maud's mind was filled with questions. As he put away the scrap paper, his peripheral vision caught sight of the pencil, stirring a thought within him. "Sunny, may I take this pencil back to my room?" "It's entirely up to you." "Thank you." Maud took the pencil and turned to leave. Sunny watched as Maud departed, then retrieved a notebook and a newspaper from the drawer beneath the counter. She placed both items on the surface, setting the newspaper aside while opening the notebook halfway. The pages revealed notes containing various names. Sunny cast a brief glance before flipping through it again. The next page was similarly inscribed, prominently featuring Kid's name among the text. Without lingering, she continued to flip until she finally arrived at a completely blank page. Subsequently, she extracted a pencil from the drawer, glanced at the newspaper's content, and began to jot down notes in the notebook. Minutes later, Sunny paused her writing. The once blank page was now filled beyond halfway with her script. At the bottom of the text, Maud's full name was inscribed, accompanied by a large question mark. After a final glance at Maud's name, Sunny closed the notebook and placed it, along with the pencil, deep within the drawer. "I should have a word with Saul," she murmured softly to herself. Maud returned to the room in which he had awakened. He was quite surprised by how effortlessly he was accepted. However, it was apparent to Maud that Thor, who was in charge, was rather casual about this matter. The reason for bringing him back might have been simply to regard him as the future laborer of the establishment. Since he was already there, he might as well make himself comfortable. Maud murmured to himself, locked the door behind him, and then sank into the chair, thickly coated in dust. Only then did he begin to scrutinize the contents of the parchment. Regardless of whether it was day or night, he was to remain indoors, adhering to the confines of the house. He must not touch the goods upon the shelves. Entry to the basement was strictly forbidden. The refrigerator in the kitchen contained provisions. Matters beyond this could be addressed tomorrow. Imoda, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, finished reading the contents on the scrap of paper. Could it not suffice to merely speak of these matters verbally? Maud shook his head slightly, unable to comprehend Sunny's style of action. He tossed the scrap of paper onto the dust-laden tabletop, and then picked up the pencil he had brought along. With a flicker of inspiration, the black notebook materialized before him. He casually flipped to a blank page, closed his eyes, and endeavored to recall memories related to the Pirate King. To solidify and organize these recollections, he intended to transcribe them slowly, then review them, and subsequently write them several times more. Although the quill pen accompanying the hunter's notebook was devoid of ink, it was the only implement capable of leaving an indelible mark within its pages. As for the other writing instruments, such as the pencil in Maud's hand, he could scribble and sketch freely on any blank page of the hunter's notebook. However, once he removed the notebook, the words and doodles left on the page would disintegrate into graphite gray and fall to the ground. Thus, Maud could exploit this feature to reinforce his memories. It is worth noting that the information derived from these memories might serve as nourishment for him in the future. The most striking impressions, indeed, stemmed from the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, they were the protagonists, and much information about them had been disclosed. Yet, their true period of strength emerged 2 years after the story commenced, an era too distant. Considering Kid's current age, there remained a few years before the onset of the narrative. Furthermore, there were numerous more suitable targets, making it unnecessary to focus on them. By the way, what are the dragon pirates? I wonder if the hunter's notebook can have an effect on the fishmen and the giants. If so, the implications are beyond imagination. Speaking of which, the dragon pirates are located in the East Sea, while we are in the West Sea. Is it feasible to reach the East Sea solely by sailing? I recall that Kid seems to hail from the South Sea, since he could arrive in the West Sea. Traveling from the West Sea to the East Sea should pose no issue. However, Pondering these matters now appears rather futile. As Maud sifted through his memories, he sketched and scribbled on the pages before him. Despite his utter ignorance of nautical knowledge, this did not hinder his ability to think divergently. Immersed in this activity, time slipped away, second by second. In Sol's chamber, several lit candles were strategically placed on the windowsill, by the bedside, and atop the table, illuminating the modest space of several dozen square feet. Despite the availability of more convenient electric lights, Sol chose to forego them. This was one of the many mysteries that Sunny could never quite comprehend. You sought me out merely to inform me that Maud is rather peculiar? Sol sat cross-legged on a large double bed, his right hand grasping a slender, gold-tipped pipe. The swirling smoke was somewhat acrid, and his gaze, peering through the haze, fell upon Sunny with a hint of scrutiny. But you know that I have never been one to concern myself with such matters. Sol, Maud is different from the others, Sunny asserted. In what way is he different? Sunny found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Sol gently rubbed the pipe's stem. You are correct. He is indeed quite distinct. The following morning dawned. Maud opened his eyes, his face etched with fatigue. Last night, while sifting through intelligence, he inadvertently lost track of time and found himself awake in the early hours of the morning. Exhausted, he succumbed to slumber, only to awaken less than 2 hours later. Fortunately, he had completed a hunt the previous day. Otherwise, his body would not have withstood such strain. Upon waking, Maud found sleep eluding him once more. He tossed off the light blanket and rose from his bed, uncertain of the tasks that Thor might assign him. Nevertheless, in order to settle down as swiftly as possible, he had already embraced the identity of a laborer. Rubbing his cheeks to shake off the remnants of sleep, Maud opened the door and stepped outside. The silence in the corridor was palpable, with every slight creak of the wooden floorboards resonating in the stillness. At the far end of the hallway, a window boarded up with wooden planks cast shafts of morning sunlight through its gaps, creating dappled beams that danced upon the floor. Maud glanced at the other tightly shut doors, not lingering for long, and proceeded towards the hallway. He descended the staircase to the first floor. The corridor on the right led directly to the shop front, while the left side opened into the living room and kitchen. Perhaps it was still early, for the shop door remained closed. However, Sunny was already awake, seated at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. Maud first refreshed himself with a simple wash, then proceeded to the dining area connected to the kitchen. He was utterly famished. While he could endure his hunger yesterday, today it was unbearable, perhaps a reaction to his body's remarkable recovery. Sunny glanced up at Maud, who appeared ravenous, and pushed a glass of milk toward his seat, gesturing for him to sit down and partake in the meal. Maud did not hesitate. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another vacant seat adorned with a set of bowls and plates, slightly smeared with remnants, likely left behind by Sol after his meal. Maud raised the wooden cup and took a sip of milk, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he was met with the distinct and somewhat gamey taste peculiar to raw milk. Enduring the discomfort, he finished the milk and then picked up a piece of meat, savoring it in a few bites, feeling an exhilarating sense of revival. It must be noted that although the establishment appeared quite humble, the fare was indeed commendable. However, what brought Maud the greatest comfort was the carefree demeanor exhibited by Sol and Sunny, which stood in stark contrast to his preconceived notions of pirates. In a certain sense, Sol could be regarded as his savior. After consuming several pieces of meat, Maud finally slowed his pace. He glanced at Sunny, who had nearly finished her meal, and recalled the cautionary note from yesterday, which stated that they should not venture outside during the day or night. A thought struck him. Sunny, what kind of place is Mad Hat Town? Why not go out and see for yourself? Maud was perplexed. The contents of the paper he received yesterday were still vividly etched in his mind. Observing Sunny's impassive demeanor, he pondered whether she was retaliating for his lackluster response the previous day. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard the sound of Sunny pushing back her chair. After finishing your meal, tidy up and clean the shop. You have half an hour, she declared, departing for the second floor without a backward glance. Maud shook his head, consuming the remnants of breakfast before commencing with the tidying up. If his sole responsibility was cleaning, then his labor was rather too effortless. After clearing the dining table, Maud proceeded to the shop with his cleaning tools. While dusting the shelves, he exercised particular caution, as Sunny had explicitly warned against indiscriminately handling the weapons on display. Touching them was off limits, yet observing them was permissible. The shop boasted 3 shelves, the first adorned with an array of swords and knives, the second showcasing flintlock firearms of varying lengths, and the third presenting a mixed assortment of blades and guns. if memory served correctly. The bloodied longsword belonging to what was meticulously cleaned by Soul and subsequently placed on the third shelf. Gazing at the overwhelming presence of items on that shelf, Maud found himself lost in contemplation. A designated rack for second-hand goods? The source of the inventory was, of course, self-evident. However, to be precise, when it comes to cold weapons like swords, as long as they exhibit no substantial damage, their status as second-hand becomes rather inconsequential. Shifting his gaze from the third shelf, he turned his attention to the shelf displaying a mere handful of guns, which seemed sparse and left the shelf feeling rather desolate. Maud gazed at the firearms. Regardless of whether it was on Earth or in the world of hunters, the presence of guns has always overshadowed that of cold weapons. Compared to swords and other melee arms, Maud possessed a deeper understanding of firearms. Even during his time in the hunter world, although his cultivation had reached a level where he no longer needed to rely on guns, he still carried a handgun with him. In terms of marksmanship, while he wouldn't claim to be exceptionally skilled, he could ensure a basic level of shooting accuracy. However, he was well aware that in the world of One Piece, the presence of swords and other cold weapons was far stronger than that of firearms. Among those formidable individuals who had cultivated to a certain degree, the majority wielded melee weapons rather than guns. Yet, it was not to say that firearms lacked potential. Rather, those who could fully exploit the range advantage of guns were indeed few and far between in the original narrative. Did Jinu's accompanying firearm fall into this category? Maud suddenly recalled Kid, who had visited the shop yesterday. The so-called Keanu pistol that captivated Kid's obsession undoubtedly boasted high quality. Leaning closer to scrutinize the few firearms on the shelf, Maud, being only familiar with modern weaponry, found himself at a loss. With his current understanding of flintlock firearms, he was unable to discern the merits of the dozen or so flintlock guns, let alone identify Keanu's specific model. He felt a pressing need to acquire one for himself. Although flintlock guns lacked the firepower of contemporary firearms, Maud still held them in high regard. His gaze lingered covetously on the flintlocks displayed on the shelf, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. In the early days of hunting, the most essential tools were the straightforward and brutal instruments of destruction like firearms. Resisting the urge to stealthily pocket a second-hand flintlock from the third shelf, Maud swiftly tidied up the display. Once he finished cleaning, he returned the tools to the storage room, noting that half an hour had elapsed. Soon after, Sunny descended punctually and entered the shop. Maud keenly sensed that Sunny was in a good mood. Little did he know that her elation stemmed from the thought of being free from the burdensome and laborious tasks for the foreseeable future. Had Maud not met an untimely demise, this reprieve would have been indefinitely prolonged. Under Maud's watchful gaze, Sunny withdrew a slender ruler from the counter and proceeded to the shelves, meticulously measuring the items displayed. The sight made Maud's scalp tingle with unease. Was she truly engaging in such a meticulous endeavor? Initially, he presumed that Sunny was measuring the merchandise to ensure he had not carelessly handled any of it. However, as he observed her actions more closely, he realized it was not the case. Silently watching as Sunny adjusted each item with precision after measuring, Maud felt an increasing sense of discomfort. Not daring to interrupt her, he patiently waited by the side. After an hour, Sunny finally completed her task and began the new day's business. As for Soul, noticing his prolonged absence, Maud found it curious. Sunny, seated at the counter, cast a glance at him and, with an impassive expression, remarked that Soul had gone to the flower street for morning exercises and would typically return before lunch. Ah, he has gone for his morning workout then. Maud was taken aback. No wonder Thor, despite his advanced years, could still maintain formidable strength. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. The flower street? Isn't that akin to the modern red light district? Thor engages in morning exercises in such a place? Given his physique and age, Maud felt speechless. The shop had commenced operations, yet it remained desolate. Sunny did not assign any tasks to Maud, nor did Maud take the initiative to engage in any activities. He leaned against the wall, his eyes closed, continuing to sift through his memories of the One Piece. Once he had organized his recollections, he would need to resume the daily exercise he had long neglected. After all, the hunter's notes could not provide substantial assistance in the short term, unless another what were to present itself. Time trickled by, and 2 hours passed without a single customer. Maud glanced at Sunny, who was sitting behind the counter, incessantly perusing a newspaper. Judging by her calm demeanor, it seemed that the dismal state of affairs had become the norm for this arms shop. Moreover, it appeared to be rather quiet. Maud turned his gaze towards the slightly ajar wooden doors. In a territory where brawls could erupt at any moment, Hours passed with only the faint sound of footsteps from patrons outside the shop. Intrigued, Maud approached the entrance. Noticing no reaction from Sunny, he felt reassured and boldly pushed the door open, leaning out to observe. After a brief moment, he retreated, silently closing the door behind him. My goodness, is this not an alley in a residential area? No wonder it remains so tranquil most of the time. One might mistakenly believe that this establishment specializes in spirits rather than weaponry. Maud internally expressed his disdain eloquently. The allure of the Mad Hatter's town, conceived from mere scraps of information, was steadily diminishing. He suddenly felt an urge to venture out onto the streets, but he swiftly extinguished that impulse. Instead of pondering such trivial matters, it would be far more prudent to contemplate how to procure a firearm from Sol to keep at his side. Maud turned around and walked towards the corner. Just a few steps in, the shop door was suddenly pushed open. Maud instinctively turned to look back, and upon recognizing the visitor, surprise flickered in his eyes. Standing at the entrance were 3 individuals, appearing to walk in unison. Yet the 2 men on either side habitually lagged half a step behind to emphasize the status of the man in the center. The man on the left sported a head of curly hair parted down the middle, a long-barreled flintlock rifle slung across his back, and a broad, earth-toned belt diagonally across his waist, with a cloth bag filled with ammunition hanging from the left side of the belt. The man on the right, though stout, towered over the other 2. He wore a green bandana atop his head, and his small burgundy sunglasses clashed awkwardly with his facial features. While he held a half-eaten piece of meat in his hand, the central man was the one who pushed open the large wooden double doors. Observing Maud's unusual reaction, he chuckled heartily. Hey there, did we just miss you? In Mad Hat Town, on Cape Street, adjacent to the bar district and the black market, any illicit dealings could transpire openly. Cape Street radiated outwards from the town's largest auction house, with various establishments linked to the underworld spreading around it. Among them was the House of Beauty, where Arthur worked as an undertaker, perpetually occupied with an unending stream of tasks. Most of these tasks were secured through his own capabilities. Today marked his rare monthly day off, which he had meticulously planned to enjoy thoroughly. However, just as he was about to indulge in some leisure after a satisfying meal, the phone rang, filling him with an ominous premonition. Half an hour later, he returned to his workplace. Working for others often left one feeling powerless. As he lamented internally, he donned his work attire, a uniform, a mask, and an armband emblazoned with the character for death. These 3 items were standard for an undertaker upon joining. Once dressed, Arthur awaited the next directive. Colleagues hurried back to the House of Beauty, likely summoned back by the boss. Why are you all back? He inquired. Could it be that pig factory has encountered another mishap? Yes. Something occurred this morning, a slave riot. How many casualties this time? Unclear, but they say it's worse than the last. I thought we might have landed a big contract, but it turns out to be more of that sordid work. One of the undertakers complained. The lead undertaker glanced at the gathered colleagues and calmly stated, We will depart once everyone has arrived. Arthur sat silently in an inconspicuous corner, attentively listening to his colleagues' conversation. It turned out that trouble had once again brewed at the pig factory, likely resulting in numerous casualties among the slaves. This implied a busy day ahead, filled with demanding yet poorly compensated work. Arthur sighed inwardly, lamenting his rare day off. He heard whispers about significant auction items at the end of the month. What items? A devil fruit, alongside a famous sword and a fishman's slave. Is that true? Where did you hear this news? The auction hasn't even released its catalog. Yet you already know? I swear on my character. Then it must be false. Oh, I almost forgot. As a heartless undertaker, I discarded my character upon joining. So perhaps I should swear on something else? In the corner, Arthur's ears perked up as he discreetly glanced at a few colleagues whispering nearby. A devil fruit and a famous sword? He felt a stir of surprise, though he remained skeptical of the veracity of such claims. In this chaotic environment, fueled by alcohol, some rumors indeed spread faster than official announcements. Yet a devil fruit was an exceedingly rare commodity. If the auction had procured one, it would likely have been widely advertised already. The mere thought of a devil fruit ignited a glimmer of longing in Arthur's eyes. Given his income level, he would need to abstain from eating and drinking for decades to even compete for one. If the auction truly featured a devil fruit, even without the means to bid, he could still partake in the excitement. As for the famous sword, that old coot's soul would surely be intrigued. Meanwhile, on the bar street, a tavern was bustling with activity at noon. As a hub for indulgence, the tavern was a popular haunt for pirates, making the crowded atmosphere unsurprising. Kid occupied a table solo, standing out amidst the throng of patrons. Nevertheless, no one dared to trouble him. For the dozen or so pirates sprawled on the floor served as a warning. At that moment, a man wearing a blue mask entered the tavern, scanning the room before striding directly toward Kid's table. Upon reaching Kid, the masked man sat down without ceremony. Kid looked up at him and remarked, "You're here." The masked man nodded and inquired, "Did you manage to buy the gun?" "No," Kid replied, shaking his head. "Did someone else buy it?" "No. The owner just refused to sell it to me." "Refused to sell to you? What happened?" "I don't know." Kid, perturbed, emptied the bottle of alcohol. The masked man seemed to have a notion of the situation, saying, "Then give me the money, and I'll go buy it." "I'm nearly out of cash," Kid replied nonchalantly. The masked man fell silent. To Kid, money was something easily acquired through theft. Red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World like an emperor. No matter how hard Maud tried, he could not fathom why such a prominent figure would patronize a dilapidated establishment, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Shanks, accustomed to reactions like Maud's, paid it no mind and turned his attention to Sonny behind the bar, raising a hand in greeting. "Hey there, Nini, long time no see." "Yes, it has been a while. Why did you cut your hair?" "Well, Sol said my hair was too long and wasted water when washing, so he insisted I get it cut." Sonny's gaze dropped, her heart racing as she hastily concocted an excuse. Meanwhile, Sol, ambling down the street with a bag of leftovers, suddenly sneezed violently. Wiping his nose and pondering briefly, he was struck by an ominous premonition and instinctively quickened his pace. Inside the shop, Shanks chuckled helplessly, saying, "Sol truly remains as frugal as ever." What brings you here this time?" Sonny adeptly redirected the conversation, inquiring about Shanks' purpose. Same old. Same old. Here to buy some fine wine from my hometown." Shanks laughed heartily and walked past Maud to the counter. Maud looked at Shanks back with a delayed realization, having inadvertently neglected him. Fortunately, Shanks' character differed from that of the other Yonko. The curly-haired man, Jesus Burgess, cast a fleeting glance at Maud before promptly joining Lockie, who was holding a chicken leg, and following Shanks. Maud gazed silently at their retreating figures, gathering his thoughts, and casually left the shop door ajar. He then stepped aside, observing the conversation between Shanks and Sonny. From the nature of their dialogue, it appeared that Shanks was a frequent patron of the establishment. What left Maud at a loss for words was the realization that Shanks had come to the shop not in search of weaponry, but rather for alcohol. One might wonder, does the shop even sell liquor? Maud suddenly recalled the entrance to the basement below. Could it possibly be a wine cellar? Behind the counter, Sonny exhibited an unusual demeanor, seemingly somewhat timid. However, upon learning that Shanks was there for the wine, she remembered Sol's previous emphatic and heartfelt directive, which instantly fortified her resolve as a member of Sol's weapon shop. She raised her head to meet Shanks' gaze, stating with seriousness, "After you emptied the wine last time, Sol instructed that we could sell to anyone, but not to you." "What?" Shanks exclaimed in surprise, turning his head to look at Lackey. "Didn't we pay last time?" "We did pay, but during the shipment, we inadvertently took 2 barrels of wine that the boss had specifically left behind." Shanks fell silent for a moment, reflecting. "I had no idea that had happened." After his moment of contemplation, he leaned closer to Sonny, lowering his voice to ask, "Is Sol at home?" Sonny replied straightforwardly, "He is not." "That makes things easier." Shanks wore a serious expression. "You." Sonny's eyes widened. Before she could respond, Lackey, having understood Shanks' intention, placed the money for the wine on the counter and deftly made his way to the staircase. Watching Lackey head towards the wine cellar, Sonny instinctively moved out from behind the counter to stop him. Just then, a soft sound emanated from the counter. Sonny turned her gaze to see Jesus Boo retrieving a smoothbore flintlock and a short-handled flintlock from the shelf during a lull in their conversation, gently placing them onto the counter, which caused the sound. "Little Nini, how much for these 2 guns?" Jesus Boo leaned forward, his hands resting on the counter. The timing was inexplicably awkward, yet his expression conveyed sincerity rather than jest. He genuinely intended to purchase the guns. Sonny glanced at Lackey's disappearing figure, then at the 2 guns on the counter, gritting her teeth in resignation as she flatly stated, "The smoothbore is 1. 2 million berries, and the short-handled one is 3. 8 million berries." At this point, Lackey had already vanished from sight, presumably having descended into the wine cellar. Upon hearing the prices, Jesus Boo whistled, showing no objection to what seemed an outrageous cost, and straightforwardly produced the money. Shanks glanced at the smoothbore flintlock slung across Jesus Boo's back and asked, "Is it decided just like that? Perhaps Sol could repair it." Jesus Boo scoffed, "Boss, do you intend to wait in the shop for Mr. Sol's return?" "Haha. Shanks chuckled nonchalantly. It's not a problem. We can take the wine first and return later. Jesus Boo was silent for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. Let it end here. As an old comrade, it has done its best. With that, he unlatched the smoothbore flintlock from his back and placed it on the counter. This gun was his original old comrade brought from the village, but after all this time, it had succumbed to the ravages of time. Despite consciously nurturing it with armament hockey, it was ultimately a futile effort. After all, he was a sniper, specializing in observation hockey rather than armament hockey. Furthermore, he only learned armament hockey several years after going to sea, and by then, it was too late to realize he should have nurtured his beloved weapon with hockey. Over time, his initial old comrade had become relegated to a backup gun. Now, its condition had deteriorated to the point where even serving as a backup was a struggle. Jesus Boo had deeply felt this during his routine maintenance. With no other choice, he resigned himself to the final option of replacing the gun. Sonny glanced at the old smoothbore gun Jesus Boo had placed on the counter and spoke calmly. I'm sorry, but we do not accept second-hand guns. Especially not defective ones. She emphasized the word defective. It's not defective, it's just aged. Realizing Sonny's pointed remarks, Jesus Boo felt rather powerless. We don't accept aged ones either. Aha, Shanks laughed heartily. Jesus Boo shook his head. If it doesn't sell, just tell Mr. Soul it's left by me. Can't you just throw it away? It's practically useless now. Absolutely not. Jesus Boo replied earnestly. Let Mr. Soul keep it. Perhaps one day he'll take an interest and transfer the essence of the old comrade to another gun, and at that point, it could continue in another form. Actually, you have another option, interjected Maud, who had been quietly observing from the side. Hearing Maud's words, everyone turned their attention toward him. Facing their gazes, Maud, now composed, spoke with solemnity. Give it to me, and I will carry it forward for a while. The arrival of the red-haired Shanks was unexpected for Maud. Although Shanks had appeared amiable from the moment he entered, Maud had initially planned to remain quietly observant until Shanks departed. However, after overhearing Jesus Boo and Sonny's conversation, he could no longer remain a passive observer. Firearms were the most crucial upgrade tool he currently needed. He had originally intended to acquire one from Soul. But being new in town, how could he possibly procure a gun in a short time? Then Jesus Boo arrived, presenting an opportunity. At such a moment, Maud could no longer simply watch. He boldly spoke up to request the aging smoothbore flintlock from Jesus Boo. Being refused would incur no loss. Acquiring a gun would be a significant gain. This was the thought that motivated him to assert his presence. Who are you? Shanks tilted his head, glancing at Sonny, who frowned behind the counter, asking with interest. When they had first met, Shanks had sensed that the boy was aware of his identity. However, this was of little consequence. Before this, who would have expected the boy, who consciously diminished his own presence, would suddenly take the initiative to request a gun from Jesus Boo? The stark contrast was quite intriguing. I am Maud, the new recruit at Soul's shop, Sonny answered Shanks' question. Shanks nodded slightly and turned to Jesus Boo, who was scrutinizing Maud. Can you use a gun? This was the first question posed by Jesus Boo. I can. Without a trace of hesitation, Maud answered promptly. Jesus' gaze suddenly sharpened. He was no mere sniper from a second-rate pirate crew with his capabilities. He could easily discern that Maud was a frail youth who had never laid hands on a firearm. Yet, I remain unconvinced. With a smirk that danced between amusement and disdain, Jesus' eyes were as lethal as a cocked gun. Bullying a child had always been one of his trivial interests, and considering that Maud was an employee of Mr. Saul, he did not mind wasting a bit of time on him. Maud approached Jesus with an unwavering gaze, one that seemed intent on incinerating deceit, and earnestly asked, What must I do for you to believe? Jesus was taken aback, for the expression and tone displayed by Maud did not suggest dishonesty. However, he would not allow himself to doubt his own judgment. He calmly met Maud's eyes, suddenly reaching for the exquisite firearm on the counter, valued at 3.8 million Baileys, and in the blink of an eye, executed the intricate process of loading gunpowder, which would normally be cumbersome for an ordinary person. Prove it to me, Jesus said, chambering the weapon and presenting it to Maud. Maud did not immediately take the gun. Instead, he pointed at the aging smoothbore flintlock on the counter and inquired, after the proof, will you grant me that firearm? No problem. Jesus burst into laughter. Maud nodded and strode forward, accepting the exquisite handgun from Jesus. He understood that the outcome hinged on a single bullet. But how could he prove it? In his contemplation, Maud caught sight of the shop door he had left ajar, creating a narrow crack. An idea sparked within him, and he swiftly made his way to the farthest wall from the door, then turned to face it. Without any prior warning, Maud raised the gun and swiftly pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, flames and smoke erupting from the muzzle as a scorching lead bullet shot forth, piercing through the crack with an almost imperceptible speed. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, and Maud maintained his precise shooting posture, having no time to concern himself with the possibility of inadvertently injuring an innocent bystander. Shanks and Jesus glanced at the crack, and with their keen eyesight, they could see the wooden door remained unscathed. Furthermore, the opening was so narrow that it could accommodate at most 2 bullets at once. Setting aside Maud's impeccable shooting stance, the action of raising the gun and pulling the trigger was executed fluidly, giving the impression that he had not aimed at all. Though it was merely a distance of a few meters, there was no doubt that Maud was skilled with a firearm. Inside the counter, Sonny watched Maud in astonishment, not expecting him to possess such proficiency. It was Shanks who voiced the praise, acknowledging Maud's shooting skill. Certainly, such marksmanship would not be remarkable in the Grand Line, but in this moment it was indeed commendable. Jesus, being a man of action, remained silent. Instead, picking up the flintlock he referred to as his old companion and walked towards Maud. "This is yours." "Thank you." Maud first returned the pistol to Jesus Boo before taking the smoothbore flintlock. Finally, he had a firearm. Jesus Boo, even you can misjudge at times. Shanks patted Jesus Boo on the shoulder from behind, offering timely comfort. Jesus Boo curled his lip, too apathetic to engage with the veiled barbs in his boss's words. Had he truly misjudged? He glanced at Maud, who was handling the gun with an unpracticed ease, and was overwhelmed by a persistent sense of contradiction. Here was someone who appeared to have never touched a gun yet exhibited such an impeccable stance and the innate feel of a marksman. Never mind. Jesus Boo shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. "Boss, the alcohol has been brought in," came the voice of Ricky Lou from the back room. "Good," Shanks replied. Then turned to Sonny with a smile. "Little Nini, remember to send my regards to Soul." "No need." Sonny had yet to speak when Soul's voice echoed in from outside. From the sound, he seemed to be some distance away from the shop, and one wondered how he had overheard Shanks' remark. Upon hearing Soul's distant call, Shanks sighed. "Now, this is troublesome." No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps approached, growing louder. In an instant, the wooden door was thrust open with force. Soul rushed into the shop, his face flushed with urgency, just in time to see Ricky Lou hauling out a barrel brimming with fine wine. And he immediately erupted in fury. "You, Shanks, are stealing my wine again." "What do you mean stealing? We paid for it. Just ask little Nini if you don't believe me. Don't shift the blame to the younger generation. I'm not selling you this wine." "Haha, the payment has been settled. It's too late for you to back out now. Get lost. I don't want to see you again." "That won't do. Unless you tell me where you're hiding the rest of the wine," Shanks retorted, wearing an expression that suggested Soul could do nothing to him. Soul's face turned beet red with anger, nearly prompting him to throw himself to the ground in a dramatic display. Jesus Boo and Ricky Lou refrained from intervening, while Sonny merely covered her forehead in silence. As for Maud, he had retreated to the back room the moment Soul had shouted. However, he did not ascend to the second floor, but stood at the staircase, observing the commotion in the shop. Despite his disbelief, it seemed that Soul and Shanks were well acquainted. Listening to the exchange, Maud found himself intrigued by Soul's background. To be familiar with a person of Shanks's caliber, and to be addressed with respect by Jesus Boo, he could hardly be a mere nobody. In the brief span of 2 days since arriving in this world, Maud had come to a profound realization. In this age of vast seafaring, where fierce competitors abound, there were undoubtedly many formidable characters not mentioned in the original narrative. To establish oneself in such a world would be a challenge far beyond that of the hunteress world. Maud clenched the smoothbore flintlock pistol acquired from Jesus Boo. Instinctively, with a weapon in hand, the next step was to seek out a second quarry. However, the pursuit of this new target hinged upon possessing the means to traverse the outside world freely. The mere intimidation offered by a single firearm was woefully inadequate. It is essential to recognize that although he possessed marksmanship skills, he lacked the extraordinary reloading speed that Jesus Boo exhibited, which bordered on the sublime. In combat, one could surmise that after firing a single shot, there would be no subsequent follow-up. Motor's eyelids twitched, and a more pressing concern suddenly dawned upon him. There were no bullets. In his haste to depart the scene, he had neglected to request gunpowder and lead bullets from Jesus. That night, the restaurant was ablaze with light, adorned with an array of exquisite dishes and the intoxicating aroma of fine wine wafting through the air. Shanks gazed into the wooden cup stained with remnants of wine, reflecting, "I have indulged in countless fine wines, Yet only the libations of my homeland linger in my memory. Why are you still here? Saul replied, his eyelids drooping. His expression steeped in disdain, as if his discontent could be sprinkled like seasoning over the meal. Do not be so aloof, after all. It has been quite some time since we last met. Shanks, with a radiant smile, set down his cup. As if the earlier tensions of the day had dissipated into mere wisps of smoke, Sonny seized the moment to refill Shanks's glass, while Jesus was engrossed in his food and drink. As for Lucky Roo, he had not returned after transporting the wine back to the ship. Maud sat against the wall, feeling relieved that Jesus had not yet departed, while pondering the opportune moment to request gunpowder and lead bullets from him. Certainly, he could not make such a request at the dining table. After much contemplation, the only suitable moment appeared to be just before heading to the restroom. Just before heading to the restroom. Just before heading to the restroom. Maud silently repeated to himself. Jesus Boo, who was drinking, suddenly felt a shiver. Could it be due to the drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night? He shook his head and continued to drink. Sol glanced at Shank's empty left sleeve and remarked indifferently. I wasn't jesting with you earlier. A figure of your stature, coming to me just to buy liquor, inevitably brings its own set of troubles. That was a valid point. Shanks gazed into the wooden cup filled with wine. Have you ever considered coming aboard my ship? Your ship? Sol scoffed. I am but a man nearing his final resting place. Do you wish for me to retire on your vessel? Besides, one Jesus Boo is more than sufficient on your ship. I need to use the restroom. Jesus Boo, unable to withstand Sol's sudden jest, rose to make his escape under the pretext of needing to relieve himself. Upon witnessing this, Maud silently acknowledged the situation and discreetly followed. Although two individuals were absent from the dining table, it did not impede the conversation between Shanks and Sol. Shanks chuckled softly, lacking a rebuttal to Sol's words. Sol drained his cup and calmly remarked, for decades, pirates have surged like fish crossing a river, yet in the end, how many meet a good end? As an old relic of a bygone era, I find contentment in merely extending my days. Shanks remained silent. Sonny muttered softly, yet you still frequent the pleasure districts daily. Shanks couldn't help but smile at this. Speak less and eat more, Sol said, first glaring at Sonny, then casting a sidelong glance at Shanks, snorting disdainfully. What are you laughing at? If you comprehend, then refrain from returning. Shanks replied earnestly. Then do share the location of the island where you hide your liquor. Get lost. In the corridor, looking for me, Jesus Burgess stood at the restroom door, tilting his head to regard the following Maud. Maud nodded and spoke in a hushed tone, revealing his intention. He sought some lead bullets and gunpowder. Jesus looked at Maud with an expression of bewilderment. After all, this was a weapons shop. It was one thing to request a firearm during the day, but to ask for ammunition at night? That is indeed the case, but Maud was momentarily at a loss for words, seeking an appropriate rationale, yet lacking the deftness of Sonny, who could effortlessly pin the blame on Sol amidst casual banter. Observing Maud's hesitation, Jesus did not press further, instead retrieving a small portion of lead bullets and gunpowder from his ammunition pouch. Is this sufficient? Indeed. Modem nodded vigorously, fearful that Jezeb might change his mind, and swiftly accepted the ammunition. Jezeb, somewhat speechless, pondered the triviality of a few rounds. Was it really that significant? He glanced toward the lights in the dining area, contemplating that the boss and Mr. Sol would likely continue their conversation for a while longer. Consequently, he settled down in front of the restroom door and extracted a cigarette to indulge in. Having acquired the ammunition, Modem had no intention of lingering. He intended to head to the second-floor room to secure it. However, before he could take a step, he noticed Jezeb extending a cigarette toward him. Care for a smoke? He inquired. Maud was not one to refuse easily. He first stowed the ammunition carefully into his pocket before accepting the cigarette. Jesus took a puff and, perhaps out of boredom, opened up a conversation. Have you ever considered naming your gun? Upon hearing this, Maud pondered for a moment, preparing to respond, but was interrupted by Jesus Boo. I have always referred to it as my old companion, yet I have failed to accompany it to the very end. A firearm, unlike swords and blades, is not easily remembered by name. Even if one bestows a resounding title upon a gun, it is often the wielder who captures the public's memory. However, I wish for you to remember that a fine firearm is essential for the making of a skilled marksman. By the way, what name do you intend to give to your old companion? Maud was just about to speak when he was interrupted. In truth, I felt a tinge of reluctance to part with my old companion. Yet, after entrusting it to you, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over me. I am merely a hired gun, and my physical condition must be up to par. One like you, however, simply cannot manage. Your physique is too frail. Oh, what am I doing? With Mr. Soul present, it certainly isn't my place to offer you any advice, haha. By the way, I'm still unaware of what name you intend to bestow upon the gun. How about calling it Usopp? It's such an endearing name. In fact, it belongs to my son, and now that I think of it, he must be around your age. A choking haze of smoke lingered before the restroom door. Maud had an epiphany. When confronted with a loquacious individual under the influence of alcohol, one should refrain from engaging in conversation and simply listen. As the night deepened, with the bottles empty and the dishes cleared, Shanks and Jesus departed. At the time of parting, Maud assured Jesus that he would cherish the firearm as tenderly as a father would his son. Subsequently, after Jesus' departure, Maud silently bestowed upon the smoothbore gun a new name, Usopp. As night enveloped the world, Maud, now content with his acquisition of both gun and ammunition, reclined in bed as drowsiness gradually overtook him. In the distance, he faintly perceived the indignant cries of Saul lamenting the trickery, bemoaning the disappearance of all the liquor. Yet, such matters had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he possessed a gun and bullets, marking a significant stride towards his second hunt. The next day, Maud awoke early once again. He began with a series of rigorous exercises before descending to the first floor. At this hour, Sunny had already prepared a lavish breakfast, while Sol had gone out early for his morning workout. It must be reiterated that the fare at the establishment could only be described as heavenly. Yet, what perplexed Maud was the contrast between Sunny's substantial appetite and her remarkably slender figure. Strange as it was, he could not resist indulging in the meal. After devouring breakfast, without waiting for Sunny's instruction, Maud tidied the dining area and then proceeded to clean the shop as per his routine. Noticing there was still some time left, he took the opportunity to tidy the corridors and other spaces. Shortly thereafter, Sunny descended, armed with a measuring tape to meticulously assess the arrangement of the merchandise. Once these tasks were completed, the shop commenced another day of business. As expected, like the previous day, several hours passed without a single customer. However, when Jesus Boo purchased 2 firearms for 500,000 Baileys the day before, Maud's perception of the shop had already shifted. It was evident that this was a boutique weapons store, the kind that thrived on sparse openings, yet lucrative returns. With little to occupy his time, Maud engaged in recalling memories and performing a few sets of exercises. Sunny, on the other hand, sat behind the counter, engrossed in the daily newspaper. She paid little heed to Maud's workout routine within the shop, opting not to interfere excessively. This relaxed management style, in turn, brought Maud a sense of ease. As noon approached, the shop door swung open. Maud believed it was Saul returning from his morning exercise. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that the visitor was the Undertaker. Arthur. Arthur stepped into the shop, casually closing the door behind him, and then glanced at Sunny and Maud, inquiring, "Has Saul returned yet?" "Not yet," Sunny replied, setting down her newspaper. Arthur, perplexed, remarked, "At this hour, he still hasn't returned? Truly, he seems to be growing younger by the day." Sunny fell silent, undeterred. Arthur approached the counter, leaning against it as he began to vent his frustrations. Yesterday, nearly 1,000 slaves were killed or injured in a riot at the pig factory. It's exhausting. I wonder what these slaves are thinking. Isn't it better to live peacefully? Now look at this, so many casualties. And the factory won't be able to keep up with production in the short term. The unfortunate ones will be the other slaves. Listening to Arthur's incessant mention of slaves, Sunny's expression gradually turned cold. Noticing her reaction, Arthur awkwardly patted his mask and offered a half-hearted apology. "My apologies. I almost forgot you dislike hearing such things." Sunny huffed in response, disinterested in engaging further with Arthur. Sensing the tension, Arthur chuckled lightly, pulled out an unremarkable pamphlet from his pocket, and placed it on the counter. "This is the brochure for today's auction. I believe Saul will find it quite intriguing. Please let him know I'll be waiting for him at the auction entrance at the end of the month." "Oh," Sunny replied, her demeanor still frigid. Arthur shrugged and turned to leave. Before exiting, he glanced back at Maud and ominously warned, "Little one, it's best you stay off the streets for a while. Otherwise, you might end up at the pig factory as a number." With that, Arthur pushed the door open, ensuring to leave it ajar in accordance with the shop's unspoken rules. Once Arthur departed, Maud leaned closer to the counter and asked, "Sunny, what exactly is the pig factory? Some of the meat you ate this morning came from the pig factory. What do you think it is? But how does that relate to slaves?" Just as Maud began to speak, he suddenly envisioned certain grim scenarios that would be best left unspoken, his expression shifting abruptly as he exclaimed, Those meats can't possibly be. Seeing Maud's reaction, Sunny understood that his thoughts had strayed into darker territory. What are you imagining? It's merely a food production facility, equipped with a robust agricultural and livestock industry. The majority of those who work there are ordinary people captured by slave ships and pirates from various regions, with a handful being Navy soldiers taken captive by pirates, which is why they are given such a derogatory title. As she explained, Sunny's gaze fell upon Maud's still-wrapped bandage. And with a pointed remark, she added, to that pack of beasts, severely injured targets are considered worthless. Sometimes, due to transport costs, they wouldn't bother taking the time and effort to sell them on the black market. They would generally just dispose of them in the sea. Pausing for a moment, Sunny concluded calmly, so, Maud, you are quite fortunate. Fortunate? Maudra cast a contemplative glance at the disfiguring scar marring Sunny's face and nodded, acknowledging, indeed. It is fortunate for me to awaken here. In truth, you ought to express gratitude to Soul. Sunny opened the tome left by Arthur, her words abruptly halting mid-sentence as a wave of excitement surged through her. Devil fruits. There are devil fruits at this auction, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Maud raised an eyebrow, disregarding the consequences, and stepped into the counter, casting his gaze upon the album in Sunny's hands. A fruit adorned with peculiar, undulating patterns suddenly caught his eye. Upon gazing at the illustration of this extraordinary fruit, Maud's expression shifted dramatically. The devil fruit, a coveted shortcut to power that most individuals yearn for. Alas, given his current resources, acquiring this devil fruit seemed nothing short of a fanciful dream. Maud had never dared to imagine such a scenario, yet he soon composed himself. He observed Sunny's fingers, which had turned pale from gripping the album too tightly, and could distinctly sense the fervor radiating from her. This excitement stemmed from a profound desire to grow stronger. Such a tremendous boon as the devil fruit seems to be temporarily beyond my reach. Maud averted his gaze, no longer fixating on the art book. Although the devil fruit could expedite his ascent along the path of hunting and gaining strength, he found himself devoid of wealth and lacking the power to plunder. Thus, he saw no reason to squander his emotions. Nevertheless, he harbored a modicum of interest in the auction scheduled for the end of the month. Even without funds, attending for the sake of camaraderie seemed permissible. Moreover, one could not discount the possibility of chaos erupting at the auction due to the presence of the devil fruit. Perhaps the now-aged Usopp might inadvertently cause a mishap, unexpectedly taking down someone from afar. Such an event would hardly constitute a major disturbance. With over 20 days remaining until the month's end, he pondered the prospect of hunting a few prey before then. Maud contemplated the feasibility. Suddenly, the shop door swung open for the second time. The newcomer was not Soul, but rather a peculiar man adorned with long golden hair and a face concealed by a blue hollow mask. Maud gazed upon the man and instantly recognized his identity. Was this not Kira, one of the supernovas associated with Kid? The blue hole mask served as the key to Maud's identification of Kira. Considering that Kid was also in Mad Hatter Town only solidified his certainty. What was his purpose here? Was he assisting Kid in procuring firearms? Yet, that very pistol seemed to be the flintlock that Jesus had acquired just the day before. Maud meticulously scrutinized Kira, speculating on his motives for visiting the establishment. When a customer entered, Sunny immediately set aside the auction manual, swiftly adjusting her demeanor. With a stoic expression, she raised her gaze to meet Kira's as he stepped through the door. In a shop of their nature, there was no necessity for salesmanship or smiles. The guiding principle was quite straightforward. Purchase if you wish, or leave if you do not. Upon entering the store, Kira was slightly taken aback to find that the troublesome old man, as described by Kid, was absent, yet he paid it little mind. His purpose was to procure an item, and the identity of the seller was of little consequence as long as someone was present. He approached the counter with purpose, producing 4 stacks of berries and stating directly, "4 million for the Kinu pistol." The asking price for the Kinu pistol was 380,000. It matters not. The extra 20,000 is yours to dispose of. Oh, but the gun has already been sold. A question mark slowly formed on Kira's forehead. Why not simply inform him that it had been purchased instead of engaging in this banter? He suddenly comprehended why Kid had been irked by this establishment. Since their departure from the sea, they had never encountered such merchants. However, upon further reflection, Kira deemed it fortuitous that the item had been sold. It presented an opportunity to seize it back. Their modus operandi was simple. If something desired could be taken, then take it. If an unpleasing individual could be eliminated, then eliminate them. The 4 million berries he offered were, after all, freshly acquired from a recent heist. With clarity in thought, Kira pressed on, "Who purchased the gun?" Sunny, having navigated this trade for years, recognized Kira's intent behind the inquiry. It was merely a pretext to locate the buyer for a justified act of piracy. Under normal circumstances, she would never divulge customer information, as it was a seller's ethical boundary. However, this situation was different, for the buyer was Jesus Burgess of the red-haired pirates. She regarded Kira with an inscrutable expression and replied, "The gun was sold yesterday afternoon. The buyer was Jesus Burgess." Upon hearing this, Kira felt that any further conversation would be a waste of his existence. He swiftly pocketed his berries and turned to leave. The name Jesus Burgess resonated faintly in his memory, but he dismissed it. The gun had been purchased yesterday afternoon, which meant that the individual named Jesus Burgess was likely still in the vicinity of Fool's Hat Town. Exiting the weapons shop, Kira made a beeline for the tavern where Kid was situated. The subsequent course of action was clear: locate the buyer and reclaim the pistol. After which there would be no need to linger any longer in this place. Maud approached the door, leaning out slightly to cast a gaze of pity upon the receding figure of Kira. Yet, the thought that Shanks and his companions had already ventured far filled him with a sense of regret. Otherwise, he would have truly relished the opportunity to witness the scene of Kid's gang attempting to seize Keanu's sidearm. As he gently closed the shop door, Maud turned his attention back to the counter. He intended to compliment Sunny with a playful remark, "You rascal," but instead found her engrossed in perusing the auction catalog. Given her propensity to meticulously read a single newspaper for 3 or 4 hours, it was uncertain how much time this modest auction catalog would consume. Maud harbored a certain intrigue for the auction, quietly positioning himself behind Sunny to surreptitiously peruse the list of items up for bid. A renowned blade. One of the finest among the esteemed properties? By the time I master the art of wielding a knife, who knows when that will be? Even a fishman's slave is listed, starting at a bid of 1,000,000 berries. Alas, lacking the funds, I cannot procure it to test whether the hunter's notes are effective against the fishman race. A fragrant skunk? It suggests an unprecedented variant capable of emanating a delightful aroma. What a bizarre item. Can such things truly be auctioned? It is categorized among rare and exotic creatures. Flipping through the catalog, it predominantly features weapons. While knives are expected, even flintlock guns make an appearance. Upon reflection, it is reasonable, as the potential buyers are primarily pirates, whose demand for weaponry is understandably elevated. Unlike the auction houses of the nobility, which focus chiefly on slaves. However, upon thorough inspection, it seems that only the devil fruit and the renowned blade can be deemed significant auction items. The latter's worth undoubtedly pales in comparison to that of the devil fruit. Yet it remains a rare find. Maud perused the array of auction items behind Sunny, each varying in opening bid, a truly eye-opening experience. In contrast to the antique-dominated auctions of the hunter world, the auctions in the pirate world proved to be far more intriguing. The eclectic assortment of goods easily ignited Maud's desire to purchase. After nearly surveying all the auction items, Maud quietly withdrew from the counter, retreating to a corner of the store to continue his physical training. Although this form of exercise may not yield immediate enhancement in strength, it is sustained and gradual. In the current circumstances, it could be deemed better than nothing. The meal hour had long passed, yet Thor had not yet returned. Maud looked at the time. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Thor had been terribly upset by Shanks yesterday, which made him appear exceptionally youthful today. After all, one must find a proper outlet for their frustrations. In an inexplicable moment, Emmo seemingly uncovered the reason behind Soul's absence. Within the clamor of the tavern, Kid awaited the return of Kira, who arrived empty-handed. "Did they not sell it to you?" Kid's gaze was icy, his simmering rage transforming into an impulse for destruction that could erupt at any moment. The pursuit of this firearm had nearly drained him of all energy. Kira shook his head. It's not that they wouldn't sell it. Rather, it was purchased by someone named Jesus Boo. Oh? When was it bought? Kid's interest peaked, a cold smile gracing his lips. Though he could not provoke the enigmatic Soul, could he not confront the individual who acquired the weapon? Yesterday afternoon. Find him. Kid suddenly rose, striding towards the door, with Kira hastily following behind after leaving the payment on the table. In Crazy Hat Town, there was no strict prohibition against harm between comrades, yet there existed a crucial rule that must be adhered to: one must not infringe upon the legitimate interests of merchants. Essentially, if you consumed in a shop, you were obliged to pay the appropriate amount. Attempt to evade payment, and you would be courting death. The two stepped out of the tavern and onto the street. As the saying goes, snakes have their paths, and mice have theirs. To swiftly locate Jesus Boo in the town, they would need to navigate through those specialized in such dealings. As they walked briskly, Kira remarked, I can't shake the feeling that the name Jesus Boo sounds somewhat familiar. Then ponder it well, Kid replied with a sidelong glance. Yet, Kira's words stirred a semblance of recognition within Kid. As they proceeded, they abruptly halted. While Kid still bore an expression of lethal menace, his imposing aura had noticeably diminished. Kira, masked, remained inscrutable. After a long silence, Kira asked, "What should we do next?" "We leave." Kid gritted his teeth. His passion for weaponry was profound. Yet some arms were not essential. However, the Kinu firearm was distinct. It was intended to accompany him as one of his combat weapons, not merely a trophy for his collection. This was the fundamental reason for his unwavering determination, even at the expense of lingering in Crazy Hat Town for such an extended period. But now that the Kinu firearm was unattainable, there was no reason to remain. At that moment, a man engrossed in his auction pamphlet approached from the opposite direction. As they were about to collide, Kid remained unfazed, allowing the man to crash into him. The impact sent the man staggering back, causing the pamphlet to slip from his grasp. "You blind fool!" The man fumed. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Kid's fist, fueled by rage, sent him flying several meters away, leaving his fate uncertain. How dare such refuse venture out to sea? Kid spat on the ground, his gaze suddenly drawn to the auction pamphlet. Within a mere fortnight, news of an auction for a devil fruit in Crazy Hat Town had spread throughout much of the West Sea. Pirate crews, eager for power, flocked to the town, particularly those captains preparing to enter the Grand Line who saw it as a vital opportunity. What did a devil fruit signify? Only they, the seasoned pirates on the brink of a new world, could truly comprehend its implications. Meanwhile, the naval branch in the West Sea had also caught wind of this news. However, the Army's deployment remained an unavoidable flaw for the Navy, making it difficult to act despite their awareness. After all, this was the West Sea, not the Grand Line. Not to mention the disparity in urgency, the sheer area of the West Sea, one of the four seas, far exceeded that of the Grand Line. Correspondingly, this implied that the West Sea Navy had to scatter the majority of their forces across various locations to safeguard the safety of the populace within their jurisdiction. If they were to regroup their scattered forces, although there were no issues with communication and orders, the timing would inevitably lag. The most pressing issue stemmed from the constant threat posed by pirates. Unlike the Navy, which needed to remain stationed to maintain order, the pirates, though not banded together, shared a commonality that allowed them to roam freely across the seas. When they sensed profit to be made, they converged like bloodthirsty locusts. By the time the Navy arrived, the pirates would have vanished without a trace, only to seek out another lucrative opportunity elsewhere. In such a climate, hasty troop movements would only offer the opportunistic pirates the chance to wreak havoc. Thus, in contrast to the threat posed by individual pirate crews, the sheer number of pirates across the four seas presented a considerable headache for the naval branch. Naturally, due to various factors such as local customs and cultural differences, the number of naval personnel varied across the West Sea districts, excluding certain ineffective naval parasites in areas with ample forces. The Navy would often consolidate surplus personnel into a mobile unit tasked primarily with pursuing the fleeing pirates. Such unbound naval forces could instill fear in the hearts of pirates. Yet, despite their effectiveness, this was merely a temporary solution. In places like Crazy Hat Town, where roots ran deep, what substantial impact could such forces truly have? This is akin to a gun-wielding sheriff barging into the lair of 10 ruffians. Due to the intimidating presence of the firearm, the 10 miscreants would willingly relinquish their numerical advantage and bow down. However, if a gun-toting sheriff were to invade a den of over 100 ruffians, the outcome would be self-evident. To alter this prevailing situation, it would require a force dispatched by the naval headquarters capable of disrupting the balance. Yet, the turmoil instigated by a mere devil fruit is insufficient to warrant such a significant mobilization from the naval base. Although the West Sea Navy branch cannot deliver a formidable strike against Mad Hat Town, various informants are steadfastly monitoring the locality. Inaction does not imply a complete absence of activity. Mad Hat Island, Mad Hat Town, and the Mad Hat Auction House. As its name suggests, the architecture of the auction house resembles a high top hat laid flat upon the ground. For instance, the first and second floors serve as the brim, boasting the largest area and functioning as the primary venue for auctions. To enhance capacity, the design of the auction house largely parallels that of a conventional opera house. Hence, the second floor can indeed be considered an extension of the first. As one ascends, the area diminishes with height. The topmost room of the auction house is, naturally, reserved for the proprietor. As the pinnacle of the auction house, the room's decor is resplendent, exuding an air of nouveau riche opulence. The wall facing the town square is entirely clad in a floor-to-ceiling glass window, in front of which sits a deep crimson European-style table. The coveted devil fruit, set to be auctioned in 10 days, rests upon the table, cushioned by a soft cloth to highlight its significance. Seated in the prominent armchair is a stout, middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, a cigar clasped between his lips, attired in a red suit. This man is Ralph Lucius, the owner of the auction house. With a mere gesture, he can incite frenzy among the wolves and tigers, such as the allure of the devil fruit. Ralph reclines languidly in his chair, his eyes cold and dark, as if stripped of humanity, revealing little of ordinary emotion. Opposite him, a man sneers, remarking that the effort to bring the devil fruit back from the Grand Line is not in vain. A mere change of location can inflate its value several-fold, a rare opportunity indeed. Ralph, concealing his eyelids, gazes through the exhaled smoke at the man's smug expression, refraining from correcting his misconception. In this world, lucrative deals abound. Merely doubling the value of a devil fruit is more a result of marketing than the trade itself. Ralph extinguishes the glowing ember of his cigar with his fingers and states calmly, the base price is 100 million, with the final bid expected to exceed 1 billion. Such a sum? The man is taken aback, evidently trusting Ralph's judgment. Ralph glances at the devil fruit resting on the table and explains. The titans of the underworld in the West Sea do not covet this devil fruit, yet the 5 major gangs are resolute in acquiring it. Thus, the only potential buyers will be among them. Do you grasp the implications of this? Before the man can respond, Ralph continues. This means that as long as bidding proceeds normally, the price will incessantly escalate until it reaches their threshold of tolerance. Naturally, this assumes no covert maneuvers are at play. The swarming pirates are merely there to bolster the numbers and contribute funds. Intrigued by Ralph's words, the man inquires, which of the 5 major gangs do you believe is most likely to secure this fruit? The Bikey gang. At the Soul's Armory, after half a month, Maud's injuries have largely healed. Coupled with a diet of abundant fish and meat, there is no trace of gauntness on his face. Compared to the pallid and haggard countenance upon awakening, he now possesses a rosy and radiant complexion. After successfully unwrapping his bandages, Maud gazes into the mirror. The former pallor has vanished, replaced by a vibrant visage, enhanced further by the absence of the bandages that had obscured his brow. Upon observing his reflection, Maud is pleasantly surprised to discover his own handsomeness. Simultaneously, he has identified his second target, a neighbor. Throughout the past fortnight, Maud has demonstrated diligence and integrity. He has exceeded expectations in fulfilling his duties and has refrained from any thoughts of inappropriate conduct. His exemplary performance as a laborer has gradually allowed him to integrate into the community of the armory. Though Soul frequently expresses satisfaction with him, Maud remains grounded, exercising caution in both speech and action to avoid any behavior that might be deemed excessive or out of line. He understands that Soul's easygoing nature is genuine. When accepting him, Soul does not regard his past identity, but rather values what he can contribute in the present. However, should he fail to demonstrate his worth or provoke Soul's displeasure, the situation could change in an instant. Therefore, Maud remains acutely observant when interacting with Soul. As for Sunny, after deciphering her character, he has grown familiar with her over the course of 10 days. Upon identifying his second target, the most significant challenge is not eliminating the prey, but rather gauging Soul's attitude. Sunny, if I were to take out that fellow next door, do you think Soul would hold it against me? Maud leaned against the partially ajar shop door, tilting his head to peer through the crack, observing the happenings in the alleyway. Sunny glanced up at Maud's profile and remarked casually, "Which fellow? The one named Albert Reed? According to the information you provided me, that name should be legitimate, correct? Are you questioning my intelligence-gathering capabilities?" Sunny, the little intelligence agent, raised an eyebrow, her gaze piercing like a needle directed at Maud. Maud contemplated how one could spend hours poring over a single newspaper. Yet, despite his musings, he dared not reveal his thoughts, instead stating earnestly, "How could I ever question your capabilities? Each time I peruse the information you provide about our neighbors, I find myself irresistibly pondering the level of expertise required for such thorough intelligence gathering." When he initially received the neighborly details from Sunny, the meticulousness was so astounding that Maud could not help but lament how unfortunate one must be to have a neighbor like Sunny. Listening to Maud's flamboyant flattery, Sunny remained unimpressed. With a dismissive huff, she replied, "Many in town use aliases, so I cannot guarantee the accuracy of some information regarding true and false names. However, regarding the people next door, I can assure you of their authenticity. Maud cautiously inquired. Have they offended you? No. Then why have you investigated them so thoroughly? Because they reside right next to us. Sunny regarded Maud with a gaze that conveyed a sense of bewilderment. Modderton was momentarily rendered speechless, silently redirecting the conversation. You have yet to answer my previous question. If I were to eliminate Reed, would Sol be displeased, for instance? How could I possibly know such matters? Very well. Reed has no connection with you. Why would you wish to kill him? I find him excessively noisy. Maud raised a motive offhandedly. The reason he took note of his neighbor, Reed, was primarily due to Reed's drunken escapades, during which he would bellow loudly in the alley, uttering words that reeked of inebriation. His ramblings predominantly revolved around his exploits in the pirate crew, detailing the number of individuals he had dispatched during raids on merchant vessels, as well as the gruesome methods he employed to eliminate the more resilient foes. However, what left a lasting impression on Maud was not these drunken boasts, but rather the grotesque visage Reed displayed when flaunting these tales as a badge of honor. It was indeed Reed's booming voice that made Maud aware of the numerous suitable targets around him, thus eliminating the need to seek distant prey. Upon hearing the motive for murder proposed by Maud, Sunny remarked in realization, Indeed, that fellow is quite loud. Do you believe it? Everything is in place. All that remains is the favorable wind. After careful contemplation, Maud deemed it necessary to first gauge Sol's attitude. Should Sol be indifferent, he would immediately take up arms to ambush Red. However, if Sol opposed the idea, Maud would have to relinquish his intentions. Were there a silencer at his disposal? He could seize an opportunity to discreetly eliminate Red without a second thought. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Maud's own inadequacy. If he were sufficiently formidable, dispatching a mere target would not warrant such concern for potential repercussions. That evening, after dinner, Maud approached Sol. Upon revealing his intentions, Sol, while smoking, regarded him with a sidelong glance. Why kill Red? Like Sunny, Sol was curious about Maud's motivations. This time, Maud could not resort to a dismissive excuse like Red was too noisy. To hone my skills was the response Maud had premeditated, concise and blunt. Sol raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing Maud's demeanor. In the world of pirates, taking another's life for the sake of practice was a common occurrence. Much like when Sol had compelled Maud to sever ties with his past by personally slaying who had been delivered to him on a platter. However, Sol had not anticipated Maud to broach the subject so proactively. He had intended to grant Maud a bit more time to adjust. Ultimately, it was an inevitability. And while Sol did not oppose the notion, he did issue a cautionary reminder. The consequences were his to bear. Succinctly put, it was both a warning and an implicit endorsement. As for the fate of Red, it held far less significance to Sol than what they would dine on that evening. Understanding, Maud's heart swelled with joy. With Sol's declaration, he could proceed with this endeavor unreservedly. As for the potential repercussions of eliminating Reed, he had already steeled himself upon receiving the intelligence from Sunny. It was merely a matter of the pirate crew to which Reed belonged possibly seeking retribution. However, as long as the deed was executed with precision, there was no need to dread such consequences. 3 days later, under a moonless sky and gusty winds, Mo concealed himself in the shadows above the building, carefully positioning Usopp while silently gazing towards the end of the alley, illuminated only by a faint glimmer of light. The distance from the corner at the alley's end to his hiding place was approximately 100 meters. While the effective range of a smoothbore flintlock was considerably less than that of a rifled flintlock, it remained sufficient for a target within 100 meters, provided accuracy was ensured. However, taking into account factors such as aging, Mo planned to take action only when Reed approached within 60 meters. It had been a full 8 hours since he had watched Reed exit the alley in the evening. During the time, the alley had been bustling with passers-by, making it impossible to find an opportune moment to shoot. Now, with the night deepening and the streets nearly deserted, many of his concerns had dissipated. Should Reed return at this hour, Mo would decisively pull the trigger. Time passed slowly, as the moon was veiled by dark clouds. The visibility within the alley was exceedingly low. Had it not been for the few lamps hanging on the walls, it would have been engulfed in complete darkness. Maud patiently awaited. After several minutes had elapsed, the Red people had yet to make their appearance, yet their voices echoed forth ahead of them. Mo suddenly regained his composure and focused his gaze at the end of the alley. After a few breaths, 2 figures appeared, walking side by side into the passage. 2. Maud silently cursed under his breath. The smoothbore flintlock pistol contained but a single bullet. Once fired, it would require a moment to reload for a second shot. This implied that even if he successfully eliminated Red, The other individual would have ample time to seek refuge while deducing the trajectory of the bullet from the sound of gunfire and the direction of the blood splattered by Red. Must he concede defeat? Yet, Sonny had mentioned that Red's pirate crew would set sail by noon the following day, and Maud could not strike during daylight, for it lacked the advantageous concealment that night provided. Thus, missing this opportunity would mean an uncertain wait for the next chance. Maud furrowed his brow. As those two approached step by step, the time left for him grew increasingly scarce. In this moment of indecision, Maud remained oblivious to the watchful gaze that lingered upon him from the shadows. Should he relinquish his pursuit, or press on? Maud gripped the handle of his firearm tightly, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He was reluctant to relinquish this hard-won opportunity that he had awaited for days. Yet he was equally hesitant to undertake a venture fraught with uncertainty. As he grappled with his internal conflict, Red and his companions had already encroached upon the 80-meter range. In the fleeting span of mere seconds, Maud endeavored to unearth a rationale that would assuage his doubts. He cast a glance upward at the heavens, a flicker of hope igniting within him. The delicate balance of risk and reward loomed before him. Even if he were to leave one survivor, it would pose no issue, provided he remained undetected. With the cover of night and the irregular silhouettes of the surrounding edifices, the likelihood of a timely escape appeared considerably high. With this thought solidified in his mind, Maud reached a resolution. Even if the moment was not opportune, it was certainly premature to concede. Drawing a deep breath, he held his composure, fixating his gaze on the two figures advancing step by step. 70 meters. Maud's index finger rests lightly on the trigger. Poised at a distance of 60 meters, Maud's index finger exerted a gentle pressure. 50 meters. Maud breathed in deeply, just as he was about to pull the trigger. Red suddenly quickened his pace and moved towards the side wall. Maud's eyelids twitched, and he nearly pulled the trigger. However, upon witnessing the subsequent scene, his suddenly accelerated heartbeat gradually returned to normal, and his index finger slowly retreated from the trigger. In the alley, Reed leaned against the wall, doubled over as he violently expelled the contents of his stomach. His companion patted Reed on the back while speaking to him from the side. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the night sky parted slightly, allowing beams of moonlight to filter through the gaps, casting ethereal light into the alley. Maud gazed at the two figures huddled together, and a bold idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. This angle was inadequate. It still lacked something. Maud raised himself gently and shifted to another sniping position a few meters away. He then half-crouched, holding his breath as he aimed the muzzle of his rifle at the two figures before the wall of the alley. A projected trajectory of the bullet traced a straight line from above, piercing through the side of Reed's neck, ultimately resting upon the brow of Reed's companion. It was feasible. The murderous intent in Mo's eyes flickered briefly before he pressed the trigger with resolute force. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated through the alleyway. In the next moment, the sound of two heavy bodies collapsing echoed within the narrow confines. Red lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, mouth gasping like a suffocated goldfish. A gaping wound marred the side of his neck, and a crimson stream arched gracefully before cascading to the ground. His companion, a menacing figure, lay silently beside him. The bullet that had pierced Red's neck, losing momentum, precisely entered his forehead, claiming his life on the spot. Moments later, startled by the gunfire, people rushed to their windows, and a cacophony of voices erupted into the night. Meanwhile, Mo had already departed from his sniping position, descending the stairs with the agility of a monkey. Heading towards the armory, several meters away, concealed in the shadows of a building, Sol stood, blending seamlessly with the night. Even from a close distance, one might mistake him for a statue. Observing the two lifeless bodies in the alley, Sol suddenly remarked, "What are your thoughts after witnessing this?" Confusion and disbelief echoed from another shadow a few meters away, as Sunny stepped forth, her gaze not on the corpses, but directed incredulously at the now deserted sniping point. Her face, bearing a wound-like scar, was etched with an unspeakable shock. When Mo received the smoothbore gun from Jesus, I noted his fumbling with it, his handling seemingly novice, as he turned the weapon over in his hands. His demeanor suggested it was his first encounter with such a firearm. Thus, I am inclined to believe he discharged that bullet using a handgun, rather than the smoothbore gun. How did he achieve that? Sol glanced at Sunny, who appeared visibly shaken. He understood her feelings, having endured similar experiences himself. Some truths, though bitter, cannot be altered. From the moment one enters this world, they are categorized. Some are born into poverty, others into wealth. Some are naturally gifted, while others lead unremarkable lives. Sunny, this world is replete with various monsters. Some are destined to wield knives, others to bear arms. Should I continue to learn marksmanship? Soul furrowed his brow, as if he saw his own past reflected in Sunny. Seeing Soul's silence, Sunny's expression turned despondent. I lack talent with the blade, and my poor constitution renders me unsuitable for physical combat. In the end, I had to settle for learning to shoot. When Jesus praised my potential, I momentarily believed I was on the right path. But it seems that the way Jesus viewed me then is not how I see Emoda now. She was engulfed in self-doubt, a sense of despair that even the night could not conceal. Soul sighed, Emoda's talent indeed surpasses my expectations. Yet I do not believe you are inferior to him with a firearm, despite his current swiftness. Is that supposed to be comfort? I wouldn't engage in such thankless endeavors even if I were well fed. Indeed, it was a form of consolation. Soul shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the lights in the night, his words laden with meaning. Sunny, this path is longer than you can fathom. It may stretch to a point where you truly grasp what despair entails, and you and Emoda have merely traversed a minuscule fragment of it. You must understand, in my youth, I aspired to become a renowned swordsman, but like you, I struggled with the blade. Don't go. My tale of heroism has only just begun. Come back. Watching Sunny walk away without a glance, Soul's wrinkled cheeks quivered. He wondered if she had truly absorbed his words. Soul lifted his gaze to the night sky, the memories triggered by Sunny becoming increasingly vivid. He had once faced the same struggles regarding talent and felt hopeless in seeking a suitable path, until a familiar smile of the captain began to emerge in his mind. Soul could not help but smile, becoming immersed in those cherished memories. However, unwelcome recollections soon surfaced. A man, wielding a colossal iron fist and cloaked in dark, armed color, intruded upon his thoughts, displacing the captain's joyful visage. Soul shook his head violently, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why am I remembering him now? At that moment, Soul felt as though he had swallowed 100 flies, overwhelmed by nausea. The armory. Maud returned to his chamber, carefully placing Usopp, who had just achieved a remarkable feat, in a secure position. With a soft sigh, he summoned the hunter's journal. Above the black cover, a slightly larger star point had emerged. Maud lay on the bed, keenly attuned to the changes within his body. This time, with Sunny's intelligence support, the benefits he reaped were significantly superior to those of his initial experience. If his physical prowess before was akin to 5 times that of an ordinary person, now it could be estimated to be around 15 times. In terms of physical constitution, if one were to comprehend it through the lens of Taoist energy, it would equate to 150. The gains from that night left Maud feeling immensely satisfied. With a physique approximately 15 times that of an average person, combined with the martial techniques he had previously mastered, and the addition of a highly lethal smoothbore flintlock rifle effective within 50 meters, he felt well equipped to traverse the streets. However, should a conflict arise, this level of self-defense might still prove inadequate. Amidst such contemplations, Maud drifted into a deep slumber, entirely unaware that the hunting operation of the night had been observed by Thor and Sunny. The following day, as dawn broke, the 2 corpses in the alley had been removed, leaving only a patch of dried blood behind. Local residents traversed the alley, seemingly oblivious to the bloodstain by the wall. Although this area was residential, its inhabitants were predominantly pirates and individuals from the underworld, accustomed to such acts of violence. Thus, even if the corpses remained, they would merely glance at them while passing, soon dismissing the matter entirely. Once the weapons shop commenced operations, Maud took a few steps to observe the murder scene from a distance. Although he was unsure of who had removed the bodies, he was not overly concerned. He was confident that his actions from the previous night would go undetected. Furthermore, Red's pirate crew would set sail after noon. As Red was merely a combatant within the crew, his demise would hardly disrupt their plans, as long as funds were sufficient. The crew could easily recruit a new batch of replacements in Mad Hat Town. Therefore, Maud did not believe that the pirate crew would alter their itinerary due to Red's death, unless the identity of the other unknown individual held greater significance, significant enough to attract the captain's attention. The likelihood of such a scenario seemed quite low. Maud pondered to himself. He cast a glance at the passers-by in the alley, his gaze resembling that of one fixated on slabs of walking pork. Subtly retracting his aggressive stare, Maud returned to the weapon shop and commenced his routine training. He had sensed that Sunny was not quite herself, observing her seemingly melancholic demeanor. He recalled that there were indeed a few days each month when women often felt this way. Maud did not wish to court disaster. Instead, he nestled in a corner of the shop, engaging in a series of exercise routines. With the auction only 7 days away, his thoughts swiftly drifted to the next target. According to the intelligence provided by Sunny, there were indeed numerous potential prey to choose from. However, it was prudent to delay action for a couple of days to reduce hunting frequency and thereby diminish the risk of detection. At the harbor of Mad Hat Town, a multitude of pirate ships of varying sizes and appearances were anchored in the expansive U-shaped bay. Among them was the Sharp Bull pirate ship, a moderately sized brigantine where Red was stationed. As the time for departure approached, the crew of the Sharp Bull had gathered early and made ample preparations for their voyage. A few pirates wandered the deck, seemingly tasked with vigilance. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, the remaining members of the crew, including Captain Cazette, were assembled. They formed a circle around a table, on which lay 2 cold, lifeless bodies. Captain Cazette, adorned with a horned helmet and a thick beard, stood beside the table, his gaze fixed on the corpses. His expression resembled that of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Bloodshot eyes hinted at a simmering fury, and his breath, escaping through clenched teeth, seemed tainted with an aura of murderous intent. The cabin was suffused with an atmosphere of impending violence, influenced by Cazette's palpable wrath. Most crew members appeared solemn, while some feigned seriousness to align with the tense mood. After a brief while, the cabin door was pushed open, causing the atmosphere to momentarily stiffen. Cazette turned his attention to the entrance, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. A cadre wielding a long knife strode in confidently, making his way through the throng until he stood before Cazette. Fixing his glare upon him, Cazette coldly inquired, "What news?" The cadre, named Lagrin, shook his head in response. "Nothing has been uncovered. Nothing at all. Not even a clue." Cazette pressed, his displeasure evident. "Indeed," Lagrin replied, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the captain's evident agitation. Cazette's eyes darkened, irritation flaring within him. Observing his captain's building fury, Lagrin seized the moment to remind him, "Captain, we must return before the auction begins. Time is not on our side." "I do not require your reminders," Cazette retorted with a glare. "Lagrin, I need you to stay behind and resolve this matter." "Understood," Lagrin acknowledged, accepting the command. Moments later, the Sharp Bull pirate ship slowly departed the harbor. As the auction's eve approached, many foreign pirate vessels arrived at the port, while few chose to embark at this time. Several pirates lingering at the harbor cast glances at the Sharp Bull as it sailed away. Lagrin, now tasked with staying behind, watched the ship diminish into a mere speck on the horizon. He turned to head into the town, reflecting on the 2 crew members who had been attacked the previous night. One of them was a navigator who had been trained for 2 years within the crew. The loss of a combatant would not have been as troubling at such a critical juncture, but the navigator was an invaluable asset for their venture into the Grand Line. Thus, even with another more experienced navigator aboard, Cazette could not simply dismiss this affront. Lagrin understood the captain's sentiments, which was one reason he was willing to remain and address the issue. However, he secretly preferred to set sail, as this voyage promised an exceptional bounty that could not be missed. The thought of such a grand prize left him feeling regretful. Half an hour later, he arrived at the tavern district. His gaze was not drawn to the large taverns lining the street, but rather towards an alleyway. Navigating through the bustling crowd, he slipped into a narrow passage between buildings. After traversing the alley for about 10 minutes, Lagrin halted before a tavern. He noticed an oil lamp fashioned from a skull hanging on the wall before pushing open the tavern door and striding inside. Behind the bar, a bartender polishing glasses glanced at Lagrin without offering a greeting. Surveying the dimly lit tavern, Lagrin noted the absence of patrons. He turned back to the bartender and inquired, "Is Woolsa not here?" The bartender silently regarded Lagrin before returning to his task. Lagrin's brow furrowed as he prepared to speak, but a chilling voice abruptly interrupted from behind him. "I've been here all along." Startled by the sudden voice, Lagrin's expression shifted dramatically. When, overwhelmed by emotion, he stepped forward quickly, pivoting to face the source of the voice, hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his knife, poised for action. Upon recognizing the speaker as a thin, sharp-featured man, he hesitated momentarily. "Are you Woolsu?" In the realm of information brokers, those who thrived on intelligence, such as Woolsu, were essential despite their lesser stature compared to naval or revolutionary forces. To uncover the identity of his comrade's assailant, Lagrin had no choice but to seek assistance from such individuals. Woolsu was reputed to possess an acute sense of smell, surpassing even that of a dog. As Lagrin settled onto the sofa, he struggled to compose himself. The realization that Woolsu had approached him unnoticed sent a chill down his spine. This individual, clearly capable, chose to dwell in the shadows, a notion Lagrin found perplexing. Just as they settled in, The taciturn bartender brought forth 2 glasses of liquor before retreating back behind the bar. Woolsoo delicately lifted his glass, inspecting it. Before Lagran could voice his intentions, Woolsoo spoke. "You are Lagran, a cadre of the Sharp Bull pirate crew, correct? Although the incident last night was trivial, I have heard whispers of it. So, you seek my assistance in locating the perpetrator?" Lagran was not surprised by Woolsoo's recognition of him and his intentions. Those in the intelligence trade had to possess certain skills to survive. What astonished him was the display of Woolsoo's capabilities. "Yes," Lagran affirmed, producing a pouch of coins and placing it on the table. Woolsoo picked up the pouch, weighing it before untying the drawstring to peek inside. With years of experience dealing with currency, he could estimate the amount without counting. "Shall we commence immediately?" he asked, a satisfied glint in his eyes as he pocketed the pouch. "That would be ideal," Lagran replied, nodding firmly. Woolsoo smiled, downing his drink in one swift motion, while Lagran abstained from touching the liquor offered by the bartender. The two rose and exited the tavern in tandem. Soon enough, they arrived at the site of the bloodstains in the alley. Woolsoo crouched down, examining the dried blood, and remarked, "I have heard that the victims were shot through the neck and then precisely in the forehead. The individual responsible for this is clearly a skilled marksman." Lagrange maintained an impassive demeanor, his mood ill-suited for listening to the analysis of the rat. However, out of respect for the latter's formidable abilities, he refrained from pressing further. The rat, oblivious to Lagrange's sentiments, ominously remarked that the most formidable adversaries are those who strike unexpectedly, leaving you with no opportunity to retaliate. Yet, the rat's nose twitched, transforming into a slender, black rodent snout. "It was thanks to their industriousness that my business thrived," he thought to himself. Inhaling deeply, he allowed various scents to coalesce into information within his mind. The process of elimination began, first narrowing down the options, then refining them further. After swiftly discerning the desired scent, the rat rose slowly, gazing upwards. "Follow me," he instructed, propelling himself into the air and leaping to the higher levels of the building. Lagrange followed closely behind. It became clear that the rat was a user of a zoan-type devil fruit, specifically one associated with rodents, which explained his proficiency in this task. Thus, locating the sniper became a matter of certainty. The two bounded atop the building until they arrived at the site of the previous night's incident. The rat surveyed the area, and the scent transformed into tangible information, revealing a non-existent trajectory that extended into the distance. Following this olfactory trail, the rat made his way toward Soul's weapon shop, with Lagrange trailing closely behind. As they approached within 20 meters of the shop, the rat suddenly halted. "Have you found something?" Lagrange inquired, a chill in his gaze, assuming the rat had identified their target. However, the rat remained silent, directing his attention toward a particular spot within the alley. The scent trail branched off, one leading to Soul's weapon shop, while the other extended from the shop into the alley. Yet, this branching was not the reason for the rat's abrupt stop. Despite the divergence, the ultimate destination remained Soul's shop, thus it would not hinder their search. The source of concern lay in the rat's grave expression as he stared towards the weapon shop, the entrance faintly visible. Although the scent did not belong to the old man, it certainly bore significance. He pondered silently. Observing the rat's silence, Lagrange furrowed his brow and pressed. "Have you found it or not?" "I have, indeed," the rat replied, glancing back at Lagrange. "However, for the sake of monetary compensation, I advise you to reconsider." "What do you mean?" Lagrange retorted coldly. "It's not your prerogative to suggest such things. Your duty is to lead me to the target." The rat shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. He followed the scent trail, guiding Lagrange to the exterior of Soul's weapon shop. "The perpetrator resides within that establishment, and from here on, it is no longer my concern." "Rat, our agreement was to identify the target, not merely point to a location," Lagrange replied with a sharp tone. Displeased by the rat's intent to withdraw, the rat cast a wary glance at the shop's entrance before smirking at Lagrange. "Very well, the shopkeeper is an old man, and the cashier is a scarred woman. Which of them is the culprit?" "Neither." Lagrange suppressed the urge to draw his weapon. The rat raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "The culprit is neither the old man nor the woman, but there are 3 individuals in the shop. Do you understand now?" Lagrange scoffed. Although he remained oblivious to the rat's reasons for withholding the identity of the third person, he had at least established the target's whereabouts. Little did Lagrange know that the rat was not withholding information out of malice. Rather, he was entirely ignorant of the third individual's identity. This weapon shop was among the few places the rat dared not approach. Had he known the perpetrator hailed from the shop, he would have never taken this job. Yet, since the transaction had been accepted, he had no choice but to see it through. Consequently, the rat refrained from naming Soul and Sunny, instead opting to indirectly indicate the existence of a third individual through the process of scent elimination. Ultimately, he was uncertain about when this third person had emerged. Having completed the transaction, the rat wasted no time in returning to the bar. Lagrange watched him depart, then turned his gaze towards the ajar door of the weapon shop. After contemplating for a moment, he too decided to leave. That evening, a shifty-eyed customer entered Soul's weapon shop. Immediately upon entering, he approached the 3 meager shelves within the store. While feigning interest in the weapons displayed, he subtly observed the 3 individuals present: the gnome-like old man, the scarred girl, and the rather handsome young man. Got it, the customer concluded internally, casually selecting a second-hand cleaver with a small dent and an unremarkable appearance from the 3rd shelf. Then advancing to the counter. How much? 50,000 berries, Soul replied, not even lifting his gaze. The customer, assuming the low-quality knife would be worth no more than 10,000 berries, was taken aback by the standard pricing and muttered a curse. Yet he promptly made the purchase and left. Once the customer exited, Soul finally raised his head to glance at the door. Lagrange was not arrogant. Even though he could not accept the rat's unsolicited advice, the unease the rat exhibited made him acutely aware of the weapon shop's peculiarities. Thus, he refrained from entering recklessly and instead invested a small sum to enlist a lackadaisical pirate to gather intelligence for him. As expected, his findings aligned with what the rat had indicated. The shop housed an elderly man and a scarred girl, in addition to a 15 or 16-year-old dark-haired youth. This meant the perpetrator was indeed the young man. Although Lagrange was oblivious to the boy's motives, such matters were not for him to ponder. His task was to resolve the issue before his pirate crew returned. If circumstances permitted, he would aim to capture the culprit alive, knowing the captain would relish the opportunity to torment the perpetrator. Quietly distancing himself from the weapon shop, Lagrange ventured into the bar district, intent on uncovering more about the shop's background. His caution was primarily due to the rat's failed warning. Otherwise, he would have stormed in seeking trouble. Considering it merely a shop located in an alley, unlike those on the main street protected by regulations. Thus, even if a ruckus ensued within, there would be no fear of repercussions. Lagrange believed he had not revealed his intentions. However, unbeknownst to him, Soul had been observing everything since Lagrange and the rat arrived in the neighborhood, including the shifty-eyed pirate who had come to investigate. At 6 o'clock, the weapon shop closed punctually, recording a net profit of 50,000. Sunny diligently noted the day's earnings in the ledger. The reason for the net profit was something Maud could easily explain. After recording the figures, Sunny headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner while Maud remained behind to tidy up. As for Soul, he unusually refrained from heading to the 2nd floor immediately. Instead, he remained at the counter, his gaze subtly drifting away from Maud. Maud meticulously cleaned the floor and then looked up at Soul, inquiring, "Do you have something to say to me?" "Oh, you noticed, did you?" Soul replied, tapping the ash from his pipe. "How could I not? Your gaze was nearly resting upon my neck." Maud internally scoffed a couple of times before adopting a posture of rapt attention. Soul glanced at Maud and casually inquired, "Would you like to learn to shoot with me?" "Huh?" Maud was taken aback, completely unprepared for Thor to suddenly broach this topic. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Thor was no ordinary individual. After all, he was acquainted with Shanks and had been honored with a respectful title by Jesus. Thus, it was evident that Thor's proficiency in marksmanship was extraordinary. However, under the influence of the characters from the original work, Maud found himself more inclined towards blades or hand-to-hand combat rather than firearms. With this understanding, he regarded guns merely as a transitional tool, intending to shift his focus towards martial arts or bladed weapons once his physical condition improved. Therefore, he had not hastily inscribed a second requirement in his hunter's notebook, leaving 3 blank slots intentionally for future considerations. Noticing Maud's prolonged silence, Thor remained patient, eagerly awaiting a response. He simply could not fathom any grounds for Maud to refuse. After a brief pause, Maud cautiously remarked, "Actually, I would prefer to learn the sword. Do you have any experience with it?" Thor's eyelid twitched as if struck at a vulnerable spot, abruptly standing up from his chair and, with a pang of insincerity, exclaimed, "You wish to learn the sword? Such a worthless tool cannot compare to a gun." Observing Thor's exaggerated reaction, Maud wisely chose to remain silent. He had heard from Sunny that Thor intended to acquire a fine blade, one of the 50 masterpieces, at the auction at the end of the month, leading him to believe that Thor was indeed a skilled swordsman. However, it seemed there was more to the story. I'll tell you this. Learning to wield a sword can lead to a swift demise, but mastering a gun is entirely different. You can maintain distance, shoot from afar, and retreat when danger looms. Can you enjoy such an advantage with a sword? In short, you were born to wield a firearm. Stop entertaining thoughts of learning the sword and stick to mastering the gun. Do you understand? Thor earnestly counseled. He had initially expected Maud to be grateful and compliant. Instead, it felt as though he was the one pleading for Maud's agreement. Had he not recognized Maud's innate talent for firearms and his potential to learn observation hockey, he would not have wasted so many words. It was akin to the shop's business principle: learn if you wish, or leave if you do not. Yet, unbeknownst to Thor, what he deemed Maud's inherent talent for firearms was merely the result of Maud's arduous practice within the hunter world. And his potential for observation hockey was tied to an ability known as heart-drip fist listening. That afternoon, Maud's ability to evade Arthur's probing hand relied on this very skill. Although the heart-drip fist listening ability is divided into stages, its essence can generally be categorized as foresight. Otherwise, given Maud's condition at the time, even with caution, he could not have evaded Arthur's hand. Thor's presence during that incident led him to conclude that Maud possessed the potential for observation hockey, a vital prerequisite for any sniper aspiring to join the ranks of the powerful. Without the capacity for observation hockey, one could spend a lifetime perfecting marksmanship, yet remain outside the threshold of strength. As for an innate sense for firearms, while its significance may not rival that of observation hockey, it remains an essential quality for becoming a top-notch sniper. For instance, those with a natural sense for firearms can hit their targets based on an instinctive feeling, even without prior exposure to firearms or artillery. This is the essence of what it means to possess a sense for firearms. A person endowed with such an instinct, provided they follow the right path, is destined for remarkable achievements. I understand. Although Maud did not comprehend why Sol suddenly wished to take him as a disciple, he dared not voice any dissent in the current circumstances. All he could do was nod in acquiescence. Upon reflection, he realized that learning marksmanship from Sol would not impede his future pursuits in martial arts and knife techniques. After all, he would not squander a skill slot on firearms. Most importantly, he had the opportunity to cling to Sol's formidable reputation. Why not seize such an advantage? Seeing Maud finally acquiesce, Sol exhaled a sigh of relief. HM? Why do I feel relieved? Sol's lips quivered slightly. Given his stature and experience as an old pirate, he could easily command attention on the red-haired ship, merely by calling out for guidance, and a throng of eager juniors would rush to him. Yet now, he was taking Maud under his wing while simultaneously fearing rejection. Very well, considering your potential, I shall accept this, Sol mused silently. He harbored genuine concern that Maud might choose the path of a swordsman, which he deemed a complete waste of talent. If Sol were aware of Maud's true intentions, it would likely provoke a reaction far beyond mere frustration. Enough of this. It is time to attend to our respective tasks. Sol shot Maud a stern glance. Without uttering a word, Maud hurriedly grabbed a bucket and a mop. As he watched Maud depart, Sol's thoughts turned to the individual who had approached Maud earlier that day. Dare to threaten my own? A flicker of determination crossed Sol's gaze. His protective instincts beginning to surface, he walked over to the third shelf designated for second-hand goods and casually selected an aging flintlock pistol, its condition still passable. After witnessing Maud's remarkable abilities the previous night, Sol's perception of him had undergone a fundamental transformation. Now that their relationship was established, he would not allow any petty scoundrels to endanger Maud. As night fell, a lead bullet traversed thousands of meters, striking Lagrin, who was gathering intelligence amidst the tavern's bustling crowd, with deadly precision. A single shot was all it took. The tavern erupted into chaos. The notorious pirate Lagrin, with a bounty of 19 million belly, had met an untimely demise. Death was a commonplace occurrence in Mad Hat Town, happening almost daily. However, Lagrin's death was anything but ordinary. At the time of the incident, no one within 100 meters had heard a distinct gunshot. Even more chilling was the fact that the bullet had penetrated a wooden wall before finding its mark in Lagrin. This indicated that the shooter was not specifically targeting Lagrin, but had fired indiscriminately, leaving Lagrin the unfortunate victim. Those pirates surrounding Lagrin, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, were left in a cold sweat. After a few expletives, they resumed their drinking and chatting as if nothing had happened. A night passed. In a bar nestled within a narrow alley, the rat sat despondently at the counter, having learned of the event. He gazed at the expressionless bartender, Tadamu, and lamented, Tadamu, I'm doomed. Before I die, I wish for you to inherit my fortune to prevent the hard-earned money from going to waste. The burly Tadamu, resembling a bear, paused in his mechanical cleaning of glasses upon hearing this, but soon continued as if nothing had transpired. Noticing Tadamu's lack of response, the rat's eyes darkened as he said, I'm not joking. That damned Laground dragged me down with him. Tadamu remained silent, yet his gaze was fixed on the rat, realizing that the rat was indeed serious. Was it an accident? Tadamu inquired, his voice surprisingly melodious, a stark contrast to his bear-like physique, as he referred to the shot that had taken Lagrand's life. No, the rat replied, accustomed to Tadamu's incongruent tone, his eyes lowered to the drink before him, his voice tinged with palpable dread. I am certain that bullet was aimed at Laground. A flicker of horror crossed Tadamu's eyes. The rat sighed, imagine a bullet capable of targeting your head at any moment, poised to claim your life. I might step out that door and be shot dead without warning. My condolences, Tadamu replied succinctly. Sigh, the rat lamented, growing increasingly despondent. What troubles me most are the funds I have yet to spend. After deducting the storage fees, I should still have enough to buy a few fine bottles of wine. I've decided to leave that for you, Tadamu. No, it's too little, Tadamu said, pouring himself half a glass of liquor and raising it in a toast to the rat. Farewell, he offered, downing the drink in one gulp. The rat nodded silently, finishing his own drink. The way to dispel fear is to confront it. Farewell, Tadamu, the rat proclaimed, rising with a sense of tragic resolve as he strode toward the bar's entrance. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. Moments later, a gunshot rang out suddenly from the street. What the hell? The rat's voice transformed into a cry of shock, echoing clearly within the tavern. Tadamu's expression hardened as he turned to the empty doorway, bowing his head slightly in a moment of silence for the rat. After a brief interval, the rat's manic laughter echoed through the alley. Haha, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Haha. Inside the tavern, upon hearing the rat's laughter, Tadamu's eye twitched. He glanced at his glass, then at the collection of fine wines nearby. What a waste. 2 days passed, and the death of Red made scarcely a ripple. All remained calm. Maud believed he had concealed himself well, unaware that the Mad Hatter's town harbored unreasonable informants like the Wolverine. Furthermore, he was oblivious to the fact that after taking him as a disciple, Sol had subtly mitigated one of his looming threats. Otherwise, with Raglan's cautious yet formidable approach, it was conceivable that a treacherous blow could have been dealt to him in secrecy. Little did Maud know that the unscrupulous rat, who profited from such dealings, would be consumed by fear for 2 whole days, becoming increasingly paranoid to the brink of neurosis. Unaware of these developments, Maud, having found his composure, embarked on a new round of hunting in the dead of night. Maud stood ready for action. Before departing, he conducted a brief inspection of his gear, 2 flintlock pistols and a well-crafted dagger, which he had procured from Sol. Before their relationship was established, requesting weapons from Sol had been an insurmountable challenge. However, once their bond was formed, that issue was effortlessly resolved, transforming into the simplest of tasks. After ensuring his weapons were in order, Maud stealthily exited the armory, nimbly ascending to the rooftop with the agility of a monkey, bending low as he approached the building where his quarry resided. With his enhanced physique, leaping and climbing were no longer obstacles. Thus, this time with newfound confidence, Maud intended to employ his dagger to eliminate his chosen target. This method would minimize the risk of exposure, while the 2 accompanying flintlock pistols would increase his margin for error. After considerable effort, Maud successfully infiltrated the building under the cover of night. He crept silently to the door, able to hear the sounds of snoring emanating from within. Pausing for a moment, he gently pushed the door open. Illuminated by the faint light, he gazed into the room, where on a bed not far from the window lay 2 figures entwined in slumber, appearing to merge into one under the dim glow. 2 more, was it? Maud was somewhat taken aback as he quietly approached the edge of the bed. A foul odor, a mixture of sweat and alcohol, assaulted his senses. Maud's brow furrowed slightly as his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to discern the 2 figures entwined in slumber. To his surprise, the bed did not cradle a man and a woman as he had anticipated, but rather 2 muscular men, their bare bodies pressed closely together. One of these muscular figures was none other than his target, Coliver Garden, with a bounty of 8 million. As he beheld this rather shocking scene, Maud silently drew his dagger, diverting his gaze from Garden to the other unfamiliar muscle-bound man beside him. As his eyes roamed over the man's robust physique, a sudden thought took root in Maud's mind. This opportunity should not go to waste. In his mind, Maud contemplated silently. Without hesitation, he aimed for the soft spot between Garden's shoulder blades and thrust his dagger twice with precision. Swiftly, he rotated his wrist, gripping the dagger with the reverse hand, and delivered a decisive cut across Garden's throat. These 3 strikes were executed with both speed and ferocity, a stark contrast to the earlier encounter when he had knifed Watt. Garden, having been struck thrice, abruptly opened his eyes and let out a few gasps before falling silent forever. After dispatching Garden, Maud extended his left hand to seize the throat of another muscular man, while his right hand plunged the dagger into the man's abdomen in a flurry of 3 swift strikes. The muscular man jolted awake, struggling violently. Yet, Maud had transformed. Harnessing the advantage of surprise and his considerable strength, he pinned the man firmly beneath him. Seizing the initiative, Maud directed the muscular man's gaze toward the lifeless Garden beside them. "Shall we have a chat?" A chilling voice whispered like a cold wind, sweeping past the muscular man's ear. Minutes later, Maud left the building. The black cover of the hunter's notebook now bore 2 additional stars. Based on the information provided by Sunny regarding the neighbors, Maud selected 10 targets from among them. The first target was, needless to say, Red, whom Maud had successfully eliminated. And the second was Garden, who had just met his demise. However, Maud had not anticipated that Garden would come with an unexpected bonus. In terms of physical prowess, these 2 muscular men, who embraced each other in slumber tonight, clearly surpassed Watt and Red. Yet, the benefits Maud reaped were not as pronounced as those from the previous 2. Maud had mentally prepared for this. He understood that the profit model of the hunter's notebook resembled the accumulation of experience points. It was akin to a novice player in a game, who, by vanquishing a few slimes in the early stages, could easily level up. However, as one's level increased, the experience gained from slimes would correspondingly diminish. Subsequently, one could only hunt higher-level prey or those of comparable strength to witness a stable rise in experience points. For instance, if Maud were capable of defeating monsters of the caliber of Kaido or Big Mom, the resulting gains in physical prowess would undoubtedly elevate him to new heights. Yet, such aspirations could only be entertained in dreams. Of course, Maud could opt to continue hunting slimes, and although the rewards would be lesser, he could achieve a qualitative transformation through sheer numbers. He had done so in the past. During his time in the hunter's world, he had leveraged the privileges afforded by the punishment institution to personally execute numerous death row inmates. That period saw him amass experience points until the benefits had truly dwindled to 0, at which point he ceased his activities. However, while this method allowed for risk-free experience acquisition, it significantly depleted the blank pages of his notebook. Employing this strategy in the hunter's world was still acceptable, but in the world of One Piece, it risked self-sabotage. This was due to the scarcity of extraordinary users in the hunter's world, in stark contrast to the abundance of formidable individuals in One Piece. This delineates a fundamental difference between the 2 realms. In other words, the variety of selectable monsters in the One Piece universe far exceeds that in the Hunter universe. Thus, even though Maud had contemplated purchasing slaves to farm experience points, he would not hastily implement such a plan. Upon returning to the weapon shop, Maud washed up and retired for the night. Days passed by. On the eve of the auction, Maud had successfully secured targets 3, 4, and 5. Regrettably, despite the bounty on the nearby neighbors being relatively substantial, the quality of experience was not as high as anticipated. After all, the assessment of bounty amounts is not solely determined by strength. It is more so based on the heinous acts committed and the threats posed, which establish a rough estimate of the bounty. These neighbors possessed mediocre strength, evidently belonging to the category of those who had engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. Consequently, after several hunts, Maud's physical prowess had barely increased from 15 times that of an average person to 20 times. Nevertheless, Maud felt quite satisfied. He believed that with the capital he currently possessed, he was adequately prepared to partake in the festivities of the auction's outer circle. On a new day, the sky was clear and cloudless. Nearly a month of preparation for the auction had attracted a diverse crowd. There were pirates, underworld figures, and even reckless bounty hunters disguised among them, not to mention undercover agents from the Navy. This vibrant scene caused the inner harbor of Crazy Hat Town to be nearly filled with ships, their various flags fluttering in the sea breeze. Should any Navy personnel witness this spectacle, they might be unable to suppress the thought of how splendid it would be to capture them all in one fell swoop. Despite the overwhelming influx of visitors to Crazy Hat Town, the business at Soul's weapon shop remained desolate. On this day, the shop opened as usual. Sunny sat at the counter, lost in thought as she gazed at the entrance. It was the end of the month, and her mind was filled with thoughts of the devil fruits at the auction. However, those were things destined to remain out of her reach. It was rare for Sol to forego his morning exercises at the Flower Street. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming crowd. Or perhaps he had suddenly recalled his responsibilities as a master. On this day, he finally devised a beginner's training regimen for Maud. While leg training, Maud's legs were bound with an enigmatic, dark metal that felt surprisingly heavy. One could not help but wonder where Sol had procured such burdensome materials. Maud found it peculiar that Sol emphasized leg training, as he believed snipers primarily focused on enhancing the stability of their hands. Do you know what the highest realm of a sniper is? Sol inquired, responding to Maud's curiosity. I do not. Listen closely. The pinnacle is to fire a shot without the need to flee. Ah? And do you know what the next level down is? No, I do not. It is to fire 10 shots without having to run. Ah? Is there yet another level beneath that? Please, just tell me. It is to fire 1 shot and then run. Ah? Do you think that is the end? Allow me to enlighten you. The final level is to flee at the first sign of danger. In the chaotic winds of Modu, one ponders, is this the philosophical discourse on the realm of snipers within the world of One Piece? No, it must surely be a concoction of Sol's own making. Yet, there appears to be a semblance of reason to it. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Sol then spoke contemplatively. What do you believe your current realm to be? Maud hesitated for a moment and whispered, should we simply run if the situation turns dire? Wouldn't that suffice? Thor shot him a piercing glance. Modun found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, he began to comprehend the intricacies of these realms. Thus, he diligently commenced his leg training, contemplating that he must not end up becoming a mere Usopp, but rather aspire to attain the prowess of Sanji. A torrent of people surged into Mad Hat Town, rendering the already chaotic atmosphere exceedingly vibrant. The sound of gunfire echoed with alarming frequency, reverberating throughout the town like a series of celebratory cannon blasts. Bloodshed and murder had become commonplace, yet this tumultuous scenario did not incite chaos. Rather, it incited a fervent revelry among the pirates. On the gambling street, a cadre of individuals clad in black suits, generally tall and imposing, marched in formation. At their forefront was a relatively diminutive middle-aged man, distinguished by a black hat and a striped suit, with a cigar held defiantly between his lips. Despite his short stature, he exuded an aura of intimidation, while his formidable entourage followed his lead without question. Cursed be it, it was the notorious gang leader, Becky. Are you courting death? Retreat at once. The crowd on the street recoiled upon sighting the approaching gang, clearing a wide path for them. Meanwhile, on the bar street, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of a dozen individuals, each marked by fatal knife wounds. Before these corpses stood a man, unsettlingly pale, wearing a black top hat and wielding a cane, whistling nonchalantly as he rhythmically twirled his cane. The onlookers, aghast, watched him depart. What had just transpired? Ah! It dawned upon them that man was the infamous demon sheriff, Lafayette. All manner of nefarious individuals had gathered in the West Sea for a coveted devil fruit. This was to be a grand celebration for pirates and denizens of the underworld alike. Yet, amidst the revelry, a few bounty hunters, blinded by greed, had taken the perilous risk of infiltrating the gathering, along with naval undercover agents, undeterred by the threats to their lives. In addition to these characters, several peculiar guests had also arrived. The sea breeze wafted gently as an unremarkable small pirate ship glided into the inner harbor of Mad Hat Town. The waters near the dock were already crowded with vessels, leaving scant room for more. Nevertheless, the small pirate ship, leveraging its size, deftly navigated through the larger ships, seeking a space to dock amidst the congested flotilla, showcasing the exceptional skill of its helmsman. On the deck, a youth with waves of golden hair and a distinctive scar over his left eye cast the anchor into the sea. The anchor splashed into the water, sending a cascade of droplets as it sank. After securing the anchor, the boy clapped his hands and praised, without turning back, Haku. Your steering skills remain as impressive as ever. Have you forgotten? The tall man at the helm replied cryptically, offering no acknowledgement of the compliment. What? The boy queried in confusion. Just as the words left his lips, he received a sharp blow to the back of his head. The assailant was a slender girl donned in a short dress and black thigh-high stockings, her figure striking. The force of her slap dislodged her red hat, which had been adorned with a diving mask, revealing her vibrant orange hair. With a frown of annoyance, she disregarded the fallen hat, glaring at the bewildered boy. How many times must I remind you? Alias. Do you understand what an alias is? Ah, my apologies, I forgot, the boy responded sheepishly. A smile creeping onto his face as he bent down to retrieve the hat and place it back on her head. The girl puffed out her cheeks, exuding exasperation. Now then, Steel Pipe, I need you to confirm once more. What should you call me? And what should you call Haku? Clara and Banji. Very well. If you misstep again, you shall face the consequences. The girl, alias Clara, waved her fist in the air before striding toward the cabin. Steel Pipe rubbed the back of his head, murmuring to himself, but even if it's an alias, must you give me such a ludicrous name as Steel Pipe? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, we're disembarking. Clara's voice beckoned from within the cabin. Coming. Steel Pipe hurried towards the cabin. Moments later, their appearances had undergone subtle transformations, donning darker sunglasses. Steel Pipe now sported a black top hat, while Clara had removed her previous hat and tied her hair back. Notably, Steel Pipe had acquired an additional water pipe slung across his back. Banji, I entrust the lookout to you. Steel Pipe nearly slipped and uttered Haku's original name. But Clara's sharp glare prompted him to correct himself just in time. At the cabin door, Haku, alias Banji, nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. You too, be cautious. Rest assured, we're not up to any mischief. Steel Pipe waved them off as he and Clara leapt from the ship. They walked side by side along the dock. Clara glanced sideways at Steel Pipe, her voice lowered in exasperation. I truly cannot fathom you. It's merely a stolen pirate ship, even in jest. Don't refer to it as home. Don't sweat the small stuff. After all, it did carry us here and provides us a convenient guise, Steel Pipe retorted, slightly dismissive. True, but let us not dwell on that. Clara sighed softly before adopting a serious tone. I must remind you, the primary objective of this mission is intelligence gathering. Do not act recklessly. Steel Pipe adjusted his hat, saying earnestly, I understand. The foremost task is to ascertain the troop disposition at the labor factory, if conditions permit. Acquiring a detailed map would be even better. That is good to hear. Clara nodded, scanning the throngs of people around them. With such a crowd at the dock, one could only imagine the multitude of pirates and underworld figures congregated within the town. Such a bustling scene will indeed facilitate our operations. Steel Pipe's gaze flitted over the surroundings, absorbing every detail with precision. Suddenly, Steel Pipe's gaze sharpened as he grasped Clara's hand and swiftly retreated to the side of the road. Clara, taken aback by the abrupt motion, wore a puzzled expression. Apologies. I may be overly sensitive to the murderous intent, though it is not directed towards us, Steel Pipe explained, discreetly glancing towards a group of menacing pirates approaching from behind. Upon hearing Steel Pipe's warning, Clara noticed the band of pirates, casting a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. The two shared a tacit understanding and gradually slowed their pace. Soon, the group of pirates passed by, heading towards the streets of the town. Observing the retreating figures of the pirates, Clara meticulously recalled intelligence related to the West Sea pirates and murmured, that is the Sharp Bull pirate crew. Although they are not particularly renowned in the West Sea, their captain, Casti, wields the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit and is quite formidable. Just a few days ago, one of the largest merchant fleets in the West Sea, the Platinum Gold, was attacked by a band of pirates, and it is likely they were responsible. Steel Pipe remarked calmly. Ordinary pirates would not dare to assault a vessel from the Platinum Gold Merchant Association. It must have been a coordinated effort among pirates. Clara nodded in agreement. Indeed, the likelihood is high. As long as we avoid conflict, it should be inconsequential. Steel Pipe's gaze returned to the surroundings. In this tumultuous scene, there were many figures far more formidable than those of the Sharp Bull pirate crew. Clara regarded him with a hint of surprise, sensing something unusual in his demeanor. Noticing her gaze, Steel Pipe inquired, Why do you look at me like that? Nothing, I am merely astonished by your sudden enlightenment. It gives me a peculiar sense that you have finally matured, Clara replied. The two entered the bustling street together. A glance around revealed pirates armed with swords and guns everywhere, typically moving in pairs, with very few venturing alone. After walking just a few hundred meters, bloodstains became visible on the ground in multiple places. The crowd surged, accompanied by the cacophony of voices, the clash of blades, and sporadic gunfire emanating from a distance. As Clara turned towards the sound of clashing swords, she witnessed a pirate mercilessly striking down a companion with a blade. Fool. This is the fate of those who provoke me. The blood-soaked pirate laughed boisterously, not forgetting to loot the corpses around him for money and weapons. The surrounding spectators cheered for the victorious pirate, as if they had just witnessed a bloodthirsty dogfight. What chaos, Clara sighed softly. Steel Pipe, however, remained impassive, his expression devoid of emotion. Such disorder was merely commonplace in these tumultuous times. Throughout the day, the sounds of cannon fire echoed from various parts of Mad Hat Town, only showing signs of subsiding by evening. Soon after, the sun dipped below the horizon, and lights began to illuminate the surroundings. After dinner, Soul gathered cash to attend the auction. Although he lacked the talent for becoming a master swordsman, he had a profound passion for collecting fine swords. Tonight's auction featured the 50 craftsmanship fine blade, which was his target. Before departing, he turned to Sunny and Maud with a tone laced with warning, "You too. If you have nothing to do tonight, retire early." "All right. Understood," Sunny and Maud nodded in response. Seeing this, Soul opened the door and stepped outside. As Soul left, Maud promptly secured the door and locked it. "Sunny, I'm heading to bed now." "Oh, trying to sneak out so early? Well, it's not like, huh?" "What did you say?" "I said, as soon as Soul leaves, you're already planning to sneak out for some excitement? What nonsense are you talking about? It's so dangerous outside. How could I dare to venture out?" Caught in her suspicion, Maud chuckled awkwardly. Sunny coldly retorted, "Do you think I am unaware of what you have been up to these past few days?" "What have I done?" Maud blinked, and in a moment of playful deflection, he responded with a question of his own. Observing Maud's feigned ignorance, Sunny, disinterested in engaging in a futile argument, opted instead to issue a stern warning. "Tonight is unlike any other, so it would be wise for you to remain indoors. I certainly do not wish to find your severed eyeballs, ears, and nose, or your dismembered torso, with half a pound of your insides missing, delivered to the shop come morning." "Sunny, you are quite ruthless." Maud's eyelid twitched uncontrollably, unable to withstand Sunny's earnest warning. With a serious demeanor, Sunny stated, "I am sincere." "I can see that. Then make sure to sleep soundly tonight." Maud remained silent. Upon witnessing this, Sunny furrowed her brow and fell into silence as well. She understood that when Maud ceased to engage in banter, it signified a point of no return regarding his decisions. The atmosphere grew rather awkward. After a considerable pause, Sunny suddenly approached the counter and retrieved a yellowed notebook from the depths of the drawer. Holding it in her hand, she tossed the notebook towards Maud. Maud raised his hand to receive the notebook, inquiring, "What is this?" "It is a compilation of intelligence I have gathered over the past few years." "A collection of intelligence?" Maud's eyes narrowed as he swiftly flipped through the notebook. After a cursory glance, an expression of excitement blossomed on his face. Within this relatively thin volume lay a wealth of intelligence regarding pirates with substantial bounties, precisely what he had been yearning for. Initially, he had assumed that Sunny was merely investigating their neighbors out of a sense of precaution. However, it now appeared that Sunny had been engaged in such activities all along. "Sunny, is this truly your passion?" Suppressing his exhilaration, Maud nearly tucked the notebook into his bosom. Sunny, unable to comprehend the source of Maud's enthusiasm, chose not to pry further and simply replied, "It's not entirely a passion. It's merely a preparation for the future." "Preparation for the future?" "Yes, because Thor is aging. And there might come a day when he doesn't awaken, or perhaps he could even pass away next month. Such possibilities are not out of the realm of reality." Sunny casually recounted the potential future challenges that an elderly Thor might face, then continued, "At that time, I will have to shoulder certain burdens alone. And given my limited capabilities, I can only mitigate that pressure through advanced intelligence." "Have you truly contemplated matters to such a degree?" Maud was somewhat taken aback. Yet he believed that Soul could still thrive for several more years, as he possessed the energy to engage in morning exercises on the streets daily. Unbeknownst to him, he had seemingly acclimated to Sunny's offhand sharp tongue. "Unlike you, I lack the talent," Sunny remarked, casting a glance at Maud's lower half, her attention drawn to the weights strapped to his legs. In a moment of uncertainty, Emoda found himself at a loss for words. "Soul had intentionally rescued you, not out of mere benevolence or solely to augment the workforce in the shop, but rather to ensure that I would not stand alone in the future. There have been several predecessors before you, yet all had met a tragic fate due to their inability to adapt to the eccentricities of Mad Hat Town." At this juncture, Sunny fixed her gaze upon Emoda's countenance. However, even Soul himself had not anticipated that the individual he brought back this time, despite occasionally displaying a flippant demeanor, possessed extraordinary talent, prompting him to make an unprecedented offer to take on an apprentice. Upon hearing this, Maud fell into a contemplative silence. He had previously harbored doubts regarding the matter of Thor rescuing him, but now, clarity washed over him. Observing Maud's taciturn demeanor, Sunny's tone grew more earnest as she remarked, "I do not harbor any animosity towards you. That is why I have bestowed upon you my journal. Furthermore, I do not wish for your demise to come too soon. Thank you." Maud's smile was one of understanding. Even without discussing affection, I bear no dislike for you, he mused inwardly. Sunny scoffed. What do you intend to do next? I shall not concern myself with it, but you must return the journal to me by tomorrow evening. Must I return it? Of course, it is something I have painstakingly recorded. Is it not permissible to keep it? Absolutely not, and you may transcribe it for yourself if you wish. That is a valid point. Maud let out a chuckle. With that, Sunny refrained from saying more and proceeded to the second floor. She handed over the journal to Maud, intending to make him aware and steer clear of those perilous individuals, ensuring he would not fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. Sunny, Maud suddenly called out to her. Sunny halted her steps and turned to gaze silently at Maud. What kind of devil fruit do you desire? I can procure one for you in the future. Noticing Sunny's silence, Maud counted on his fingers and smiled. Let's disregard the Logia type. Acquiring one is exceedingly challenging. The Zoan type is decent, offering resilience and endurance. Yet its limitations are rather low, with a plethora of varieties. Unless it is an ancient type, it is best not to consider it. After much deliberation, I believe the Paramecia type would be the best choice. However, the Paramecia category is quite diverse, generally categorized into several directions, such as enhancement types, creation types, and manipulation types, among others. Thus, it is essential to identify your specific needs. I recall there is a Paramecia fruit known as the slippery fruit. I believe that would suit you quite well. As Maud's sudden torrent of words flowed forth, Sunny, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, You seem quite knowledgeable about devil fruits. Madra hurriedly explained that he had encountered relevant information in a book. Oh, Sunny contemplated for a moment before abruptly turning back towards the counter. Seeing this, Maud was puzzled and asked, What are you doing? Taking notes, Sunny replied, as she produced paper and pen, meticulously transcribing the complete analysis of the devil fruit that Maud had just described. Maud was rendered speechless. Is it not more important to determine a direction first rather than merely taking notes? He silently observed Sunny, who was diligently jotting down notes at the counter. And couldn't he help but feel a pang of sentiment? Despite her apparent shrewdness, there were times when she struck him as somewhat naive. The devil fruit. In his mind, the image of Sunny's expression upon seeing the auction catalog gradually emerged. Although it may not be possible now, I will undoubtedly procure a devil fruit for you in the future. Maud pondered inwardly. The decision to exploit the bustling atmosphere of the auction to his advantage had been made over 2 weeks prior. Had the preceding hunts been less favorable, he would have resolutely abandoned the idea. However, with the hunts proving remarkably successful and an abundance of weaponry at his disposal, he could hardly heed Sunny's warnings. Upon returning to his quarters, Maud donned dark-colored attire and retrieved the disguises he had meticulously prepared, a death armband and a face mask. This inspiration stemmed from the mortician, Arthur. Consequently, the mask Maud crafted bore a resemblance to Arthur's, albeit with a tinge of disappointment for not being able to replicate the distinctively clear style of Arthur's work attire. Otherwise, he might have been able to shift some blame onto Arthur. Maud O'Malley fastened a death emblem armband and donned a mask that revealed only her mouth and eyes. Before glancing at her reflection in the mirror, Well, it will suffice. Maud nodded with satisfaction. Donning a mask as a mortician served as the most effective disguise at present. After his transformation, Maud inspected his weapons and ammunition. 2 flintlock pistols, a short dagger, and most importantly, Usopp. 30 lead bullets should suffice. Maud meticulously inspected the ammunition pouch. Once prepared, he eagerly ventured outside. With practiced ease, he ascended to the rooftop of a building, making his way towards the nearest towering structure. In no time, Maud found himself atop a 5-story edifice, his gaze fixed upon the brightly illuminated streets below. It was hard to fathom that such a vibrant nocturnal scene could emerge from a lawless territory teeming with pirates. The auction was set to commence at 9 o'clock. Leaving 2 hours to spare, Moore settled himself down with a measured calmness. He had never contemplated entering the auction house. It was not out of fear of encountering Soul, but rather due to his belief that the potential risks within the auction house were far greater than those outside. Thus, he was content to merely catch a few fish from the periphery. Before the auction commenced, Moore had no intention of taking action. In his moments of idleness, he retrieved the notebook that Sunny had provided and began to peruse its contents by the light of the moon. The entries in the notebook were not as extensive as he had anticipated, primarily focusing on the pirates who resided in the town of Mad Hatter. Maud observed each word carefully. Perhaps it was Sunny's habit to describe the appearance of each target in a few simple phrases before recording their strength information. Though not as detailed as that of the neighbors, it was sufficient for Maud to quickly identify the target's identity through these characteristics. Maud occasionally turned the pages. It was difficult to remember everything clearly within a short time, leaving a general impression sufficed. Oh, there's a section on Kid as well. Upon reaching Kid's page, Maud was somewhat surprised. A closer examination revealed that the information was largely speculative. For instance, Kid's obsession with acquiring firearms led to the conjecture that his marksmanship was exceptional. After a thorough review, it became evident that the content was rather inflated, as most of the intelligence was derived from conjecture. It was likely due to Sonny having never heard of or witnessed Kid's capabilities, compounded by Kid's origins from overseas, resulting in limited knowledge. As for the current Kid, he probably had not yet consumed a devil fruit, and his overall strength was likely still in a developmental phase. Maud reflected on his memories of Kid. If given the chance to eliminate Kid now, he might hesitate for a moment, yet he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. For Maud, regardless of how much Kid's experience might escalate over the years, it pales in comparison to the significance of his present experience. He turned to the next page, continuing his research. After flipping through several more pages, Maud abruptly came across his own name, accompanied by several lines of description beneath it. However, all the words were crossed out with two thick black lines. At the very bottom of the intelligence report, several large question marks stood out prominently. And these two had fallen victim to the merciless black lines. The stroke of the pen made it seem as if I were already deceased. Gazing at the straight black lines at the beginning and end of the text, Maud shook his head slightly and continued to read. Soon, he reached the end of the entire notebook. Afterwards, he embarked on a second reading to deepen his impressions. After approximately an hour of meticulous examination, feeling he had grasped the essence, he finally put the notebook away. Curiously, what left the most profound impression on him was not the extremely dangerous individuals that Sonny had specifically marked, but rather the sharp bull pirate crew, led by Red. Among all the previous prey, only Red was associated with the collective, whereas the others were primarily scattered pirates drifting along with the tide. The sharp bull pirate crew. Maud stood up, gazing at the distant lights, his thoughts gradually becoming more animated. His attention was drawn to the sharp bull pirates, not solely due to Red, but primarily because their captain is a Zoan-type devil fruit user. From the information recorded by Sonny, it is evident that he possesses one of the varieties within the bull fruit category. One of the defining characteristics of Zoan-type devil fruit users is the significant enhancement of physical prowess, which precisely aligns with the objective that could yield the greatest benefit for Maud. Consequently, Maud could surmise the combat attributes of Kazut, the captain of the sharp bull pirates. He likely possesses immense strength, high defense, and formidable close-quarters combat capabilities. To consider such a target as prey, it is imperative to pay particular attention to breaking through their defenses. Regrettably, there is no bounty notice available for Kazut, Maud murmured to himself, contemplating the necessity of finding time to collect various pirate bounties. Otherwise, as is the case now, despite his desire to record Casty's name in the hunter's notes, he found himself hindered by the absence of a likeness. In this regard, the bounties issued by the Navy significantly facilitated Maud's task, providing not only photographs but also full names. Although errors in names were conceivable, the likelihood was minimal. It was nearly time. With an hour remaining until the auction commenced, Maud ceased his waiting and made his way directly toward Lookout Street. In a bar street, at the entrance of a tavern named Nightshade, a group led by Casty of the Sharp Horn Pirates gathered. The alley was narrow, filled with nearly 100 men, creating a bottleneck that rendered passage impossible. Casty glanced at the tavern sign and, leading his 30 companions, strode boldly inside. The remaining members formed a blockade around the establishment. Within the tavern, the bartender Tadamu and the seemingly indifferent guest, the Rat, regarded the menacing Casty and his crew with blank expressions. The distinctive sharp helmet and the bushy beard were enough for the Rat to instantly recognize Casty as the captain of the Sharp Horn Pirates. The reason for Casty's arrival was easily surmised, and the Rat had already mentally prepared himself for the encounter. Gently swirling his drink, the Rat observed the dazed Tadamu. Apologies, he offered, though the sentiment felt rather hollow. Tadamu remained silent. Casty fixed a cold stare on the Rat, stating, "You're the Rat, correct? I prefer to be straightforward." "Oh, that's evident," the Rat replied, casting a glance at Casty's sharp helmet, unperturbed. The weapon dealer's bullet had claimed Lagran's life, and since that incident, the Rat had been on high alert, unable to fathom why the armory would target the navigator of the Sharp Horn Pirates, leading to a cascade of subsequent troubles. To his knowledge, there was no connection between the two parties, save for the fact that one of the deceased lived near the armory. Yet, at this moment, such details were inconsequential, as the primary figure had arrived. The rat watched Casty, who prided himself on his straightforwardness, with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor exuding mastery. The 30 men under Casty's command seemed insignificant in comparison. Listening to the rat's understated response and sensing the undercurrents of tension beneath the calm surface, Casty's eyes narrowed. A mixture of vigilance and burgeoning combativeness emerging. The atmosphere grew tense. Casty, captain of the Sharp-Horn Pirates, isn't it? The rat, noticing Casty's momentary silence, felt a mix of calm and exasperation, pondering how to assert the identity of the assailant if Casty remained taciturn. Casty's gaze grew frigid as he slowly activated the powers of his devil fruit. The black whiskers on his face began to extend in wild growth, creeping toward his cheeks and forehead. In an instant, his entire visage was shrouded in dark, dense hair, with piercing yellow eyes emerging like beacons in the night, radiating a clear aura of menace. The rat, however, suddenly spoke rapidly. Anything you wish to know, Captain Casty, I shall divulge without reservation, and I won't even charge you. The tone shifted abruptly, and Casty's murderous intent momentarily faltered. 10 minutes later, having obtained complete information, Casty and his crew exited the tavern. Once they departed, the rat slowly retracted his smile, his expression turning cold as he regarded the door, muttering, I only offer free services to the deceased. Tadama glanced at the rat, remarking, that was quite perilous. Not too bad, considering I'm no pushover, and besides, you were here too. Tadamu almost wanted to say that if a fight ensued, he would be the first to escape. The rat remained unaware of this, continuing, given our combined strength, escape would be impossible. But we could manage to take them down to some extent. Although Casty resembles a bull, he knows how to maintain composure and won't act recklessly. As long as I cooperate, I can assure you he won't make any rash moves with the auction approaching. Turning the glass upside down, the rat observed the residual liquid slowly trickling down the walls, a hint of coldness gracing his lips. As for what followed, he hoped their demise wouldn't be too brutal. Tadama remained taciturn, leading the rat to feel as if he were speaking to himself. Tadamu, tonight will be quite lively. Don't you have any interest? The rat flipped the glass back over, signaling for another drink. Tadamu shook his head, indicating his lack of interest, but proceeded to refill the rat's glass. I am most eager to participate, the rat proclaimed, tilting his head back. Yet, I dare say I fear. The Sharp-Horn Pirates exited the alley, heading toward the Mad Hat Auction House on Lookout Street. Wells, one of the cadre members, walked beside Casty, stating in a low voice, information obtained through severe torture is valuable, yet that rat was overly accommodating. Should we trust the intelligence he provided? Unlike Lagran, who excelled in swordsmanship, Wells specialized in firearms. Casty gazed ahead, his demeanor cold. The auction is imminent. I prefer to avoid any disturbances. Such matters can be addressed after the auction concludes. Understood. Upon hearing this, Wells ceased his discourse. The group hurriedly made their way back to Mad Hat Town, acutely aware of the timing. Upon their return, they learned of Lagran's assassination within the tavern, instantly realizing that formidable adversaries were now tracking them. It was clear that their navigator had been dispatched first, followed by Lagran, who had remained to address the aftermath. While Cast advocated for a cautious approach, refraining from provoking trouble, this did not equate to a lack of courage. He had his eyes set on several enticing items at the auction, one of which was a merman slave, an invaluable asset for successfully navigating the treacherous waters of the upside-down sea. To vie for the coveted items, he leveraged the sale of information as a bridge for collaboration, aligning with 2 other pirate crews of similar strength to seize the Platinum's fleet, thereby securing enough funds for the auction. With such meticulous preparations, there was no room for distractions that could derail their plans. Moreover, the effort to locate the rat had already pressed them for time, and any further delays could result in missing the auction altogether. The Sharp-Horn pirate crew moved swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the Mad Hat Auction House. With approximately half an hour remaining before the auction commenced, many prospective buyers had already entered. Nonetheless, the entrance was bustling with activity. Due to the auction house's regulations, Cast brought only 2 of his officers along. He opted not to entrust the funds to the auction's designated custodians, but instead carried the money directly into the venue. The custodians, akin to a secure storage service, primarily catered to pirates, safeguarding their treasures on the countless uninhabited islands scattered throughout this world. Many pirates utilized these islands to conceal their precious possessions, such as treasures and fine spirits. However, this practice posed significant risks, as one could easily find their hard-earned riches inadvertently claimed by rival pirates. In response to such circumstances, custodians emerged, offering paid storage services similar to banks, charging reasonable fees for their security. The custodians collaborating with the auction primarily focused on safeguarding buyers' funds. Should a buyer choose to deposit their auction funds with a custodian, they could seamlessly retrieve their items post-auction, bypassing tedious transfer procedures, especially crucial for items like devil fruits, which are best consumed on-site. Ultimately, based on individual buyer preferences, some opted for custodial services while others, like Cast, chose to enter the auction house with their funds in hand. Within a tavern near the Mad Hat auction house, the profession of custodian was indeed diverse. A masked figure named Maud occupied a table, silently absorbing the lively exchanges among the townsfolk, gaining valuable insights into the happenings of Mad Hat Town. His solitary presence at the table was not a result of force, as in the case of Kid, but rather due to his mortician's attire. In the eyes of the pirates, morticians were seen as collectors of the deceased, or, at best, as sanitation workers, naturally. Such a grim profession deterred pirates from sharing a table with Maud. This phenomenon suited Maud just fine, as he relished the tranquility. He ordered food and drink but did not partake, keenly observing any discussions that mentioned his name, quickly glancing over and then discreetly returning his gaze. Each pirate he scrutinized would often shiver inexplicably, puzzled yet oblivious to the cause. Time trickled by, with pirates occasionally leaving and others entering. With every creak of the tavern door, Maud would subtly glance up. The door swung open once more, revealing a golden-haired youth adorned with a black top hat. He scanned the tavern's seating arrangement and swiftly pinpointed the relatively vacant spot at Maud's table. What a lively scene. The golden-haired youth, who had arrived in Mad Hat Town earlier that day, stepped into the tavern, lifting his finger to adjust the brim of his hat, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The tavern was nearly full, yet Maud's table remained conspicuously empty with 2 unoccupied seats. Without a moment's hesitation, the youth made his way directly to Maud's table. Unfazed by the mortician's profession, he harbored no superstitions or aversions. Approaching one of the vacant seats, he regarded the silent, masked Maud, uttering not a single word before taking a seat. This tavern was a bastion of freedom and spontaneity. One could sit where they pleased without needing anyone's consent. Once seated, the youth kept a watchful eye on Maud's reactions while gesturing to the busy servers, signaling that he was ready to place an order. Maud observed the young man who had just taken a seat. The darker sunglasses he wore appeared quite incongruous in this setting. To conceal his gaze, Maud took a bite of the long-ordered appetizers for the first time. Moments later, a waitress bearing a tray hurried to the table, softly inquiring what Steel Pipe required. With a smile, Steel Pipe ordered a draft beer and a portion of snacks. Please hold on. After placing the order, the waitress swiftly departed. As time passed, the nearby establishments, such as taverns, restaurants, and casinos surrounding the Mad Hatter auction house were bustling with patrons. Most of the prospective buyers attending the auction had brought along large groups. However, the auction house stipulated that each guest could bring no more than 2 companions, causing the additional attendees to wait outside. Consequently, places like taverns became their refuge. Had Steel Pipe not settled in, he would likely have been occupied by someone else shortly. Encountering a boorish pirate could have resulted in a demand for Maud to vacate the table. Conversely, the presence of a seemingly amiable young man occupying one of the seats inadvertently alleviated some potential risks for Maud. After placing the order, Steel Pipe reclined back, only to be impeded by the pipe behind him, prompting him to remove it and lay it on the table. Maud cast a glance at the unassuming pipe, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. To wield a pipe as a weapon is indeed rather unconventional. Do you mind? Steel noticed Maud's gaze lingering on the pipe and offered a faint smile. Maud remained silent, opting to act first and inquire later. This fellow was evidently accustomed to his own capriciousness. Noticing Maud's reticence, Steel Pipe seized the opportunity to engage further. Today, I encountered several individuals on the street donning masks akin to yours. I heard they belong to a profession known as funeral directors. So, might you be a funeral director as well? While attempting to converse with Maud, Steel Pipe was simultaneously distracted, eavesdropping on the surrounding pirates' discussions, hoping to extract valuable information from their chatter. Prior to the official commencement of the auction, he and Clara had decided to operate separately, employing various methods to gather as much intelligence as possible. Maud remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. His attention was predominantly focused on absorbing information. Thus, Steel Pipe spoke intermittently. While Maud occasionally nodded or shook his head, but refrained from uttering a word. Externally, they appeared to engage in a casual exchange, yet beneath the surface, they were engaged in a similar endeavor. It can only be said that fate is indeed wondrous, allowing them to share the same table. After several interactions, both Mode and Steel Pipe swiftly sensed a peculiar undercurrent. Whether by coincidence or not, they shared a moment of mutual understanding, exchanging a brief glance before their gazes diverged, each looking elsewhere. Mode narrowed his eyes, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What could this be about? Maude and Steel Pipe were lost in their thoughts, and the atmosphere at the table instantly plummeted to a chilling silence. The creaking of the tavern door announced the entrance of a man, pale to the point of being uncanny, who leaned heavily on a cane. It was none other than Lafayette, the notorious devil sheriff of the West Sea. Once a sheriff in a certain region of the West Sea, he had earned a reputation for his excessive use of violence, ultimately leading to his disgrace and expulsion from the territory. Consequently, he naturally fell into the ranks of pirates, yet his infamous moniker remained, a testament to the extent of his notoriety. Lafayette surveyed the room and quickly spotted the sole vacant seat. He made his way toward it, which happened to be at the table occupied by Maude and Steel Pipe. The tavern was filled with pirates engaged in conversation and revelry, but all eyes turned to Lafayette, their unease palpable due to his recent spree of violence. His presence alone, bolstered by his fearsome reputation and malevolent deeds, brought a slight pause to the lively atmosphere of the establishment. Maude also caught sight of Lafayette, whose strikingly bold attire and appearance immediately revealed his identity. Was he one of Blackbeard's accomplices? What could he possibly be doing here? Maude's gaze subtly shifted. Although Blackbeard's companions have limited appearances in the original narrative, each possesses a vividly distinct personal style. Thus, despite Maude's insufficient familiarity with Lafayette, he could nonetheless remember them and immediately recognize Lafayette's identity from his attire. As he observed Lafayette approaching, Maude instinctively glanced at the vacant seat beside him, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Should he discreetly slip away? With this thought, Maude's gaze subtly shifted, unobtrusively inspecting a table of patrons about 5 or 6 meters away. This had been his chosen target after lingering here for several minutes, primarily due to the fact that the individual boasted about his bounty at the table. Such prey, equipped with their own strategy, should not be allowed to escape unscathed. Initially, Maude had intended to wait for the individual to depart before stealthily following to seize an opportunity for ambush. However, Lafayette's arrival prompted Maude to reconsider his approach. One need not remain on-site for an ambush. Finding a suitable location outside to lie in wait would suffice. Just as Maude's thoughts began to flow, Lafayette gracefully took a seat. Maude is prepared to retreat, yet the Steel Pipe remains unresponsive, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding pirates. Amidst the myriad gazes directed his way, Lafayette seems undeterred, intending to summon a waiter to place an order when, abruptly, the recently closed tavern door is violently thrust open. A thunderous noise instantly captures the attention of everyone present, drawing their collective gaze towards the entrance. In an unexpected turn, 2 pirates with menacing expressions storm into the tavern. Side by side, they utter no threats, nor do they present an introduction. Instead, under the astonished stares of the onlookers, they raise their pistols. The barrels of their weapons are unmistakably aimed at Lafayette's position. In a swift flash, 2 gunshots reverberate through the tavern. As the sound fades, an eerie silence envelopes the space. The 2 pirates, clearly there to seek vengeance, stand frozen, their bodies stiff. Above their foreheads, a bloodied hole, emitting wisps of white smoke, has appeared. The situation takes a sudden turn as numerous pirates look towards the source of the gunfire, only to behold a masked mortician stowing away 2 pistols. What remarkable speed! One exclaims in astonishment. The Steel Pipe, gripping the water pipe with his right hand, gazes at Maude with mild surprise, while Lafayette, now clutching his cane, wears an expression of unexpected shock. The acrid scent of gunpowder lingers in the air, starkly noticeable. The tavern's patrons, accustomed to the scent of smoke and the clash of blades, regard the dissipating haze with indifference. A multitude of eyes pierce through the smoke, fixating on Maude. Their expressions a mix of awe, surprise, and disbelief. The suddenness of the event leaves them momentarily stunned. By the time they comprehend the situation, the 2 pirates, once intent on revenge, lie lifeless on the ground, having met their fates mere moments after entering. Despite their clear intent and decisive actions, the masked mortician was quicker, firing simultaneously to deliver 2 leaden bullets straight into their foreheads. It was a display of unparalleled speed, precision, and brutality. A few pirates seated near the entrance cast a glance at their fallen comrades, and upon reflection, realized the sinister intentions behind the pirates' timing and location. They had likely followed Lafayette, hoping to use the tavern patrons as a shield for their escape. Little did they know that the very table Lafayette occupied was a trap, waiting for their arrival. As Maud absorbs the gazes of the tavern's patrons, he sighs inwardly, discreetly placing the still-warm flintlock pistol beneath the table. He does not rush to leave. Instead, he promptly reloads the weapon. Though his reloading method may be inefficient, his composure is unwavering. At that moment, Maud deduces that the two pirates were indeed targeting Lafayette. Otherwise, how could they have arrived so closely on his heels? Unfortunately for them, Lafayette's presence at the same table exposed Maud to their threats. In such circumstances, even without sensing any murderous intent, he could hardly remain passive, regardless of their target. The moment they aimed their weapons, they bore the consequences of their actions. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Maud drew his pistol and dispatched the two pirates. In essence, he eliminated two adversaries on behalf of the often enemy-ridden Lafayette. However, the reality is that Maud acted solely to mitigate the risk. Impeccable marksmanship, remarked Steelpipe, who relaxed his grip on the water pipe, intrigued by Maud. His true name is Sabo, a revolutionary with a background steeped in rigorous training, skilled in various techniques, including intelligence gathering. Although not frequently engaging with firearms, his proficiency in shooting is notable. Having sensed Maud's own intelligence-gathering efforts, he harbors curiosity about Maud's identity, leaning towards the conjecture that Maud may be affiliated with the Navy. Now, witnessing Maud's evidently systematic shooting prowess up close, Sabo's suspicion of Maud's naval connections intensifies. Maud did not pay heed to Sabo's compliments. He slightly lowered his head, diligently loading ammunition. Observing Maud's persistent silence, Sabo chuckled, unperturbed. Despite the divisions between their factions, he had always refrained from hastily judging an individual's morality, nor would he harbor unwarranted disdain for someone merely due to differing allegiances. His worldview was relatively liberal, unshackled by antiquated and rigid notions. In contrast, Lafayette, seated beside him, cast a more scrutinizing glance at Maud. He was acutely aware that the two unfortunate souls earlier had aimed their lethal intentions at him, the palpable malice almost demanding a warning signal. However, he was taken aback by the decisiveness and ruthlessness exhibited by the man who should have remained uninvolved. He certainly did not interpret Maud's intervention as an act of assistance. He discerned the underlying reason for Maud's swift action. And this very trait was what he found admirable. Lafayette's gaze traversed the exposed details of Maud beyond the mask, his eyes, lips, ears, and neck, committing them to memory before retracting his focus and summoning a server. The tavern staff, now regaining their composure, promptly removed the corpse and began clearing the still-fresh bloodstains from the floor. Concurrently, amid a shortage of manpower, they dispatched someone to notify the Undertaker to collect the body. As for the Undertaker, who had swiftly quelled the incident within the establishment, they were foolish to disturb him further. Gradually, the turmoil subsided, and the surrounding pirates returned their attention to whatever they had been engaged with before. At this juncture, Maud had finally completed the loading of two flintlock pistols. Lacking practical experience in this task, his blind loading left much to be desired in terms of efficiency. After securing the loaded pistols, Maud rose to depart from this tumultuous place, intending to find a suitable spot outside to lie in wait for his chosen prey. "Are you leaving?" Despite being repeatedly overlooked by Maud, Sabo took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Maud cast a fleeting glance at the oversized sunglasses adorning Sabo's face, yet chose to disregard him entirely, striding directly towards the entrance. Lafayette, however, cast a sidelong glance at Maud's figure, his eyes scanning him like a sophisticated device, meticulously observing Maud's silhouette from head to toe. The surrounding pirates could not help but steal a glance at Maud as well. Once Maud departed, and the door swung shut behind him, the tavern erupted once more into a lively commotion. Stepping outside, Maud surveyed the environment surrounding the tavern, seeking a suitable shadow in which to conceal himself. In this densely packed area, characterized by buildings of varying heights, wherever there is light, shadows are certain to follow. Soon enough, Maud discovered an appropriate temporary hiding spot. He strode purposefully through the throng of pedestrians, seamlessly melting into the shadows of his refuge. From this vantage point across the street, he silently observed the tavern's entrance. The moment his quarry exited, he would follow closely behind, poised to seize the opportunity to hunt. As for their names, there was no need to inquire. The bounty posters they carried as tokens of boastfulness would reveal all. Time slipped away, with less than 10 minutes remaining until the commencement of the auction. However, Maud's focus did not lie on the auction itself. Suddenly, he spotted two familiar figures, Kid and Killer. Concealed in the shadows, Maud watched as the duo made their way towards the auction, instinctively reaching for Usopp, who was secured on his back. If the opportunity arose tonight, perhaps there would be a chance to act. Maud slowly withdrew his gaze, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Whether the risk was worth taking depended on the circumstances. For now, it was imperative to keep a close watch on those few targets. If they were to escape, then his efforts tonight would be in vain. Maud quietly observed the entrance of the tavern. Before long, the hour hand approached 9 o'clock, and the auction house began to close its entryway. From a distance, Imoda observed numerous individuals clad in matching attire emerging around the auction house, standing guard like sentinels. They were likely the armed contingent representing the auction house. Maud thought to himself. Subsequently, he ceased to pay attention to the auction house. An hour elapsed. The tavern door was pushed open, and three men, their faces flushed with drink, staggered out, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Upon seeing these three men, Maud, who had been lurking for over an hour, felt a surge of excitement. At last, they have emerged. Maud quietly followed behind. Meanwhile, the auction was in full swing. The decor of the auction hall was reminiscent of an opera house, with a semicircular arrangement of seats on the first floor, each one facing the auctioneer's platform, clearly visible to all. The second floor featured individual boxes embedded in the walls, each with a slanted staircase leading directly to the auction stage. The venue was packed to capacity. Even the exclusive boxes on the second floor were filled to the brim. Atop the resplendent auction platform, a composed middle-aged auctioneer was exuberantly congratulating a buyer who had just secured a female slave. In the seats near the front, Soul's eyes were fixated on the recently auctioned female slave, his gaze predatory as it roamed over her vulnerable form. He swallowed hard, unable to suppress his primal instincts. It was only when the female slave was escorted backstage that he let out a regretful sigh. Next to him, Arthur subtly shifted away. So white and so large. Soul mused, wiping away the drool that had escaped his lips onto Arthur's clothing. You. Arthur shot Soul a look of both shock and anger, fighting the urge to throw his chair at him. Soul, however, appeared unfazed, reclining with an air of nonchalance. Arthur sighed, regretting his choice to sit next to Soul. The atmosphere was bound to become more animated soon. Suddenly, Arthur heard Soul murmur to himself. What do you mean? He queried, puzzled. Soul grinned, continuing to speak to himself. Anything that can easily touch the heart. Arthur's expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him. Then he heard Soul's next words. Often it resembles excrement, easily blinding certain individuals. On the auction platform, the middle-aged auctioneer opened his arms, his tone still fervent and powerful. The next item will be the final slave of the evening, the grand finale of our slave category. I assure you it will not disappoint, so please take a look. With the final syllable spoken, he suddenly gestured towards the left side of the platform, accompanied by the rumbling of wheels. A cart bearing an iron cage was pushed to the center by two burly staff members. Inside the cage sat a fishman, entirely covered in a yellowish hue, his robust body bound by unbreakable chains. The fishman bowed his head, motionless as if lifeless. Though his physique was sound, he exuded an aura of desolation. The auctioneer approached the cage, smiling as he declared, Behold the grand finale of tonight's auction, the Hammerhead Sharkman. I know that those who desire this item have come prepared, while those who disdain it hold no interest. Therefore, allow me to skip the introduction and proceed directly to the next phase of the display. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than a staff member on the opposite side of the cage pressed a button on the cart. Zzz. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of electricity coursed through the fishman. The once inert fishman convulsed violently, letting out a piercing scream as his wide mouth revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth characteristic of his kind. Among the audience, eager buyers were already fidgeting in anticipation, ready to raise their paddles as soon as the auction commenced. Casti was among them, determined to secure this fishman slave as his prized possession. Behind the curtain of the auction platform, the backstage area was cluttered with cages housing slaves. These captives were predominantly stunning women, though a few robust male slaves could also be found. Regardless of gender, they all bowed their heads in silence, their eyes filled with despair as they listened to the anguished cries emanating from the auction stage. Among the cages was one that resembled a pet box, containing a sleek, all-white skunk. Strangely, this skunk emitted a peculiar fragrance rather than a foul odor. Curled up within the cage, its dark, human-like eyes observed the human slaves around it, gazing at them as if they were a pitiful bunch. As the night deepened, a chill swept through the air. Mode stealthily followed the trio of prey. Shortly after their departure, several intoxicated men emerged from the tavern, making their way down the street. Once the men had distanced themselves, Sabo discreetly pushed open the tavern door and stepped outside. He cast a subtle glance at the men who had already moved away, and then, in a manner remarkably akin to Mode, began to silently trail them. Unbeknownst to him, Mode, proceeding in the opposite direction, remained entirely oblivious to this development. He continued to pursue his 3 targets, yet he had yet to find an opportune moment to strike. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. As long as he could secure a profitable outcome, he was willing to wait until dawn. This was one of his guiding principles in the art of hunting. Maud hung back, maintaining a distant pursuit of his quarry. Time slipped by, and soon, half an hour had elapsed. At that moment, the opportunity he had been waiting for finally presented itself. Observing that the 3 prey had ceased their aimless wandering and turned into a narrow alley, Maud's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he swiftly followed. The trio of men, oblivious to the grim reaper lurking behind them, meandered aimlessly through the alley until, quite unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a bar at the end, its welcoming lights aglow. "Is there really a bar in a place like this?" one of the men exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Shall we go in for a few drinks?" "Sure," came the enthusiastic reply, their spirits lifted by the prospect of revelry. Just then, 2 gunshots rang out without warning in the alley. The searing lead bullets sliced through the air, striking 2 of the men in the back, blooming forth 2 vivid splashes of crimson as they collapsed forward. The last man, untouched by gunfire, abruptly realized the peril and instinctively yanked one of his wounded companions in front of him, using him as a shield. While casting a wary glance toward the source of the bullets, another gunshot echoed through the alley. The companion, now serving as a shield, was met with another bloom of blood on his back. At the other end of the alley, Maud was taken aback. He had brought 3 guns, allowing him to fire thrice in quick succession. The first 2 shots had been fired in rapid succession with his flintlock pistol, targeting the 2 armed prey, carefully avoiding any fatal strikes to ensure he could reap the benefits of experience. Swiftly, he switched to his Usopp weapon and aimed at the last assailant wielding a knife. However, he did not anticipate the man's remarkable reflexes and ruthless instincts. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his bleeding companion as a shield. Realizing that the 2 wounded men would soon succumb to their injuries, Maud decisively discarded Usopp and charged toward the knife-wielding assailant. Upon seeing Maud rush forward, the man's expression shifted. He hesitated for a fleeting moment before choosing not to draw the flintlock holstered at his waist. Instead, he pushed his shield aside and unsheathed his long knife. In that instant, Maud had closed the distance, brandishing his dagger and lunging at the knife-wielding man. Rather than retreating, the man advanced, taking a large step forward and thrusting his blade directly at Maud, hoping to leverage the length of his weapon to eliminate him in one swift motion. Yet Maud, with a sudden crouch, narrowly evaded the deadly strike, and in the blink of an eye, 2 blades clashed in a dazzling flash of steel. Maud stepped over the knife-wielding man, then abruptly turned, using his heel to brake while casting a glance at the man's retreating silhouette. In an instant, blood gushed from both the man's wrist and throat, as if shot forth by arrows. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the man's blood spray, Maud lunged forward, plunging his dagger into the man's lower back while forcefully bringing him down to the ground. Subsequently, he swiftly searched the incapacitated prey for the bounty notice, glancing over it with a discerning eye. Upon confirming the names, he promptly summoned his notebook, and with a quill, he hurriedly inscribed the details of the 3 targets before they drew their last breaths. He was just in time. As he penned the final word, Maud exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. Just then, an astonished voice echoed from the far end of the alley behind him. Upon hearing the sound, Emodo was taken aback, instinctively retracting the hunter's notebook. The bloodstains on the pages transformed into droplets, cascading to the ground. He then crouched down in a single swift motion, drawing the flintlock pistol from his prey's waist and pivoting to aim the barrel at the source of the noise. The gun was swiftly directed towards the shadowy figure. Before he could discern its features, Emodo decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet shot forth, aimed directly at the figure's brow. Unprepared for such ruthlessness, the figure found itself bereft of any opportunity for dialogue as the gunfire erupted. Despite the abruptness of the situation, It relied on extraordinary reflexes and an acute sense of danger, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade the lethal projectile, although it had managed to dodge the bullet. A cold sweat broke out in response to the harrowing encounter. It was the rat-like creature, known as the wolf rat, who had emerged from the bar to investigate the commotion. Initially a mere bystander, he nearly met his demise and, in a fit of anger, unleashed a torrent of curses. Just then, another bullet whizzed through the air, targeting the wolf rat's torso. At that moment, he was in the process of stabilizing himself. Yet, being a Zoan fruit user endowed with formidable physical prowess, he contorted his body to evade the strike. However, it was too late, as Emoda, having missed his first shot, decisively targeted the second shot at a more vulnerable part of the wolf rat's anatomy. The bullet struck the left side of his abdomen, erupting in a spray of crimson. Damn it, I was merely spectating. Is this really necessary? The wolf rat exclaimed, clutching his bleeding belly, incredulously gazing at the masked Emoda. Had he not recognized Emoda by scent, he would have acted immediately, teaching him the meaning of courtesy before aggression. Emoda gazed expressionlessly at the unfamiliar wolf rat. Casually discarding the 2 flintlock pistols he had seized from the prey at his feet, he gradually crouched down, drawing the dagger embedded in the lower back of the man holding the knife. A misfire. Then, Emoda lowered his voice to offer a perfunctory explanation while slowly retreating. A misfire? The wolf rat, upon hearing this, laughed in rage. Were it not for his instinctive transformation of the abdominal region to enhance his defenses while dodging bullets, that shot at such close range would undoubtedly have inflicted harm. You are indeed an intriguing individual. The wolf rat regarded the retreating Emoda with a complex gaze. Initially, he allowed his entire form to undergo the transformation, then used his fingers to extract the bloody lead bullet, pinching it between his digits. The transformation into a hybrid state was not a preparation for attack, but rather a means to accelerate his body's natural healing and to suppress pain. A Zoan-type devil fruit user. Noticing the wolf rat's sudden transformation, Emoda remained vigilant, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of desire as he observed the visibly bulked-up physique of the wolf rat. However, with the 5 guns on site having been emptied of ammunition, there was clearly no opportunity to reload. Lacking the crucial firearms, Emoda doubted that a mere dagger would suffice to subdue the apparent Zoan-type user before him. In other words, it was a matter of unfortunate timing. It would be wise to withdraw. What is that look in your eyes? Under Emoda's gaze, the wolf rat felt a shiver run down his spine. Perhaps it was the change in thought patterns brought on by his transformation, but for a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were being regarded as potential prey. Maud remained silent, facing the wolf rat while slowly retreating. Observing this, the wolf rat took a deep breath, wincing slightly as it tugged at its wound. It struggled to calm the turmoil that Maud had nearly ignited within, endeavoring to soften its expression as much as possible. It acknowledged its own fault, realizing that it should not have spoken abruptly from behind, thus harboring no resentment towards Maud, and assuring that there was no malice intended. Maud looked at the wolf rat with confusion, halting his steps. Noticing Maud's pause, the wolf rat felt a surge of joy. He truly bore no ill will towards Maud. His sudden outburst from behind was merely a long-ingrained bad habit. Regardless, Maud's cessation of movement heralded a promising beginning. Next, he had to seize this opportunity to befriend Maud. If they could become friends smoothly, it would be nothing short of splendid. I assure you, I harbor no malice. Do not be misled by my beastly form. It is not intended as an act of aggression, but rather, it enhances my healing abilities. Of course, my explanation is not to place any burden upon you. Your decision to fire was entirely justified. Anyone would have done the same in that situation. Therefore, I hold no grievances and could never be irked by such trivial matters. It is simply that witnessing your prowess inspires a sense of admiration within me, a reverence for strength. I believe I have come to admire you. So might I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? The wolf rat raised his hands, staring blankly as Maud swiftly disappeared down the alley, offering him no chance to finish his words. The chilly night breeze swept past, stirring scraps of paper before his rigid face. It dawned on him that the reason Maud halted was not to lend an ear, but rather to retrieve the discarded flintlock pistol. Damn it! The wolf rat felt a mix of anger and grievance. Wasn't I the one injured? Why was it he who fled? Was it so difficult for him to let me finish my thoughts? At some point, Tadamu arrived outside the bar, observing the wolf rat's suppressed frustration, and inquired, "Aren't you going to pursue him?" "Pursue? What a joke." The wolf rat shot Tadamu a glance, utterly dejected. "Not like you." Tadamu, puzzled, responded. The wolf rat sighed. That individual is the assailant the sharp bull pirates are after. How could I possibly chase after him? Even if he had aimed another shot at me, I would have to endure. Tadamu fell silent, contemplating the wolf rat's predicament. He longed to ask why the wolf rat had been so obsequious moments earlier, but opted for silence instead. The wolf rat gazed down at the gunshot wound on his abdomen, gritting his teeth, but that guy was truly ruthless. Tadamu, do you know? I merely made a sound behind him, and without hesitation, he fired at my forehead. Tadamu nodded in agreement. Such a merciless individual was indeed rare. Yet, it was precisely this type of person who managed to survive longer. Damn it, if I hadn't reacted swiftly, I might have been done for. The wolf rat became increasingly anxious. Forget it. Let us go inside and continue drinking. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced at the 3 deceased pirates on the ground. Moments later, the wolf rat scavenged the corpses for a pouch of coins. Ah, much better. As he toyed with the pouch, he exhaled a sigh of relief. You truly are regressing, little rat. A sudden female voice echoed through the alleyway. It was not the youthful tone of Tadamu, but a more mature voice. Startled, the wolf rat sprang to his feet, astonished at the source of the voice. Meanwhile, Tadamu, still at the bar entrance, narrowed his eyes, swiftly adopting a defensive stance. Unbeknownst to them, a third individual was present. They turned to the source of the voice and beheld a woman clad in a hooded cloak, her figure still accentuated despite the garment. She bore a long sword at her side, her tall and slender frame emanating an undeniable aura of authority. Tadamu, having spent years in Mad Hat Town, had never encountered such a formidable presence, remaining ever vigilant. The wolf rat, on the other hand, seemed to recognize the woman. What brings you here? Since when have you decided such matters? The woman slightly lifted her chin, revealing a beauty mark on her jaw. The alleyway was dimly lit, the only illumination coming from the skull lantern at the entrance of the bar. Half of the woman's body remained shrouded in shadow, yet her stance and tone exuded a commanding presence. Under the weight of her aura, the wolf rat felt his lips move, yet no words escaped. He found himself compelled to lower his gaze slightly. He's merely a pirate. Given your current circumstances, even if you were to kill him, it would be of little consequence. The woman gazed towards the direction Maud had fled, her implication unmistakable. You were shot, and yet you seek to apologize, while your adversary fled upon sensing danger. You lack the courage to pursue him. The wolf rat instinctively glanced at Tadamu. He had explained the situation to Tadamu merely 10 seconds prior. Yet now, facing this woman, who was technically his superior, he felt compelled to articulate his explanation anew. That individual was from the weapon shop. What? The woman exclaimed, her form suddenly shifting as she instinctively employed the shave technique from the 6 styles, darting towards the direction Maud had escaped. In the blink of an eye, she covered several dozen meters, yet refrained from using the technique again, silently observing the path ahead. The wolf rat silently watched the woman's slightly flustered retreat. Wishing to yell out, "Why did you stop? Why aren't you pursuing him?" Yet he wanted to live a few more years, so such thoughts remained unspoken. After a few moments of silence, the woman turned back towards the wolf rat. Approaching him, she cast a sidelong glance at Tadamu, her first acknowledgement of his presence since she arrived. Even though Tadamu had previously revealed his intention to attack, she disregarded him entirely. In a sense, her confidence in her own strength mirrored her commanding presence. Do not kill him. The wolf rat spoke firmly. This matter does not concern him, and I can assure you he will not cause any trouble. The woman remained silent, yet her thumb subtly pressed against the hilt of her sword. Seeing this, the wolf rat's expression darkened as he positioned himself protectively in front of Tadamu, locking eyes with the woman. Trust me. I trust you, but not him. The woman pressed her thumb against the hilt, continuing to apply pressure. Well, if that is the case, I suppose I'll have to withdraw. Acknowledging the wolf rat's stance, the woman, albeit reluctantly, released her grip on the hilt, her first concession. The wolf rat, relieved by her acquiescence, turned to Tadamu. You should head inside first. Tadamu furrowed his brow, yet remained unwilling to move. The expression in Lang Shu's eyes gradually turned serious. Noticing this, Tadamu discreetly glanced at the woman who imposed significant pressure upon him, then silently turned and stepped into the bar. The bar door closed behind him. Only then did Lang Shu withdraw his gaze and direct it towards the woman. A few days ago, I received a commission from pirates, tasked with identifying the murderer of their comrade. Unfortunately, the perpetrator hails from a weapon shop. You have been exposed? The woman's expression shifted suddenly, a realization dawning upon her. Lang Shu shook his head and replied, in recent days, I have been uncertain whether that old man noticed me, but just now, I lean towards believing he did not pay me any mind. Or perhaps he simply does not regard me as a threat. Otherwise, I might have already become a lifeless corpse in a gutter. Even if he were to confront me, he would never uncover my true identity. So you needn't worry about such matters. At most, they would just find another substitute. Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze softened, and she nodded. Lang Shu continued. For these past few years, I have refrained from approaching that weapon shop too closely, nor have I dared to observe that old man directly. My instincts tell me that even a purposeful glance in his direction could lead to an inevitable brush with death. Indeed, caution is commendable. The woman lowered her eyelids. Her wine-red eyes filled with a cold demeanor. After all, the opponent is the mysterious gun, renowned for exceptional observation and perceptiveness. Given this, you should not have sought me out. There will be no incidents tonight, she implied. Lang Shu sighed lightly, comprehending the source of the woman's confidence, merely the advantages stemming from the current circumstances. He glanced towards the direction of the auction and inquired, "How many of you have come?" The woman raised 3 fingers. 3? Well, that should not significantly affect me. Lang Shu then turned his attention back to the direction where Mo Da had departed, returning to the main topic. That individual was the very murderer the pirates are seeking. Encountering him here serendipitously provides me with a unique point of entry. Hearing this, the woman suddenly recalled Lang Shu's previous submissive demeanor, realizing something. You intend to utilize him? Yes, but he is merely a newcomer, not the first, nor will he be the last. This time is different. That old man acted on his behalf. The woman's expression changed. His action indicates an increased likelihood of exposure. Yet, despite this, the mysterious gun took action. This indirectly signifies the mysterious gun's regard for that individual. Perhaps this is. At this thought, the woman's eyes sparkled, and her beautiful visage brightened. Lang Shu momentarily lost his focus. The woman's long-standing assertiveness often made him inadvertently forget her undeniable charm. Shaking his head vigorously, Lang Shu dispelled those prickly thoughts. Some women may be beautiful, yet they are not to be touched or contemplated. Mouse, regardless of your plans, I assure you that if you succeed, the efforts you have invested in these past years will not be in vain. There is one thing I have always found perplexing. Since you were so intent on eliminating that old man, there must be significant motives behind it. Why not directly summon sufficient forces from headquarters to confront him instead of resorting to such roundabout methods? Do you think we do not wish to? The woman momentarily halted her words, the faces of the 2 elders flashing in her mind. Lang Shu, perplexed, asked, "Then why is that?" "Because." The woman grit her teeth. "He runs fast." Lang Shu was rendered speechless. The woman took a deep breath. In any case, persuading a bird to willingly enter a cage is ultimately no simple task. Maud raced swiftly, traversing several streets before finally coming to a halt. Could that individual perhaps be unwell? Slightly shaking his head, Maud drew forth 3 firearms, meticulously loading them with ammunition, all the while falling short of the remarkable reloading speed exhibited by Jesus. Every time Moda reloaded, he couldn't help but inwardly lament the inconvenience of the flintlock. The rewards were satisfactory. Perhaps before midnight, he might still encounter a few suitable prey. At this hour, the auction should still be ongoing, right? After loading the ammunition, Moda cast his gaze towards the direction of the auction. Just as he did so, a series of explosive sounds erupted from that vicinity. Moda was taken aback. An explosion? Was it from the auction house? Moda's thoughts stirred, leading him to a moment of hesitation. If the explosion indeed originated from the auction, it would suggest that something had gone awry. The presence of chaos implies a greater opportunity for opportunistic gains, yet it simultaneously signifies an increased level of risk. Should he proceed or refrain? Maud contemplated for a moment. After all, as long as he kept his distance, it would suffice. As for Thor's safety, Maud had never considered the possibility that all the participants in the auction might perish. He firmly believed that Saul would undoubtedly be the last one standing. The reason for his conviction stemmed from the day he had listened to Saul impart his knowledge on the realm of snipers. Maud had come to understand a profound truth. As long as one could run swiftly enough, the hail of bullets and the glint of blades would never catch up. Maud held the opinion that Saul, an esteemed veteran sniper worthy of reverence even from Jesus, might not possess overwhelming physical strength. Yet his mastery of speed could very well be at an unparalleled zenith. Having made his decision, Maud secured his firearm and leaped effortlessly onto the roof of a building. The 3 pirates he had hunted that evening had granted him tangible benefits, enhancing his leaping ability. Now, Scaling a 2- or 3-story building was a trivial feat. As he traversed the rooftops, Maud made his way toward the location of the auction. Soon, he arrived at Wangle Street, where the auction venue was situated. After considerable effort, he found a suitable vantage point atop a building. However, to avoid the risk of being ensnared in the chaos, Maud chose a spot that was still some distance from the auction itself. From his position, he could only discern the black smoke billowing from the auction house, while the crowd outside was merely a vague outline. In this context, Maud suddenly felt the necessity for tactical goggles or a compact telescope for easier portability. At this moment, he wished for a means to ensure his safety while maintaining a clear view of the unfolding situation. Should he venture a little closer? Maud contemplated the situation. Ultimately, he decided that safety was paramount. Soon, he relinquished the thought of taking risks. If simply eliminating these pirates could yield experience, he would willingly embrace the peril, for the potential rewards were evident. However, the constraints of the hunter's journal rendered such risks unnecessary. It sufficed to remain in a secure location and patiently await opportunity. When fortune favored him, he would certainly encounter his targets. If luck did not arrive, he would simply bide his time for the next chance. Maud held Usopp, leaning against the side of a long chimney, gazing distantly at the scene outside the auction house. Aside from a thick plume of smoke, the crowd gathered outside appeared relatively calm, with no evident signs of turmoil. Perhaps it was due to the armed forces at the auction house maintaining order. It seemed that the thunder was loud, yet the rain was but a drizzle. Maud glanced at the billowing smoke ascending towards the heavens, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Without bloodshed, where would the opportunities to gain arise? In his imagination, he did not yearn for the ferocity of a battle to the death, akin to that of the conflict above, yet he longed for at least a chaotic skirmish. Only amidst such turmoil could there be clashes, and from those clashes, individuals might be temporarily incapacitated. It was during such moments that he could seize the chance to claim a few victories. However, despite the clarity of his calculations, the minor disturbances suggested that he would likely end up with nothing at all. Even a mere troublemaker would suffice. Maud murmured to himself. No sooner had his words echoed than, as if to validate his prophetic utterance, an explosion reverberated through the auction hall. Immediately after, a figure surged forth from the billowing smoke, crashing into the crowd like a tank. Maud stepped into a state of heightened awareness, furrowing his brows as he gazed towards the vast street outside the auction house. With his keen eyesight, he could only discern a vague outline of a figure bursting forth from the auction venue, scattering the crowd in a chaotic frenzy. Good heavens! From a distance, Maud silently acknowledged the spectacle. In pursuit of a clearer view of the unfolding events outside, he abandoned his hiding spot and made his way towards the auction house. Outside, chaos reigned supreme among the throngs of people, as blood flowed like a river and dismembered limbs flew through the air. A towering merman, standing at 2 meters, rampaged through the crowd with reckless abandon. Clear the way! The merman roared, his grotesque visage and sharp-toothed maw resembling a lethal blade, effortlessly tearing through those who dared obstruct his path. Terrifyingly, amidst the scattered remains, a piece of a corpse fortuitously fell into the merman's mouth. With a guttural sound, he swallowed it whole, seeking to satiate his ravenous hunger. Get out of my way. I must return to the sea. The merman's face was smeared with glaring blood, his voice a cacophony of rage as he thrust his hands forward, seizing the cheekbones of 2 pirates. With a crushing grip, their skulls exploded like ripe melons. Yet, despite his ferocity, the sheer number of humans surrounding him proved insurmountable. No matter how fiercely he fought, he appeared to stagger, a mere heartbeat away from despair. If fate were to follow its cruel design, even if the merman could slay countless foes, he would ultimately succumb to exhaustion in such dire straits. It's the merman. If he gets close, it's over. Shoot him, for heaven's sake. Amidst the turmoil, a voice cried out. Bang! A shot rang out. Yet instead of finding its mark on the merman, the bullet struck an unfortunate pirate. Which fool fired that shot? The wounded pirate's companions, bewildered and furious, could scarcely fathom the recklessness displayed in such a perilous situation. Is this some misguided attempt to bolster their own confidence due to poor marksmanship? Stand back, all of you. The armed guards from the auction house, like a colossal hand, forcefully carved a path through the crowd. Stop. That merman slave is a valuable asset to the auction. One shouted, but another pirate, whose comrade had just been slain by the merman, glared with bloodshot eyes and aimed his gun at the creature's back. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a member of the armed guards intervened, seizing the pirate's flintlock pistol amidst the chaos. Momentarily stunned, The pirate turned to unleash a torrent of curses, but a gunshot rang out suddenly. His body jolted, and as he glanced down at the blood seeping from his chest, his lips moved futilely before he collapsed, lifeless. The armed guard who had taken the pistol paused, momentarily believing it was a misfire. Who fired that shot? The question echoed in his mind. Suddenly, a shout pierced through the confusion. The auction house's people have opened fire. They are killing us. I didn't. The armed guard began to protest, but another gunshot rang out. The bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, silencing his unfinished sentence. As a pirate and a guard fell victim to the gunfire, the chaos escalated. Damn it, they killed my brother. Bang. Following the gunfire, yet another guard crumpled to the ground, struck down. The instigator of this mayhem swiftly vanished into the crowd, leaving no trace behind. Though the armed guards of the auction house had inexplicably lost 2 members, they still represented the auction's authority and refrained from retaliatory fire. However, 2 more shots rang out, shattering their resolve in an instant. In that moment, the scene descended further into madness. The merman slave, unaware of the unfolding events, seemed to sense an opportunity. His movements in dispatching pirates becoming increasingly swift. Who assisted him? On a rooftop, a stunned Maud quickly tucked away Usopp and leapt into the alleyway between buildings. Could it be that there were fellow comrades in the fray? Maud swiftly repositioned himself. Upon arriving at the scene, he realized that the individual who had burst forth from the auction house was a merman. After observing for a while, he deemed the atmosphere excessively tranquil and decided to fire a shot, harboring no significant expectations. To his astonishment, following his gunfire, a cascade of assists emerged like mushrooms after a rain. Subsequently, the situation unfolded in ways he had not anticipated. Listening to the sounds of conflict emanating from the auction house, Maud navigated through the architectural alleys, hastily reloading his ammunition while quickening his pace. He was not retreating in fear. Rather, he intended to change locations in hopes of discovering any fish that might surface. Ultimately, it remained unclear who had fired the shots that resulted in those assists. It is beyond Maud's comprehension, and it appears to bear little significance. Listening to the escalating sounds of battle in the distance, one can vividly imagine the severity of the scene. As the instigator, Maud expresses his regret. Those who engage in a life of mischief ultimately must pay their dues. With no sense of guilt towards the pirates, he circled through the cluster of buildings until he reached the opposite side, promptly ascending to the rooftop of a nearby structure. Upon reaching the summit, Maud was astonished to discover that numerous individuals had gathered on the rooftops around him, some even holding food and bottles of wine. As he approached closer, the sounds of their cheers became audible. Observing the crowd, Maud paused in contemplation. Targeting them seemed a viable option. However, a more advantageous choice lay before him. Leading him to abandon this thought, Maud silently withdrew his gaze, redirecting his attention towards the battleground ahead of the auction venue. His focus primarily rested upon the bloodied struggle of the merman slave. Meanwhile, the pirate, whom he had inadvertently glanced at moments ago, felt an inexplicable chill. Attributing it to the night's descent and hastily gulped down more spirits to warm himself. At this juncture, the chaotic melee below was intensifying. Some individuals, sensing the peril, promptly withdrew from the fray. However, a greater number remained, compelled by the injuries of their comrades and the fact that their leader was still within the auction house. Initially, due to the explosion within the auction venue, these subordinates were anxious for their leader's safety and attempted to breach the auction house for a better understanding of the situation, only to be halted by the armed guards stationed there. From the perspective of the auction house, allowing such a crowd to rush in post-incident would not only exacerbate the situation but also jeopardize the goods that had already been purchased by the patrons that night. Bound by the compelling rationale provided by the armed guards, these subordinates reluctantly accepted the authority of the auction house. As the chaos escalated, they eventually abandoned restraint, descending into rampant slaughter while pressing toward the entrance of the auction house. In this tumultuous atmosphere, within mere minutes, the ground bore witness to over 100 corpses. Notably, at least 1/3 of these were claimed by the merman slave himself. Since escaping the auction house, he found himself in a state of confusion amidst the frenzy of violence. He was oblivious to the origins of the explosion within the auction hall, unaware of who had seized the opportunity to liberate him from his confinement, and ignorant of the reasons behind the ensuing brawl. All he comprehended was that a chance at freedom lay before him. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he recklessly dashed through the venue. What bewildered him further was that the humans present, including the one who had paid handsomely for him, did not attempt to stop him, allowing him to escape unscathed. The merman slave was unaware that the attendees of the auction regarded him merely as a priced commodity, one that could be acquired with money. What merit did such an item possess to warrant risking their safety? Thus, even Kazud, who was determined to possess the merman slave, could not afford to jeopardize himself by intervening at such a moment. To them, he was merely an item of monetary exchange. Should complications arise, the auction house would bear the responsibility. Such a stark and profound understanding was far beyond the grasp of the panicked merman slave. Just as he managed to escape the auction house, he found himself confronted with yet another dilemma. At the moment he began to succumb to despair, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The humans suddenly resumed their internecine strife. This sight rekindled hope within the merman slave. Arlong was right. Humans were indeed a grotesque breed, utterly unnecessary for existence. With the pressure alleviated, the merman slave unleashed a flurry of savage strikes. He ceased to regard the blades coming from behind, focusing solely on enhancing his escape efficiency. This reckless disregard for consequences resulted in several grievous wounds, blood flowing profusely within seconds. Yet, the effectiveness of his actions was evident, for he finally reached the edge of the chaos. No longer was he obstructed by the suffocating crowd, but faced with a feeble barrier that could easily be overcome. "Get out of my way!" The merman slave roared once more, forcefully breaking through the last frail obstruction. Having successfully escaped, he sprinted down the long street, drenched in blood. All that consumed his thoughts was the need to reach the sea, to plunge into the ocean. At that moment, this singular notion dominated his mind. As the merman slave burst forth, the surrounding pirates, captivated by the spectacle, were momentarily stunned. Several of them instantly drew their pistols, regarding the merman slave as a moving target for amusement, directing their weapons at him. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted, bullets slicing through the night, aimed at the fleeing merman slave. Their abysmal marksmanship resulted in most shots missing entirely, yet a few bullets grazed the merman's arm and side, causing sprays of blood to erupt in the air. Despite the pain, the merman slave pressed on without faltering. The pirates erupted in raucous laughter. Following this, yet another volley of gunfire ensued. The hail of bullets rendered the merman slave akin to a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, precariously afloat. Nearby, Clara observed the merman slave fleeing through the rain of bullets, accompanied by the raucous laughter of the pirates. Her brow furrowed deeply, her fingers instinctively tightening around the important blueprints in her grasp, crumpling them in her grip. It was not solely pity for the merman slave that drove her actions, but a profound disdain for the prevailing atmosphere. Her childhood experiences had ingrained in her a crucial lesson. There are both good and bad individuals among merfolk and humans alike. The distinction between virtue and vice transcends race. Bang! The deafening gunfire resounded once more. Yet this time, it was accompanied by the anguished cries of two pirates as they met their demise. Shots fired from an unknown source had felled the two most boisterous gunmen. Clara was taken aback, her keen hearing enabling her to pinpoint the fleeting gunshots amid the cacophony. Following the sound, she glimpsed a masked figure swiftly traversing the rooftops. Who was that? Clara's eyes widened. She then witnessed the figure rapidly holstering their sidearm, swiftly drawing a long-barreled gun from behind, seemingly without taking aim, and pulling the trigger. Accompanied by the gunfire, Clara's gaze shifted just in time to see a pirate, who had aimed his rifle at the merman slave, collapse lifelessly. That person is saving the merman? Clara's eyes shone with disbelief as she looked back at the figure. Who could it possibly be? The Navy? A bounty hunter? Surely not a pirate? And even less likely a merman? Staring in astonishment at the retreating figure, Clara's mind whirled with questions. She could not fathom who would intervene to rescue a merman in this mire of vice. The gunman, however, was none other than Maud, who had been attentively monitoring the unfolding conflict. Upon witnessing the merman slave successfully break free, a surge of satisfaction welled within him, prompting him to pursue. He then beheld the pirates, having exited the taverns and casinos, treating the merman slave as a living target for their amusement. Dare to touch my prey? In that moment, Maud acted without a second thought, swiftly drawing his firearm to eliminate the three most exuberant pirates. This led to a scene that left Clara utterly astounded. The act of saving a merman was, paradoxically, an act of killing mermen. Such a peculiar logical relationship was beyond Clara's comprehension as an observer. Consequently, she believed Maud was merely intervening to rescue the merman. Alongside her disbelief, a wave of curiosity regarding Maud's identity surged within her. On the long street, the merman slave, desperately yearning to escape back to the ocean, also noticed this anomaly. Is someone helping me? The merman momentarily found himself contemplating the same question as Clara. Who could it be? In a place like this, how could anyone possibly extend assistance? Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed such thoughts. There was no time to ponder, only the urgency to flee for his life. However, he was no fool. Having just experienced what it meant to be a living target, he was not about to continue running down the long street. Suddenly, he veered in a different direction, darting into the alleyways between the buildings. The pirates, who had emerged for amusement, observed the merman slave's newfound cleverness with a hint of regret for not being able to shoot at him further, yet they were not foolish enough to pursue him. They understood well that the merman slave was a commodity of the auction house in Windhat Town. When there were many, the pirates would indulge in a few shots for fun, and should anyone perish, they would share in the consequences. In such cases, there was little concern about the auction house seeking retribution afterward. As for capturing the merman slave alive for the auction house, the risks far outweighed the benefits. Only a fool would entertain such thoughts. As the merman slave vanished into the alleyway, the curious pirates shifted their attention to the three of their comrades who had been inexplicably slain, as well as the chaos unfolding before the auction house's entrance. From atop the building, Maud witnessed the merman slip into the alley, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his masked visage. This was as it should be. The prospect of validating whether the hunter's notes would also be effective on the merman race ignited a fervor within Maud's heart. When he initially conceived his abilities, the intention was to leverage the informational advantage of a transmigrator. Thus, subconsciously, the hunter's notes, true to their name, were meant to hunt above humanity. However, within Maud's original envisioned scope of prey, neither mermen nor giants were included. Nevertheless, both mermen and giants were somewhat intertwined with humanity. Therefore, Maud felt the likelihood of applicability was exceedingly high. Should it prove applicable, the scope of his prey would expand significantly. At that point, mermen and giants would represent prey of even greater yield. Yet, while the rewards were substantial, compared to the myriad pirates scattered across the seas, mermen and giants appeared more akin to rare creatures. Unless one ventured directly to their strongholds, they were fundamentally elusive entities. Indeed, the physical prowess of the merman race was astonishing. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, he managed to maintain such remarkable speed. Maud followed closely behind the merman slave. Had he not eliminated those three pirates tonight, he might have struggled to keep pace. Observing the merman's unrelenting speed, Maud was taken aback yet remained remarkably composed. Allowing the merman to run ahead was indeed the wisest strategy. First, he would succumb to excessive blood loss. Then, his stamina would dwindle. After that, it would be far easier to strike. Maud had witnessed the merman's earlier ferocity amidst the crowd and now resembled a solitary wolf, patiently awaiting his prey to tire. Considering the possibility of unexpected interruptions, Maud slowed his pace, reloading his ammunition while he pursued. Although his physical condition was decent, only firearms could provide him with a sense of security, as long as his adversary was not capable of withstanding bullets. Maud felt confident in his ability to handle the situation. After approximately 10 minutes of pursuit, the merman's injuries began to manifest their effects. Initially, excessive blood loss led to a debilitating weakness in his limbs, followed by a noticeable decrease in speed. Sensing that the moment to act was nearing, Maud decided it was time to engage. Suddenly quickening his stride, he leaped ahead, landing in front of the merman. Startled, the merman abruptly halted. The fatigue from blood loss rendered his body incapable of managing such a sudden stop, causing him to stumble forward. Panic surged within him. To his surprise, this human did not seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Regaining his balance, the merman, still shaken, gasped for breath while keeping a vigilant watch on the descending figure before him. His gaze flickered to the dagger in the human-esque grip and the long barrel of a gun protruding from his shoulder, eliciting a sudden alarm. Ignoring his waning strength, he charged forward. Strike first. Bang. The merman came to an abrupt halt as a lead bullet struck the ground before him, smoke billowing upward. Foolish human. The merman felt a wave of relief upon seeing Maud exhaust the only bullet in his smoothbore gun. In this terrain, firearms were his greatest fear, which was why he had risked charging when he noticed Maud's weapon. Yet, the opponent had deliberately fired wide. The reasoning behind this was unclear, and there was no need to dwell on it. The merman now hesitated to attack, instead silently regulating his breath. Having thwarted the merman's advance with a single lead bullet, Maud discarded the empty USOP beside him. Despite your lineage as a merman, I, Arthur, have never been one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Maud raised his head slightly. his eyes fixated on the body of the fisherman's slave through the mask's eye holes. I see your injuries are quite severe, and your breath is ragged from the flight for survival. I shall grant you 5 minutes to rest. The fisherman's slave's eyes widened in realization. So that was it. No wonder the shot had been deliberately off target. Humph, such a tedious nature. Humans are inherently foolish in this manner. 5 minutes? He could recuperate in less than 3. The fisherman's slave mused to himself, taking the opportunity to steady his breath. Once his breath was restored, there was no way he would wait for 5 minutes. He would strike swiftly and depart from this place of chaos as quickly as possible. Maud looked at the struggling fisherman's slave, and with a serious demeanor, declared, I do not strike down nameless beings. Reveal your name. Upon finishing his words, he raised his dagger before him. The fisherman's slave cast a fleeting glance at the dagger and could not help but let out a cold laugh. Despite his injuries, he was confident that in close combat, he could effortlessly eliminate this human who wielded only a dagger. Hide Sam, the fisherman's slave coldly stated without a moment's hesitation. He contemplated adding a further threat but deemed it unnecessary, for soon he would crush the skull of this self-righteous human who fancied himself noble. Hide Sam, is it? Maud smiled faintly, meticulously observing the blood-stained contours of the merman slave's face. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recoiled, simultaneously sheathing his dagger. The merman, named Sam, was taken aback, bewildered by Maud's inscrutable intentions. After putting away his dagger, Mord summoned the hunter's journal. Could it be a devil fruit user? Upon witnessing Mord conjure the notebook from thin air, Sam suddenly felt a surge of impending danger, abandoning his attempts to regain composure and decisively lunging toward Mord. In the face of peril, Emoda remained composed, akin to a judge. Swiftly inscribing Sam's name and his remarkable grip demonstrated in battle with a quill made of goose feather. No matter your abilities, allow me to approach. Sam charged forward, raising his right hand, his splayed fingers poised to crush Emoda's cheek with his bare hands upon closing the distance. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He beheld the pin in Emoda's grasp vanish, only to be replaced by a flintlock pistol drawn from within his garments. Bang! Maud stepped on the trigger. A single shot struck Sam. A burst of crimson erupted, and the force of the lead bullet caused Sam's body to convulse before coming to a halt. Sam, in disbelief, collapsed to the ground in despair. Maud subsequently drew a second flintlock pistol and fired another shot at Sam's body. No, shameless Arthur. Aaron will absolutely ensure your annihilation. Before Sam could finish his words, he breathed his last. Aaron? Upon hearing Sam's fierce declaration in his final moments, Maud raised an eyebrow. Aaron will undoubtedly slaughter every last one of you humans. These were the words Sam wished to convey before his demise. If Madro were to hear this, he might very well burst into laughter. However, hearing the name Arlong from Sam's lips caught Madro by surprise. After all, the Arlong pirates resided in the East Sea, while this place was in the West Sea. Could it be that they sought refuge with Arlong, only to become lost and inadvertently end up in the West Sea, ultimately falling into the hands of humans? Emoda shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. At that moment, his body suddenly emitted a series of faint popping sounds, leading to a subtle transformation. Maud's senses tinged with awareness as he rolled up his sleeves, the muscles in his arms beginning to reveal themselves, albeit still in a somewhat superficial manner. It is remarkable that such a meager amount of information could yield such significant results. Maud was somewhat taken aback, casting a glance at Sam's lifeless body. After all, he was a man capable of carving a bloody path through a crowd solely with his physical prowess and astonishing grip strength. Not to mention, despite his severe injuries, he had managed to endure until now. Even when he charged forward just moments ago, his speed, though significantly diminished, remained formidable. Had he not anticipated Sam's reactions and preemptively distanced himself, he might well have found himself in close quarters with Sam after completing the inscription. A creature of Sam's remarkable physical constitution, if he were to master martial arts or the fishman karate, could potentially amplify his overall strength severalfold. This fellow, it seemed, was no ordinary fishman warrior. Should he escape tonight and later join forces with the dragon pirates, he could very well pose a grave threat to the yet undeveloped straw hat pirates years down the line. Maud lifted the Usopp that he had carelessly cast aside moments ago. The act of discarding the firearm was somewhat superfluous, originally intended to elicit a momentary lapse in Sam's vigilance. However, the gun was devoid of ammunition. Nevertheless, Maud harbored a modicum of admiration for Sam's decisiveness displayed within such a brief span of time. Alas, fate had already insidiously marked its price. Even if Sam could miraculously escape from the auction house to this very place, he could not evade his inevitable fate, death. In that moment, even if Maud refrained from firing, he could have effortlessly dispatched the wounded and unstable Sam with naught but a dagger. The gun was merely a more assured means to an end. Given the availability of a more reliable approach, it would be foolish for Maud to resort to a dagger. Were it a longsword, it might have warranted consideration. For a longer blade possesses greater strength, a longsword would undoubtedly be more dependable than a dagger. Without lingering further, Maud departed the alleyway. Moments later, a hint of fishy aroma began to permeate the air. On this night, Maud had successfully vanquished 3 pirates and a fisherman. The bountiful harvest prompted him to cease his activities, opting not to rejoin the fray at the auction house, but rather to make his way directly back to the weapons shop. On the return journey, Sam's unfinished words before his demise, coupled with Maud's initial taste of the spoils brought by the fisherman, inevitably led him to indulge in fanciful musings. For the time being, they remained mere thoughts, after all. The dragon pirates were situated far in the East Sea, and given his current strength, venturing there would be akin to delivering a feast to his foes. However, the rewards stemming from the fisherman were undeniably enticing. Of course, had he been dealing with an ordinary fisherman, the gains would likely have been negligible. Yet, considering a fisherman of Sam's caliber, Maud could only contemplate the dragon pirates of the East Sea, the Fishman Island located thousands of meters beneath the ocean's surface, and the Sabaody archipelago, known for its plentiful supply of fishermen slaves. Ironically, by the time Maud might possess the ability to journey to those places, he might have already grown powerful enough to render such endeavors unnecessary. While making his way back to the weapons shop, Maud intentionally chose a route shrouded in darkness, only to find himself regrettably lost. With no other recourse, he was compelled to follow the path atop the buildings, which ultimately led him safely back to the weapons shop. Upon his return, Maud quietly entered the restroom. In the dark, he removed his mask and the armband inscribed with death, placing them on the sink before turning on the faucet to splash water upon his face. These disguises were to be disposed of the following day. Even if he required them again in the future, he would merely craft a new set in a different style. Maud wiped the traces of water from his face and gazed into the darkness of the mirror, which reflected nothing but blackness. His physical requirements had finally taken a turn for the better, and he began to ponder whether to fill in a second demand. Upon this thought arising, hesitation soon followed. Should he pursue swordsmanship or martial arts? In contemplating martial arts, Maud's mind immediately conjured images of the Navy's 6 forms: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. Conversely, when considering swordsmanship, he was struck by the vivid techniques of Zorro and the formidable aura exuded by Mihawk with a mere flick of his blade. If he chose martial arts, he would first need to master the 6 forms to truly harness the benefits of that requirement. On the other hand, opting for swordsmanship would allow him to cleverly fill in a need for cold weaponry. However, as the scope of his demands widened, the experience gains would inevitably be diluted. The passive nature of physical requirements meant that any benefits would need to be shared across various attributes, such as strength, endurance, and speed. Should he choose a similar demand for the second requirement, it would likely lead to a situation where quantity overshadowed quality. If he were to be bolder, he could fill in a talent requirement, yet the elusive nature of talents made Maud wary of taking such risks. It seemed unlikely that he would reach a decision in the short term. Nevertheless, Maud was acutely aware that his inclination leaned more towards swordsmanship. The limited slots for demands necessitated careful consideration, preventing him from making a hasty choice. His reasoning was straightforward, under equal conditions. A sword was undoubtedly more formidable than a fist. Another pivotal factor was length. As he contemplated this, an image surfaced in his mind, a martial arts stick figure darting through a crowd, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages while proclaiming, "I can make your scalp tingle with my skills." In response, a swordsmanship stick figure brandished a long, rigid object, scoffing, "Mine is longer." With that, the conversation came to an abrupt end. Emoda's thoughts returned to reality. Take your time, he reminded himself habitually. There's no need to rush. With enough patience, success is not as daunting as it seems. Suddenly, the lights flickered on. As Emoda's eyelids twitched, he caught sight of Sunny's silhouette reflected in the mirror. The light was turned on by Sunny. Lost in deep contemplation, he had failed to notice her descent down the stairs. Looking at Sunny in the mirror, Emoda expressed his apology. "Did I wake you?" Sunny shook her head and replied, "I wasn't asleep. It's this late, and you still haven't gone to bed?" Maud was somewhat taken aback. Sunny, however, suddenly fell silent, her gaze fixated on the mask and armband resting on the wash basin, particularly the mask, which, if one did not scrutinize closely, could easily be mistaken for the one Arthur wore during his work. Noticing Sunny's contemplation of the mask and armband, Maud turned around, subtly blocking her line of sight while deftly shifting the conversation, teasingly remarking, "You're still awake at this late hour. You can't possibly be waiting for my return, can you?" To which Sunny, lacking the coin as typically expected of a young lady, nodded in direct admission. Imoto was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, jesting, "Heavens! Could it be that you've developed a fondness for me?" Sunny shot him a glare and made her way directly to the kitchen. "I'm hungry. Prepare something for me. And please make an extra portion, as Soul might return shortly." "You go ahead. I shall join you shortly." Maud smiled as he prepared to take the mask and armband upstairs. The auction venue was in disarray, with remnants of black smoke lingering in the air. Amidst the chaos, the notorious gang leader, Becky, was surrounded by his henchmen, holding a half-eaten devil fruit. The peculiar taste twisted his features slightly. At his feet lay a middle-aged man, riddled with gunshot wounds. "Becky," the man groaned, glaring up at him. "You, who built your fortune on bootleg liquor." Becky coldly regarded the man as he swallowed the remaining portion of the fruit. "A fortune on bootleg liquor? With your narrow perspective? It's no surprise the Colo family met their demise at your hands." With that, Becky reached out his right hand. A subordinate in a black suit promptly handed him a white napkin. He wiped his mouth, reflecting on the nauseating taste that would likely haunt him for a month. For the sake of this devil fruit, he had nearly lost his life. He could only hope that the so-called power would justify the risks taken tonight. Nevertheless, even if the power proved unsatisfactory, eliminating 2 rivals was enough to warrant a grand celebration. Simo, the leader of one of the 5 major underground gangs, struggled to rise but found himself utterly powerless. Blood poured from his wounds, sapping his strength. Though he could still speak, he had no retort for Becky, his expression betraying only rage and resentment. 2 decades of labor were rendered futile by a single rise in the bootleg trade. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Indeed, if one walks the right path, even the most inexpensive liquor can be valued beyond gold. Sensing Simo's bitterness and fury, Becky continued to trample upon the remnants of his dignity. "For someone like you, trapped in the past, an exit is only a matter of time." Discarding the napkin, he turned to leave. Only by keeping pace with the times can one move swiftly and far. "Do you understand now, Colo family stray dog?" The white napkin fluttered down to rest atop Simo's head, obscuring the last look of hatred he cast towards Becky. Becky's subordinates stepped forward, raising their guns at Simo. The sound of gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. "You may lose with disgrace, but I can grant you a dignified death." Listening to the rapid gunfire behind him, Becky wore a stoic expression. The chaotic auction venue still housed several lingering guests. Most had been escorted to safety by the armed guards at the first sign of turmoil. Yet, there were always those drawn to the spectacle. Among them was the infamous Devil Sheriff, Lafayette, alongside Kid and Kira, who were eager to procure firearms. Saul, having secured a .50 caliber quick knife, shared their enthusiasm. Arthur, initially reluctant to get involved, was compelled to remain by Saul's insistence. He watched as Becky consumed the devil fruit he so coveted, his heart filled with nothing but jealousy, though he had considered stealing it. That would have been tantamount to courting death, as evidenced by the corpses strewn about. Becky, what a ruthless individual, Arthur thought, reflecting on the cold efficiency with which Becky had eliminated 2 competitors. Beside him, Saul observed Becky's imposing presence as he exited the auction house and remarked, "They say the devil fruit is even worse than excrement." Arthur shot Saul a sidelong glance, thinking that even if it tasted worse than excrement, he would still consume a ton if it meant obtaining the fruit. However, in truth, just a single taste would suffice. Saul chuckled, stroking the long knife in his hand, adding, "I meant to give him a friendly warning, but the moment never presented itself." Arthur's lips twitched. Saul discreetly glanced at Kid before turning towards the exit, stating, "The spectacle has concluded. It's time to head home." As he walked towards the door, Saul was surprised not only by Becky's display of ambition but also by the emergence of formidable new faces like Lafayette. Kid, a familiar presence, had once been his favorite among the rising stars, but now, a figure flashed through Saul's mind. He smiled, gripping the .50 caliber knife as he departed the auction house, under the watchful eyes of Kid and the others. Meanwhile, Lafayette and his peers had no reason to linger and soon followed suit. Kira turned to the satisfied captain beside her. "Kid, it's time to leave." Kid nodded, lightly caressing the short knife and gun at his waist. his newly acquired weapons of decent quality. While they paled in comparison to the firearms of Keanu, they would suffice for the time being, and he hoped to procure better once they set sail. He cast one last look at the departing figures, realizing he had not only witnessed an impressive performance but also encountered several fellow competitors worthy of respect. It's time, he thought, a grin spreading across his face as he strode boldly towards the exit. Recruitment for ocean voyages. In this place, as long as you have money, everything can be arranged. On the top floor of the auction house, Ralph, dressed in a deep red suit, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the chaotic town of Mad Hat. Listening to his subordinate's brief, yet comprehensive report, Ralph's eyes remained devoid of emotion, dark as the depths of an abyss. Once the report concluded, Ralph lifted his gaze to the towering mountains illuminated by the moonlight, pondering the true treasures that lay beyond tonight's turmoil. Is everything normal at the factory? All is as it should be. Very well, you may leave. Ralph nodded, and the subordinate exited quietly. Alone in the room, Ralph continued to stare at the mountains, lost in thought. At the dock, Haku stood at the edge of the deck, watching as two figures approached through the night, feeling a sense of relief. Sabo and Clara had returned to the ship, successfully acquiring the layout map of the mountains. Clara waved the map in her hand, exclaiming, "Well done, Clara." Haku smiled slightly. The mission was accomplished, and there was no longer a need for aliases, addressing her by her true name instead. They had obtained a terrain map, and Sabo had also gathered intelligence on troop numbers and the quantity of slaves in the factory. Clara glanced at the unusually silent Sabo. "Sabo, what's wrong? You've been acting strange since earlier." "Oh, it's nothing," Sabo replied with a smile. "I was just wondering if it's necessary to leave someone behind before the operation begins. You want to stay?" Clara was taken aback, immediately grasping Sabo's intent. Haku swiftly interjected, "There's no need for that." Without waiting for Sabo to speak, Clara, well aware of Sabo's modus operandi, pressed further. "Why?" Sabo scratched his head and replied earnestly, "Tonight, I encountered a masked individual, likely a naval officer lurking in the town. Therefore, he may possess a wealth of earlier and more practical intelligence." "Oh?" Clara immediately recalled the figure who had fired a shot to rescue the fisherman's slave. Was he carrying a flintlock rifle? Sabo, taken aback by her words, looked at Clara with surprise. Clara then briefly described Maud's appearance and the incident in which he had shot to save the fisherman. Upon hearing Clara's account, Sabo appeared to be in a brief daze. Haku, the fisherman, spoke gravely. "This place has such naval officers?" "That remains unconfirmed." Sol returned to the weapons shop and immediately caught the enticing aroma of food. Following the scent to the kitchen, he was greeted by the sight of Maud and Sunny enjoying their noodles. "Oh, you've even prepared a portion for me," Sol exclaimed, his stomach growling at the sight of the steaming beef noodles. He casually placed the newly acquired dagger on the table and eagerly grabbed a bowl to begin eating. Maud's gaze was captivated by the long blade. "Sol, is this the swift knife that is one of the 50 properties up for auction tonight?" "Indeed, it is called Chitos." Maud examined the long knife resting upon the table. The hilt was adorned with a series of diamond-shaped patterns, while the scabbard exhibited a deep azure hue, elongated and exuding a sense of texture. Scattered across the scabbard were disordered white, star-like motifs. The interplay of blue and white evoked an immediate sense of profundity. After a moment of contemplation, Maud found himself filled with curiosity regarding the blade concealed within the scabbard. In stark contrast, Sunny displayed no interest in the weapon, her focus entirely devoted to scavenging the remnants at the bottom of her bowl, leaving no fragment of scallion unexamined. Sol took a hearty slurp of steaming noodles and glanced at Maud, inquiring, "What? Are you tempted to feel its weight?" Maud nodded instinctively and remarked, "Indeed. This blade exudes a substantial quality. I wonder what it feels like to hold." "Hee, why not try it and find out?" Sol said, freeing one hand to grasp the chidori and pass it over. Upon witnessing this, Emoda's face lit up with joy as he reached out to take Qian Niao. Just then, Sol instantly wiped the smile from his face, swiftly using Qian Niao as a makeshift club to strike Emoda on the forehead. One must remain steadfast in purpose. How can one harbor interest in blades when one has yet to master the gun? Maud rubbed his forehead, gazing speechlessly at Thor, who had just been smiling moments before, but now wore a blank expression. Was it really necessary to react so dramatically over a mere glance at a sword? Aware of Thor's sensitivity regarding such matters, Maud refrained from retorting. He was still contemplating whether to draft a second request, coinciding with Thor's recent acquisition of the renowned sword from the auction. Hence, he yearned to personally experience the allure of the legendary blades from the world of One Piece. However, to his surprise, Thor wouldn't even allow him to touch the sword. It was perplexing how someone so antagonistic towards anything related to blades could be so passionate about collecting them. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied that old man's mind. Maud glanced at the 1,000 birds once more placed on the table by Thor, feeling a twinge of regret. However, he soon realized that this renowned blade would be displayed on the shelf, while Thor would almost certainly engage in his morning practice on the flower street each day. Subtly retracting his gaze, Maud began to contemplate his own schemes. In that moment, he remained oblivious to Thor's significant look, which seemed to convey a message: little brat, give up already. The following day, dawn broke, shrouded in a veil of mist, the air thick with the salty humidity of the sea. Maud awoke from slumber and, after shouldering his burdens, hurried to the shop with great urgency. How could it be empty? Gazing at the shelves, unchanged from the previous day, he was engulfed by a wave of disappointment. Hearing Maud's voice, Sunny approached from the corridor, regarding him with a look of perplexity. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Nothing," he replied. Maud merely uttered a dismissive remark. He was reluctant to speak, yet Sunny glanced at the shelves and, recalling Maud's demeanor from the previous night, swiftly discerned his thoughts. Do not entertain such notions. The knife that Soul wishes to collect could never possibly be placed on display for sale, as he has no need for these prestigious blades to bolster his image. Is that so? Maud was increasingly disheartened. He harbored a faint hope that Soul might have intended to keep the knife hidden for a few days before placing it on the shelf. But Sunny's words shattered that faint glimmer of optimism. The knife, purchased at a steep price, had already found its way into Soul's personal quarters. However, I advise you to tread carefully. Even if an ant were to enter that room, Soul would be aware of it. Noticing the disappointment etched on Maud's face, Sunny headed towards the kitchen. Today's breakfast would take a bit longer to prepare, so please ensure the shop is tidied up before you join me. All right, Maud responded weakly, then turned his gaze back to the shelves. Although they displayed numerous long blades, none possessed the captivating allure of the Chidori. The disparity between the two was truly vast. After all, a renowned name is not without merit. As one of the esteemed 50 industrial-grade knives, the Chidori boasts not only a commanding presence but also unparalleled quality that far surpasses the ordinary blades on the shelf. However, in truth, the knives on the shelf are not without their own merits. While they may pale in comparison to the Chidori, they do not fall into an entirely different realm of inferiority. Maud's feelings were largely influenced by his reputation. It is inevitable that he, deeply affected by the original work, naturally believes that only the nearly 100 blades of the armament type are truly exceptional. Yet, the world is vast, and how could there possibly be only a mere 100 good swords? Even a sword of moderate quality, when wielded by a master adept in the art of hockey, can, over time, transform into a remarkable blade through the nurturing of hockey. Although the elusive Chidori seems out of reach, Maud found himself contemplating the acquisition of a sword. However, he decided that it must be done discreetly, hidden away in his room. Whenever he had leisure time, he could practice and familiarize himself with the feel of it. With this thought in mind, Maud did not rush. Instead, he prioritized transcribing his notes, as he needed to return them to Sunny after dinner. No longer preoccupied with the idea of Chidori, Maud swiftly tidied up the shop and then requested a new notebook from Sunny. It took him over 2 hours to transcribe all the information. Having had some recollection of the notes, this second transcription allowed him to remember certain details even more clearly. Maud speculated that even without matching the reward photograph, he could easily discern the other's identity upon sight. As the day wore on, the weapon shop remained as dismal as ever, with not a single customer to be seen. It was not until mealtime that Thor, reeking of alcohol, sauntered back in, carrying a jug of drink. Upon entering the shop, he cast a quick glance at the weight Maud was carrying on his leg, seemingly deciding against lunch. He then muttered a brief remark before ascending the stairs to his room, likely having indulged himself elsewhere. Watching Thor retreat upstairs, Maud returned to the shop, his gaze drifting to the half-open door. He mused that Thor would likely remain asleep for several hours, allowing him the opportunity to explore the streets in search of prey without the usual prodding to train. With that thought, Maud chose to forego a meal and headed straight to his room. He first removed the weight he had been carrying and securely placed 2 flintlock pistols on his person, deciding against taking Usopp, as the noticeable signs of aging on the firearm were too conspicuous. Approximately 500,000 berries. Maud counted the remaining stash of his private funds and carefully tucked it into his pocket. This money was acquired from the spoils of his recent hunts. Once he was prepared, Maud swiftly descended the stairs and entered the shop. "Sonny, I shall be stepping out for a moment." Maud swiftly uttered a remark, granting Sonny no opportunity for a response, and executed the act of closing the door with a seamless motion, vanishing in an instant. Behind the counter, Sonny stared vacantly at the entrance, her teeth clenched after a prolonged moment. Maud, she seethed. Yet, soon she became aware of the remarkable speed at which Maud had just departed. Could it be possible? Sonny pondered, bewildered. In just a few days, even with extraordinary talent, one cannot achieve such significant progress merely from 2 days of weighted training, can they? Sonny found herself utterly perplexed. As Maud ambled through the alley, a sudden thought struck him. There were still a few neighbors he had yet to visit. However, considering that he could always pay them a visit at another time in the urgency of his schedule, he decided to defer that notion for another occasion. Reflecting on it, this was indeed the first time he had ventured out during daylight. Maud couldn't help but sigh, contemplating where to go next. His first choice undoubtedly leaned towards the tavern, a place teeming with a diverse crowd, yet offering a higher chance of finding suitable prey. However, he was equally intrigued by the prospect of wandering through Wangjiao Street during the day, as well as exploring other weapon shops and observing Soul's morning training routine. The more he pondered, the more his enthusiasm grew, prompting him to quicken his pace. Enthralled by his excitement, he remained oblivious to the scrutinizing gaze from behind. The residential area, as part of Mad Hat Island, occupies less than half the land area of several other districts. Its popularity starkly contrasts with that of the bustling streets, as this locale caters to pirates and individuals from the underworld who prefer to settle down. However, the residents here are predominantly aging pirates like Soul, who have retreated from the sea, or those wounded in battle, rendered disabled, yet possessing a modest pension. These individuals have lost the capital to envision a promising future, surviving merely by scraping through life. Consequently, the overall atmosphere of the residential area leans towards desolation. Walking through its alleys, one is invariably enveloped by the stench reminiscent of decaying rodents. The sight of corpses lying in the streets has become a commonplace occurrence. After all, not every pirate discarded by the tides of time possesses the financial means akin to Soul, who can afford to establish a shop in a location destined for failure and indulge daily in the pleasures of the tavern. Some even squander exorbitant sums on a renowned sword that will never see the light of day. In stark contrast, the others can only expend their remaining funds, perhaps on a bottle of liquor, sitting in the tavern as they listen to the vibrant boasts of youthful pirates, reminiscing about the past while savoring the last drop of their drink. Alternatively, they may venture into the gaudy streets, exchanging their money for fleeting glances reminiscent of better days. Even if those gazes are but a fade constructed from wealth, they continue this cycle until every last penny is spent, awaiting death or making one final struggle. Why, among the same breed of pirates, does the outcome differ so drastically? Maud is acutely aware of the answer. It is power, the ability to assert one's own will. To live a more fulfilling and uninhibited life, one must possess the power to sway the intentions of others. This is especially true in a world such as this. Otherwise, one may ultimately find themselves reduced to the same pitiful state as these short-sighted pirates before them. Maud raised his gaze, observing the pirates blocking the path ahead. They were a motley crew, missing limbs and wielding rusted, chipped blades. His eyes swept over their bodies, ravaged by vice, perceiving the absence of vitality, replaced solely by an abundance of malicious intent. Maud silently drew his dagger. After traversing a few more alleys, he should be able to escape the residential area. At the moment he was ambushed and robbed. Maud was contemplating how many more meters remained before he could leave the district. Just before he took action, he overheard a conversation. "What's on my stomach is mine. I only want below the knees. All right, the rest belongs to me." It was rare to encounter such young and tender-looking boys within the confines of the residential area. A few remaining pirates, their numbers dwindling, spoke with a tremor of excitement. It was merely a dagger. What threat could it possibly pose? Had they not squandered their flintlock pistols for drink money? Eliminating this boy with a single shot would have been far easier. Their futures, compressed to the brink of extinction, felt as if the cold darkness had ensnared their thoughts. It mattered not. They only wished to experience the sensation of a full belly once more, to savor the delight of liquor sliding smoothly down their throats. Impatiently driven by hunger, they, upon affirming their claim, raised their long knives to strike at Maud. In their minds, they envisioned a future reignited, even if only for a day. Such were their dreams. However, the prey before them suddenly vanished. Their thoughts lagged behind, and a familiar chill coursed through their bodies. Had they been struck? One by one, they collapsed, blood gushing from their wounds. They had overestimated themselves while grossly underestimating Maud's threat. As the realization of shattered hopes and impending death dawned upon them, they screamed in despair. Maud stepped over the three pirates without the slightest hesitation. In consideration of avoiding the splatter of blood, he deliberately targeted less fatal areas during his previous strike, steering clear of the carotid artery and other regions that would yield excessive bleeding. This implied that, prior to reaching a critical level of blood loss, these three inconsequential pirates, unworthy of Maud's written attention, would gradually inch towards demise. Ignoring the desperate wails emanating from behind him, Maud turned a corner and pressed onward. This trivial interlude merely served as a microcosm of the world of pirates. Although within these microcosms there existed beams of light potent enough to pierce the darkness. The pervasive influence of the great pirate era led people to confront the inescapable shadows. Before truly embracing this world, Maud was acutely aware of his course of action. To establish a foothold, one must first secure a stable position. Strengthening himself swiftly was Maud's current endeavor. After traversing several winding alleyways, he finally emerged from the residential area into a broad street basking in sunlight. The persistent stench and aura of death in the air were finally dispelled by the radiant light. The streets were alive with weapon-bearing pirates bustling about, the din of voices creating a lively atmosphere. Following the conclusion of the auction, most of the pirates drawn in were in no hurry to depart. Relaxation and revelry often eclipse the urgency to set sail. Furthermore, after such grand events, they could easily envision naval ships drifting offshore. Since Mad Hat Town was an area beyond the Navy's current reach, casting nets for stray fish in the open sea was not out of the question. Seasoned pirates would invariably strive to evade such latent dangers. Maud stepped into the throng, discreetly observing the pirates that passed by him, one after another. The majority were brawny men, while the female pirates were few, each resembling a walking bear in stature. In stark contrast, the barmaids within the tavern appeared as celestial beings. He decided to head directly to the tavern. Maud anticipated returning to the armory before dusk. With time pressing, he found little opportunity for leisurely exploration. Last night, he had the advantage of traversing the rooftops under the cover of darkness, thus avoiding the confusion of locating his destination. However, the situation was markedly different now. Navigating the streets in daylight posed a challenge in finding the tavern he had visited the previous evening. Nevertheless, he had no intention of seeking that particular establishment again. In Mad Hatter Town, taverns abounded, present in every block, varying only in size. As he proceeded along the thoroughfare, Maud maneuvered through the throng of people. Upon sighting a tavern, he would instinctively slow his pace. He passed by the smaller venues without a second thought, and likewise, he dismissed the larger ones that lacked patrons. Thus, he continued to filter through the options, unwittingly covering a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers, until he finally came upon a sizable tavern bustling with patrons. This was the Battle Axe Tavern. Maud raised his gaze to the sign adorned with 2 blood-stained axes cradling a bottle, then pushed open the tavern's grand door and stepped inside. Approximately half an hour after Maud's entrance into the Battle Axe Tavern, the meticulously groomed Rat emerged at the tavern's threshold. Rat gazed at the entrance, then promptly produced a small mirror to admire his reflection. Beholding his dashing visage, he murmured to himself, the hour-long bath was well worth it. Attempting to craft a warm and approachable smile, he thought, what a handsome and amiable fellow I am. Making friends should be a trivial endeavor. Satisfied with his appearance, Rat tucked away the mirror and entered the tavern, blissfully oblivious to the peculiar glances cast upon him by a few nearby pirates. What a sleazy character, remarked one pirate, offering a candid critique of Rat's earlier smile. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was raucous and bustling, nearly filled to capacity, with even the semicircular bar stools occupied to the brim. The thriving business was evident, leaving only a few inconspicuous seats nestled in the corners. Maud sat at one of the tables, a small round table before him adorned with the rum and snacks that the waiter had just delivered. He refrained from indulging in the offerings, instead focusing intently on the cacophony of chatter surrounding him. Did you hear about the incident at last night's auction? What? You weren't aware? I drank too much last night. If I hadn't overheard others discussing it on my way here, I would have remained oblivious. What exactly transpired? It's said that several major gangs clashed over the coveted devil fruit. After all, it is the devil fruit. Who wouldn't desire it? Oh, was it taken? No. The instigators were all eliminated by gang members, and the devil fruit was subsequently acquired by the gang led by Becky. TSK, what was the final bid? I heard it was over $1 billion. Who knows if that's true? A sharp intake of breath followed. Such a sum? If I had $1 billion, there wouldn't be a place on this earth I couldn't go. Fool, if you had that kind of money, I would be the first to rob you. What did you say? Bang. The sound of a wooden cup crashing onto the table resonated. Soon after, fists began to exchange blows, striking faces and bodies with dull thuds. An argument quickly evolved into a brawl, a unique expression of masculine camaraderie. Maud retracted his gaze, silently contemplating. Becky of the Bandits? Is he also in Mad Hat Town? Yet, there is no information about him in Sonny's records. Could he have come from elsewhere solely to acquire a devil fruit? It dawned on him that he must have consumed the devil fruit at this very moment. Images of Becky and the powers of the devil fruit surfaced in his mind. As he listened to the surrounding discussions predominantly revolving around the devil fruit incident, he gleaned insights into Becky's reputation and standing. Maud found himself momentarily uninspired by thoughts of him. It was difficult to fathom that a man of such stature and influence would ultimately choose to set sail. One could only say that everyone has their own aspirations. Did that merman slave manage to escape in the end? At a nearby table, a few pirates were engaged in conversation about the merman slave. Maud discreetly turned his gaze towards the patrons at that table, drawn by the sound of their conversation. It was said that the unfortunate soul had met his demise in an alley, allegedly at the hands of an undertaker. An undertaker? Has their clientele now extended to include the bodies of sea creatures? I cannot claim to know the intricacies of that matter. Furthermore, when the auction house discovered the fishman's remains, it was evident that several vital parts were missing. Does that imply something? When it comes to rumors, why not to take them too seriously? I could just as easily assert that the fishman's slave was slain by a courtesan. Would you believe that? Ha ha ha. Let us drink to that. Listening to the discourse at the table, Maud furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a quiet sigh within his mind. It was no surprise that he had been noticed. After all, the streets and nearby alleys were teeming with people at that time. His self-reproach stemmed from the fact that after dispatching the fishman's slave, he had become so engrossed in the joy of his substantial gains that he failed to consider the implications of removing several significant parts from the corpse, which would have aligned with his disguise as an undertaker. A lesson to heed for next time. Modem cherished this experience, instinctively lifting his goblet and taking a delicate sip. He reflected on the fact that he was now a connoisseur of fine wines. After an extended period without raising a glass, it felt somewhat peculiar. What Maud did not realize was that, due to the matter of the fishman's slaves, the auction house personnel had traced a lead to Arthur, who possessed a similar work mask. Had it not been for Arthur's presence at the auction, he might have been invited to the venue for a brief conversation over tea. Nevertheless, this encounter enlightened Arthur to the fact that someone was impersonating him to engage in unsavory dealings. Setting down his wine glass, Maud discreetly surveyed the surrounding guests. With limited intelligence channels at his disposal, he resorted to such methods to glean useful information. Each time the heavy wooden door of the bar creaked open, he instinctively cast a glance towards it, more instinctively glanced over, and upon realizing that the newcomer was a weasel, quickly averted his gaze. Was this the eccentric individual from last night, who seemed desperately in need of companionship? Lowering his eyes to the food and drink on the table, Moore was taken aback. Despite having shot him just the night before, he now appeared utterly unscathed and was even dressed in such flamboyant attire. Such is the remarkable resilience of the animal kingdom. Maud's heart began to warm slightly. At that time, due to uncertainty, he had decisively slipped away. However, the situation is different now. Having secured the profits from the fishman's Sam, with his current strength and thorough preparation, he felt a solid confidence of at least 50%. Maud contemplated silently. Outside the tavern's entrance, the rat-like figure scanned the surroundings, swiftly spotting Maud seated in the corner. In stark contrast to the burly men nearby, who boasted bare arms and engaged in raucous drinking, Maud appeared youthful and somewhat innocent, making him stand out even in his secluded spot. I found you, and fortune favors me. The rat approached Maud with an air of nonchalance. The tavern had only a few seats left, and though Maud's table was modest, it was designed for two. In this scenario, choosing to sit beside Maud would lack overt intent. Otherwise, if there were more spacious and comfortable seats available. Yet he chose to squeeze in with Maud. Onlookers might mistakenly assume an ulterior motive. Is he coming this way? Maud noticed the movements of the wolf rat and instinctively glanced at the empty seat before him, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It seemed that a similar scenario had unfolded the previous night at the tavern. The distinction lay in the fact that Lafayette's reputation and aura were potent enough to captivate the attention of most pirates within the establishment. In contrast, the individual before him, whose eyes glimmered with a chilling aura, yet whose overall demeanor leaned towards that of a rather unsavory beast-type ability user, failed to command the same level of interest. Fortunately, he had donned a mask last night and deliberately modulated his voice. However, he resolved never to frequent such a nearly full tavern again. Maud remained silent in contemplation. Although the attire worn last night was not that of an undertaker, he had deliberately donned bulky clothing to obscure his figure. Consequently, Maud perceived a minimal likelihood of being recognized by the weasel. The sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. Maud raised his head to observe the wolf mouse approaching, who then gracefully seated himself across from him. Noticing that the other's reaction was devoid of any recognition, Maud felt increasingly assured that he had not been identified. Oh, this young man possesses quite the charm. As the wolf mouse settled in, he regarded Maud with a gaze of sheer astonishment. His expression exaggerated as if he had never encountered such an attractive man before. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "Let me begin with a compliment to establish an unassailable bridge for our ensuing conversation." Hearing this somewhat awkward remark, Maud offered a polite smile to the wolf mouse, choosing not to engage further. It seemed this fellow was indeed in want of companionship. Maud contemplated inwardly. The rat, noticing the promising start, first gestured for the server to approach, then turned back to Maud, forcing a practiced, amiable smile. He believed that this smile would effortlessly win over hearts. Unbeknownst to him, to the onlookers, that grin resembled an impending cramp. "Good day, my friend. I am called the Rat. May I inquire your name?" Observing the rat's ambiguous smile, Maud's eyelids twitched slightly as he simply replied, "Usopp." "Ah, Usopp. What a name indeed. It is simply marvelous," the rat exclaimed, clapping his hands in astonishment. "What makes it marvelous?" The rat found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, the tavern door swung open. The rat, hearing the sound, turned to glance at the entrance. A tall woman, dressed provocatively and adorned with striking red lips, entered with a white skunk in tow, followed by a group of 10 robust men. "Look, Usopp. A beauty." The rat's eyes narrowed slightly as he seized the opportunity to divert attention from the previous awkwardness. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Emoda's mouth, and he chose not to pursue the earlier question. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the woman who had just entered the tavern. At the same time, he perceptibly sensed a shift in the atmosphere within the establishment. Could it be yet another notorious pirate, akin to Lafayette? And to add intrigue, she was a woman. Could it be? Maud reflected on the intelligence recorded in his notebook. The volume contained information on over 100 pirates. Among them, 8 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million were of particular significance to Maud. Notably, there was Kazut, the captain of the Sharp Bull pirate crew, a Zoan fruit user, and Lafitte, known as the Devil Sheriff, both of whom were included in this elite group. Kazut was frequently seen traversing through Mad Hat Town, which resulted in a wealth of information being documented about him. In contrast, Lafitte rarely visited Mad Hat Town, leading to a lamentable scarcity of related intelligence. In fact, the entirety of his entry amounted to just a few scant lines, including his name and bounty. Maud speculated that the information regarding Lafayette was likely acquired by Sonny through the newspapers. Setting that aside, what truly surprised Maud was the presence of the only female pirate among the 8 notorious rogues. With a bounty of 38 million, she was known as the Boy Killer. Nutman Abe, what does a bounty of 38 million signify? While it may seem inconsequential within the Grand Line, it holds a different weight in the West Sea. It is noteworthy that the average bounty for pirates in the East Sea hovers around a mere 3 million. This already lends considerable credence to her notoriety. However, the information Sonny possessed about Nutman Abe was scant. In terms of physical characteristics, it could be summarized in a few words: fair skin, striking beauty, and lips as red as fire. As for her abilities, the focus was primarily on Abe's exquisite rapier, a slender light sword from the category of Western swords, designed mainly for thrusting. Maud's gaze swept over the striking woman, her lips as vibrant as fire, her flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, and the elegant rapier adorning her waist. Coupled with the gradually quieting atmosphere within the tavern, Maud could almost ascertain that this woman, who captivated every eye upon entering, was most likely Nutman Abe. Within the pirate community, bounty signifies both worth and power. The greater the bounty, the higher the corresponding fame and prestige. This is precisely why pirates of Abe and Lafayette's caliber draw the attention of all when they step into a tavern, akin to rising stars. such as the effect of bounty and renown. Of course, should they venture into the Grand Line, they would no longer enjoy such treatment in the face of a new system of recognition. Abe's entrance rendered the tavern enveloped in profound silence. The pirates, who had previously been engaged in drinking and conversation, ceased their activities and turned their attention entirely toward Abe. Her cascading long hair, skin as pale as snow, a face as enchanting as peach blossoms, and a tall, voluptuous figure, complemented by a staggering bounty of 38 million, stirred their senses profoundly. A perfect woman, the limited-minded pirates uniformly thought to themselves. Mode was also observing Abe. His gaze, which had initially rested on the flower sword at Abe's waist, shifted slightly upward, fixating on the delicate and smooth abdomen exposed to the air. There were no muscles, nor any signs of sun or wind exposure. Yet, given the substantial bounty, it was clear that her strength was not to be underestimated. Maud contemplated in silence, grappling with a perplexing matter. He found himself questioning why certain formidable women in this world could traverse the tumultuous seas without their skin becoming coarse. Moreover, despite possessing a slender and graceful physique devoid of visible muscle, they could unleash strength that rivaled even the most muscular men. Were it not for the imposing presence of a Yonko, he would have been inclined to delve deeply into the unique qualities potentially harbored within the female form. Abe appeared to relish the attention she garnered from the onlookers. She did not linger at the entrance for long, striding confidently towards the largest table in the tavern as if oblivious to her surroundings. Her robust entourage of 10 or so subordinates followed closely behind, along with the pristine white skunk that was also under her command. Upon Abe's approach, the patrons occupying the expansive table promptly rose, graciously vacating their seats. The attentive waitstaff quickly moved in to clear the table, ensuring it was ready for the new arrivals. In the brief span of Abe's short walk, a clean and spacious table was made available. Abe and her followers settled in without hesitation, instructing the waitstaff to prepare food and drink with all due haste. As for the wise pirates who had relinquished their seats, they had already discreetly retreated. In a corner, Maud withdrew his gaze. He had dared to observe for so long only because everyone around him was fixated on Bia. Such grandeur was truly impressive. Maud murmured softly to himself. The wolf rat glanced at Maud and also lowered his voice. Indeed, one must understand that she is a newt man. Abe, in terms of strength, she barely ranks among the pirates of the West Sea, but in terms of popularity, she is unquestionably number one. And do not be deceived by her striking appearance. When it comes to killing, she does so without even a flicker of her eyes. It's evident. Maud nodded in agreement with the words of the wolf rat. Observing the reactions of the nearby pirates at the two tables, their eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Moreover, are you aware that she possesses the title of boy killer? The wolf rat suddenly leaned in closer, wearing an enigmatic expression, and lowered his voice even further. Have you heard of it? Indeed. Then do you know the origin of that title? Maud shook his head, indicating his ignorance. At that moment, the wolf mouse let out a wicked grin, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, because Ibe has a particular fondness for strikingly handsome young men. Occasionally, when she sets her eyes on one, she will simply abduct him aboard the ship, and then, well, you understand. As he spoke, the wolf mouse displayed an expression that every man would comprehend. Suddenly, his tone shifted to one of grave seriousness, his countenance changing with astonishing rapidity, reminiscent of the dramatic face-changing techniques in Sichuan opera. However, without exception, the young men who were taken would invariably be found the next day as nothing more than grotesquely mutilated corpses. Thus, the true origin of the title boy killer is revealed. Is it truly that brutal? Maud was rather taken aback, unable to fathom that beneath such a charming exterior lay such a penchant. Who could argue otherwise? One might wonder how she amassed such a hefty bounty. Pirates of her ilk are notorious for their heinous deeds, with acts of arson, murder, and plunder being mere trifles. As Langshu uttered these words, a subtle glimmer of coldness flickered deep within her gaze. Maud remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the words of the rat. Something was amiss. The expression on the rat's face suddenly shifted. What has happened? Modu gazed at the wolf rat with a look of perplexity. After exchanging a few words, he found the wolf rat to be quite intriguing. The wolf rat, slightly anxious, whispered, in my preoccupation with our conversation, I failed to recognize the perilous nature of my own situation. With that, he hurriedly retrieved a mirror to inspect himself. Upon seeing his radiant and handsome visage reflected back at him, his anxiety intensified. He was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity for deeper interaction with Usopp due to Abe's peculiar predilections. A perilous situation, indeed? Maud was initially perplexed. But soon comprehension dawned upon him as he observed the mirror-gazing Rat. "Rat, are you serious?" he inquired. Of course, Rat hastily stowed away the mirror. Yet his words were abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind. "Come here, in the corner." It was the voice of Abe. Upon hearing it, Rat's expression shifted dramatically. He took a deep breath, then shot a knowing glance at Maud before slowly rising, as if preparing himself mentally in an instant. Turning around, Rat found himself meeting Abe's gaze directly. Indeed, he had caught her eye. "It's all my fault. Why did I have to take such a long bath?" He lamented internally, realizing he had missed the chance to befriend Usopp. With a sense of self-reproach, Rat made his way toward Abe's table. "Hey, you," Abe said. Her brow furrowed as she pointed at Rat. Rat instinctively nodded. "Yes, you. Go away." Rat froze. Under Abe's increasingly piercing gaze, he stiffly retreated to the side, revealing the silent Maud behind him. Abe's attention shifted to Maud, her eyes glistening with an almost watery allure. Perhaps it was the abundance of contrasting figures around, but she found Maud's delicate appearance quite appealing, exactly to her taste. Seemingly unable to wait any longer, Abe suddenly stood and approached Maud. The surrounding pirates glanced towards Maud, a mixture of envy and pity filling the air. Feeling the weight of Abe's gaze upon him, Maud inwardly cursed. What is happening? With the footsteps drawing ever nearer, he contemplated a means of escape. Suddenly, a group burst into the tavern, led by the sharply helmeted Casti. These past few days had left Casti in a foul mood. First, a crucial navigator was unexpectedly eliminated. Then his capable subordinate, Raglan, was left to deal with the aftermath. To compound his frustration, a long-anticipated auction had met with disaster. A successfully bid merman slave was shot dead in an alley, and the brothers stationed outside the auction house suffered severe casualties due to the ensuing chaos. These events had piled upon one another, leaving Casti feeling oppressed. He could hardly fathom what he had done wrong to warrant such targeting. Even the recent successful plunder of the platinum merchant ship could not alleviate his current discontent. In his brooding state, he resolved to settle the score. Based on intelligence obtained from Rat, his primary target was, naturally, the boy from the weapon shop responsible for the attack. Casti was eager to capture the boy, to subject him to severe interrogation to uncover the reason behind his vendetta. However, Raglan's peculiar demise made him wary of acting impulsively. Caution was Casti's guiding principle. Even the grand heist of the platinum merchant ship, which could have easily been accomplished with the aid of a similarly strong pirate crew, was undertaken with additional allies to ensure success, even at the cost of sharing the spoils. Thus, he refrained from directly confronting the weapon shop after the auction, instead opting to investigate the shop's background with his crew. They soon discovered that the seemingly unassuming owner, Sol, was, in fact, quite formidable. Yet, that was the extent of their findings. Had he not lost over half of his combat strength the night prior? Casti might have acted on impulse and destroyed the weapon shop. However, now, anticipating risks that could overwhelm him, Casti decisively abandoned the notion of raising the weapon shop. Nevertheless, he was still a pirate, one who relished unrestrained freedom as the essence of his maritime existence. In the wake of the assassination, he felt compelled to reclaim something to quell his simmering rage. Thus, Casti dispatched a subordinate skilled in surveillance to lurk around the weapon shop. He could forego the risk of destroying the establishment, but he must at least eliminate Maud. What Casti did not anticipate was the speed at which this opportunity would arise. Upon receiving a report from his subordinate, he graciously led all his men to the Battle Axe Tavern. The forceful manner in which they entered and the sheer number of them immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Seeing Casti storm in with a throng of followers, Rat's expression shifted in alarm. It was not for his own safety that he was concerned, but rather for Maud's. Having provided Casti with free intelligence the night before, he had unwittingly stumbled upon Maud dispatching 3 pirates, realizing that Maud was his gateway to further interactions with the enigmatic Sol. Reflecting on this, Rat felt a pang of regret. He had severely underestimated Casti's ability to gauge situations. Usopp, had I known, I wouldn't have sold you anything last night. Now, with Abe in front and Casti behind, you've truly drawn the short straw. Faced with the peril of being caught in a maelstrom that could lead to instant demise, Rat quickly relinquished his mission. What had initially been a potential opportunity with Abe was now overshadowed by Casti's quest for vengeance. With the threat of Casti looming large, Rat deemed it wisest to protect himself. In mere seconds, Rat's thoughts spiraled through a myriad of considerations, resolving to distance himself from the unfolding chaos. He reflected on how his earlier assumption of being singled out by Abe had inadvertently become a crucial means of disassociating himself from the situation. It felt almost like fate intervening. Before Castiel's attention could settle upon this corner, Rat discreetly stepped away from Maud's table, with some distance now between them. His actions seemed inconspicuous. To Rat, Maud appeared doomed. Had the enigmatic Soul been present, the outcome would have been entirely different. After all, Soul was a figure feared even by naval heroes. Against pirates of Abe and Castiel's caliber, Soul could dispatch them with little more than a couple of shots, provided he did not mind revealing his identity. But Soul was absent. As for Maud, based on the prowess witnessed the previous night, Rat silently hoped. Please don't meet a dire end, Usopp. With his back turned to Maud, Rat remained oblivious to the latter's predicament, unaware of the turmoil within Rat's mind. One moment eager to forge a friendship, the next instant decisively severing ties. Casti's entrance into the tavern was nothing short of thunderous. Upon hearing the commotion, Maud, disregarding the pretense of feigning ignorance before Abe, simultaneously turned his gaze toward the tavern's entrance. His attention was immediately drawn to Casti's distinctive pointed helmet and the dense beard that adorned his face, allowing him to discern the man's identity. Casti, with a bounty of 32 million berries, was finally in his presence. Maud had etched Casti's appearance into his memory, completely unaware that the latter was approaching him with ill intent. As the instigator of the assassination incident, he ironically became the sole individual oblivious to the unfolding scheme, a reality he could never have envisioned. Abe coldly regarded the menacing Casti, both infamous pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million, whose relationship had always been fraught with animosity. Although outwardly there had been no overt conflicts, given the opportunity, either party would eagerly seek to annihilate the other. Could this brazen black bull be foolish enough to come here seeking trouble with me? Abe pondered this possibility, especially since they had barely entered before Casti had brought a considerable entourage. In this locale, Abe believed that he was the only person worth gathering such a crowd for confrontation. In that moment, Abe hardly had the luxury to dwell on his admiration for Maud's striking appearance. He signaled to his subordinates, swiftly readying himself for battle. At the entrance, Casti surveyed the pirates gathered within, easily discerning Abe's blatant hostility. However, he paid it no mind, his gaze drifting past Abe and gradually settling upon Maud. The presence of enmity ignited a fierce rage within him. That pent-up fury swiftly morphed into a chilling intent to kill, surging towards Maud like a relentless tide. Surprisingly, the first to react to this murderous aura was not Maud, but rather the white skunk accompanying Abe. A chance to escape had presented itself. Without hesitation, the skunk darted under the table. The second to respond to the lethal intent was none other than Maud himself. Is he coming for me? Maud's heart trembled. In the blink of an eye, he instantly deduced the reason. The incident of killing Reed had been exposed. He could not comprehend why the other party had chosen this moment to confront him after such a long interval. There was no time to ponder such matters. Maud raised himself abruptly, taking 2 steps forward, crossing into the reasonable boundary of Abe's vigilance. He neither overstepped nor distanced himself too far. Then, Abe exclaimed, "Sister." Maud raised his voice, addressing Abe with a tone of utmost respect. He then shifted his gaze towards the silhouette of Langshu. "Brother Langshu." Upon hearing Maud's call, Abe was taken aback, as were her subordinates. Casti, too, was momentarily stunned, along with his crew. Langshu, who had prepared himself to remain uninvolved, was equally shocked. "Usopp, you bastard." With Maud's utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the room once more. The surrounding pirates, already on the fringes, sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Had it not been for the members of the Sharp Bull pirate crew blocking the entrance, they would have long since made their escape. The manager of the Battle Axe Tavern, seasoned in such matters, gestured for the staff to retreat to the relative safety of the bar. Casti was the first to regain his composure, his gaze, still imbued with murderous intent, shifting away from Maud to skim over Langshu before finally resting on Abe's face. With Maud's references to Abe and Langshu, along with their positioning, Casti's myriad of tangled doubts began to unravel, clarifying into a singular line of thought. Why would Maud, with no prior enmity, target a navigator? Why did the usually cautious Lagran meet his demise by gunfire on the very night he sought out Langshu? Moreover, how were Abe, Maud, and Langshu interconnected? Before this assassination incident unfolded, Casti was certain that the Sharp Bull pirate crew had no dealings with either Maud or Langshu, let alone any grudges. Thus, it was utterly illogical for Maud, with no connections or grievances, to harbor motives for killing the navigator. Yet, if Abe, as a rival, were to intervene. Motives and reasons would begin to emerge. Cassidy's gaze turned towards Abe, now filled with malice. Little did he know that the instigator, Maud, possessed an ability known as the Hunter's Notes. He remained oblivious to the fact that Maud's true target was Red, and that the Navigator, significant to the Sharp Bull pirate crew, was merely an unfortunate casualty caught in the crossfire. Observing Cassidy's attention shift towards Abe, Maud remained composed, contemplating his next course of action. Just moments ago, he had narrowly evaded Cassidy's lethal intent, instinctively positioning Abe as a shield. As for Brother Langshu, he was merely a fortunate bystander in this precarious situation. Had Maud known the names of the nearby pirate crew, he would not have hesitated to vocalize his intentions further. This act of dragging others into the fray inadvertently wove a delicate web of connections, culminating in this dramatically charged scene. Though the role Langshu played in this affair remained unclear, it was Maud's impulsive shout of Brother Langshu that ultimately became the tipping point for Cassidy's contemplation. It was no wonder that Langshu, well aware of Maud's character, would mentally curse him for such an outrageous act. However, Maud did not believe that a mere emotional invocation could create an opportunity for escape. He needed to observe Abe's subsequent reactions before formulating a tailored response. Ideally, he hoped for a confrontation between Abe and Cassidy, allowing him a chance to flee. Failing that, he would have to fight for his life. A profound sense of crisis only served to sharpen Maud's focus. Abe confronted Cassidy's murderous glare. Although unaware of the unfolding events, she was no fool. Quickly grasping the nefarious intentions of the unfamiliar young man behind her, who planned to use her as a human shield. What astonished her, however, was how Cassidy, the bull-headed rival, had so novelly walked into this trap. While she willingly referred to Cassidy as a fool, she recognized that he was not one. The reasons behind this incident did not pique her interest. She merely resented Maud for placing her in such a precarious position. Yet, had she not intended to confront Maud and approached him first, he would have had no opportunity to use her as a shield. With a flick of her wrist, Abe, displeased, drew her ornate sword without uttering a word. She turned and lunged forward, executing a swift and lethal maneuver, her blade glinting with icy intent. The needle-like tip of her sword shot towards Maud's heart. She cared little for the grievances between Cassidy and Maud. Her singular desire at that moment was to drive her blade through Maud's heart. In the face of this sudden strike, Maud pushed off the ground with his right foot, utilizing the explosive force to propel himself backward, narrowly evading the lethal thrust. Abe's attack was swift and fierce, striking without warning. Had it not been for his recent hunt of the Fishman Sam and his vigilant watch on Abe's movements, he would have surely met a grim fate. Maud's predicament is now unavoidable. Abe's sudden strike was utterly unforeseen by Cassidy and his companions. It was far too abrupt. What astonished them even more was that, in the face of such a swift and unexpected blade, Maud managed to evade it. It is important to note that Abe's bounty of 38 million is attributed to her lightning-fast thrusts. How could he have escaped? Abe gazed in astonishment at Maud, who was retreating. Could it be that the turning motion slowed the speed of her thrust, granting Maud the opportunity to evade? Maud, however, disregarded all else, creating distance while a sorrowful expression graced his face. Sister Abe, you clearly stated that as long as my brother Wolf Rat and I eliminated one member of the Sharp Bull pirate crew each, we would be permitted to join your pirate crew. We have fulfilled our part, yet not only do you refuse to accept us, but when members of the Sharp Bull pirate crew come knocking, you wish to end my life once and for all. Maud's tone was steeped in a sense of despair, akin to a once great general who, despite numerous triumphs, remains unacknowledged. Upon hearing Maud drag himself into the fray once more, the corner of the rat's mouth twitched in agitation. He finally comprehended the situation. This fellow was nothing short of a calamity. Anyone who entangled themselves with him would inevitably find themselves in misfortune. Yet, he felt compelled to provoke the situation further, as he was already ensnared. With a resolve to expedite the completion of their task, the rat, hard-hardened, wept openly, as if Maud had touched upon a painful memory. Through tears and snot, he lamented, "Indeed, Sister Abe, we hold you in such high regard, even willing to risk our lives for you. Yet why do you treat us thus?" His heart-wrenching display caused the surrounding pirates to cast curious glances toward Abe. Although betrayal and abandonment were commonplace in the pirate world, the act of discarding someone immediately after use was particularly contemptible. Witnessing the rat not only comply willingly, but also immerse himself so deeply into the role startled Maud. Abe, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, felt her eyelids twitching in agitation. At the entrance, Kazud had already transformed into his beastly form, glaring fiercely at Abe, each word measured and heavy. Very well. Newtman Abe. As Kazut's teeth-gritted voice resonated, the tavern was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Abe, who had no part in this affair, inhaled deeply. Though entangled in this mess, she felt neither innocent nor wronged. Ignoring the furious Kazut, she turned her attention to Maud, her lips parting to reveal a dangerous smile. You have stirred my heart. Dear sir, so is it too much to ask for your name? Sister Abe, please grant me and the rat another chance. Sister Abe, I implore you to give Usopp and me another chance. The rat, having been dragged into the situation multiple times, seized the opportunity to retaliate by invoking Maud's name. Abe smiled. Usopp, is it? Dear sir, she said, her tongue playfully tracing her lips. The situation was growing increasingly dire, as Kazut and Abe seemed poised to clash. The pirates in the tavern began to fidget restlessly. They yearned to leave but could only gaze longingly at the entrance, now blocked by members of the Sharp-Horned Pirates. With the door obstructed, escape was impossible. Surely, one could not demand that Kazut, clearly on the brink of explosion, step aside? Such an action was not out of the question, but the dilemma remained. Who would take the lead? The alternative exit, the kitchen corridor beside the bar, presumably had a back door. Yet reaching it would necessitate traversing the line of sight between Kazut and Abe. Thus, another question arose. Who would dare to step forward? No one was willing. So they could only retreat to the walls to avoid potential fallout. If there were no opportunities to exit through the front or back doors, their only recourse would be to break through the wall. Although the tavern's walls were sturdier than ordinary timber, they were still made of wood, making escape through the wall a feasible option. Coincidentally, Maud's thoughts mirrored those of the pirates, showing no awareness of his role as the instigator. Breaking through the wall was indeed one of his contemplated escape routes. However, he had no intention of approaching the kitchen corridor, not out of concern for the tavern's patrons, but due to the potential trouble from those lurking behind the scenes in Mad Hat Town. So would a fight ensue, while Maud was on guard against Abe. His peripheral vision caught sight of Kazdi and his group at the door, along with a dozen sturdy pirates who had accompanied Abe. In comparison to the furious Kazdi, Maud perceived Abe as the greater threat. The sudden and unprovoked strike from Abe's sword earlier had deepened his understanding of her ruthlessness. Employing such a formidable individual as a shield was clearly a last resort. Abe, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, fixed her gaze upon Maud, as if she could decipher his thoughts at that very moment. Though she smiled, her eyes glinted with a chilling intent to kill. With her back turned to Kazdi and the others, she raised her right hand, brandishing a floral sword, while her left hand slowly ascended and abruptly snapped her fingers. The crisp sound resonated sharply in the tense atmosphere. At the sound of her snap, her 10 or so subordinates swiftly drew their long knives, disregarding the skunk that had scurried beneath the table and moved closer to Abe. At such a moment, a mere pet was not worthy of their distraction. Meanwhile, Kazdi's crew had already brandished their weapons the moment Kazdi entered his beastly state, led by the sharp-horned pirate crew member, Wells. Several of them unceremoniously aimed their guns at Abe's group. Most pirate crews typically included proficient marksmen, and the sharp-horned pirate crew was no exception. In stark contrast, Abe's entourage was unarmed, relying solely on cold weapons. In this environment, the sharp-horned pirate crew held a distinct advantage over Abe's band in both numbers and armament. The atmosphere was taut, akin to a stretched rubber band, on the brink of snapping. A fight was imminent. Seeing the precarious situation, Langshu quickly suppressed his emotions. In this calm before the storm, he wished to avoid drawing the attention of either group with his professional sobbing. He discreetly edged closer to Maud's position, maintaining a delicate distance, neither encroaching upon Abe's range of attack nor straying too far from Maud. This distance ensured he could readily assist Maud if needed. Alas, why must I endure this? Langshu lamented inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Having already shed tears, if Maud were to fall victim to this calamity, his weeping would have been in vain, and he would unwittingly attract trouble. Thus, even though he felt as though he had swallowed something foul, he had to suppress his nausea and support Maud's escape plan. All of this was for the sake of completing their mission swiftly. He reminded himself resolutely. At this moment, Maud had no time to appreciate the goodwill of the wolf rat. After Abe snapped her fingers, he found himself devoid of the strength to pay attention to Kazdi and his group. This was because Maud realized that even though Kazdi's faction was applying pressure on Abe, she remained oblivious to their attempts, her gaze solely fixed upon him. Sister Abe, your unwavering focus on me serves no purpose. It will only hasten the demise of your subordinates. Maud's reminder struck home. I share the same sentiment, dear Usopp. Abe's laughter grew increasingly enchanting. Her arm, wielding the sword, slightly bulging with tension. However, who invited you to provoke me? Before her words faded, Abe stepped forward, her rapier transforming into a streak of light, once again lunging towards Maud. The sound of 3 successive notes resonated as the slender blade sliced through the air, producing a buzzing vibration. The radiant tip of the sword split into 3, each aimed at Maud's throat, chest, and groin. This madwoman exuded an overwhelming pressure as the sword's brilliance approached. Maud's expression shifted slightly, and he narrowly sidestepped to evade the oncoming point of the blade. The 3 beams of sword light flashed past, so swift that only their afterimages remained. Swoosh! A tear appeared almost simultaneously at the chest and navel of Maud, threatening to draw blood if it deepened further. Maintaining a sidelong stance to evade sword strikes, Maud swiftly drew his flintlock pistol and, without hesitation, fired a shot at the visage of Ibe, who stood mere inches away. Bang! The bullet shot forth through the smoke, yet it struck only an afterimage. The projectile passed through the illusion, finding a hapless pirate instead. Maud was astonished by Ibe's remarkable speed. Indeed, she was worthy of the bounty of 38 million. Realizing that his current strength was insufficient to gain the upper hand against Ibe, Maud decisively altered his strategy, retreating swiftly while holstering his flintlock. The other pistol, already loaded, would not be employed lightly. Henceforth, he disregarded other threats, focusing entirely on defense. If he could restrain Ibe, her subordinates would undoubtedly be annihilated by Casti's crew in no time. The longer the engagement dragged on, the more precarious Ibe's position would become. In such a scenario, even if Casti discerned something from Ibe's willingness to sacrifice her subordinates to eliminate him, he would undoubtedly act resolutely to eliminate Ibe as well. He had to compel Ibe to abandon her assault on him. In a flash, Maud's thoughts crystallized, his concentration on Ibe reaching its zenith. As his focus sharpened, he employed a technique akin to the initial stage of observation hockey. His gaze fixated on Ibe, he absorbed every detail, the flow of murderous intent, the tremors of her body, the trajectory of her strikes. In an instant, all this information coalesced within his vision. Just as I perceived only Maud at this moment, Maud perceived only Ibe and her sword. He had no choice but to do so. For the prerequisite for utilizing the heart-drop fist was to concentrate all his mental faculties on a single target. Ibe sensed something amiss, a fleeting sensation that made her feel as though Maud could see right through her. However, she dismissed the thought and, wielding her floral sword, unleashed a series of rapid thrusts in a crescendo of sound. Her true strength lay in her ability to execute relentless, high-speed attacks, with the intent to swiftly eliminate Maud. She showed no sign of hesitation. The tempestuous fury of her swordsmanship enveloped Maud. Yet, Maud deftly maneuvered within the onslaught, evading each of Ibe's thrusts. In a matter of seconds, Ibe's numerous strikes landed nowhere. Her expression shifted in dismay. Not far away, the rat gazed in shock. He had been poised to support Maud, yet he hadn't anticipated the swiftness and ferocity of Ibe's swordplay. He could only watch helplessly as Ibe's swordplay threatened to ensnare Maud. In that moment, the rat envisioned the grim fate that awaited Maud, riddled with wounds. However, what unfolded before his eyes was Maud's effortless navigation through the storm of blades. Paper? No, not paper. And this scoundrel had concealed his true strength. The thought of having to approach such a being sent a chill through the rat's heart. Despite being in the shadows, why did he feel this way? Maud's prowess, relying solely on reflexes and speed, achieved an effect akin to the artistry of Six Styles paper drawings. Despite the ferocity and intensity of Abe's strikes, he glided like a delicate paper boat riding the waves, seemingly perilous yet steadfast against capsizing. The wolf rat discerned that Maud's evasion techniques were not mere paper drawings, which only heightened his astonishment. This level of skill was entirely on a different plane compared to what he had witnessed in the alley the previous night. Usopp undoubtedly shared a close connection with the deceptive gun. The wolf rat's eyes sparkled as he attributed Maud's displayed techniques directly to Soul. He understood that one of the most troublesome aspects of the deceptive gun was its formidable self-preservation capability. Intelligence reports indicated not only exceptional escape skills but also an uncanny ability to retreat unscathed even amidst 100 assailants. Now was not the time for such contemplations. The wolf rat steadied his emotions, confirming that Maud would remain unharmed for the time being, and redirected his focus elsewhere. The gunshot fired by Maud at Abe resonated like a clarion call for battle, prompting the sharpshooters of the Sharp Bull Pirates to instinctively pull their triggers. In a cacophony of gunfire, several lead bullets hurtled towards Maud and Abe. In a critical moment, Abe's subordinates formed a human shield, wielding long knives to intercept the incoming projectiles. This was an order conveyed to them through Abe's snap of her fingers. No one was to disturb her revelry and bloodshed. Typically, pirate crews can be categorized into 3 types. The first prioritizes numbers, the second focuses on quality, and the third values both quantity and quality. The sharp bull pirates belong to the first category, while Abe's crew exemplifies the second. Therefore, even though Abe's forces were outnumbered, they would not be easily overrun by the sharp bull pirates. Notably, Abe's crew consists of 31 members, yet she had only brought 10 subordinates to the Axe Tavern. As Wells and the other sharpshooters reloaded their firearms, the melee fighters of the sharp bull pirates surged towards Abe's men. In an instant, chaos erupted between the 2 pirate factions. However, the first blood was not drawn between the 2 crews. Instead, it was a hapless victim struck down by a stray bullet from Maud. The surrounding pirates cursed under their breath, eager to escape this treacherous locale. With Casti resolutely blocking the exit, they were compelled to seek an alternative route, initiating a wall-breaking endeavor. Within mere seconds, driven by their survival instinct, the wooden walls of the tavern were breached, creating several sizable openings. One by one, pirates squeezed through the half-sized holes, fleeing the establishment. Casti observed their frantic escape. Choosing to disregard it, he pulled out 2 thick stacks of berries from his pocket and tossed them onto the tavern counter. The tavern owner, hiding beneath the counter, could only manage a wry smile at the sight of the money that had landed before him. Having prepaid the compensation, Casti first surveyed Abe's restrained subordinates, confirming his advantage. Then turned his gaze to Maud, who was being relentlessly pursued by Abe. Casti noted Abe's genuine intent to kill Maud, yet given the unfolding circumstances, he was disinclined to delve deeper into the reasons. Regardless of the situation, Maud had to die. Casti, covered in thick black fur, his face resembling that of a bull and adorned with 2 horns atop his head, strode purposefully towards Abe and Maud. At this moment, he held the upper hand and had numerous options at his disposal. Whether it be to eliminate Abe's subordinates first or to sit back and watch the ensuing conflict between Abe and Maud. However, his choice was to seize the opportunity and launch a surprise attack on Abe and Maud, striving to eliminate one of them first. It mattered little who fell first, as long as he was the one to deliver the blow. Amid Abe's furious onslaught, Maud could do little but concentrate on defense, entirely oblivious to Casti's movements. Maud's resilience began to frustrate Abe, who had anticipated dispatching him swiftly, allowing her subordinates a brief moment of cover without considering the risks involved. To her dismay, this slippery adversary eluded her strikes, no matter how swiftly or fiercely she attacked. Throughout her journey, Abe had never encountered such an opponent, one who, despite lacking apparent threat, was infuriatingly elusive. Frustration surged within her. She was determined not to relent until she struck true. Yet, Maud gradually acclimated to Abe's rhythm. While her fast-paced thrusting attacks initially posed a significant threat, they lacked the versatility found in techniques like blade work, rendering them ultimately predictable. Once the initial onslaught passed, the danger would diminish considerably. As Maud sensed the pressure and threat from Abe beginning to wane, he felt a twinge of regret. Due to the absence of a recognizable figure, he could not preemptively inscribe Abe's name in his ledger. This meant that even if he risked seeking an opportunity to eliminate Abe, he would gain no reward. Perhaps it would be wiser to contemplate an escape instead. Maud pondered silently. The two, enmeshed in their intricate dance of attack and defense, remained oblivious to the looming threat posed by Casti. On the sidelines, the rat observed the unfolding situation and quickly recognized his role in aiding Maud. He stepped forward resolutely, positioning himself as a barrier against Casti. Casti regarded the rat with a frigid stare. The rat remained silent, his body and face undergoing a swift transformation into a more beastly form. His features became rodent-like. His physique swelled, and sharp claws extended from his hands. Despite being of the animal type, Casti sneered at the rat, significantly smaller than himself. "You think this mere rodent can hinder me?" Following his derisive laughter, Casti suddenly surged forward, his towering frame bearing down upon the rat. He disregarded any semblance of defense and struck the rat's face with a powerful hoof. In his beastly state, Casti's strength was augmented, and the hardened nature of his hoof often resulted in the obliteration of his foes' skulls. The dark, heavy hoof approached with fierce wind. The rat's gaze sharpened as he raised his claws to block the incoming strike. Crack! The immense force not only shattered two of the rat's claws, but also sent him staggering back several meters. Casti, emboldened by his advantage, pursued relentlessly, delivering another ferocious blow. The rat was compelled to defend once more. Although he did not get pushed back this time, he suffered the loss of yet another claw. Gritting his teeth, He endured the excruciating pain akin to having fingers severed. If it weren't for the urge to unleash the sixth style, the rat would struggle to withstand Kazdi's onslaught. In the span of merely a minute, Kazdi had nearly rendered the rat's hands useless. Such is the nature of battles amongst the animal types. In the absence of physical enhancements, the contest devolves into a clash of strength and defense. In this regard, the rat, a branch of the mouse fruit, was inherently weaker than Kazdi, who derived his power from the bull fruit. How could a mouse ever rival a bull in might? Kazdi smirked coldly. Faced with the threat of death, the rat inhaled deeply. He would attempt to extricate Maud from peril, yet he would not sacrifice himself. He wondered how Usopp was faring in the meantime. Seizing a moment when Kazdi spoke, the rat glanced towards Maud, only to see Abe, clutching her swollen cheek, standing dazed, and Maud fleeing with the speed of a rabbit. "Sell me out?" The rat was taken aback. 1 minute prior, having fully adapted to Abe's relentless assault, Maud gradually found himself with some excess energy. He couldn't help but marvel at Abe's ferocity, relieved that his physical condition could keep pace. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With the pressure of defense significantly alleviated, Maud could finally direct some attention to the ongoing situation. He noted the rat and Kazdi engaged in a fierce confrontation. Had it not been for the rat's intervention, the outcome could have been dire. Amidst his apprehension, Maud silently commended the rat for his brotherly courage. However, he soon observed that the rat could not withstand Kazdi's onslaught for more than 3 seconds. After several encounters, it became evident that the rat was on the verge of being crushed by Kazdi, prompting Maud to realize that it was unwise to linger. He needed to depart before the rat could no longer endure. With this assessment, Maud shifted his focus away from the rat's plight. Noting that Maud still had the capacity to attend to other matters, Abe felt a surge of anger, her veins visibly throbbing in her temples. The seductive allure she once exuded had vanished entirely. In her fury, Abe's swordplay aimed at Maud suddenly quickened, though it began to show signs of disarray. The abrupt acceleration of her strikes once again placed pressure on Maud, yet the threat diminished significantly. Should he retaliate? Maud deftly evaded the relentless onslaught of sword strikes, contemplating the feasibility of drawing his sidearm or the concealed dagger for a counterattack. The disarray in Ibe's technique signified that should he hastily transition from offense to defense, he would inevitably expose certain vulnerabilities. This presented a rare opportunity for retaliation. However, Maud was acutely aware of the potential risks following such a counterstrike. Whether he opted for the firearm or the dagger, several superfluous movements would be required. Although Ibe's rhythm had faltered, his sword speed had notably increased. In such circumstances, even a single misstep could transform into a critical opening. If there were prospects of gain, Maud was willing to take the risk. Otherwise, his priority remained retreat. Thus, he resolved to rely solely on his hands. Abandoning the notion of a gun retaliation, Maud's thoughts turned to his next course of action. The once formidable sword strikes had lost their threatening edge. After a brief defensive stint, Maud seized a fleeting opportunity. As he sidestepped one thrust, he advanced instead of retreating, propelling himself forward with determination. As his body brushed past Ibe, Maud took advantage of the momentum, delivering a resounding slap to Ibe's cheek. The sharp sound momentarily pierced the air, only to be swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of clashing blades. Ibe staggered slightly, his relentless assault momentarily disrupted. Maud seized the opportunity, swiftly evading Ibe's range of attack and sprinting towards the opening in the wall. Ibe, in a state of utter disbelief, stared blankly at Maud's retreating figure. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the Ratwolf. However, the Ratwolf's focus was not on Ibe, but rather on Maud, who darted away faster than a rabbit. At this juncture, the Ratwolf resigned itself to the situation, lacking even the energy to scold Maud. Exhausted, it averted its gaze to Kazdi, attempting to explain, "Believe me, this is a misunderstanding." In response, Kazdi delivered a powerful kick, sending the Ratwolf flying against the wall with a resounding crash. HM? After striking the Ratwolf, Kazdi found himself puzzled by the unusual sensation of impact. Had it become denser? Before he could ponder further, he noticed Maud on the verge of escaping the tavern and suddenly bellowed, "Halt." Upon hearing Kazdi's furious voice, Maud felt no inclination to look back. Was the Ratwolf brother done for? Maud contemplated as he hastened his pace, the entrance drawing near. Suddenly, he spotted a white skunk racing ahead, albeit hindered by its short legs, which impeded its speed. Recognizing the skunk as a pet brought by Eber, Maud seized the creature in his grasp just before leaping through the opening. The abrupt lift startled the skunk, causing its body to tremble, and its dark, glistening eyes reflected a profound, human-like terror, yet it refrained from struggling excessively, fearing that this inexplicable human might suddenly turn hostile. In the eyes of the skunk, humans were perilous beings. Remaining still, it watched as Maud carried it through the gaping hole in the wall, leading them both to freedom. In that fleeting moment, the skunk realized this human was, in fact, aiding its escape. The fear in its eyes promptly melted away like spring snow. Its perception of humans began to shift ever so slightly. At last, it encountered a different kind of human. The skunk was moved. Maud was utterly oblivious to the intricate psychological turmoil stirred by the projectile he had carelessly tossed. A wave of astonishment washed over him as he caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance emanating from the skunk. A fragrant skunk? This peculiar description seemed oddly familiar. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, Cassidy's eyes widened in fury as he witnessed Maud's escape, prompting him to give chase. However, a figure darted ahead of him, racing towards the hole in the wall, none other than the wolf rat, still in its hybrid form. Upon seeing the wolf rat unharmed, a flicker of surprise crossed Cassidy's eyes. At that moment, a flash of sword light lunged towards him. Cassidy abruptly halted, narrowly evading the sudden strike. "Madwoman, what are you doing?" he bellowed at Abe, who stood before him, her eyes bloodshot and face twisted in a snarl. Without uttering a word, Abe thrust her sword at Cassidy once more, weaving a tapestry of gleaming sword strikes. In his hybrid form, Cassidy experienced a surge in strength, yet his speed diminished slightly, faced with Abe's relentless and merciless assaults. A moment's carelessness left him with several wounds. Anger surged within him. After effortlessly wounding Cassidy, a strange satisfaction crept onto Abe's grotesque visage, her gaze towards him brimming with a fervent desire to strike. Cassidy's cheeks twitched uncontrollably at the complexity of her expression. Everything had descended into chaos. "Madwoman," Cassidy roared, only to be met with another wave of sword energy. With no other option, he retreated to evade her onslaught and issued a command to his subordinate, Wells. "Wells, take some men and pursue that brat, regardless of the consequences." Upon hearing the captain's orders, Wells wasted no time, leading several gunners out the main door in pursuit of Maud. Outside the tavern, Maud sprinted down the street, skunk in hand. After emerging from the wall hole, the wolf rat, leveraging the physical advantages of its beastly form, managed to catch up with Maud. "Usopp, wait for me," the wolf rat shouted excitedly upon spotting Maud's retreating figure. Upon hearing the loud shout from behind, Emoda instinctively hurled the skunk in his grasp. The skunk, marveling at the presence of a good person, found itself in a peculiar predicament. The wolf rat, whose gaze was fixated solely on Emoda's retreating figure, was met with the skunk soaring gracefully through the air, tracing an elegant arc before landing squarely on its face with a resounding thud. The wolf rat collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Wells and the others, who had rushed out from the tavern, abruptly halted, their eyes widening at the sight of the wolf rat and the skunk rolling before them. The atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. Maud silently deemed the reaction excessive, then turned to glance at the direction of the weasel. In a loud voice, he exclaimed, "Brother Weasel, I." However, upon noticing Wells and his armed companions, Maud abruptly shifted his tone. "If there's a chance, allow me to explain," he added before sprinting away without a backward glance. The weasel, regaining his senses, took a deep breath, feeling the pain in his lungs. The headless skunk appeared utterly bewildered. The treachery of human nature is indeed perilous. Wells furrowed his brow, hesitating over whether to waste a bullet on the weasel. Amidst the throng of the street, a diminutive figure darted past. That scoundrel. Half an hour later, Emoda leaned against the wall of a secluded alley, his head tilted back as he gasped for breath. The intense battle of wits and strategy with AI Bay had drained him of much of his stamina, and after emerging from the tavern, he had run continuously for 20 minutes. Thus, even though he had been resting here for over 10 minutes, he still found it difficult to recuperate. This was especially true on a mental level, as the excessive use of his heart-drip fist had left him feeling somewhat disoriented. However, had it not been for this, he would have long been reduced to a mere porcupine by AI Bay's relentless assaults. He had barely managed to escape. Maud took a deep breath, finally finding the moment to load his flintlock pistol with ammunition. Reflecting on the perilous situation he had just encountered in the tavern, he realized that had it not been for the timely assistance of the wolf rat, despite his efforts to stir the chaos, he would have likely met his demise. Fortunately, fortune favored him this time. Maud felt a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, with the assistance of his keen perception and his commendable physical condition, he managed to withstand Abe's sword strikes. However, he finally bore witness to the formidable prowess that warranted a bounty exceeding 30 million. Casty and Abe, indeed. Maud summoned the Hunter's Journal, inscribing the intelligence he had just personally experienced onto its pages. After completing his notes, he carefully set aside the quill and silently gazed at the names of Ibe and Casty. A direct confrontation would likely exact a considerable toll to defeat Ibe. As for Casty, relying solely on firearms offered no chance of victory in a head-on encounter. Even a surprise attack might not guarantee a swift demise. Maud removed his notes, murmuring softly to himself. The upheaval of the day had profoundly impressed upon him the limitations of being a marksman. Once ensnared in close quarters, the only recourse was to create as much distance as possible, while a swift enough pace could allow one to toy with and even eliminate adversaries. The inadequacy of firearms to pose a genuine threat rendered even the most advantageous position futile. If one could not vanquish the quarry, the marksman's notes would remain ineffective. Moreover, this was merely a battle at the 30 million level. As one ascends to the 100 million tier, what efficacy could a marksman wield with the firearms available in the world of pirates? Upon reflection, Maud could only draw parallels with Usopp. Thus, it seemed that the sole remaining path for a marksman was to provide support. Yet, without allies, how could one speak of support? Contemplating this, Maud felt a sudden urge to return and consult Saul, inquiring about the methods he employed throughout his journey when confronting formidable foes. When faced with a powerful enemy alone, what strategies and mindsets should one adopt to overcome such adversities? Indeed, it appeared that martial arts and the blade were the more reliable options. Maud sighed softly, unwilling to relinquish his proficiency in firearms, for a wealth of skills is indeed a valuable asset. Furthermore, with the guidance of an experienced mentor like Thor, he could become a reliable trump card, even if he did not strive for dominance. However, at present, he yearned to swiftly master a form of close combat. It was time to return home. Although he had not encountered suitable prey, he had nonetheless gathered valuable intelligence for future endeavors. Once his stamina had sufficiently recovered, Maud refrained from wandering the streets any longer. Additionally, the after-effects of the heart-drip fist left him feeling quite uncomfortable. His understanding of this discipline was merely at a novice level, and without the mental fortitude to alleviate the burden, coupled with his current physical fatigue. It had been no small feat to execute the techniques under such circumstances. By the way, where exactly was this place? Maud glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Preoccupied with running, he had lost track of which neighborhood he had ultimately arrived in. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze to the tops of the buildings. The sky was still light, and ascending to the rooftops appeared somewhat conspicuous. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait here until nightfall? As Maud pondered, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner ahead. Maud's gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew his pistol, poised to shoot at a moment's notice. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and a figure emerged from around the corner. Upon recognizing the newcomer as the Rat, a glint of unexpected emotion flickered in Maud's eyes. "Brother Rat, it is truly a blessing that you are unharmed." He discreetly concealed the pistol behind him, and, before the Rat could utter a word, Maud launched a decisive strike. Hearing Maud's words, the battered Rat suppressed the urge to retaliate against Maud with all his might. Having narrowly escaped, the Rat offered a sheepish grin, his bloodied right hand clutching a white skunk. The skunk appeared injured, its hind legs weak and feeble, presenting a disheveled appearance that rivaled that of the Rat himself. Maud cast a sidelong glance at the skunk and, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained, "Brother Wolf Rat, I sincerely apologize for earlier. When I heard your frantic shouts behind me while fleeing, I mistakenly assumed I was being pursued by enemies, which startled me into a sudden tremor. By the time I regained my composure, the skunk I had just rescued had inexplicably been sent flying." The corners of Wolf Rat's mouth twitched slightly. The skunk lowered his head, the pain rendering him too weary to critique Maud's shamelessness. Soon, Wolf Rat collected himself and hurriedly voiced his support for Maud's account. "I understand completely. Were I in your position, I would have fared even worse." Upon uttering this statement, he failed to notice the incredulous emotion that flickered in the skunk's eyes. Is this human truly foolish? The skunk pondered silently. Maud did not notice the skunk's peculiarities either. He gazed at the Wolf Rat and sighed. It is of no consequence, truly. The events have passed, and most importantly, we are unharmed. Indeed, is that so? Ha. Such is the reasoning. At that moment, the Wolf Rat felt as if it had swallowed something quite repulsive, yet it was compelled to feign delight. By the way, this is something you dropped. Had it not been for the intention of returning it to you, I would likely have already retreated to tend to my wounds. With that, The wolf rat lifted the utterly disheartened skunk. This served as his rationale and motivation for pursuing Maud. Though somewhat tenuous, he aspired to capitalize on this opportunity to breach the barriers of Maud's friendship. "Oh, is this not that pet named Abe?" Modette, with a serious demeanor, corrected the mistakes of the weasel. The weasel, upon hearing this, looked bewildered and exclaimed, "Ah, so this is Abe's pet? I thought it was yours. Which is why I carried it all the way here." As soon as he finished speaking, he carelessly tossed aside the now useless skunk. Upon hitting the ground, the skunk landed awkwardly on its fractured limb, letting out a pained hiss, nearly uttering human words, but fortunately, it managed to restrain itself. Those two shameless rascals will eventually face divine retribution. The skunk, stifling its painful cries, cursed the weasel and Modette in its heart. The weasel, oblivious to the skunk's plight, surveyed the surroundings with a feigned look of surprise. "This is quite close to my residence, Usopp. How about we head to my place to tend to your injuries and rest for a bit?" Originally intending to suggest treating the wounds, the weasel realized that Modette, that scoundrel, was miraculously unscathed, while he himself bore numerous injuries, his hands nearly incapacitated. Haha. Upon hearing this, Emoda could not help but smile faintly. The wolf rat was taken aback for a moment, and after a while, cautiously inquired, "Hee, does this signify your agreement? Very well, let us rest at your place." Modeb initially wished to decline, yet after a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. He discerned that there were certain issues with Lang Shu, but within the confines of the tavern. Had it not been for Lang Shu's intervention against Casti, Modeb would have harbored reservations. For this reason, he was curious to discover the contents of Lang Shu's mysterious vial. Upon hearing Modeb's agreement, Lang Shu was elated, believing that all his efforts had been worthwhile. However, he did not display this joy outwardly and maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Follow me." With that, he proceeded forward. Maud discreetly tucked away his pistol and proceeded forward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned to gaze at the white skunk, which was slowly crawling on the ground, attempting to escape from the scene. "Brother Wolfrat, do you think skunk meat is edible?" Upon hearing Maud's words, Wolfrat halted his steps and also turned to look at the white skunk, becoming lost in contemplation. Under the piercing gaze of two malevolent eyes, the skunk stiffened, lying on the ground, too frightened to move a muscle. What a beast! The skunk. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to it as a white weasel. If one were to sample a taste, calling it a fragrant weasel would be even more fitting. Maud suddenly mentioned the weasel, which was desperately attempting to flee the scene. It was clear that his interest was not merely to sample something new, but rather to recognize the weasel's potential value. How much could it fetch in the market? He pondered this, and his gaze toward the weasel grew increasingly profound. He found himself in need of funds to acquire a fine blade. Indeed, he mused, he could name that blade weasel in honor of its sacrifice. When Maud inquired whether the skunk was edible, the rat showed no real interest. His contemplation was merely an effort to immerse himself in Maud's perspective and consider the matter from that angle. "It is edible." After a brief moment of reflection, the rat confidently provided his answer. He was indifferent to the skunk's edibility. He had merely discerned Maud's desire to consume it. That rationale was sufficient. This encapsulates the third principle of friendship, empathy. Upon hearing this, Maud smiled and said, "Then let us take it along. It is no trouble at all, fortuitously. I have a skilled chef at my disposal. Should he take charge, even skunk meat can be transformed into a culinary masterpiece." The wolf rat nodded in agreement and then gazed at Maud. The two shared a moment of silent understanding. Maud maintained a smile, while the wolf rat gradually fell into confusion. Not far away, the white weasel was exerting every effort to crawl away. What was happening? Instead of taking action against the skunk, why was it staring at me like this? Had I perhaps said something amiss just moments ago? Initially bewildered, the wolf rat soon felt a slight tightening in his chest. Until he could comprehend the situation, he could only stand there in bafflement alongside Maud. Suddenly, the wolf rat noticed Maud's gaze fixated on his bloodied hands. So, he was concerned about my injuries? It seems the secrets of friendship truly hold merit. When one considers the feelings of another, the reciprocation is inevitable, for this is the essence of companionship. The wolf rat's thoughts shifted, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, as if his efforts were finally being acknowledged. Yet gradually, an unsettling feeling crept in. Could it be? The wolf rat looked at the smiling Maud and tentatively suggested, "How about I assist you with that? Would that be appropriate?" Maud nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at the bloodstains and dirt upon the weasel's body. Upon hearing this, the wolf rat exhaled in relief. realizing that the situation was not as dire as he had envisioned. Maud continued, "Since you have brought it up, I must trouble you with it." The wolf rat fell silent, an overwhelming urge to press its bloodied hands against Maud's face surging within. 10 minutes later, the two weasels arrived at the entrance of the Tatum Night Bar. So this is the place. Maud glanced around the surroundings. It was here that he had hunted 3 pirates last night, and it was also here that he first encountered the friendless wolf rat. At that time, his eyes were solely fixed on the prey, leaving no room for distraction to notice the bar nestled within the alleyway. Maud turned his gaze towards the distinctive skull-shaped oil lamp positioned against the wall by the bar entrance. A flicker of memory stirred within him. He recalled the days spent in the hunter's world, where he often frequented clandestine venues to gather intelligence. The establishments he visited most frequently were hidden bars, shrouded from the light of day and inaccessible to the average person. Their atmosphere and decor were steeped in a bizarre aesthetic, with skull-shaped oil lamps serving as commonplace adornments. This reminded him of the establishment before him, aptly named Nightshade, evoking a sense of familiarity. "Come in," the wolf rat said, pushing open the bar's heavy door and ushering Maud inside. As they traversed the short hallway, Maud's eyes were immediately drawn to the circular bar enveloped in a soft crimson glow. Behind the bar, Tatum had diligently polished glassware. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. A fleeting glimmer of recognition crossed his eyes upon seeing Maud, as memories of the perilous woman wielding a blade from the previous night resurfaced. Silently averting his gaze, Tadamu lowered his head slightly and resumed his meticulous task of polishing the glasses. Maud cast a discerning glance at the broad-shouldered, wide-eyed Tatum, then turned his attention to the vacant seats within the bar. Much like the Soul Weapon Shop, the business was decidedly lackluster. However, in terms of decor, it exhibited a level of care absent from the aforementioned establishment. The ambience, meticulously crafted lighting, and thoughtful arrangement of seating all revealed the proprietor's dedication. Yet, in contrast to the refined bar, the pirates of Mad Hatter Town preferred the lively atmosphere of taverns, which undoubtedly contributed to the bar's sparse clientele. The rat, Wolf, approached the counter, placing the despondent white weasel atop it. This was Tatum, the bar's owner and a friend of mine. Despite his imposing physique, he possessed a remarkable talent for cooking and mixology. Entrust him with the preparation of skunk meat, and you could rest assured of satisfaction. Wolf introduced Tatum to Maud while casually mentioning Tatum's culinary skills. The weasel, unceremoniously deposited on the counter, quivered slightly, embodying a deeper sense of despair. His name was Usopp, a recent acquaintance of mine. Wolf then turned to Tatum to introduce Maud, simultaneously gesturing for Maud to come forward. Maud approached the bar and greeted Tatum with a warm, "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you." Tatum remained silent, gazing at Maud, and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. The wolf rat, having keenly observed Maud's reaction, interjected, "Tatum's demeanor is simply like this. I hope you do not take offense." "Not at all." Maud did not care. "That is good." The wolf rat chuckled softly and then gently patted the lifeless white weasel, stating earnestly, "Tadamu, Usopp wishes to consume skunk meat. Could you prepare it?" Tadamu glanced at the white weasel and shook his head, indicating his refusal to take on this task. "I will increase the payment. How about triple the amount?" Tadamu shook his head once more. The wolf rat, however, was quite persistent, raising his bloodied right hand 5 times. Realizing that the wolf rat was insistent, Tadamu promptly explained, "It cannot be eaten." "Oh, it can't be eaten? Isn't it much like rabbit meat?" Tadamu chose not to elaborate further. The wolf rat felt a sense of disappointment. Maud gazed at Tadamu with astonishment. Despite his rugged appearance, his voice was as melodious and enchanting as that of a young maiden. This striking contrast evoked memories of a friend named Melody whom Maud had encountered in the world of hunters. Both Tadamu and the wolf rat noticed Maud's reaction. The former remained expressionless, while the latter, observing that Maud was merely surprised by Tadamu's voice without any hint of mockery, let out a sigh of relief. "Usopp, it seems. Skunk meat is not fit for consumption," lamented the wolf rat. Maud was not originally inclined to consume the weasel, and rather than providing an explanation, he simply remarked, "What a pity." The weasel was lifted by the rat, who carelessly tossed it onto a nearby seat and said, "Tadamu, prepare a signature drink for Usopp." "I shall attend to my wounds first." "Of course," Tadamu replied, commencing the task of mixing the cocktail. The rat then turned to Maud and said, "Usopp, please take a moment to sit." "All right," came the response. Maud nodded. The wolf mouse then proceeded towards the staircase leading to the second floor. At the bar, Maud observed Tatum's bartending skills and remarked, Your voice is quite melodious. It reminds me of a dear departed friend. Tatum's movement suddenly halted, and he gazed at Mode in astonishment. After a brief pause, he said nothing further and resumed his bartending. Maude smiled, turning to observe the environment, which starkly contrasted with the Battle Axe Tavern, and exclaimed, "This place is truly delightful." "Thank you." Tadamu gently slid the prepared drink before Maude. Maude turned around, his intention not to partake in the drink. "Tadamu, do you sell information here?" Upon hearing this, Tadamu's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. He did not respond directly to the inquiry, but countered with a question, "Are you a pirate?" An inexplicable rhetorical question caused Maude to cast a peculiar glance at Tadamu. A pirate? Maude did not consider himself a pirate. Henceforth, he held no interest in such an identity. No, without much contemplation, Maude answered Tatum's question. Upon hearing this, Tatum instinctively glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor, then lowered his head, silently picking up his cup and resuming his wiping. Maude gazed at Tadamu and remarked, "You have yet to respond to my inquiry." Upon hearing Maude's persistent questioning, Tadamu, finally realizing the gravity of the moment, replied. His establishment could indeed be considered a hub for intelligence transactions. This was also the reason why the Wolf Rat Society had lingered here and forged an acquaintance with him. Maude's expression was one of undeniable realization. In his perspective, bars situated in such locales typically served not only to dispense liquor, but also to facilitate the exchange of information. This aspect bore a striking resemblance to the world of hunters. Casting another glance at the sparsely populated seating area, Maude smiled and remarked, "This place is quite charming. I shall frequent it henceforth." Tatum's momentary surprise was followed by a nod as he welcomed Maude. In the brief encounter that lasted only a few minutes, Tatum developed a slight fondness for Maude. Yet, the thought of the rat and that perilous woman seemingly targeting Maude caused him to steal another glance at the staircase leading to the second floor. From the previous night's interaction between the rat and the woman, Tatum could easily deduce the rat's true identity. He was also acutely aware of the rat's motivations for bringing Maude here. New acquaintances, perhaps. Tatum silently polished the glass, not contemplating any involvement. Despite his favorable first impression of Maude, the rat was a confidant, holding greater significance in Tatum's life than Maude. Throughout their conversation, Maude noticed that Tatum rarely spoke more than 5 words at a time. Nevertheless, he could empathize with Tatum's predicament. As a man, anyone possessing such a voice would likely find it difficult to converse freely. Maude glanced sideways at the staircase and suddenly inquired, "Does the wolf rat reside here?" Tatum nodded in affirmation. Maude pondered deeply, gazing down at his wine glass, contemplating the motives of the wolf mouse. What troubled him further was the realization that the wolf mouse had managed to locate him so effortlessly, akin to a dog tracking its master. This signified that any attempts at disguise were utterly futile in the presence of the wolf mouse. Yet, today, the creature had approached him under the guise of a stranger. Was it an act of retribution for the shot he had fired at him yesterday? If that were the case, why then intervene to shield Casti? As Maude delved deeper into his thoughts, he found himself grappling with numerous contradictions, making it challenging to discern the likely motivations of the wolf rat. Tadaru mused that wolf rat was probably not his true name. It sounded more akin to a moniker. Casting a glance at Maude, Tadaru opted for silence. "Very well. I may have overstepped." Observing Tadaru's reaction, Maude offered a nonchalant smile before retrieving a banknote from his pocket, pressing it beneath a wine glass on the table. "Departing already?" Tadaru glanced at the banknote concealed under the glass. Under normal circumstances, he would not have inquired. "Indeed, I shall return another time." Maude stood up and effortlessly lifted the weasel that had, for some unknown reason, scurried beneath the chair. It was evident that the weasel possessed a formidable instinct for survival. However, alas, the individual it encountered was Maude. "I shall take my leave. Please convey my regards to the stoat." Maude, clutching a white weasel, strode toward the entrance of the bar. Tadamu silently watched Maude depart. 10 minutes later, after tending to his wounds, the rat descended the stairs into the bar. Upon noticing the empty counter, he was momentarily taken aback. As for the weasel, it had long been disregarded. Where had Usopp gone? He had left. Tadamu cast a glance at the rat's bandaged hands. How infuriating, he thought, to leave just like that. The rat plopped down at the bar, slightly agitated, tugging at his hair. After finally becoming friends, he had hoped to seize the moment to deepen their bond. "Do you know, Tadamu? That Usopp fellow has truly done me in today. Look at my hands, then my back, and my rear. These injuries are all his doing. If it weren't for my tough skin, I wouldn't even be able to stand, let alone drink." The rat grumbled while pocketing the banknotes that Maud had pressed under his glass. One drink hardly required 10,000 berries. Tadamu, resigned, observed the rat's little antics. He had grown accustomed to the rat's monologues and typically refrained from interjecting. After stowing away the cash, the rat finished off the untouched drink in one gulp. Another round, please. Tadamu nodded and soon prepared another drink for the rat, then inquired, is he the target? Who? The rat instinctively retorted. Usopp. What's this? This isn't like you, Tadamu. Let me tell you, despite Usopp's indifference to your voice, trust me, that guy is nothing but trouble. The farther you keep your distance, the better. Moreover, you should steer clear of this matter. Even if you are already aware, pretend you are not. If I hadn't intervened last night, that woman would have found 1,000 reasons to chop you up just for being a pirate. Of course, I know you are not a pirate. He isn't either. Tadamu gazed at the spot where Maud had just sat. The rat looked at Tadamu in astonishment. Tadamu, I don't care whether he is a pirate now. I only know that he will undoubtedly become one in the future, and a formidable one at that. One who will pose a challenge to the Navy. What do you mean? A hint of confusion crossed Tadamu's face. The rat slowly set down his glass, twirling his thumb along the rim, and replied, the reasons are complex. I do not wish to elaborate, so do not inquire further. Tadamu nodded, choosing not to press the matter. In truth, if circumstances allowed, perhaps. The rat's previously playful demeanor gradually turned serious, a chilling glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Crack. The rat inadvertently crushed the glass in his hand. Despite its significant injuries. The rat lamented, staring at the shards in his palm. Tadamu, where did you purchase this glass? It is clearly of inferior quality. Hurry and take these fragments to seek compensation. 10,000. Tadamu replied expressionlessly. Is it truly 10,000? The rat's lips twitched. 10,000, Tadamu reiterated, with a helpless sigh. The rat produced the still warm berries from his pocket. Maud returned to the weapon shop without incident. As he stepped through the door, he immediately felt the piercing gaze directed at him. In the face of Sunny's scrutinizing eyes, Maud chose to feign ignorance. Is Soul still asleep? He inquired. I don't know. Sunny replied tersely. Very well. Maud approached the counter, presenting the white weasel before Sunny. Look, I have brought back a delightful treasure. Would you care for a snack? Sunny inquired, gazing at the weasel with curiosity. The white creature suddenly shivered. Who are these people? I am called Weasel Treasure, a skunk of innate beauty and uniqueness. I do not comprehend why I possess a fragrant scent, nor why my fur is white, and I remain oblivious to the source of my intelligence. All I know is that cuteness is both an asset and a weapon, and I am endowed with such assets and weapons. Hence, humanity is inclined to allow my existence to persist, for the living me holds far greater value than the deceased. I am acutely aware of this fact. Therefore, even in the face of lost freedom, I remain unperturbed until I encountered that enigmatic man who leaves me at a loss for words. In the desolate armory, Maud and Sunny observed the limp, white weasel sprawled across the counter. Sunny lamented, So, this is not something we can consume? It is not merely a question of whether it can be eaten. Rather, it would be a waste to do so. Maud pried open the weasel's legs and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, It's a male. Sunny looked at Maud with curiosity and inquired, Does it matter whether it's male or female? Not particularly, Maud replied. I merely considered the possibility of breeding it. However, the thought alone seems rather cumbersome. It would be wiser to sell it outright. Maud explained something and suddenly recalled a thought. Sunny, is the auction booklet still around? Yes, it is. Please show it to me. Upon hearing this, Sunny opened the cabinet and rummaged through it, quickly locating the small booklet. Maud took the booklet and began to leaf through it. Last time, due to Sunny's utter disinterest in the rare and exotic creatures, the pages were turned swiftly. At that moment, Maud had stolen a glance from behind. Hastily catching only a brief glimpse of a couple of lines of description, he had found it. Maud soon turned to the page that detailed the introduction of the stoat. Although devoid of images, the entire page was filled with an extensive description of the stoat. Maud looked at the introduction and perused it line by line. Gradually realizing that the European polecat is a hybrid creature, thus differing in both anatomical structure and fur coloration from the typical skunk. Beside him, Sunny leaned in to examine the description as well. Before long, the two had finished reading about the polecat. Essentially, it was a skunk with an unusual fur color and sweat glands, particularly the latter, which emitted a delightful fragrance. This unique characteristic bestowed upon the polecat a certain market value. However, such fragrant beings are often sought after by perfume companies. Yet, The polecat found itself among a horde of pirates, akin to the whims of a pirate like Abe, who might impulsively decide to acquire a pet. Indeed, it was far from an ordinary skunk. Maud gazed at the white ferret on the counter as though it were a pristine dagger. It was indeed a pity to consume such a creature. Sunny, too, regarded the white ferret, perceiving it as a bulging pouch of riches. Sensing the weight of their gazes, the white ferret, having surrendered its struggle, lay motionless like a pool of lifeless mud. Sunny, please attend to this little creature's injuries, lest it become incapacitated. By the way, do we have any chains or similar items in the shop? Yes, I shall retrieve them at once. At that moment, Sunny realized that the ferret was merely a mobile treasure chest, and her interest was piqued. She ventured to the basement, emerging with medical supplies and a bundle of chains as thick as her fingers. Upon returning to the shop, she first tended to the ferret's wounds and, fearing it might escape, secured its upper body with chains, wrapping it tightly. After completing these tasks, over half an hour had elapsed. Sunny surveyed her handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. Yet a pressing question emerged in her mind. Where should she place Bailey? In such a brief span, Sunny had already bestowed upon the white ferret a fitting name. Maud glanced at the desolate weapon shop and suggested, why not leave it in the store? No, Sunny shook her head, rejecting the proposal. Maud pondered for a moment before suddenly arriving at a fitting solution. How about hanging it in the restroom? Sunny considered this seriously. Given the delightful fragrance that Bailey emitted from its sweat glands, she found the suggestion rather appealing. Admittedly, it would be somewhat inconvenient to retrieve Bailey during bathroom visits. But this minor hassle paled in comparison to the benefits of air purification. Well then, let us place it in the restroom, she declared decisively. Meanwhile, on the counter, the white ferret, now forcibly adorned with the name Bailey, faced a future devoid of its former whiteness. Why must fate be so cruel to me? If there were a hell, surely it would resemble this. 3 minutes later, Bailey was hung in the restroom, transforming into a fragrant air freshener. After Maud returned to the room, he strapped weights onto his legs and then went back to the shop, where he exercised while keeping Sunny company as she tended to the store. It was during this time that Sunny, with a hint of curiosity, inquired about Bailey's origins. How did such a rare and exotic creature, once auctioned off, end up in Maud's possession, and in a wounded state at that? The story was rather lengthy. Maud did not deliberately conceal anything, but rather recounted all that transpired in the afternoon to Sunny. This prompted Sunny to regard him with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Bailey was indeed a pleasant surprise. When he had casually picked him up, he had not anticipated that he would prove to be a valuable asset. Had he known, he would not have discarded him at that moment. Fortunately, he ultimately found his way back into my possession. At this juncture, Maud expressed his sentiments, reflecting on the near miss of a significant fortune. As for the subsequent threats from Abe and Cosette, once they returned to the shop, they would have Soul's formidable support to rely upon. Sunny nodded in agreement, responding earnestly, what a stroke of luck. Time flowed steadily onward. As evening approached, Soul's weapon shop concluded another day of business with no earnings. Sunny proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Maud closed the shop door and began tidying up the premises. Once he finished cleaning, he proceeded to the kitchen to assist Sunny. Although his culinary skills were not on par with Sunny's, the dishes he prepared were still quite delectable. Let us not forget to prepare a portion for Bailey as well. Maud recalled Bailey hanging in the restroom and couldn't help but mention it. I almost forgot. Prompted by Maud's reminder, Sunny took out 2 additional slices of meat from the refrigerator, along with a handful of vegetables. Maud cast a glance at the meal Sunny had prepared for Bailey. One could say that in terms of sustenance, the Soul Armory was never lacking. The two were bustling about in the kitchen. Meanwhile, a groggy Soul descended the stairs. With heavy-lidded eyes, he made a beeline for the restroom. Mere seconds later, a piercing scream echoed from within. Help! The voice, youthful and tinged with terror, resonated through the air. Upon hearing the unfamiliar cry for aid emanating from the restroom, Maud and Sunny paused their culinary endeavors, exchanging a glance before hastily setting down their tasks and rushing towards the source of the commotion. Upon their swift arrival, they found Soul gripping Bailey's head with one hand, seemingly poised to exert an overwhelming force any moment now. Bailey's terrified eyes darted towards Sunny, struggling to articulate words. Mom, save me. The unexpected utterance of Mom left Sunny momentarily rooted to the spot, not due to being addressed as such, but rather because Bailey was speaking. A devil fruit user? This was Sunny's immediate thought, as the realization dawned upon her that Bailey might very well have consumed a devil fruit. Her emotions grew increasingly convoluted. The coveted devil fruit had been consumed by a mere skunk? Maud's reaction was not as pronounced as Sunny's, nor did he make an immediate judgment. The ability of animals to speak human language does not solely stem from consuming the devil fruit. Solemnly, Sol regarded Bailey, whose desire for survival was palpable, then slowly withdrew his hand, turning his head to observe the two individuals standing at the restroom door. Who brought this little creature here? Sunny pointed directly at Maud. In a mere 10 minutes, the guests settled around the dining table. Bound tightly like a zongzi, Bailey lay prostrate on the floor beside the table. Before him rested 2 pieces of meat and a handful of vegetables, a dinner that could only be described as a testament to humanity. Offering a slight solace to his wounded heart, Sol stuffed a piece of chicken leg into his mouth, chewed for a few moments, and then glanced at Bailey, who was gnawing on the meat, quite cleverly concealed, this little creature. As one of the items up for auction, Sol recognized Bailey immediately. The reason he nearly crushed Bailey's skull moments ago was due to the faint malice he sensed emanating from him. Sol was acutely sensitive to hostility, and his reaction was almost instinctual. Had it not been for Bailey's desperate utterance in the face of death, Sol would undoubtedly have failed to halt his actions in time. Fortunately, being an adept martial artist, Sol was swift in both his strikes and his restraint. Otherwise, Bailey would have become a headless corpse long ago. Although Bailey had not consumed a devil fruit, what could possibly explain his ability to speak? Sunny looked at Bailey with curiosity. Previously, Sol had clarified the question of whether Bailey had eaten a devil fruit with a remarkably rare sea prism stone bullet. However, this revelation only gave rise to another mystery. Maud refrained from expressing his thoughts and silently continued his meal. Given his current status, it was not appropriate for him to assist Sunny in this setting. Sol, aware of the situation, elaborated. In the Grand Line, there exists an isolated race known as the Fur Tribe. This little creature likely has some connection to them. But it is evident that the inherited bloodline is incomplete, perhaps even diluted, which accounts for its peculiarities. What kind of race is the Fur Tribe? Sunny inquired, her expression shifting with intrigue. Meanwhile, Bailey at the dining table also slowed his consumption of the meat, leaning in to listen to Sol's explanation. He had always been different. Having distanced himself from his kin at an early age, he had once struggled with his uniqueness, even venturing into human society to seek understanding, which ultimately led to his unfortunate capture by humans. Sol, however, was disinterested in providing a detailed explanation and dismissively remarked, "Just think of the Fur Tribe as a group of humans who have consumed animal-based fruits." Maud nearly choked on his food at Sol's casual description. Yet, upon reflection, it did seem to make a certain sense. Sunny nodded in realization, instantly conjuring an image of the Fur Tribe in her mind. Sol took several more bites of meat before exclaiming, "Maud, you've stumbled upon a treasure. Creatures of such diluted Fur Tribe bloodlines are quite rare. In my lifetime, I have only encountered them a handful of times. If the auction house were aware of its true nature, it would hardly remain here for sale. Surely, it can't be worth that much," he added. "It's only worth a little." Maud did not believe that Bailey could be considered a treasure. If Sol was willing to trade 1,000 birds for Bailey, Maud would gladly slap himself in the face. The value of something depends on how one chooses to utilize it. Sol took a generous gulp of his drink, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. Decades ago, amidst the great rout, a new pirate star emerged, accompanied by an elegantly proportioned black hunting cat, much like this little creature, also of a rare bloodline. Though its form resembled that of an ordinary animal, it possessed human-like qualities and could articulate human speech. Those unfamiliar with the black hunting cat would assume it spoke due to having consumed a devil fruit, which was not entirely inaccurate, as it indeed had consumed one. However, the fruit it ingested was neither the human fruit nor any related to language, but rather a weapon fruit. This peculiar circumstance led many seasoned pirates to unwittingly fall prey to the hands of that rising star. In my youthful arrogance, I too nearly became a victim of his cunning. To this day, I owe my current position to the valuable lesson he imparted. With a hint of nostalgia in his tone, Sol raised his glass and took several more swigs of his drink. Listening to Sol's account, Maud envisioned the figure of a cunning elder, stealing a glance at Bailey. He was aware of a technique that allowed weapons to consume zone-type fruits. Yet he was astonished that someone would allow an animal to consume a weapon fruit. Upon deeper reflection, it was conceivable, though animals are still animals, with numerous drawbacks. However, beings like Bailey, with their rare bloodline, were not fundamentally different from humans when it came to consuming devil fruits. And there existed many functional varieties beyond just the weapon fruit. This manipulation could yield a form of low-tier dual devil fruit capability. Nonetheless, Whether it was worth investing a devil fruit in a mere pet was a different matter altogether. Yet, Bailey remained a potential asset. Contemplating this, Maud's gaze towards Bailey shifted, and he promptly placed a chicken leg before the creature. Bailey, after hearing Saul's words, Sunny also regarded Bailey, albeit with a perspective distinct from Maud's. She remained steadfast in her original thought. Such a waste. Sunny shook her head. If it were up to her, she would never allow a pet to consume a devil fruit. Such items are not easily found. Encountering even one in a lifetime is a rarity. This fundamentally reflects a difference in outlook. To the average person, a devil fruit is indeed a precious rarity. However, Maud was acutely aware that in pirate crews such as Doflamingo's or the Four Emperors, the officers typically possess a devil fruit each. Not to mention a select few who may carelessly squander them. It can only be said that as long as one's strength is formidable enough, what is considered a rarity by ordinary people will ultimately become commonplace. Therefore, it would be wiser to sell Bailey. From Sunny's perspective, wasting a devil fruit on Bailey was inconceivable. Her focus was understandably on converting Bailey into currency. Bailey even calls you mother. Selling him might not be the best idea. Right? Although lacking a weapon fruit, Maud had already regarded Bailey as one of his potential assets and had no intention of selling him. No sooner had he spoken than a chicken bone flew towards him, accompanied by Sunny's frosty demeanor. Bailey's sudden utterance of mother left her perplexed. She could hardly grasp that Bailey called her that because she had named him. Recognizing Bailey's latent value, Maud resolved to keep him. Simultaneously, Maud found himself intrigued by the accounts of the new pirate Saul had mentioned. After savoring his meal, he pressed Saul for further tales regarding that rising star. Saul, seemingly reminiscing about the past, became animated, downing drink after drink, and words flowed forth like a torrent. Maud and Sunny were akin to proficient listeners, silently absorbing the tales recounted by Saul. It was not until Saul succumbed to inebriation that this nostalgic reverie came to a halt. Once Saul retired to his chamber to rest, Maud assisted Sunny in tidying up the aftermath, and thereafter, they each returned to their respective quarters. As for Bailey, having seen his worth soar, he no longer needed to frequent the restroom to purify the air. However, the chains that bound him remained unyielding in their number. Maud returned to his chamber, shedding the burdens of the day as he sank onto the bed. A fleeting thought conjured the hunter's journal into existence. His gaze traversed the cover, where a minuscule cluster of stars resided, with only the star representing the fishman, Sam, bearing a tiny protrusion. With a decisive motion, Maud opened the journal and began to inscribe and sketch upon the blank pages. Each stroke and line was imbued with memories linked to the original narrative. This was his daily ritual, an unwavering commitment to solidify his recollections, gradually transforming the once fuzzy images into vivid clarity. Although the task felt monotonous, it held immense significance. Upon concluding his daily review, Maud retracted the hunter's journal and retrieved his notepad, poring over its contents. After 2 readings, he set the notebook aside and reclined. Once settled, he summoned the hunter's journal anew, contemplating the second unmarked silver line on its cover. The battle with Abe had further inclined him towards the mastery of swordsmanship. In terms of length and hardness, the long sword undeniably held the advantage over mere fists. Furthermore, the extended reach of an attack inherently reduced risk, aligning seamlessly with Maud's preferred approach. Drawing the quill from the spine of the book, Maud hesitated before committing ink to page. There was no reason for such uncertainty. Yet the mention of the new pirate by Sol earlier that evening ignited a flurry of thoughts within him. According to Sol, this new pirate not only excelled in martial arts, but also demonstrated impressive proficiency with blades, firearms, and even the more obscure weaponry. Under such circumstances, this pirate had consumed a Zoan-type fruit that enhanced his overall physical attributes, subsequently pairing it with a weapon fruit, thus forging a unique and formidable combat prowess. However, Sol's narrative revealed that while this pirate shone brilliantly in the beginning, his radiance quickly dulled. The wisdom of biting off more than one can chew was universally acknowledged, suggesting that even with extraordinary talent, one could ultimately falter. Sol's words resonated with a hint of irony, culminating in a cautionary glance directed at Maud. Maud found himself in agreement with this cautionary tale, fully aware of the perils of overreaching. Of course, this understanding was predicated on the absence of the hunter's journal. With such a tool at his disposal, Maud could conserve time and effort, thereby avoiding the fate that befell the new pirate. Consequently, under the premise of Bailey consuming the weapon fruit, if he were to document the necessity of weapon mastery, he could adapt his fighting style accordingly, transforming into a gun when required, or shifting to a sword or axe as the situation demanded. This versatility in combat would undoubtedly vex his adversaries. This was the essence of Maud's hesitation to write. Originally, he had dismissed the notion of weapon mastery. Yet Bailey's emergence and Soul's reminiscences reignited that possibility. If he could navigate the challenging early and mid-stages with the aid of the Hunter's Journal, the myriad scenes awaiting him in the future would be enough to ignite his fervor. The mere thought of this exhilarated Maud, though he remained grounded, aware that should he fail to overcome the initial hurdles, the prospect of future triumphs would be moot. Moreover, putting aside the need to win Bailey's allegiance, acquiring the weapon fruit was no trivial endeavor. Pursuing it would necessitate preparing mentally for an opposition against Doflamingo. Yet, the paramount challenge lay in the unavoidable issue of profit distribution. Maud gradually calmed down. Although the envisioned future is indeed splendid, it is fraught with challenges. If one cannot surmount them, all aspirations will merely dissolve into daydreams. The gains can no longer divert attention. Henceforth, considerations of dominance or fruits must also be taken into account. Maud pondered for a considerable time, yet remained unfazed by the exploits of the new star pirate, ultimately pinning down the requirements for mastering swordsmanship. Despite having made a decision, Maud harbored significant hopes for Bailey's future. It would be most desirable if Bailey could consume a weapon fruit. Even if that were unattainable, one could still opt for a devil fruit with supportive attributes. Maud closed his notebook and gently shut his eyes. His mind was filled with ingenious ideas on how to uncover Bailey's tool attributes. In the days that followed, despite having fulfilled the second requirement, Maud remained steadfastly in the shop. He was convinced that Abe and Casdy would come to seek trouble. Thus, in an effort to draw out Soul, he adopted an eager attitude towards learning to shoot, hoping to keep Soul, who practiced every morning in Flower Street, engaged. However, as days passed, he saw not a single shadow. The tranquility was so profound that Maud found it utterly perplexing. This defied logic, did it not? Perplexed, Imoda inadvertently absorbed the experiences of neighbors numbered 6 through 10. After harvesting the chives that grew nearby his home, he made a point to inquire with Sonny about any fresh chives available for picking. Regrettably, it seemed that the frequent harvesting had instilled a sense of unease among the locals. Consequently, not only did no new chives move in, but even some of the ones Imoda deemed unworthy began to vacate the premises. The newly inducted family member, Bailey, quietly listened to the casual exchange between Imoda and Sonny. From that moment on, Bailey often found himself unable to meet Imoda's gaze. Although he understood that the humans residing in this town were hardly virtuous, the mere image of Imoda expressionlessly wielding a gun and shooting down those small birds instilled a sense of dread within him. On the 5th day, Imoda no longer attempted to persuade Soul to stay. Once Soul departed, Imoda finally succumbed to the urge to grasp a blade, withdrawing a rather appealing long knife from the shelf. Sonny, engrossed in her newspaper, noticed Imoda's actions and glanced up to ask, "What are you doing?" "Just testing the feel," he responded. Maud held the scabbard of his sword and flashed a grin at Sonny. Sonny furrowed her brow and remarked, "If Soul finds out, he might very well flay you alive. If you don't speak and I remain silent, how could Soul possibly know?" Maud grasped the hilt of the knife, and a faint sense of familiarity enveloped his heart. Unlike the safety felt when holding a firearm, this was an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. In the midst of this unaccountable sensation, merely clutching the hilt stirred within Maud an impulsive desire to strike. Regrettably, there were no adversaries before him, nor were there practice dummies within the shop. Upon this realization, Maud instinctively cast a glance at Bailey. Upon being scrutinized by Maud, Bailey, whose upper body was tightly bound by chains, felt a sudden tremor in his heart and immediately squirmed his way into the counter, seeking refuge behind Sonny. Upon witnessing the situation, Maud approached the counter with concern and inquired, "Bailey, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, not at all," Bailey replied. "Oh, that is a relief." Maud turned to Sonny and inquired, "How much is this knife?" Suddenly, he realized there was no need to venture outside to purchase a knife, as there were plenty readily available here. 6 million. Maud quietly returned the knife in his hand, considering not to increase Sonny's workload. He refrained from picking up a second knife, instead opting to point. "How much for this one?" "7 million. And this one?" 2 million. "What is the lowest price?" 900,000. Maud touched the nearly 500,000 berry in his pocket and let out a deep sigh. Indeed, it was time to visit the weapon shop in town. As for the second-hand items on the 3rd shelf, he found them beneath his consideration. Unable to afford the blades displayed in the shop, He also had no interest in the wares on the third shelf. Moreover, he was uncertain about the situation with Abe and Cosette. Thus, Maud resolved to step outside. Before doing so, he returned to his room to lighten his load, then gathered his equipment and Barry. Descending to the shop, he feigned a casual stroll, gradually making his way towards the entrance. Coming to a halt, Sonny cast a cold glance at Maud's now unburdened legs, fully aware of his intentions to slip away. Maud paused, turning back to glance at Sonny, initially wearing an expression of confusion, which swiftly transformed into a state of panic as if he had perceived something alarming. "Sonny, Bailey has broken free from his chains. Quickly, apprehend him." "Huh?" Sonny gasped, her heart racing. Bailey represented a substantial fortune. If he escaped, it would be a tremendous loss. She abruptly turned to look behind her, only to be met with the bewildered visage of Bailey. Realizing she had been deceived, she spun around again, but Maud had already vanished from sight. Bailey, sensing the shift in atmosphere, began to crawl away, desperately attempting to distance himself from Sonny. In a clever ruse, he had successfully outwitted the greedy Sonny and made his escape. Maud intended to first investigate the news regarding Ibe and Casti. Initially considering spending some coin at the tavern for information, he suddenly recalled the Nightshade Bar. Perhaps Tatum would possess some knowledge. With this thought in mind, Maud resolved to head to the Nightshade Bar instead. Half an hour later, Maud arrived at the Nightshade Bar. Behind the counter, Tadamu noticed Maud entering through the door, and a hint of a smile emerged amidst his usual stoicism. "Welcome. A glass of the same as last time, please." Maud sat down at the bar, casting a glance around the establishment, yet he did not spot the rat. Tadara nodded at Maud and promptly began mixing drinks. Maud rested his chin on his hand, observing Tadamu as he prepared the cocktail. Before long, Tadamu presented the meticulously crafted drink before Maud. Maud raised his wine glass, took a delicate sip, and then proceeded directly to the point. "Tadamu, I wish to procure some information." "What information? Are you acquainted with Abe and Casti?" "I am aware of them. I seek to purchase updates on their recent circumstances." Upon hearing Maud's request, Tadamu was not at all surprised. He promptly withdrew a sheet of stationery from the drawer, placed it on the bar counter, and slid it toward Maud. "Left by the wolf rat." Maud was somewhat taken aback as he picked up the letter and began to read. The content on the paper was scant, yet remarkably concise. Before long, Maud finished reading, and his expression shifted to one of realization. A mutual destruction, was it? No wonder there had been no news for several days. It turned out that after escaping the tavern that day, Abe and Casti had engaged in a fierce altercation. It appeared that their tempers flared, and in the end, both were seriously wounded. Surprisingly, the casualties among their crews were minimal. It was the two captains who emerged from the conflict battered and bruised. To avert any advantage being seized by rival competitors, the leaders of both pirate crews decisively called for a ceasefire. Subsequently, they swiftly departed from the Battle Axe Tavern, each bearing their respective injuries. A volatile temperament can indeed lead to dire consequences. Maud's smile was imbued with a sense of schadenfreude, utterly devoid of any awareness of his role as the instigator. Had it not been for his complete evasion and the resounding slap that shattered Abe's composure, how could Abe possibly have sought confidence from Casti thereafter? Without that pursuit of confidence, this incident would never have transpired, nor would there have been mutual destruction. Tadamu gazed at the grinning Maud and calmly remarked, "The news has spread throughout the town. What did this matter?" Maud shook the letter in his hand. Tatum nodded. "That could be somewhat troublesome. Well, if it spreads, then so be it." The smile on Moda's face gradually faded. He had no desire for fame, as it would only hinder his hunting endeavors. "By the way, how much is this information?" "No charge." "Then I shall not be modest. At present, lacking funds, Moda would certainly not be polite, pocketing the stack of berry." He lifted his wine glass for another sip before setting it down. "Tadamu, I wish to purchase a knife of similar quality, but I am uncertain which weapon shop is reliable. Do you have any knowledge in this area? You wish to buy a knife?" "Indeed. Please wait." Tadamu, somewhat surprised, cast a glance at Emoda before stepping out from behind the counter and ascending to the second floor. Maud was perplexed by Tatar's intentions as he watched him ascend the staircase. After a while, Tatar descended, cradling 6 knives in his arms. Astonished by the sight, Maud exclaimed, "Tatar, do you also sell knives at your establishment?" Tatar, unwilling to elaborate, placed the blades directly upon the bar. These knives were remnants left by previous patrons. 2 were pledged as collateral, while the other 4 were abandoned after their owners met unfortunate fates at Tatar's hands. Sensing Tatar's reluctance to discuss further, Maud refrained from probing deeper and shifted his focus to the 6 knives. immediately drawn to a striking long blade adorned in a blend of red and black. The hilt was crimson, while the sheath was ebony, yet both bore no intricate designs. Subtly lacking in sophistication, Maud grasped the knife, feeling its weight significantly. With a sharp sound, he drew the long blade, positioning it horizontally before his eyes. The keen and lustrous straight-edged blade instantly reflected Maud's visage. Tadamu, how much does this knife cost? 600,000. Tadamu was unaware of the true value of the knife, and that figure merely represented its collateral value at the time. Upon hearing this, Maud instinctively reached into his pocket to feel the money and replied nonchalantly, "That's rather expensive. How about 400,000? All right," Tatum readily agreed. Emotus suddenly experienced a sense of loss. He felt that even if he offered 300,000, Tadamu might readily accept it. Nonetheless, he had ultimately acquired a knife that caught his eye. Mode took out 400,000 from his pocket and handed it to Tadamu, who accepted the money. Thus, the transaction was deemed complete. Tadamu subsequently retrieved the remaining 5 knives and returned to his room, while Mode wielded a blade in the bar, demonstrating impressive skill as he slashed through the air. Observing Mode's antics, Tadamu contemplated advising him to exercise caution, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. After a short while, having tested the feel of the weapon to his satisfaction, Mode sheathed the long knife and declared, "I shall call you Dark Crow." In an instant, Mode bestowed a name upon the newly acquired long sword. With the intelligence secured and the blade in hand, a sense of satisfaction washed over him as he prepared to return home. Just as he was about to bid farewell to Tadamu, the bar's door swung open. Entering was Lafayette, adorned with a black top hat and wielding a cane. Upon seeing Lafayette stride into the bar, Mode's expression subtly shifted. While he had been taken aback by Lafayette's unexpected presence in Mad Hatter Town during their last encounter, he had mentally prepared himself this time, and thus reacted with less surprise. Quickly averting his gaze, Mode chose to regard Lafayette as a mere stranger. Lafayette approached the bar and placed a hefty stack of berries upon the counter. Tadamu accepted the money and promptly retrieved a piece of paper from the drawer, handing it to Lafayette. The document contained the information Lafayette had requested. After glancing at the paper briefly, Lafayette tucked it into his pocket. This was the matter he had asked Tadamu to investigate 2 days prior. Now, the transaction was complete, with money exchanged for goods. However, Lafayette did not rush to depart. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at the long sword held by Mode before turning his attention to Mode's profile. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Lafayette broke into a faint smile. "Mr. Undertaker, it appears we meet again." Recognized, was he? Within Maud's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Yet his visage remained tranquil. He seated himself upon a chair, facing Tatum, as if Lafayette were not addressing him directly. Noticing Maud's utter lack of response, Lafayette's lips, stained like fresh blood, curled slightly upwards at the corners. He then raised a hand to adjust the brim of his hat, while his other hand positioned the cane behind him. "Pardon my rudeness. Perhaps I ought to refer to you as Mr. Usopp." Well, having been called out by name, Maud had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. He tilted his head towards the smiling Lafayette, bewildered, and inquired, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed," Lafayette replied, his expression unchanged. It was as if he regarded Maud's feigned bewilderment as inconsequential. Maud turned with a hint of confusion and asked, "Do I know you?" Lafayette replied candidly, "We have not exchanged names, so it is only natural that we do not know each other." "Oh, then it is of no consequence." Maud turned his gaze away, continuing to face Tatum, while he picked up his wine glass, feigning a sip. Lafayette, however, seemed entirely unfazed by Maud's indifference, and spoke to himself. "I have heard whispers of the events that transpired a few days ago at the Battle Axe Tavern. It is a pity I was not present at the time, as I missed a splendid spectacle." Maud remained silent, contemplating how, at that time, everyone yearned to swiftly distance themselves from the realm of conflict. "If you had been present, you would likely have found the chaos insufficient, wouldn't you?" Lafayette continued to gaze at the silent Maud with a smile, calmly stating, "Mr. Usopp's ability to emerge unscathed from such dire circumstances, while inciting the Sharp Bull Pirates and the Ibe Pirates to clash, truly fills me with admiration." Maud was utterly perplexed by Lafayette's intentions and could only remain silent. Observing Maud's resolute refusal to respond, Lafayette, undeterred, suddenly uttered a statement that seemed disjointed. "What a splendid place this is." The phrase "splendid place" was articulated with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in Lafayette's tone. Having spoken, he offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to Maud before making his way towards the bar's entrance. Upon reaching the door, Lafayette paused, his back turned to Maud. Mr. Usopp. I am Lafayette. When we meet next, let us consider ourselves acquainted. As the words left his lips, Lafayette pushed the door open and departed the bar. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Maud finally turned his gaze towards the entrance, his brows furrowed in contemplation. What on earth was this fellow thinking? Not to mention that his disguised identity had been recognized. But to connect his role as an undertaker from the auction night with his identity as Usopp from a few days prior at the Axe Tavern, that could not have been mere happenstance. Maud was resolute in his disbelief. The mere thought of being targeted by such a capricious individual, whose intentions remained ambiguous, left him with a headache. After all, I had not provoked him in any manner. If one were to insist, the only incident that could be cited was that fateful night at the auction, when I took it upon myself to eliminate 2 vengeful adversaries on his behalf, merely to mitigate the risks. Yet, surely such a trivial matter should not warrant this? Could it be that, like the weasel, Lafayette too was in want of companionship? Maud was puzzled. A sudden sneeze echoed through the alley outside the bar. Who was thinking of me? The voice of the rat murmured from outside. Inside the bar, Maud's lips twitched. Were it not for Lafayette, he would have returned to the weapon shop by now. With a soft sigh, Maud placed the dark crow on a nearby chair. The door creaked as the rat pushed it open and strode in. Upon seeing Maud, the rat's face lit up with joy. Usopp, you finally made it. Saying this, the rat swiftly closed the door behind him and approached Maud, taking a seat beside him. I've been wanting to discuss the Sharp Bull Pirates and the Abe Pirates with you for days, but I had no idea where you were staying. It nearly drove me frantic. At this point, the rat turned to Tadamu and inquired, Did you give Usopp the note I left behind? Yes, I did. The rat nodded, then turned back to Maud, reflecting, Usopp, we've been rather fortunate. After escaping that day, Cassidy and Abe were both gravely injured, and they shouldn't pose a threat to us for the time being. Indeed, Maud did not respond with much enthusiasm. Noticing that Maud was not as relieved as he had imagined, the rat turned back and gestured with his forefinger to Tadamu, signaling for a drink. He then remarked, Tadamu, I just saw Lafayette. Did he come seeking information from you? Tadamu nodded. The rat, showing no sense of professional integrity as a fellow information broker, curiously inquired, TSK, which unfortunate soul has caught his attention this time? Do share. No way, Tadamu declined. How stingy. The rat waved his hand dismissively, continuing, by the way, that Lafayette truly is a thoroughly dangerous individual. Ever since he arrived in Mad Hat Town, the number of lives lost at his hands surely exceeds 100. Upon hearing the rat mention Lafayette, Maud's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but glance over. As for the unfortunate soul being targeted, he wondered if he might be counted among them. With this thought, Maud eagerly joined the conversation, asking, What is the reason behind this? Noticing Maud's keen interest, the rat became animated, explaining, Lafayette was expelled from his country for his excessive use of violence. For him, killing often requires no justification. Indeed, those who have perished at his hands were, in life, entirely unrelated to him. Is there truly such an unreasonable person? Maud feigned ignorance regarding Lafitte, his expression one of astonishment, as though he could hardly fathom the existence of such a person. The rat observed Maud's demeanor, his eyelids flickering subtly. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his mind pondered, Are you not precisely such an individual? He had devoted time to investigating the pirates whom Maud had eliminated, including the navigator of the Sharp Bull Pirates and the fishermen slaves who had escaped from the auction. Initially, he assumed Maud's motives for slaying those individuals stemmed from personal vendettas. However, the findings revealed a lack of connection. Such revelations left the rat momentarily bewildered. Yet, regardless of whether Maud or Lafitte engaged in wanton acts of violence, as long as their victims were pirates, the rat could only commend their actions, albeit in confusion. Particularly in a den of iniquity like Mad Hat Town, he hoped for an abundance of individuals like Maud and Lafitte. Raising the cup of liquor that Tatum had pushed his way, the rat sighed at an opportune moment, remarking that this place was rife with unreasonable individuals, with Lafitte merely standing out more prominently. Maud nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, however, for dangerous individuals like Lafayette, who strike without provocation, it is best to keep as far away as possible. The rat's eyelids twitched slightly. Do you not possess even a shred of awareness? Unable to respond to Maud's words, he could only remain silent. Maud did not perceive the psychological activities of the wolf rat and suddenly inquired, Wolf rat, how much do you know about the injuries sustained by Cassidy and Abe? The wolf rat raised an eyebrow and replied, I have a basic understanding. To what extent are the injuries severe? Cassidy has suffered from a knife wound, primarily on the inner thigh, however. As he possesses the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he should recover in less than half a month. As for Abe, he received a severe blow from Casti's hoof to the front, resulting in significant internal injuries. He won't be able to get out of bed for at least a month. Why do you ask this? The wolf rat looked at Maud with a puzzled expression. Maud smiled faintly. Well then, Wolf Mouse, are you interested in undertaking a significant venture? A significant venture? Wolf Mouse's heart skipped a beat as he instantly discerned Maud's intentions. A significant venture? What does that mean? Pretending not to understand. Wolf Mouse raised his glass and took a hearty gulp. Maud narrowed his eyes slightly and said earnestly, as the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to seize his life. The Wolf Mouse, eager to put an end to this topic, replied, I have never heard such a saying. Maud did not concern himself with the risk of stifling the conversation. He casually remarked, no worries, now you are aware. The wolf rat stated, our time is running short, and idly waiting for demise is not in our nature. Therefore, we must take the initiative to strike while Cosette and Abe are vulnerable. Maud's expression was grave, and with a swift motion of his hand, he conveyed a chilling intent, stating, otherwise, once their wounds heal, they will undoubtedly seek to trouble us at the first opportunity. The rat lowered his head, suppressing the urge to strike Maud with his wine cup. If it weren't for you, scoundrel, I wouldn't even have to worry about this right now. Moreover, my intention in offering you information about Abe and Casti was to foster a closer bond, not to share a fate of life and death with you. With a thud, witnessing the rat's silence, Maud seized the moment, placing his hand firmly on the rat's shoulder. The rat's body trembled slightly as he raised his gaze to Maud, who wore a countenance of resolute righteousness. Meeting the rat's complex expression, Maud earnestly declared, Rat, I am not truly afraid of Abe and Casti seeking vengeance upon me. Rather, I am deeply concerned for your safety. As friends, I cannot stand idly by. I understand that this endeavor is fraught with challenges and peril, but for the sake of friendship, what does danger matter? So rest assured, Rat, I swear by Usopp's name that I shall assist you in resolving this matter, no matter how hazardous it may be. The rat stared, momentarily dazed by Maud's impassioned demeanor. Clearly taken aback. No, he was genuinely astonished. How could there exist such a person who distorts reality? Amidst a shock, the rat suddenly grasped a crucial point. Indeed, with that old man, the mysterious gun, present, Usopp need not fear retaliation from Abe and Casti. However, he was different. No, he could not allow himself to be drawn into Usopp's troubles. Abe and Casti were after him, not Usopp. So what was there to fear? Yet, as the rat recalled the events that transpired in the Battle Axe Tavern, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself upon realizing he had boldly confronted Casti. Regret came too late, awakening to the realization that Maud had no reason to fear Abe and Casti's vengeance. The rat finally understood that it was he who remained in peril. Tears streamed down the rat's face. You are right. Seize the opportunity to eliminate them while they are vulnerable, rather than waiting for their retaliation. It is far better to take the initiative and eradicate them once and for all. Usopp, I never imagined you would care so deeply for my well-being. With clarity dawning upon him, the rat swiftly embraced the narrative, allowing a fierce resolve to surface, his face reflecting both determination and the bittersweet tears cascading down his cheeks. Maud tapped the shoulder of the wolf rat with a heavy hand, then raised his glass in a toast towards him. Enough talk, it's all in the drink. Cheers. The wolf rat, filled with a bitter sense of resignation, clinked his glass against the one offered by Maud. Within the bar, Tataru lowered his gaze, concealing the smile that threatened to surface. Strictly speaking, he was a complete outsider. Thus, he understood all too well that the wolf rat had set a trap for Maud to leap into. Yet, rather than plunging into the pit, it was the wolf rat who found himself ensnared step by Maud's advances. Maud and the wolf rat each downed their drinks. Tatum, on the other hand, produced a bottle of white rum and poured a glass for each of them. Please enjoy. Thank you. Despite his reluctance to indulge further, Maud graciously accepted the wine offered by Tataru. He gently swirled the glass, tilting his head to regard the rat, and spoke with earnestness. Rat, the longer we delay this matter, the more disadvantageous it becomes for you. It would be prudent to take action tonight. What are your thoughts? The rat, inwardly cursing the lack of integrity, eventually acquiesced. I concur. At this juncture, he reflected that since their aim was to confront the pirates, he might as well accept the situation. Moreover, with both IBE and Casti being notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million, eliminating them would not be without merit. Having a background in the Navy, the rat, after weighing the pros and cons, found the course of action to be viable. Here he stood, isolated, effectively gaining Maud as an ally for free. Maud was unaware of the thoughts that occupied the mind of the rat. Yet he was acutely aware that mere speculation about the future would not suffice to compel the rat to exert his utmost in this endeavor. Moreover, he understood that both Ibe and Kazdi must fall by his own hand. Rat, he stated, I have deliberated carefully. The most perilous assassination will be undertaken by me, while your task is to devise a means to divert the attention of Ibe and Kazdi's subordinates. The rat gazed at Maud in astonishment. Maud continued, of course, discussing this now is mere speculation. The pressing matter at hand is to gather intelligence as much as possible. While we do not expect to significantly enhance our success rate, at the very least we can mitigate the risks involved. At this juncture, a troubled expression crossed Maud's face as he picked up the shadowy raven beside him and sighed. However, I recently purchased a knife from Tatamo, and I am left with merely a few thousand berry. It seems I am unable to acquire any intelligence. I wonder, what about you, Wolf Rat? The Wolf Rat replied candidly, I, too, am lacking in funds. Given his covert identity as a naval undercover agent, he could only earn so much. It was imperative that he spend it quickly. After all, if he were to meet an untimely demise, all the money he had earned would be squandered in vain. You are also short on funds. Then it appears we are at an impasse. Maud let out a sigh, harboring hopes of extracting some funds from the Wolf Rat. The Wolf Rat's lips twitched slightly as it replied, though I possess no money, I do have some knowledge regarding their intelligence. Oh, Maud's eyes sparkled with realization. It was as if he had stumbled upon a hidden glade amidst the thicket. His motivation for acquiring intelligence stemmed from two primary desires: to mitigate risk and to enhance the returns of his hunter's notes. When the conversation turned to intelligence, the Wolf Rat adopted a stance of self-importance, cautiously stating, Listen, there are currently 7 pirate crews stationed in Mad Hatter Town, each with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries. And the crews of Abe and Kazut are among them. Both Abe and Kazut themselves boast bounties surpassing 30 million, and under their command, there are several officers with bounties exceeding 10 million. To assassinate Abe and Kazut, one must take these factors into account. Among these officers, the most noteworthy is Lagran, with a bounty of 19 million. He is one of Kazut's subordinates and is also adept with a blade. At this point, the Wolf Rat discreetly observed Maud's expression. Having mentioned Lagran as a mere subtle test of Maud's reactions, Maud's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly. A reward of 19 million for a skilled swordsman? That certainly warrants my attention. This was precisely the quarry he sought. Even if he could not eliminate Kazdi, dispatching Lagran would still be a considerable gain. The Wolf Rat observed Maud's reaction with keen interest and calmly remarked, Fortunately, Lagran was recently dispatched by someone. Maud contemplated the situation, reflecting that although Lagran met his demise at the hands of Sol, it could be argued that Maud had indirectly contributed to his death. However, Maud remained oblivious to this fact. Consequently, he shifted his thoughts to that fateful night when he had walked through the alley alongside Reed. Could it be that he had inadvertently caused someone's death? Such a profound experience. It was no wonder that Cosette was so deeply invested in this matter. With a twinge of pain in his heart, Maud feigned casual curiosity and inquired, Oh, how did this individual named Lagran meet his end? He was shot dead, came the reply. Maud held his forehead and calmly remarked, I see. The wolf mouse observed Maud's reaction with a composed demeanor. He realized that the deceptive gun had eliminated Lagran on Maud's behalf, without his knowledge. This covert act of protection further indicated that Maud held a certain significance to the deceptive gun. In other words, Maud might be deemed worthy of becoming a bargaining chip to restrain the deceptive gun, especially when considering the young girl from the shop. The wolf mouse pondered silently, while continuing, Recently, Kazdi not only lost a skilled hand like Lagran, but also suffered significant casualties due to the incident involving the escaped fishman slaves at the auction a few days ago. Oh, a glimmer of light ignited in Maud's eyes. Beyond Lagrange, there exist 2 other notable officers under Kazut's command. One is Wells, a marksman of considerable skill, with a bounty nearing 10 million. The other is Gabton, whose bounty stands at 14 million. Although he may not rival Lagrange, he is nonetheless a formidable swordsman not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Kazut possesses the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, given a few more days. He may not only recover from his injuries but also regain the ability to move freely. Therefore, I personally recommend that we take action against the Sharp Bull pirate crew first. As a member of the Navy, Wolfrat also believes that an assassination would yield more benefits than drawbacks. Thus, even if Maud has set a trap, upon recognizing the situation, he is willing to dive headfirst into it. Having already plunged into this endeavor, it is imperative to devise a strategy to ensure its success. Intelligence will serve this purpose. As for the Abe pirate crew, it would be wise to refrain from further provocation. At this juncture, Wolf Rat's expression grew solemn. Maud looked perplexed and inquired, why? Although the members of the Abe pirate crew are few in number, each one is an elite. Furthermore, among the pirates currently in town with bounties exceeding 30 million, one is a suitor of Abe. A suitor? One of that sort. A few dark lines emerged on Maud's forehead, prompting him to halt his discourse. Wolf Mouse understood Maud's intentions and coldly remarked, while they claim to be suitors, their true aim is merely to assimilate the Abe pirates. As for Abe's peculiar predilections, what significance do they hold? In any case, should you choose to act against Abe, you may unwittingly provide that suitor with an opportunity. Wolf Mouse urged Maud to refrain from targeting Abe, harboring a vital ulterior motive. It was Maud, not him, who had struck Abe. Concealing this thought, Wolf Mouse secretly hoped that Maud would first confront the Sharp Bull pirates. After all, it was only the Sharp Bull pirates that posed a threat to him, which was why he meticulously detailed their current situation. Upon hearing Wolf Mouse's explanation, Maud recognized that it was indeed unwise to act against Abe. However, this was not solely due to the presence of that suitor. Rather, it was Casti's unique constitution and the swordsman known as Gabton that constituted his most pressing needs. Thus, he resolved to target Casti first. By the way, do you possess any bounty notices pertaining to the members of the Sharp Bull pirates? Amidst Maud's decisive tone, he inquired about the most crucial matter. The Wolf Mouse did not hesitate, for understanding the appearance of the counterpart was essential for aligning intelligence. He turned his gaze towards Tadamu, who, comprehending the unspoken cue, opened another drawer. To Maud's considerable surprise, Tadamu produced a substantial stack of bounty notices. Realizing that Tadamu was engaged in the intelligence business, Maud felt a sense of relief. The Wolf Mouse, noticing Maud's reaction, took the initiative to elucidate for Tadamu. In this line of work, those who conduct business at the door typically possess bounty notices for various pirates. As anyone with a bounty is unlikely to be amiable, identifying such individuals is beneficial rather than detrimental. This is particularly true in establishments like Flower Street, where employees are mandated to constantly discern the identities of their patrons. Maud nodded in realization, not expecting such a layer of reasoning. The primary issue was that Soul's shop simply lacked these items. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The location of the weapon shop itself attracted little foot traffic. Even if customers did come, individuals like Kid would undoubtedly behave themselves in Soul's presence. Upon discovering that Tatum had such a comprehensive collection of bounty notices, Maud contemplated visiting more frequently in the future. Tatum was quite familiar with the bounty notices and soon extracted 3 of them, corresponding to Casti, Wells, and Gabton. While the one for Lagrin had long been eliminated, Maud carefully examined the bounty notice, diligently noting the appearances of the 2 additional targets. If action were to be taken tonight, eliminating Casti would yield the most favorable outcome. As for the Sharphorn pirates, they would inevitably descend into a degree of chaos following the demise of their captain. The mere prospect of power struggle serves as a compelling incentive for them to contend. After committing their appearances to memory, Maud, whose perception of the rat had undergone a significant transformation, contemplated subtly eliciting more valuable information. He pondered the specific abilities possessed by these 3 individuals. While Wells presented no significant challenge, Casti and Gabton proved to be the most formidable adversaries. The rat adeptly seized the moment, beginning to elucidate the capabilities of Casti and his associates. Maud felt a secret delight as he attentively listened to the narrative of the rat. Half an hour passed. Upon concluding the explanation, a satisfied Maud regarded the rat with a newfound appreciation. The rat, choosing to overlook this, turned serious and said, "Usopp, I sincerely hope tonight's operation goes smoothly, for I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you." This was a heartfelt statement. Moden could perceive it, momentarily taken aback. His speculations regarding the motives of the wolf rat became increasingly enigmatic. However, as long as it was not malevolent, he could accept it. As a friend, I share this sentiment. Maud raised his glass to the wolf rat and drank deeply. The wolf rat also emptied his cup, contemplating that he had finally taken a significant step forward. Subsequently, Maud arranged to meet the wolf rat at midnight, and then departed the Nightshade Tavern with the shadowy raven. After Maud left, the rat pondered while sipping his drink. Tatum merely polished the wine glasses, as if there were an endless supply of them to clean each day. 10 minutes later, the rat suddenly stood up and went to the room on the second floor. Upon entering, he retrieved the meticulously concealed phone book and dialed a number. At the naval headquarters, in the residence of the naval hero Garp, he was enraged to discover that a certain young man had taken up the life of a pirate. Inside the room, Garp gripped a newspaper, veins bulging at his temples. Just as his frustration peaked, someone entered without knocking. With that booming voice of yours. What on earth is happening? It was Tsuru, one of the few who could enter Garp's quarters unannounced at the naval headquarters. With her gray hair and weathered face, she closed the door behind her. Garp hastily flipped the newspaper face down on the table, the intent to conceal his distress evident. Despite his swift movements, Tsuru caught sight of the headline photo and name at the top, Portgas D. Ace, the rising pirate of recent notoriety, bearing the moniker. What is your connection to him? Tsuru asked, scrutinizing Garp. Garp chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for how to respond. The secret of Ace's lineage was something he dared not disclose even to Sengoku. And now he had unwittingly alerted Tsuru. Under her piercing gaze, he felt as though nothing could be hidden. Do you eat donuts? Garp attempted to divert the conversation. Picking up a donut from the plate, Tsuru barely glanced at it, replying calmly, if you choose not to speak, I will not pry further. Garp sighed in relief and popped the donut into his mouth. Observing Garp's carefree demeanor, Tsuru shook her head in resignation, stating, we have news from Gion. Garp's expression shifted to seriousness as he swallowed the donut, sitting up straight. Is it about the phantom gun? Yes, Tsuru confirmed. According to intelligence, while the timing may not be right yet, there is a clear opportunity ahead. Speak, Garp urged, his demeanor growing solemn. As the prospect of additional leverage against the phantom gun surfaced, this new opportunity was substantial enough to warrant action. Garp pondered, stroking his chin. Tsuru continued in a calm tone, however, whether the moment is ripe remains to be seen. You have waited for many years, a little longer will not hurt, so please. Exercise patience. I understand, Garp replied, frowning. Tsuru observed the rare seriousness in Garp's expression. You could certainly inform Sengoku about this matter, even without taking a stance. It could provide significant assistance. Forget it, Garp countered. This is a personal matter for me, merely to deal with an old pirate who has long since retired. Even if the phantom gun, Garp shook his head, speaking gravely, from the Navy's perspective, it is not worth expending energy on him. Among those remnants, only the phantom gun remains inconspicuous. Tsuru nodded slightly at this remark, stating, from a personal standpoint, I too wish to eliminate the phantom gun, even if he has withdrawn from these waters. Moreover, we cannot dismiss the possibility that this new leverage may be related to his former disciple. Garp took a bite of a fresh donut, replying earnestly, if that is the case, it might not be a bad thing. Tsuru remarked coolly. If we can swiftly eliminate him, it would naturally not be a bad situation. However, should a second phantom gun emerge, it would be a headache that extends beyond just the two of us. Of course, Garp asserted, a fierce energy radiating from him. Tsuru added, there is one detail that concerns me. What is it? This new leverage seems particularly inclined towards the extermination of pirates. Garp looked at Tsuru in confusion. Do not regard me so, my information is limited, and I cannot deduce motives or reasons. All right. Additionally, the Revolutionary Army has some connection to that island, presumably to liberate the slaves there. Oh. Upon hearing about the Revolutionary Army, Garp's tense posture gradually relaxed, his indifference revealing much. Tsuru understood the subtle relationship between Garp and the Revolutionary Army, thus not surprised by his reaction. At that time, unforeseen developments may arise. Garp fell silent. At the Soul Weapon Shop, Maud tightly gripped the Dark Crow, demonstrating both thrusts and slashes within the shop, executing his moves with a semblance of skill. After a vigorous warm-up, he turned his gaze towards Sunny behind the counter and inquired, what do you think? Sunny silently averted her eyes, reluctant to comment on the clumsy swordsmanship. Maud turned to Bailey, who was standing beside the counter. Driven by the instinct for survival, Bailey, with a pang of conscience, extolled. A brilliant display of skill, truly masterful swordsmanship. Maud smiled faintly. However, he remained self-aware. Should tonight's hunt prove successful, his proficiency with the blade would undoubtedly soar. Sheathing the Dark Raven, Maud approached the counter and said, Sunny, could you assist me in appraising the value of the Dark Raven? Sunny, in silence, accepted the Dark Raven and examined it for a moment before remarking, the quality is mediocre, with an estimated value ranging between 600,000 to 800,000 berries. If placed for sale in the shop, it could be priced at 1.2 million. That seems acceptable. At least it won't be a loss, Maud replied. Maud was satisfied to put away the Dark Crow. Of course, it was impossible to sell such a weapon in the shop. as a novice with the blade. Possessing such a knife at the beginning was already commendable. Once he became more skilled, he could seek a swifter blade. Should he acquire a weapon fruit, he might also have the opportunity to wield a unique biological knife. By the way, it is imperative not to mention this to Soul. Sunny remained silent. Maud simply assumed that Sunny had acquiesced and ascended to the second floor, preparing to conceal the dark raven securely. As Sunny observed Maud's retreating figure, she murmured to herself, "I never consented." Upon entering the room, Maud cast a glance at the rather empty space, realizing that he could not readily identify a suitable hiding place for the blade. After surveying the area, he concluded that the only option was to place it beneath the blanket. Once the dark raven was hidden, Maud did not hasten to descend, but instead summoned his hunter's journal to inscribe the abilities of Casti and the others. Sheeni Casti, the Zoan-type user of the yak fruit. Signature, Move 1. Black Hoof, concentrating power in the arm for a moment, delivering a devastating blow with a hardened hoof. Signature, Move 2. Brutal Charge, exploiting intervals between attacks to jab the target with his horn. Signature, Move 3. Double Strike, simultaneously striking with both hooves aimed at the throat and abdomen. Taylor Gabton, an expert swordsman. Signature, Move 1. Shatter Slash, a rapid 5-strike attack converging at a single point. Signature, Move 2. Ground Strike, a surprise attack aimed at the target's knee. Establishing Dominance. Andy Wells, a master marksman. After meticulously jotting down succinct yet detailed information, Maud closed the hunter's journal. When recording intelligence, there was no need for lengthy discourse. It sufficed to highlight the key points without wasting paper. The bounty notices were indeed convenient, even including surnames. Omitting a surname would diminish crucial information. Next, he patiently awaited midnight. This was the most comprehensive intelligence he had gathered thus far, contemplating the potential rewards that awaited in the future. Maud found himself eagerly anticipating the night's hunt. He yearned to feel the profound satisfaction of gripping the hilt more distinctly. With a basic plan for the path ahead now in mind, he decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would engage at a distance with firearms, drawing his blade only when confronted up close. As the day passed without incident, night enveloped the world. After patiently waiting until just past 11 o'clock, Maud donned his gear and, after a brief moment of contemplation, decided to bring the dark raven along. Silently departing from the weapon shop, Maud melded into the shadows of the night. With approximately 15 minutes remaining until the appointed time, Maud arrived at the Nightshade Bar. Upon entering, he found the rat already prepared. Observing Maud fully equipped, he suddenly felt an impulse to arm himself as well. "Shall we set off?" Maud asked. The wolf mouse nodded and rose from his seat. Behind the bar, Tatum removed his uniform, revealing an impressive physique. He first donned a black short-sleeved shirt before stepping out from behind the bar. Tatum? Maud's perplexity was evident as he observed Tataru's actions. The wolf rat, noticing his confusion, clarified, "It was my request. With Tataru providing support, I can fully engage in drawing fire, though it does come at a cost." "I see," Maud replied. Maud glanced at Tatamu's rock-like, bulging muscles, pondering that Tatamu's martial arts skills must be formidable. In the small and unassuming bar, there were experts like Wolf Mouse and Tatamu present. In stark contrast, the bustling streets outside were filled with pirates of mediocre strength, yet they acted with flamboyance. When compared, the understated and reserved demeanor of Wolf Mouse and Tatamu seemed more akin to that of individuals from the underworld. Initially, Wolf Mouse had no intention of spending money to hire Tatamu for assistance, especially not on credit. However, having been psychologically scarred by Maud, the mere presence of Tatamu offered a sense of reassurance. The alley was silent in the dead of night, with only the faint sound of scurrying mice echoing through the stillness. As Maud and his two companions departed from the Nightshade Tavern, they traversed the narrow alleyways, making their way towards the docks. It is customary for every pirate crew that arrives in Mad Hatter Town to leave a contingent behind to guard their vessel until they disembark. After sustaining grave injuries at the Battle Axe Tavern, Abe chose not to return to the ship, instead opting to recuperate in the largest inn within the town. This decision to split his forces into two factions, despite his precarious condition, highlights certain flaws in Abe's character. In contrast, Casti, who prudently remained on the ship to recover, appeared far more sensible. Until his wounds healed, he concentrated all available manpower on the vessel's defenses. In the captain's quarters of the Sharp-Horn pirate ship, the flickering candlelight illuminated Casti, who lay reclined on his bed, a grim expression etched upon his face. His body was nearly enveloped in white bandages, and the bedside cabinet overflowed with jars of medicine, the air thick with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs. During the recent skirmish, Abe's swift strikes had evidently gained the upper hand, inflicting numerous bloody wounds upon Castiel's lower body and also targeting his upper half. Most individuals would have succumbed to such a barrage, but Castiel, relying on his fruit abilities, managed to endure Abe's relentless assault and, seizing a fleeting opportunity, incapacitated Abe with a single strike from his black hoof. However, he too had lost considerable blood and thus his combat effectiveness diminished. This evenly matched. Mutually destructive confrontation did not escape the notice of some reckless onlookers among the pirate ranks. Unlike Castiel, who suffered greatly under Abe's floral blade, a certain youth named Usopp had deftly evaded Abe's tempestuous thrusts and even managed to deliver a slap to Abe's face. It is often said that contrast amplifies perception, and thus Usopp's name began to circulate among these curious spectators, especially within pirate circles. Any newcomer who makes a significant impact quickly becomes a topic of tavern gossip, much like the recent headlines surrounding the rising pirate ace, who has become the focal point of discourse in every pub. Moreover, the age-old practice of elevating oneself by disparaging established veterans is a common pastime among pirates. Consequently, the events that transpired at the Battle Axe Tavern became a quintessential example of this phenomenon. Those eager for chaos, in their drunken revelry, took to belittling Abe and Castiel, the seasoned pirates, in order to bolster Usopp's reputation. Setting aside the prevailing trend that reveres strength, such behavior also fulfills a certain psychological need. The potential downfall of the elevated Usopp was not a concern for them. Castiel had long grown accustomed to this culture, having similarly climbed to his current status by stepping over his predecessors. Yet, to have his pride ground into the dirt in such a manner was hardly a source of comfort. Due to Castiel's mood, the members of the Sharp-Horn pirate crew tread carefully, wary of inciting his ire. Wells, as one of the officers, was equally cautious. Yet his duty to report placed him in close proximity to Castiel during this period, aside from the ship's doctor. Wells entered the captain's quarters and approached the bed. Under Castiel's unyielding gaze, Castiel regarded Wells and coldly inquired, "Is there any news?" After intensifying patrols, the number of spies sent by other pirate crews had noticeably dwindled, and their positions were now largely known. Should they be dealt with? Wells mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Castiel's expression remained frigid as he replied, "No need. However, should they overstep, there shall be no mercy." "Understood," Wells acknowledged, and upon concluding his report, promptly exited the captain's quarters to resume his post. Castiel continued to stare at the closed door, letting out a sudden, disdainful scoff. Though the recent plunder of the platinum-armed merchant ship had brought Castiel a measure of fame and substantial profit, it had also attracted envious rivals. After all, the Platinum Trading Company is one of the most renowned in the West Sea, and even a single score could yield profits in the hundreds of millions. Before his injuries, rivals could only harbor envy. Now, like wolves sensing blood, they circled around him. Nevertheless, a withered camel is larger than a horse. Despite the recent heavy losses, the Sharp-Horn pirate crew still held sufficient deterrent power. This is the essence of a high-bounty pirate crew. Above the dockside warehouse, Mo-Da and his companions concealed themselves in the shadows where the light could not reach, gazing intently at the Sharp-Horn pirate ship docked at the pier. From their vantage point, they could barely discern the members patrolling the deck, scattered across every corner, forming a formidable line of defense. After observing for a while, Langshu whispered gravely, "Such a tight security, how shall we proceed?" Ma did not utter a word, but instead meticulously observed the defensive arrangements on the deck. Contemplating the distance between his position and the pirate ship, fixated on the direction in which the pirate flag fluttered, Maud suddenly exclaimed, "Take the shot." "What?" Wolf Mouse looked at Maud in confusion. However, Maud had already unslung the long gun from his back, aiming the barrel at the deck of the Sharp Bull pirate ship. Wolf Mouse immediately grasped Maud's intention. He was aware of Maud's sharpshooting skills, yet the distance had already surpassed the effective range of the smoothbore gun. Without any external factors to enhance the shot, even the most skilled marksman would face a significantly diminished accuracy. In such circumstances, recklessly attempting a long-range strike would only reveal their position and intent. Despite this, Wolf Mouse refrained from voicing a warning. Tadamu cast a glance at Maud's smoothbore gun. Even though the barrel had been modified and lengthened, he remained skeptical about its efficacy at such a distance. "It cannot reach." "It can reach." Maud raised his gun, aiming at the figure on the distant deck, calmly stating, "A wise elder once told me that blind confidence can be a double-edged sword for a marksman." He felt the potential assistance from the wind, taking into account the elevation. Until the final moment, a vague sense of this will suffice emerged within him. At that instant, Maud pulled the trigger. The bullet traced a straight line through the night, covering nearly 150 meters, striking a member of the sharp horn pirate crew with precision. A direct hit to the head. The struck member collapsed silently to the ground. The sudden turn of events instantly put the remaining crew on high alert, all gazing towards the source of the gunfire. Yet, nothing was visible. Wells, the ship's sniper, abruptly realized something and shouted, "Find cover." Meanwhile, atop the warehouse, Tadamu and the Weasel stared at Maud with astonishment. After a moment, Tadamu expressed his admiration, saying, "Impressive." The Weasel remained silent, fully aware of the significance of a skilled sniper in maritime boarding actions. However, formidable snipers often hailed from pirate backgrounds. That precise shot had unequivocally set the stage for the night. Amidst Tadamu's admiration, Maud maintained his composure as he reloaded his weapon. The 10 seconds it took to reload provided the sharp horn pirate crew members ample time to respond, seeking refuge behind what they deemed suitable cover. This was an unavoidable drawback of the current situation. Were it modern firearms, Maud was confident that within those 10 seconds, he could have taken down several more targets before they could find shelter. "Stay vigilant of your surroundings," he cautioned. Maud reminded himself briefly before concentrating on his next quarry. One of the drawbacks of the flintlock pistol is that the gunfire and smoke are quite conspicuous. After firing the first shot, the sound not only startled those nearby but also revealed the approximate direction of his location. However, it merely indicated a general direction. Thus, the makeshift cover sought by the members of the Sharp Bull pirate crew was not entirely effective, leaving their bodies somewhat exposed to the line of fire. With Tadamu and Wolfrat present, Maud momentarily set aside concerns about the surrounding commotion, focusing intently on identifying his next target. Soon, Maud zeroed in on a target who had carelessly exposed half of his body. After taking aim, he refrained from hastily pulling the trigger. Immersed in concentration, his breath held. The vague sensations gradually crystallized. It was only at that moment that Maud squeezed the trigger. Another gunshot echoed. On the distant deck, the pirate who had inadvertently revealed himself fell to the ground, emitting a pained cry. The bullet struck his chest, although it did not hit a vital organ. Without timely medical attention, he would inevitably succumb to death. The surrounding pirates, wary of the situation, dared not recklessly expose themselves to offer assistance. Wells, however, paid no heed to his fallen comrade, his attention fixated solely on the direction from which the bullet had come. Upon witnessing the distant gunfire, Wells swiftly readied his long-barreled rifle, aiming at Maud's location in a matter of moments. The sea breeze brushed against his face, causing his eyes to flutter slightly. Damn. It's a headwind. Yet, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and quickly withdrew behind cover. On the rooftop of the warehouse, a bullet whizzed from the direction of the dock, striking the eaves on the opposite side of the warehouse roof, several meters away from Maud. Wolfrat and Tadamu, alerted by the noise, immediately turned their attention to the impact point. The enemy had begun to retaliate. The swift identification of their location indicated a marksman of considerable skill. Most likely Wells, a cadre of the Sharp Bull pirate crew. Unfortunately, they glanced back at Maud, who was nearly finished reloading his weapon. They wished to call out a warning but hesitated, concerned that it might disrupt Maud's focus, and thus remained silent. Maud reloaded the third round of ammunition. Remaining calm as he steadied the muzzle of his weapon, he aimed and fired. Bang! Another pirate fell on the deck of the Sharp Horn pirate ship. Struck not in a vital spot, yet still fatally wounded, with 3 of their comrades hit in succession. The remaining members of the Sharp Horn pirate crew were seized with terror, instinctively glancing towards the positions of Wells and his fellow marksmen. In this duel between sharpshooters, they, being melee fighters, could offer no assistance and could only hope that their sniper would swiftly eliminate the enemy. Otherwise, they would merely become live targets. Feeling the weight of his comrades' anxious gazes, Wells and his fellow marksmen gritted their teeth and took turns firing at Maud's location with their rifled guns. However, in the face of a headwind, even though the rifled guns boasted superior range and accuracy compared to Maud's smoothbore weapon, they struggled to pose a genuine threat. In the ensuing exchanges, 4 more members of the Sharp Horn pirate crew fell. Gradually, they realized that their snipers were being suppressed, and based on the frequency of the gunfire, it became evident that the enemy had only 1 sniper. They were outnumbered yet overwhelmed. Feeling the dread of the enemy sniper's prowess and disappointment in their own sharpshooters, the slender Gabtun crouched behind the mast, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife, calmly observing Wells' position. From his vantage point, he could even see the grim expression on Wells' face. As the captain of the melee team, He did not wish for his team members to become mere casualties under the enemy's fire without putting up a fight. Ignoring Wells' pride, he called out, "Wells, if we cannot defeat them, then provide cover for us to retreat to a safer position." "Understood," Wells replied, his expression darkening as he clenched his teeth. He temporarily assumed command, ordering his fellow marksmen to expose themselves and suppress Maud while guiding the melee fighters to take cover in the safe spots he identified through experience. After issuing these commands, the cost was the loss of one marksman to a single shot to the head. Out of 10 shots fired, 2 of their own had perished, and 6 were severely injured. The staggering 80 hit rate sent chills down Wells' spine. This was under the condition of facing only one adversary. Even he, the crew's chief marksman, felt the pressure. One could only imagine the effect on the others. The disparity between the enemy and their own sniper was stark. Gabon, however, remained composed, looking towards the captain's quarters and calling out, "Captain, should we hold our ground? Or may I take a few men to eliminate that sniper?" Moments later, Casty's voice resonated from within, "Go." Those 2 brief words carried the weight of an impending storm of fury. Thankfully, Casty was oblivious to the identity of the enemy sniper. Otherwise, he might have been driven to the brink of rage. Receiving the captain's approval, Gabton gestured to a few team members, then turned to Wells, saying in a low voice, "Cover us." "All right." Wells took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his humiliation. Under the cover of him and the other marksmen, Gabton led 5 team members swiftly off the ship, advancing towards Maud's position. As Maud loaded his ammunition, he observed several figures departing from the sharp bull pirate ship. A mere meter in front of him, a distinct bullet hole marked the closest shot from a series of exchanges. "Wolfrat, it is nearly time," Maud reminded with a word. The wolf mouse nodded and said, "Be cautious." After finishing, he leaped down from the warehouse alongside Tadamu, heading towards the team, led by Gabton. Once the wolf mouse and Tadamu departed, Maud also reloaded his ammunition. Once again, he readied his firearm, aiming at the deck of the sharp bull pirate crew. In his line of sight, there stood the shelter where Wells was located. "Found you at last, my cherished prey." Maud smiled faintly, seemingly oblivious to the relentless sound of bullets slicing through the air. The frequency of the gunfire had evidently escalated. However, Maud understood that Wells and his companions had sacrificed precision in their tactics for the sake of suppression. The intention was unmistakable, to create an opportunity for the Gabton squad. With his extensive experience in gunfights, Maud effortlessly arrived at a precise conclusion. "Yet, I too possess a capable enforcer." Maud spoke softly to himself, "If Tatum counts, then that makes 2. He casually fired a shot towards the deck of the sharp bull pirate ship before departing the scene, reloading his ammunition while making his way to the next sniping position. From this moment forth, his sole target was Wells. Meanwhile, this gunfight had attracted numerous spectators. In the shadows surrounding the sharp bull pirate ship, scouts from several pirate crews were closely observing the unfolding drama. Finally, someone had taken action, and the sniper from one of the pirate crews was terrifyingly formidable. The scouts, akin to sharks sensing blood, bared their fangs. Once the opportunity became clear, the previously unshakable sharp bull pirate crew would transform into a delectable prize. In this age of exploration, perhaps due to firearms or the difficulty of training, the lethality and presence exhibited by gunners often paled in comparison to that of swordsmen or martial arts specialists. This led most pirate crews to prioritize close combat members in their battle formations. Even a powerhouse like Jesus Burgess, under the 4 emperors, had to rely on his physical prowess and hockey to uphold his overall strength, lest he hinder the team. Since there was a necessity to enhance physical strength in hockey, pouring energy into cold weapons or pure martial arts could yield more immediate lethality. Among the maritime sovereigns, who wielded anything but cold weapons or specialized in physical prowess, this is the somewhat awkward position of snipers. Yet, in specific circumstances, snipers can undoubtedly become the most formidable thorn in the enemy's side, just like now. The entrenched sharp bull pirate crew had become Maud's living targets. After merely 10 shots, Maud had caused the loss of 8 crew members. This nocturnal clash of gunfire caught the eyes of many onlookers. It was hard to fathom that the numerically superior sharp bull pirate crew was being suppressed by a single gunman. The scouts, eager to carve out a substantial piece of flesh from the sharp bull crew, saw an opportunity in this gunfight. Despite not knowing which pirate crew had unleashed such ferocity, driven by self-interest, they couldn't afford to dwell on it, promptly notifying their leaders to prepare for an opportunistic harvest. The predatory gazes of the wolves lurked in the darkness, Positioned atop the warehouse, Maud swiftly adjusted his sniping point. The entire process proceeded effortlessly. The advantage of being concealed while the enemy was exposed was vividly illustrated at that moment. Once relocated to a suitable sniping point, Maud aimed at Wells and his compatriots, who were still executing a suppressive fire strategy. The first target, previously shot down, was of no concern to Maud. His focus remained solely on the 3 names inscribed in his notebook. With a cold gaze fixed on the unsuspecting Wells, who was oblivious to the impending danger, Maud squeezed the trigger. The bullet soared into the distant night. As the smoke billowed, Maud, without a glance back, stowed away Usopp and leapt down from the warehouse to the ground. With the absence of Wolf, Rat, and Tatum at his side, Maud refrained from being overly brazen in continuing to fire. He reloaded his ammunition while swiftly making his way toward the sharp bull pirate ship docked at the pier. After walking just a few meters, a star appeared on the cover of his hunter's notebook. The instantaneous feedback of physical gains enveloped Maud like a warm spring, prompting a deep sigh of comfort. Sensing a different kind of response, Maud realized something significant. With a mere thought, the hunter's notebook manifested before him. The numerous silver star points on the black cover transformed into shooting stars, tracing slender silver lines across the dark surface, reminiscent of a meteor shower cascading from the heavens. Ultimately, the starry rain coalesced into a hollow star frame beside the physicality requirement. Observing the star beside his physicality, Maud's eyes gleamed with delight. The star frame had formed so swiftly. If he could eliminate Kazut tonight, he might just fill the star frame entirely, paving the way for a transformative breakthrough. Mord was both surprised and exhilarated. Yet, he soon regained his composure, understanding that joy must be reserved for the moment of a successful hunt. Setting aside the hunter's notes, he gazed at the distant ship of the Sharp-Horn pirates, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. The composition of the star frame was something he had not anticipated. He had initially thought that he would need to eliminate at least 5 to 8 targets of Evan Watt's caliber to complete the star frame. In retrospect, it seemed that the Fishman Samra, captured on the day of the auction, had significantly boosted the overall yield. Now, all that remained was to take down Casti. Maud carried Usopp on his back, and for a fleeting moment, a more prudent thought crossed his mind. The plan was to first rendezvous with the Wolf Rats, then collectively sweep away the special assault team dispatched by the Sharp-Horn pirates, and subsequently launch a full-scale attack on the turtle-guarded ship of the Sharp-Horn pirates. However, considering the possibility of his victory being snatched away, Maud preferred to confront Kazut alone. With the heart-drip fist in hand, even if the situation became dire, he could extricate himself in time. Drawing a dagger, Maud made his way toward the ship of the Sharp-Horn pirates. On the deck of the Sharp-Horn pirate ship, Captain Wells, a gunman, paralyzed with fear, watched as Wells fell to the ground, lifeless. A bullet lodged in his temple. With their captain gone, the remaining crew turned their gaze to the dark horizon. Even though the enemy's gunfire had ceased, an inexplicable dread loomed over them, the lingering fear of being struck down at any moment. This was the intangible pressure created by the sniper lurking in the depths of the night. Moreover, the dismal performance of the 3 remaining gunmen exacerbated the fatigue of the melee fighters hidden behind cover. In such circumstances, they could not even maintain the most basic vigilance. Considering that several lookout posts from other pirate crews surrounded the ship, a myriad of thoughts weighed heavily upon their shoulders. Tick! A bead of sweat fell onto the deck, splashing into small droplets. Each member of the Sharp-Horn pirates remained on high alert, hoping that Captain Gabton would eliminate the sniper. Amidst this invisible pressure, they endured a torturous minute. The sniper had not fired for an entire minute, which could only mean one thing. Had Captain Gabton succeeded? The mere thought of this possibility brought a glimmer of hope to the crew, especially for the 3 gunmen, who felt an immediate sense of relief. Since the onset of the gunfight, the sniper had not ceased fire. This was the first time he had not shot for over a minute. Even if Captain Gabton had not killed the sniper, he must have at least forced him into retreat or constrained his actions. This was the only plausible explanation. As the Sharp-Horn pirates' gunmen felt the burdens lifted from their shoulders, they could hardly fathom that the terrifying sniper was stealthily approaching them with a knife in hand. When this once unthinkable notion became a harsh reality, all that remained in the gunmen's minds was a profound and perplexing uncertainty. With a dagger in hand, Emoda approached, having long discerned the enemy's position. As he revealed himself, he swiftly slashed the throat of a gunman with his knife. In the face of the gunman's incredulous gaze, Emoda quickly plunged a second knife into the man's heart. Immediately, He sees the short-barreled flintlock pistol worn by the gunman and, following the meticulously plotted route he established before boarding, he rapidly advanced towards the second gunman, delivering 2 precise and decisive strikes. It was only after Mo had dispatched 2 foes that the remaining members of the Sharp Horn pirate crew began to react. Bang! Mod shot down the last nearby gunman, discarding the emptied handgun. He seized the opportunity to utilize the loaded flintlock pistol in the gunman's body before the members of the Bull's Horn pirates could charge at him. With remarkable precision, he fired multiple shots at close range, resulting in 4 lifeless bodies appearing on the deck in an instant. In a mere span of over 10 seconds since boarding, Mod had eliminated 7 members of the Bull's Horn pirates. Nonetheless, many more of them approached him, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Mod, however, showed no signs of fear. His affinity for firearms did not imply a deficiency in his close combat prowess, as evidenced by his ability to contend with Abe's swift blades. Firmly gripping his dagger, Mod advanced into the fray. As the blade flashed, blood erupted in arcs around him. In a short while, the pirates on the deck were left in disarray, slaughtered by Mod's dagger. Had he wielded a longsword, he likely could have dispatched them even more swiftly. In the captain's quarters, Kazut could no longer remain idle. Cursing the incompetence of his subordinates, he pushed open the cabin door and stepped onto the deck. What met his eyes was a gruesome scene of fallen comrades. Kazut's gaze fixed on Mod, who was ruthlessly dispatching his men. Upon recognizing Mod's face, his rugged features contorted with rage, veins bulging prominently. It was a bitter reunion with a sworn enemy. Usopp, he bellowed, enunciating each syllable with venomous intensity. His voice, filled with murderous intent, echoed through the night. The surrounding sentinels were taken aback upon hearing the name, realizing it belonged to the recently emerged Usopp. Listening to Kazut's voice laden with fury, both the conniving sentinels and the onlookers from nearby pirate vessels instantly comprehended the origins of this gunfight. Before the incident at the Battle Axe Tavern, Usopp had been an unknown entity, a name scarcely whispered. Yet, this formidable individual, who seemed to have appeared from nowhere, had not only humiliated Abe at the tavern but was now boldly confronting the Bull's Horn pirates head-on, on the deck of the Bull's Horn pirate ship. As Kazut's voice resonated, Mod swiftly unfastened Usopp from his back and, without hesitation, fired a shot directly at Kazut. The bullet hurtled toward Kazut's chest. Mod understood that firearms were ineffective against these high-bounty pirates. Thus, he deliberately aimed for the upper body, where the hit rate was significantly higher. Kazut's eyes widened in fury. By the time he shouted Mod's name, he had already transformed into his beastly form. As the lead bullets hurtled towards him, he retaliated with a powerful hoof strike, shattering the bullets into fragments amidst a shower of sparks. With a single shot gone awry, Mod calmly sheathed Usopp behind him. Against an adversary of this caliber, firearms proved to be woefully ineffective in direct confrontation, as they could easily discern the trajectory of the bullets. Before Kaz could launch his attack, Mod seized the moment to dash towards a member of the Sharp Horn pirates, plunging a dagger into him, thereby eliminating another foe. At this juncture, only a little over 10 insignificant enemies remained, posing little threat. As for whether there were others lurking in the cabin, that was beyond Mod's knowledge. Observing Mod's disregard after his single shot, Kaz's expression grew increasingly malevolent. "Get out of my way," he bellowed, then leaped into the air, his towering form hurtling directly towards Mod. The members of the Sharp Horn pirates immediately retreated, while Mod nimbly leaped backward, evading Kaz's descent just in time. Bang! Kaz's powerful feet crashed onto the deck, sending splinters flying as the wooden floor buckled and shattered beneath him. Once he regained his footing, Kaz showed no sign of respite. He stomped down once more, exacerbating the damage to the deck, and his densely furred body lunged again at Mod. The wind howled violently as Kaz bore down upon him, akin to a freight truck hurtling at high speed, exuding an overwhelming force. Mod, however, remained unperturbed in the face of danger. He deftly sidestepped and leapt towards the members of the Sharp Bull pirate crew, his intentions unmistakable. Damn it! One of the crew members, who had already withdrawn from the fray, cursed angrily upon witnessing this. Yet, Mod paid no heed, moving with a swiftness that surpassed theirs. He lured Kazdi in, effortlessly dispatching one member of the Sharp Bull pirate crew before retreating from Kazdi's striking range. Kazdi's momentum was irrevocable, exacerbated by the multitude of wounds on the inner thigh, making it impossible for him to come to an abrupt halt. A hapless member of the Sharp Bull pirate crew, unable to evade in time, was violently struck by Kazdi. Before his body even descended, he breathed his last in midair. Having withdrawn from the collision zone, Maud cast a glance at the unfortunate soul whose chest was grotesquely caved in, his heart sinking in alarm. Such a degree of force, had it been directed at him, would surely have resulted in severe injury, if not death. He could scarcely fathom how Abe had endured such a blow. A vision of Abe suddenly flashed through Maud's mind. The figure, having taken a brutal kick from Casti, astonishingly survived the encounter. Shaking his head slightly, Maud turned his gaze towards Casti's legs, which were bound in bandages, slowly seeping with blood. At this sight, a hint of amusement flickered in Maud's eyes. This was the very reason he dared to seek trouble tonight. Casti's eyes burned with rage as he blatantly ignored the subordinate he had killed. Despite realizing that his wounds had reopened slightly, he showed no intention of slowing his assault. Charging once more at Maud. This time, he abandoned the idea of a collision and aimed to close the distance before delivering the final blow with his black hoof. However, Maud was not foolish enough to grant Casti any opportunity. He deftly maneuvered across the deck, utilizing his speed to evade being cornered. After several rounds of pursuit, Casti was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy with frustration. Yet, he sensed Maud's malicious intent and forced himself to remain calm. Continuing in this manner would not only fail to harm Maud, but would also gradually lead him into peril. Moreover, Gabton had yet to return, presumably held back by someone. The situation grew increasingly dire, and the thought of facing defeat sent Casti's breath quickening, though he soon steadied himself. While the human-beast form of the bulbul fruit significantly enhanced strength and physique, it also resulted in a slight decrease in speed. If the hybrid form was already so, the beast form would be even less agile. To eliminate the scoundrel before him, was he merely going to run in circles? Even Abe dared to confront me head-on. Yet you only know how to flee. It appears you are even inferior to a woman. Gradually regaining his composure, Casti glared at Maud, spewing forth a torrent of invective that was as vulgar as it was venomous. He was convinced that Maud was the type who favored speed over strength. Thus, he was confident that a direct confrontation would lead to his swift demise. Hearing the profanities, a flicker of surprise crossed Maud's eyes, as he had not anticipated Casti resorting to such tactics. Without further contemplation, Maud sprang into action. Casti, witnessing this, momentarily glimmered with joy, but in the next instant, his expression froze as he watched Maud charge towards his subordinate, swiftly taking a life. After dispatching a nearby member of the sharp bull pirate crew, Maud turned to Casti with a slight smile. Casti's cheeks twitched in anger as he exclaimed, "Useless." It was unclear whether he was cursing Maud or his subordinates. Not one to remain idle, Casti enacted Plan B, seizing a weapon from beside a corpse, his arm swelling with strength as he hurled it towards Maud. Yet, Maud evaded each throw with ease. After flinging a dozen projectiles without success, Casti found himself not only failing to injure Maud, but also aggravating his upper body wounds. Taking a deep breath, Casti abandoned his futile efforts. At this moment, he decisively reverted his lower half to human form, sacrificing defense for the sake of enhancing his current speed, intending to close in on Maud. "Usopp, I will tear you limb from limb." With reckless abandon, Casti charged towards Maud, his speed noticeably increased compared to before. Upon witnessing this, Maud let out a soft sigh, realizing that victory would not come easily. Casti, observing Maud's seemingly weakened reaction, felt an intensified surge of murderous intent. Before long, Casti managed to close in on Maud. The speed was sufficient. Casti was filled with exhilaration as the pent-up rage erupted forth towards Maud. With a sudden swell of muscle, Casti's arm transformed, and with all his might, the powerful hoof struck fiercely against Maud's face. Maud dodged skillfully, evading the strike of the dark hoof. Cast, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued, delivering blow after blow, forcing Maud to retreat step by step. Realizing that victory would not come easily, thus Maud's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he deftly evaded Casti's assaults. Despite Casti's formidable strength, his offensive was outmatched by the swiftness of Abe's blade. After narrowly dodging a series of attacks, Maud seized an opportunity, gathering his strength to deliver a powerful punch to Casti's bandaged abdomen. Casti let out a muffled groan, his feet leaving the ground as he was propelled backward by approximately a meter, before landing and staggering several more meters before finally halting. He gazed at Maud in astonishment, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of thick blood, unable to withstand the sudden, forceful blow, and swiftly dropped to one knee, bracing himself with his palm. Outside the combat circle, the remaining members of the sharp bull pirate crew watched in disbelief as their captain seemed to dominate the conflict against that scoundrel, only to be rendered unsteady by a single punch moments later. How could this happen? Their emotions plummeted from euphoria to despair in an instant. Was this truly their Captain Casti, whose bounty exceeded 30 million? Indeed, Casti's power was not to be underestimated, even when at a disadvantage. A single direct hit from him could instantaneously turn the tide of battle. Maud had previously avoided confrontation, not solely due to Casti's formidable strength. In his perspective, if he could effortlessly toy with Casti from a distance, why risk engaging in close combat? However, Casti promptly altered his strategy, sacrificing defense for speed, thereby forcing Maud into a direct clash. Under such circumstances, Maud had no choice but to comply. He unleashed a punch, embodying his utmost power at this stage, which landed insidiously upon Casti's wound. This strike not only inflicted internal damage upon Casti, but also brutally shattered his assumptions. Casti had believed that Maud's strength was not formidable. Otherwise, he would not have consistently evaded battle. Thus, when he launched his own attacks against Maud, he did so without reservation. Yet, after receiving Maud's blow, Casti realized his grave misjudgment. Infuriated, he glared at Maud, and as he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He simply could not comprehend Maud's actions. Clearly possessing the strength for a direct confrontation, Maud resorted to underhanded tactics to inflict discomfort. Why? Maud smiled. Shameless. Casti could only express his feelings with these brief 2 words, enduring the surging pain within his abdomen. Bang! Without any warning, Maud pulled out a flintlock pistol and shot Casti in the untransformed knee. The bullet pierced through Casti's knee, erupting in a brilliant spray of crimson. What did you just say? Maud gradually holstered his pistol. The gunshot perfectly masked the words spoken by Cast behind him, rendering Maud oblivious to them. Cast widened his eyes, glaring at Maud, and after a moment, a furious roar echoed through the night sky. Usopp. Suddenly, Cast transformed entirely into his beastly form. However, rather than attacking Maud, he decisively turned and fled towards the shore, dragging his injured body with determination. Maud raised an eyebrow and pursued Casti. Moments later, Maud tightened his grip on the dagger, aiming it directly at Casti's lower back. Just then, Casti abruptly pivoted, the forceful movement causing his inner thigh wound to burst open, blood gushing forth in crimson arcs. Nevertheless, he did not flinch even once. With a fierce determination, Casti struck first with his left hoof, targeting Maud's throat. Maud raised his dagger, attempting to parry Cast's desperate last strike. With a resounding clang, the formidable force sent Maud's dagger flying into the depths of the sea. A glimmer of delight flickered in Cast's eyes as his right hoof surged forward, aiming for Maud's chest. If it connected, he was confident that a single blow would extinguish Maud's life, thereby swiftly turning the tide of battle. However, Cast failed to notice the faint smile lingering at the corner of Maud's mouth. The black hoof pressed down menacingly. Maud ducked swiftly, allowing the black hoof to graze past his scalp. With a clang, having evaded the hoof, Maud drew the dark crow with his right hand, thrusting it into Casti's heart with a motion devoid of finesse. The sharp blade penetrated 1/3 of the way in an instant. Casti's body, still poised to strike, trembled violently as he looked down in a daze at the long knife embedded in his chest. Maud exerted relentless pressure on Casti, seizing him with one hand while forcefully driving the blade into his back with the other, advancing his foot simultaneously. Sizzle! The bloodied blade suddenly pierced through Casti's back. Thud! Thud! Maud pushed Casti's body until he was pinned to the mast, then came to a halt. Shot in the knee, yet still contemplating escape? I wouldn't believe it even if you did. Motor suppressed a smile, gazing expressionlessly at Casti's twisted visage, filled with resentment and unwillingness. In truth, there was no enmity between us. I merely required a few stepping stones. Maud pulled back the dark crow while retreating 2 steps, observing the lifeless form of Cosette collapsing to the ground. Around him, the remnants of the sharp bull pirates stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Captain Cosette. Maud held the bloody dark raven, tilting his head to gaze upon them. The lingering scent of blood left the remaining members of the sharp bull pirate crew trembling in place, paralyzed by fear. Indeed, the moment was most inopportune. Maud's eyelids drooped. In his consciousness, on the cover of the notebook, the star on the right side of the physique had indeed transformed into a solid star. It had truly been filled, hadn't it? It is coming. A surge of joy welled up within Maud, who instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of the knife. In an instant, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, akin to a multitude of delicate hands gently kneading his very spirit. An indescribable comfort sharpened his senses to an extraordinary degree. Simultaneously, warm currents flowed through his limbs and bones, as if every vein and cell were ensconced in soft cotton. It was reminiscent of a perfectly executed massage, each subtle touch meticulously applied, leaving him with a delightful tingling sensation. Maud slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in this long-awaited transformation. Heightened senses, momentarily elevated, allowed him to constantly pinpoint the remnants of the sharp-horned pirate crew on the deck, as well as to perceive the throngs emerging from the shadows. The remnants of the sharp-horned pirates, witnessing Maud's sudden act of closing his eyes, were soon startled by the explosive sounds emanating from his body. Whether it was an illusion or not, they felt as though Maud's physique had slightly swelled. Glancing at each other in bewilderment, they wished to take action. Yet an instinctual fear akin to being preyed upon by a ferocious beast rendered them immobile. Moments later, Maud opened his eyes. The ritual had come to a conclusion. What a relief. Sheathing the dark crow, Maud could not help but stretch. A solid star, emblematic of his physical prowess, marked his significant first step. Simultaneously, based on the characteristics outlined in the hunter's notes, it hinted that the pinnacle of physicality in the pirate world was represented by 10 stars. Maud was acutely aware that as time progressed, the complexity of forming star frames and populating them would only intensify. Elevating a demand to 10 stars was indeed a formidable and arduous journey. In his previous life, the rapid fulfillment of demands had led to a significant dilution of early-stage profits. Thus, until he fell victim to the capricious wish machine. Even after employing dubious shortcuts to gain experience, the highest rating among the 4 demands barely exceeded 4 stars. Having learned from this experience, Maud had contemplated the extreme approach of solely enhancing his physical constitution star level, yet ultimately decided against it. Currently, the demands for physical prowess and swordsmanship allowed for a more concentrated accumulation of early experience. As for the next demand, it was undoubtedly the domineering aura. However, given the uncertainty regarding his innate talents and the scarcity of prey, Maud was not in haste to fulfill this requirement. Should he possess a talent for observation hockey that surpassed the qualifying threshold, he could then consider adding a demand for armament hockey to expedite the elevation of his star levels. Conversely, the same logic would apply. Maud did not dwell on his thoughts any longer, but instead turned his gaze towards the shore. The air was thick with the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the bank. Armed with weapons, a group of menacing pirates began to board the Sharp Bull pirate ship one after another. In an instant, the deck was populated by 70 to 80 pirates, divided into 3 factions. As they surveyed the scene littered with corpses, a collective gasp escaped them upon spotting Casdy's lifeless body, leading them to fall into a heavy silence as they turned their attention to Maud. They resembled wolves. Despite their numbers, they found themselves caught in a state of indecision, neither daring to attack their prey nor willing to relinquish it easily. Instead, they chose to wait for their quarry to falter, ready to open their gaping maws to feast upon its flesh and blood. Maud's keen perception immediately discerned the intentions of his adversaries. Rather than coveting the riches of the sharp-horned pirate crew, Maud placed a far greater value on his quarry, known as Gabon. With a chilling gaze sweeping over the pack of wolves, Maud advanced towards the shore. The pirates, drawn by the prospect of a feast, swallowed hard as Maud took a step forward, instinctively retreating a pace and parting to create a clear passage. Maud disregarded them, striding along the broad avenue before departing from the ship. Gulp. Once Maud had walked away, a pirate who had previously been in close proximity swallowed hard. My word. How terrifying. The pirate's legs trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he had stood merely a few steps away from Maud. As Maud passed by, an inexplicable image flashed in his mind of himself being cleaved into pieces by Maud's blade. Yet, around him, no one mocked the pirate's reaction. The sharp-horned pirate crew had indeed fallen at the hands of a youth named Usopp. In all, their avaricious gazes swiftly shifted toward the members of the sharp-horned pirate crew. Maud's abrupt departure was a turn of events that the pack of ravenous pirate wolves had never anticipated. Initially, they had come with the mindset of savoring at least a taste, even if they could not partake in the meat. To their astonishment, Maud had simply cast aside the meat. Instantly, their mouths watered in anticipation. Once Maud had left, they eagerly descended upon the remnants of the Sharp Bull pirate crew, tearing them to shreds with remarkable swiftness. They then transformed into a swarm, voraciously plundering the treasures of the Sharp Bull pirate crew, leaving no weapon or barrel of liquor on the deck untouched. With ample manpower, high efficiency in their looting, and a rational approach that kept their conflicting factions in check, these pirates, belonging to 3 rival groups, managed to execute a surprisingly harmonious and effective heist. After their plunder was complete, they swiftly vacated the scene, leaving a sea of corpses from the sharp bull pirate crew in their wake. Were it not for their identities, they might have even taken the heads of Casti and Wells with them. It was moments like these that one could not help but lament the plight of being a pirate. Even if one had the audacity to breach the unspoken rule of not exchanging fellow pirates' heads for bounty, acquiring money from the Navy remained a formidable challenge. On the other side, after disembarking, Maud swiftly made his way towards the direction of Langshu and Tatamo. Among the three prey noted in his journal, one was a swordsman named Gabuton. In comparison to the riches of the sharp bull pirates, Maud valued the bounty on heads far more. Once his strength increased, he need not worry about a lack of wealth. At this moment, Gabuton should still be entangled with Langshu. He could only hope that Gabuton remained resilient enough not to be defeated by Langshu. Gabuton, hold on. In his mind, Maud whispered to himself and quickened his pace. He had no intention of losing the head of Gabuton. Should the Ratman be privy to Maud's thoughts, he might utter something best left unsaid. On the open ground amidst the warehouses lay several corpses, their bodies torn open by deep gashes. Blood flowed from the wounds, and a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Tatamu stood silently beside the bodies, observing the Ratman and Gabuton, who were more than 10 meters away. At this moment, the Ratman had transformed into his beastly form. A shallow knife wound marked his chest, while his right cheek bore slight swelling. In contrast, Gabuton, with his rugged features, bore several injuries yet held his long blade steady, unaffected by his wounds. The Ratman spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain from the blunt force of the knife handle on his face was far more excruciating than the wound on his chest. If only he could employ the six styles, he thought, Gabuton would be no match for him. After muttering a fierce remark in his mind, the Ratman glanced at Tatamu. He contemplated calling for Tatamu's assistance, but hesitated, not wishing to incur another debt. He also wondered about Usopp's situation. As the Ratman pondered, he saw Gabuton staggering forward with a swaying gait, brandishing his knife once more. Resisting the urge to use his shave technique, the Ratman advanced to meet him, raising his partially healed claw to clash with Gabuton's long blade. Clang! The two exchanged blows with remarkable speed, their claws and blade colliding multiple times within seconds. Sparks flying from the contact. In a matter of moments, their offensive peaked, but it was the Ratman who first revealed the flaw, allowing Gabuton to seize the opportunity. A treacherous strike aimed at the Ratman's knee resulted in 2 fresh wounds on his leg. The Ratman's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly retreated to create distance. However, Gabuton did not pursue, instead twirling his knife and casting a sidelong glance at the indifferent Tatamu. To him, this maneuver was sufficient to neutralize the Ratman's threat. So he was more concerned about the formidable Tatamu nearby. Still watching the show? Gabuton coldly regarded Tatamu. In response, Tatamu remained silent. Gabuton chuckled derisively, saying, "It seems you have quite the confidence in that rat. Do you believe I can dispose of him within 10 moves?" Although he did not understand why Tatamu chose to remain a bystander in this one-on-one confrontation, Gabuton found the situation amusing. Despite Gabuton's taunts, Tatamu remained unresponsive, as if uttering a single word would be a waste of effort. The Ratman glanced at his leg injuries, cursing under his breath. Ever since arriving in Mad Hat Town, he had maintained a low profile, never having been so beleaguered. Indeed, since meeting Usopp, he had sustained more injuries in a week than in the past several years. With a sigh, the Ratman felt the urgency of not prolonging the battle. He bore the pain of his wounds and launched an assault against Gabuton. With Tatamu nearby to provide support, he felt emboldened to confront Gabuton. However, as the battle progressed, he lacked the confidence to defeat Gabuton without resorting to the six styles. Oh! As the Ratman advanced, a cold, murderous intent flickered in Gabuton's eyes. The two clashed once more, and this time, Gabuton quickly gained the upper hand, forcing the injured Ratman to retreat. Damn it, the Ratman thought, feeling the pressure from each of Gabuton's strikes intensifying his desire to employ the six styles. No, I mustn't. He gritted his teeth, straining to withstand Gabuton's onslaught and searching for an opportunity to counterattack. However, he despairingly realized that unless he utilized the six styles, he could find no chance to retaliate. Tatamu, come and save me. Just as the Ratman nearly voiced his thoughts, a gunshot abruptly shattered the night. A bullet, fired from behind the Ratman, grazed his side before striking Gabuton in the abdomen. The suddenness of the attack caused Gabuton to stagger, his expression shifting dramatically. The Ratman, disregarding the shooter, swiped at Gabuton with a claw. Gabuton hastily raised his knife to block, but the Ratman's claw pushed him back, forcing him to stumble 2 steps. At that moment, another gunshot rang out. The shooter had seized the opportunity when the Ratman forced Gabuton back. This shot was remarkably accurate, creating a gaping wound in Gabuton's forehead. Gabuton's face froze in shock, dying without ever knowing who had fired the shot. As Gabuton fell, the Ratman swiftly turned to face the source of the gunfire, only to see Maud emerging from the dispersing smoke. Upon recognizing the shooter as Maud, the Ratman could not help but exhale in relief. Motor concealed his delight at securing the kill and approached, observing the wolf rat flawlessly embodying its role as a fighter. He smiled and said, "Well done. What about Casti? It's taken care of." "So soon?" The wolf rat was taken aback upon hearing this. "Indeed." Maud nodded, then turned his gaze towards Tadamu, who was not far away. "Let us retreat. There are many onlookers nearby." With that, Maud took the lead towards the town. The wolf rat and Tadamu exchanged a glance and swiftly followed him. This night was destined to be tumultuous. At the dock, where the Sharp-Horn pirate ship lay anchored, several pirates arrived too late to partake in even a cup of soup. Frustrated, they resolved to discard the corpses from the deck into the sea, then set sail, heading towards the open waters. They had effectively commandeered the vessel. Maud remained oblivious to this incident. Had he known, he could only have lamented the loss of talent. The Sharp-Horn pirate crew was obliterated in a single night. While the instigator returned unscathed to the Nightshade Tavern, Tadamu donned a uniform once more, becoming a discreet bartender. After seeking Tatar's opinion, Maud sat down heavily in the chair. Since Tatar, the proprietor, showed no concern for the bloodstains, Maud felt no obligation to be polite. "Do you have a cigarette?" With an auspicious bounty tonight, Maud could not resist the urge for a post-event smoke. Tatar nodded and promptly retrieved cigarettes and a lighter from the drawer, as if it contained an assortment of treasures. Maud could not help but glance at Tatar's drawer, then took the cigarette, igniting it and taking a draw. This body bore no addiction to smoke. Now, with just a single puff, he might unwittingly embark on an irreversible path. Yet, Maud remained indifferent. To live a life is to pursue what one truly desires. Maud leisurely smoked a cigarette while Tadamu prepared a cocktail for him. As for Langshu, he ascended to the second floor of the bar upon arrival to tend to his wounds. Half an hour later, after his injuries had been treated, Langshu descended and took a seat beside Maud, promptly requesting a drink from Tadamu. With Casti's demise, the Sharp-Horn pirates had met their end. Indeed, with this turn of events, there is no longer any need for you to harbor fear, Langshu. Maud laid down his wine glass and lit a cigarette. The wolf mouse glanced at Maud and, after a moment's contemplation, understood, bursting into laughter. However, the laughter abruptly ceased as it tugged at his wound, and he forced a smile, saying, "Usopp, I truly owe you my gratitude for your noble assistance. I find myself at a loss for how to express it. No need for words, it's all in the drink. Cheers." The wolf mouse promptly raised his glass, clinking it with Maud's. After idling for over 10 minutes, Maud finished the wine in his glass and stood up, preparing to leave. "Are you departing?" Tadamu inquired. The wolf mouse also rose, gazing at Maud. Maud nodded and said, "See you tomorrow." Immediately, under the watchful eyes of Langshu and Tatum, Maud pushed open the door and exited the bar. Upon returning to the soul weapon shop, Maud made his way directly to the restroom. Bailey, bound and positioned at the corridor's edge, heard the sound and lifted his head slightly. Upon recognizing Maud, he hurriedly curled up and feigned sleep. Maud stepped past Bailey and entered the restroom, where he performed a brief ablution before ascending the stairs to return to his chamber. Prior to his return to the weapon shop, he had carelessly discarded his blood-stained outer garment in a secluded alley within the residential area. After securely concealing the dark raven beneath the bedding, Maud reclined upon the bed and closed his eyes. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, Imode awoke and instinctively reached out to his side. To his surprise, he found nothing but emptiness. "Where is my knife?" Maud was momentarily taken aback, then hastily rose to uncover the blanket, only to find it utterly devoid of anything. Where had it gone? The shadowy crow had vanished into thin air, and a sense of foreboding began to stir within Maud's heart. He swiftly reached beneath the bed, yet still saw no sign of the crow. A particular possibility crossed his mind, prompting him to clutch his forehead in dismay. Opening the door, Maud stepped into the corridor, casting a wary glance at Thor's tightly shut door before treading softly down the stairs to the first floor. He clung to a flicker of hope, contemplating that perhaps the crow had been taken by Sunny. As he traversed the hallway, Maud soon arrived at the kitchen doorway. What greeted his eyes was Thor, expressionless as he sat in a chair, a black and crimson long knife in hand. Meanwhile, Sonny was donned in an apron, busily preparing breakfast. Beneath the table, Bailey was tightly bound, his head buried, exuding an air of schadenfreude. "Good morning," he chirped. Motown calmly greeted, then glanced at the shadowy raven clutched in Soul's hand. Nonchalantly inquired, "Soul, when did you acquire such a fine blade?" He chuckled softly. Soul tugged at the corners of his mouth, letting out a laugh. Modette chuckled softly. Responding earnestly, "This blade appears rather understated. It should be a fine swift sword, correct?" Hiki. Soul laughed again, yet he was too disinterested to engage further. Steering the conversation directly to the point. "Well, little rascal, you quietly acquired a knife and even drew blood, huh? Quite impressive." Realizing he could not hide it any longer, Modette offered an awkward smile, fearing that a misstep might provoke a confrontation, and wisely chose to remain silent. Observing Modette's reticence, Soul unsheathed the dark raven, casually tossing the scabbard aside, and with a sardonic grin remarked, "What's this? I didn't realize you were proficient with a blade. Care to show a few moves?" He continued, "If you can demonstrate some skill, I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, should you venture out in the coming months, I shall break your legs. Is that a promise?" Maud cautiously observed the furious expression on Saul's face. How could he possibly refrain from going out? After all, he had just managed to elevate his physical prowess to the first star and was eager to capitalize on this momentum to acquire more experience points from Abe. Saul was genuinely taken aback by Maud's agreement. He discreetly cast a glance at Sonny before carelessly tossing the dark crow at Maud's feet. "Rest assured, on this very street, you may inquire freely. Who among them does not know that I, Saul, am a man of my word? This is what you proclaimed." Maud grasped the dark raven firmly in his hand. Observing Maud's impeccable knife-holding posture, Thor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, casting a subtle glance at Sonny once more. Sonny paused her current task and approached Thor's side. Just yesterday, she had witnessed Maud's clumsy attempts with the dagger, revealing a complete novice. Yet now, there seemed to be a marked transformation. She regarded Maud, who held the dark raven with a firm grip, in bewilderment, realizing that Sonny had betrayed him. Maud shot her a fierce look. Sonny merely pretended not to notice. Maud turned to Soul and said solemnly, "Shall I begin?" This was a matter of great importance concerning his ability to venture into town to gather experience, and he would not allow himself the slightest negligence. Soul nodded in agreement. Maud took a deep breath and retreated to a more spacious area, holding the knife horizontally in front of him. Having acquired Gapton's experience last night, he now gripped the knife with a sense of complete familiarity, replaced by a profound sense of assurance. Maud's gaze gradually sharpened, as if he had truly become a swordsman adept in the art of blade work. With a swift motion, he unleashed 3 rapid slashes towards the front, weaving a fleeting tapestry of shaped blade light. Observing Maud's executed strikes, Thor instinctively turned his gaze towards Sonny. "Is this a joke at my expense?" Thor's gaunt face twitched slightly. However, Sonny silently turned away, hastening to the kitchen counter to continue preparing breakfast. From Thor's reaction, Maud discerned that his intentions had succeeded. He feigned a few coughs to redirect Thor's attention, then earnestly stated, "A promise is a promise." "What do you mean by that?" "I have no idea what you are talking about," Thor replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Maud stood in shock. At the kitchen counter, Sonny, engrossed in chopping vegetables, narrowly avoided slicing her finger. Beneath the table, Bailey sighed deeply, suddenly nostalgic for the unrestrained freedom of the great forest. Reflecting on it now, the streams there were truly pristine. Thus, under Soul's pretense of ignorance, Maud found himself confined. Today, the news of the complete annihilation of the Sharp-Horn pirates spread rapidly through taverns, becoming the hottest topic of conversation. Did Usopp single-handedly obliterate the entire Sharp-Horn pirates? It was said he dispatched Kazette with just one strike. As the tales circulated, they grew increasingly exaggerated. The cause of this upheaval was the pack of wolfish pirates from last night. Initially, they were the ones boasting, perhaps in gratitude for Maud having fed them so well. When those wolfish pirates ventured into the taverns today, they nearly elevated Usopp's name to the heavens. They claimed Usopp single-handedly decimated the gunner squad of the Sharp-Horn pirates, and that he stormed their ship, killing Kazette with a mere thrust. These embellished stories originated from their own mouths. They reasoned that Maud, daring to confront Kazette and his crew alone, clearly had no regard for the wealth of the Sharp-Horn pirates. The only explanation could be fame. Hence, after their hearty feast, this band of wolfish pirates inadvertently became Maud's heralds, cloaking their own self-interest in the guise of mutual benefit. Thanks to them, the name Usopp, which Maud had casually mentioned, unexpectedly became a trending topic within half a day. Even the recent incident at the Battle Axe Tavern, whose fervor had just begun to wane, was reignited. In this out-of-the-way place, Usopp's reputation even overshadowed the recently celebrated ace. Meanwhile, Maud, under official confinement, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Usopp, a name I've never heard before. This unassuming fellow managed to slay Cosette with a single blow? A bearded man in the tavern expressed his astonishment. Another pirate at the adjacent table chimed in. Even if Cosette was injured, he wouldn't fall so easily. Yet the sharp-horned pirates indeed met their end at the hands of this Usopp. Who was this Usopp, truly? Upon hearing the words of the neighboring pirate, the bearded man's expression grew more alarmed. He, who had once been oppressed by the sharp-horned pirates, was acutely aware of their strength. Though their ordinary crew members were lackluster, formidable figures like Raglan and Gabuton, with bounties nearing 20 million, were not to be underestimated. Not to mention their captain, Cosette, who had proven to be a challenge even for the renowned Navy colonel of the West Sea. Yet, this notorious pirate crew had been vanquished by a previously inconspicuous youth. The neighboring pirate took a hearty swig of his drink and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Every year, a few standout individuals suddenly emerge. Before they gain fame, no one knows their origins, and once they do, it's undeniable. ISNT Portgasti. Ace a prime example?" The bearded man fell silent, acknowledging the truth in those words. Indeed, it often transpired this way. However, some adeptly rode the waves of rising renown, while others succumbed to its perils and were engulfed by the surging tide. At the dock of Crazy Hat Town, aboard a pirate ship, a man with greasy hair and slanted eyes lounged in a plush chair, his legs draped over a table laden with jewels and gold. Just days ago, he had heard of Cosette's injury, and today, he was met with the news of his demise. The man leaned forward sharply, his cold gaze reflecting the treasure before him. Cosette, I had hoped for another opportunity to collaborate with you. Yet, I never expected you would fall to a newcomer. Usopp? I must keep an eye on him." The man slowly closed his eyes, still savoring the lingering pleasure from the recent plundering of a Boken-armed merchant ship. Should another fitting opportunity arise, he would seize the chance for such a rare and grand hunt once more. "Captain Dennis, we have a problem." Suddenly, the door burst open, and a frantic subordinate rushed in. Dennis's triangular eyes widened, his demeanor swiftly turning cold as he drew his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whizzed past the subordinate, embedding itself in the wall. Dennis coldly warned, "Next time, I'll put a bullet through you." Yes. The subordinate, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to compose himself and stammered, "Captain Dennis, R.A. Raftel, is on board." Unable to articulate clearly, Dennis's irritation mounted. "What do you mean?" The subordinate was about to explain when a rhythmic tapping sound approached from behind. The realization struck him, Raftel had arrived. Terror washed over his face. Before he could react, a line of blood appeared on his neck, and his thoughts abruptly ceased. With a sickening thud, his head fell to the floor, rolling forward and leaving a vivid trail of blood. Raftel raised his cane and gently nudged the headless corpse aside. The body toppled to the side, and Raftel's blood-red lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the now upright Captain Dennis. "Long have I heard of your reputation." The oily-haired Dennis with a bounty of 36 million. With that, Raftel offered a slight bow to the astonished Dennis. Dennis, his right hand reaching for the hilt of his blade, glared coldly at Raftel. "So it's you." As he spoke, Dennis cast a glance at the corpse of his decapitated subordinate, his expression darkening. "We have no grievances between us." "Indeed," Raftel nodded. Dennis's expression grew even darker. "Then what do you intend?" Raftel smiled. "Meaningless slaughter embodies the very essence of violence, and is it not precisely the nature of our existence?" "You." Dennis drew his blade in a flash, suddenly cognizant of Raftel's terrifying quality. As Dennis brandished his weapon, Raftel calmly placed his cane before him, nonchalantly stating, "That's more like it." 5 minutes later, Raftel sat atop the blood-soaked corpse of Dennis. A pool of blood flowed from beneath him, staining Raftel's black leather shoes. "You feel the same way, do you not?" Usopp's eyes reflected a flicker of anticipation as Lafitte muttered to himself before rising, treading over the blood-soaked floor towards the door, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Throughout this ordeal, Lafitte never once cast a glance at the dazzling array of treasures strewn across the table. Upon disembarking from Dennis's pirate ship, time on the deck seemed to resume its course. The bewildered crew of Dennis suddenly regained their senses, and upon discovering their captain's lifeless body in the captain's quarters, a new struggle for power erupted aboard the vessel. 3 days later, 2 warships anchored upon the tranquil sea. From the lookout atop the mast, several naval officers peered through their telescopes, scanning the horizon. Suddenly, one of the officers spotted their target, the Horned Bull pirate crew. Colonel Robbie. Target sighted at 9 o'clock. On the surface, a ship adorned with the Horned Bull flag sliced through the waves. On deck, laughter and merriment filled the air. "Brothers, we finally possess a ship worthy of our endeavors," exclaimed a man donning a pirate hat, raising his cup high, his face glistening. "Cheers," cried 7 or 8 pirates, lifting their cups in excitement. "Let us drink to this momentous first step," they shouted, downing the fresh water in their wooden cups. After commandeering the ship, they discovered that all the liquor had been removed, but fortunately, fresh water and provisions remained. At that moment, they could only toast with water. The hat-wearing pirate drained his cup, wiped his mouth, and seized a charred pig's leg, taking a hearty bite. "Brothers, I assure you, once we reach Kaka Island, I shall fill the kitchen with spirits, and we shall drink to our heart's content." The captain's words were met with fervent cheers from his crew. "Ha ha." He laughed heartily, reveling in their excitement. Above, Colonel Robbie squatted on the crossbeam, coldly observing the gluttonous revelry of the hat-wearing pirates on the deck. "Is this all they are?" Robbie mused, watching the fools who lacked even the basic knowledge to maintain a lookout. It was no wonder the warship had entered firing range without eliciting any reaction from them. He had approached the mast with the grace of a moonwalk, yet these imbeciles remained oblivious. It was baffling that headquarters had dispatched him to the West Sea branch merely to deal with such incompetence. He wondered how the Horned Bull pirate crew had managed to seize the Plutarch-armed merchant ship. In the blink of an eye, Robbie appeared behind the hat-wearing pirate. The jovial atmosphere on the deck abruptly froze. The pirates, caught in their gluttony, stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Robbie, clad in a white coat. "What is wrong with you?" the hat-wearing man asked, confusion etching his features. Following the gazes of his crew, he slowly turned, his expression shifting drastically upon recognizing Robbie. "You are not Kazut," Robbie stated, frowning. In an instant, the hat-wearing man lunged, his right hand darting for his sword's hilt. However, before he could draw his blade fully, Robbie swiftly snapped his neck. "Fools," he remarked, discarding the lifeless body and fixing a cold gaze upon the remaining pirates. "Now, let us have a serious conversation." 3 minutes later, several corpses lay on the deck. Robbie approached the edge, signaling for the warships to draw closer. Shortly, the 2 warships arrived beside the Horned Bull vessel. Planks extended from the ships to the pirate ship's railings, and robust naval officers quickly traversed the planks onto the deck. "Colonel Robbie," they saluted, their eyes first landing on the corpses before standing to attention. Robbie nodded in acknowledgement. A naval lieutenant approached him, puzzled. "These individuals are not part of the Horned Bull pirate crew." "That much is evident," Robbie replied coolly, casting a glance at the bodies and then at the unclean bloodstains scattered across the deck. I inquired. "And the Horned Bull pirate crew has been eliminated by a certain Usopp. These worthless scoundrels merely took advantage and seized the Horned Bull ship. Was it a pirate-on-pirate massacre?" the lieutenant asked. "I do not know, nor do I care to find out," Robbie replied, kicking aside a obstructive corpse as he strode towards the warship. The lieutenant, watching Robbie's retreating figure, queried, "Colonel Robbie, how shall we conclude the matter of the Horned Bull pirate crew? Do I need to instruct you on such matters?" Robbie shot back, glancing over his shoulder at the tense-faced officer. "Are you suggesting we credit an obscure individual with this achievement? Once the search is complete, sink this pirate vessel and take a few photographs as evidence for the Plutarch Merchant Association." Understood. 10 minutes later, the 2 warships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, sinking the Horned Bull vessel. On the warship's deck, Robbie gazed at the pirate ship as it sank into the sea. Usopp. This name does not resonate in the West Sea, he thought to himself. Regardless, he was here to address the issue of the Plutarch merchant ship's plundering, and avoiding unnecessary complications was prudent. This opportunity for merit was too good to pass up. Quietly noting Usopp's name, Robbie entered the cabin. 3 pirate crews were implicated in the plundering of the Plutarch merchant ship, with the Horned Bull being only one. The other 2 would require his leadership to resolve. As long as he remained vigilant in this maritime domain, it was only a matter of time before he would encounter his targets. That evening at the tavern, the recovering rat sat at the bar, listlessly toying with his drink. "Tadamo, it's been 3 days. Why hasn't Usopp shown up yet? He promised to meet the next day. Yet here we are, 3 days later, without a trace of him." Rat sighed heavily, as if he had lost all purpose in life. Tadamo shook his head. This was not the first time Rat had lamented, having repeated similar sentiments no fewer than 10 times. He He was too weary to engage with Rat any further. Could it be that he is too afraid to venture out? The wolf rat murmured to himself. In recent days, discussions regarding Maud have permeated every tavern, to varying extents. Had it not been for Lafayette's recent significant actions diverting some of the attention, Maud would likely have been exalted to an almost mythical status. It is noteworthy that in the vast expanse of Mad Hat Town, there are but a handful of notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million. Yet, the emergence of unreasonable figures like Maud and Lafayette, who have successively eliminated formidable foes such as Casti and Dennis, has stirred considerable intrigue. Among the myriad pirates in Mad Hat Town, many perceive a vendetta between Maud and Casti, rendering their conflict somewhat understandable. However, Lafayette is an entirely different matter. He is unequivocally a perilous individual, as most of those he has slain bore no personal grievances against him. The wolf rat found himself perplexed by Maud's reclusiveness, hesitating to visit the sole weapon shop to ascertain the situation. If it were a matter of reputation, it seemed rather illogical. In such a place, reputation serves as a flawless passport, a coveted asset among most pirates. Usopp, oh Usopp, what has transpired with you? The wolf rat sighed softly, only to feel a sudden dissonance. With a sharp slap to his own face, he jolted back to reality. The inexplicable actions drew the attention of Tatamo, who observed the wolf rat with wide eyes, a solemn expression on its face. What has come over me? It's as if I am afflicted by lovesickness. Ugh. I have no fondness for men. The wolf rat's complexion shifted from pale to green, ultimately resembling someone who had seen a ghost. Tatamu silently regarded the metamorphosed wolf rat, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. The Navy branches established across the seas are predominantly named numerically. In the West Sea, the Naval Branch 158. Jiun sat behind the desk, engrossed in reviewing the documents just delivered by the intelligence agency. Soon, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Jiun did not lift her head. A Navy officer, ranked as a major, entered the room. Major Jiun. We have just received a report from Colonel Roby that the Sharp Horn pirate crew has been eradicated without any casualties. There is no need to report such matters to me. A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiun's eyes. She was merely temporarily stationed here. Yet her rank necessitated that she be informed of all significant occurrences at the branch base. Understood. The major stood at attention, ready to depart. Wait. Jiun suddenly raised her head, looking at the major. The major halted abruptly, turning to face Jiun's charming visage, subtly concealing any admiration, and asked earnestly, Is there anything else? You mentioned the Sharphorn pirate crew? Indeed. Very well, you may leave. Understood. The major turned and exited. Jiun lowered her gaze to the documents on her desk, murmuring to herself, the Sharphorn pirate crew. With the intelligence provided by the wolf rat, she swiftly grasped the underlying connections and understood the report regarding the casualty-free eradication of the Sharphorn pirate crew. However, she lacked the inclination to dwell on the matter. Fully aware that such occurrences are inevitable within a large organization. Buggy, Maud. Jiun shifted her attention to the two names in the documents. One was Usopp, while the other was Buggy Maud. The name Usopp was crossed out with a line, while beside Buggy Maud, she had habitually noted the word danger. Adjacent to this record of names was a report concerning the plundering of the Buggy Trading Company by pirates, prominently featuring the name Capone Becky. After confining Maud, Sol ceased his morning exercises in the Flower District, choosing instead to remain in the weapon shop, vigilantly overseeing Maud's training. The reason, of course, was due to the impressive display of swordplay Maud had exhibited that morning. Sol would not question Sunny's judgment. Thus, it could only imply that after acquiring the Dark Crow, Maud had reached the threshold of a swordsman within just one day and had even drawn blood. In that moment, Sol recognized the precious gift of talent within Maud, both for firearms and for blades. This realization left Sol astonished, though he maintained a calm facade. While internally he felt a surge of anxiety. Driven by selfish motives, he wished to steer Maud away from a path of no return, instead guiding him toward becoming a marksman. Consequently, he placed the Dark Crow upon the shelf, offering it as a product for sale. Fortunately, Sunny displayed a semblance of conscience, discreetly pricing the Dark Crow at 2 million berries, a price so exorbitant that it would deter any potential buyers lacking discernment, alleviating any fears of the Dark Crow being purchased by someone else. From that day forth, Maud was confined to the weapon shop, under Sol's supervision. He dedicated nearly all his daytime hours to intense physical training, especially focusing on his leg workouts, which reached a frenzied level. Whether by coincidence or design, Maud discovered that this sudden surge in training volume corresponded to the peak his physique could endure after reaching the first star level. After several days of varied training, Maud realized that Sol must have discerned something amiss, prompting him to assign such well-suited training routines. Otherwise, the rudimentary training he had undergone prior to confinement would have been utterly ineffective for someone of his enhanced physique. Initially, upon recognizing this, Maud hastily conjured numerous explanations. However, what surprised him was that Sol merely supervised his physical training each day, even during the evening courses on firearm modification and rapid reloading techniques. Sol never inquired about the changes in Maud's physique. As time passed, this silence from Sol only made Maud increasingly uncomfortable. To be honest, Maud preferred Sol to openly address the issue, allowing him to deflect as best as he could. Even if he could not convince Sol, it would be better than this silence. Time flowed on. 2 months swiftly elapsed. During this period, Sol had not once visited the Flower District, dedicating nearly all his time to Maud, fulfilling his duties as a mentor impeccably. Under this comprehensive training, while Maud could not venture out to accumulate experience, he did see a notable increase in his physical strength. However, compared to the direct gains from the hunter's notes, this high-intensity and monotonous training felt lethargic in progress. In truth, Maud wished for both elements to coexist, to train while also hunting. Yet, he lacked the courage to sneak out. After 2 months, had it not been for the daily opportunity to peruse Sonny's newspapers, he would have felt utterly isolated from the world. Nevertheless, under Sol's diligent guidance, Maud acquired substantial knowledge in firearm modifications and maintenance, enabling him to perform initial modifications on flintlock pistols. Moreover, his reloading speed saw significant improvement. According to Sol, the Navy required soldiers to compress their reloading speed to within 10 seconds, a mere baseline for qualification. In contrast, Sol demanded that Maud achieve a reloading speed of 3 seconds for smoothbore firearms and 5 seconds for rifled firearms. Once Maud finally met these requirements, Sol did not enforce further demands for him to refine his reloading speed. This old man demonstrated to Maud, through a single act, what it meant to remain true to one's original intentions, showcasing a remarkable skill of instantaneous reloading before him. Maud had scarcely discerned how Thor skillfully inserted the appropriate amount of gunpowder into the barrel. He merely observed Thor, with a single finger, perfectly compressed the soft lead bullet into the rifled barrel. It was truly a matter of a fleeting moment. The loading of the ammunition was accomplished. This exquisite level of skill was akin to that of Jesus in the midst of his disciples. Perhaps this was the swiftest rate of reloading ever witnessed. At that moment, Maud contemplated that even without achieving the realm of instantaneous reloading, accomplishing the task within a span of 0.5 to 1 second would suffice to thoroughly vex his foes. It was upon conceiving such a strategy that Maud truly comprehended the significance of a marksman's leg training. Fleeing in the face of adversity is one matter and does not qualify as combat. However, firing while in motion can indeed instill despair in close-range adversaries. One day, Maud made some modifications to 2 rifled pistols, enhancing their power slightly. Subsequently, he sought to augment Usopp but found himself at a loss. Aware that his modification skills were lacking, he decided to present Usopp to Thor, hoping for assistance in enhancing its overall performance. Upon receiving Maud's request, Thor merely cast a glance at Usopp before reaching a conclusion. The firearm's design was too antiquated, having passed through the hands of Jesus Burgess. It had exhausted all possibilities for modification. So that was the case. Maud was somewhat disheartened. After gaining a deeper understanding of firearms, Maud found himself dissatisfied with Usopp's power and range. With no room for modifications, the thought of replacing the gun began to take root in his mind. Maud knew that whenever it concerned firearms, Sol was always generous. Thus, once he voiced his request, it was likely that he could choose freely from the arsenal on the shelf. Sol's keen eye was remarkable. Even though Maud did not exhibit any signs of wanting to exchange his weapon, Sol immediately discerned his intention to do so. One should not entertain the thought of changing firearms. Even if this one was aged and worn, it would still prove more reliable than those available on the shelf. Could it really be so? Maud is no longer a novice when it comes to firearms. With his discerning eye, he can easily conclude that the few rifled long guns on the shelf surpass Usopp in both power and range. You don't understand anything. Sol cursed under his breath, then picked up Usopp and said, "For you, changing weapons is only a matter of time, but certainly not now." Why? Maud did not comprehend. He had utilized Usopp several times and was acutely aware of the weapon's shortcomings in both power and range. "You, my dear fellow, are indeed oblivious to the fortune you possess. Do you realize how coveted a firearm that has been tempered by the finest marksman is for those novice shooters who have just embarked on their journey? Moreover, this gun has been a steadfast companion of Jezub since his debut. Do you think Kid is so insistent on pairing with Keanu's firearm for no reason? It is because both Keanu's weapon and Jezub's are rare vintage guns, possessing a unique feel that has been refined over time by the previous shooters. At this juncture, Sol discreetly cast a glance at Maud and continued, "Do you not find it remarkably comfortable to wield this firearm? Do you not experience an uncanny sense of precision? As if you can hit your target with a mere thought?" Maud felt a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, and a look of astonishment slowly emerged in his eyes. It was no wonder that when he first wielded Usopp, the sensation was so delightful. Nor was it surprising that despite never having handled a smoothbore gun before, it did not impede his marksmanship in the slightest. Only at this moment did Maud truly comprehend the worth of Usopp. As his thoughts shifted, an idea suddenly struck him, and his eyes sparkled as he gazed at Sol. "Master." Sol's flesh quivered slightly. This was the first time Maud had addressed him as such, and it surely boded ill. He continued earnestly, "May I have a look at your old gun?" He even utilized a respectful address. "My gun was damaged by a man years ago," Sol replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Who is it?" Maud's relentless questioning elicited a swift change in Thor's demeanor, his countenance darkening. The mere mention of that name was a wound Thor wished to keep concealed. The thought of it, or the utterance of it, often induced a sensation akin to a near-fatal cardiac event. However, since Maud pressed on, Thor, not one to shroud his truths, divulged the name without hesitation, Monkey D. Garp. Upon hearing this unexpected name, Maud exhibited little reaction. When he first entered the weapon shop, he regarded it merely as a disreputable establishment. Moreover, Shanks' abrupt visit had caught him off guard. After all, at that time, Shanks was a figure so formidable that even a mere sneeze from him could spell doom for Maud. Yet, this very presence traversed the streets with purpose to stand before him in that shop. From that moment onward, Maud began to think that if Thor could indeed be linked to the pirate King Roger, it was not as outrageous as he once believed. In truth, he had entertained such suspicions. However, lacking interest in this domain, he had not pursued the secrets surrounding Thor. Now, upon learning of Thor's connection to the naval hero Garp, he found it hardly remarkable. "I have heard of this name. He is said to be a legendary figure within the Navy." Maud believed that it would not be surprising for someone to be aware of Garp's reputation, considering the identity of the original owner of the body. The name Garp was sufficient to make Sol grit his teeth in frustration. However, when he heard Maud refer to Garp as a legend, Sol did not feel anger, for Sol would never deny any fact, regardless of his desire to shove 100 lead bullets down Garp's throat. He had to concede that Garp was indeed a legendary figure upon the sea. "Enough. From now on, I do not wish to hear that name again," Sol warned Maud with a meaningful glance. He then swiftly redirected the conversation back to Usopp. He extended his hand over the gun, which bore the unmistakable signs of age. "In any case, you may continue using this gun. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to Jesus Burgess for gifting it to you." "Gifted?" "This gun was clearly the result of my victory in a wager. You fool, had it not been for Jesus Burgess's regard for me. Do you truly believe you would have encountered this weapon?" "Indeed, you speak the truth," came the reply. Maud was initially reluctant to accept this, for the gun was indeed a prize he had earned through his own prowess. However, he soon found merit in Thor's words. Had it not been for the connection with Thor, prominent figures like Shanks or Jesus Burgess would likely not have spared him a glance. Thor, weary of engaging in verbal sparring with Maud, grasped the handle of Usopp's gun and lifted it. "Listen well, Maud." Maud realized that Thor might impart some wisdom, and his expression became serious. "Humanity possesses a latent power known as Haki, which requires cultivation or guidance to be awakened. Haki is categorized into two types, armament Haki and observation Haki. The distinctive feel of this old gun is, in fact, a remnant of prolonged exposure to Haki." Thor's sudden mention of the concept of Haki did not include the third type, Conqueror's Haki, as he believed that Maud, given his character, had a dismally low chance of possessing it. Therefore, he preferred to wait until Maud had a basic understanding of armament Haki and observation Haki before broaching the subject of Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, he was not currently intending to teach Maud about Haki. Rather, he aimed to introduce the existence of Haki to plant a conceptual seed in Maud's mind. However, Thor could not have anticipated that Maud was a traveler from another world. Nevertheless, Maud would not recklessly mention the existence of Conqueror's Haki, nor would he respond dismissively. Regardless of the value of Thor's words, Maud would listen earnestly. Unbeknownst to Thor, Maud's thoughts were elsewhere as he continued to elaborate on the concept of hockey. Armament hockey may be premature for you at this stage, but it is imperative that you grasp observation hockey. This form of hockey allows one to keenly sense the presence of others. Once mastered, it enables one to perceive the number and location of foes beyond the field of vision, even predicting their forthcoming actions. You should be well aware of what precognitive ability entails for a marksman. You possess the aptitude for this. At this juncture, Thor unexpectedly elevated the gun's muzzle slightly, releasing a flicker of murderous intent directed at Maud. The movement was subtle, and the emanated malice was faint. Yet, Maud appeared to be struck by a strong stimulus. Abruptly retreating several meters and crouching, instinctively avoiding the gun's aim. In that fleeting moment, Maud did not actually see the gun pointing at him. His avoidance was a reaction to Thor's body language, which led him to make that judgment. The threat of murderous intent heightened his senses. Once he regained his composure, Maud's expression was somewhat unnatural. Observing Maud's exaggerated reaction, Thor's gaze held no trace of mockery. Rather, it was sharp and perceptive. Maud, some individuals, even without knowledge of hockey, may unconsciously awaken its power due to environmental factors, experiences, and innate qualities. In your case, your aptitude is so extraordinary that it even incites my envy. Maud silently contemplated. He yearned to articulate that this was, in fact, the sensory effect brought about by the heart-drip fist listening technique. Upon reflection, it appeared that both the heart-drip fist listening and the observation hockey shared a commonality in sensory capabilities, exhibiting striking similarities. It was no wonder that Sol believed he possessed an innate talent in this regard. Suddenly, Sol hurled Usopp towards Maud. In a moment of haste, Emoda proceeded. Sol then calmly remarked, "You possess latent value within you that merits my diligent exploration. However, one must consume a meal one bite at a time. And I have ample time, so let us take it slowly." Maud nodded silently. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the significance placed upon him by Thor. During his time in this world, the weapon shop had transformed from a mere temporary refuge into something far more meaningful. The individuals within the shop were no longer insignificant passers-by. The debt of gratitude he owed was acknowledged, and he was resolute in his commitment to reciprocate in due course. The following day, after Thor finished his breakfast, he ventured to the Flower Street for morning exercises, a place he had not visited for 2 months. This left Maud at a loss for words, yet it also signified the lifting of his confinement. Having endured this for quite some time, Maud seized the opportunity to step out of the shop shortly after Thor had departed. As for his destination, it was, of course, the Nightshade Bar. Emoda had been isolated from the world for 2 months, and he was eager to understand the current state of Mad Hatter Town. The Nightshade Bar could assist him in this endeavor. After 2 months of confinement, he finally stepped into the light. Exiting the weapon shop, whether it was the sensation of freedom or the release from burdens, Emoda felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Even the foul stench of the alley's old rats no longer seemed as pungent. It was a relief. Maud tilted his head to gaze at the sunlight cascading obliquely onto the eaves, gently stretching his legs, experiencing a sensation of buoyancy akin to that of a swallow in flight. He then turned his attention forward. The narrow alley lay in disarray, littered with refuse, while on either side, dust-laden wooden crates were stacked haphazardly, emanating a musty odor. Perhaps a brief sprint would do him good. Maud leapt in place a few times before suddenly dashing forward, stirring up a fierce gust of wind that swept away the litter strewn across the ground. With little regard for anything else, Maud swiftly navigated through the winding alleys. As he passed by places where people gathered, he left behind a trail of astonished faces, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They barely caught a glimpse of Maud's visage. By the time they reacted, all that remained was a chaotic scattering of debris from the air. In the dimly lit bar, known for its clandestine dealings and information, the atmosphere remained as unremarkable as ever. At the bar, only one regular patron, a lone weasel, occupied a seat. Behind the counter, Tatum, donned in his customary bartender's attire, diligently polished the glasses as per usual. The sound of glassware echoed softly in the stillness. Maud pushed the door open. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Tatamu and the weasel instantly turned their gaze towards the entrance. Both of them were intelligence operatives, albeit of different kinds. Thus, every individual entering the bar could potentially be a client for each of them. To their surprise, the newcomer was Maud, whom they had not seen for 2 months. "Ah, it has been quite a while." Maud entered the bar and greeted the two individuals. Upon seeing Maud's arrival, Tatum expressed a hint of surprise before smiling and saying, "Welcome." Languid Rat quickly masked his momentary caution towards Maud, instead adopting the demeanor of a long-lost friend. "Usopp, where have you been all this time?" Languid Rat exclaimed, leaping from his chair with arms wide open, excitedly approaching Maud as if yearning for an exuberant embrace. "I haven't been anywhere. The explanation is rather complicated." Maud dodged the embrace of the weasel with a deft movement, casually uttering a dismissive remark before making his way directly to the bar, unfazed by Maud's evasion. The weasel lowered his arms with ease and promptly took a seat beside him. "To share, as I find myself with a moment of leisure alongside Tadamu," he said. "Ah. This matter is rather lengthy to recount." Maud let out a soft sigh, simultaneously raising a finger towards Tatum, signaling for a glass of wine. The wolf mouse adopted a posture of attentive listening, eagerly encouraging, "Take your time, you may speak at your leisure." This could very well be the first occasion on which he would hear from Maud about the weapons shop, causing a slight flutter of nervousness within him. Maudette replied, "It is rather lengthy, so I shall refrain from elaborating." He chuckled softly as the wolf mouse expression twitched slightly. Maud did not heed the reaction of the wolf rat and requested the bounty notice from Tataru, who ceased his cocktail mixing, opened the drawer, and presented the bounty notice to Maud. Maud took a stack of bounty notices and began to scrutinize them intently. Observing Maud's earnest concentration, the weasel remained silent, nursing his drink. On the 5th day following the annihilation of the Sharp-Horn pirate crew, he had procured intelligence regarding Maud's true identity from Gion. Not only did he uncover Maud's real name and origins, but he also discovered the mastermind behind the attack on the baggage merchant ship. After all, the Naval Intelligence Agency was not ineffective. With targeted investigation, they had managed to unearth most of the pertinent information. What was truly astonishing was not the revelation that the true culprit was the gang of Becky, but rather the fact that Maud was still alive. Baggage Maud. The weasel murmured the name softly to himself as he sipped his drink. The very owner of that name sat beside him, within arm's reach. As for the name Usopp, still etched in the minds of the pirates from Mad Hat Town, the weasel thought it was of little consequence to correct it to the true name. Such pseudonyms were commonplace among many in this realm, including himself, except for those pirates who sought fame. How could he orchestrate a subtle conflict between Maud and the gang, allowing them to turn on each other? From Gion, the weasel had not only acquired intelligence regarding Maud but had also received directives. The instructions were to foster animosity between Maud and the gang, thereby further probing the attitude of the enigmatic gunman. This would be the final examination. As he pondered, the weasel's gaze wandered to the array of bottles lining the liquor cabinet, eventually settling on a particular brand of white rum. A plan began to form. He glanced at Maud, who was still engrossed in the bounty notices, and at the freshly prepared drink by Tadamu. This was not the opportune moment to mention the white rum. He would bide his time. At the very least, he needed to wait until Maud's focus shifted away from the bounty notices and this drink was emptied. With this thought in mind, the weasel patiently awaited his opportunity. As Emoda jotted down the details of the bounty notice, he sipped the wine handed to him by Tadamu. Several minutes later, as Emoda gazed upon the final bounty notice, he noticed that the wine in his cup was nearly depleted. Observing this, Langshu suddenly exclaimed, "Tatamu, I suddenly have a craving for Bacardi white rum. Please bring me a glass." "Certainly," Tatamu replied, turning to retrieve the Bacardi from the liquor cabinet. He promptly took a new glass and filled it to 7/10 full. The sound of the crystalline liquid cascading into the glass was somewhat melodious, and the bar was enveloped in a rich aroma of potent spirits. Maud could not help but cast a glance at the Bacardi white rum in Tadamu's hand. His expression shifted slightly. The wolf rat, noticing Maud's reaction, seized the moment to suggest, "Usopp, this Bacardi white rum is quite a fine selection. Would you care for a glass as well?" Maud nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Tatum poured a glass for Maud and promptly set the bottle aside. The wolf rat raised his cup, taking a sip, which was followed by a prolonged sound of satisfaction, soon replaced by a contemplative expression. This brand of white rum, which just a few months prior was exclusive to the Bacardi Guild, was seldom available for casual enjoyment. However, circumstances have changed. It now appears in nearly every conceivable outlet. Upon hearing this, Maud remained composed. The rat continued, "Speaking of which, we must extend our gratitude to Becky of the gang for allowing us to savor this brand of liquor here." The mention of the familiar name made Maud's gaze sharpen slightly. The rat, catching a glimpse of Maud's reaction, added, "Indeed, the gang, in its quest to expand its illicit liquor channels, not only attacked the merchant ships of the Bacardi Trading Company, but also, in their ruthless pursuit of domination, left no member of the Bacardi family alive. Subsequently, the gang seized control of Bacardi's assets and began to distribute a plethora of liquor, this rum being one of them. At this juncture, the rat feigned drinking, subtly observing Maud's response. Noticing Maud lost in contemplation, devoid of the anticipated fury, the rat felt no surprise. He had long been acquainted with Maud's temperament, one that could provoke an insatiable ire. Yet, there was still a flicker of reaction. Harbor your resentment, Maud. Then hasten to confront Becky, the rat mused inwardly. Little did he know, Maud felt no animosity whatsoever. His pensive demeanor stemmed from contemplating the feasibility of hunting down Becky. Even if he were to assume this identity, should he possess the capability and assurance, it would not be amiss to avenge his predecessor. As for the mess left behind, he had no inclination to involve himself. The memories that had impacted him significantly were already relegated to the recesses of his mind. The annihilation of his predecessor's family had been orchestrated by the gang's Karpong, Becky. Had the rat not mentioned this matter, Maud would have never made the connection. For the remnants of his predecessor's memories bore no references to Becky of the gang. Whether this information held any truth was a matter he deemed unworthy of his energy to verify. For him, regardless of its veracity, Becky of the gang represented an exceptional target for the hunt. Maud's cold snort echoed as he forcefully struck the bar with one hand, the sound drawing the attention of both Langshu and Tadamu. Shifting their focus, they beheld Maud's face, contorted with anger. Indeed, the gangsters were a bane, devouring the livelihoods of others and extinguishing entire families. Tadamu, rarely inclined to interject, voiced his agreement with Maud's sentiments. Yet, such is the nature of the world, rife with darkness far more profound than this. When one has witnessed enough, it becomes challenging to evoke significant ripples of emotion. Langshu, sensing Maud's agitation, also slammed his hand onto the bar, exclaiming in indignation, setting aside the matter of alcohol, the gangsters are utterly devoid of humanity, engaging in heinous acts without a shred of mercy. Maud turned his head towards the rat, expressing his satisfaction. Indeed, you are my friend. We share similar views. The rat suddenly sensed an unease, yet maintained a facade of indignation towards the actions of the bandits, refraining from uttering another word, fearful of falling into Maud's trap. Maud, unfazed by the rat's abrupt silence, skillfully placed his hand on the rat's shoulder. The rat's body stiffened slightly as he slowly gazed down at Maud's hand resting upon him, lost in contemplation. Then, Maud spoke solemnly. Rat, since the bandits are so devoid of humanity, perhaps we should. The rat trembled at once, ready to decline the proposition. When Maud continued, I was merely jesting. An organization like the bandits should be left to the justice of the Navy to handle. With that, Maud smiled and withdrew his hand, raising his glass for a delicate sip. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed the rat's eyes as he smiled and echoed, indeed. Afterward, he too raised his glass to drink, concealing the slight awkwardness that had inadvertently surfaced. Imoda slowly set down his wine glass, continuing to ponder the matter of the gang known as Baiki. He had considered enlisting the services of the cunning rat once more. But given that the target was a gang, he found no compelling justification to proceed and thus abandoned the idea. However, he soon recalled the formidable figure of Sol. Since he had begun learning marksmanship under Sol's guidance, he had contemplated the notion of having Sol assist him in leveling up. Yet, after spending some time together, he decisively relinquished this impractical notion. Such endeavors would only diminish his perceived worth in Sol's eyes, who was inherently someone that placed great importance on value. Furthermore, should he wish for Sol to lend a hand, it was imperative to provide a reasonable and legitimate rationale, and such requests should not be made with excessive frequency. At last, he had found a most justifiable reason: vengeance for his family. When it came to hunting Baiki, the most formidable obstacle was not Baiki's own prowess, but rather the gang that stood behind him. As the most powerful criminal organization in the underworld of the Western Seas, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge that Imoda found difficult to surmount. However, by leveraging Sol's formidable presence, he could create the conditions necessary to confront Baiki directly. With his thoughts clarified, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Imoda's eyes. Before executing this plan, he needed to gather intelligence on the gang. Yet, the task of collecting information was always time-consuming. Maud could not afford to squander precious time on such matters, and before him lay an appropriate intelligence channel. Tadamu, will you undertake the task of gathering intelligence on the bandits? I will, but it comes at a steep price. Without inquiring further, Tadamu agreed. How much do you require? Maud is currently short on funds, yet the streets abound with wandering wallets. A few exhilarating encounters of illicit exchanges will soon suffice to swell the coffers. The specifics matter greatly. The names and capabilities of the gang members, particularly their skills, should be as detailed as possible. Additionally, an overview of the gang's scale and Becky's operational directions is required. For now, this is all. Is this feasible? Maud immediately articulated the details of the commission. Tatar Mu did not respond right away. Instead, he contemplated the complexity and feasibility of the task at hand, subsequently determining a reasonable compensation. After a brief pause, Tatar Mu quoted a price: 5 million. Very well, I shall bring the money in a few days. Maud nodded, steering the conversation directly towards the pricing, signifying that Tatar Mu possessed the capability to undertake this task. In matters of intelligence transactions, negotiation was a luxury that did not exist. The stipulated price was non-negotiable. After finalizing the agreement, Maud casually inquired about the recent happenings in Mad Hat Town. Over the course of 2 months, it appeared that little had changed in the town, save for the notable presence of the notorious Sheriff Lafayette, whose chaotic antics had instilled fear in the hearts of many, rendering them unwilling to provoke him. According to the Rat, in a mere 2 months, over 300 individuals from both the pirate and underground worlds had met their demise at Lafayette's hands. Among these victims were 2 infamous pirates with bounties exceeding 30 million, alongside numerous others with bounties ranging from 5 to 15 million. Listening to the Rat recount the names of these well-known victims, Maud felt only sorrow. Even though Mad Hat Town was not devoid of experienced fighters, they were powerless against Lafayette's relentless onslaught. Nevertheless, Maud had no intention of seeking trouble with such a perilous figure. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance from individuals of his ilk at this juncture. Apart from the matter concerning Lafayette, only 2 other issues warranted Maud's attention. One involved the clash between Kid, Killer, and a renowned pirate crew still lingering in Mad Hat Town. The other pertained to the now-recovered Abe. Approximately a month prior, Abe's injuries had healed significantly. Since then, in a bid to vent their frustrations, Abe's crew had taken to the black market almost daily, procuring young boys of acceptable physique and appearance from slave traders. These boys were subsequently cleaned up and delivered to their captain, Abe. Typically, they acquired 1 young slave per day, though there were instances where they bought as many as 3 in a single day. The ultimate fate of these young slaves was all too clear. It could be said that Abe's crew not only sustained the slave traders' business, but also provided for the undertakers. Having grasped the situation, Maud decided it was time to depart. After settling the bill, he made an unusual request to purchase all the bounty notices. Given the recent transaction, Tatar Mu had no grounds to deny Maud's peculiar demand. However, instead of accepting payment, he presented the bounty notices directly to Maud. Maud accepted with a serene demeanor and soon departed from the Nightshade Bar. After Maud's exit, Rat continued to consume several glasses of Bacardi white rum, not halting until the final drop from the bottle had been savored. After a prolonged silence at the bar, Rat ascended the stairs and returned to his room. The words Maud had inadvertently uttered about entrusting the Justice Navy with the resolution of matters felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat, unpleasant, yet not painfully so. Once back in his room, Rat retrieved the telephone bug. Regardless of the circumstances, the bait had been taken. In the West Sea, at the Navy's 158th branch base, Cheyenne was drenched in sweat within the dojo. Upon completing her final set of training exercises, she was thoroughly soaked, resembling one who had just emerged from water. As a rare female powerhouse within the Navy, such rigorous daily training was inevitable. After concluding her training, Cheyenne returned to her quarters, carefully sheathed her sword, and promptly headed to the bathroom for a shower. Post-bath, she settled onto the sofa, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. Since she had accepted the requests of her 2 elders, aside from executing official duties that necessitated her return to the Grand Line, she had largely remained in the West Sea, even during her holidays. This lifestyle had persisted for over 2 years. Yet, she believed that whether at headquarters or in the branch, her dedication to honing her abilities remained unaffected. The only notable distinction was the recent arrival of Colonel Robbie to the 158th branch, whose incessant flattery had become quite tiresome. The sound of the telephone bug jolted Cheyenne from her reverie. Rising with her long strides, she approached the table where the bug lay and picked up the receiver. Upon connection, Rat's voice resonated from the other end. The bait had been taken. Excellent. Cheyenne's expression brightened at Rat's report, and she responded in a low tone. This is the final test. Do you possess the confidence to seize the opportune moment? Rat fell into silence, while Cheyenne patiently awaited his reply. Yes. After a brief pause, Rat's assured voice came through the receiver. Then, You shall determine the timing of the action. Cheyenne bestowed upon Rat her utmost trust. Even through the telephone bug, Rat could sense the weighty trust emanating from her. Understood. Rat replied affirmatively. The call was then disconnected. Cheyenne gently set down the telephone bug, pondered for a moment, and then dialed Admiral Crane's number. This could very well be the closest she had come to an opportunity thus far. In Crazy Hat Town, Rat carefully concealed the telephone bug, reflecting on Maud's seemingly indifferent reaction during the baiting. Had Maud not subsequently entrusted Tadamu with the investigation of the gang, Rat might have believed Maud was merely an outsider named Usopp. It was precisely this act of entrustment that confirmed to Rat that the bait had indeed been taken. Apologies, Rat murmured to himself. Through the intelligence provided by Cheyenne, Rat had come to understand Maud's true identity and the challenges he faced. This information illuminated the senseless violence Maud had inflicted upon the pirates in the town. Thus, in Rat's eyes, Maud, used as a pawn against the enigmatic gunman, was fundamentally an innocent victim. However, Cheyenne had not expressed her stance, and thus, Rat felt no inclination to utter a word. As a member of the Navy, it was his duty to follow orders and complete missions. Yet, due to this very reason, the resentment from being previously deceived by Maud had long since dissipated. After a brief interval, Rat left his room and descended to the first floor, reclaiming his seat at the bar. Tadamu, quickly bring another bottle of Bacardi rum. Having polished off nearly half a bottle previously, Rat had developed a fondness for its flavor. You haven't paid yet. Tadamu pointed at the empty glass. Is that merely about money? Rat scoffed, rummaging through his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he sheepishly replied, I'll owe you for now. Tadamu shook his head in resignation. Contemplating the empty Bacardi bottle, Rat noticed Tadamu's demeanor and his eyes flickered. Having spent ample time together, he knew that beneath Tadamu's bear-like exterior lay a keen intellect. The deliberate act just now likely hinted that Tadamu had discerned something. However, even so, Rat would not divulge a single fragment of information to Tadamu. After leaving the Nightshade Bar, Maud did not linger outside but returned directly to the weapons shop. Under Sunny's disapproving gaze, he commenced his daily training regimen. While sneaking out might have been inconsequential, neglecting his training would undoubtedly lead to being thrashed by Soul. Bailey sat at the counter, cradling a warm cup of tea, leisurely observing Maud as he perspired from exertion. Having indulged in the shop's provisions for 2 months, his physique had noticeably rounded out. When curled up, he resembled nothing less than a plump ball of flesh. Sunny set down her teacup and coolly instructed, pour the tea. Certainly, boss. Bailey promptly placed his cup aside, swiftly took up the teapot, and filled Sunny's cup to the brim. Under Sunny's imposing demeanor, Bailey had long ceased to call her mommy, now addressing her as boss. Sunny sipped her hot tea and resumed her perusal of the newspaper. Bailey gently set down the teapot, cautious not to make a sound that might disturb the boss's reading. After placing the teapot down, he lifted the teacup again, contentedly watching Maud train. This way of life was not without its charms, primarily due to the exceptional meals. It was not until noon that Maud completed his training for the day, coinciding with Sunny finishing lunch preparations. However, when mealtime arrived, Soul had yet to return. The two, accustomed to this routine, had no intention of waiting for Soul. After finishing their meal, they resumed their duties at the shop. As for the task of washing dishes, that had become Bailey's responsibility. In the afternoon, Maud began the monotonous task of reloading ammunition. Time passed, and as night fell, Soul's absence remained conspicuous. Where could Soul be? Maud stood before the kitchen counter, assisting Sunny in preparing the ingredients for dinner. He was likely off to fetch some wine. Sunny stirred the meat broth in the pot with a spoon. Fetch wine? Where was he going to obtain it? To a place whimsically named Little Cutie, a deserted island that served as Soul's secret wine stash. Indeed, the name Little Cutie was one that Soul had chosen himself. Maud was momentarily at a loss for words. When will he return? In as little as 5 days. Sunny sampled the soup and remarked, he has always been this way. Whenever he wishes to procure liquor alone, he simply departs without a word. Very well. Maud nodded slightly, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of such serendipity. In the late hours of the night, Soul had still not returned. Clearly, as Sunny had suggested, he was likely occupied with fetching wine from the charming little island. Time was of the essence. Maud prepared himself for action and approached the shelves within the store. After a brief glance around, he seized the dark raven once more. After 2 months of separation, the familiar blade felt oddly foreign in his grasp. Tonight, let us indulge in a thrilling hunt. Maud secured the dark crow at his waist and exited the weapon shop, making his way toward the street. The stack of bounty notices he had obtained from Tataram that morning had been entirely transcribed into the hunter's journal. These names predominantly belonged to pirates with bounties ranging from 5 million to 15 million, rendering them unworthy of the effort required for intelligence gathering. Although the overall gains might diminish, the sheer volume could compensate for it. Maud traversed the winding alleyways, emerging onto the bustling street. She made her way to the familiar Axe Tavern. After passing several streets, Maud arrived at the long-anticipated entrance of the Axe Tavern. As she pushed open the grand door, the tavern erupted with lively chatter, and the intoxicating aroma of ale and warmth enveloped her. Maud stood at the entrance, casting a sweeping glance across the bustling tavern. To an outsider, it appeared as though he were searching for a seat. In truth, he was on the lookout for familiar prey. At a table near the door, a pirate recognized Maud and instinctively nudged his companion, who was none other than Usopp. The pirates at that table, taken aback, began to murmur among themselves. As if igniting a chain reaction, more and more pirates within the tavern recognized Maud. Gradually, the cacophony subsided. The majority of pirates present turned their attention toward Maud, who stood at the threshold, paying him a silent homage. This was the effect of one's reputation. Wherever he went, recognition naturally drew eyes. Such was the nature of the pirate community. Numerous gazes fixated on Maud, and the clamor within the tavern quieted. Undeterred by the myriad of scrutinizing stares, Maud remained stoic, silently committing to memory the faces of his targets corresponding to their bounty posters. Then, amid the multitude of eyes upon him, Maud leisurely made his way to a secluded corner seat. The town of Frenzied Hat was rife with night owl pirates who reveled until dawn. Thus, even in the dead of night, the business at the Battle Axe Tavern was more vibrant than during the day, with few seats remaining. Had Maud been more assertive, he could easily have ousted a table full of patrons, yet he lacked the patience to wait for a server to clear the cluttered tabletop. After all, there were still places to sit. As Maud stepped a few meters forward, 3 menacing pirates obstructed his path. The leader of the band was tall and robust, wielding a naked machete, with a conspicuous grin revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. The other 2 flanked him on either side, also brandishing unsheathed blades. "You must be Usopp." The towering pirate sneered down at Maud, a cold smile stretching across his face, exposing his grimy dental display. "Do you know who I am?" The yellow-toothed pirate seemed to carry an implicit label inviting trouble. Maud, with an air of sudden resolve, unsheathed his blade. The dark crow surged forth, piercing directly through the heart of the yellow-toothed pirate. The pirate's face instantly froze in disbelief as he beheld Maud, the very man who had dealt him this silent blow. He had harbored feelings for Abe and had previously heard of the enmity between Maud and her. Moreover, Maud had garnered a formidable reputation in Mad Hat Town. Thus, the yellow-toothed pirate had foolishly sought to share in Maud's renown. Little did he anticipate the ruthless nature of Maud, who, in such a setting, would draw his weapon without a moment's hesitation. With great difficulty, the yellow-toothed pirate cast his gaze upon the dark crow that had pierced through his heart, and moments later, his eyes rolled back as he succumbed to the loss of strength. Maud swiftly withdrew his blade, stepping back to avoid the splatter of blood. The yellow-toothed pirate collapsed, lifeless and devoid of breath. Surrounding pirates exhibited a range of reactions: shock, indifference, or derision. They were astonished by the swiftness and ferocity of the strike. Typically, even in a confrontation, one would at least wait for the other party to declare their intentions. Yet, Maud offered no such opportunity, demonstrating an unyielding ruthlessness. After dispatching the yellow-toothed pirate, Maud did not overlook the 2 lackeys. Though there was no tangible gain, he unhesitatingly severed them as well. Having resolved this inconvenience, Maud cast a glance at the lifeless form of the yellow-toothed pirate. "I had not sought you out, yet you have come to me." Maud contemplated. This was a pirate with a bounty of 8 million, recorded in the notes, yet he had not made a name for himself. Presumably, his strength was lacking. But he was still a potential prize, leaving no reason to decline. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Maud wiped the blood from the blade of the dark raven with the corpse's clothing, and then casually extracted around 100,000 berry from the body. The poverty was almost pitiful. Maud waved at the nearest maid. The maid trembled slightly. After all, she was seasoned in the throes of battle. Despite her panic, she managed to muster a smile as she approached Maud. Maud gazed at the approaching maidservant and inquired, "Is this sum sufficient for you to summon the undertaker to collect the body?" "Indeed, it is, esteemed guest." The maidservant dared not utter a word of dissent. "Very well, then," Maud smiled, and that smile left the maid momentarily entranced. The patrons she typically attended to were largely rugged and boorish men, Rarely did she encounter such a decisive and youthful handsome figure. However, Maud did not possess the patience to wait for the maid to regain her composure. He swiftly thrust some money her way and made his way towards an empty seat in the corner. As he walked, Maud instinctively cast glances at the pirates flanking him. Those who caught his gaze recoiled like ostriches, evading his stare. Goodness, the town already had a Lafayette to contend with, and now it seems another Usopp has emerged. Such thoughts plagued the minds of the pirates. As soon as Maud took his seat, the well-prepared maid promptly approached him. "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with?" Maud casually ordered a drink and a dish. Once the waitress departed, he surveyed the surrounding pirates. His gaze lingered for a few seconds on a table occupied by a pirate with a bounty of 7 million, causing an air of discomfort among them. Feeling Maud's intense scrutiny, the pirates at that table squirmed uncomfortably. What else with the stare? They instinctively glanced towards the 3 corpses not far from the entrance. Sensing an ominous presence, without further contemplation, they rose from their seats. Having eaten and drunk their fill, it was time to settle the bill. One of the pirates stated as he retrieved some berries and placed them on the table. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the exit, their pace quickening. The nearby patrons silently observed the half-eaten food and drink remaining on their tables. Is this truly enough to satisfy their hunger? Maud was watching as the pirate departed with 7 million berries. Let that be. Maud had relinquished this quarry. Within the tavern, numerous potential targets abounded. Yet most were valued below 10 million berries. Above that threshold, however, one table presented itself, and it was a veritable double yoke. This was the prize that Maud had set his sights upon. Nevertheless, several other appealing targets, lacking bounty notices, caught Maud's discerning eye, prompting him to scrutinize them further. His gaze shifted to that table. Moments later, another group of patrons departed. With a clatter, the chairs were neatly pushed back. The patrons at that table had also taken their leave. Given the hour, it was well past the peak time for visitors. Observing the steady exodus of guests, Maud mused to himself. 15 minutes elapsed, and 8 tables had hastily vacated the premises. Behind the counter, the proprietor wore a grim expression as he regarded Maud. Ensconced in a corner, he had sensed something amiss when the 3rd table departed. After a careful observation, he realized that these patrons were being frightened away by Maud. Yet, he could hardly approach Maud and plead, "My good sir, the food and drink are delightful. I implore you, cease your gaze." Thus, he could only silently swallow his grievances. The financial loss was already significant, as merely calling in the undertaker for 3 bodies would incur a deficit of 100,000 berries. Reflecting on the previous incident, which Maud had instigated, the proprietor sighed in despair, fervently wishing for Maud to depart. Perhaps his prayers bore fruit, for after approximately 20 minutes, he witnessed Maud rise, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. He silently urged, "Please, leave swiftly. Maud is indeed about to leave." For the coveted double yellow egg prey has already departed from the Battle Axe Tavern. Leaving behind his drink money, Maud followed suit. The group he had set his sights on comprised 7 individuals, among whom 2 were particularly noteworthy, with bounties of 11, 5 million, and 13, 8 million, respectively. They were the most significant quarry in the entire tavern, and crucially, these 2 fugitives were swordsmen. Maud stepped out of the Scimitar Tavern, only to find a group of pirates standing on the long street, their expressions indifferent as they regarded him. It came as no surprise to Maud that they had noticed him. After all, he had never intended to keep a low profile and was almost immediately compelled to follow, fearing he might lose track of them. "Usopp, others may fear you, but we certainly do not. If you wish to avoid a gruesome demise, it would be wise to keep your distance," declared the pirate with the highest bounty among the 7, drawing his dagger with a cold demeanor. "Aye, Usopp. Do not frighten easily." Maud slowly drew out the dark crow. On the long street, the passing pirates, upon witnessing the 2 draw their swords, instinctively distanced themselves. In the distance, the nascent Kid pirates happened to arrive at this location. The leader, Kid, immediately noticed the significant transformation in Maud. "Is it him?" Kid felt a surge of astonishment. The last time he had seen Maud, he was merely a frail individual, yet now, the conflict began to manifest on the long street. The observant pirates withdrew, creating a spacious area for Maud and his companions to maneuver. Street brawls had become a norm in Mad Hat Town, though late-night skirmishes were a rarity. The surrounding pirates paused to watch, including the Kid pirates, who were among the onlookers. After more than 3 months, Maud's remarkable change left Kid in disbelief. If Maud's face were obscured, he could not have recognized him. For the transformation was not merely physical but also in the palpable aura and strength he exuded. I never expected this, Kid thought, gazing intently at Maud. During their first encounter, he had regarded Maud as nothing more than a cheap laborer at a weapon shop, one whose life was not expected to last long. It was no exaggeration to say that back then, he could have effortlessly ended Maud's life with a mere finger. Yet now, it was evident that Maud not only survived, but had likely stained his hands with much blood. Kid, who had also traversed a path paved with corpses, discerned the truth. Maud had now become his equal, disregarding human life, driven by some objective. Kira, always by Kid's side, recognized Maud's identity as well. That person was the laborer from the weapon shop? Kira recalled the scarred girl associated with Soul's weapon shop, while his encounter with Maud had been minimal, making it quite a feat to remember him. Indeed, Kid nodded, focusing intently on the situation unfolding within the arena. He was curious to know how Maud had metamorphosed from a feeble wretch to someone whose mere act of drawing a sword radiated blinding brilliance in just over 3 months. 3 months. Even he might not have achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates whispered among themselves. The group on the left belonged to the Sea Serpent Pirates, with both the captain and vice-captain boasting bounties exceeding 10 million. But who was that on the right? They seemed unfamiliar, yet dared to provoke the Sea Serpent Pirates alone? You are quite uninformed, the pirate explaining suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. That individual is the one who, 2 months ago, defeated the notorious Kazd and the boy assassin Abe. Could it be? Indeed, he is the rising star, Usopp. So, he is the one who brought you that fortune 2 months back. I've heard you boast about him, and now I finally see the man in person. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. The pirate quickly covered his companion's mouth, fearing Maud might overhear. After all, the bounty from the Sea Cow Pirates was, in nicer terms, a reward Maud had granted them, but in harsher reality. It was something they had stolen from Maud. Kid turned his head, casting a cold glance at the whispering pirates. He had overheard their conversation and now realized that the individual emerging from Soul's weapon shop was none other than the recently famous Usopp. I misjudged him, Kid thought, a chill creeping into his eyes. This meant that the transformation had not occurred over 3 months. Rather, this Usopp had, within a month, evolved from someone he could easily dispatch with a finger to a formidable opponent capable of obliterating the Sea Cow Pirates. Such a claim would be hard to believe. Even as one of the earliest witnesses to Maud, Kid could hardly fathom how he achieved such rapid growth. Kid, what's wrong? Kira noticed something unusual about his captain and inquired. When he visited Soul's weapon shop, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Maud. Unlike Kid, who had a basic understanding of the labor situation at the shop and had scrutinized Maud, Kira's lack of familiarity resulted in their vastly different perceptions. Nothing, Kid replied, shaking his head. After a pause, his tone grew serious. Kira, that guy seems to wield a sword as well. You must pay close attention. He will undoubtedly become our inevitable rival in the future. Kira was startled, rarely witnessing his captain regard someone of the same age with such seriousness. Understood. He shifted his focus to Maud, who stood resolutely with his sword drawn. Kid's demeanor prompted Kira to begin recognizing the strength Maud possessed. As night deepened, more pirates congregated, drawn by the commotion. If there were a place known for its chaotic revelry, it would certainly be the disorderly haven of Mad Hat Town. Street brawls were commonplace. Once, a pirate crew captured dozens of Navy soldiers. Rather than profiting from selling them to the pig farms, they publicly executed the captured soldiers, creating an uproar akin to a festival, filled with the exultant cheers of pirates contrasting sharply with the soldiers' anguished cries. Naturally, that pirate crew eventually faced a dismal fate. The crowd quickly gathered, drawn by curiosity, leaving Maud feeling rather helpless. It was time to resolve this swiftly. Maud took the initiative to attack the Sea Serpent Pirates. Thomas Harvey, the captain of the Sea Serpent Pirates, with a bounty of 13.8 million, was the one who had just warned Maud. As Maud advanced with his blade, Harvey's eyes turned cold. In terms of swordsmanship, Harvey had never feared anyone since his debut. With a swift motion, he positioned his long sword for an optimal strike, stepping forward with his right foot to meet Maud's assault. Harvey's words were not mere bravado. Throughout his time at sea, he had engaged in numerous duels with the Navy, rarely encountering a worthy opponent. Had it not been for his relatively short career, his bounty would not be so modest. Thus, his confidence in his swordplay was rooted in his experiences against the Navy. As Harvey focused on Maud's dark crow, his arm quivered like waves, the sweeping blade resembling a serpentine form, elusive and unpredictable. Among the onlookers, Kira marveled at the exquisite technique displayed by the nascent pirate, astonished by such skill. He was eager to see how Maud would counter this formidable attack. Within the arena, facing Harvey's serpentine blade, Maud discerned the hidden menace through Harvey's movements. Subsequently, he executed a seemingly ordinary strike, precisely intercepting the head of the serpent that Harvey directed. The dazzling serpent-like blade dissolved as the two swords clashed, igniting sparks in the air. Although Harvey's technique was disrupted, he remained unfazed, a smile spreading across his face. The serpent technique was merely one of his preliminary moves. He had more formidable techniques in store, the true essence of his prowess. Unfortunately, previous encounters with Navy swordsmen had not allowed him the opportunity to unleash his fourth move, as none had withstood the third. But tonight, perhaps he would find that chance. Let this man before him be the one to elevate his reputation. Through the clash of blades, Harvey's gaze was fixed on Maud, excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, a renowned figure had emerged. Usopp, you have stirred my enthusiasm. Now, let us see if you can withstand the next three moves. In a sudden twist, Maud swiftly drew a flintlock pistol from within his coat, aiming it at Harvey's vital points and pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed, freezing Harvey's exhilaration in an instant. Outside the arena, the lingering sound of the gun left the crowd in a state of stunned silence. Had it not been for the mask covering his face, Kira would have nearly bulged his eyes in disbelief. Harvey's serpentine swordplay was undeniably exquisite, yet Kira had witnessed Maud effortlessly dismantle it with a single stroke. In that moment, Kira anticipated a thrilling duel between Maud and Harvey, convinced it would be a spectacular clash. However, Maud shattered that burgeoning expectation with a single gunshot. It was as if a tiny blade of grass had sprouted in the air, mirroring Kira's current mood. He glanced at his captain, as if questioning whether this was truly the opponent he was meant to observe closely. Noticing Kira's unusual gaze, Kid's cheek twitched slightly, feigning ignorance. Surrounding them, the pirates regarded Maud with a mix of bewilderment and complexity. As for the members of the Sea Serpent Pirates, their expressions were filled with rage. Before Harvey could utter a curse that encapsulated his feelings, Maud followed up with a decisive strike that felled him to the ground. 3 moves? I'm afraid I have no interest whatsoever. Maud calmly observed Harvey, whose eyes remained stubbornly closed. And he soon felt the remarkable proficiency in swordsmanship being imparted to him by Harvey. It was undoubtedly on a steep rise. Conversely, the gains in physical prowess were rather negligible. This response was typical after achieving star level. Goodness. Nevertheless, the benefits brought by Harvey left Maud quite astonished. He had never anticipated that merely a pirate with a bounty of 13.8 million, and simply having filled in a full name, could yield such a substantial increase in swordsmanship. This indicates that Harvey's strength is significantly above this bounty amount. With a few more like him, one might even reach the star frame. Amidst the joy of his gains, Emoda could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Had the intelligence been more abundant, by incorporating Harvey's techniques and leveraging Harvey's level of expertise, he would likely have been able to extract a move or two at this juncture. Regretful though he may be, such a harvest should nonetheless suffice. Maud glanced at the furious members of the Sea Serpent pirate crew and then, under the scrutiny of all, made a decisive move. He embraced the esteemed tradition of the soul weapon shop, deftly extracting a thick stack of berry from Harvey's lifeless body, subsequently stuffing it into his pocket. The entire process took no more than a couple of seconds. Just as murmurs began to arise around him, they were once again silenced by Maud's brazen act of looting. Maud's act of desecration incited further fury among the members of the Sea Serpent pirate crew. His firearm was devoid of ammunition. Eliminate him. Avenge Captain Harvey. Quincy, the first mate of the Sea Serpent pirate crew, with a bounty of 11.5 million berries, bellowed in rage and charged towards Maud alongside his subordinates. Quincy led the charge, swiftly closing the distance to Maud, and swung his blade with ferocity. Maud had already sheathed his empty firearm, raising his knife with one hand to parry the strike from Quincy. Clang! Sparks flew as both combatants locked their long blades together. A familiar scene replayed itself, albeit with Quincy in the role of the assailant this time. The scoundrel. Quincy gripped his long knife with both hands, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to overpower Maud, seeking to create an opening for his comrades to launch their assault. The force exerted by both warriors coursed through their arms and into their respective blades, resembling a tug-of-war as they struggled for dominance. Your gun is out of bullets. Prepare to meet your demise. Quincy's veins bulged ominously, lending a particularly fierce aspect to his countenance. Maud wielded only one hand to grapple with Quincy, who, under the influence of rage, exerted his full strength to assert dominance. As for the reason behind using just one hand, it certainly was not for the sake of showmanship. Bang! Maud pulled out a second flintlock pistol and decisively pulled the trigger. The lead bullet struck Quincy's body, causing a disruption in the strength he had poured into his longsword. Caught off guard by the gunshot, Quincy was left in stunned disbelief. Maud spoke softly, acknowledging the absence of bullets, yet revealing the presence of another firearm. Without waiting for Quincy's reaction, he swiftly felled the wounded Quincy to the ground with a decisive strike. Quincy was rendered speechless, succumbing to his fate just as Harvey had before him. At that moment, the remaining 5 members of the Sea Serpent pirate crew managed to reach Maud, oblivious to the fate that had befallen their vice-captain. Resolute, they steeled themselves to confront Maud, pondering whether he could possibly possess a third weapon. Furthermore, they were 5 in number. Yet, as they braced for the encounter, they were met with Maud's sweeping blade, delivering a devastating slash. Maud stepped forward, executing 5 consecutive strikes towards them. The 5 arcs of blade light swiftly flickered and vanished, causing the bodies of the 5 members of the Sea Serpent pirate crew to freeze abruptly, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. With a soft hiss, a jet of blood erupted from each of their chests. Maud stepped back, straightened his posture, and with a swift motion of his arm, flicked off the blood from the blade of his dark raven knife before slowly sheathing it. The shattering slash was a technique of Gabton, capable of delivering 5 rapid strikes converging at a single point. However, as Maud executed it now, he distributed these 5 strikes among each member of the Sea Serpent pirate crew. The results were nothing short of remarkable. Bang! Bang! Members of the Sea Serpent pirate crew fell lifeless to the ground. Maud crouched down once more, brazenly examining the corpse before the astonished eyes of the crowd. In an instant, he retrieved a stack of berries, swiftly stashing them away in his pocket. It was a gratifying act, leaving no time to count the total amount. Under the incredulous gazes of numerous pirates, Maud made his escape, vanishing into the embrace of the night. As they watched him depart, the expressions of the pirates were a complex tapestry of emotions. The final 5 strikes delivered by Medina did not escape their notice. This indicates that, despite possessing exceptional swordsmanship, Medina chose to resort to the treachery of a handgun. It is challenging to comment on Medina's actions. However, many pirates have opened the doors to a new world. In a moment of reverie, it seems as though a halo of divine light envelopes Medina, who smiles and extends his right hand toward them, as if inviting them, saying, "Come forth." This tactic is quite impressive. Make haste to the weapon shop at dawn to procure a handgun. It is utterly unpredictable. The tactics employed by Maud were momentarily enlightening to them. Amidst the crowd, Kira gazed in the direction of Maud's departure, his expression slightly dazed. He had initially assumed that Maud relied heavily on his pistol, thus his swordsmanship would be mediocre. However, the subsequent display of 5 swift strikes delivered a sharp blow to his preconceptions. A chill crept into Kira's heart. Despite witnessing Maud single-handedly dismantle the entire Sea Serpent pirate crew, he harbored a vague sense that what he had seen was merely a fraction of Maud's true capabilities. What manner of individual is he? Kid glanced sideways at Kira. Concealed behind his mask, he could not perceive Kira's disarray, yet he sensed the turbulence within Kira's heart. "Kira, do you believe you can confront him?" "No." Kira shook his head, his gaze grave. "That man undoubtedly possesses more than meets the eye." "Is that so?" A flicker of murderous intent passed through Kid's eyes. Such a monstrous being should ideally be eliminated swiftly. Yet, with that old man present, Kid's murderous intent abruptly faltered. As the commotion subsided, the onlookers began to disperse. Suddenly, an indignant female voice pierced through the air. "Usopp!" The sound of hurried footsteps followed. The crowd turned to see a provocatively dressed Abe leading a fierce group. The throng instinctively parted to create a passage. Abe pushed through, immediately spotting the lifeless body on the ground, yet Maud was nowhere to be seen. "Where has Usopp gone?" Abe's gaze darted around the pirates, but none responded. Too late. Abe gritted her teeth, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In that moment, many pirates who were preparing to leave halted, their eyes greedily fixed on the captivating sight before them. It's a festive occasion, after all. An additional chapter is unavoidable. Thus, as stated, I added an extra chapter. And as mentioned, Happy New Year. Last year around this time, I had just begun my dealings with the hospital. Subsequently, this became the catalyst for the delays in my previous work. Therefore, in this new year, I, the Purple Pig, wish all esteemed readers robust health, This surpasses all else in importance. Applause. Thank you, dear readers, for your applause. Ah, that female reader with a score of 99 for looks and 100 for figure. Please remain calm. Don't. Oh no, don't kiss me. I, the purple pig, am a righteous author. The site sparked envy among the many readers. In their fury, the esteemed readers began hurling various indescribable items, such as recommendation tickets, at the purple pig. Consequently, the purple pig was buried under an avalanche of such tributes. The night's hunt was uneventful yet yielded unexpectedly fruitful results. Maud, having wisely chosen to retreat, shook off the multitude of gazes that trailed him, leaving the bustling street behind and venturing into the labyrinthine alleyways. After deliberately wandering for a circle or two to ensure he was not being followed, he stealthily returned to the weapons shop. As he passed the shelves within the store, Maud hesitated for a brief moment. Ultimately, from the depths of his heart, he decided to return the dark raven to its place on the shelf before stepping into the back room. In the corridor, Bailey was startled awake by the sound and looked up at Maud. His nose twitched as he caught the scent of blood wafting from Maud's person. Maud glanced at Bailey, who was crouched by the wall, and said with a smile, "Now that you're awake, let us enjoy a late-night snack together. What would you like to eat?" Instantly, the remnants of Bailey's drowsiness vanished, and he sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to disturb Sonny." "Understood." Bailey nodded vigorously, a glimmer of delight illuminating his expression. When he first arrived at the Soul Weapons shop, Bailey had perceived Maud and Sonny as the most fearsome demons in existence, anticipating a life fraught with hardship. However, to his astonishment, life turned out to be not only bearable but quite comfortable. Most importantly, every meal was both plentiful and delectable. For him, the greatest joy of residing here lay in the simple pleasure of dining. Maud and Sonny were somewhat taken aback by Bailey's gastronomic enthusiasm, but they soon grew accustomed to it. "You head to the kitchen. I will join you shortly." Maud uttered a phrase before gracefully ascending the staircase, treading lightly as he returned to his chamber. With a deft motion, he closed the door behind him and retrieved a stack of Bailey notes he had confiscated from Harvey and the others. It was a considerable pile, rather substantial in thickness. Maud counted his earnings, which amounted to just over 1,000,000 Bailey. Despite the chaos and danger that enveloped the town of Mad Hat, wealth was easily attainable for those with the requisite strength. If Maud so desired, he could effortlessly rake in several million in a single night. However, to resort to illicit means solely for monetary gain seemed futile. It would be far more beneficial to practice reloading speed within the safety of his shop. After securing his money, Maud descended the stairs and first headed to the bathroom to cleanse the blood from his body, before proceeding to the kitchen to prepare a late-night meal. The ingredients were hardly selective, primarily consisting of meat, a long-standing tradition in the weapons shop. According to Soul, one must eat to survive. Thus, if one must eat, it is essential to eat well. Therefore, while Soul might forego the acquisition of another exquisite blade, he would ensure that the meals served in the shop were always of high quality. Maud took a heap of meat from the refrigerator and, with minimal preparation, soon laid out a sumptuous feast of meat on half the table. Bailey, unable to contain his anticipation any longer, began to devour the food voraciously as soon as it was placed on the table. Maud sat down, indulging in his meal while observing the significantly plumper Bailey. At this point, even a pig could outrun you. With his mouth stuffed full of meat, Bailey looked up at Maud and emitted a muffled sound. Although the words were indistinct, Maud gleaned the general sentiment from Bailey's gaze, something akin to disbelief. Maud cast a glance at the swimming ring encircling Bailey and inquired, "Have you not noticed a recent decline in your appetite?" Bailey paused, momentarily taken aback, then struggled to swallow the morsel in his mouth, lost in contemplation. Indeed, when comparing his current intake to that of a month prior, there was a noticeable reduction. Observing Bailey's dawning realization, Maud narrowed his eyes and earnestly asked, "Do you understand why?" "I do not." Bailey shook his head in response. Maud swallowed a piece of steak and remarked casually, "It is because you have gained weight." Bailey, feeling perplexed, responded, "Isn't it true that the fatter one is, the more one can eat? Whoever said that being overweight equates to greater appetite?" Maud remarked with a serious tone, "How can one possibly enhance the speed of digestion while remaining idle all day? Once the digestive process slows, naturally, the appetite diminishes. I haven't been lying idle the entire time. It is merely due to you delegating the cleaning duties to me," Bailey murmured softly. "What did you just say?" Maud glanced at Bailey, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "No, not at all. Oh, I was merely remarking on how delectable this meat is." Bailey hastily raised a steaming piece of meat, eager to vindicate himself. Maud let out a cold chuckle, returning to the main topic. Let me put it this way. Do you think I eat a lot? Indeed, you do. Are you envious? Very much. Do you wish to be like me? Absolutely. Then it's time to exercise. The following day, Sunny unlatched the door of the weapon shop, opening a small gap before retreating to the counter, preparing to peruse the day's newspaper. As she picked up the paper, she noticed the now round and plump Bailey suddenly lying on the ground, clutching a small piece of black metal in his tiny hands, attempting to perform a bench press. Watching this scene, Sunny's expression shifted slightly. She set down the newspaper and quickly approached Bailey, snatching the small piece of black metal away from him. Bailey was taken aback, gazing at Sunny in confusion. Sunny frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Are you burning up?" As she spoke, she placed the small piece of black metal on the ground and reached out to press her hand against Bailey's forehead. Bailey initially thought Sunny was mocking him, but soon realized she was being serious. This was utterly absurd, he thought. Carefully, he pushed Sunny's hand away and replied, "I'm not feverish. I'm just exercising a little." Exercising? Sunny's frown deepened as she suddenly pinched Bailey's chubby cheeks. "Bailey, you don't need to exercise. Just eat your fill. If you find yourself hungry, just let me know, and I'll get you more food." "Big sister." Bailey responded with a look of profound gratitude before continuing earnestly. "Let me explain. I'm exercising to be able to eat as much as the boss does at every meal." Understanding dawned on Sunny. Bailey then glanced at the two small pieces of black metal, hesitatingly asking, "Big sister, could you pass me the weight?" "I can't reach it." "Sure," Sunny replied, picking up the black metal and handing it to him. "Then make sure you train well, so you can eat a little more at every meal." "Of course, big sister." With Sunny's concern fueling his resolve, Bailey felt a surge of energy. Sunny chose not to disturb Bailey's workout and settled back at the counter. A thought began to form in her mind regarding Bailey. Exercise equals increased appetite equals greater weight equals higher potential value. As Bailey resumed his bench pressing, he stole a glance at Sunny, who appeared lost in thought at the counter, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Regardless of whether it was Big Sister or the boss, they were genuinely good people. Why had he ever perceived them as demons? Sighing, he resolved to train diligently, determined not to disappoint Big Sister's expectations. Meanwhile, Maud, adorned with various weights, entered the shop and observed Bailey exercising with satisfaction. He too commenced his daily training routine. By afternoon, Maud had completed his training ahead of schedule. After shedding the weights and resting for a while, he gathered his equipment and set out in search of prey. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days later, Soul returned to the weapon shop, laden with an abundance of fine wines. Every day, Maud ventures into town in search of prey. After 5 days, he has successfully hunted a total of 15 targets, averaging 3 each day. The enhancement of his physical attributes progresses at a snail's pace, and it seems he still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching the second star frame. However, his skills with the blade have seen a significant increase, likely due to Maud's deliberate focus on hunting knife-wielding quarry. It is estimated that it won't be long before he consolidates his first star frame in swordsmanship. As for the intelligence fee of 4.5 million, Maud managed to gather the amount in just 3 days and promptly visited the Nightshade Bar to instruct Tatum to commence the collection of information. Over the next 2 days, Maud earned approximately 1.5 million berries. It can be said that those pirates who find themselves on the bounty list still possess a fair amount of wealth. One day, Soul returned to the shop, replenishing the basement with barrels of fine wine. In the foreseeable future, Red-Haired would not be making any attempts to seize Soul's stock, and this wine would suffice for Soul to enjoy until the new year. Accompanying Soul back to the shop was the long-missed Arthur. "I'm on holiday today," Arthur stated, removing his mask and donning casual attire, thus revealing his reason for visiting the shop. In truth, no one had previously inquired about this. Arthur leaned against the counter, engaging in small talk with Sunny. It was evident that Sunny's mind was elsewhere, fixated on the newspaper, yet Arthur remained unfazed, continuing his monologue despite Sunny's occasional disinterest. Meanwhile, Maud attentively noted Arthur's likeness, preparing for any eventuality. This was a rare opportunity, as the mortician typically wore a mask, making it difficult to glimpse his true visage. "Oh, by the way," Arthur suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Sunny paused, lifting her gaze to Arthur, her brows furrowing slightly. Arthur lowered his voice and inquired, "Something interesting occurred at the pig factory last night. Would you care to know?" Not interested, Sunny's expression turned icy. Arthur shrugged, earnestly replying, "Sunny, if you wish to grow stronger, you must confront your past to face the future. Yet every time I mention the pig factory, Your reaction is so conspicuous. It's quite the weakness. It has nothing to do with you, Sonny replied coldly. With a gentle sigh, Arthur remarked, I do this to help you overcome your vulnerabilities. As he carelessly picked at old wounds, Sonny ceased to respond, her gaze towards Arthur growing even more frigid. Observing this, Arthur lamented, in this day and age, being a good person is truly challenging. At that moment, Maud quietly approached Arthur, wearing a seemingly harmless smile. Big brother Arthur, I have always held you in great esteem. Oh, Arthur turned to Maud, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. You have quite the discerning eye, young man. From behind the counter, Sonny looked at Maud with a puzzled expression as he suddenly praised Arthur. Maud glanced at Arthur with a serious demeanor and said, Not at all. It is primarily due to the profound respect I hold for your esteemed profession, brother Arthur. Oh, is that so? Arthur felt a subtle sense of discomfort. Maud expressed with reverence, Indeed, I have always been curious about what prompted you, brother Arthur, to become such an admirable undertaker. Arthur raised an eyebrow. The profession of an undertaker is quite common in Mad Hatter Town. The more polite pirates refer to them as sanitation workers, while the less courteous mockingly label them as cleaners. In essence, the nature of an undertaker's work is indeed akin to that of a cleaner, though such a comparison is somewhat reductive. Consequently, no undertaker wishes to be openly referred to as a cleaner. Naturally, Arthur felt the same way. However, witnessing Maud's sincere expression of respect, it was difficult for him to perceive any hint of mockery. How could Arthur know that the profession of a cleaner is, in fact, deserving of respect? Seeing Arthur fall silent, Maud continued the conversation. Furthermore, is not needlework traditionally a woman's domain? Yet, the last time I witnessed your needlework, brother Arthur, it was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving me in profound admiration. Arthur managed a faint smile. Just then, Sol emerged carrying a jug of wine. Observing this, Arthur promptly approached and took the wine from Sol's hands. His intention for visiting the shop was solely to procure a jug of wine. With the wine now in his possession, he departed the weapon shop without a backward glance. Sonny watched Arthur leave, then turned to Maud, her eyes shimmering with a hint of amusement. Maud leaned against the counter, perplexed, and remarked, Sonny, you are usually quite sharp-tongued. Why have you fallen silent in Arthur's presence? Sharp-tongued? Am I? Sonny replied, bewildered and utterly oblivious to her own demeanor. Indeed, Maud was resolute. Beside him, Bailey instinctively nodded, only to realize the potential implications and quickly turned his gaze towards Sonny, finding her blissfully unaware, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, Sonny, however, dismissed the matter lightly, offering a casual acknowledgement before picking up the newspaper to read. Emoda gave a helpless smile. He could probably guess the reason. It was likely the past experiences that made Sonny detest Arthur's deliberate references to the pig factory in her presence. Maud had the inclination to delve deeper. Yet probing further would inevitably unearth Sonny's wounds, so he refrained. That evening, during dinner, Thor generously presented a barrel of wine. He had recently moved back with a plethora of bottles, indulging without a trace of guilt. The wine, indeed, possessed a delightful flavor, worthy of the special trip made by the red-haired one. The gathering of an elder, 2 youths, and a plump weasel quickly transformed into a lively affair, and before long, the entire barrel was consumed. You're quite the little drinker, aren't you? Thor exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Bailey, who was lazily sprawled across the table. Not too shabby, Bailey replied, punctuating his words with a burp. In that moment, the air was filled with an even richer aroma of wine. Sonny poured Bailey another generous bowl, eagerly anticipating the sight of his ever-expanding waistline. Ha! Thor burst into laughter, preparing to fetch another barrel for the festivities. Tonight, we shall drink until we can drink no more. Upon hearing Thor's declaration, Bailey sprang upright, exuding a spirit of readiness for yet another round. The infectious atmosphere prompted Maud to join in, and he found himself drinking a few more cups. With each sip, he felt the pleasant haze of inebriation enveloping him. Thus, he decided to let loose, for the night held no plans of slipping away unnoticed. A week later, Maud visited the Nightshade Bar and obtained intelligence regarding the gang's cadre from Tatum. Simultaneously, he learned about the potential time frame for the gang's arrival in Mad Hatter Town. Could it be during the auction 10 days hence? Maud contemplated deeply. Upon returning to the weapon shop, he immediately retreated to his room and summoned the hunter's notes, diligently transcribing the intelligence regarding the gang's higher-ups. The detailed information revealed 3 individuals of considerable combat prowess at the cadre level, alongside 11 captains of lesser rank. Without exception, Maud meticulously inscribed each name into his notes. Once this task was completed, he descended the stairs and entered the shop, where both Sol and Sunny were present. Sol lounged comfortably with his legs crossed, engrossed in a small yellow book, while Sunny was seated at the counter, diligently modifying a flintlock pistol. Maud's tone was grave as he called out Thor's name, perhaps sensing the unusual gravity in Maud's voice. Both Thor and Sunny set aside their tasks and turned their gaze towards him almost in unison. Meeting their eyes, Maud's expression was solemn. I have uncovered the identity of the assailants who targeted my family's merchant vessel. Sunny's expression shifted. However, Thor remained impassive. The words spoken by Mo cast a shadow over the atmosphere, infusing it with an air of solemnity. Sunny glanced at Mo, then at the impassive Sol. She contemplated saying something, yet felt it would be inappropriate, thus remained silent. Sol set aside the small yellow book and picked up his gilded pipe, taking a deliberate puff. In the suddenly hushed weapon shop, the only sound that pierced the stillness was the soft exhalation of smoke from Sol's lips. Maud gazed at Thor's reaction, fully anticipating it. From the moment he first entered the weapon shop, Thor had urged him to bid farewell to the past in an unconventional manner. At that time, it undoubtedly signified a certain stance. Nevertheless, Maud harbored no concerns about Thor's potential refusal. I seek vengeance. Maud invoked the memories left behind by his former self, rendering the hatred and murderous intent upon his face more tangible. Witnessing such an expression for the first time, Sunny's countenance shifted slightly. Her lips quivered, yet she remained silent. In contrast, Sol merely flicked his pipe lightly, maintaining his reticence. Subsequently, with a gaze laden with malice, Maud articulated each word with deliberate precision. Only in this manner can one truly bid farewell to the past. At this, Sol's eyes narrowed instantly, and he carelessly set down his pipe. A genuine farewell to the past, is it? Therefore, I require your assistance, Sol. Ha ha. Sol could not help but burst into laughter. Maud, seemingly unfazed, continued, the adversary is the notorious gang known as the Captain. They are numerous and powerful. My solitary strength is utterly insufficient to approach Becky. Therefore, I require your assistance. With Thor by my side, I am certain that I can create an opportunity to draw near to Becky. Oh, so it was the gang behind that incident, Thor remarked, slowly ceasing his laughter. Taken aback, he had initially assumed it was merely a typical act of pirate plunder, only to discover that it was orchestrated by the underworld's criminal syndicate, and one that currently holds a monopoly in their domain. It is little wonder that Maud sought his aid. I shall assist you. The words came not from Thor, but from Sunny. Maud could not help but cast a glance at Sunny, who wore a serious expression. However, in Maud's opinion, he found it hard to believe that the usually reserved Sunny could offer him any substantial assistance. Sol also turned to Sunny and remarked with irritation, I haven't even agreed yet here you are all enthusiastic. Anyway, you won't refuse. He shook his head helplessly at the young woman. Indeed, this was something he could not turn down. On one hand, as Maud had pointed out, only by confronting one's enemies could one truly bid farewell to the past. On the other hand, he had already come to regard Maud as one of his own. What reason did he have to refuse? Yet, he did not wish for Maud to develop a sense of dependency. After pondering for a moment, Sol looked at Maud and said calmly, I can assist you. But how I choose to do so will be entirely up to me. No problem. There was no room for bargaining in Maud's words. Upon hearing Sol's agreement, he immediately interjected. Sol then picked up his pipe and took a puff. As if recalling something amusing, a sly grin suddenly crept across his weathered face. Maud and Sunny exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. 10 days later, the auction house in Mad Hat Town prepared for its monthly auction. As the largest auction venue in the town, it held at least 2 auctions each month, one smaller event mid-month and a grander one at the month's end. Interestingly, most pirates favored the smaller mid-month auctions, while the larger end-of-month events were predominantly attended by individuals from the underworld. This phenomenon had persisted for ages, seemingly without any deliberate influence from the auction house, and the reasons behind it remained elusive. As noon approached, the number of ships docked at the harbor noticeably increased compared to the previous day. The additional vessels were primarily from the underbelly of society. Despite the rise in the number of ships, the atmosphere was still significantly less vibrant than during the last event. By evening, another batch of ships arrived at the harbor. The auction was set to commence at 8 o'clock, and these vessels likely represented the final influx of potential attendees. The ships docked steadily, and the crowds disembarked, making their way toward the taverns, the only places to pass the time before the auction began. The tavern district buzzed with life. The influx of guests had more than doubled due to the auction's impending arrival. The streets were ablaze with lights filled with the scent of alcohol, and pirates were seen arm in arm, reveling in the familiar chaos. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the far side of the street. The pirates, hearing the disturbance, turned to see a formidable procession approaching, a group clad in black, led by the notorious gang leader, Beaky. Pirates hastily retreated to the sides of the street, eager to avoid unnecessary confrontation. Is that all the gang has brought this time? Some of the pirates, accustomed to the gang's usual display of force, noted the unusual circumstance. In the past, Beaky's appearances in Mad Hat Town were accompanied by throngs of followers, often numbering in the hundreds. Yet this time, he only brought along a mere 70 or 80 subordinates. This discrepancy surprised the pirates who were used to the gang's overwhelming presence. But they were too preoccupied to ponder the reasons, silently observing as Beaky and his crew strode through the street with an air of authority, treating it as their own backyard. As they passed, the pirates instinctively made way, leaving a wide path for the gang. No one dared to obstruct their march. Only a drunken fool would attempt such a folly. However, even the most intoxicated individual would find that crossing their path could lead to dire consequences. Among the gathered crowd, Lafayette stood poised, his fingertips lightly pressing against the brim of his hat, keenly observing the gang's procession. His gaze, fixed on Beaky, flickered with a hint of malice. Lafayette's lips pressed together as he scrutinized Beaky's entourage. Previously, Beaky had always been accompanied by a considerable number of underlings, but now, their count had dwindled significantly. This undoubtedly presented an enticing opportunity for violence. Yet, just as Lafayette contemplated taking action, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him, compelling him to reconsider. The street gradually fell silent, the only sounds being the footsteps of the advancing gang. Everyone stood still, waiting patiently for them to pass. In this tense atmosphere, a young boy, brandishing a long black and red blade at his side, stepped boldly into the street to confront the oncoming gang. His abrupt move drew numerous gazes. Among the crowd, Lafayette's eyes widened with sudden realization. A pirate recognized the boy and exclaimed, "It's Usopp." The moment the name left his lips, he hastily covered his mouth, glancing around, yet no one seemed to pay him any mind. All eyes, including those of the gang, were now fixed on the boy. Usopp. Beaky's expression remained indifferent as he regarded the youth. This was a name that had never registered in his mind, one he deemed inconsequential. However, the arrival was not fortuitous. Beaky sensed the unmistakable intent to kill emanating from Maud, but chose not to slow his pace. Without needing Beaky's command, one of the gang's subordinates abruptly raised his pistol, aiming it squarely at Maud. The onlookers, positioned along the street, braced themselves, foreseeing Maud's imminent demise. Yet, to their astonishment, a smile crept across Maud's face. He was smiling? The pirates, taken aback, could hardly comprehend this turn of events. Just then, a faint whistling sound pierced the air. Before the gunfire could be heard, blood erupted from the temple of the gang member who had raised his weapon, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What just happened? The sudden shift left everyone in shock. Maud, however, calmly drew Dark Crow, a task that had taken considerable effort to persuade Soul to allow him to bear arms that night. A bullet, seemingly appearing from nowhere, had stirred chaos among the onlookers. Although they had not heard a gunshot, the sight of the fallen gang member left them bewildered. Uncertain of who had fired the shot, they instinctively associated it with Maud. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare confront the gang in the open. After all, the gang was one of the titans of the underworld in the West Sea. Even though they did not roam the seas, the notorious pirate crews that had long dominated the West Sea would never recklessly provoke such formidable foes. Maud's obstruction did not deter Becky from advancing. However, the sound of a gunshot, though unheard, caused Becky to halt abruptly. Protect the boss. The gang members, startled, quickly formed a human shield around Becky, their bodies bracing against the impending bullets. Despite being encircled by his subordinates, Becky maintained an impassive gaze towards Maud. The brief whistling of the bullet had left even Becky, who had played with firearms since childhood, unable to discern the shooter's position. At best, he could estimate the trajectory of the bullet from the direction of the blood that splattered when his men were hit. Yet the suddenness of the incident left him no time to gather any information. Even if he could ascertain the bullet's path, it would be futile. For Becky was certain that the shot had come from a considerable distance. Although incredulous, this was the undeniable truth. While he was shaken by the terror of the shooter, Becky revealed no emotion, coldly regarding Maud. Undoubtedly, the shooter was in league with him. Eliminate him. With no interest in questioning Maud's motives for causing trouble, Becky issued a lethal command. Upon hearing Becky's order, Several gang members at the front immediately drew their handguns. Yet, at that moment, another bullet whistled through the air. Once again, no gunshot was heard, and those who had just raised their weapons fell one after another, struck down by unseen bullets aimed at their temples. More than one? Becky's eyes widened in alarm, his composure shattering as he turned sharply towards a direction. All he could see was the brilliantly lit buildings and the encroaching darkness of night. Within that inky blackness lay a terrifying presence capable of instilling profound dread. Boss, the gang members, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, exhibited clear signs of fear. They would confront tenfold enemies without hesitation. Yet this ghostly marksman instilled a paralyzing dread in even the most battle-hardened among them. The pirates lining the streets shared a similarly haunted expression. Having never witnessed such a scene, what could they possibly feel but despair? Compared to the gang's trepidation, Maud remained unfazed, wielding his long blade with a smile, silent in his confidence. The shooter was, of course, Thor. With his advanced mastery of hockey, Thor could effortlessly take down gang members from several kilometers away. This meant that as long as Thor willed it, he could eliminate every single gang member in mere moments. The entire process would conclude without affording the gang a glimpse of their assailant. This was the prowess of a top-tier sniper. At this moment, Thor's display of skill made Maud acutely aware of the true terror that snipers embodied. However, Thor's mission tonight was not to annihilate the gang, but to provide cover for Maud. This was the fundamental reason Maud dared to confront the gang so brazenly. Otherwise, given the gang's firepower, even if Maud had confidence in evading danger, he would have no hope of eliminating Becky. Who is it? Becky suppressed the chilling sensation rising within him, casting a dark glance at his subordinates. I do not wish to repeat myself. Hearing Becky's words, all but those gang members unable to fire due to their position drew their weapons, intent on dispatching Maud. Yet, the bullets arriving from the darkness were often faster than their movements. Uft, uft. Those who had just lifted their guns fell lifelessly, shot through the temples. The eerie occurrence rendered the entire street silent. Maud, however, reveled in the situation, grateful for the formidable ally at his side. He had no intention of warning the gang against using firearms tonight. This allowed Thor to continue thinning out the ranks of the worthless gang members. Moreover, Maud was acutely aware of Becky's devil fruit abilities and knew that he harbored considerable forces within. Among those unknown forces were the high-ranking officers and captains of the gang. Thus, until Becky revealed all his cards, Maud would refrain from exerting unnecessary effort. In stark contrast to Maud's calm demeanor, the gang appeared to be on high alert. Becky's expression darkened as he sought to validate his suspicions, instructing his men to continue aiming their firearms at Maud. The result? The bullets came faster than before. Several gang members had barely begun to raise their guns before being shot down by bullets from afar. In a brief moment, over 20 corpses littered the ground. Becky glanced at the fallen bodies, cold sweat forming on his brow. He was uncertain how many terrifying snipers lurked in the depths of the night. But judging by the astonishing frequency of fire, there were certainly more than a few. This meant that if those snipers so desired, they could not only threaten him, but also eliminate all his displayed forces in a heartbeat. Yet, those snipers refrained from doing so. Why? Becky struggled to analyze the reason, but could only speculate about the conditions governing the sniper's actions. If only he knew there was but a single marksman. He might have been at a loss for words. Realizing he could not aim at Maud with his firearm, Becky commanded, "Change to knives." The gang members hesitated momentarily but quickly complied, drawing their short blades. This time, no bullets flew in their direction. Nevertheless, Becky remained apprehensive, gazing into the distant darkness. He felt an unparalleled sense of impending danger. This sensation was akin to invisible barriers descending from the heavens, forming a cage that confined him. Even with hundreds of subordinates at his command and the enhanced defense from his devil fruit abilities, he could not shake this feeling. It was an illogical predicament. Yet, as a seasoned leader in the underworld, the harshness within him surged, and he spat out the cigar from his mouth. He had contemplated fleeing, but ultimately chose to confront the danger head-on, intent on eliminating it, while wary of the threat posed by the sniper. This did not deter his desire to eliminate Maud. Kill him. Upon receiving Becky's renewed command, the remaining gang members charged towards Maud. The absence of the mysterious bullets emboldened them, yet they seemed to forget their own expertise lay in firearms. Seeing the gang members rush at him with knives, Maud felt a twinge of regret, but stepped forward to meet them. With little effort, he dispatched the gang members as easily as slicing through vegetables. Thus, Becky found himself stripped of all but his leadership. Witnessing this scene, the pirates lining the street fell into stunned silence. How had this gang fallen to such depths? What exactly was Usopp's true identity? The pirates were engulfed in uncertainty, with such a terrifying marksman aiding them. They seemed to foresee the emergence of a supernova pirate crew under the name of Usopp from the West Sea. On the street, Maud stood amidst a pile of corpses, his wrist flicking to shake off the blood from his blade. He then pointed his sword at Becky. "Release them, and we shall continue. Who exactly are you?" Upon the mention of the capabilities of the stronghold fruit, Becky's expression darkened further. The surrounding pirates were bewildered. Lafitte furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Release them? He glanced at Becky, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. At that moment, Becky made a bold move. Instead of releasing his subordinates from within, he abruptly opened a series of small cannon ports on his chest. The cannon muzzles that emerged all aimed directly at Maud, the devil fruit of the superhuman category. The castle fruit was the very same fruit Becky had consumed at the auction. As the name implies, its power transformed his body into a formidable castle. Consequently, Becky's physique resembled that of a castle, capable of harboring anything within, including living beings. Any object entering his body would shrink in size, only returning to its original form upon exiting the fruit's range. In essence, he possessed a mobile fortress. As the leader of a gang, Becky lacked neither funds nor manpower. Hence, he had strategically deployed the maximum armaments and personnel within his body. This explained why he had brought only 70 or 80 subordinates with him today. Now, trapped in a perilous situation, he revealed his trump card. The subordinates concealed within his body swiftly mobilized, extending cannons from their ports, all aimed at Maud, and then ignited the fuses. Accompanied by a resounding roar, small black cannonballs shot forth from the ports on Becky's chest, expanding to their original size in midair. A sharp sound echoed through the long street as the cannonballs whistled past. Maud understood the capabilities of the castle fruit and promptly withdrew to a safe distance as soon as Becky's actions commenced. However, the pirates flanking the streets were utterly oblivious to Becky's powers until the sharp sound of cannonballs whistled past their ears, leaving them no time to escape. Boom! 10 cannonballs exploded almost simultaneously. A scorching wave of heat accompanied by shrapnel swept outward. The unfortunate pirates closest to the blast were instantly reduced to mere remnants, while many others were hurled away by the shockwave, sustaining varying degrees of injury upon landing. In the aftermath of the explosion, dozens of pirates lay sprawled on the ground, their curses and wails intertwining in a cacophony of chaos. Who could have anticipated Becky's sheer madness, daring to unleash artillery in the streets? Becky, may your ancestors be cursed. The terrified pirates hurled their vitriol at Becky before hastily fleeing the scene. With cannons now in play, who would dare linger to witness the spectacle? Even those in the tavern, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out to distance themselves from Becky's location. Only audacious pirates like Lafayette remained, skillfully maintaining a safe distance to observe the unfolding drama without being drawn into the fray. While Becky was met with a barrage of familial insults from the pirates, he paid them no heed, instead directing his gaze upward towards Maud, who stood atop a tavern. As Becky's line of sight elevated, so too did the cannon aimed at Maud. Yet, mindful of the unwritten rules of Mad Hat Town, Becky refrained from issuing the command to fire this time. The destruction of the tavern would ultimately bring misfortune upon himself. Maud took advantage of the established rules to restrain Becky's relentless pursuit. Observing Becky halt her bombardment, Maud seized the opportunity and leapt forth, charging directly towards her. Deliberately maneuvering, Maud's path of attack was flanked by a tavern. From this angle, Becky, wary of collateral damage, found herself unable to unleash her artillery indiscriminately. She could only seal the cannon ports on her chest and instead deploy a series of drop gates from her abdomen. Within her body, her gang members were already poised behind the gates, each clutching a rifled musket. While artillery was out of the question, they could rely on flintlock guns. Additionally, the silence of the distant sniper, although instilling doubt in Becky, granted her a moment's respite to retaliate against Maud. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, dividing her focus to anticipate a renewed shot from the sniper. As Becky shifted her offensive strategy while Thor remained inactive, Maud resolutely abandoned his charge, consciously moving closer to the pirates sprawled on the ground. Simultaneously, the gang members positioned behind the drop gates unhesitatingly pulled their triggers, accompanied by a cacophony of gunfire. A dense barrage of lead projectiles surged towards Maud. Having foreseen this, Maud sheathed his dark crow and, using both hands, raised 2 gravely injured pirates, employing them as makeshift shields before him. As the barrage rained down, it erupted in a flurry of blood, instantly claiming the lives of the two unfortunate souls. Around them, over 20 wounded pirates, lying helplessly on the ground, gazed in horror at the scene. Terrified of becoming the next Shields, they summoned every ounce of strength, scrambling to escape this perilous place. Witnessing Maud use 2 pirates to absorb the barrage, Becky merely smiled coldly. The castle boasted ample manpower, capable of overcoming the slow reloading time of flintlocks through alternating fire, thereby significantly enhancing their shooting frequency. With just 2 corpses, it was futile to expect to withstand a second round of fire. In the next moment, another volley erupted from the drop gates on Becky's abdomen. Hundreds of lead projectiles launched forth, forming a deadly storm aimed at Maud. Confronted with a second barrage scarcely 2 seconds later, Maud remained composed. He crouched down to minimize his target area while stacking the tattered corpses before him, barely withstanding the second wave of fire. Subsequently, he denied Becky the opportunity for a third volley, forcefully hurling the bodies towards her. Becky's expression shifted slightly as she dodged the incoming corpses. Her evasive maneuver caused the gang members behind the drop gates to lose their aim, interrupting the third volley. At that moment, Maud charged towards 2 pirates who, injured, were frantically crawling on the ground. Upon seeing Maud approach, their faces turned pale, and they emitted piercing cries of terror. "No, don't come closer. Please, don't come." The 2 of them had certainly endured enough. Modette offered a brief word of consolation before decisively rendering the 2 bewildered pirates unconscious. The shield must not be disturbed recklessly. Maud grasped the collar of the unconscious pirate and charged toward Becky once more. With an abundance of weapons and troops at his disposal, the castle's fruit could unleash astonishing firepower. However, lurking behind this formidable might was a rather critical flaw: balance. Disrupting Becky's equilibrium would render the firepower ineffective. Becky furrowed his brow as he observed the pirate shield that Maud had replaced, issuing another command to fire. Once again, a barrage of bullets surged forth from behind the gate, aimed at Maud. Maud positioned 2 pirate shields horizontally before him, effectively deflecting the barrage of gunfire. The force of the lead bullets compelled Maud to halt his advance momentarily. However, as the last bullet faded into silence, Maud resorted to his previous tactic, hurling the pirate shield in his grasp towards Becky. Upon witnessing this, Becky's expression turned ice cold, and in a bid to evade the impending projectile, she swiftly sidestepped to the side. Seizing the moment, Maud erupted with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance. He drew his pistol, aimed at Becky's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth. This scoundrel startled Becky, who instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading the lead projectile. This sudden motion once again threw his body off balance. In that fleeting instant, Becky realized a troubling truth. Maud seemed to possess an intricate understanding of the castle fruit. As his thoughts raced, Becky steadied himself. At that moment, Maud had already closed in before him. Clang! The dark raven was unsheathed, the blade gleaming momentarily. A copious spray of crimson erupted into the air. The corpse, cleaved in 2, cascaded blood as it plummeted to the ground. Yet, remarkably, Becky remained unscathed, retreating with a look of alarm in his eyes. In that critical moment, had it not been for a subordinate who rushed out from the castle to intercept the blow, he would surely have been the one bleeding out on the spot. When had such a formidable figure emerged from the West Sea? Becky trembled at the thought. The timely intervention of the gang member did not deter Maud. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a second strike toward Becky. Just then, another gang member leaped from the castle, only to be met with Maud's blade as his body barely returned to its original form. In an instant, yet another bisected corpse lay upon the ground. How intriguing! A faint smile inevitably graced Maud's face. Becky's strategy of severing her tail like a gecko amused him greatly. After all, it had only been a little over 2 months since Becky had consumed the castle fruit, and her proficiency was evidently lacking. She was unable to unleash the full potential of the castle fruit's abilities, nor could she execute the various techniques depicted in the original narrative. Otherwise, under such circumstances, with the capabilities of the castle fruit, there would have been at least 3 countermeasures at her disposal. Instead, Becky found herself merely enduring the onslaught. The shattering slash. Maud, in a ruthless display of power, swiftly struck at Becky with 5 lethal blows. Yet Becky, like a seahorse giving birth, incessantly dispatched her minions to intercept the oncoming onslaught of blades. Hiss! Thus, 5 more corpses adorned the ground. Maud smiled faintly and struck again. Becky had no choice but to sacrifice another minion to delay Maud's relentless advance. Thus, Yet another lifeless body joined the grim tableau on the ground. In this peculiar dance of advance and retreat, a gruesome path of blood and corpses was etched along the long street. With each step back Becky took, she was compelled to cast forth at least one more minion. With each step Maud took, yet another lifeless body would grace the ground. In the span of mere moments, over 50 corpses of gang members lay strewn about. To Becky's utter dismay, no matter how he endeavored to stall Maud's relentless assault, he remained ensnared in Maud's pursuit. In other words, the sacrifice of those 50-odd subordinates had been in vain. In truth, Becky was not slow to dispatch his men. However, Maud wielded his knife with equal swiftness, capable of keeping pace with Becky's offerings. The ease with which those subordinates fell victim to a single slash stemmed from another flaw of the castle fruit. Objects exiting the castle underwent a transient transformation before reverting to their original form, rendering them, for that brief moment, living targets. Ultimately, this predicament was a reflection of Becky's lack of proficiency with his abilities. Thus, as long as Maud adeptly timed the transformation process, he could snuff out those gang members emerging from the castle before they even had a chance to awaken. The difficulty was hardly insurmountable. Maud was more than capable. Gradually, as he cleaved through his foes with the finesse of a master, he found his rhythm. On a few occasions, with a deft flick of his wrist, he managed to smoothly slice through 3 gang members with a single stroke. Maud became enamored with this exhilarating hunt. Nearby, Lafitte and the other pirates observed the extraordinary spectacle unfolding on the long street in silence. Their discerning eyes detected an inexplicable sense of dissonance within the fray. They sensed that with a slight increase in speed, Maud could surely breach Becky's incessant defensive offerings within 30 exchanges. Yet, Maud's onslaught remained tantalizingly just shy of that threshold. In stark contrast, Becky, endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, ought to have exuded an aura of myriad hidden strengths. However, in the face of Maud's assault, he appeared clumsy, almost as if he would fare better without relying on his fruit's abilities. As they bore witness to this unfolding drama, Lafitte and his companions were left pondering whether Maud was simply too formidable or Becky woefully inept. Several kilometers away, perched atop a building, Sol scrutinized the battle on the long street. Upon witnessing Maud's expertly executed swift strikes, a flurry of questions erupted in his mind. What was happening? Hadn't Maud been kept from wielding a blade for the past 2 months? Yet, instead of losing his edge, he had grown even more ferocious. This was beyond belief. Could it be that this lad possessed an innate talent for the sword? Sol vigorously shook his head. Firearms were undoubtedly more suited to him. He could not squander that exceptional potential for observation hockey. Yes, that was it, he mused. The conflict raged on along the long street. Under Maud's rapid onslaught, Becky, unable to effectively utilize the castle fruit's abilities, found himself retreating step by step. In just a few brief minutes, he had sacrificed over 100 gang members to shield himself, yet with little success. Even so, the toll of such relentless slaughter was becoming increasingly evident. With this in mind, Becky took a moment to observe Maud's demeanor. To his astonishment, he detected no signs of fatigue on Maud's visage. Rather, he perceived an insatiable hunger gleaming in Maud's eyes, as if urging him, throw out more, and do it faster. Was this fellow truly serious? A chill of foreboding washed over Becky. Yet, Maud was indeed earnest in his intentions. Prior to engaging Becky, he had inscribed 15 names in his hunter's log, excluding Becky. Among these were 3 gang executives and 11 captains. Among the corpses littering the ground, 3 belonged to the captains he had recorded. Initially, Maud had not contemplated this aspect. He was simply cleaving through foes, with desired experience points presenting themselves, as if by fortune. It was akin to a sudden windfall. Rather than pursuing the thrill of a triple kill, Maud yearned for more rewards. Thus, he began to eagerly anticipate each target that Becky flung forth. He was not greedy. He sought not a trifecta of slashes nor the capture of a gang executive, but rather, he wished for Becky to first unveil the captains. Such anticipation birthed a sense of dread within Becky as he hastily sought to extricate himself from his predicament, unaware that Maud had meticulously orchestrated this very situation. Even if Becky could evade Maud's swift strikes, his ultimate fate was inescapable. This was not solely due to Maud's overwhelming prowess, but also because Sol had trained his weapon sights upon this very scene. As long as Sol maintained his aim, Becky would remain ensnared within a cage, unable to escape until the bitter end. This was the profound effect of Sol's prowess as a top-tier marksman. On the long street, the seemingly stalemated battle continued unabated. Surrounding them, the crowd of onlookers swelled, drawn in by the earlier sounds of cannon fire. A few reckless individuals brandished firearms, attempting to add their own flavor to the fray. In the next instant, bullets from afar extinguished their lives. These warning shots promptly compelled the ill-intentioned spectators to behave. Amidst the chaos, the corpses continued to multiply on the ground. Maud's expression grew increasingly exhilarated as he drew the sixth captain. Outside the arena, Lafayette's gaze meticulously traced the demeanor of Maud as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. A smile graced his lips, and he became entranced, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Indeed, that man was akin to him. Discovering a kindred spirit was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Yet, the radiance in Lafayette's eyes waned like receding tides, replaced by the visage of Maud engaged in battle. He had to restrain himself. Lafayette's crimson lips curled into a smirk as he struggled to suppress the urge to strike. After finally encountering a peer, the violent impulses within him surged uncontrollably. However, that prey belonged to Maud. Thus, he refrained from acting. To do so would be akin to shattering a beautiful tableau. Though he managed to quell his desire to intervene, he could not suppress the palpable aura of murderous intent that emanated from him, enveloping the space around him in a chilling atmosphere. The pirates, still at a distance, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. In that instant, it was as if dozens of needles had pricked their sides. What was happening? Their attention, previously fixated on the battle within, instinctively shifted to Lafayette. In a daze, they seemed to glimpse a savage visage formed from the very essence of his bloodlust looming behind him. Their expression shifted subtly, prompting them to quietly distance themselves from Lafayette, despite already being quite far away. In the distance, atop a building, Langshu and Tadamu crouched behind the eaves, intently observing the combat unfolding on the long street. Impressive, Tadamu remarked, genuinely impressed. Langshu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Maud, who had cornered Becky using only a single blade, astonishment filling his eyes. He had believed Maud's strengths lay in marksmanship and audacity, but it appeared his proficiency with a blade was equally formidable. Though it may seem superficial, it possessed considerable lethality. Yet, these considerations paled in significance compared to the emergence of the phantom gun. Such power was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that the naval legend was so fixated on the phantom gun. A person of such ruthlessness must have blood from countless comrades on their hands. The most unnerving part, however, was that the phantom gun's reputation was not widely known. Langshu contemplated this with growing dread. Moments later, he gently shook his head, freeing himself from the shadows cast by the phantom gun. The moment the phantom gun struck tonight, his own task was drawing to a close. Maud and the girl in the weapon shop, these two assets alone are sufficient. After this, it shall no longer concern me, the wolf mouse thought to himself. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, where a phone bug lay. The verification had concluded, and the next step was merely to convey this matter to Guillaume. Thereafter, should he depart or remain to witness the curtain fall on the deceptive gun? The wolf mouse silently observed the figure on the long street, perhaps leaning more towards the latter. Upon the long street, corpses were strewn about. Blood pooled into rivulets, seeping in all directions. Becky had reached his limit. He could disregard the fates of his underlings, but could no longer tolerate the stagnant situation. This was not how it should be. The initial thrill brought by the devil fruit's power should not have waned so dramatically. This ability was undeniably well suited to his identity and status. Yet, why did it manifest in such a manner? Was the power too feeble? No, it was he who was inadequate, incapable of harnessing the potential of this weapon. To rely solely on a weapon without mastering it would only lead to one's own detriment. Suddenly, Becky experienced a moment of clarity. Upon acquiring the castle fruit's ability, he had naively believed it would propel him forward, unstoppable in the future. He did not perceive any flaw in his vision. This seemed to be a foregone conclusion. However, Maud's actions had imparted a lesson on the realities of the present and the future. With this realization, a fierce determination flickered in Becky's eyes. In the next moment, several loyal subordinates sprang forth from the castle, no longer wielding blades or firearms, but each cradling a black cannonball. This was Becky's strategy following his epiphany. The worst outcome would be mutual destruction, the best, merely mutual injury. With ample manpower still at his disposal, he knew that regardless of the outcome, when these cannonballs detonated at close range, it would inevitably alter the odds in his favor. This was his customary approach, and thus, a chance for victory. As Becky witnessed Maud's habitual strike against his underlings, a vicious smile crept across his face. Cannonballs. Maud's expression shifted suddenly. By the time he realized what was happening, the dark raven had already struck the shell. There was no turning back. The action had become instinctive, and he could not halt in time. Bang! A violent explosion instantaneously engulfed Maud and Becky. The searing shockwave battered against their bodies, propelling them away and causing them to tumble several times before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Maud clutched his chest and gradually rose to his feet. Thanks to his newly acquired first-star physique, he bore only a few superficial wounds, inflicted by shrapnel that had grazed his skin, leaving varying depths of lacerations. Beyond that, he had only felt the force of the shockwave striking him, akin to receiving a blow to the front. He was not severely harmed, merely experiencing some discomfort. Such are the advantages conferred by his physique, truly formidable. Maud silently thought to himself, in moments of necessity. Only such resolute measures can pave the way for rebirth and carve out a glimmer of hope. This is worthy of remembrance. Maud examined his injuries before turning his gaze towards the fallen Becky. At that moment, Becky was closer to the epicenter of the explosion. Had he not possessed a physique exceeding the blast's destructive force, he would have sustained significant injuries, if not perished. The absence of any feedback from the hunter's notebook indicated that Becky was still alive. Without the slightest hesitation, Maud rushed towards the incapacitated Becky, intending to deliver a final blow to claim Becky's experience points. Just then, a swarm of gang members emerged around Becky. Despite battling through his dizziness, Becky summoned his subordinates one by one. Prior to executing his self-destruction tactic, Becky had anticipated a scenario where both parties would suffer equally. However, he did not foresee that he would end up on the ground while Maud remained standing. To add insult to injury, Maud could still flee. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to extricate himself from the quagmire. Maud stared at the bandits emerging one by one from the castle and could not help but halt his steps. Trouble was brewing. Imoda let out a slight sigh. He was not particularly concerned about the current situation, but rather pondering the possibility of having his hard-earned recognition snatched away. Surely, it couldn't be that unfortunate, could it? Maud's gaze pierced through the gang members, settling upon the fallen Becky. He understood that Becky was undoubtedly gravely injured. In such circumstances, merely biding time would render Becky's bleeding a matter of when, not if. However, numerous onlookers surrounded them, and it was entirely plausible that one among them harbored a grudge against Becky. Should an adversary emerge while he was engaged with the gang, slaying Becky in the process, it would be a bitter pill for Maud to swallow. Unconcerned with Maud's thoughts, Becky, in a fit of rage and pain, shouted, "Kill that scoundrel!" Upon receiving the command, the gang members raised their firearms in unison. The sound of bullets whistling through the air echoed ominously. At that moment, the sniper in the distant night re-established connection. The gang members fell like a line of dominoes, succumbing to gunfire one after another. Becky, stunned by the unfolding scene, nearly breathed his last. Damn. The sniper in the distance. The pressure exerted by Maud compelled Becky to forget this matter. Watching helplessly as his underlings fell one by one, struck by bullets, was akin to having daggers ruthlessly plunged into Becky's heart. However, the number of gang members present vastly surpassed the frequency of bullets that soared through the night from afar. In such a scenario, even as gang members continued to be shot down, it did not in the slightest deter the remaining individuals from firing upon Maud. Bang! A series of gunshots echoed across the long street. Maud's old tricks resurfaced as he leveraged his speed to maneuver several positions to the right. While drawing the enemy's fire, he executed a leap, landing atop the building, thus evading the initial barrage unleashed by the gang members. At that moment, the gang had not deployed a sustained firing formation. After exhausting their first volley, they found themselves in a lull, forced to reload. Were they ordinary pirates, they would have likely charged at Maud with melee weapons by now. However, this gang specialized in firearms, and their reloading speed rivaled that of the elite navy. In less than 3 seconds, they had each readied their ammunition. During this interval, Thor had dispatched several armed gang members. As long as the gang remained armed, Thor continued his assault until they grasped the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, the gang members, undeterred by Thor's threat, faithfully executed Becky's command, gritting their teeth as they raised their weapons to aim at Maud on the rooftop, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they squeezed the triggers. Another wave of bullets capable of shredding flesh to pieces was unleashed. Maud was indeed ruthless, directly leaping into the alley between the houses, vanishing from the sight of the gang members. Consequently, the gang members found themselves in an exceedingly awkward predicament, unable to strike at Maud or even catch a glimpse of the elusive sniper. Then, once more, the sharp sound of bullets whistling through the air pierced their ears. One by one, individuals fell, struck down by the unseen assailant. They were not fools. incapable of remaining stationary. Yet, no matter how they darted to and fro, the lethal projectiles, as if possessing a mind of their own, evaded no one. What manner of beast is this? This was not only the genuine thought of the gang members, but also the palpable sentiment of the onlookers surrounding them. Anyone encountering such a marksman would likely find themselves lamenting their fate, powerless against the inevitable. Are there truly such formidable warriors in Mad Hat Town? This is a true sniper. How terrifying. I am fortunate not to be there. To encounter such a fearsome marksman, the gang's plight is indeed dire. Dire? I have long held disdain for the gang. It would be best if none were left alive. As Thor displayed his might, the surrounding spectators voiced their opinions. The gunplay, reminiscent of death itself, unveiled the truly chilling aspect of the sniper's prowess. Consequently, many onlookers suddenly felt sympathy for the gang's predicament. Inside, Becky gritted his teeth. "Drop the gun," he managed to shout, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The remaining 100 or so gang members immediately discarded their firearms upon hearing his command. At that moment, the deadly whistling of bullets finally ceased. Just as Becky had surmised, as long as they refrained from using guns, the numerous terrifying snipers would not take action. "Take me away." A swirling, irregular white mist clouded Becky's vision, the world beginning to blur. He had sustained grave injuries. Having overestimated his own capabilities or perhaps once more been led astray by the underdeveloped nature of his castle fruit. Hence, before the explosion of the cannonball, he had failed to close the gate in time. The subordinate hidden within him seemed unscathed. Rather, he felt as if his organs had been removed and pounded before being stuffed back inside. It was likely this had resulted in his severe injuries. However, in his earlier expectations, he believed that as long as he could unleash all the forces within him, no matter the severity of his wounds, it would remain within an acceptable range. Yet, he had underestimated Maud's resilience. Thus, it turned out that he had freed himself from Maud's pursuit at the cost of self-harm. A far cry from his original expectations. This battle was unwinnable. Escaping was the only prudent course of action. The gang members also wished to flee, primarily due to the unreasonable sniper, which extinguished any desire to resist. Therefore, Becky's final command resonated in their ears like a celestial melody. One gang officer immediately scooped up Becky, preparing to escape this place of turmoil. However, a bullet soon followed, piercing through the human wall and instantly eliminating that officer. The officer fell silently to the ground, taking Becky down with him. In light of his injuries, Becky let out a muffled groan, his complexion growing exceedingly grim. He understood precisely what this shot signified. It meant he was to remain in place, obediently. Who is it? Who could it be? The feeling of being toyed with, utterly powerless, drove Becky to the brink of madness. The burgeoning desire for destruction only deepened his sense of helplessness. He had always been the one to manipulate others. He had never anticipated falling to such depths. Anger and powerlessness twisted Becky's features into a grimace. At that moment, Maud emerged from the alley, brazenly positioning himself opposite the gang. He glanced at the firearms strewn at the feet of the gang members, silently lamenting that Thor's cover was far more effective than any gun ban. Becky glared menacingly at Maud, partially obscured by a thin veil of mist, yearning to inquire why Maud sought to trouble him. Yet, driven by pride, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Without needing to give orders, the remaining gang members, now fewer than 100, unsheathed their daggers, glaring viciously at Maud. Under the threat of the sniper, this seemed to be the only course of action available to them. "Come here." One gang member, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted at Maud. What did it matter if they could not use guns? In terms of numbers, they still held a significant advantage. With this rallying cry, the gang's morale began to revive. Maud smiled faintly and then drew his pistol. A single gunshot rang out. In an instant, the gang member who had roared fell lifeless to the ground. The expressions of the remaining gang members froze in shock. While Maud was loading ammunition, he calmly suggested, "Perhaps it would be better if you all came over?" After uttering these words, he fired another shot. This shot was aimed at Becky, but it was intercepted by a henchman who shielded her with his body. Maud did not hesitate, swiftly reloading his ammunition before firing another shot. In less than 10 seconds, 3 members of the gang lay lifeless before him. In such moments, the remaining gang members experienced an overwhelming sensation of being toyed with. In a desperate bid to escape this feeling, a group of 10 or so members stayed behind to protect Becky, while the rest charged towards Maud. Maud maintained his shooting, systematically reducing the ranks of the gang members. Once the distance no longer permitted gunfire, he withdrew into the shadows to strike. In the ensuing melee, amidst the glimmer of blades, The number of gang members diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Deprived of their firearms, they resembled beasts stripped of their claws, posing no threat to Maud whatsoever. A few minutes later, at Maud's feet lay the lifeless bodies of the bandits. The battle had raged until this moment, and Maud's Shadow Raven blade bore several nicks, teetering on the brink of retirement. Given the quality of the Shadow Raven, its durability until now was a testament to its worth. Had it been an ordinary blade, perhaps one priced at 50,000 berries, it would have surely succumbed to the onslaught of cannon fire. If not for such resilience, how would weapon shops ever thrive? Maud looked impassively at Becky, who was shielded by a dozen gang members. It was down to just you. This battle had reached its most critical juncture. Apart from the gang leader eliminated by Thor, the remaining prey was confined within this small group of 10. Fortunately, there were no opportunists eager to seize the moment. Yet would they come? Observing that the remaining gang members were merely on high alert, Maud sheathed his battered dark crow, which had sustained numerous wounds. Then, under the fierce glares of the gang members, Maud drew his pistol once more, aiming at Becky to fire a shot. Unsurprisingly, it was once again intercepted by one of the gang members' bodies. At this point, Becky could no longer contain his question. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? In response, Maud offered nothing but a cold stare and a lead bullet. In that fleeting moment, Becky felt not only Maud's gaze, the gunfire, and the dying cries of his subordinates, but also the encroaching despair of death drawing ever closer. In a desperate bid to protect Becky, the remaining gang members dwindled to 6. Including Becky, only 4 prey remained who could yield any benefit to Maud. Maud, with deliberate precision, took aim at Becky and fired once more. Almost immediately, the sound of the gunshot signaled the fall of another adversary. The gang was inching closer to its demise. Surrounding spectators stood in silent awe, unable to comprehend how a mere handful of individuals, no more than 5, could bring such a formidable criminal organization to its knees. Who would believe it, unless they witnessed it firsthand? This was, after all, the most powerful gang in the underworld of the West Sea. Yet, the truth was undeniable, primarily due to the extraordinary prowess of the unseen sniper who had managed to force the gang to surrender their weapons. Deprived of their firearms, the gang was left vulnerable to Maud's superior close combat skills. The once mighty gang, once brimming with arrogance, now lay sprawled across the long street. A grim tableau of lifeless bodies, a scene both tragic and poignant. Within the fray, the gang members exhibited unwavering loyalty. Even as their stronghold crumbled, there was no sign of betrayal towards Becky. Remarkably, many were willing to sacrifice their own lives to shield him from bullets. A testament to their profound camaraderie, a bond that could withstand the ultimate test of life and death. Yet, Becky, acutely aware of his impending fate, rasped, "Do not concern yourselves with me." At the utterance of these words, only 2 of the most seasoned leaders remained by his side. "Boss, we pledged our allegiance to stand together through thick and thin." Becky fell into a contemplative silence. 10 minutes later, Maud meticulously exerted considerable effort to eliminate the 2 most resilient officials. Ultimately, only Becky remained as the piece de resistance. The bounty from tonight's hunt had already proven to be extraordinarily lucrative. Securing Becky's head would indeed be a divine favor. The sensation of clinging to power is utterly delightful. Maud approached Becky, looking down upon her as her breath grew increasingly faint. Becky struggled to speak. "I have no grievances or enmity with you, so why?" Moore picked up a flintlock pistol from the ground and aimed it at Becky. Before pulling the trigger, Moore's lips parted slightly as he whispered a name. Upon hearing that name, Becky first experienced shock, followed by realization, and ultimately her face turned ashen. It was revealed that the gunshot rang out suddenly. Maud fired his weapon. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on Becky's forehead, and she breathed her last, her eyes remaining wide open. Gazing at the lifeless form of Becky, Maud casually discarded the still-smoking flintlock pistol. He then slowly closed his eyes, and as his thoughts stirred, the hunter's journal materialized within his darkened vision. Physique, the hunting achievements of a single Becky, 2 gang leaders, and a dozen gang captains directly enabled Maud to coalesce a second physique star frame. The entire process unfolded so smoothly that Maud could not suppress a satisfied smile. Regrettably, the gang lacked skilled knife wielders, resulting in meager gains in knife techniques. To date, the cover of his journal had amassed a multitude of star clusters. Yet he could not even form the first star frame in knife skills. However, Maud felt no urgency. For him, the protection of a figure like Thor meant that Mad Hatter Town was an exquisite hunting ground. As long as he could elevate his star rating to a level where no further gains could be obtained, he would not mind spending years here. Maud stood in front of Becky's lifeless body for a moment. While the onlookers could barely discern the smile on his face, a smile imbued with satisfaction that sent a shiver down their spines. They understood that while one could provoke anyone, it was imperative not to antagonize Usopp. This sentiment resonated with most of the spectators present. In truth, Maud's displayed prowess was not sufficient to instill such trepidation in their defiant hearts. Rather, it was the formidable sniper lurking behind Maud that incited their fear. To provoke Maud meant to invite the wrath of that terrifying marksman. Having witnessed the spectacle and the manner in which Maud eradicated the band of ruffians, the onlookers prepared to depart, for the auction was soon to commence. Some began to leave in succession. However, Lafitte approached Maud, eager to engage in a profound exchange from a perspective of kinship. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from behind Lafitte. He turned to see the members of the Ibe pirates advancing with palpable malice, led by Ibe himself, whose rapid strides exuded an aura of menace. Lafitte was well aware of the animosity between Maud and the Ibe pirates, allowing him to quickly deduce their intentions. The pirates who had intended to leave now halted, intrigued by the unfolding events and casting their gazes toward Maud amidst the heap of corpses. While the feud between Ibe and Maud was not universally known in Mad Hat Town, it was common knowledge among the majority of pirates. Upon hearing the commotion, Maud turned to look. His eyes brightened upon seeing that it was Abe who had arrived. The timing could not have been more perfect. The Abe pirate crew had come in response to the rumors, but upon reaching the scene, they were immediately met with the sight of numerous gangsters' corpses strewn across the ground, which left them astounded. Soon after, they turned their gaze to Maud, who stood amidst the pile of bodies, and a grave expression washed over their faces. Unaware of the sniper's presence, they drew a conclusion from the sea of black suits that lay before them. How did Maud single-handedly eliminate the gang? In astonishment, Abe turned her gaze towards Maud. At that moment, a figure stepped in between, obstructing her line of sight. It was Lafayette. This abrupt intervention clearly indicated ill intentions. Upon seeing Lafayette, Abe's expression shifted slightly, yet she showed no sign of retreat, coldly declaring, "Outsiders, stand aside. I cannot comply." Lafayette, with a calm demeanor, raised his cane, positioning it vertically before him, while simultaneously casting a pointed glance at the rapier at Abe's waist, his meaning unmistakable. Abe's expression darkened slightly, vexed that this individual had to meddle. "Wait, she is mine." Suddenly, Maud's voice rang out. Lafayette turned to look at Maud, his gaze tinged with scrutiny. Abe, taken aback, gazed at Maud with surprise and couldn't help but inquire, "Usopp, what do you mean by that?" "The literal meaning." Maud gazed at Abe, a subtle smile gracing his lips. When Soul resolved to take action, the gang was destined for obliteration, and Maud reaped immense rewards from the chaos. This was the realm of the underworld's notorious criminal syndicates. Had he chosen to intervene personally, it would have taken countless chapters to resolve the matter. Yet now, in less than an hour, he had nearly acquired all the gains recorded in the hunter's ledger. The experience was undeniably pleasurable, far more immediate than the harrowing task of executing prisoners in his past life, where he had pressed the button 30 times a day. In light of such tangible rewards, the injuries he bore and the damage to his dark crow were entirely inconsequential. With such bountiful spoils in his grasp, Maud intended to retreat. However, the unexpected arrival of the Abe pirate crew prompted a change of heart. The Thigh experience card still held its efficacy. At this moment, Abe, willingly presenting herself, was an opportunity Maud could not afford to miss. Yet, the sudden intervention of Lafayette caught him off guard. Reflecting on Lafayette's actions in Mad Hat Town over the past months, Maud found it impossible to remain composed, swiftly asserting his claim. Upon hearing Maud's unabashed declaration, Abe too felt her composure waver. Was this a confession? Abe gazed at Maud, who exuded a rugged masculinity accentuated by the remnants of battle, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Her crew, seemingly accustomed to such displays, remained poised for action, ready to respond at a moment's notice. No, it was not. Maud directly refuted Abe's conjecture. Abe's expression instantly crumbled, and a renewed aura of lethal intent flickered in her eyes. The swiftness of her transformation rivaled the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera. "Lafayette, she is mine." Maud did not pay attention to Abe's transformation, but instead turned his gaze towards Lafayette, asserting his dominance with an undeniable tone. With Soul's protection, Maud felt remarkably confident. Lafayette, however, remained tranquil, skillfully twirling his cane without responding immediately. In contrast, Abe swiftly retracted his murderous intent, gazing at Maud with an expression of undeniable allure. The blood and grime adorning Maud's face, rather than being repulsive, appeared to Abe as an enchanting form of adornment. If he were to possess him, it could not be for merely a day. That would be a waste. It must be for a week, or better yet, at least half a month. A vivid image of wantonly ravaging Maud danced in Abe's mind. Lafayette first cast a glance at the somewhat disconcerted Abe, then turned his body towards Maud, gesturing with his cane towards the corpses strewn across the ground. Is this not sufficient for your satisfaction? Insufficient, yet her words would suffice. Maud understood that Lafayette had certainly set his sights on Abe, which was why he intervened under such circumstances to prevent any possibility of Abe's demise at his hands. However, with the advantages of time, place, and people on his side, he would not allow Lafayette to seize Abe. Sensing Maud's resolute demeanor, Lafayette merely smiled, retracting his cane and resting it upon the ground. Dressed impeccably in gentlemanly attire, his demeanor and actions reflected that of a refined gentleman. Yet beneath that veneer of politeness lay a heart ready to trample upon decorum, brimming with cruelty, perhaps out of disdain for concealment. His eyes often mirrored the coldness of a frigid night, and his pallid complexion, unsettlingly stark, rendered his crimson lips strikingly vivid, like blood. Undoubtedly, he was a man exuding an ever-present aura of danger. At this moment, Lafayette smiled at Maud. Suddenly, he raised a hand, lightly pressing the brim of his hat, and offered Maud a gesture as tepid as water. Usopp, prior to this, I had my sights set on this woman, but I am honored to meet you tonight. So it would not be amiss to relinquish her to you. Oh, Maud raised an eyebrow at Lafayette's perceptiveness. This arrangement was most agreeable, for she was also prey I had previously marked. However, as you respect me by a foot, I shall repay you by a mile. I cannot allow you to bear any loss. Thus those who stand behind her shall remain with you. Lafayette's smile faltered momentarily. Maud spoke earnestly. Well, I am not one to act unreasonably. Lafayette cast a deep glance at Maud. Then, he raised his cane and unsheathed a slender sword hidden within. In terms of size, the sword was not much different from Abe's rapier. In fact, it was one of the reasons he considered Abe as his prey. After drawing the sword, his gaze shifted past Abe, landing upon the crew members of the Abe pirate crew. Let this serve as a greeting, Lafayette remarked calmly, fixating on those unsuspecting targets, feeling a need to unleash some of his desires. Very well. Upon hearing this, Emoda narrowed his eyes slightly, unwilling to believe easily. At that moment, the dialogue between Lafayette and Emoda became increasingly disconcerting to Ibe, being addressed as thing on one side and prey on the other. Even a clay figurine would have its temper. There was no trace of infatuation left in her demeanor. She abruptly drew the ornate sword from her waist and pointed it at Lafayette, declaring coldly, "Men, eliminate this grotesque creature." The crew of the Ibe pirate group immediately responded to her command, charging towards Lafayette. In response, Lafayette smiled, and instead of retreating, he advanced to meet them head-on. In an instant, both sides were embroiled in a fierce battle. However, Ibe no longer paid attention to the situation with Lafayette. Instead, she cast a cold glance at Emoda. "Rest assured, I shall leave you with just enough breath to prolong your life." "Well, I truly appreciate that." Maud's peripheral vision caught sight of the scattered firearms, and a smile deepened upon his lips. Around the street, the atmosphere grew lively once more as a crowd paused to observe. For them, this evening was particularly animated, far more entertaining than attending an auction. However, the majority of the spectators' gaze was fixated on Abe. This was no mere happenstance. The scene was rife with tension. In the center of the street, Abe gripped a rapier, her upper body leaning forward, resembling a graceful leopard as she surged towards Maud with remarkable speed. Maud utilized the resources at hand, picking up a firearm from the ground and aiming directly at Ibe before pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet hurtled towards Ibe. With a swift sidestep, she effortlessly evaded the projectile. However, this maneuver slightly hindered her speed. Just as she prepared to accelerate to her utmost capacity, she observed Maud retrieving two more guns from the ground. Ibe's expression shifted, and she decisively decelerated. Bang bang! 2 bullets were fired in her direction. Ibe's gaze sharpened like a blade as she deftly maneuvered to dodge the incoming shots. As she barely steadied herself, 2 more shots rang out. Damn it! Ibe cursed under her breath, executing another sidestep to avoid the bullets. Immediately afterward, she lunged forward, suddenly increasing her speed towards Maud. Yet, The bullets that followed forced her to decelerate once more to evade, though Maud hardly aimed when firing. Every shot proved remarkably precise at this distance of less than 50 meters. Under such accurate fire, Ibe, with a prowess befitting her bounty, skillfully dodged the oncoming bullets. Nevertheless, Maud's marksmanship was exceedingly cunning, rendering her evasive movements rather clumsy. To the spectators surrounding them, however, this spectacle transcended mere description. It was a breathtaking display. "Well done, Usopp." They silently bestowed applause upon Maud. Click. The gunfire abruptly ceased. Maud discovered 2 flintlock pistols that were devoid of ammunition. Ibe let out a chilling smile, seizing the opportunity to close the gap between herself and Maud. With a sense of regret, Maud resolutely discarded his flintlock and drew forth the dark crow. Just when Abe believed Maud was about to engage her in close combat, she witnessed him delivering a kick to the corpse of a gang member. In that instant, a lifeless body hurtled directly towards her. The corpse flew forth, and Abe's eyes twitched as she effortlessly evaded the grotesquely contorted figure soaring her way. If she could dodge bullets, what was a mere body? Nevertheless, it was rather distasteful. Bang! Another unseeing corpse came hurtling towards her, or more accurately, it was a severed half of a body. The ground was littered with gang members' remains, some having met their demise from gunshot wounds to the temple, while others had been cleaved in two by Maud's blade. Maud, it seemed, was not one to be particular about such matters. With a swift kick, he showed no distinction between whole or half. As Abe watched the severed body approach, she deftly sidestepped at the last moment. However, the blood that poured forth from the dismembered remains inevitably splattered across her face. Usopp. Abe glared furiously at Maud. What met her gaze was still the half of a corpse. Suppressing her seething anger, she evaded the oncoming half-body and strode determinately towards Maud, only to be confronted once more by the same severed remains. Maud knew that Abe, who could evade even bullets, would naturally not be struck by a fallen corpse. However, there was a possibility of blood splattering into her eyes, was there not? Before engaging in close combat, any potential risk warranted consideration. Thus, with a swift motion, another half-corpse flew past. In this manner, Abe deftly dodged the incoming bodies, gradually closing the distance. To Maud's dismay, although Abe was splattered with blood, it did not impair her vision in the slightest. As the distance between them shrank to within 10 meters, Maud decisively halted his steps. Abe, having finally entered the attack range, unleashed a powerful strike, her expression fierce and filled with pin-up rage. With her flower sword, she unleashed a flurry of piercing light that enveloped Maud entirely. The deranged woman was no longer the same as before. Maud coldly regarded the incoming gleam of the sword. Unlike the time at the Battle-Axe Tavern, he now felt no trace of pressure. As he discerned the sword's momentum, Maud executed a simple yet decisive diagonal thrust. The blade of the Dark Raven, on the verge of retirement, plunged resolutely into the dense array of sword light. Clang! The sword light, blooming like a daisy, was instantly reduced to ephemeral sparks. The fierce, slender flower sword was thus deflected upwards with a single stroke. What? The force transmitted through the blade caused Ibe's eyes to widen in alarm. As the sparks from the clash with the sharp edge dissipated, a tidal wave of impending danger washed over her. Years of honed experience in blade combat compelled Ibe to desperately attempt to reclaim the flower sword that had been sent soaring. She understood all too well that failure to defend in time would result in the battle's swift conclusion. In that fleeting moment, Ibe made the most astute decision. Yet, it was too late. The blade of Maud was swifter than she had anticipated. It was a speed devoid of any technique, purely sustained by physical prowess. In her gaze, a glimmer of the blade arrived as expected. A sudden skip in Abe's heartbeat occurred, followed by an unsettling chill before her. The impassive visage of Moderna abruptly intruded upon her line of sight. With a sharp exclamation, blood erupted forth. Maud cut through Ibe's body with a single stroke, simultaneously advancing beyond him. As they brushed past each other, Ibe caught a whiff of a scent mingled with blood and gunpowder. Maud turned swiftly, plunging his blade into Ibe's back. Delivering a finishing blow is a commendable practice. Maud has always been highly attentive. The bloodied blade suddenly pierced through Ibe's chest. Emerging from her back, struck by the lethal thrust, Ibe's body jolted violently, her muscles tensing as she arched backward, emitting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. The fatal blows drained her strength with alarming swiftness. The rapier slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground, and her legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath her. At that moment, Maud stepped forward, extending his left hand to encircle Ibe's waist. As he steadied her form, he gently pulled her into his embrace with a slight exertion. Simultaneously, the long blade that had pierced her chest drove deeper, eliciting another agonizing scream from Ibe as the edge tore through her insides. The excruciating pain forced her delicate, pale neck to arch backward, resting against Maud's shoulder. Her long hair, stained with blood, cascaded around her. In this critical moment between life and death, Ibe felt the warmth and solid presence behind her. Straining, she turned her head to meet Maud's indifferent gaze. She reached out, yearning to caress his cheek. But lacking the strength, she could only clutch his collar tightly. Before she could voice her thoughts, she suddenly leaned forward, her lips brushing lightly against Maud's cheek like a fleeting dragonfly. Ha! Following this ill-timed gesture, Ibe expended her final ounce of strength to emit a wild and exhilarated laughter. Motor, indifferent to the circumstances, swiftly retreated with his blade drawn. The frenzied laughter abruptly ceased. Abe collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath her. The glimmer in her eyes faded at a perceptible pace. In a daze, vivid memories of the past surged forth, penetrating her very soul. Before her stood a figure fleeing in despair. In her ears echoed the exuberant laughter of pirates. Thus, Abe's consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Maud cast a glance at the lifeless body of Abe, his hand instinctively brushing against the hasty lip imprint on his cheek. Initially intending to wipe it away, an inexplicable compulsion led him to refrain. Subsequently, Maud lowered his hand and gradually closed his eyes. In the pitch-black expanse of his vision, the hunter's notebook, radiating a luminous aura from its edges, materialized before him. At the top of the cover, a cascade of white specks, resembling a constellation, swiftly descended, coalescing into a star frame beside the swordsmanship requirement in a manner akin to a meteor shower. As the star frame took shape, a fine thread of starlight, reminiscent of an hourglass, cascaded from the apex of the frame to its base at an astonishing velocity. Upon its contact with the bottom of the star frame, the once softly glowing stardust instantaneously transformed into a deep black. In a fleeting moment, the vacant space within the star frame became filled to 1/3 with the obsidian stardust, not only forming the star frame, but also saturating it to a significant extent. Maud was quite astonished. Although the initial pace of star-level advancement tends to be rapid, it should not occur at such a remarkable speed. Perhaps it is due to the generally high quality of prey in the world of pirates. As Maud closed his eyes to assess the fruits of his labor, onlookers perceived him as a ruthless figure savoring the aftermath of his ruthless actions. In the silence, their trepidation towards Maud intensified. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance from such a perilous character. Moments later, Maud opened his eyes and shifted his gaze towards the battlefield where Lafayette was engaged. There, Lafayette moved like a nimble dragon, weaving through the throng and single-handedly suppressing dozens of elite pirates from the Ibe pirate crew. Maud looked at Lafayette, who always managed to evade the impending attacks that approached from the periphery of his vision at the critical moment, and his heart involuntarily tightened. Is it the observation hockey? Maud contemplated the battle for a moment, observing how Lafayette swiftly diminished the enemy ranks by more than half in a short span of time. In a moment of admiration, Maud swiftly departed. After Lafitte had mercilessly eliminated the members of the Ibe pirate crew, Maud's presence had vanished without a trace. Lafitte paid no heed to this, gently sheathing his sword staff, and then cast a glance at the lifeless body of Ibe. Ah, all the foes have been vanquished. Maud had departed as well. Lafayette, therefore, found no reason to linger at the scene. Amidst the wary gazes of numerous pirates, he strolled away with an air of nonchalance. Once Lafayette had left, a pirate spoke in a hushed tone. Have you noticed? The crew of the Abe pirates all met their demise with their throats slashed by Lafayette's sword. Yet he bore not a single trace of blood. The surroundings fell silent. It had been said that the renowned blade of Abe could inflict multiple wounds within a second. But Usopp had managed to defeat her with merely 3 strikes. Abe's bounty stands at 38 million, correct? Indeed. Only 3 strikes. The atmosphere grew quiet once more. After a moment, someone murmured, "Monsters, both of them are monsters." In the distance, atop a building, the rats silently observed the gruesome scene of bodies strewn across the long street, akin to a battlefield. The notorious gang of the underworld and the Abe pirates, with bounties exceeding 50 million, had perished together. The night breeze was cool, blowing from behind towards the long street. However, even as the wind rushed forward, the rats seemed to detect the pungent scent of blood wafting from that direction. Moments later, he chuckled softly. Delightful, truly delightful. Tadamu remained silent. After a while, the rat's laughter subsided, and he turned to glance at Tadamu's profile. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly said, "Tadamu, it is time to leave Mad Hat Town." "Why?" Tadamu inquired, puzzled by the rat's words. The rat remained silent for a moment before calmly replying, "Do not question why. Just trust me on this. Surely, I would not lead you astray." "Why?" Tadamu insisted. The rat slapped his forehead in frustration, sighing, "Just don't ask. I will not divulge anything." "Very well," Tadamu nodded. "But will you leave or not?" "I will not." The rat's eyelids twitched slightly. "Tadamu, consider this the last time. Can you do as I say? Just do not remain here. You may go wherever you wish." Tadamu looked at the rat earnestly and stated, "I will not leave." Sensing the resolute tone in Tadamu's voice, the rat frowned. "You will die, Tadamu. Then what of Usopp? Will he perish as well?" The rat was taken aback by Tadamu's question, his brows knitting tighter. Observing the rat's reaction, Tadamu ceased his silence. "Rat, I know you were part of the Navy. The woman from that night was also of the Navy. What are you plotting? What is Usopp's true identity?" The rat's lips moved, and after a long pause, he finally muttered, "He is not called Usopp." Tadamu was immediately taken aback. In a narrow alleyway 500 meters from the wine street, a bloodied Maud entered the shadows. A figure emerged from the darkness, fully armed, Sunny, one of the support personnel for the night. However, with Saul present, she found no need to intervene. Instead, she remained there, witnessing Maud's bloody battle, not only avenging his own but also eliminating the well-known Abe. Sunny scrutinized Maud's injuries before her gaze settled on the smudged lipstick mark on his face. "Pervert." "What?" Maud, just stepping into the alley, wore a puzzled expression. "Pervert?" "Yes, pervert. Are you calling me a pervert?" "Indeed, a pervert. What makes me a pervert?" "Pervert." Maudford then finally noticed the point of Sunny's gaze, which rested upon the lipstick mark left by Ibe. "Are you referring to this?" Maud pressed his finger against the lip print. "Perverse." Sunny let her eyelids droop. "I suppose I am afraid of you now." Maud's lips twitched slightly, and he swiftly wiped away the imprint with his finger. One might wonder why he did not remove it immediately at that moment. Upon reflection, it appears that he was overwhelmed by an inexplicable emotion stemming from Abe's final laughter. Maud gently shook his head. What was the point of overthinking when one was already gone? Seeing Maud wipe away the lip mark, Sunny turned her attention to the injuries adorning his body. "I have medicine. Shall I tend to your wounds now? Or would you prefer to return to the shop for that?" "No rush. Just follow me to a certain place." "Where to?" "The docks." Maud smiled faintly. 10 minutes later, Maud and Sunny dashed towards the dock. Upon their arrival, the sound of deafening gunfire erupted from the location where the Ibe pirate ship was anchored, accompanied by the distant yet intense crackle of gunfire and the faint sounds of a struggle from another direction, where the gang's vessels lay moored. Clearly, the ships belonging to the gang held greater value than those of the Ibe pirate crew. However, this also meant a fierce competition for the spoils. Thus, Maud was more inclined to plunder the treasures of the Ibe pirates. Listening to the distant sounds of combat, Maud couldn't help but muse, these fellows, upon catching a whiff of blood, truly sprint faster than anyone else. "Hurry," Sunny urged, her tone laced with urgency, as if fearing that the bounty might be snatched away. And she swiftly charged ahead. Emodo observed that Sunny was even more enthusiastic than himself, leaving him speechless. Soon, the two arrived at the location where the Ibe pirate ship was anchored, and the sounds of fierce combat echoed from the deck. "Sunny, perhaps you should refrain from joining the fray? Do not underestimate me." "Very well, but do exercise caution." Maud nodded, exerting force beneath his feet, and leapt directly onto the ship. Sunny followed suit, closely trailing Maud as they both ascended to the deck. At that moment, the battle on the deck was nearing its conclusion. The remaining members of the Abe pirate crew stationed on the ship were utterly incapable of resisting the converging packs of wolves. Their demise was merely a matter of time. The arrival of Maud and Sunny instantly captured the attention of nearly 100 individuals present. They initially presumed these were merely two clever comrades, but to their astonishment, they realized it was none other than Usopp. Upon recognizing Maud, the pirates were rendered speechless, akin to thieves caught red-handed by their owner, who happened to be a formidable figure capable of dispatching them with ease. Why was he here? Every pirate on the deck looked at Maud with trepidation. In the face of their collective fear, Maud smiled and said, "Do not mind me. Please continue with your business." He gestured towards the remaining members of the Abe pirate crew. "Aren't there a few left to deal with?" The pirates, upon hearing this, could only chuckle nervously, too intimidated to respond. The atmosphere in the area fell into a momentary silence. "Forgive me." Suddenly, a pirate shouted, and like a sprinter, he bolted toward the edge of the deck. Transforming into a high jumper, he leapt over the railing and landed on the dock, fleeing without a backward glance. "Forgive me." With one leading the charge in retreat, a chain reaction ensued. One by one, they followed suit, offering apologies as they frantically jumped overboard. In a short while, only a few injured members of the Abe pirate crew remained on the deck. Sunny cast a glance at the pirates who had vanished in an instant before turning to Maud's profile. "You were right. They truly do run faster than anyone else." She chuckled softly. With a light chuckle, Modu swiftly dealt with the few crew members of the Ibe pirate crew. Subsequently, he and Sunny commenced their plundering. On the other side, where the bandit ships lay anchored, the deck and dock were strewn with corpses. How could there be none? Why could there be none? The victorious ones, having carved a bloody path, gazed in disbelief at the ship's cabin that held not even a single stack of belly. Countless pirates fought desperately for the bandits' legacy. The area by the dock was littered with bodies, and even the surrounding sea was stained crimson with blood. Such brutality. Yet in the end, it was all for naught. How could they accept this? The blood-soaked pirates struggled to catch their breath. Little did they know that Beiji had concealed all his wealth within himself. After Beiji's demise, the treasures vanished alongside his abilities, leaving the bandit ship entirely bereft of riches. This was the fundamental reason for the absence of any spoils aboard the bandit vessel. In stark contrast, Moda returned laden with bounty. Were it not for the limitations of manpower, Sunny would have even dismantled the pearl-framed mirror in the captain's quarters. Once their search was complete, the two departed from the Ibe pirate ship, satisfied and burdened with their spoils. Before leaving, Moda cunningly concealed several stacks of belly within his garments and casually cast the completed task Shadow Crow into the sea. The crow's blade bore several chips and had lost its intrinsic value. However, with the money they had acquired, Modu could easily procure a better quality sword. As for a renowned blade, that was a rare treasure, one that could not always be obtained even with ample funds. Maud knew that Rog Town had one or two swift blades, but it would be a while before he could acquire them. Therefore, it would be prudent to visit the weapon shop in town or seek out Tadamu to purchase a blade. Maud and Sunny returned to the weapons shop. As soon as they entered, they beheld Sol seated behind the counter. "Come, just place them here," Sol remarked, casting a glance at the various bags and parcels the two carried. He then leaped over the counter, smiling as he gestured towards the vacant space ahead. Maud and Sunny exchanged glances, compelled to comply, and placed the packages on the ground. Sol promptly unwrapped one of the parcels and poured its contents out, revealing a heap of banknotes and coins. Having dealt with money for many years, Sol quickly assessed the approximate amount, estimating it to be around 8 million. After stating this, he proceeded to untie the remaining packages, emptying their contents onto the floor. In addition to the cash, there were also delicate gold and silver jewelry pieces, as well as aesthetically pleasing handicrafts. Upon seeing the scattered bills, Sunny couldn't resist grasping a handful, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she laughed. Maud grasped a gilded artifact, its weight surprisingly substantial, yet it was unlikely to fetch a considerable sum. Meanwhile, Sol was calculating the total value of all the items combined. After a brief moment, he arrived at an approximate figure of around 20 million. Upon completing his assessment, Sol regarded Maud and Sunny with a benevolent gaze, reminiscent of a parent observing dutiful offspring bearing gifts. "Well done, you two. It is heartening to see you understand the importance of honoring your elders. I shall reluctantly accept your offerings." With a smile, Sol swiftly relieved them of the cash and the artifact, placing their contributions into the pile of money. "Now, it is quite late. You both should retire for the evening." Maud and Sunny exchanged a glance that spoke volumes. After a brief moment, the unwilling Sunny took the initiative, stating earnestly, "Sol, we never agreed to give these items to you." With that, Sunny subtly gestured for Maud to lend some support. Maud, however, chose to remain oblivious, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was not merely a petty act of retribution for Sunny's previous report to Sol, but rather an acknowledgement that Sol had escalated the situation to such a degree that there was no room for reconciliation. Moreover, prior to his return, Maud had concealed several stacks of berries, and given the lucrative nature of Mad Hat Town, he was indifferent even if Sol intended to seize tonight's gains. Indeed, Sol was determined to claim these items for himself. He cast a sidelong glance at the feigned inertness of Maud, then turned his gaze towards Sunny, his expression laden with significance. "Sunny, While you never explicitly stated your intention to gift me these items, I can sense your goodwill, and that suffices. Recognizing Soul's unwavering resolve to appropriate these spoils, Sunny conceded defeat. With a placid demeanor, she remarked, "Very well. I initially intended to help you save a bit for your future, but it seems that will not come to pass." Upon hearing this, Maud couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, Thor remained unfazed and suddenly turned his gaze towards Maud. Noticing Thor's attention, Maud promptly stifled his amusement. Then, Thor extended his hand towards Maud and, with a smile, said, "Present it." "Present what?" Maud's heart raced slightly, yet her expression remained one of bewilderment. Soul replied earnestly, "What else could it be? Naturally, it is the several stacks of funeral funds I entrusted to your lower back." Moore realized that he had underestimated Soul's audacity. "What do you mean by what you have entrusted?" Maud let out a soft sigh, and then, under Sunny's incredulous gaze, produced several stacks of belly concealed at his lower back. Saul swiftly snatched the belly from Maud's hand and tossed it into the pile of coins. Sunny, pointing at Maud in astonishment, exclaimed, "Maud, you actually hid money." Maud raised his hands in exasperation, saying, "Isn't this just a precaution?" Yet, it still failed to prevent the outcome. "You should have informed me as well, considering how much I trust you." Sunny abruptly set her hands down, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Maud looked at Sunny with a peculiar expression, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, Sunny produced the medicine she had on her and slammed it onto the counter, coldly remarking, "You can apply it yourself. I'm off to sleep." With that, she swiftly strode towards the hallway. "Sunny, did I not entrust you with a substantial sum of money?" Saul observed Sunny's retreating figure with a smile. Upon hearing Saul's words, Sunny's body stiffened, and she came to a halt. "Take it out. I don't recall any such arrangement." Slowly, she turned around, making one last attempt to resist. Saul sighed. "Isn't that what I'm reminding you of?" After a moment of silence, Sunny resignedly retrieved a stack of beurre she had concealed on her person. This time, it was Maud who looked at Sunny with astonishment, as if to say, "You too have hidden money?" Sunny shot Maud a glare before tossing the beurre into the pile of money. Saul nodded in satisfaction. In the hallway, a plump weasel quietly recoiled. He couldn't help but reminisce about the untamed freedom of the vast forest. In retrospect, the air there was indeed pristine. Inside the shop, Saul sat atop the pile of money and waved at Maud and Sunny. "All right, it's time for you both to rest." Maud and Sunny could say nothing more, and they walked honestly towards the corridor. "Wait a moment," Saul suddenly called out to the two of them. "Starting tomorrow, the shop will temporarily cease operations." "Why?" Sunny turned around, looking at Soul in confusion. Soul replied nonchalantly, "It is time to teach you the art of dominance." "Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Sunny's face lit up with joy. Maud's eyes lit up with realization. Thor exclaimed, "When have I ever spoken falsehoods?" Maud and Sunny-dun were momentarily at a loss for words. The decision to impart hockey starting tomorrow was a sudden resolution made by Soul that evening, prompted by his observation of Maud's battle. In terms of the outcome, there was no significant issue. However, the manner of combat left much to be desired. It was rather crude. The crux of the matter was that the weapon aiding Maud in his quest for vengeance was not a firearm, but a blade. Strikingly, Maud wielded the knife with considerable finesse. At least in that particular context, the effectiveness of the blade far surpassed that of a gun. This left Soul both pained and frustrated. Yet, he was reasonable enough to recognize that, for Maud, firearms were not currently capable of directly devastating his foes. Only by mastering hockey could this situation be altered. Of course, the efficacy of hockey is evident in any profession. However, compared to swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship relies more heavily on the transformative effects of hockey. This is not merely an enhancement in various aspects, but rather a substantial change that allows the art of shooting to evolve into a more diverse practice. It was with this consideration that Soul made his abrupt change of heart. In his original plan, it would have taken at least 3 months before he formally began teaching Maud the intricacies of hockey. Yet, given Maud's displayed talent, it seemed prudent to expedite this timeline. After all, Sunny-dun was nearing the requisite conditions as well, making it an opportune moment to instruct them together. Soul's only concern was that, during the teaching process, Sunny-dun might feel overshadowed by Maud. Surely, that would not be the case, he thought to himself, observing Soul deep in contemplation. Maud and Sunny-dun exchanged a glance and quietly departed, leaving Soul alone in the shop. Before retiring for the night, Sunny-dun tended to Maud's injuries. "Avoid water for a week," she advised as she applied the medication and bandaged him. "Understood," Maud replied. Maud nodded. The injuries sustained tonight were not particularly severe. It was merely the number of wounds that was somewhat concerning. Given his current physical condition, coupled with the application of healing ointments, he should be nearly fully recovered in about 10 to 15 days. Subsequently, the two returned to their respective rooms, both eagerly anticipating the arrival of the morrow. At the break of dawn the next day, upon awakening, Imodo promptly descended the stairs. In the kitchen, Sunny was diligently preparing breakfast. Maud first attended to his personal grooming before proceeding to the dining area. He unceremoniously pushed Bailey, who was occupying 2 seats, aside and promptly took a seat. By the time Sunny had prepared breakfast, half an hour had elapsed. Sol appeared to have timed his arrival perfectly, arriving at the dining area just as breakfast concluded. From this day forth, he would no longer partake in his morning exercises. After finishing their meal, the trio made their way to the shop. Prior to the commencement of their training, Sol cleared the counter and shelves, thereby liberating the entire space of the establishment. Maud and Sunny sat upright, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Sol lounged on the stool, legs crossed, a gilded pipe delicately held in his hand. There is no need for me to elaborate further on the essence of dominance, is there? Maud and Sunny nodded in acknowledgement. Although they lacked the innate ferocity, they possessed a fundamental understanding of the existence and categories of hockey. Sol gently tapped his pipe, his tone serene. For a marksman, the mastery of Kinbunshika hockey is a prerequisite for entering the realm of true competence, yet it is merely the beginning. To advance further, one must also grasp Busashoka hockey. However, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and the same applies to hockey. Both of you exhibit considerable potential in Kinbunshiku, and with appropriate guidance, initiation should pose no challenge. As for Busashoku, we shall address that once you have firmly established your proficiency in Kinbunshiku. At this juncture, Sol turned his gaze toward the corridor. Young one, bring the items over. Upon hearing Sol's command, Bailey promptly transported a basket of lead bullets to Sol's side. Sol leapt from the stool, placing his pipe atop it, and then retrieved a handful of bullets from the basket, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. No amount of theoretical discussion can rival the efficacy of practical experience. Sol, your notion of appropriate guidance, I presume, does not imply dodging bullets? Maud gazed at the basket brimming with lead bullets, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is there a problem? Sol casually tossed a lead bullet in his hand, responding earnestly, let me be clear. Although this is a practice, these are indeed genuine lead bullets. If you fail to evade a critical hit. At this point, Sol let out a cold chuckle. Then I shall have no choice but to send Arthur on an errand. Realizing Sol was serious, Maud and Sunny exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. If it were merely practice, one could easily substitute lead bullets with other objects. At the very least, it would avert unforeseen accidents. After a moment of silence, Sunny inquired, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Sol cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, better to bleed now than to lose one's life later. Understanding. Sunny nodded. After a pause, she curiously asked, but what if one were to lose their life now? Maud looked at Sunny in silence. However, Sol, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, that merely indicates your limitations. Oh, Sunny nodded once more. Thus, this peculiar exchange came to a close. Subsequently, the training commenced in earnest. Maud and Sunny stood on either side of the wall, while Sol held a lead bullet in each hand. At that moment, both realized that Sol had no intention of using a firearm. This revelation caused their previously tense expressions to relax slightly. As the training commenced, a swift whoosh filled the air. Maud and Sunny only heard the sound of a bullet slicing through the air, and by the time they realized what was happening, a bullet hole had appeared in the wall beside them. How on earth could they evade that? The two were momentarily stunned. Sol mused, gazing at the smoke wafting from the newly formed bullet hole. Alas, I have indeed become quite out of practice. One careless moment, and I exerted too much force. The two looked at Sol, their expressions tinged with concern. Had that lead bullet been aimed at their foreheads? Do not fret, my control has always been impeccable, Sol declared, extending his index fingers forward while bending his thumbs downward, forming a gesture reminiscent of a pistol. Let us begin. As his words fell, Sol's right index finger aimed at Maud, and with a flick of his downward thumb, the bullet was propelled forth. This time, the bullet's velocity was not as exaggerated as the first. It was even slower than that of a conventional flintlock pistol, making its trajectory distinctly visible. Maud deftly evaded to the right, narrowly escaping the bullet that left a hole in the wall just a few centimeters from his left arm. Immediately following, Thor fired 2 consecutive shots, both of which Maud skillfully dodged. Subsequently, Thor turned his aim towards Sunny, who effortlessly avoided the lead projectiles. After a barrage of dozens of shots, Thor gradually began to increase his speed. Maud and Sunny gradually felt the weight of pressure, not the ordinary kind, but a palpable tension between life and death. There was no escaping it. One either sustained injuries or faced demise. In the town of Mad Hat, on the bustling street of taverns, the events of the previous night had spread like wildfire. Almost every pub was abuzz with discussions surrounding Maud. It wasn't just the eBay pirates who had fallen, even the gangsters had suffered. Inside one tavern, patrons were fervently debating. The name Usopp had suddenly eclipsed that of Lafayette. At a table within the tavern, Kid and Killer sat in silence, nursing their drinks, their ears filled with the chatter about Usopp. That guy, Kid scoffed softly. He had not been present at the scene the previous night, yet the surrounding discussions had provided him with a semblance of understanding regarding the events that unfolded. More than Maud's solitary triumph over the gangsters in eBay, he was intrigued by the sniper who had guarded Maud's flank. Did that old man make his move? Kid pondered as he gulped down a bottle of liquor. The clear liquid trickled down the sides of his lips, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Killer, seated nearby, observed Kid silently, noting the agitation reflected in his demeanor. Beneath his mask, no one could discern his expression. Soon, Kid emptied the bottle, tossing it aside, where it shattered against the neighboring table, sending shards of glass flying towards several pirates seated nearby. "You bastard!" they roared, rising from their seats, their fierce glares directed at the instigator. Yet, as the source of the chaos, Kid met their gaze with a glint of menace. The once belligerent pirates wilted, retreating into their chairs, too intimidated to meet Kid's eyes again. Acknowledging their compliance, Kid coldly withdrew his gaze and stood up, the sudden motion causing his chair to topple with a dull thud that startled the nearby pirates. "Let us go," Kid declared, ignoring the raucous group as he strode towards the exit. Killer left a few belly on the table and followed closely behind. The two stepped out of the tavern. Walking side by side, Kid's eyes scanned the scene before him, filled with drunken revelers and pleasure-seeking pirates. "Killer, there's no need to linger in a place like this," Kid remarked, his gaze icy. They had indeed encountered formidable individuals here, but more often than not, they were merely inconsequential scum. Yet, there were still resources to be gathered. Kid's pace quickened as he pressed forward. "But not here. There are many places we have yet to explore." "Indeed," Killer agreed, and the duo made their way towards the docks. As they walked, Kid's mind drifted to the frail figure of Usopp. To eliminate Usopp, he mused, contemplating for the first time since setting sail the necessity of such an act. However, the presence of Saul extinguished that thought. Navigating through the street of taverns, they arrived at the bustling docks, now alive with activity during daylight hours. They paused to survey the numerous ships anchored in the bay, and after a brief appraisal, they selected a pirate vessel that appealed to them. Together, they wove through the throngs of people and approached the ship. 2 figures brushed past them, Sabo and Kira, returning to Mad Hat. After moving a short distance, Sabo glanced back at Kid's retreating silhouette. "What's the matter?" Kira inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," Sabo replied, redirecting his gaze forward. Kira regarded him quizzically as they continued their walk. After covering 100 meters, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Sabo and Kira turned to witness a chaotic brawl among pirates. "Were those two just now?" Kira questioned, observing Kid and Killer laying siege to a pirate ship. "Let us go," Sabo urged, not lingering to watch further as he quickened his pace. Kira nodded and hastened to keep up with Sabo. As Sabo and Kira departed the bay, Kid and Killer, having commandeered a ship through violent means, unfurled their sails and began to navigate out of the harbor. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the current fleet Admiral Sengoku sat in his office, intently studying a bounty notice. "What exactly is this?" Sengoku mused aloud. Perched on his desk was a cute white goat, observing the bounty notice with keen interest, aware that soon it would be fed to it. "Knock, knock." A rap echoed on the office door. "Come in," Sengoku replied, looking up. A bearded officer entered, striding to the desk, offering a perfectly executed salute before reporting, "Admiral. Just now, Vice Admiral Garp's warship departed the inner bay without prior notification." "Understood," Sengoku replied, maintaining his composure. Once the officer exited, Sengoku sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Only Garp could pull off such an act. Although it defied protocol, Sengoku had long since grown accustomed to it. Garp's penchant for spontaneity had always been his hallmark. Yet when it came to serious matters, he never faltered in his duties, consistently achieving his objectives. What is Garp up to this time? Sengoku wondered, then returned his attention to the bounty notice. After a prolonged silence, he offered it to the little goat, which joyfully took it and began to chew. At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru entered the office, interrupting Sengoku's contemplation. "Ah, Tsuru, what brings you here?" Sengoku inquired, rising from his desk, somewhat surprised to see the serene-faced Tsuru. "I'm here on behalf of Garp to inform you of something." "What is it?" Sengoku prompted. "Garp has set sail to the West Sea to hunt down the infamous gunslinger. Given the travel time, he won't be returning anytime soon." Sengoku's expression shifted, and upon hearing the latter part of Tsuru's statement, he felt a headache coming on. No wonder she was sent here. This was beyond the scope of a simple vacation. "Garp, that man," Sengoku began, but Tsuru interjected. "Admiral, your focus." "Oh, you mean the gunslinger," Sengoku responded, regarding Tsuru calmly. "Given that Garp was able to ascertain the whereabouts of the gunslinger, you must have contributed significantly to that, including strategizing?" Tsuru nodded subtly. "In that case, there is no cause for concern. Garp knows how to handle the gunslinger. Bringing too many people would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices." As the weight of history bore down on Sengoku, he reflected upon the memories of the enigmatic sniper. Though the phantom rifle was inconspicuous aboard that pirate ship, it undoubtedly stood as one of the man's most formidable supports. As a premier marksman, the phantom rifle flawlessly fulfilled its duty, silently clearing obstacles for its master. In countless skirmishes of that era, it was this very weapon that claimed the lives of numerous colleagues. Garp, as a leading force in the pursuit of the Roger pirates, witnessed many of his crew fall victim to the phantom rifle. This fact fueled Garp's relentless obsession with it. However, from the Navy's perspective, the intense operations to capture the remnants of the Roger pirates had long been winding down. Even today, figures such as the phantom rifle, Rayleigh, and Jabba, who were both elusive and difficult to apprehend, no longer warranted the Navy's energy. Garp understood this and spared Sengoku further distress. As Sengoku became lost in his thoughts, Admiral Tsuru interjected, "Kazan is on Garp's ship." "What?" Sengoku exclaimed, taken aback. Then he recalled that Akiji was currently on leave. A resigned smile crossed Sengoku's face. On the tranquil sea, a dog-headed warship sliced through the waves. On the deck, Akiji lounged on a sun chair, lazily inquiring, "By the way, where are we headed?" "West Sea," Garp replied instinctively, then turned to look at the disheveled Akiji. "Kazan, how did you end up here?" Akiji tilted his head, bewildered. A silence enveloped the surrounding soldiers. "I've been here for a while." Garp laughed heartily, slapping someone on the shoulder. "Kazan, it's quite something that you didn't know where we were headed and still dared to board." "Haha." With each hearty slap on Akiji's shoulder, the latter wore a faint smile despite his discomfort. Once Garp finally relented, Akiji rubbed his shoulder and asked, "So, what is the purpose of going to the West Sea?" "Oh, just to visit an old acquaintance," Garp said nonchalantly. "An acquaintance? I thought we were headed to the East Sea," Akiji remarked, puzzled. "Haha, this time is different," Garp replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "The old acquaintance I wish to meet is the phantom rifle." Akiji fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed, "The phantom rifle? You mean the one from the Roger pirates? Who else could it be?" Garp looked at Akiji as if questioning the necessity of his inquiry. Akiji fell silent again, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on Garp's first mate, Bogart. "Bogart, have you seen my bicycle?" "No." Bogart, wearing a hat, shook his head. Akiji scratched the back of his head, rising quietly, then bent down to pack up the sun chair, preparing to disembark from this favorable vessel. Smack! Another heavy slap on the shoulder from Garp. Akiji looked up to find Garp's carefree grin. "Kazan, the West Sea is a lot of fun, but the phantom rifle you're after 1TB. Akiji sighed softly. Garp, unconcerned, picked his nose and said, "You 1T have to do anything. Just enjoy yourself." Though that phrase felt somewhat inappropriate in this context, Akiji decided to take it easy. He reached again for the sun chair. Smack! Another slap from Garp. This time, Garp nonchalantly flicked the booger he had just dug out onto Akiji's shoulder before retracting his hand. "Now that you're here, let us have dinner before you leave." Akiji, exasperated, glanced at the booger on his shoulder, then used his powers to freeze it before flicking it away. He understood the kind of adversary the phantom rifle was and recognized Garp's true motivation for wanting him to stay. Fine. Experiencing the battles of the old generation wouldn't be such a bad idea. Akiji reclined back onto the sun chair. Carp chuckled and, with the same finger that had just picked his nose, grabbed a rice cracker and held it up to Akiji's face. Here, have a rice cracker. Akiji silently donned his eye mask to avoid seeing it. Carp was unfazed, popping the rice cracker into his mouth. He could handle the phantom rifle on his own. So Akiji's combat prowess was not essential. However, since Akiji was aboard, it was prudent to keep him around. As for combat, Carp felt a bit embarrassed to impose on Akiji during his leave. Yet with Akiji present, at least it would serve as a protective charm for his crew. Having faced the Roger pirates multiple times, Carp was well aware of the phantom rifle's formidable nature. Its mobility and lethal methods were particularly daunting. In combat, it was nearly impossible to pursue the phantom rifle, and while defense was possible, it often targeted allies, leaving many comrades at a loss. During many encounters, the phantom rifle initiated long-range strikes, alleviating the pressure on the Roger pirates. What was most frustrating was that when comrades were struck by a bullet, they often had no idea where it had come from or who had pulled the trigger. In the heat of battle, most focused on the imposing figures like Roger and Whitebeard, overshadowing the sniper's presence. Thus, as the fighting intensified, the sniper's significance diminished, stealthily reducing the enemy numbers. Just being aware of a sniper's presence could unconsciously heighten psychological pressure on foes. This was the phantom rifle's most terrifying attribute. That individual had no desire for fame. Instead, he consistently fulfilled his duty, silently supporting his comrades from the shadows. In the later stages of Carp's career, he never encountered another like the phantom rifle. If one were to draw a parallel, it would be to the red-haired pirates, one of the current 4 emperors, where echoes of the phantom rifle could be discerned. Perhaps due to Shank's origins in the Roger pirates, the core of the red-haired crew harbored many skilled marksmen. Carp gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds. This time, I won't let you escape. In the West Sea, at the Navy's 158th Division, the indoor training facility was bustling with energy. The sailors lined up for training exhibited an unprecedented vigor. Even under extreme training conditions, with sweat soaking every inch of their bodies, they felt no fatigue. What on earth is happening? Amidst their rigorous training, the naval soldiers occasionally found their attention diverted towards the nearby figure of Guion, who, like them, was drenched in sweat. An invigorating aroma permeated the air, emanating from Guion, a woman whom they regarded as nothing short of perfection. The phrase scent of fragrant sweat, a tribute to feminine allure, inevitably surfaced in the minds of each sailor. It was the jasmine-like fragrance wafting from Guion that propelled them to exceed the demands of their training that day, not merely completing it, but surpassing it. Their desire to linger a moment longer, to steal a glance more at Guion, compelled them to embark on a second round of drills. Guion, oblivious to the adoring gazes cast her way, remained focused on executing each training maneuver with precision. Typically, she would not grace the training grounds at this hour. However, upon learning of Captain Carp's impending arrival, her anticipation drove her to make an unplanned visit. In exercising her abilities, she inadvertently influenced the other naval soldiers present. In one corner of the training field stood Colonel Roby, recently transferred from headquarters. Having concluded his dealings with the Polkin Trading Company, he had no pressing desire to return. The reason was clear: Guion. He observed her with a smile, his face betraying unmasked affection. Beside Roby, a junior officer whispered, noting that Guion's allure was not merely due to her captivating scent. Roby glanced at the officer, interrupting him. The officer stammered, attempting to explain, but was again cut off by Roby. That is the power of the devil fruit, he remarked. Time slipped away like grains of sand, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. In a weapons shop, a wooden wall bore the scars of violent impact, riddled with holes. From left to right, and top to bottom, slender wooden strips remained connected like veins, transforming the wall into an absurd work of art, reminiscent of an artist's whimsical touch. In truth, the wall had been rendered thus by lead bullets. During these weeks of rigorous training, Sol demonstrated with tangible actions what it meant to distinguish reality from mere drills. Maud and Sunny have lost count of how many bullets they have evaded at the hands of Thor. They only know that each time they narrowly escaped a bullet, they felt an almost tangible sense of life and death crisis. Consequently, in just half a month, Maud experienced a peculiar sensation akin to licking blood from the edge of a blade for many years. Even in his previous life, where he advocated for a low-profile development, he had not encountered many life-threatening situations over several years. Yet, during this brief training period, he constantly felt a pressure that his life could be lost at any moment if he relaxed. Thor was indeed a peculiar individual. This was the genuine psychological state of Maud and Sunny. However, the results of their training were undeniably immediate, even with his eyes closed. Maud could now dodge the bullets shot at him by Thor. Witnessing this, Thor could only marvel at the evident potential of Maud's observation skills. As for Sunny, her steady progress was commendable, and in terms of talent, she could certainly be considered exceptional. However, without comparison, there can be no harm. In the face of Maud's rapid advancement, Sunny's performance inevitably appeared somewhat lacking. With a swift motion, Thor fired the last bullet, signaling the end of their foundational training in observation skills. For further enhancement, they would need to gradually hone their abilities over time or refine them through combat. Very well. Thor observed the young duo before him with a smile. In these two youngsters, he could not help but sense the vibrancy of youth, particularly in Maud, who left him both astonished and delighted. Before the formal training commenced, he had already discerned Maud's exceptional aptitude for observation skills, but he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Only by witnessing Maud's gradual growth could he truly grasp the meaning of discovering a gem. Possessing such remarkable potential for observation skills, it indeed seemed more prudent to pursue marksmanship. Throughout the training, Thor continuously engaged in this self-affirmation. In truth, he was well aware that if Maud's armament skills were similarly strong, pursuing the path of a swordsman would be a superior choice. Nonetheless, human nature often harbors selfish desires. Under the influence of his personal inclinations, Thor secretly wished for Maud to embark on the path of a marksman. There were certain aspirations he could never achieve in his lifetime, yet that did not deter him from placing his hopes upon the next generation. When Thor announced the official conclusion of their observation skills training, Maud and Sunny showed no signs of relaxation. If the training in observation skills was such a grueling ordeal, they could scarcely fathom the hellish nature of armament training. In a fleeting moment, they exchanged glances and could see the seriousness etched on each other's faces. Throughout this half-month of training, they had felt the oppressive pressure emanating from Thor's unyielding demeanor. From their perspective, they remained oblivious to the invaluable teaching prowess possessed by a master who had retired from an earlier era. Why did Shanks invite Thor aboard? On one hand, it was due to their camaraderie. On the other, it was Thor's wealth of experience. With someone like Thor, a seasoned veteran, aboard, it was inevitable that the overall standard of the ship would improve over time. This was largely owing to Thor's sharp insight as a senior mentor. With this acumen, Thor could easily discern the limits of Maud and Sunny. Based on this understanding, he could tailor the difficulty of each step of their training. It could be said that the entire training process was under Thor's meticulous control. He swiftly guided Maud and Sunny in developing their observation skills, thus laying a solid foundation for both. However, such astonishing progress could not be solely attributed to Thor's teaching prowess. Unlike armament skills, observation skills relied heavily on innate talent. Some individuals, lacking sufficient aptitude, might spend their entire lives without ever unlocking their observation skills. Conversely, those with extraordinary talent could, even without guidance, master observation skills in their youth. Clearly, the qualifications of Maud and Sunny surpassed the standard, especially under the guidance of a seasoned mentor, enabling them to establish a solid foundation in such a brief period. In contrast to the arduous training required for observation hockey, which heavily relies on innate talent, the prerequisites for mastering armament hockey are more aligned with physical prowess. As long as one meets the physical standards and is under the tutelage of a capable master, it is not particularly arduous to cultivate armament hockey. The true challenge lies in the process of enhancing one's hockey. Sol granted Maud and Sunny a 10-minute respite. Bailey, displaying keen awareness, proactively served tea and water, almost ready to offer warm towels to Maud and Sunny. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Yet Maud and Sunny appeared as despondent as wilted eggplants. Overexerting observation hockey directly depletes the user's mental energy, subsequently affecting concentration and other crucial factors. Maud and Sunny, though novices, have grasped the fundamental techniques of observation hockey, yet their endurance leaves much to be desired. Ignoring the fatigue evident on their faces, Sol proceeded to the next stage of training. Your aptitude for observation hockey is commendable, allowing you to master the basics in merely half a month. However, armament hockey differs significantly. It emphasizes physical conditioning, leaving no room for shortcuts. In other words, if your physical capabilities do not meet the required standards, no amount of effort will enable you to learn what cannot be learned. Conversely, once your physical condition is adequate, you will discover that not only can you swiftly acquire and master armament hockey, but also various physical techniques in a short span. The former is self-evident. And for the latter, allow me to provide you with an example. The moonwalk from the Navy's 6 powers. At this juncture, Sol leaped into the air, reaching a height of 1 meter. Before his body began to descend, his feet rhythmically struck the air in a precise manner, accompanied by a delightful sound of air bursting. Sol seemed to tread upon an invisible air current, thus stabilizing his form midair. This is the moonwalk, a clandestine technique within the Navy. My understanding of it stems solely from having witnessed the Navy employ the moonwalk and subsequently comprehending its mechanics, allowing me to learn it. However, had my physical condition been lacking, even with an understanding of the technique's principles, it would have been impossible for me to master the moonwalk through mere speculation. The training of armament hockey follows a similar principle. By my standards, your physical capabilities are merely average. Therefore, do not harbor unrealistic expectations of mastering armament hockey in a short time. Such a feat is unattainable. With that, Sol landed gracefully, disregarding the admiring gazes from the 2 younger individuals. Then why not teach us the moonwalk first? Maud's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Thor, as if beholding a treasure trove. Even without Maud bringing it up, Thor would impart techniques one by one, including the moonwalk. However, one must eat their meal bite by bite. Whether it be the domineering aura or the moonwalk, progress must be made step by step. There is no need to rush. Thor glanced at Maud, whose eyes shone like LED lights, and then extended his hand towards Bailey. Upon seeing this, Bailey quickly handed the gilded pipe to Thor. Thor took a puff from the pipe and then said slowly, "Both the armament hockey and the moonwalk are skills that cannot be mastered in a short period. Therefore, do not aspire to run when you cannot even walk. Moreover, this place is not suitable for training armament hockey. Once you comprehend the principles, I shall take you to the adorable little hideaway for a while." The term adorable in Thor's words was not a reference to a person, but rather the wine island that Sunny had previously mentioned to Maud. Maud and Sunny had no objections to Thor's arrangements. To Maud, Thor was akin to a rare gem, capable of offering him countless benefits, hockey, moonwalk, techniques, and even the most invaluable experience. He understood one crucial fact: without sufficiently formidable power, one should not entertain fantasies of traversing the world. The harsh realities and environments would teach you what it means to be unable to move an inch. Being young, he had plenty of time. Thus, whether it took a year, 2, or even longer, it mattered little. He was determined to extract from Thor the precious knowledge that even the hunter's notes could not provide. Suddenly, Maud recalled a phrase Sunny had inadvertently shared with him. Or rather, a promise, an understanding between her and Thor that seemed quite natural. Now, adding himself to this promise would not be amiss. With this thought, a glimmer of joy flickered in Maud's eyes. Thor, smoking his pipe, keenly sensed the shift in Maud's emotions. He discreetly glanced at Maud before beginning to elucidate the principles of armament hockey. The first concept he introduced was the theory of armor. Imagine wearing an imperceptible armor. This is armament hockey. Armor can protect the entire body and naturally enhance offensive power. However, this level is merely the foundation of foundations. At this juncture, Thor instructed his capable assistant, Bailey, to fetch a flintlock pistol. Bailey complied swiftly, returning with a flintlock handgun. At Thor's gesture, the flintlock was placed in Sunny's hands. "Sunny, fire at my palm," Thor said, extending his hand towards her. Without hesitation, Sunny fired a shot at Thor's palm. Bang! The bullet shot forth and, in an instant, struck Thor's palm. Yet, the bullet shattered upon impact as if it had struck a steel plate. This is the effect of armament hockey, and as I mentioned earlier, this level is merely the foundation of foundations. Thor then raised his other hand, positioning the gilded pipe horizontally before him, under the watchful gaze of Maud and Sunny. The lustrous pipe was instantly enveloped in a shroud of pitch-black hockey. Once the basics are mastered, one must learn to control hockey fluidly and apply it skillfully. When you achieve this, you will be able to channel hockey into your weapons, thereby augmenting their lethality and resilience. For instance, watch closely. Suddenly, Thor released the pipe. Although it had departed from his grasp, it remained cloaked in darkness. Maud and Sunny's gazes followed the descending pipe. As it struck the ground, it seemed to carry an immense weight, producing a resounding thud that created a small crater, riddled with cracks, upon impact. The Madra reaction was as usual. Yet Sunny wore an expression of astonishment. After demonstrating the effect, Sol promptly took up the pipe once more. Such a technique is applicable not only to melee weapons but also to firearms and bows. However, in comparison to melee weapons, the challenge of infusing such dominance into firearms is undoubtedly greater. Nonetheless, The reciprocal advantage is a significant enhancement in both the range and power of the weapon, and you are well aware of the implications this entails. Maud and Sunny nodded gently. In this regard, Soul had previously demonstrated to them during Maud's confrontation with the gang. After elucidating the general hierarchy of Haki, Soul began to expound upon the principles behind the manipulation of armament Haki. Drawing from his own experiences, he likened armament Haki to a latent energy concealed within the body. Initially, this energy, representative of armament Haki, is enveloped by a thick outer shell. Only through the continual enhancement of one's physical capabilities can one progressively strike at this shell until it shatters completely. At that juncture, as long as one purposefully senses the changes within, the existence of Haki can be perceived without hindrance. Following this, one can then engage and harness it. As Soul had previously stated, achieving the requisite physical condition is a prerequisite for mastering Haki. If one cannot break through the shell, no amount of contemplation will ever evoke the presence of Haki. Listening intently to Soul's detailed explanation, Maud began to feel an increasing sense of dissonance. He realized that the techniques for utilizing armament Haki bore a striking resemblance to the known abilities from the Hunter world. For instance, wrapping Haki around a weapon is akin to the Nun technique of Zetsu. The ability to fluidly manipulate Haki so that it flows across the surface of the body parallels the Nin technique of flow. These were skills he had already mastered prior. Upon first arriving in this world, his immediate thought was to employ his abilities. However, due to the nature of his soul's transmigration, he was unable to perceive the energy within him at that time, although it did not hinder him from summoning the Hunter's Journal. Later, upon realizing he was in the world of One Piece, he naturally accepted that there was no energy within him. From that moment on, he never took the time to sense the changes within, but instead adapted to the power system of the One Piece world, focusing on enhancing his physical prowess. Now, Soul's alternative explanation of armament Haki struck Maud like a clarion call, awakening him to an important realization. Whether it be Nun or Haki, many underlying principles are interconnected. The reason he had previously been unable to sense the energy within his body was not due to its absence, but rather because his physique was too weak to shatter the formidable shell encasing the Haki. However, the circumstances had changed. Contemplating this, Maud felt a surge of excitement. He possessed relevant skills and experience. Did this not imply that he could master armament Haki more swiftly than others? With that thought, he resolved to act. Emoda lowered his gaze, first calming his thoughts, and then allowing himself to delve deeply into contemplation. After a lapse of several months, he once again set out with purpose to perceive the state of his inner being. This time, however, the response was no longer one of utter silence. He felt it, a surge of energy, tender as a budding sprout, yet undeniably the presence of dominance. Clearly, this transformation aligned with Soul's assertions. Unbeknownst to him, his current physique had shattered the shell that encased this formidable essence, allowing it to finally reveal itself. It was indeed the same. Maud's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. This situation has escalated significantly. As Emoda's thoughts stirred, he consciously sought to harness the burgeoning vigor akin to that of tender seedlings. However, he encountered a palpable resistance that felt almost tangible. Despite his wealth of experience and technique, his physicality lacked the corresponding memories to align with it, thus giving rise to this phenomenon. Maud was not in a hurry. Relying on his experience, he attempted repeatedly. After several attempts, the resistance gradually dissipated. Subsequently, Maud endeavored to channel the armament Haki into his right hand. At last, he succeeded. His right hand was enveloped in a layer of armament Haki, transforming into a pitch-black hue. Soul, who was still elucidating the principles of Haki, suddenly caught sight of Maud's right hand, now wrapped in armament Haki. His voice abruptly ceased. What on earth? It was as though a heavy slap had landed on Soul's face. He stared at Maud in astonishment, his mouth agape, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. At that moment, Sunny and Bailey also beheld Maud's Haki-encased right hand. Sunny and Bailey instantly mirrored Soul's reaction, mouths agape and eyes bulging. This defied all scientific reasoning? Gazing at Maud's right hand adorned with armament Haki, Soul's bulging eyes were on the verge of bursting. Just a minute ago, he had confidently asserted that mastering armament Haki in such a short time was impossible. 1 minute later, Maud's practical demonstration delivered a resounding blow to his claims. Despite Soul's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily speechless, astonished by the upheaval of his accumulated theories and understandings. Had it been observation Haki, or even Conqueror's Haki, Soul might not have reacted this way. Yet, this was armament Haki. It could not be mastered in an instant, but rather should come naturally with time. But this young man, Slowly regaining his composure, Sol extended his hand without warning, dispersing the armament haki from Maud's right hand. With his keen perception, he easily discerned that Maud's current physical condition was inadequate to sustain such a proficient haki technique. It was akin to unleashing haki like a gentle stream, while Maud had instead shattered the reservoir. Such behavior could be detrimental to his health. Naturally, Sol could not allow Maud to continue down this path. When Sol's hand struck away the haki, Maud was momentarily taken aback, perplexed, and suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue. Just moments before, while guiding and controlling the armament haki, he had not experienced this weariness. However, with the interruption of the sustained output of haki, his body reacted instantaneously, as if he had run several kilometers in mere seconds. The exhaustion was quite excessive, was it not? With sufficient understanding, Maud quickly grasped the situation. He recognized that Sol's actions were intended to prevent him from depleting his stamina through the high-intensity output of armament haki. At that moment, Sol was regarding Maud with a peculiar gaze. This young man's physical condition barely grazed the threshold, yet he could skillfully manipulate armament haki. It was akin to an infant, not yet developed enough to stand, yet knowing how to run. Was such a phenomenon conceivable? Sol acknowledged Maud's unusual physique, yet this alone could not account for the occurrence. After taking a puff of smoke, Sol calmed himself. Though he pondered, he was not one to be excessively driven by curiosity. Meanwhile, Sunny and Bailey finally regained their senses. They had profoundly understood the difficulty of mastering armament haki from Sol's explanations. However, the demonstration by Maud showcased what it meant for something to be as easy as pie. They looked at Maud as if he were an extraordinary anomaly. Maud felt a tingling unease as they gazed at him. In an effort to dissipate the eerie atmosphere, Maud cautiously observed Sol and softly remarked, "Armament haki, I believe I have mastered it." A profound silence enveloped the arena. Sol's cheeks twitched, as if another imprint had been etched upon them. Sunny turned to Maud, inhaled deeply, and declared, "I wish to strike you." Subsequently, Sol did not probe into the reasons behind Maud's adeptness with armament haki. This world is never devoid of monsters. Just because one has never encountered or heard of them does not imply their absence. Some individuals awaken observation haki from birth, while others wield conqueror's haki in their youth. Thus, it is not inconceivable for someone to proficiently employ armament haki from the outset of their training. Most importantly, Sol perceived boundless potential within Maud. He aimed to channel this potential entirely towards the path of the marksman. Before continuing his explanation, Sol cautioned Maud, advising him against recklessly utilizing armament haki until he had established a solid foundation in his physique. Maud readily agreed. As evening approached, the sun descended in the west, casting a warm orange glow that reflected upon the tranquil sea. A uniquely distinguished warship cut through the waves, making its way towards the port of the 158th Naval Division. On the dock, all naval personnel, including Shuan, stood in formation, attentively watching the approaching vessel. At the forefront, Colonel Roby gazed intently at the ship entering the port. What could possibly bring Vice Admiral Karp to the 158th Division? Roby discreetly glanced at Shuan, pondering whether it was related to her presence in the division. Before long, the warship docked. A wooden gangway extended from the ship's side to the shore. With a sharp sound, the feet of all naval soldiers snapped together in unison, followed by a salute directed at Vice Admiral Karp as he descended the gangway. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy, Karp strode down with purpose, followed closely by the drowsy figure of Admiral Akiji, dressed in civilian attire, absent-mindedly scratching his head as if just awakening. Upon seeing Akiji trailing behind Karp, the naval personnel maintained their salute but could not conceal their disbelief. The presence of Admiral Akiji was unexpected. Prior to their formation, they had anticipated the arrival of the legendary Vice Admiral Karp, but the inclusion of Akiji was beyond their expectations. What could possibly compel two eminent figures from headquarters to visit this minor division in the West Sea? Roby was astounded, and even Shuan wore a look of surprise. Karp's aide, Bogart, had not mentioned Akiji's presence during his communication. Could it be that the situation was so dire that even Karp needed Akiji's assistance? In a moment of reflection, Shuan's thoughts raced, unable to fathom the true reason for Akiji's arrival. Karp and Akiji exchanged greetings with Shuan, the familiarity allowing for the absence of formalities. "Haha, thank you for your hard work, little Shuan," Karp boomed with laughter. Akiji merely nodded in acknowledgement. Not far away, Roby, conscious of the disparity in rank, suppressed the urge to step forward and assert his presence. After all, They were in the company of Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Akiji. Karp did not linger at the dock for long. He delegated the task of resupplying to his aide and followed Shiyuan toward the division's base. It was inevitable that they would stay overnight at the division before embarking on a journey to Mad Hatter Town, which would take at least 3 days by sea. Karp was unhurried, while the other naval personnel observed as Karp and Akiji made their way to the base, silently speculating on the reasons behind the visit of these two illustrious figures. If their purpose was to apprehend a notorious criminal, there should have been some indication. The recent significant event in the West Sea was the piracy of the Bulkan merchant ship, a matter that Colonel Roby had already resolved. Thus, what could have prompted the joint expedition of Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Akiji? Meanwhile, in Mad Hatter Town, beneath the cover of night, two figures approached stealthily. The Wall Mountain, as its name suggests, loomed like a high wall, bisecting Mad Hatter Island. From a distance, it resembled a wide-brimmed hat perched in the center of the isle. Although the origin of the name Mad Hatter Island remains uncertain, it is likely derived from this very geological feature. The front half of the island, divided by the Wall Mountain, is a realm of indulgence and revelry, while the rear half houses the pig factory, a dark place where ordinary people and a few captured sailors are imprisoned. The moment these individuals are cast into the pig factory, they are stripped of their identities, becoming mere numbers, clad in garments marked with digits. They toil within the confines of the Wall Mountain, either herding livestock or cultivating crops to alleviate the daily burdens of Mad Hatter Town. Among these captives, the youngest is merely 5 or 6 years old, while the oldest is an elderly man of 70. The overseers of the pig factory show no regard for the age or health of the slaves. Should their labor fall short, they are met with the same fate, diminished rations and, in some cases, the application of whips as punishment. Those who cannot endure the torment are simply discarded into the sea from the cliffs without a second thought. As night deepened, lights flickered around the pig factory, where armed overseers patrolled the premises. At the foot of the Wall Mountain stood imposing structures resembling prisons, serving as the night quarters for the enslaved. In the stillness of the night, two agile figures evaded the watchful eyes of the guards, approaching within hundreds of meters of the buildings housing the captives. These figures were Sabo and Keela, returning to Mad Hatter Town after several months. For the Revolutionary Army, liberating slaves is a vital means of expanding their influence, which is the fundamental reason for Sabo and Keela's presence. Their previous visit was primarily for reconnaissance, but this time they arrived prepared. However, they would not rush into action until their companions were present. Tonight's infiltration served merely as reconnaissance. Concealed in the shadows, Keela surveyed the structures imprisoning the slaves before gazing towards the distant edge of the island, where sheer cliffs offered no passage to the sea. The other side, where they stood, was the Wall Mountain. The cliffs surrounding the island made it impossible to transport a significant number of slaves without detection by the pirates and underworld figures congregating in Mad Hatter Town. The only feasible route lay along the cliffs at the rear. With the ability of Molly to push a pathway to the cliff's base, they could transport the captives to waiting ships and escape. Regrettably, Kara's was unavailable. Sabo believed that his abilities would be more conducive to the safe transport of slaves. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that in most past operations to liberate slaves, they had relied heavily on Molly's tunnel-pushing abilities. You foolishly think everyone can fly like you on a crow? Most of the slaves here are ordinary people. While Kara's crows might ferry them to the sea, they cannot guarantee everyone's safety. That is indeed true, Sabo conceded, then inquired. When will Molly and the others arrive? If all goes according to plan, they should reach here by the day after tomorrow. Sabo stroked his chin and murmured, after we rendezvous with Jasmine and the others, we shall act immediately. Keela nodded slightly, poised to speak, when Sabo suddenly gestured for silence. Following his lead, Keela glanced towards a massive door hewn into the base of the Wall Mountain, where a group of approximately 30 individuals passed through the entrance, entering the pig factory. At the forefront stood a tall man, his slicked-back hair and wine-red suit strikingly illuminated by the lights. Keela focused intently on him, instantly recognizing the individual's identity, Ralph, the proprietor of the Mad Hat auction and the mastermind behind the pig factory's creation. It's Ralph, Keela whispered. Sabo nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as they concealed themselves in the shadows, watching Ralph and his entourage move toward a further opening carved into the mountain. Sabo and Keela, having thoroughly scouted the area, were aware of where that opening led. As they observed Ralph and his company disappear into the cavern, they silently withdrew their gazes. The opening descended underground, leading to a modestly sized munitions factory. While not vast, it was considerable for a place like the West Sea. Amidst his frenzied accumulation of wealth in Mad Hat Town, Ralph was not only responsible for the establishment of the pig factory, but had also covertly constructed an arms factory. Revealing his ambitious nature, Sabo remarked earnestly, "If we had sufficient manpower, we could also seize the weapons within the factory. Let us not dwell on the unattainable." Keela retorted with a roll of her eyes. The pirates gathered in Mad Hat Town alone, not to mention the forces under Ralph's command, were a formidable challenge that their small group could hardly contend with. If they could successfully transport all the slaves out, it would be a tremendous achievement. Sabo smiled. A substantial cache of weapons was indeed a vital resource for the Revolutionary Army, making such thoughts understandable. Yet, as Keela pointed out, contemplating the impossible was futile. "Let us proceed to the Nightshade Bar. We must inform Tatum before we act." Sabo glanced up at the heavily clouded night sky and, raising his hand into a claw-like gesture, pressed it against the rock face. The wall yielded effortlessly to his touch, as if it were made of soft tofu. "Indeed," Keela replied, then leaped onto Sabo's back. With Keela on his shoulders, Sabo effortlessly scaled the mountain in the cover of darkness. At the Nightshade Bar, hidden deep within the alley, even during the late-night hours, not a single patron could be seen. Inside, a lone figure, the rat, sat at the bar, drinking alone. He had previously urged Tatum to leave the treacherous Mad Hat Town, but regardless of his entreaties, Tatum remained resolute in his refusal to depart. Yet, the rat did not give up, consistently attempting to persuade him. Eventually, Tatum, unable to withstand the rat's persistence, replied, "I have a reason I cannot leave this place." Realizing he could not sway Tatum, the rat relented. As he finished his drink out of sheer boredom, he glanced at Tatum, who was endlessly polishing glasses. Just as he began to speak, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted him. Both the rat and Tatum turned to the entrance, where Maud, Sunny, and a plump white ferret entered. "Are you still open?" Maud smiled as he gazed upon the long-lost Tatum and the weasel after more than half a month. "Of course," Tatum replied with a grin. The weasel, momentarily distracted, glanced at Sunny beside Maud. Just a second ago, he was prepared to speak about Maud, and now, Maud had entered through the door. Had it been merely Maud, the weasel would not have been caught off guard. What he did not anticipate was that Maud would bring along the girl from the weapon shop. As for the plump white ferret, the weasel paid it no mind. Quickly regaining his composure, the weasel leaped from his chair to mask his earlier lapse. "Usopp, you finally arrived. Tatum brought in several bottles of Bacardi rum a couple of days ago. Let us indulge in a fine drink later, shall we? And who might this charming young lady be? Surely, she isn't your." The weasel greeted enthusiastically, his gaze flitting between Maud and Sunny, revealing a rather lascivious grin. Maud disregarded the rat-like creature and turned his gaze towards the bar. "Tadamu, please procure us some sustenance. Anything meat-based will suffice." "Very well. 3 portions?" Tadamu glanced at the white weasel, who had noticeably gained several pounds over the past few months. Seeing that Tadamu included himself in the order stirred a profound sense of gratitude in Bailey. He vividly recalled the moment he was abducted to this bar by Maud, when it was this bear-like man who stated that he could not partake in the meal, thereby averting a potential tragedy. "Indeed, 3 portions." Maud nodded towards Tadamu. It is truly remarkable that Tadamu could take Bailey into consideration. One could only say that Tadamu possesses an attention to detail that is incongruous with his size. When Sunny heard Tadamu's melodious voice, reminiscent of a young maiden, she was taken aback, yet it was merely a fleeting reaction. Her focus remained predominantly on the wolf rat. "Is he your friend?" "Indeed." Maud glanced towards the lewdly grinning weasel, which, though overlooked, displayed no signs of embarrassment, following Sunny's indication. "Oh, you have chosen your companions poorly." Sunny cast a brief glance at the lascivious smile adorning the weasel's face. Suddenly, the wolf mouse felt as if it had been struck by an arrow. Do not speak in such a manner. Although the wolf mouse may indeed appear somewhat unsightly, he is, at heart, a person of great loyalty and righteousness. Maud smiled and took the initiative to extricate the weasel from its predicament, yet inevitably spoke the truth. "The second arrow." Sunny furrowed her brows and asked, "Do you find me charming?" Maud pondered for a moment and candidly replied, "Not charming in the slightest." "So, is the issue with you, or with him?" "It is undoubtedly the rat's fault." Maud did not hesitate. Sunny nodded in agreement. The corner of Wolf Mouse's mouth twitched. The third arrow indeed revealed that they were cut from the same cloth. "Don't just stand there. Come and take a seat," he urged. Wolf Mouse dared not tease further and instead pretended not to hear the conversation between Maud and Sunny, gesturing for them to join him. Maud and Sunny subsequently took their seats, while Bailey occupied 2 chairs, one for himself and the other to accommodate his tail. Tatum ventured into the kitchen to prepare the meal, leaving the task to the Weasel, who rose from behind the bar and retrieved 2 glasses, placing them in front of Maud and Sunny. Shortly thereafter, the Weasel grasped a bottle of wine, poised to pour, when bang, Bailey slammed the bar with a ferocious intent. The sound instantly captured the Weasel's attention. As the Weasel turned to look, Bailey struck the bar once more, first gesturing kindly towards the glasses before Maud and Sunny, then menacingly pointing to the empty space in front of himself. Prior to their visit to the Nightshade Tavern, Maud had instructed Bailey to refrain from speaking in human language. Thus, Bailey was left to convey his desires through gestures. His message was unmistakably clear: "What about my share?" The Weasel promptly grasped Bailey's intent, yet chose to disregard him, instead directing his gaze towards Maud. "Usopp, does this rotund fellow wish to indulge in some wine? Very well, let us pour him a glass." As soon as Maud's voice fell silent, Bailey seized an ashtray and hurled it towards the rodent. Clearly, the term fatball had provoked Bailey's ire. The rodent, however, was far too agile to be struck by the flying ashtray, effortlessly catching it midair. This little creature had certainly grown bolder. Slowly, the rodent lowered the ashtray, fixing its gaze upon Bailey as if contemplating a meal. Yet, Bailey merely scoffed, thinking to himself that with a powerful ally by his side, he had no reason to fear such a despicable creature. Resolutely, he shot a defiant glare in return. Observing Bailey's blatant show of bravado, the rodent's eyelids twitched several times, suppressing the urge to smash the ashtray upon Bailey's head. However, he restrained himself and instead poured Bailey a drink. Only then did Bailey nod in satisfaction. After the rodent filled the glass, he casually broached a new topic. "Usopp, where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you around. And you arrived so late, coughing as well." He nearly let slip a mention of Sunny, but wisely halted himself in time. He certainly did not wish to be subjected to another round of ridicule from Sunny. Maud took a sip of his drink and remarked, "This is quite a lengthy tale." The rat, feeling a twinge of discomfort, suggested, "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking and simply enjoyed your drink." In the present day, he no longer needed to subtly pry for information. All he had to do was wait. Within 3 days, the group from Gion would arrive in Mad Hatter Town. At that moment, the rat raised his glass, casting a sidelong glance at Maud and Sunny. Due to his wariness and dread of the enigmatic gun, the rat had always hesitated to approach the weapon shop where the gun resided, exercising great caution even while gathering intelligence. Thus, despite his prolonged stay, he had never truly interacted with Sunny until now. In contrast to Maud's presence, Sunny represented the true leverage against the gun. Although Gion had yet to uncover the precise nature of the relationship between Sunny and the gun, it was evidently far from ordinary. Otherwise, capturing a gun without any ties, as Gion had stated, would be not only exceedingly difficult but also fraught with peril. After a while, Tataru emerged from the kitchen with 3 generously portioned plates of seared steak. The steaks were drizzled with a sauce made from red wine, emanating an enticing aroma that stimulated the appetite. "Please enjoy," Tataru said with a smile. "Thank you." Maud had been hungry for quite some time and promptly began to eat. Sunny and Bailey followed suit. Their outing this evening served a dual purpose. On one hand, it was a means to unwind, while on the other, it was prompted by Arthur's phone call summoning Soul to Flower Street, where a new, strikingly beautiful courtesan had reportedly arrived. Initially, Maud had intended to visit a tavern, but given the noise and chaos there, he ultimately recalled the tranquil ambience of the Nightshade Bar. While it indeed offered a serene atmosphere, his expectations regarding the food remained modest. However, when Tatamu presented a generously served plate of pan-seared steak, Maud felt that bringing Sunny and Bailey to the Nightshade Bar was indeed a fortuitous choice. Behind the bar, Tatamu observed Maud and his companions indulging in their meal with a smile, yet a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes. Through the Weasel, he had discerned Maud's true name and identity, although he still had to refer to him as Usopp in public. At the end of the alley outside the Nightshade Bar, Sabo and Clara paused, merely observing from a distance without any intention of approaching. There were patrons inside, and notably, the naval officer was present as well. Sabo scrutinized the illuminated sign of the Nightshade Bar, receiving information that Tatamu had discreetly placed within the flickering lights through some covert means of communication. "What shall we do?" Clara hesitated. "Let us wait," Sabo replied nonchalantly. They had ample time until Jasmine arrived in Mad Hat Town. Inside the Nightshade Bar, witnessing Maud and his companions relish their meal, the Weasel, though not hungry, requested Tadamu prepare a steak for him as well. By the time Tadamu delivered the requested dish, Maud and his friends were nearly finished with theirs. Delicious, Maud remarked after savoring the last piece of beef. Indeed. Quite tasty, Sunny affirmed, wiping her mouth with satisfaction. Upon hearing their commendations, Tadamu smiled silently, collected the empty plates, and headed towards the kitchen. Bailey observed Tadamu's retreating figure, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He desired another serving. The food was not only delectable, but the drinks were also quite commendable. This pleasant experience was a stark contrast to his previous visit, which had been fraught with anxiety. What a splendid place this is, Bailey mused, sharing the same sentiment as Sunny. This was her first visit to the Nightshade Bar, and aside from the individual seated not far away, she held an exceedingly favorable impression of the establishment. After satisfying their appetites, Maud had no intention of lingering. He placed several bills that Bailey had provided upon the bar counter. Tadamu emerged from the kitchen and immediately noticed the notes resting on the counter. "Are you leaving?" he inquired. "Yes, it's getting rather late," Maud replied. Maud cast a smile towards Tatum, who nodded silently in response. Sunny, observing Tatum, earnestly remarked, "The steak is delectable, and the wine is exquisite. We shall return next time." Tatum's face briefly illuminated with a hint of joy, yet it quickly faded. Maud, preparing to take his leave, remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Tatum's demeanor. Sunny, unfamiliar with Tatum, dismissed it without a second thought. "Won't you stay a little longer?" asked Wolfrat, glancing at the departing duo with polite inquiry. "Perhaps next time," came the reply. Maud casually responded. The bar stool was rather high. He extended his right hand towards Sunny, offering her support as she descended. "I'm off now. See you later." Maud waved at the Tatar mongoose, then reluctantly lifted Bailey off the chair. Under the watchful eyes of the mongoose and Tatar, the trio, including a stout weasel, made their way toward the door. As they approached the entrance, a smile graced Sunny's face as she inquired, "When shall we return?" "Whenever we have the time, we can come back," came the reply. With that, the two humans and the weasel pushed open the bar door and stepped outside. Inside the bar, Tatar turned to gaze at the door as it closed once more, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. The mongoose glanced at Tatar's demeanor, and suddenly the taste of the steak on his plate seemed to vanish. He longed to share his thoughts with Tatar, perhaps to mention that the naval legend's target was Sol, implying that Maud and Sunny might not be in danger. Yet, bound by the constraints of his position, he could only remain silent, setting down his knife and fork before raising his glass to drink. In a few days, Mad Hat Town would face unprecedented turmoil, and it was highly likely that it would cease to exist within a single day. As a member of the Navy, the mongoose harbored no concern for the lives of the pirates and underworld figures on the island. Rather, he wished for their complete annihilation. However, he did not wish for Tatar to come to harm. Thus, once his colleagues arrived in Mad Hat Town, he would ensure Tatar's safety at all costs. Little did the mongoose suspect that the person he had known for 2 years bore an identity capable of shattering his understanding of the world. This intricate relationship mirrored Tatar's own previous disbelief that the mongoose was of naval origin. Maud and Sunny departed from the Nightshade Bar, traversing the narrow alleyway. Bailey followed closely behind, occasionally glancing back at the entrance of the bar, his reluctance unmistakable. At the end of the alley, Sabro and Keela stood in silence, observing Maud and Sunny as they emerged from the Nightshade Bar. Upon seeing Maud, neither of them reacted. They had indeed encountered him before, but at that time, Maud had been masked, thus they failed to recognize him now. Maud soon noticed the two figures standing motionless at the end of the alley, prompting a surge of wariness within him as he slowed his pace. Sunny, too, adjusted her speed, becoming quietly vigilant. Meanwhile, Bailey remained preoccupied with thoughts of the taste of steak, oblivious to the looming silhouettes ahead. Sabo, sensing the alert hostility emanating from Maud and Sunny, was not surprised. He understood that individuals in such sensitive environments tend to be on high alert. However, it was precisely this sensitivity that could lead to misunderstandings and conflicts in such settings. Thus, Sabo took a few steps forward into the dimly lit area, refraining from speech but raising his hands to indicate to Maud and Sunny that he bore no weapons. At this moment, Keela also stepped forward, standing silently beside Sabo. Their faces bore no disguises, allowing Maud to clearly discern the features of Sabo and Keela in the faint light. For a fleeting moment, a flash of recognition crossed Maud's eyes. He quickened his pace slightly, positioning Sunny behind him, while maintaining a discreet yet watchful gaze on Sabo and Keela. Even after recognizing Sabo's identity and sensing no hostility, Maud remained on guard. He protected Sunny as they brushed past Sabo and Keela. After covering some distance, Maud glanced back at Sabo, who coincidentally returned the gaze. Their eyes intersected momentarily in the air before each withdrew their gaze. Their expressions varied. Once Maud and Sunny vanished around the next corner, Sabo rested his chin in thought, an expression of contemplation evident in his eyes. "Sabo, do you know him?" Keela inquired, sensing Sabo's unusual demeanor. "I do not know him, but he seems vaguely familiar. As if I have encountered him before, though I cannot recall where," Sabo replied, shaking his head. A strange sense of familiarity had arisen when he locked eyes with Maud earlier, and he noted the man's considerable strength. "Indeed," Keela remarked, her expression growing somewhat grave. The posture of vigilance that Maud exhibited while passing by had exerted considerable pressure on her. Maud and Sunny traversed several alleys. Having witnessed Maud's recent actions, Sunny couldn't help but inquire, "Do you know them?" "Indeed, those two individuals were members of the Revolutionary Army," Maud replied. Maud had nothing to conceal and directly revealed the identities of Sabo and Koala. "Revolutionary Army?" Upon hearing Maud's words, Sunny involuntarily halted in her tracks. Bailey, who was walking behind, accidentally bumped into Sunny's hind leg and looked up in confusion at her. Maud also came to a halt, turning back to gaze at Sunny, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Sunny replied, taking a few steps forward to once again walk alongside Maud. Maud glanced at the unusual expression on Sunny's face, which certainly did not convey a sense of indifference, prompting him to inquire further. "What is the matter? You seem rather concerned about the Revolutionary Army." "Well, I have been paying attention to them." "Is that so?" Maud was somewhat taken aback. Sunny glanced back at the dimly lit end of the alley. "I was rescued by the Revolutionary Army." "Oh?" Maud understood that Sunny harbored a deep aversion to anything associated with slavery. Consequently, he could somewhat infer the hardships that Sunny had endured in the past. The scar etched upon his face might very well be linked to that experience. However, Maud had presumed that, like himself, Sunny had been rescued by Saul and brought to Mad Hat Town. To his surprise, he learned that it was not Saul who had liberated Sunny, but rather the Revolutionary Army. Sunny observed the astonishment etched upon Maud's face, yet she remained unfazed, calmly stating, "It seems the Revolutionary Army intends to take action against the factory." The factory she referred to was the pig farm that housed numerous enslaved individuals. Rescuing these captives had always been one of the Revolutionary Army's principal endeavors. This was also the foundation upon which he deduced the purpose of the Revolutionary Army's arrival in Frenzy Hat Town. Maud did not care at all, remarking that it had nothing to do with them, and suggested returning home as they needed to rise early the next day. At that moment, he was solely focused on becoming stronger, showing no interest in the actions of Sabo and the others. Sunny said nothing, yet her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Maud noticed and felt surprised. "Sunny, you wouldn't be thinking of getting involved, would you?" Is it really necessary?" Maud frowned, perceiving that such matters were utterly thankless. Sunny turned back once more to gaze upon the far end of the alley, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the darkness to alight upon Sabo and Kella. "It is imperative for me, and this is also the reason I aspire to become ever more formidable." Maud had a strong desire to offer one more piece of advice. He believed that in a place like Mad Hat Town, the revolutionaries would only act if they were confident of success. Thus, he felt that Sunny had no need to interfere. However, he could see that Sunny was earnest, so he refrained from saying more. Should he convey a message to Soul? Maud turned to bring up this matter. "Of course, I am not you." At this point, Sunny cast a glance at Maud, her meaning unmistakable. Maud had nothing to say. The two returned to the weapon shop. Soul went to the Flower Street and was unlikely to return that evening. They merely washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Maud descended the stairs to freshen up and, upon completing his routine, made his way to the kitchen. Sunny, as usual, stood at the countertop, preparing breakfast. Maud glanced at the languidly reclining fat weasel in the chair before turning his attention to the industrious Sunny. "Has Soul not returned yet?" "Very well." Maud sighed helplessly, taking a seat beside the plump weasel, patiently awaiting Sunny to prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, Maud and Sunny had just finished their breakfast when they heard the sound of a door opening and the faint whistling coming from the shop. It was Saul returning. He strode through the corridor and headed straight to the kitchen, his face glowing with vitality, clearly having enjoyed himself thoroughly the previous night. "You just finished eating?" Saul remarked, casting a glance at the empty plates on the table. "Did you eat?" Sunny inquired, looking at Saul. "Yes," Saul waved his hand dismissively. "I stayed up all night. I shall return to my room for a brief rest. Once I awaken, I will commence my training. Stayed up all night? Maud, Sonny, and Bailey were momentarily taken aback, then silently scrutinized Saul's vibrant and aged face. Saul, unfazed by their reaction, turned and strode towards the staircase. Wait a moment. Sonny called out just in time to halt Saul's progress. Saul paused, glancing back at Sonny, anticipating her next words. Sonny then candidly recounted the occurrence of the Revolutionary Army in Mad Hatter Town, as well as her potential actions regarding the matter. Upon hearing Sonny's forthright disclosure, Saul couldn't help but cast a glance at Maud. Why are you looking at me? Maud was momentarily taken aback. Saul redirected his gaze towards Sonny. What you choose to do is your prerogative. I shall not hinder you. However, you must bear in mind that importance is relative and hierarchical. Your own safety far outweighs the freedom of those slaves. Indeed, Sonny nodded in agreement. Motor aptly suggested, old chap, why not join us? After all, the Revolutionary Army will draw attention. We merely need to remain in the shadows and fire our shots. Did the Revolutionary Army compensate me? No. Then what reason do I have to assist them? You win. Maud was rendered speechless. Witnessing Maud being persuaded by Thor's reasoning, Sonny covered her mouth to stifle a hint of laughter. After a brief moment, Thor returned to his room for a nap. Maud and Sonny were not idle. They engaged in daily physical training. Bailey, in an effort to increase his food intake, joined them. However, the exquisite meals at the establishment hindered his training progress. By afternoon, Sol finally awoke and descended the stairs. Under his guidance, Maud and Sonny temporarily set aside their mastery of armament hockey to focus on learning the techniques and principles of moonwalk. According to Sol, for a competent gunman, the most crucial aspect is not shooting accuracy, but rather self-preservation. In the midst of battle, ensuring one's own safety is paramount, allowing one to continue taking action. This was also the fundamental reason why Sol had secretly sought to learn the sixth form of moonwalk. Maud understood the principles of utilizing the moonwalk. Yet regardless of his attempts, he faced nothing but failure. It seems that only with sufficient physical prowess can one diminish the challenges of mastering the moonwalk. Maud was not in a hurry. He had ample time at his disposal. With the existence of the Hunter's Notes, mastering the moonstep was merely a matter of time. Thus, another day passed. The following day unfolded with the same monotonous training. Apart from the essential skill practice, Maud yearned to venture out for a hunt. However, with Sol keeping a watchful eye, he found it difficult to leave. As night fell, after a grueling day of training, Maud collapsed onto his bed. Succumbing to a deep slumber, he slept soundly until the early hours of the morning, when a sudden explosion emanating from the direction of the pig factory jolted him awake. Had the revolutionary forces made their move? Maud silently murmured to himself before rising from his bed to open the door and step outside. At that very moment, Sonny emerged from the door across the corridor. The two exchanged a fleeting glance before instinctively directing their gaze towards the door of Sol's room, which remained utterly still. Sonny withdrew her gaze and turned to Maud, lowering her voice as she spoke. Prepare yourself, and then we shall proceed. Very well. Maud nodded, retreated to his room, and swiftly changed into a new outfit, arming himself with firearms and ample ammunition. Sonny, resolute in his decision to intervene, could not remain passive. By the time Maud was prepared, Sonny had already reached the doorway. Let us depart. Subsequently, the two stealthily exited the weapons shop and ascended to the rooftop of a building, gazing toward the pig factory. In the faint light of dawn, they observed a towering plume of thick smoke rising from the direction of the wall, with flickers of fire barely visible. Just then, another explosion echoed from that vicinity. The tremendous commotion reverberated throughout the entire Mad Hat town. Most townsfolk merely glanced toward the pig factory, indifferent and detached from the unfolding chaos. On the rooftop, Maud and Sonny exchanged glances before heading towards the pig factory. After their departure, a diminutive figure emerged from the weapons shop, trailing them from a distance. At this moment, the pig factory was engulfed in flames. Ralph's men clashed violently with the Revolutionary Army, with the air filled with the sounds of combat, gunfire, and explosions. The pig factory, primarily a production base for agricultural livestock, was dotted with numerous structures. Now, flames surged high, consuming many of the buildings. The severity of the fire evidently indicated that the Revolutionary Army had resorted to desperate measures, implying that their attempt to rescue slaves was fraught with difficulties. Thus, they sought to divert the enemy's forces through arson. However, despite the inferno spreading to the grain storage facilities, the armed troops showed no inclination to extinguish the flames, each wielding their weapons with lethal intent. The reason lay in Ralph's orders. Ralph, a figure of substantial influence in Mad Hat Town, owned numerous enterprises, including interests in auctions, taverns, and brothels. With his wealth, he hardly cared for the meager output of the pig factory. In contrast, the continuous production of slaves and the concealed military factory beneath the surface were of paramount importance. Losing slaves was inconsequential. A mere financial investment in the capture of more would suffice for replenishment. For Ralph, matters solvable by money held no weight. Conversely, the military factory was not only his lifeblood, but also a crucial step toward aligning himself with the Joker. Now, the Revolutionary Army dared to target him and had even planted explosives within his military factory. Had it not been for his stringent security measures, the consequences would have been dire. Enraged, Ralph issued a merciless order, offering bounties for the extermination of the revolutionaries, regardless of collateral damage to slaves. Not a single revolutionary was to escape. Driven by the promise of substantial rewards, Ralph's subordinates attacked with fervor, inflicting immense pressure on the Revolutionary Army. Under the glow of flames, the air above the pig factory was filled with the thunderous sounds of battle. Ralph's armed forces, not only numerous but also well-equipped, even boasted shoulder-mounted cannons. After all, they were stationed near a military factory. The armed troops leveraged their considerable firepower to impede the Revolutionary Army's retreat. In an underground tunnel beneath the pig factory, trembling slaves supported one another, forming a long line. At intervals along the queue, revolutionary soldiers maintained order to prevent any mishaps. At the forefront of the line stood a giant man, bare-chested and clad only in a checkered skirt. He was the Western Army commander, Molly, endowed with the power of a devil fruit, enabling him to effortlessly carve pathways through the earth. This ability made him the busiest of the 4 commanders during operations tied to rescues. This time, he had been summoned by Sabo to assist in the rescue mission in Mad Hat Town. Suddenly, a rumble from above caused the tunnel to tremble slightly. Dust fell from the ceiling, imparting a sense of impending danger. Molly glanced up at the tunnel ceiling, a flicker of concern crossing his face, not for the tunnel's integrity, but for the comrades fighting above to hold the line. Could we move any faster? He muttered, looking back at the long line of slaves, gripping his massive trident. He was hindered by the height between the sea and the cliffs of Mad Hat Island, as well as the presence of many elderly and infirm in the slave line. Thus, he could not excavate a tunnel leading directly to freedom in advance. To ensure the slaves reached the ships safely, he needed to create a downward slope leading to the vessels. Considering the slaves' physical limitations, the descent could not be too steep. While Molly's tunneling efficiency was commendable, the slow pace of the slaves remained the challenge. Yet, he was accustomed to such difficulties in rescue operations. His true worry lay with his comrades battling above. At that moment, a message relayed among the revolutionary troops maintaining order. It passed from the rear to the front, reaching the soldier closest to Molly. Molly, Keela has gone above to assist Sabo and the others. The soldier conveyed the message. Understood, Molly replied, not turning around as he continued his work. On the surface, Sabo charged into the enemy ranks, wielding a steel pipe without regard for his own safety. His aim was to alleviate the pressure on his comrades by targeting those operating the shoulder-mounted cannons. As Sabo advanced, the number of these cannons began to dwindle. Though he faced a relentless assault from the armed troops, his remarkable prowess rendered him nearly untouchable, even amidst their overwhelming numbers. In fact, he dispatched several of them with a steel pipe, which seemed forged from an unknown material capable of demolishing the cannons. The armed troops could do little against him, suffering heavy losses as a result. Thanks to Sabo's exceptional performance, the pressure on the Revolutionary Army eased significantly, and the tide of battle began to shift in their favor. However, the arrival of Ralph's elite enforcers soon curbed Sabo's momentum. Sabo halted, his gaze narrowing at the man who stood before him. Bronze Mustache Scott. His eyes swept over the man's bronze-hued, pointed beard, instantly recognizing him. Scott was Ralph's most formidable enforcer, the one who had returned with the castle fruit from the Grand Line. Impressive, indeed. Scott raised his bronze-like fist, and upon discerning Sabo's age, a flicker of unusual color flashed in his eyes. Sabo cast a glance at the small dent on the steel pipe, remaining silent, seemingly sensing Sabo's apprehension. Scott smirked with pride. You little imp, if you can withstand my punch, you ought to be proud. Suddenly, a bullet shot from an unseen location struck Scott's temple. The force of the impact not only interrupted Scott's words, but also caused his head to tilt sideways. The unexpected bullet took Sabo by surprise. He swiftly turned to the direction from which the bullet had come, a look of confusion crossing his face. That direction was filled with enemies. Scott, equally perplexed, cursed under his breath, Which bastard missed? Were it not for the abilities granted by the copper fruit, that bullet would have surely caused him significant harm. After venting his frustration, Scott turned back to Sabo, intending to repeat the words he had left unfinished. You ought to be proud. Yet, another bullet came flying in, striking Scott's temple once more and once again interrupting his speech. Damn it, Scott exclaimed, glaring towards the origin of the bullets. To his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by his own armed squad members, multiple question marks hovering above his head. Sabo, although curious, had little time to ponder the situation. As he proactively advanced toward Scott, he needed to swiftly resolve the confrontation with Scott in order to address the shoulder-mounted artillery and alleviate the pressure on his comrades. Scott had initially intended to identify the rogue shooter, but with Sabo suddenly attacking, he had no choice but to engage in battle. The two were soon embroiled in a fierce struggle. In the distance, Maud, clad in the armed squad uniform and smeared with ash, felt a pang of regret. He sighed momentarily before aiming his gun at the revolutionary forces. Naturally, with deliberate aim, the bullets he fired were unlikely to hit the revolutionaries. Moreover, amidst such chaos, the possibility of friendly fire was inevitable. Beside him, Sonny, also dressed in the armed squad uniform, whispered, I told you my shot wasn't a miss. Ah, my apologies. It seems I misunderstood you. Maud spoke in a low voice, then immediately turned with a fierce expression to fire upon the revolutionary army. As he pulled the trigger, a chilling intent to kill emanated from him. Dare to cause trouble at the pig factory? I'll take down every last one of you wretches. Sonny, taken aback by Maud's intense immersion in the moment, quietly distanced herself from him. The armed team surrounding them, inspired by Maud's fervor for battle, felt a surge of motivation. Well done, brother. Yes, let us eliminate these audacious scoundrels. As dawn broke, the pig factory was engulfed in flames. The number of armed forces greatly outnumbered that of the revolutionary army. Thus, when Sabo, who served as the spearhead, was restrained by Scott, a user of the copper fruit, the revolutionary army found itself once again embroiled in a desperate struggle. Maud and Sonny infiltrated the armed group, paddling frantically while observing the situation on both sides. The predicament of the revolutionary army appeared dire. Witnessing the revolutionary forces being thoroughly beaten by the armed group, Maud silently murmured to himself. Such missions aimed at rescuing slaves are fundamentally akin to hostage rescues, with their inherent difficulties being self-evident. Therefore, Maud believed that the revolutionary army would only attempt to rescue slaves when they possessed a reasonable assurance of success. Yet, it seemed that this particular rescue operation was fraught with a considerable degree of risk. Given the current circumstances, neither Maud nor Sonny could afford to take the lead. Their actions were limited to opportunistically firing upon the armed group amidst the chaos of battle, alleviating some pressure on the close combat personnel of the revolutionary army. For instance, the shot Maud had just fired coincided perfectly with an armed group member being struck down by a blade. In that moment, the assailant was not yet dead and still had the capacity to continue fighting. However, the subsequent bullet from Maud became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Each shot, taken with impeccable timing, was executed with utmost stealth. Amidst the turmoil of battle, even if someone were to cast a hasty glance, they would remain oblivious. Had it not been for Maud's foundational mastery of observation hockey, he might not have achieved such precision. It was a meager contribution, yet it sufficed. As Maud stepped onto the battlefield, he aimed his weapon while his attention predominantly lingered on Sabo and Scott. The individual named Scott was a rare and valuable target at this juncture. Should an opportunity arise to claim his life, Maud had no intention of letting it slip away. However, before taking action, he needed to find a moment to inscribe the name in his notebook. With this thought in mind, Maud cast a glance at Sonny. Noticing her remarkable composure, Maud felt a slight sense of reassurance and began to contemplate his approach towards Scott. He surveyed the chaotic scene around him, which was nothing short of a tumultuous frenzy. In this melee, the situation had inexplicably reached a stalemate, with lives being lost every moment. Nevertheless, the armed forces maintained a numerical advantage, and prolonging the conflict would only exacerbate the plight of the revolutionaries. To overcome the current predicament, Sabo needed to swiftly eliminate Scott, transforming himself into a dagger that could pierce through the enemy lines with relentless ferocity. However, Scott, fortified by the defensive capabilities granted by the copper fruit, managed to hold Sabo at bay. Moreover, Scott's clarity of thought became evident when he recognized that Sabo was not a foe to be easily dispatched. He decisively abandoned the notion of killing Sabo, redirecting his focus toward containment, leaving Sabo with no opportunity whatsoever. This astute and timely decision rendered Sabo increasingly uncomfortable. Absent any external interference, Sabo would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue Scott in the short term. Maud observed keenly from the sidelines, unable to suppress a sense of admiration for the individual known as Scott. His ability to seize opportunities with such precision amidst the chaos of battle revealed the extent of his prowess. Alas, Scott's defenses effectively countered the support capabilities of both him and Sonny. Otherwise, Maud and Sonny might have been able to create opportunities for Sabo. They must rely on their own strengths. Maud murmured to himself as he continued to fire his black gun towards the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, he occasionally managed to take down a teammate. The armed forces engaged in fierce combat could never have anticipated the presence of two concealed guns behind them. Although the revolutionaries sensed something amiss, they lacked the time to investigate further. As seconds ticked away, the number of corpses on the battlefield steadily increased. Taking advantage of the opportunity to replenish ammunition, Maud discreetly summoned his notebook and inscribed Scott's name within its pages. With time being of the essence, he could only manage to write the name before swiftly closing the notebook. Upon returning to the battlefield, he observed that the situation for the Revolutionary Army had become increasingly dire. Simultaneously, Sonny, who was also engaged in clandestine shooting, sensed that the revolutionary forces were teetering on the brink of collapse, and her actions betrayed a hint of urgency. "Sonny, do not be overly reckless." Maud spoke up immediately, reminding them that their involvement was not meant for self-sacrifice. The mere act of risking danger to provide assistance to the Revolutionary Army was already an act of utmost benevolence. Sonny nodded silently, suppressing her urge to take the lead. As Sol had articulated, what is deemed important comes with a hierarchy of priorities. Before extending a helping hand, the foremost consideration must be one's own life. After allowing Sonny to retreat a short distance, Maud observed the battlefield once more. If this situation continued without any unforeseen changes, it would not take half an hour for the remaining members of the Revolutionary Army to be completely annihilated. Witnessing the revolutionary soldiers fighting valiantly without retreat, Maud could surmise their motivations. They were likely determined to ensure the safe passage of the slaves off Mad Hat Island. Hence their fierce resistance, even at the cost of their own lives. Maud did not harbor disdain for such selfless bravery exhibited by the Revolutionary Army, who were willing to sacrifice themselves for strangers. However, if it were him, he would prefer to abstain from risking his life for those unrelated to him. With the tide of battle shifting in favor of the armed forces, Maud was already contemplating a retreat. Soon, daylight would break. And if the armed forces discovered that he and Sonny were engaging in covert operations, it could lead to dire consequences. The thought of retreat was only just emerging in Maud's mind when, in an instant, the battlefield was met with two unforeseen variables. "Oh." Maud glanced at a young maiden who had inexplicably emerged onto the battlefield. Fearless amidst the hail of gunfire, she charged into the enemy ranks, employing a martial technique reminiscent of karate to send armed soldiers sprawling. Each individual struck by her hand either fell lifeless or severely injured upon hitting the ground. She was the woman who had been with Sabo the previous night. Maud recognized the identity of the young girl, and in his astonishment, his gaze shifted to the second variable. It was a robust man emerging from the other side of the mountain wall, his face shrouded in layers of black cloth, revealing only his piercing eyes. This man surged through the unguarded gate of the mountain wall, launching an assault from behind the armed squad. As Amoda and Sonny scrutinized the man, they tactfully distanced themselves to avoid drawing his attention. Could it be that this individual? Maud looked at the man's physique, and the figure of Tatum instantly flashed in his mind. Yet, regardless of who it may be, these two variables arrived with remarkable timeliness. Suddenly, Maud cast a glance at Scott, and his thoughts became animated. Meanwhile, in the room of Tatar, Wolfrat stood at the doorway, silently observing the empty bed within. After a moment, he exited the Nightshade Tavern and ascended to the rooftop, gazing towards the wall mountain. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, and the flames cast a crimson hue across the heavens. Even from a distance, the sounds of battle could be faintly heard emanating from the direction of Wall Mountain. Wolfrat retrieved his pocket communicator and dialed Guillaume's number. At the same time, on the sea, an hour's journey from Mad Hat Town, two warships sliced through the waves. A streak of dawn appeared on the horizon. Guillaume stood on the deck, facing the wind, alongside Card, who had his hands in his pockets and was gazing ahead. Suddenly, the communicator in Guillaume's pocket emitted a sound. As it rang out, it became the sole sound on the deck. Everyone, including Carp, turned their attention to Guillaume. The timing of the call indicated it could only be from the informant embedded in Mad Hat Town. Guillaume took out the communicator, and as soon as she connected, its appearance instantaneously became somewhat disreputable. In the next moment, Wolf Rat's voice came through. How much longer until you arrive? About half an hour. You called just to ask this? No. Wolf Rat's tone conveyed a hint of gravity. Something has happened. An unknown force is attacking the slave factory on the island. It is highly likely to be the Revolutionary Army. I'm uncertain if this will impact our operations, so I wanted to inform you in advance. Understood. Remain on standby. Do not act rashly until we reach Mad Hat Town. All right. The communicator clicked off. Carp stroked his chin and remarked, Is it the Revolutionary Army? Little Crane mentioned it earlier. Most likely, but it shouldn't affect our mission. Guillaume put away the communicator, her expression composed. Apart from her, the ship also housed Carp and Akiji, top-tier forces. Should the Revolutionary Army on Mad Hat Island encounter them, their only option would be to flee. Carp evidently shared this sentiment and was not overly concerned about the Revolutionary Army on the island. He understood that unless absolutely necessary, the Revolutionary Army would not engage them. Furthermore, while he did not require Akiji's intervention, the mere presence of Akiji served as an implicit deterrent. La, Akiji's languid voice suddenly resonated from the deck stairs. Since we still have half an hour to go, why not have breakfast first? Looking as if he had just awakened. He descended the stairs towards the bow of the ship, proposing a rather constructive suggestion to Carp and Guillaume. Indeed, Carp wholeheartedly agreed, then turned to his first mate, Bogart. With a long knife hanging at his waist, Bogart raised a hand to adjust his hat's brim and calmly stated, The kitchen is already preparing. Haha. Carp laughed heartily and then glanced at Akiji, his eyes seemingly conveying, See, my first mate always alleviates my worries. Akiji, however, feigned ignorance. Raising his gaze to the brightening sky, in the silence, he found himself too weary to critique Carp's occasional childishness. As he gazed at the dimly lit horizon, Akiji's mind suddenly emptied. Regarding a first mate like Bogart, there was a slight tinge of envy. After all, he was a seasoned veteran of the Navy who had followed Carp throughout the years, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, Akiji envied Bogart's adeptness in handling affairs. With such a first mate, he could likely enjoy more time for leisurely slumber. However, this was only natural. Anyone who had Carp as a superior would undoubtedly hone formidable skills in managing matters within a few short years. Speaking of which, Akiji abruptly recalled something crucial while daydreaming. Extending his index finger to tap his forehead. Will we have enough time to report back to headquarters? On Mad Hat Island. At the Wall Mountain Pig Factory, after the masked man and Kella joined the fray, the situation within the arena dramatically shifted. In this world, individual prowess often sways the tide of battle. At this moment, the masked man and Kella fulfilled such a role. They both entered the conflict almost simultaneously, one attacking from the rear and the other from the front, inadvertently creating a pincer movement. Leveraging their formidable personal strength, they ruthlessly tore through the formation of the armed group. Beyond the exceptionally powerful Scott, there were no other individuals on the armed group's side capable of thwarting the masked man and Kella's might. In an instant, the tides of battle turned as Maud observed the masked man and Kella wreaking havoc like wolves among sheep. With these two drawing the armed group's attention, he saw his opportunity to strike at Scott. Yet, he did not rush. Instead, he continued to bide his time, patiently awaiting the right moment. Before making his move, he must at least afford the masked man and Kella a chance to shine, allowing the armed group to suffer as many losses as possible. Thus, even if his identity were to be exposed later, he would not become the target of everyone's ire. After 10 minutes of patient waiting, Maud finally shouldered Usopp and picked up a bloodied long knife from the ground. He then silently observed the escalating battle between Sabo and Scott. Merely using lead bullets would not suffice to pierce through Scott's bronze defense. Therefore, to claim a life, he needed to imbue the long knife with haki and, at the opportune moment, deliver a lethal strike to Scott. In strict terms, the opportunity would be singular. A cold killing intent flickered in Emoda's eyes as he approached Scott. After Sol began to teach haki, Emoda pondered the matter for an entire night. Ultimately, he filled in the haki requirements on the third silver line, opting not for the armament haki or observation haki. Scott was a prey well-versed in armament haki. If he could successfully hunt him, although a small portion of the gains would be siphoned off, it would still be his first precious yield of haki. At that moment, the positions of Sabo and Scott had completely reversed. Damn it! Scott, distracted by the unfolding battle, grimaced upon witnessing his side descended to defeat. Sabo, no longer pressed for time, shed the constraints of external forces, and his momentum against Scott suddenly became less aggressive, adopting a more measured approach. This shift inadvertently placed immense pressure on Scott. Enough of this. He resolved to eliminate this little brat first. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Scott's thoughts shifted in an instant. He abandoned his defensive stance, unleashing his copper fists with a bold and expansive assault towards Sabo. As he exposed more openings, the force behind his punches grew stronger than before. Sabo, momentarily unable to keep pace, made a trivial misstep while evading the blows, which Scott seized upon. With a resounding thud, Scott's punch sent Sabo reeling back, and he swiftly followed up, seizing Sabo's steel pipe. A cold smile crept across Scott's face. However, in the next moment, Sabo executed an unexpected maneuver, releasing his grip on the steel pipe. The dragon hook claw, Sabo curled his right fingers into a claw-like gesture, swiftly enveloping it with a layer of pitch-black hockey, before delivering a heavy strike to the center of Scott's chest. This was his true trump card. A dull thud resounded. The powerful claw sent Scott flying backward. It was over. A fleeting glimmer of light vanished from Sabo's eyes. He held great confidence in his dragon hook claw. Yet, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Scott halted his retreat, emerging unscathed. He let out a cold laugh, proclaiming, "Hockey has its strengths and weaknesses. I concede that your armament hockey surpasses mine slightly, but I still possess the defensive capabilities granted by the copper fruit." Sabo gazed at Scott's bronze chest. Cloaked in armament hockey, a grave expression settling upon his face. The dual defense of the devil fruit and hockey left even the dragon hook claw incapable of inflicting any harm. Scott, with a mocking smile directed at the solemn Sabo, felt the hockey gradually recede from his chest. If this is your strongest attack, then you are merely a long blade, enveloped in armament hockey. Suddenly pierced through Scott's bronze form, abruptly interrupting his words. Who is it? Scott's eyes widened as he slowly lowered his gaze to the blade protruding from his chest. Upon seeing the dark hockey enveloping the blade, despair flashed across his eyes. The sudden turn of events caused Sabo's expression to shift. He looked toward the young man who had pierced through Scott's bronze body with the blade. "It's you." Despite the grime on the young man's face, Sabo instantly recognized his identity. A tempest of emotion surged within him, yet he could not hide his astonishment. How could he have anticipated that a mere passerby would possess the strength to pierce through Scott's defenses? In his astonishment, Sabo's gaze dropped slightly, quickly noticing the gun barrel extending from Imoda's shoulder. His attention was momentarily captured. This was. Sabo seldom used firearms, but he was familiar with them. The gun emerging from Imoda's shoulder bore the marks of countless battles. It was a rare old gun. In the town of Mad Hat, Sabo had only seen one such weapon, the old gun carried by the mortician he had encountered in the tavern not long ago. Was it the same person? No wonder he had felt an inexplicable familiarity when they brushed past each other the night before. The influx of information coalesced in Sabo's mind, ultimately leading to a singular conclusion. Yet, confusion quickly followed. He first cast a swift glance at the dark blade protruding from Scott's chest, then turned his gaze to Imoda, clad in the uniform of the Armament Corps. "Who exactly are you?" The two dissonant questions emerged from Sabo's lips, stemming from his utter ignorance of Imoda's true identity. Ma did not respond to Sabo's question. Instead, he swiftly delivered a fatal blow to Scott, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur. With two precise strikes to vital areas, Scott perished without even catching a glimpse of Maud's visage. After eliminating Scott, Maud had no time to contemplate the changes within his own body. He pushed aside Scott's lifeless form and retreated rapidly towards Sonny's location. Having acquired invaluable experience, and with the Revolutionary Army no longer at a disadvantage, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. "Wait, what is your name?" Sabo called out, instinctively reaching out a hand in a gesture of detainment as he watched Maud hastily withdraw. This inquiry caused Maud to pause momentarily. Leaving a name while doing good is a principle he held dearly. Usopp. With that name cast aside, Maud quickened his pace. "Thank you," Sabo managed to utter just as Maud darted far away. In the distance, Maud's silhouette faded. "Usopp," Sabo murmured to himself, acknowledging the strength he had just witnessed. Silently committing the name Usopp to memory, Sabo turned to support his comrades. The situation was looking increasingly favorable. Soon, they would safely evacuate from the Mad Hat Island. Successfully completing their rescue mission, Maud swiftly returned to Sunny's side. This place was no longer safe for an extended stay. The armed forces were on the brink of collapse. Given more time, those clad in uniforms would inevitably become targets of the Revolutionary Army. It was time to depart. Maud tugged at Sunny's hem. Sunny responded and followed closely behind Maud. The two made their way toward the exit at the base of the wall mountain. Not far away, a masked man who had joined the fray to alter the tide of battle glanced at the retreating figures of Maud and Sunny. Inside, after Scott fell, the Revolutionary Army quickly gained overwhelming superiority. Subsequently, they did not linger in combat. Having destroyed the armed forces' long-range weapons, they withdrew, witnessing the Revolutionary Army's retreat. The surviving members of the armed forces dared not pursue, allowing the revolutionaries to vanish from sight. Sabo and his companions traversed the tunnel left by Jasmine. Arriving at the cliff space on the island, not far offshore, two mast ships were anchored, with the previously rescued slaves having been safely transferred to one of them. Sabo. Clara. On the deck, Jasmine waved his hands at Sabo and the others below the cliff. His towering figure was conspicuous, even without shouting. Sabo and the others could spot him standing at the bow. Sabo waved back, then, along with his companions, boarded a small boat headed towards the two mast ships. Before long, the surviving revolutionaries boarded the ships one by one. The ship's doctors, who had long awaited their arrival, swiftly mobilized to treat the injuries of the revolutionaries. The masked man also boarded the ship, having removed his headscarf to reveal a wooden expression. Tadamu, you arrived just in time. Clara patted Tadamu on the back. A faint smile crept across Tadamu's lips as he tossed his soot-stained and bloodied headscarf into the sea. Sabo approached and patted Tadamu on the shoulder. Tadamu, will you stay behind or come with us? I'll stay. Just give me a small boat later. Tadamu replied without hesitation, promptly removing his outer clothing and long pants to reveal a pristine bartender's outfit. All right. Sabo nodded. Clara turned to Sabo and suddenly asked, by the way, who was that person who helped you earlier? He shouldn't be one of ours, right? His name is Usopp. He is the mortician I mentioned when we first came to Crazy Head Island. Is it really him? Clara gasped in surprise, realizing it was the same man who had shot to save the fishermen slaves on the long street. Sabo chuckled, moreover. We met him just the night before in the alley. Oh? Clara, caught off guard, recalled the youthful pair with astonishment. But who exactly is he? I'm not quite sure. Sabo shook his head. Meanwhile, Tadamu's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. The two mast ships, carrying the revolutionaries and the slaves, slowly sailed toward the open sea. At that moment, dawn had broken, and the morning light illuminated the entire sky. As the mast ship traversed a distance, Tadamu approached the ship's railing, preparing to lower a small boat into the sea. Sabo and Clara came to assist him. Just as the small boat was about to touch the water, a tense voice from the lookout above rang out, 2 warships spotted at 5 o'clock. Upon hearing the lookout's report, everyone on the deck instinctively looked up. One of them is the warship of the naval hero, Garp. Upon hearing Garp's name, Sabo and his companions' expressions changed. How could the naval hero come to such a place? Could it be that they are coming for us? Who knows? We should just avoid them. The revolutionaries murmured amongst themselves. With their current formation, if they were targeted by a naval legend, it would spell disaster. Tadamu gazed into the distant sea, a grave expression on his face, and spoke solemnly, I have a good idea of what is happening. Everyone turned to look at Tadamu. On the deck of the warship, the sailors sprang into action, preparing for battle. They pushed out carts laden with numerous shells from the ammunition depot. Swiftly, they maneuvered the carts to the steps leading to the bow deck. Since the carts couldn't ascend the steps, they had to carefully lift the shells from the carts, climbing up the stairs with caution. In this manner, they transported one shell after another to the bow, placing them beside Garp. As the warship approached within 500 meters of Crazy Hat Island's inner bay, a pile of shells already surrounded Garp. He rolled his shoulders, gazing at the multitude of vessels anchored in the bay, a grin spreading across his face. Let us warm up a bit. The warship arrived at the mouth of the inner bay, promptly dropping anchor. Those on the dock quickly noticed the brazenly advancing warship. In the next instant, without the sound of cannon fire, a barrage of shells flew from the warship's bow, precisely striking a pirate ship. Boom. The main mast of the pirate ship was shattered by the shell, and the ensuing explosion engulfed the vessel in flames. On the warship's deck, Garp casually picked up a shell from the cart. The previous few shells had been hurled by his own hand. Before landing on the island, he intended to warm up in this manner, subsequently annihilating all pirate ships in the inner bay. As the sun rose, the inner bay of Crazy Head Island endured a fierce bombardment. The whistling shells, both in speed and power, far surpassed the comprehension of the pirates on the dock. Boom. In a brief moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, yet another pirate ship sank. On the dock, numerous pirates erupted in fury. How could a single warship be so audacious? No, it's two. Regardless of one or two, We must sink them. It had been ages since they encountered such arrogant Navy forces that dared to intrude into the inner bay. Without any cannon fire, how could the shells be flying in? Amidst the chaos, a pirate, confused, adjusted his goggles with slight magnification and followed the trajectory of the shells. What met his gaze was a scene that sent shivers down his spine. People! It's people! The pirate screamed in terror. The surrounding pirates turned to look at their comrade, cursing him. Have you lost your mind? If it's not a person, what could it be? A ghost? Soon, they saw the seemingly deranged comrade tremble uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, his face twisted in fright as though he had seen a ghost. What is happening? The surrounding pirates wore expressions of utter confusion. The pirate, who had been so frightened that he fell to the ground, trembled like a leaf in the wind. These cannonballs were hurled with bare hands, and it seemed as though he was on the verge of suffocation, yet the words he wished to utter eluded him. A few meters away, a fierce-looking man could no longer stand by. He strode over and lifted the frightened pirate. With a dismissive gesture, he removed the goggles and tossed them aside like refuse, discarding the trembling pirate with disdain. How could such cowardice dare to set sail? Go home and suck on your mother's milk, he scoffed, casting a scornful glance at the pirate before raising the goggles to his eyes, gazing towards the bow of the warship. Soon, he was enveloped in an eerie silence. What was happening? The bizarre demeanor of the burly man sent ripples of unease among the nearby pirates who had been observing the situation. With a soft thud, the goggles slipped from the man's grip and fell to the ground, producing a faint sound. Boom! The deafening roar of the ship being sunk echoed once more in their ears. Yet, the nearby pirates collectively turned their gaze towards the goggles that had landed on the ground. Once the thunderous explosion subsided, they heard the man's trembling voice. It is the Navy hero Garp and Admiral Akiji. Upon hearing these names, all the surrounding pirates froze, their expressions and bodies stiffening like wooden puppets. The bombardment continued. Panic spread like a plague across the dock. At the bow of the naval warship on the inner bay's surface, Garp's movements became increasingly fluid and precise as he hurled a dozen cannonballs. To say this was merely a warm-up was no exaggeration. The naval officers from Guion observed with indifference, having long since become accustomed to Garp's bare-handed artillery feats. However, aboard another warship that was following closely behind, a contingent of West Sea Branch Navy officers were utterly astounded, their jaws nearly unhinged. They would never question the strength of a naval hero, yet their limited horizons rendered the sight of bare-handed cannonball tossing profoundly shocking. What a monster! Colonel Roby remained silent, filled with pride yet acutely aware of the formidable beast that loomed above him. Nevertheless, one day, I too shall reach such heights, Roby mused inwardly. He was still young and among the finest of his peers in the Navy. Given enough time to grow stronger, he would inevitably ascend to the ranks of commander, rear admiral, or even admiral. A glimmer of determination shone in Roby's eyes. On the rooftop of a bar in Wolfrat Town, he finally arrived. Wolfrat observed the commotion emanating from the inner bay. Tap tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the alley below. A group of nearby pirates gathered, hastening through the alley towards the dock to assess the situation. Wolfrat looked down at the pirates, a cold, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At this juncture, he no longer needed to conceal his intentions. Without a sound, Wolfrat transformed into his beastly form. With a powerful stretch of his greatly expanded legs, he unleashed a visible wave of slashing energy towards the unsuspecting crowd below. The wave sliced through the bodies of the pirates like a crescent moon. The pirates, who were briskly walking, were taken aback as they stared at their severed lower halves. With a sickening splat, the bisected bodies fell to the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. A few remaining pirates gasped in terror, letting out chilling cries. From the rooftop, Wolfrat glanced coldly at the struggling pirates below before leaping gracefully towards the dock. Tread lightly. Whoever you are, once you leave, do not return. Wolfrat's beastly form raced across the building tops, leaving no pirate unscathed in his wake. He had long desired to do this. While he did not expect to slay every pirate, eliminating even one today might spare some ordinary lives in the future. Thus, one kill was better than none. Wolfrat reveled in his murderous intent, carving a bloody path like an executioner. The arrival of Guion and his comrades allowed him to unleash his full potential without concern. On the rooftop of a building along the Liquor Street, Lafitte stood tall, shielding his eyes with his hand as he gazed towards the smoke rising from the dock. TSK, two extraordinary figures indeed have arrived. Garp and Akiji, the pinnacle of naval power. In the vast ocean, few could stand alongside them. To him, the notion that such figures would come to the madcap island of the West Sea was utterly ludicrous. Yet, Garp and Akiji had indeed come. Curiosity danced in Lafitte's eyes. Why had they come? If it was merely to annihilate Mad Hat Island, their motive seemed insufficient. With that thought, a smile crept onto Lafitte's face. Unlike the fearful pirates on the island, he remained entirely unperturbed. So what if ships were destroyed? He had ample means to depart this island. Driven by curiosity, Lafitte resolved to linger and observe for a while longer. In the alleyways of the residential district, Maud closed his eyes. Within the enveloping darkness, a notebook emanating a radiant light gradually materialized. Upon its cover, the second star frame, symbolizing physical prowess, was nearly complete, just a hair's breadth away from being entirely filled. Furthermore, his domineering ambition had coalesced into a star frame, 1/3 filled. The swift formation of these star frames was not a result of Scott's advanced mastery of hockey bestowing such benefits upon Maud, but rather due to Maud's own foundational understanding of hockey. The star levels not only correspond to the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, but also serve as a real-time reflection of his own strength. If he were to inscribe marksmanship as the fourth ambition, it is conceivable that, from the moment of inscription, a star level might manifest directly. Maud, Sonny's voice called, prompting him to open his eyes. Let us head back to the weapon shop. As soon as Maud spoke, a figure swiftly appeared before them. In an instant, Maud and Sonny tensed up, but their demeanor relaxed upon recognizing the newcomer, Thor. They were situated in a narrow alley within the residential area, less than a kilometer from the weapons shop. However, Thor's sudden appearance had thrust Maud and Sonny into a state of readiness for combat. Only when they discerned that it was Thor did they holster their pistols. They then observed the furrowed brows and deeply lined face of Thor, which was etched with an unusual gravity. It was the first time they had witnessed such a reaction from him. What was the matter? Sonny, sensing the gravity of the situation, was the first to inquire. We will discuss it later, Thor replied, leaping into action. He grasped the collars of Maud and Sonny and lifted them off the ground, effortlessly propelling them back towards the weapons shop. Upon their return, Thor released the bewildered Maud and Sonny. 2 warships have arrived in the bay, Kapu and Akiji. They are most likely here to find me. What? Maud and Sonny were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Bailey approached from the corridor, a look of confusion etched on his face. As a unique creature, he was oblivious to the significance of the names Garp and Akainu in the pirate realm. Gather your weapons and ammunition. We must flee, Sol declared hastily before dashing back to his room with utmost urgency. Earlier that morning, he had stealthily followed Maud and Sonny to the pig factory, armed with nothing more than a couple of short-barreled flintlock pistols hastily snatched from a shelf, with scarcely any ammunition to speak of. Initially, he dismissed the Revolutionary Army's assault on the pig factory as a minor affair, merely tailing Maud and Sonny to ensure their safety. After the situation had been resolved, he intended to enjoy breakfast before indulging in a morning practice at the Flower Street. However, just as he neared the weapons shop, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of frequent explosions emanating from the docks. Habitually, he employed his observation hockey and caught sight of Garp and Akainu. In previous circumstances, he would have long since absconded alone. But now, Sol rushed into his room, promptly discarding the 2 subpar firearms he possessed. He then retrieved a wooden box, thickly coated in dust, from beneath the double bed. Upon opening the box, he discovered a pair of flintlock pistols, one long and one short, resting quietly upon a red velvet cloth. A marksman typically carries at least 2 firearms, one for long-range engagements and another for close combat. Many snipers also keep a backup weapon at hand, anticipating the fragility of firearms in the heat of battle. The rifled gun in the box had served as Sol's backup, while his primary weapon, long used, had been destroyed by Garp. Although this spare gun was not as formidable as the one lost to Garp's hands, it far surpassed the gaudy wares found in the weapons shop. The flintlock pistol, on the other hand, had faithfully accompanied him throughout his journey. Sol secured the 2 firearms to his person, replenishing his ammunition pouch with lead bullets. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before the door. Just as he was about to step outside, he halted abruptly, glancing back at the 9 long swords displayed upon the counter. Each of these blades was a prized possession he had amassed over the years. After a moment of contemplation, recalling Maud's conqueror's hockey, he ultimately seized one of the swords and departed the room without a backward glance. The remaining exquisite blades, along with the substantial wealth contained within the cabinet, would have to be left behind. Sol descended the stairs, making his way to the weapons shop. Moore and Sonny were fully prepared to depart. Meanwhile, Bailey had come to grasp the current situation, his body trembling like that of an aged man. This was largely due to Sonny's succinct explanation that Hattersville was destined to become barren. Consequently, Bailey was struck with fear, fixated solely on the urgency of fleeing Hattersville. He clutched tightly as Saul hurled the ethereal blue dagger towards Moore. Maud raised his hand to catch the long blade, gazing in astonishment at Sol. This is Chidori. He was about to inquire about the reason why Sol had thrown Chidori to him, but before he could utter a word, Sol's next statement interrupted him. Let's go. Sol took the lead, pushing open the door of the weapons shop. Maud chose to relent, fastening his long knife to his belt and following Sol alongside Sonny. Bailey, however, found himself bound and secured to Maud's back. Upon exiting the shop, Sol employed his previous tactic, reaching out with both hands to grasp the collars of Maud and Sonny. And then, with a graceful moonwalk, ascended into the air, heading towards the Wall Mountain. The Navy was advancing from the inner bay, clearly intent on destroying all the vessels to capture the pirates on the island in one fell swoop. Consequently, Sol was compelled to retreat in the opposite direction towards Wall Mountain, planning to escape from the island's other side before utilizing his moonwalk to flee to the nearest island. This had always been his method for evading the Navy's pursuit. However, carrying two individuals while employing the moonwalk would undoubtedly hinder his speed and impose a considerable burden. The most challenging aspect was that he could not free his hands. Sol's ability to vex the Navy was not merely due to his moonwalk technique. It was also his skill in simultaneously fleeing while firing at the pursuing Navy. Therefore, even if the Navy's moonwalking speed surpassed Sol's, a forceful pursuit could lead to them being shot down like birds. Thus, Sol hurried towards Wall Mountain at the fastest pace possible, holding both individuals aloft. Suspended in midair, Maud dared not move, fearing he might disrupt Sol's balance. Feeling the wind rush past him, Maud glanced downwards. The streets below appeared as blurred images, swiftly receding behind them. Was it truly possible to maintain such speed while carrying two people? But could his stamina keep pace? Surely. He couldn't be planning to carry them away from Mad Hat Island in this manner. In an instant, Maud was enveloped by a myriad of perplexities. Yet, given Thor's actions, there must undoubtedly be a rationale behind them. Thus, Maud gradually suppressed his bewilderment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Thor's expression shifted slightly as he turned to glance back. Employing his observation hockey, he beheld Carp barreling forward like a raging bull, relentlessly demolishing building after building in his path. The structures crumbled before him as if made of mere paper, not at all impeding his velocity. Damn that iron-fisted scoundrel. Thor gritted his teeth. Concentrating on long-range observation hockey would directly impact the speed of his moonwalk. Consequently, Thor promptly retracted his observation hockey and hastened away. Maud and Sonny also heard the frequent thundering noises emanating from behind them. With great difficulty, they turned to glance back, accompanied by the cacophony. Plumes of smoke billowed from the nearby buildings, serving as a grim herald of the monstrous pursuit trailing closely behind. "Gue Gun, you are the only one I seek," boomed Carp's voice, reverberating through the chaotic streets. The pirates in town stood agape, witnessing Carp dart past them, simultaneously absorbing his words. In that moment, they grasped the true purpose of the naval hero's unexpected visit to Mad Hat Island. Who was Gue Gun? The question flickered through their minds. Yet they wasted no time in cursing him. If it weren't for this individual named Gue Gun, Mad Hat Island would not be enduring such turmoil. The pirates, who should have been mere bystanders, could only contemplate how to escape the island safely amidst their curses. Meanwhile, Carp paid no heed to the crowd of pirates, his singular focus remaining on the fleeing Sol. Sol, employing the moonwalk technique, soared through the air, disregarding Carp's proclamations as he concentrated solely on his escape. Observing Sol's indifference from a distance, Carp refrained from further conversation, sprinting through the streets to reduce the distance between them. As the gap diminished, Carp seized a pirate he encountered mid-stride, leaping into the air and, with a powerful motion, hurled the unfortunate Sol towards Sol. The pirate, caught off guard, had no time to scream before the overwhelming force extinguished his life, transforming him into a lifeless projectile aimed at Sol. Hearing the whistling sound of the corpse approaching, Sol cursed under his breath, adjusting his trajectory to evade the oncoming body. Carp, having executed the throw, performed a somersault and, with a deft maneuver, activated his moonwalk again. His formidable physique propelled him towards the ground like an arrow, and upon landing, he continued his relentless sprint unimpeded. The astonishing physical prowess and coordination displayed in that moment were nothing short of remarkable. Subsequently, Carp repeated his tactic, seizing pirate after pirate to hurl at Sol. Sol, in exasperation, could do little but dodge the flying corpses, Had he the use of his hands, Carp would not have been allowed such audacity. Carp, well aware of this, acted with unrestrained confidence. Under Carp's relentless assault, Saul's speed of escape was significantly hampered, and the distance between them closed visibly. However, the wall mountain lay just ahead. If he could surpass it and then descend from the cliff near the pig factory, freedom awaited him. With Carp's moonwalk speed, it would be impossible to catch Saul before he left the island. Yet, time was of the essence. Saul felt a weight of urgency. What are the other escape routes? A quick glance to the sides revealed a myriad of possibilities flooding his mind, leading him to a conclusion. No. A sudden change in direction would only grant Carp the opportunity to close in faster. Yet, if he pressed on as he was, reaching the cliffs beyond Wall Mountain seemed increasingly unlikely. He might barely scale the wall before Carp intercepted him. Unless he could free his hands and disrupt Carp's pursuit with his flintlock pistol, the situation would remain dire. Damn it, Saul muttered under his breath, vexed. As one ages, bodily functions inevitably decline. Yet, behind him, the relentless Carp, seemingly ageless at over 70, exhibited vitality akin to one in their prime. Teeth clenched, Saul faced the pressing need to make a choice. Abandoning Maud and Sonny for a swift escape would be the simplest solution. Yet, he could never entertain such a notion. Maud embodied the bright future he yearned to witness, while Sonny shared his blood. How could he allow these fledgling sprouts to face utter destruction? Drawing upon his extensive experience, Saul reached a decision in mere moments. With a swift maneuver, he inverted his body and, utilizing his feet, propelled himself powerfully into the air. With a resounding burst, he descended with Maud and Sonny into the housing district below. Just before landing, he executed a graceful flip, touching down securely, releasing his grip on Maud and Sonny. He spoke with an unwavering expression. Listen closely, you must both run to the cliffs beyond Wall Mountain as swiftly as you can. What about you? Sonny asked urgently. Once you reach the cliffs, I will find you. If you understand, depart quickly, Saul instructed, turning his gaze towards Carp's direction, his tone devoid of emotion. However, as Sonny furrowed her brow, ready to protest, Maud interjected, Saul, we will wait for you there. Saul remained silent, raising his rifled gun and aiming it at the wall ahead. With the aid of his observation hockey, he targeted Carp, who was barreling towards them from the other side. Maud and Sonny turned silently, sprinting towards the direction of the Wall Mountain. Even without a word from Thor, they understood that they had become a burden to him. Therefore, to alleviate Thor's load, they could only heed his words and race at their utmost speed to the other side of Mad Hatter Island. As Thor sensed the two figures' presences fading away, he steadied himself, his aged eyes reflecting a chilling glint as he gazed ahead at the wall. He unleashed his hockey, channeling it from his palm to the barrel of his gun, instantly shrouding the weapon in a cloak of black. With precision, he aimed and pulled the trigger decisively. As the gunpowder ignited, a resounding shot echoed through the air. The lead bullet, enveloped in the formidable aura of hockey, shot forth from the muzzle. In that fleeting moment, the smoke, yet to disperse, coalesced into spiraling rings of increasing size, influenced by the explosive force emanating from his hockey. The bullet pierced through the dense smoke rings, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Boom! A perfectly circular hole, the size of a basin, appeared in the wall that had previously obstructed the path. The bullet, infused with terrifying power, blasted through, creating a series of circular openings until it reached the gaze of Carp. However, Carp remained unflinching, swinging his massive fist, fortified by top-tier hockey, to collide with the incoming bullet. Bang! Two formidable forces collided, unleashing a deafening explosion. The astonishing power of a single lead bullet was instantly obliterated by Carp's fist, shattering it into dozens of minute fragments. In an instant, these tiny particles scattered across the ground before Carp like a barrage from a shotgun, creating numerous craters of varying sizes. As the noise subsided, a cloud of dust enveloped the scene. The surrounding pirates, who were in a frantic retreat, heard the terrifying commotion and glanced towards Carp, utterly bewildered by the occurrence. Those fortunate enough to witness the event could only perceive Carp's sudden forward punch, followed by the ground erupting into a multitude of pits. Regardless of the exaggerated sound and the crater's origins, they understood that this was not a place to linger and promptly turned to flee. In the narrow alley between buildings, Saul watched in disbelief as Carp pulverized the bullet he had just fired. A shadow of gloom flickered in his old eyes. This type is what I detest the most. Saul refrained from firing a second bullet and instead leaped onto a rooftop, coldly regarding Carp standing in the street below. There was no other Marine within range, after all. Carp was no fool. Having dealt with him numerous times, he would never allow anyone unnecessary to step into the line of fire. Karp looked up, meeting Saul's gaze, and a smile broke across his face, filled with a fierce battle intent. The eyes of these two relics of a bygone era clashed mid-air, invisible sparks igniting a heavy atmosphere around the neighborhood. In the inner bay port, all vessels docked there were either reduced to wreckage or engulfed in flames. Within the port, only two warships, one large and one small, remained intact. The dock was strewn with lifeless bodies. A torrent of blood flowed like countless streams towards the sea, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood that even the salty sea breeze could not mask. Just minutes ago, the dock had been bustling with pirates. Moments later, the Navy led by Jiun effortlessly slaughtered every pirate present. Jiun stood amidst the pool of blood, flicking the blood from her wrist. She then focused her mind, activating her observation haki to scan the surroundings. Ensuring that no pirate remained nearby, she retracted her haki and sheathed her longsword. Most of the pirate corpses littering the ground had fallen to the blades of Jiun and Bogart. Both were among the few swordsmen in the Navy, not the pinnacle of strength but indispensable pillars of the force. Under their combined assault, it was truly remarkable that the pirates at the dock had managed to hold out for even a few minutes. In addition to Jiun and Bogart, another notable Marine was Colonel Robbie, who had been transferred from headquarters. His mastery of the six powers was impressive. With just a single thrust of his finger gun, he could incapacitate these pirates with ease. As for Akiji, he had followed Karp into Mad Hat Town before Jiun and the others launched their assault on the dock. Jiun gazed towards Mad Hat Town. The tremendous noise that had resonated from the town moments ago likely indicated Karp's confrontation with the trick gun. Karp would deal with the trick gun, while the other pirates in the town. A chilling killing intent flickered in Jiun's eyes as she strode purposefully towards the town, known for her ruthless efficiency against pirates. Robbie silently followed in her wake. Noticing Robbie's movement, Jiun merely cast him a glance without uttering a word. As long as the trick gun remained in Mad Hat Town, ordinary Marines would have to stay on the periphery, for stepping within the range of the trick gun would render the inadequately skilled mere targets, leading to unnecessary sacrifices. Bogart watched as Jiun and Robbie entered the streets. His duty was to guard the port and prevent any escaping fish, hence he would not accompany Jiun into the town. At the top of the Mad Hat auction house, in an opulent room, Ralph stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, clad in a red suit. His face contorted in a grimace as he surveyed the chaos within Mad Hat Town. Before dawn, the Revolutionary Army had attacked the pig factory, liberating all the slaves. The armed forces suffered heavy losses, with even the formidable Scot among them not escaping unscathed. After dawn, the legendary Marine hero Karp, along with the formidable Akiji, had arrived in this relatively obscure place compared to the Grand Line. The relentless turmoil left Ralph unable to maintain his composure. The destruction of the pig factory was of little concern. The loss of slaves mattered not, for he had ample wealth. Thus, the factory could be rebuilt, and slaves could be repurchased, as long as the military factory was preserved. In fact, the military factory had remained intact. However, the arrival of Karp and Akiji was a bitter pill to swallow for Ralph. He had painstakingly established a connection with the Joker, only to face this impending demise before it truly began. Suddenly, the transponder snail on the coffee table emitted a sound. Hearing the ringing, the grimace on Ralph's face gradually faded, replaced by a pallor akin to death. He turned to the transponder snail, aware that it was a call from the Joker. Yet at this juncture, whether to answer or not felt meaningless. In the suffocating silence, Ralph withdrew his gaze, continuing to observe the chaos in Mad Hat Town through the window. He had envisioned this place as a starting point, yet it now felt like a graveyard. As he contemplated this, despair began to surface in the depths of his once darkened eyes, now devoid of humanity. Suddenly, the floor-to-ceiling window emanated a chilling aura, frost spreading like ivy. In mere moments, a thin layer of ice coated the glass. Ralph was taken aback, only to hear a languid voice from behind him. "Aren't you going to answer the transponder, snail?" Startled, Ralph spun around to find a tall man clad in a white casual suit lounging on a luxurious sofa, seemingly having appeared from thin air. Upon recognizing the man's face, Ralph felt as if the chill had frozen him in place, his demeanor and body becoming utterly rigid. "Hey, Akiji." Ralph struggled to utter the tall man's name, and then, as if comprehending something, he inquired, "Are you here for me? Is it because of the Joker?" A series of question marks appeared above Akiji's head as he gazed in confusion at the man before him, who seemed to have suddenly grasped something profound. He did not recognize this man. However, Ralph appeared utterly convinced of his suspicions. After all, Why would an admiral present himself before him otherwise? Had he known this would transpire, despair filled Ralph's eyes. Aokiji, perplexed, connected the title of clown to an exceedingly peculiar pirate. At that moment, the snail phone fell silent. Evidently because the individual on the other end had lost patience and ceased dialing. Ralph fixed his gaze intently on Aokiji, the aura of defeat dissipating from him. He was not inclined to succumb to a humiliating demise. At this thought, veins bulged on Ralph's forehead, and his muscles swelled dramatically, ripping through the tight confines of his red suit. In a moment of imminent death, Ralph surprisingly overcame his fear of Aokiji, launching a brief but fierce sprint, swinging his fist with all his might toward Aokiji. Just as Ralph's powerful punch was about to land, Aokiji vanished in a flash, leaving behind shards of ice. Ralph's forceful blow struck nothing but air. Instantly, white coldness enveloped Ralph, rapidly encasing him in ice. By the time Aokiji reappeared before the floor-to-ceiling window, Ralph had been transformed into a frozen statue. Despite Ralph demonstrating considerable speed and aggression in that fleeting instant, he remained powerless against the Admiral, destined for a swift end. I did not come here specifically for you, merely because this is the highest point, Aokiji muttered to himself as the frost on the window pane gradually dissipated. Through the glass, Aokiji observed Carp and Saul's position. How remarkable, he thought, seemingly impressed by the terrifying attack Saul had unleashed. As a user of a natural-type fruit, he held a certain apprehension towards top-tier snipers like Saul. Being caught off guard could prove perilous. Suddenly, Aokiji's gaze shifted towards the direction of the wall mountain, his sight plummeting to the boy and girl desperately fleeing. Aokiji raised a finger to scratch his cheek. In silence, his body transformed into a cascade of ice, penetrating the floor-to-ceiling window as he sped towards the wall mountain. On the streets of Angle Street, Maud and Sunny raced forward with fervor. At that moment, a barrage of icicles descended from above, landing directly in front of them. The instant Maud saw the ice shards, the image of Aokiji flashed in his mind. What a ridiculous situation this is. Maud's gaze sharpened as he resolutely drew Usopp. As the frost began to coalesce into a towering humanoid figure, Maud decisively pulled the trigger. With a resounding blast, the bullet was propelled forth, piercing a hole through the head of the icy apparition, halting its formation in an instant. Run. Modet did not even bother to collect his weapon, beckoning to Sunny before promptly turning to flee. Ah, how astute. The enigmatic Aokiji observed Modet's retreating figure with keen interest. Had that shot been infused with a hint of dominance, it might have cost him dearly. No matter how swiftly he escaped, he could never outrun Aokiji's speed. A gust of frigid wind surged forward, positioning itself in front of Modet and Sunny. Suddenly, without any forewarning, this chilling breeze transformed into a formidable wall of ice, effectively obstructing their path. The abrupt emergence of the ice wall forced Modet and Sunny to halt abruptly. Before the wall, a surge of cold air coalesced, once again materializing into Aokiji's form. Seemingly shedding his languid demeanor, Aokiji swiftly transitioned from his elemental state to his corporeal form. Towering at 3 meters, his imposing figure cast a vast shadow over Modet and Sunny's faces. The oppressive chill enveloped them mercilessly, as if the very air around had been frozen, instilling a palpable sense of suffocation. Maud's right hand swiftly grasped the hilt of the 1,000-bird blade, while Sunny raised her gun with remarkable speed, aiming at the Qingji, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet that erupted from the chamber merely passed through the body of the Qingji, leaving no impact whatsoever. In the eyes of the Qingji, Maud and Sunny's excessive reactions resembled 2 small beasts, startled and bristling in the face of danger. He looked on helplessly at the 2 youngsters. Why not converse amicably instead of resorting to arms? However, before he could finish his thought, Maud abruptly drew the 1,000-bird, its aura swirling around him, and executed a powerful horizontal slash. Whoosh! The decisive stroke cleanly sliced open the abdomen of the Qingji, at least from Sunny's perspective. That was the case. Yet, in reality, the gash that appeared on the Qingji's abdomen was not inflicted by Maud's strike. Rather, the Qingji had preemptively allowed his body to elementalize, creating a space for the long blade to pass through. This was a customary strategy employed by users of natural-type devil fruit abilities to evade armed color attacks. After Maud swung his blade and missed, he swiftly grasped Sunny and retreated. Observing this scene, Aokiji scratched the back of his head. A visible chill emanated from Aokiji's feet, swiftly spreading forward and enveloping the ground beneath Maud and Sunny, forming a layer of ice that exuded a misty coldness. As the soles of their shoes froze, both Maud and Sunny lost their balance during their hasty retreat, ultimately crashing onto the icy surface, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, they sustained no injuries. However, Akiji's repeated restraint made them acutely aware of the slim chances of their escape. Mott sprang up swiftly from the icy surface, his expression grave as he regarded Akiji, who seemed utterly devoid of energy, given their current strength. Attempting to escape under the watchful eyes of an admiral was akin to a fanciful dream. Mott also surmised the reason behind Akiji's restraint. It appeared he intended to use them as leverage against Saul. A possibility flickered through Mott's mind, but he quickly clenched his teeth, contemplating the feasibility of escape. Even if the chances were slim, he could not resign himself to inaction. Akiji observed the two young individuals seemingly abandon their flight, and thus reigned in the frigid aura that had been spreading around him. "Don't be so agitated. I have no intention of harming you," Akiji assured, though he seemed oblivious to the gravity of his own identity. In such a precarious situation, the sudden appearance of an admiral in his elemental form, claiming to mean no harm, was hardly credible. Perspectives differ vastly based on one's position, not to mention the oppressive aura emanating from the admiral's rank. Mott harbored no trust in Akiji's words. In the midst of this silence, he unexpectedly untied the ropes binding Bailey, who had long since curled up in fear. After freeing him, Mott lifted the frightened Bailey before him and whispered, "Flee, you are but a pet, and no one will trouble you." With that, Mott exerted forceful strength in his arm, hurling Bailey beyond the icy confines. Bailey landed and rolled several times before coming to a halt, gazing up in a daze at Mott and Sunny standing on the ice, speechless. Escape seemed to be the only option available to him. Gritting his teeth, Bailey steeled himself and turned to flee. On the icy surface, Akiji glanced at the retreating chubby weasel. Was that remark directed at me? Well, never mind. He then shifted his attention to Mott and Sunny. How shall I put this? I merely came for a vacation, to witness a grand spectacle after a long absence. As he spoke, Akiji casually placed his hands in his pockets, tilting his head towards the direction of Garp and Saul. It wasn't he supposed to be my battle. But if you all run amok, I imagine Mr. Garp would find it quite troublesome. So, I kindly ask you both to cooperate and refrain from putting me in a difficult position, especially you. Akiji shot a fleeting glance at Mott, who was poised for action. That previous strike was no jest. Mott's body tensed abruptly. However, Akiji remained unfazed, scratching his cheek with a finger while continuing to gaze at the clash between Garp and Saul. From this vantage point, not a single image was discernible. Only the sounds of battle reverberated in the air, rendering the experience rather dull. Perhaps he should take these two youngsters to the tallest building from earlier? But would such an act invite a bullet to the head? Indeed, it would be wise for someone to come and relieve him soon. Akiji pondered with a hint of vexation. Rather than babysitting these two, he yearned to witness the epic-defining duel between Garp and the enigmatic gunman. Akiji's nonchalance took Mott by surprise, deviating from his expectations. Mott had thought that Akiji intended to use him and Sunny as leverage to coerce Thor into submission. However, the reality was merely to keep them here and prevent them from causing any disturbances. Was the purpose to compel Thor to fight to the death rather than retreat? If that were the case, would it not be more effective to threaten Thor directly with their lives? Could this be what the Navy refers to as a righteous approach? Regardless, there is no escaping now, and the opportunity to act has vanished. Having heeded Akiji's rather indifferent warning, Mott understood that should he make a move again, Akiji would not hold back. Pondering this dilemma left Mott quite troubled. The situation was not entirely dire, yet it was far from favorable. One could only be thankful that the individual obstructing his path was Akiji rather than Akainu. Mott's companion, Sunny, completed loading the ammunition and gazed at him with inquiring eyes. Unbeknownst to him, she had gradually come to rely more on his opinions and decisions over time. Mott shook his head at Sunny, signaling her not to act impulsively. Sunny nodded gently, then turned her thoughts to Thor and Bailey. "Mott, you mentioned that Bailey is so overweight. Can he run swiftly? The pirates in town are fleeing in fear. Surely, Bailey wouldn't be trampled to death, would he?" Mott's eyelid twitched. "Sister, what time is it now?" Mott was somewhat helpless. Yet he could discern that Sunny was earnestly contemplating this rather absurd speculation regarding potential risks. He could only offer a quiet reassurance, it should be fine, after all. Bailey diligently performs 100 push-ups and bench presses every day. Sunny responded softly. At that moment, Akiji suddenly cast a serious glance in their direction. His eyes turned earnest, and a chill emanated from his arm, silently crystallizing a layer of frost. Upon reflection, it was indeed Akiji's abrupt transformation that startled both Mott and Sunny. "Come with me," Akiji continued, striding confidently towards them. He had ultimately decided to return to the tallest building from earlier, where the view would be considerably more expansive. Just then, a lead bullet hurtled towards them from afar. Arriving in the blink of an eye, Akiji's expression shifted as he swiftly elementalized, dispersing into his surroundings. The bullet struck the icy surface with a resounding crack. The sheer force contained within that single lead bullet shattered the ice for 100 meters around. A few meters away, Akiji reformed his figure, casting a wary gaze towards the direction from which the bullet had come. I told you, I'm merely here on vacation. The remarkable power of that shot could only have been fired by Thor. In the midst of his struggle with Garp, he still managed to pay attention to this side and take the time to deliver an accurate and powerful shot from afar. Akiji maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he was filled with astonishment. This is the phantom gun, he thought, a sniper who in the old era was akin to an executioner for the Marines. Akiji had some understanding of Garp's enduring fixation on the phantom gun. Nevertheless, he truly was just here to relax. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Akiji turned to Maud and Sunny, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. By the way, what is your connection with the phantom gun? It is evident how significant you must be to warrant such assistance from someone who would risk distraction to fire in the midst of urgent combat. Maud said, the laborers in the shop. Sunny glanced at Maud, pondered for a moment, and replied, the employees in the shop. Hey, are you serious? A cold sweat trickled down Green Bull's forehead as he observed that Maud and Sunny did not appear to be joking. Well, it doesn't matter. A chill emanated once more from Green Bull. As long as you can remain honest here, I suppose I can afford to be a bit rough. With those words, Green Bull lunged toward Maud and Sunny. As he moved, a menacing lead bullet hurtled towards them once again. However, Green Bull was prepared, allowing his body to disperse into elemental form once more. As he evaded the bullet, his elemental essence swiftly approached Maud and Sunny. While Thor's attack was formidable, Garp was no mere bystander. Even if Thor wished to assist Maud and Sunny in escaping Green Bull's threat amidst the chaotic entanglement, he was powerless to do so. Green Bull understood this well, which is why he ignored Thor's assault. Despite Maud and Sunny's timely reactions to Green Bull's targeted attacks, they could not evade his might. The disparity in strength was indeed overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the lower parts of Maud and Sunny's bodies were encased in ice by Green Bull. To enhance the immobilization effect, Green Bull thoughtfully crafted a solid ice platform that firmly anchored them to the ground. That should suffice. With his objective achieved, Green Bull paid no further heed to Maud and Sunny's reactions, elementalizing as he soared towards the Mad Hat auction. His thoughts were more occupied with the fierce confrontation between Garp and Thor. Soon, he arrived at the top floor of the Mad Hat auction. Indeed, it was here that one could truly grasp the spectacle. Through the expansive windows, Green Bull beheld the clash between Garp and Thor. Witnessing the battle between such elite powers was the fundamental reason he had been persuaded by Garp to stay. The reason he intervened to halt Maud and Sunny was merely to lend Garp a small favor. Otherwise, if Maud and Sunny were allowed to escape to safety, how would the trickster engage in battle? If the trickster refrained from fighting, he would miss the opportunity to witness this duel. Such a level of combat was indeed rare. Green Bull's attention was subsequently captivated by the struggle between Garp and Thor. In the streets, buildings lay in ruins, the ground marred by devastation. Thor stood atop a pile of debris, his gaze icy. Through his observation hockey, he could see Maud and Sunny's feet frozen by Green Bull. Given Garp's entanglement, he could only manage 2 shots in their direction, which was the utmost limit. While those shots bore a semblance of intimidation, they were still insufficient before an admiral. Fortunately, the 2 young ones were merely frozen at the legs, an unfortunate luck, indeed. However, devising a means to escape this predicament remained an unsolvable conundrum. In the brief moment of Thor's pause, Garp closed in and delivered a straightforward punch. Thor, however, would not fall prey easily. He propelled himself backward, evading the strike. Garp's fist missed, crashing into the remnants of the building. Boom. The impact created a massive crater where his fist struck, sending shockwaves that propelled debris skyward. Thor pushed off the air, his body soaring as he aimed a shot at Garp. Accompanied by swirling cyclones, the lead bullet sped toward Garp's face. Garp chose not to block the incoming bullet with his fist, instead crouching to evade while simultaneously pressing towards Thor. Attacks that could be avoided warranted no unnecessary exertion to withstand. The bullet flew past Garp's hair, striking the ground instead. Like a cannonball exploding, the ground was pounded into a crater, the resulting shockwave lifting nearby debris into the air once more. This seemingly mundane exchange resulted in 2 new craters in the already ravaged landscape. Garp was determined to maintain the tempo of his aggressive assault. Thus, Even though he understood Thor's motives behind those two distant shots, he did not pause. Thor swiftly reloaded his weapon, a glint of red flashing in his eyes. With the aid of his observation haki, he blocked all potential escape routes for Garp, identifying a certain path to hit him, and fired once more just before Garp could close in. Faced with this cunning shot, Garp acted decisively, absorbing the impact with his haki-imbued fist. If he could dodge, he would. If he could not, he would endure. This strategy, while appearing straightforward and crude, relied heavily on experience. Without ample combat experience, it would be challenging to discern which bullets could be evaded and which must be withstood amidst the frantic pace of battle. Even possessing the experience to counter Thor's onslaught was futile without the ability to withstand the bullets. Furthermore, even if one possessed both, lacking sufficient stamina would inevitably lead to being worn down by Thor. Garp, however, was the type who could evade, endure, and withstand. As Thor watched Garp shatter another of his shots with a punch, he could not help but curse under his breath. Hitting a target yet inflicting no damage, such was the most frustrating sentiment for a sniper. Hence, Thor harbored an intense disdain for Garp. Yet, from Garp's perspective, he felt the same. No matter how ferocious his offensive seemed, he struggled to land a blow on Thor. Unable to injure Thor, he could only continue to absorb hits. Their positional relationship resembled that of a nimble sharpshooter against a tanky warrior. The sharpshooter could not penetrate the warrior's defenses, while the warrior could not reach the sharpshooter. This stalemate would inevitably evolve into a war of attrition. All it took was for one to land a hit, just one bullet or one punch. In this battle, both Garp and Thor shared the same mindset. They were acutely aware that if they could wound the other, it would create an opportunity to conclude the fight. The difference lay in that Garp required merely one punch to potentially end the battle in a short span, whereas Thor needed to slowly wear down Garp after landing a shot. In light of this clear positional relationship, both seasoned warriors remained cautious. Even the slightest misstep could lead to total defeat. The frequency of their exchanges increased dramatically, and the number of craters in the street grew visibly. The obstructive buildings suffered no better fate, reduced to heaps of debris. Even more alarmingly, both sides were accelerating. Green Bull watched intently as this elite battle unfolded. These are hardly elders, he mused. On Corner Street, Maud, with his legs frozen, glanced toward the direction from which Green Bull had departed. Truly, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Only by confronting it personally could one truly comprehend the terrifying prowess of the Navy's top-tier forces. Sonny, how are you holding up? Maud turned his head to glance at Sonny. Fortunately, Sonny's brow was furrowed, her legs frozen, the pain unrelenting. And you? Sonny, enduring the agony, looked at Maud. Yet, from Maud's face, she could perceive no trace of suffering. I am fine. Maud glanced once more in the direction where Akiji had departed. Before his legs were completely encased in ice, he had deftly seized the opportune moment, skillfully employing his mastery of haki to stave off frostbite. Under such control, he had managed to evade Akiji's discerning gaze. Crack. In the astonished gaze of Sonny, fissures began to emerge upon the icy encasement of Maud's legs. In the face of Akiji, the only asset Maud could present was his haki technique. However, while the technique was indeed present, its endurance left much to be desired. Uncertain if Akiji was still observing, Maud refrained from shattering the ice immediately after his departure. He patiently bided his time, only opting to break free when the haki began to wane. Otherwise, the continuous exertion of haki would eventually deplete his stamina, accompanied by a series of sharp cracks. The ice binding his legs quickly became riddled with cracks. In the next moment, the ice shattered, with fragments of various sizes cascading to the ground. Maud retracted his haki, shaking his legs to dislodge the residual frost that clung to him. He then turned his gaze toward the direction in which Akiji had departed, remaining silent for a few moments before feeling a slight sense of relief. Sonny gazed at Maud in astonishment and quietly inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" The haki. Maud's explanation was somewhat perfunctory, although he merely utilized his armed color to fend off Akiji's freezing fruit abilities. Evading Akiji's keen gaze necessitated a more fluid mastery of armed color techniques. As the chill crept upward from his soles to his knees, the rate of ice formation incrementally escalated. The method Maud opted for involved regulating his armed color haki to synchronize almost perfectly with the ice's growing speed. The entire process resembled the act of painting a wall. With deft skill, Maud concealed his haki amidst the bristles of a pig-hair brush and the paint. After the brush had coated the wall with a layer of paint, he allowed his protective measures to quietly blend beneath the pigment, thus evading the gaze of Kizaru. This technique, which allowed energy to flow through the body like a liquid, is essential for mastery in the world of hunters during combat. However, in the realm of One Piece, where haki can be directed with precision and ease, the practicality of such a technique is limited. Nonetheless, Mod's application of it yielded commendable results at this moment. It can be said that while technical skills may not always find immediate application, there will invariably be instances where they prove useful. The intricacies of this method are not easily conveyed in a few words. Even if one were to explain it to Sunny, given the dire circumstances, Mod merely offered a casual remark before crouching before Sunny. His brow furrowed as he observed the ice encasing her legs. The challenge now lay in finding a way to thaw the ice without causing harm to Sunny. Mod's first thought was to use hot water to continuously wash away the ice surrounding Robin. However, there was no time to spare for such an endeavor. Perhaps attempting to shatter the ice with haki could be an alternative? A method flashed through Emoda's mind. Immediately after, a terrifying image of shattering Sunny's legs into shards of ice surfaced, causing his thoughts to falter. Sunny glanced down at Emoda, whose brow was etched with worry. She refrained from urging him, silently enduring the pain inflicted by her frostbite. Emoda truly possessed remarkable abilities, Sunny reflected in silence. Although she had yet to master the art of armament haki, she had gleaned its fundamental principles from Soul. Thus, even if Emoda's explanations were casual, she surmised that the technique to resist freezing was not something easily achieved by novices. Observing Emoda's strength grow exponentially in such a brief period, she recognized the extraordinary talent he possessed, one that was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. In a moment of contemplation, Mod glanced at the massive and formidable ice block beneath Sunny's feet, firmly frozen to the ground. The prospect of relocating it entirely seemed implausible, and if not addressed promptly, Sunny's frostbite would exacerbate. There could be no further hesitation. Mod made a decisive decision. Sunny, the only course of action now is to shatter the ice encasing your legs directly, though this method carries the risk of fracturing both your legs in the process. After making his decision, Mod did not conceal anything and clearly articulated the risks involved. I will heed your advice, Sunny replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Very well. Mod's gaze was solemn as he extended his hand to press against the icy surface that exuded an unsettling chill. Activating the bare minimum of his armament haki, his palm, resting upon the ice, suddenly transformed into an inky black. Subsequently, he gently applied pressure with his fingertips against the icy layer. Patience was key. Mod cautiously increased the pressure. With each gradual application of force, cracks began to emerge on the ice encasing Sunny's leg. Despite the urgency of the situation, Mod maintained a steady hand, allowing the fissures to multiply at a deliberate pace. It is possible. A glimmer of joy flickered in Mod's eyes. After persevering for approximately 20 seconds, a sharper sound resonated through the air. The ice block on Sunny's leg shattered into fragments, cascading down onto the heavy, icy platform below. As the freezing effect dissipated, Sunny let out a muffled groan. Her legs lost their support, and her body tilted precariously towards the icy surface. Mod promptly rose to assist Sunny. Although he had successfully broken the ice, he did not allow himself to rejoice too soon. After steadying Sunny's body, he proceeded to examine her frostbite. Her swollen leg was marred with a multitude of bruises, a testament to that scoundrel, Shinji. Mod muttered a curse under his breath before turning to Sunny. Can you walk? I'll give it a try. Sunny released Mod's hand and attempted to take a step, but it ended in failure. Upon witnessing the scene, Mod swiftly hoisted Sunny onto his back and dashed towards the wall mountain. Fortunately, Akiji did not redirect his attention to this area, otherwise, all efforts would have been in vain. He had little inclination to ponder the reasons behind it. Moreover, the repeated use of haki had significantly drained his stamina. Had he not claimed Scott's head at the pig factory during the early hours, he would likely have felt utterly exhausted at this moment, rendering him incapable of carrying Sunny. At this juncture, Mad Hat Town was in utter disarray. The formidable presence of Carp and Akiji had instilled such fear that the pirates within the town were devoid of any rebellious spirit. Their sole focus was on escaping Mad Hat Island. The vessels in the inner bay port of the island's front half had been obliterated by the Navy, compounded by the ruthless advance of Guion and Roby, who were mercilessly slaughtering pirates within the town. Consequently, the pirates and those from the underworld found themselves retreating towards the latter half of Mad Hat Island, specifically to the pig factory on the other side of Wall Mountain. Regardless of whether they would ultimately succeed in their escape, prioritizing their departure from Mad Hat Town was the most prudent course of action. As Mod approached the area before Wall Mountain with Sunny on his back, he observed a multitude of frantic pirates, all with a singular focus: fleeing towards the 3 openings at the mountain's base. Beyond those openings lay the pig factory, situated behind Wall Mountain. The inferno ignited by the Revolutionary Army in the early hours still raged on, its intensity growing ever fiercer. This indicated that for the pirates reaching the pig factory, finding materials such as timber to assist them in crossing the sea would be an arduous task. Maud gazed at the multitude of pirates before Wall Mountain, his eyes flickering momentarily. This situation may prove advantageous. With so many individuals present, the attention of the Navy could be effectively diverted. Medito nudged Sunny and dashed towards the cave at the base of the wall. Just then, a cacophony of chaos erupted behind them. Maud turned around and beheld a throng of terrified pirates hastily fleeing in this direction. More specifically, they were heading towards the Wall Mountain. In the sky behind this band of pirates, a figure moved with an ethereal grace, traversing the air itself. With a mere flick of the leg, a cerulean wave of slashing energy soared through the air, striking down several pirates in an instant. The prowess of the Marine Six Styles was evident. Upon witnessing the moment when the tempestuous kick felled several pirates, Maud immediately diverted his gaze and took flight. The sight of that fierce strike left a profound impression on him. Without a moment's hesitation, Maud rushed forward, surrounded by indifferent pirates. He realized that blending in among them would provide him with ample cover. Standing alongside these towering and robust pirates, he thought it unlikely that he and Sunny would draw any unwanted attention. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Maud charged into the throng. Setting aside all else, his foremost priority was to navigate through the hole in the wall and reach the pig factory. Maud swiftly distanced himself, while the group of pirates behind him had already fallen victim to the naval officer employing the Six Powers. The pursuing navy, led by Captain Roby, had only him and Ji-Yuan enter the town of Mad Hat in pursuit of the fleeing pirates. Despite encountering the wolf rat en route, their numbers were limited to merely 3. Given the constraints of manpower, they decided to split their forces in an effort to eradicate the pirates who were solely focused on fleeing the town. Utilizing the Six Powers, Roby carved a path through his foes, losing count of the pirates he had dispatched. Moreover, eliminating the weaker adversaries brought him no thrill of combat. After vanquishing this band of pirates, Roby shifted his gaze toward the distant Wall Mountain. Dozens of pirate factions, streaming out from the town, converged like a brook towards the cavern at the mountain's base. But what purpose would it serve to reach that point? Roby smirked coldly, harboring no intention of engaging the multitude of pirates amassed at the foot of Wall Mountain. While he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities, he was not so naive as to believe he could contend with such a vast number. Regrettably, Admiral Akiji had not intervened. Otherwise, the resolution of the pirates gathered at the mountain's base would have been a mere matter of a single strike. Roby chose to disregard those who had already fled to Wall Mountain, instead opting to pursue the pirates who had not yet reached its vicinity. Fixing his gaze ahead at the fleeing pirates, he activated the moonwalk, propelling himself into the sky with lethal intent, closing in on his quarry. Upon hearing the explosive sounds behind him, the pirates, realizing the peril they faced, quickened their pace even further. Maud glanced back at Roby, who was pursuing him with a moonwalk, and could not help but curse under his breath. He could only hope that the makeshift shields around him would hold firm enough. With the swiftness of the moonwalk, Roby quickly closed the distance, launching 2 swift kicks that sent a wave of azure energy crashing into several pirates, toppling them to the ground. In just a few breaths, a dozen members of the fleeing crew had fallen, amplifying Maud's presence considerably. However, as Maud had previously surmised, Roby prioritized targeting the taller, more muscular pirates. Yet, despite their brawn, these pirates proved to be remarkably fragile. A single kick from Roby sent them sprawling, incapacitated. Soon, only a scant few remained in the fleeing group, including Maud. With the number of targets drastically diminished, Roby naturally spotted Maud, who was carrying Sunny as he ran. Roby paid little mind to him, deeming the remaining dozen individuals little more than corpses. With a series of moonwalks, he positioned himself before Maud and the others. Without pausing upon landing, Roby lunged at a nearby pirate, his finger piercing the pirate's heart with lethal precision. Withdrawing his bloodied finger, Roby turned his attention to the remaining pirates. He had no intention of provoking the multitude of pirates gathered below the wall. Thus, after eliminating this group, he would retreat into Mad Hat Town to continue hunting down those who had yet to escape to the safety of the wall. Roby's cold gaze swept over the remaining pirates, momentarily pausing as it fell upon Maud's face. "Oh?" Roby voiced his surprise, recognition dawning, realizing that this Marine knew him. Maud quickly propelled himself to the left, attempting to circumvent Roby. However, Having already identified Maud, Roby would not allow him to escape so easily. With a swift movement, he appeared before Maud, his finger poised to strike at Maud's forehead. Suddenly, Maud drew forth 1,000 birds and, like a splash of water, slashed towards the incoming spear thrust. A crescent-shaped blade of ethereal blue light flickered before him. Such an astonishing reaction. Robbie's gaze shifted, and he swiftly retracted his spear, narrowly evading the deadly arc that Maud had unleashed. Had he hesitated even for a moment longer, he would surely have lost a finger. Once the spear was deflected, Robbie swiftly retreated, stepping out of Maud's attack range, and then unleashed 2 intersecting gusts of wind with a kick aimed at Maud. Maud's gaze turned cold as he unleashed his domineering aura, staining the blades of the 1,000 birds a deep, obsidian hue. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the converging waves of the galefoot strikes. In an instant, the 2 waves shattered like glass, scattering into the air and transforming into a tempest that surged outward. Maud quickly retracted his aura to conserve his energy, mindful that he had only recently awakened his armament haki, leaving him with a meager reserve. Fortunately, his adept control allowed him to focus the haki solely on the blade, thus minimizing the expenditure of his energy. This technique proved sufficient to dismantle the 2 galefoot strikes unleashed by Roby. Witnessing Maud's effortless destruction of the galefoot, a look of astonishment crossed Roby's face. In just a few short months, he had evolved from a pampered scion of affluence into a formidable adversary. No wonder Guillaume regarded you as a threat. A wise dog does not obstruct the path. Maud stood resolutely, his demeanor cold as he regarded Robbie. Upon hearing this, Robbie's expression shifted to one of chill, as he extended his right foot to draw a brief line in the sand before him. I must apologize, but this path is impassable. In the fleeting moment of confrontation between Maud and Robbie, several pirates, fortunate enough to have evaded peril, seized the opportunity to flee towards Wall Mountain. Meanwhile, the pirates amassed at the entrance of Wall Mountain became aware of the standoff between Maud and Robbie. Though their focus remained undeterred, intent on hastening their escape to the pig factory in search of a means to flee. Within the arena, Robbie cast a glance at Sunny, who was slung across Maud's back, and his gaze swept over her frostbitten, swollen, purplish legs, causing him to pause momentarily. Is this frostbite? Did Admiral Akiji have a hand in this? However, if Admiral Akiji had indeed intervened, it would be unreasonable for these 2 to have made it this far. Robbie fixed his gaze on Maud and inquired coldly, "Did you encounter Admiral Akiji?" "Akiji? Who is that?" As Emoda contemplated his escape route, he spoke casually. Robbie furrowed his brows and inquired, "Then what about the woman's frostbite?" "Frostbite? Oh, you mean Green Pheasant? He must be an exceptionally tall and unattractive man, right?" Indeed. You have encountered Admiral Green Pheasant, but how could that be?" Robbie's face reflected his bewilderment. In his understanding, once Admiral Green Pheasant made a move, how could Emoda and Sunny possibly evade? Yet, the evidence lay before him, rendering him unable to comprehend or believe the situation. What had truly transpired? Maud's eyes narrowed as he suddenly exclaimed, "So that man is named Akiji. His strength is formidable. It took me quite some effort to deal with him." Sunny responded, "Impossible." Upon hearing this, Robbie appeared momentarily dazed, his eyes bulging in astonishment. Bang! Maud drew his flintlock pistol and pulled the trigger. At the top floor of the Mad Hat auction house. Achoo! Kazan suddenly sneezed. Could he be catching a cold? He rubbed his nose with a finger, showing no awareness of being an ice fruit user. Subsequently, his attention shifted from the fierce battle between Garp and Saul to a distant block on the other side, where he noticed the 2 young men whose legs had been frozen were nowhere to be seen. Instantly, a large question mark appeared above Kazan's head. After the gunshot, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The bullet aimed at the vital point was thwarted by Robbie, who defended with one of the Navy's 6 techniques, using an iron block. An iron block, indeed? Motor's gaze flickered as he swiftly concealed his flintlock pistol, then promptly distanced himself. The ability to adeptly utilize a metal block for defense even in a moment of distraction reveals that this individual possesses considerable skill. Maud was disinterested in battle, preoccupied with the desire to swiftly reach the pig factory. Robbie almost fell into the trap, but upon realization, he couldn't help but curse aloud, "Bastard." Immediately, he pursued Maud. Even without that gunshot, he had no intention of allowing Maud and Sunny to escape. In fact, he disregarded the few pirates who had just slipped past him. With a swift movement, Robbie propelled himself off the ground, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared several dozen meters away, effortlessly intercepting Maud. "Having witnessed my strength, do you still dare to entertain the thought of fleeing before me?" Robbie blocked Maud's path, his tone haughty. "And to think you carry a woman on your back. I am left wondering whether to label you as naive or foolish." Maud did not pay any heed. He drew a second flintlock pistol and aimed it directly at Robbie, pulling the trigger. However, Robbie merely sidestepped and evaded the shot, then disdainfully remarked, "Futile." Maud said nothing. He understood that the firearm posed no threat to the naval officer before him, so he silently stowed away the flintlock pistol. Moreover, carrying Sonny on his back made it evident that he could not elude the pursuit of a naval officer proficient in the use of the sixth style. Thus, there was no other choice. With this thought, Maud gently set Sonny down. Maud said nothing, and Sonny did not inquire further. In the silence that enveloped them, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Once released by Maud, Sonny sat quietly on the ground, her right hand clasping a beautifully engraved flintlock pistol. Throughout Maud's act of lowering Sonny, Robbie merely observed, refraining from any inappropriate actions. During the pursuit moments ago, he could have easily delivered a swift kick to Maud. Yet he chose not to. Instead, he maneuvered to intercept Maud from the front. The rationale behind this decision was not something to boast about. After a brief interlude of silence in the arena, Maud stepped aside while casting a glance at Robbie, remarking, "You are quite impressive." Observing Maud's actions, Robbie understood that the other intended to shift position to avoid affecting the woman with frostbite on her legs. He remained unfazed and willingly complied, also moving to the side. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of unusual color passed through Maud's eyes, followed by another round of flattery. "With your remarkable prowess, it is difficult to find another naval officer as formidable as you within the entire Western Sea Naval Division." While such compliments were indeed pleasing to the ear, Robbie's gaze towards Maud grew tinged with a hint of wariness. Following their previous encounter, he couldn't shake the feeling that this rascal harbored ulterior motives. Maud sighed and remarked, "Encountering such a formidable naval force as yours can only be considered our misfortune. Do not presume that mere flattery will elicit my mercy." Robbie let out a cold laugh, already poised for an attack as he moved. "No, you misunderstand. I am merely stating the facts." After walking a short distance, Maud halted, positioning his sword before him. His expression serious as he gazed intently at Robbie. "I am aware that we are doomed today, yet before meeting my end, could you grant me the courtesy of knowing your name? It would be disheartening to fall at your hands without understanding who you are." "Oh, it seems you have come to terms with your fate," Robbie replied, raising an eyebrow, and without hesitation, he revealed his name. "Harold Robbie. Remember this name well, for it shall soon be the one that leads you to defeat." "Harold Robbie, you say?" Upon hearing this, Maud remained expressionless and said, "I have remembered." No sooner had the words left his lips than he took the initiative, charging at Robbie with his blade. The situation was pressing. He could not afford to squander too much time on Robbie. The longer he delayed here, the greater the strain it would impose on Thor. Witnessing Maud's audacity in advancing towards him, a fierce battle intent ignited in Robbie's eyes. Throughout his journey, he had encountered foes of little merit, leaving him utterly disenchanted. At last, he found a worthy opponent. Robbie unleashed a gusting wave with a swift kick directed at the advancing Maud. Yet, undeterred by the aerial assault, Maud maintained his speed, raising his blade to once again shatter the incoming strike. Before Maud could withdraw his weapon, Robbie executed a rapid movement, appearing instantaneously before Maud. The previous kick had merely been a feint. The true lethal maneuver was Robbie's signature finger thrust. With precision, Robbie positioned his fingers, aligning them sharply as he lunged towards Maud's chest. Maud, calm and composed in the face of danger, did not forcefully withdraw his attack, but rather retreated with agility. By creating distance, he simultaneously opened up ample space to recover defensively. In an instant, Maud flicked his wrist downward, and the blade of the Thousand Birds knife plummeted, aiming for Robbie's outstretched arm. Robbie's gaze sharpened. He had no desire to sacrifice an arm for the precision of a double-finger gun. Swiftly, he halted his advance, retracting his arm. In the fleeting moment of retreat and pause, the brilliant blade of light sliced through the air between Maud and Robbie. Nevertheless, the offensive momentum did not wane. Maud halted the downward strike of the Thousand Birds, his heel striking the ground with a resounding thud. As he steadied his body, his arms surged with force, aiming the blade towards Robbie's chin, who had also come to a standstill. Robbie's expression shifted slightly, his upper body leaning backward. With a swift motion, the Thousand Birds grazed past, leaving a slender trace of blood upon Robbie's jaw. Having narrowly evaded the upward slash, Robbie instinctively leaned back, propelling his foot towards Maud's wrist, where he gripped the knife. This unexpected kick was both sudden and intricate. Had it connected, it could have incapacitated Maud's right hand. Yet, Mode seemed to have anticipated this maneuver, relinquishing the handle of the knife, allowing the thousand birds to soar into the air with the residual momentum. Simultaneously, Mode enveloped his palm in armament hockey, seizing Robbie's approaching foot. Just as Mode intended to crush Robbie's foot bones with force, Robbie twisted at the waist, swiftly propelling himself with his hands against the ground. The resultant momentum coursed through his waist and into his legs, enabling him to kick Mode's hand away with his other foot. Immediately, Robbie's hands pressed against the ground once more, propelling his body into a backward flip, landing gracefully in a half-squat position to stabilize himself. He then raised his gaze towards Mode, only to be met with the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel mere inches away. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Robbie's heart. Maude grasped the handle of Usopp's gun with one hand and immediately pulled the trigger as he aimed the muzzle at Robbie. Bang! As the flames erupted, the lead bullets surged through the smoke, hurtling towards Robbie's face. In a moment of dire urgency, Robbie employed his iron block, bracing himself with his forehead to absorb the impact of the bullet. However, the proximity of the shot was too great. Although Robbie mitigated the injury, he could not evade the force accompanying the lead. His face jolted from the impact, momentarily disoriented as he tilted his head backward. At that very instant, Maude, with a swift motion of his right hand, seized the fallen thousand birds. Subsequently, he pressed forward with his right foot, delivering a decisive strike towards Robbie. Yet, Robbie, though momentarily bewildered by this flurry of attacks, did not falter in his duty as a captain. With his legs, which had been partially crouched, he pushed off the ground with remarkable force, executing a frog leap to evade Maude's descending blade while simultaneously creating distance between them. Maude gazed in astonishment at Robbie's seemingly miraculous leap. A frog? Robbie, flustered and embarrassed, felt the heat rise to his cheeks. How could this fellow achieve such a level in just a few months? It was only after their genuine confrontation that Robbie realized Maude's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Among the few privy to Maude's origins, Robbie had gleaned this information through the whispers from Guion. Initially, Maude appeared to be nothing more than a wealthy scion of a merchant family, and Robbie would have easily forgotten such trivialities within days. However, what truly commanded Robbie's attention was Guion's perception of Maude as a perilous figure. At first, Robbie found this rather perplexing. Yet, upon witnessing Maude effortlessly shatter a blade with a single strike, he began to understand why Guion deemed Maude a threat. Nevertheless, that was merely the beginning. After being thoroughly bewildered by a series of Maude's swift strikes, Robbie came to profoundly grasp the essence of Maude's terror, not merely in strength, but in his astonishing rate of growth. In just a few months, Maude's physical prowess, speed, and reflexes rivaled that of seasoned warriors, and he possessed an abundance of combat experience. With this knowledge, a wave of jealousy surged within Robbie. He had always prided himself on his innate talent, his accomplishments, and his unmatched standing among peers. Yet, despite his years of dedication, it took him a considerable time to attain his current abilities. In stark contrast, this individual before him had achieved it all in mere months. Was this the true essence of talent? It was precisely because he understood this so well that, in comparing himself to Maude, Robbie felt an overwhelming sense of despair akin to that of a frog confined within a well. The previous compliments bestowed upon Maude now felt like sarcastic slaps, striking harshly against his complacent and arrogant visage. Furthermore, should such a growth rate be left unchecked, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent ignited within Robbie's eyes. He suddenly realized that Guion's perception of Maude as a mere danger was, in fact, quite lenient. Had he been in the present moment, he would undoubtedly have deemed the threat as exceedingly perilous. Maude looked at Robbie, who suddenly exuded a fierce killing intent, mistakenly attributing it to the earlier jest that had seemingly provoked Robbie's wrath. Initially intending to take advantage of Robbie's momentary retreat to reload Usopp and his two pistols, Maude found himself compelled to abandon that thought upon witnessing Robbie's menacing advance. With Usopp securely strapped to his back once more, Maude focused intently on the approaching threat that was Robbie. Perhaps due to his mastery of observation hockey, Maude felt no pressure from Robbie during their previous encounter. Instead, he experienced an exhilarating sense of freedom. It is no wonder that in every realm, there exists a faction of individuals fervently devoted to growing stronger through combat. Observation hockey truly is a remarkable gift. Maude smiled faintly. Upon witnessing the smile on Maude's face, Robbie's killing intent intensified. Swiftly, Robbie maneuvered behind Maude. And just as he raised his hand to employ his finger gun technique, a swift flash of a blade surged forth. Had he been seen through? Robbie was taken aback. And disregarding the need to retract his hand, He promptly executed another swift maneuver, retreating several meters in an instant. Maud's strike missed its mark, leaving him at a disadvantage. Robbie halted his movement, beads of sweat unexpectedly trickling down his forehead. That last blow had been delivered almost the moment he revealed himself. Had his reflexes been just a fraction slower, the consequences would have been dire. As Robbie remained cautious, Maud pressed forward with relentless pursuit. Observing the impending threat, Robbie unleashed a series of swift kicks, hoping to disrupt Maud's momentum and thwart his advance. A fleeting glimmer of crimson light flickered in Maud's eyes. With a deft twist and turn, he evaded several incoming strikes. Once within the range of attack, Maud swiftly unleashed 5 slashes towards Robbie. In that moment, Robbie's form appeared as fragile as a leaf caught in the breeze, swaying and dodging each of the impending blows with remarkable agility. A glimmer of determination flashed in Maud's eyes as he did not relent. He unleashed a flurry of blade auras, enveloping Robbie, whose body had suddenly become agile. His intention was to engage Robbie with swift, aggressive strikes, preventing him from creating distance with his shaving technique, thereby avoiding the waste of precious time. Observing Robbie utilizing paper drawings to counter his onslaught was precisely what he had hoped for. Amidst the storm of blade auras, Robbie, although employing paper drawings for defense, was gripped by an ominous sensation. After evading hundreds of strikes, he finally discerned Maud's plan. Did he truly underestimate him and desire a swift resolution? A surge of indignation welled within Robbie. Realizing Maud's intentions, he would not resign himself to inaction. However, after several attempts, Robbie was shocked to find himself ensnared. Unable to escape the relentless barrage of blades, he recognized that if he recklessly dispelled the paper drawings, he would likely be struck fatally. Yet, if he maintained them, he could only continue to evade, incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. How could this be? Upon grasping the dire situation, Robbie's expression darkened. He refused to surrender easily, making several more attempts, but to no avail. With a sudden slash, the first wound appeared on Robbie's body, not deep, perhaps even superficial. Nevertheless, to him, it was a clarion call. Moments later, another fleeting blade aura inflicted a second wound, still not deep, yet indicative of the paper drawings beginning to falter. Should this continue, it would only be a matter of time before Maud would mercilessly slay him. Unless, of course, Robbie was willing to gamble on Maud's stamina failing to sustain his assault. But Robbie would not take such a risk. In a desperate bid for freedom, as the third wound manifested, he steeled himself and dispelled the paper drawings. This decision, however, plunged him into a chasm of peril. With the assistance of Kinbunchakahaki, Maud's blade struck first. Robbie barely managed to employ shaving, yet still suffered a wound to his chest. As he vanished, a large pool of blood marked the ground. In the next instant, Robbie reappeared several meters away. Clutching his bleeding chest, his complexion paler than before. Just as he steadied himself, Maud was upon him once more. With no other choice, Robbie resorted to shaving to evade Maud's pursuit. Yet, due to his injuries, this attempt fell short in both speed and distance compared to before. Consequently, Maud closed in with even greater swiftness. On the brink of life and death, Robbie felt a chilling dread seep into his very bones. Maud's relentless assault shattered his fighting spirit. As thoughts of retreat began to arise, Robbie attempted once more to create distance through shaving, but his right leg suddenly buckled, leading to failure. This was disastrous. His heart raced as he lifted his gaze, only to see Maud lunging forward with a blade. Robbie's expression shifted dramatically. In a moment of panic, he could only resort to using iron blocks in a desperate attempt to block Maud's strike. However, the blade, imbued with haki, effortlessly pierced through Robbie's iron defense. The tip of the blade emerged from his lower back, accompanied by a torrent of blood. As he was pierced, Robbie's face froze in shock, his eyes fixated on the menacing figure of Maud standing mere inches away. Maud's expression remained impassive as he withdrew the blade, once again drawing forth a copious amount of blood from Robbie's body. With a muffled groan, Robbie collapsed to the ground. Not far away, Sunny witnessed this scene and silently lowered the muzzle of her gun. At that very moment, the fleeing pirates also beheld the spectacle. After a brief silence, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the throng of pirates, punctuated by numerous whistles of delight. Maud did not heed the cheers emanating from the direction of Wall Mountain. With a deft motion, he plunged the 1,000 birds into the ground and summoned the Hunter's journal before the watchful eyes of the onlookers. In such circumstances, acquiring Robbie's experience was far more crucial than concealing the existence of the Hunter's journal. Moreover, as long as he refrained from revealing it, others could never discern the true nature of the journal's effects. As Maud conjured a black notebook from thin air, The raucous applause from the pirate crowd gradually subsided. Usopp is actually a devil fruit user, one bewildered pirate remarked. Observing this battle, it seemed that no powers had been employed. The 6 styles of the Navy were the intelligence Mod was most familiar with. Thus, merely obtaining Roby's name signified that the intelligence was already sufficiently comprehensive. Now, the task at hand was to swiftly gather Roby's experience points. Casting a glance at the ailing Roby, Mod rapidly extracted the quill from the spine of the book, opening the journal to inscribe Roby's name. During the skirmish, Mod had contemplated reserving a moment to document the intelligence. Therefore, he deliberately avoided striking a fatal blow with that final thrust aimed at Roby. However, while the attack, imbued with armament haki, could penetrate Roby's iron defense, it also inflicted greater harm upon him. Consequently, despite Mod's careful avoidance of vital areas, that strike still dealt Roby substantial damage. As Roby teetered on the brink of death, Mod felt a twinge of urgency. After all, he wished to meticulously record the intelligence on the 6 styles and reap considerable rewards from Roby. Yet, should Roby expire before he finished documenting the information, it would mean losing a significant portion of the potential gains. In a race against time, Mod could only hope that Roby would hold on a little longer, while he hastily inscribed word after word onto the pages. Roby collapsed to the ground, oblivious to Mod's swift writing. As he prepared to take his final breath, Roby could not fathom Mod's desire for him to endure a bit longer. In those last moments, Roby was consumed by feelings of regret and resentment. He realized that he only needed to restrict Mod and Sunny's movements. Had he chosen that path, countless low-risk alternatives existed, and he would not have faced such an end. Why, then, did he opt for the most perilous course of action? Was it due to Gion's perception of Mod as a dangerous figure? Or was it jealousy? My future. Roby's mouth slowly opened, attempting to utter words. Yet no sound emerged. Suddenly, a veil of white mist enveloped him. Within that mist, a vision materialized. Roby beheld himself seated in the position of a general. It was as if he had experienced a moment of clarity. His lips moved once more, only to fall silent the next instant. Roby had perished. Mod removed the hunter's notes. Just 3 seconds ago, he had recorded all known intelligence, making it just in time. At the moment Roby took his last breath, the bountiful rewards immediately manifested. Not only did it fill the final gap of the 2nd star frame, elevating it to a 2nd star level, but the overflowing gains also directly coalesced into a 3rd star frame. As the ascension was completed, the baptism commenced. A warm current flowed through his limbs, banishing the fatigue from repeated use of the domineering power. Following this, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him, akin to immersing in a hot spring, where countless skilled hands gently kneaded every part of his body. The formula remained unchanged, the essence still familiar. Yet, at that moment, Mod had no inclination to revel in the comfort bestowed by the baptism. Instead, he briefly closed his eyes to assess the outcome. Physique, swordsmanship, domineering power. In less than 2 seconds, he grasped the results and opened his eyes anew. At this moment, he felt invigorated. Besides filling the 2nd star frame, he had also directly manifested the 3rd star frame. The abundance of his experience points was indeed astonishingly rich. Emodo withdrew the 1,000-bird blade embedded in the ground. With a slight exertion, he flicked away the blood from the blade's surface and promptly sheathed it. Mod cast a fleeting glance at the unblinking Robbie before dashing towards Sunny. The obstacle had been dealt with, yet time was of the essence as he pressed on towards the pig factory. The pirates gathered before the wall, who had been observing Mod's actions from beginning to end, remained utterly perplexed by the nature of his fruit abilities. Nevertheless, they were quite pleased to witness Robbie's demise at Mod's hands. Well done, Usopp. Many pirates silently commended as they hurriedly squeezed through the wall's opening. In the face of imminent danger, escaping took precedence over mindless revelry. Mod approached Sunny, kneeling down before her with his back turned. Sunny instinctively reached out her arms to embrace Mod's neck. Mod gently lifted Sunny and ran towards the wall opening. What was that just now? Sunny rested her chin on Mod's shoulder, slightly tilting her head to admire the handsome profile of his face. What do you mean by that? The black notebook. Oh, can we not discuss it? All right. After swiftly concluding this trivial conversation, Mod glanced back at Mad Hat Town and murmured, I wonder how Soul is faring. Sunny paused for a moment before replying, Soul will be fine. Although his legs are short, he runs quite fast, and without my burdensome presence, he can escape at any moment. Mod glanced at Sunny and remarked, when you unleash your sharp tongue, you spare no one, not even yourself. I merely speak the truth. She replied, Maud was at a loss for words. Soon, he found himself merely 300 meters away from the wall opening. However, there were only 3 openings at the base of the wall, 2 of which were quite small compared to the larger one. The larger opening appeared rather conventional, but the 2 smaller ones resembled doors more than actual openings. Furthermore, the individuals who managed to reach this place, including pirates and denizens of the underworld, were not the sort to adhere to any notions of order or precedence. Consequently, the area in front of the wall opening became exceedingly congested. Although individuals continuously traversed through the opening, there was also a steady influx of people fleeing from the town. So the number of individuals gathered at the wall opening showed no signs of diminishing. Emode gazed at the scene before him, yearning to hurl a cannonball into the throng. This was truly troublesome. Maud murmured softly to himself. He indeed yearned to carve a bloody path, perhaps inadvertently acquiring some of the experience points previously noted in his journal. However, should he truly take action, he would instantly become the target of collective ire. This scenario accentuates the significance of Conqueror's Haki. As Maud approached the throng, the nearby pirates all regarded him with a respectful gaze. It was an act of admiration from the weak towards the strong, a customary occurrence within the realm of pirates. Maud disregarded the scrutinizing gazes from all around, frowning as he surveyed the densely packed crowd before him. What on earth are we waiting for? Maud suppressed the urge to draw his sword, and instead lifted his gaze towards the towering mountains. Perhaps he should consider climbing? Just as this thought began to take shape in his mind, a sound pierced the air, grating like a needle scraping against glass, emanating from behind him. It was coming from the direction of Mad Hat Town. Maud instinctively glanced over, only to witness dozens of pirates who had just fled from Mad Hatter Town, being slain by a sword chi that stretched 5 to 6 meters long. The sword chi Maud's eyelids twitched. Who could it be? Even though his observation ability was not particularly strong, he could still sense an overwhelming sense of danger at this moment. When confronting Akiji, he had not experienced such a sensation. Despite the tidal wave of pressure that came crashing down during that encounter, he could still feel a slight space to breathe. However, this sword aura, though its wielder remained unseen, exuded an undeniable force that seemed to compress the very air around it. The skin of Maud stirred an involuntary chill. Is this person stronger than Akiji? No, it is the intent to kill. Unlike Akiji's nonchalance, it is a meticulous and unwavering murderous intent. In a fleeting moment, the observation Haki provided Maud with a glimpse of understanding. In his mind, an image gradually took shape of a stern swordsman wielding a swift blade. Suddenly, Maud beheld a tall woman clad in a navy coat emerging from the town. The recently conjured image shattered instantly. It was a woman. Maud gazed intently into the distance. The remoteness rendered the woman's features indistinct, yet the aura of danger surrounding her grew increasingly palpable. In his recollection, there were numerous formidable swordsmen within the navy, yet the number of women among them was scant. Dasky was one such exception, but beyond her, there seemed to be none. Who, then, was this female naval officer? Maud. This individual possesses remarkable strength. Sunny, too, sensed the looming threat emanating from the female navy officer. Though her observation abilities were still in their infancy, they were sufficient to glean certain insights. Indeed, Maud's eyes were laden with gravity as he spoke in a low tone. This is no ordinary strength. I certainly do not wish to attract the attention of such a foe. We must hasten our departure from this place. Even without the insight granted by observation Haki, the sheer force of that sword aura was enough to reveal the prowess of the female navy officer. The area before the wall was crowded with numerous pirates. Given such a scenario, Maud surmised that even if the female officer possessed formidable strength, she would likely refrain from recklessly attacking. After all, even if each person merely contributed a single spit, it would be sufficient to cause her discomfort. Nevertheless, it is prudent to vacate this troublesome location swiftly. Maud's gaze shifted away from the female naval officer and turned towards the crowd before him. Amidst the throngs of people, a cacophony of curses and urgent shouts reverberated. The female officer's entrance, accompanied by an aura of sword energy, had indeed stirred a certain commotion. Those who had managed to push their way to the front were relatively unconcerned, while those at the back felt a growing sense of unease. Due to Robbie's obstruction, Maud and Sunny found themselves at the rear of the crowd. Attempting to force their way through would likely incite widespread ire. Nevertheless, the arrival of the female naval officer pricked at Maud's nerves. With little time for hesitation, he thrust his hands into the gaps of the crowd and forcefully pulled. The several men, fierce and intimidating, standing before him were swiftly shoved aside. Their sudden collapse inadvertently affected many others around them. Those who found themselves unceremoniously toppled shot angry glares at Maud, but as curses began to form on their lips, they swallowed their words. It was clear that they were not a force to be reckoned with. With a natural instinct, they averted their gazes, as if nothing had transpired. Maud observed their reactions with keen awareness. Reputation or strength has always served as a passport that yields tangible results. In an effort to expedite his departure from this place, Maud began to push forward. With considerable power, he navigated through the throng towards the wall opening. His movements incited further chaos among the crowd. A few pirates lost their footing and fell, trampled underfoot. Fortunately, they were not ordinary individuals. Thus, despite being stomped on, they would not suffer grievous injuries or death, though they would remain incapacitated for a time. On the outskirts of Cape Angle Street, Guillaume wielded her longsword, coldly surveying the corpses of dozens of pirates slain by her sword energy. Upon confirming that none had survived, she shifted her gaze towards the raucous crowd in front of Wall Mountain. There was no need to strain herself with observation hockey to ascertain the precise number of individuals. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 1,000. As for those who had escaped to the other side of Wall Mountain, they were not currently on Guillaume's radar. Stepping over a sea of corpses, Guillaume advanced towards Wall Mountain. In this incident, largely motivated by personal motives, Guillaume was not there for the peculiar gunman. Her true target was Mad Hat Town. The reason was not particularly elaborate. It was simply because the location of the peculiar gunman coincided with Mad Hat Town, a lawless area teeming with pirates. Hence, since she was already there, there was no reason to turn a blind eye. She intended to eradicate the lawlessness of Mad Hat Town while Carp dealt with the peculiar gunman. When confronting pirates, if life and death were at stake, she would not hesitate to choose death for them. This was fundamentally why she had been so ruthless in Mad Hat Town, navigating through blood and bodies. Guillaume exuded a frigid aura, radiating a palpable killing intent. This vehement disdain for evil was precisely what alerted Maud and Sunny to the lurking danger. Although neither of them had any interest in becoming pirates, they could not escape the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Guillaume. As Guillaume made her way towards Wall Mountain, many pirates situated at the back of the crowd immediately noted her actions. That woman, the pirates expressed their astonishment. She was undeniably powerful. However, with at least 1,000 peers present, they questioned her audacity. The sheer number of individuals provided a false sense of security for the pirates, limited by their perception. This confidence was, in reality, alarmingly fragile. While Guillaume walked, she suddenly spotted Robbie lying on the ground, blood pooling around him. The aura that enveloped her momentarily faltered, and her wine-red eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, she flashed to Robbie's side. Upon looking down, she was met with the sight of his lifeless gaze. A chill spread through her. After a brief silence, she knelt and gently closed Robbie's eyes. During their time at Branch 158, Robbie had often gone out of his way to be helpful, which had become a source of irritation for her. Nevertheless, she held respect for his strength. Yet, she had not anticipated this outcome. Rising, Guillaume's cold gaze swept towards Wall Mountain. Robbie, proficient in the 6 powers, should have had numerous means of self-preservation even in defeat. Yet he had perished. Moreover, the evidence of battle left on the ground suggested that a coordinated assault was unlikely. This indicated that the one who had slain Robbie possessed formidable strength. Guillaume remained vigilant as she pressed towards Wall Mountain. In a mere moment, she stepped into the range of attack. Then, as her eyes turned icy, she swung her sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy towards the crowd. The blade struck with lethal precision, slicing through the throng with chilling intent. In an instant, a wave of crimson erupted, and a multitude of pirates fell. Cries of anguish filled the air. This sword energy proclaimed Guillaume's intent. She was indeed prepared to confront all the pirates present single-handedly. In a fleeting moment, nearly all the pirates present found their gaze drawn to Guillaume. They then witnessed her deliver another arc of sword energy, effortlessly cleaving through yet another group of comrades. The underestimation they had harbored gave way to a surge of anger. Among the crowd, Maud observed Guillaume, who was harvesting pirate lives with her sword energy. With his singular star frame, he could only dream of producing such blade energy. That level of mastery required at least 3 stars from the first stage. Who on earth was this woman? Maud scrutinized the appearance of the woman from Guillaume, attempting to extract any relevant information from his memory. Her aura was remarkably commanding, and her features were strikingly distinct. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he could find no information that corresponded to her. Maud had no time to ponder this question, and with a momentary glance, he continued to squeeze towards the wall's crevice. Regardless of who you are, survival takes precedence. In the face of the tangible threat posed by Shiwan, Maud's actions grew increasingly brutal. He could only hope that the shields behind him would prove effective. He did not seek to restrain Shiwan, merely holding out a little longer would suffice. Outside the crowd, Shiwan waved her hand, causing dozens of pirates to collapse as if they were mere straw dogs. This displayed a formidable presence that the surrounding pirates regarded with trepidation, an image deeply etched in their minds through her actions. As the pirates trembled, they swiftly devised a response. The previously crowded throng began to disperse in an instant. They had no intention of absorbing Shiwan's lethal strikes with their flesh, nor did they plan to sit idly by. Shiwan, with an impassive countenance, observed the pirates' movements and suddenly propelled herself into the air, heading towards the wall mountain. This abrupt action undoubtedly rendered her a living target. As she ascended, the nearby pirates glinted with malice, quickly drawing their flintlock pistols. Bang! Bang! Clouds of smoke erupted as countless lead bullets formed a barrage aimed at Shiwan in midair. However, with a mere burst of speed in her moon step, she effortlessly evaded the barrage, which, though not lacking in precision, was no match for her. What extraordinary speed! The pirates gaped as Shiwan soared past them. Yet, simultaneously, her back was unguardedly exposed to their view. A prime opportunity. The pirates swiftly redirected their weapons towards her. To them, her actions seemed akin to self-destruction. After taking aim, they pulled the triggers once more, accompanied by a relentless cacophony of gunfire. Another wave of bullets surged towards her back. Yet, as if she possessed a sixth sense, Shiwan gracefully maneuvered through the air, tracing serpentine paths that allowed her to evade each bullet shot at her. In the face of her stable and efficient observation, the lead bullets, devoid of armament enhancement, were rendered utterly ineffective. Witnessing Shiwan's astonishing ability to dodge every single bullet, incredulity washed over the faces of the pirates. Not only did she evade frontal assaults, but she also disregarded the rear ambush as if it were nothing. The vast majority of pirates present had never set foot in the Grand Line, let alone encountered knowledge pertaining to hockey. Thus, every demonstration of Shiwan's prowess only deepened their apprehension. Swiftly dodging wave after wave of concentrated gunfire, Shiwan soon reached the base of the wall mountain. Although she was a swordswoman, her abilities, enhanced by her devil fruit power, rendered her observation hockey superior to her armament hockey. Consequently, no matter how intense the incoming firepower, it posed not the slightest threat to her. Moda found himself amidst a throng of people, inching ever closer to the opening in the wall. However, the audacious maneuver executed by Gun, who had arrived just ahead of him, incited a silent curse from his lips. It was uncertain whether to commend Gun for her exceptional skill and bravery or to deem her recklessly fearless. Nonetheless, her actions were unmistakably aimed at cutting off his escape route. What should he do? As Sunny busied herself with loading ammunition, she quietly inquired. Moments earlier, she had fired 2 shots at Gun. Despite her own mastery of observation, she found herself outmatched by Gun's superior prowess in the same regard. Consequently, the 2 lead bullets she had fired inevitably found their mark in emptiness. This woman was formidable. Retreat was the only prudent course of action. Maud, with decisive clarity, relinquished the notion of forcibly advancing through the wall's opening and instead directed his gaze toward the more distant side of the wall mountain. When direct passage proved impossible, he resolved to deviate from his original intent, opting to take a longer route to the island's edge and subsequently traverse the wall mountain by swimming and climbing. Having made his decision, Maud listened to the incessant gunfire echoing in his ears, yet chose not to engage in the fray. He turned back, continuing to carve a path through sheer force. Thanks to the imposing presence of Gun, the throng gradually dispersed, losing the earlier congestion. Before long, Maud managed to extricate himself from the crowd, carrying Sunny on his back. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the majority of the pirates had scattered, leaving behind a grim tableau of bodies strewn upon the ground before the wall's opening. The tall figure of Gun stood resolutely at the forefront of the wall, resembling a guardian deity, barring the way for all present. The pirates, wary of Gun's formidable close combat prowess, resorted to ranged assaults with firearms. However, no matter how accurately they aimed, they could not land a hit on Gun. Maud stepped out of the crowd, his gaze traversing the positions of the pirates, eventually settling upon Gun. The phrase "a single man guarding the pass" suddenly flashed through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Maud turned and walked away. Had Gun not exhibited such overwhelming strength, Maud might have considered mingling within the throng, taking potshots to eliminate obstacles and create a path through the wall. However, Guillaume's displayed prowess left him devoid of any motivation at this stage. Given the circumstances, even with knowledge of Guillaume's name and the presence of so many expendable allies, Maud would not dare to take risks. He was acutely aware of what needed to be done at this moment. Best of luck to you all. Maud silently cheered for the pirates behind him. There were indeed many who shared his desire to avoid a direct confrontation with Guillaume. However, they were plagued by a sense of complacency, lacking the resoluteness that Maud possessed. What if Guillaume were to fall victim to the chaotic barrage of gunfire? Thus, they remained on the periphery, watching the events unfold. In the face of the relentless assault from numerous pirates, Guillaume remained unfazed, raising her long blade and initiating a one-sided suppression. Those pirates who had never ventured into the Grand Line or the New World could never fathom the extraordinary levels of individual combat prowess. While Guillaume still had a considerable distance to travel before reaching the pinnacle of strength in her current state, she was far beyond what the pirates of Mad Hat Town could contend with. She disregarded the gunfire coming from all directions, akin to a tiger among sheep. Each slash of her blade claimed multiple pirates. At this moment, Maud was already in the midst of his retreat. Although he had not traversed the Grand Line himself, he understood the terrifying capabilities of those formidable individuals better than any pirate present. What left a lasting impression on him from the original story was not the cataclysmic power wielded by Whitebeard, but rather the chapter where the Straw Hat Pirates faced off against 100,000 fishmen at Fishman Island. The ratio of 10 against 100,000 was indeed staggering. Yet, this world operated on such exaggerated scales. Moreover, if the Straw Hat Pirates from that time were to confront an emperor, they would merely become fodder, swiftly dispatched. This illustrates that in the face of such towering combat powers, numbers hold no significance and cannot sustain a war of attrition. It is noteworthy that even Jean Bay and the recently debuted Ace could engage in combat for 5 days and nights. What kind of stamina and endurance, then, do the monsters above them possess? Maud understood very well that even if the average combat strength of the pirates behind him multiplied several times, it would not guarantee them any advantage against Jiyuan. Meanwhile, the fierce confrontation in the district raged on. Sol panted slightly, while Carp remained composed and unruffled. The disparity between the two was glaringly evident. Amidst his heavy breathing, Sol cast a cold glance at the evenly breathing Carp. Although aged, Carp's stamina was far from feeble. Delving deeper, it was clear that Carp's overwhelming pressure and Sol's own obsession were at play. If he were to continue avoiding conflict in this game of cat and mouse, he was confident he could push Carp to the brink. However, after countless rounds of intense exchanges, Sol had not simply evaded battle. He had made multiple attempts to strike Carp. Each of these attacks was laced with haki, and the frequent use of haki steadily drained Sol's stamina during the skirmish. Coupled with Carp's relentless offensive, the pressure on Sol grew significantly. As time passed, this pressure did not wane but rather intensified. With these compounding factors, Sol realized he could no longer continue this way. In a battle of endurance, even 5 of them would fall short against the Iron Fist. After several futile assaults, Sol decisively conceded. The formidable Iron Fist before him was likely an obsession he would never overcome in his lifetime. Fortunately, the 2 young ones were not present. Otherwise, if they witnessed his current predicament, they might conclude that pursuing a career in marksmanship was futile. In this highly focused battle, Sol still found time for errant thoughts. This was also due to his decision to abandon the offensive, allowing the pressure he bore to diminish further. What's this? No more fighting. Carp perceptively noticed Sol's change in tactics after several rounds of pursuit. Sol scoffed, uninterested in Carp's inquiries. With the pressure alleviated, he expanded his observation haki but could no longer perceive the presence of the 2 young ones, save for Akiji, who remained atop the Mad Hat auction house. Had they escaped? Sol silently mused as he swiftly retreated to avoid Carp's incoming punch. Seeing Sol retreat into a shell once more, Carp felt a tinge of helplessness and accelerated his offensive rhythm. Rather than simply wearing Sol down, he preferred to defeat him outright. However, once Sol opted for avoidance, their confrontation would devolve into a prolonged chase, ultimately making stamina the decisive factor in the battle. With no other recourse, Carp had to adapt accordingly. In a team battle, he would not waste time on Sol. Sol observed Carp's slight shift in offensive strategy. Though abandoning the attack reduced his vulnerabilities, the pressure of defense remained constant. The threat posed by Carp could not be entirely negated by merely refraining from attacking. It could be said that this strategic transition allowed him to feel somewhat more at ease in the fight, but that was the extent of it. He wondered where the 2 young ones had fled. As he dodged Carp's onslaught, he gradually moved toward the wall mountain. At this moment, He held no illusions about confronting Karp again. He had to admit that a physical powerhouse was indeed the bane of marksmen. Like him, he had never managed to leave a mark on Karp, let alone defeat him. Regardless of his resentment, facts were indisputable. This time, Sol quickly relinquished his obsession. In the past, he would have insisted on battling Karp for hundreds of rounds before yielding. As for the reason behind this change, a faint smile inexplicably graced Sol's lips. Noticing Sol's sudden smile, a flicker of curiosity crossed Karp's eyes. "What are you laughing at?" Karp inquired as he swung a punch. "Laughing at you being a fool," Sol retorted while evading. Haha. Karp laughed heartily, his punch gaining even more force, yet Sol narrowly dodged it once more. "Sol, you truly haven't changed at all." "Likewise," Sol replied coldly, discreetly glancing at Akiji, who remained at the Mad Hat auction house. They had come this far only to watch from the sidelines. If Akiji were to intervene, escaping would not be so simple. Yet Akiji did not engage. Clearly, he was not summoned by Karp specifically to deal with Sol. Coupled with the fact that Akiji had merely restricted Maud and Sunny's freedom, Sol quickly pieced together the broader context. Although he was unsure how Maud and the others had escaped, it was evident that he could no longer confront Karp head-on. He intended to stall for a bit longer before making a direct move towards the wall mountain. Atop the Mad Hat auction house, Akiji stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing intently at the battle between Karp and Sol through the floor-to-ceiling window. During the initial stages of the fight, he was entirely focused, fearing he might miss a single moment. Karp and Sol did not disappoint, presenting a thrilling and intense showdown. The outcome was gradually becoming clearer. If things continued as they were, Karp would likely overwhelm Sol within an hour. However, as Sol shifted from offense to defense, the battle evolved into a war of attrition, rendering the spectacle less engaging. After watching for a while longer, Akiji stifled a yawn and tilted his head, looking at a particular spot. There, only a puddle remained from melted ice. Akiji scratched his messy hair. Upon realizing the two young ones had escaped, he opted to stay and watch rather than pursue them. As Karp and Sol's clash had reached a fever pitch, "Is this my fault?" Akiji pondered. To be honest, he was not eager to shoulder the blame. At the wall mountain, cries of despair echoed. Jiyuan single-handedly cut through the pirates with his blade. His overwhelming prowess swiftly shattered the psychological defenses of the pirates present. They had thought that sheer numbers would suffice to defeat Jiyuan, but the harsh reality dealt them a severe blow. Monster, unable to withstand even 3 exchanges. The remaining pirates lost their will to fight and scattered in panic. Jiyuan, resolute in his intent to kill, pursued the fleeing pirates. At this juncture, attempting to escape was futile. Under Jiyuan's relentless chase, the fleeing pirates were engulfed in despair. Unable to fight back and unable to flee. Was there anything more hopeless than this? The fleeing pirates could only watch helplessly as their comrades were dispatched one by Jiyuan's blade. They felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Was there truly no one capable of stopping that monstrous woman? In the moment of inspiration, a pirate swiftly thought of Maud. If one were to speak of formidable strength, he could think of no one else. As the image of Maud surfaced in his mind, he suddenly heard a fierce gust of wind behind him, causing his heart to tremble. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Jiyuan, wielding her blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Despair etched across the pirate's face. Just as Jiyuan's long knife was about to strike, the figure in his mind instinctively became a lifeline. "Usopp, where are you?" In a moment of desperation, the pirate summoned all his strength and shouted the name he regarded as his salvation. Then, unexpectedly, the descending blade came to an abrupt halt. In the distance, Maud, who was fleeing, felt a tremor at the sound of that desperate cry. What is happening? In this dire situation, the pirate had called out Usopp's name. Fully aware that even if he shouted, the unfamiliar Usopp would not suddenly appear to shield him from the impending blow. Yet, the blade remained still. The pirate, spared from death, stood in stunned silence, gasping for breath. Could it be effective? He had not anticipated that merely uttering Usopp's name would elicit a reaction from this monstrous woman. It seemed as though he glimpsed a flicker of hope. Jiyuan gazed in astonishment at the pitiful, nameless pirate before her, surprised that he had suddenly called out Usopp's name. She recognized that Usopp was the alias Maud had used in Mad Hat Town. Thus, this wretched pirate was acquainted with Maud? While contemplating this, her blade remained poised, directed at the pirate. The nameless pirate was oblivious to Jiyuan's thoughts, fixated on the unmoving blade, believing that this monstrous woman was likely wary of Usopp's prowess. His spirits lifted. "Afraid, are you? Let me tell you, Usopp is..." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji-Yun swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke. In his final moments, the nameless pirate was left with a myriad of unanswered questions. Ji-Yun, however, did not cast a glance at the fallen pirate's body, continuing her pursuit of the remaining pirates. Initially, the pirates had fought in unison, and with a single stroke, she could reap a multitude, saving her considerable effort. However, after a few strikes near the wall, the pirates lost their will to fight and fled in disarray. With their targets scattered, the situation became somewhat troublesome, requiring her to hunt them down one by one. Despite the inconvenience, Ji-Yun had no intention of letting any of them escape. With each pirate she pursued, it was a single strike for each. In such dire circumstances, the cries began to resurface. "Usopp, where are you?" The fleeing pirates pinned their hopes on the mightiest figure they knew, Mod. Their thoughts were quite simple. If a powerful individual could restrain Ji-Yun, they might avoid being slaughtered like chickens. "Usopp, where are you?" Gradually, an increasing number of pirates grasped the sentiment, passing the call of Usopp's name amongst themselves as they fled. Hearing the shouts echoing behind him, Mod, who had already distanced himself significantly, couldn't help but twitch his lips. These fools, they couldn't hold out for even 3 seconds. And now they were suddenly calling my name? No, it was Usopp's name. Mod shook his head abruptly. "Why are they calling you by your alias?" Sunny inquired with a puzzled expression. "I have no idea," came the reply. As Mod spoke, he turned to glance back. It was of little consequence whether he looked or not, yet upon turning, he felt a slight tingling at the nape of his neck. This was due to several eager gazes that met him head-on. Mod recognized the owners of these piercing gazes. They were the ones who had fled with the utmost decisiveness. In addition to these few, there was a small group that began their escape as soon as Mod squeezed through the crowd. They were far wiser than those pirates who foolishly entertained the notion of eliminating Ji-Yun. What a gaze it was! Mod was beset by a foreboding sense of unease. "Usopp, you are so formidable. Surely you can handle that woman?" One of the pirates exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Mod's eyelids flickered. "How dare you?" Mod silently cursed under his breath and quickened his pace without looking back. At that moment, he comprehended the motives behind this group of foolish pirates calling out his name. They believed in his formidable strength and hoped he would intervene to punish Ji-Yun. What a joke. It was precisely because he could not defeat them that he had decisively chosen to flee. If he were capable of winning, would he need their calls for help? He would have charged ahead for the sake of experience. As Mod departed without a backward glance, disappointment flickered across the faces of the pirates trailing him. Although they had escaped to this point, they still felt an absence of security. Thus, they harbored a strong desire for a powerful individual to step forward and confront Ji-Yun. Mod was evidently the most suitable candidate at that moment. However, one cannot force such matters. The pirates swiftly relinquished their hopes of relying on Mod and concentrated on their escape. Yet, that impulsive shout had not only pinpointed Mod's location, but had also summoned death itself. "Usopp is over there." The pirates behind quickly confirmed Mod's direction based on this exclamation. "Usopp is over there." In an instant, it was as though the pirates had found their bearings. They veered towards Mod's location as they fled. The collective effect took hold, and the scattered pirates converged into an oddly elongated formation, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. Leading this formation was none other than the swiftest among them, Mod. Ji-Yun was not deaf. He shifted his gaze towards Mod's direction, intrigued by the commotion. There? His eyes flickered. He swiftly dispatched a nearby pirate with a slice of his blade and proceeded toward that direction, leaving no pirate unscathed in his wake. Ji-Yun's actions instilled a sense of dread in the pirates who had pinned their hopes on Mod. Something felt amiss, they thought. At the forefront of the group, Mod's expression grew somber. His Kinbunchika hockey rang in his mind like a relentless alarm, warning him of the lethal intent approaching from behind. This murderous aura was not solely directed at him, but enveloped the entire street. That woman is coming, he realized. Sunny regarded Ji-Yun's relentless advance with grave concern. With a single hand, she raised her flintlock pistol, aiming it at the seemingly god of death, Ji-Yun. Yet, she understood that mere firearms would pose no substantial threat to him. Motor's gaze was heavy and contemplative. The journey had been fraught with difficulties. First, it was Akiji, and now this woman. Could there not be a few more robins to ease the path? Mod let out a heavy sigh inwardly, then turned to behold the rapidly approaching Gi-On. The numerous pirates along the way were utterly incapable of impeding Gi-On's speed. Realizing that Gi-On possessed greater agility than himself, Mod felt a sinking sensation in his heart. "Sunny, we might not be able to escape," he lamented. "Indeed," Sunny replied, gazing at the swiftly advancing Gi-On, nodding in agreement. Then, she turned to Maud's profile and said, "Put me down. You must continue your flight." Upon hearing her words, Maud instinctively turned his head to meet Sunny's gaze, which was earnest and unwavering. "Maud, you must not perish here." Sunny managed to smile, yet the scar on her face rendered it less than beautiful. "As long as you reveal your true identity, that female naval officer should not pose any difficulties for you. I just eliminated a naval officer. If you remain silent, and they do not speak of it, no one will ever know." As she spoke, Sunny suddenly released her grip around Maud's neck. In the midst of their flight, her seemingly fragile upper body leaned back abruptly. Maud's reaction was swift. The hands that had originally supported Sunny's thighs quickly ascended to her waist. Then, with a sudden exertion of strength, he pressed Sunny back onto her back. "Have you lost your mind?" A hint of anger tinged Maud's tone. Sunny rested her chin once more on Maud's shoulder. It was better to escape alone than to perish together. Pausing for a moment, Sunny reiterated her earlier words in a calm voice. "Put me down. You must continue to flee. I cannot do that. If we both perish here, it would be utterly futile. If you survive, you may honor my memory with a drink each year." Silence. "Oh." Sunny immediately fell silent. After a while, the pirates along the route were utterly vanquished. Ji-Yun subsequently intercepted Maud and Sunny. She did not strike immediately. However, merely facing Ji-Yun, Maud felt an acute sense of impending doom, a true dead end. He would rather confront Akiji. Clang. The sword was drawn. A ghostly blue glimmer flashed before him, as if a barrier had been conjured from thin air. With the blade held before him, Maud fixed his gaze on Ji-Yun, mere meters away. Despite having slain numerous pirates, her attire remained immaculate, devoid of any trace of blood. Out of the corner of his eye, Maud glanced at the long blade in Ji-Yun's hand. Drip. A bead of congealed blood fell from the tip of the blade, splattering onto the ground like a small blossom of crimson. This female assassin. How little time had it taken her to scatter those pirates who had fought in unison? Was it merely 30 seconds? Though they were a hastily assembled and undisciplined group, the speed of her harvest was utterly astonishing. Could he withstand an opponent of such caliber with his current strength? Maud tightened his nerves. Sunny crouched on Maud's back, her gun aimed directly at Shizuyuan, her finger resting lightly on the trigger, yet refraining from pulling it impulsively. Shizuyuan completely disregarded the gun's muzzle pointed at him, instead focusing on the blade of cinch that Maud held firmly in his grasp. The long knife remained motionless, its edge angled slightly downward, poised more for defense while still allowing for a timely counterattack. Although there were still vulnerabilities to exploit, a glimmer of light flashed in Shizuyuan's wine-red eyes. This stance was not indicative of someone who had learned by mere chance, nor was it a skill achievable within just a few months. Despite having gleaned this information from the intelligence provided by the wolf rat, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. According to the known intelligence, although the enigmatic gunman had a penchant for collecting renowned blades, his proficiency in swordsmanship was indeed negligible. So, from where did Maud acquire such mastery? How had he attained this level in such a short span? Regardless of the intricacies of his journey, the outcome was undeniable. Maud possessed an extraordinary talent. A talent like his would be coveted anywhere. Had he a reputable background, upon joining the Navy, he would undoubtedly rise to the rank of Rear Admiral or higher. However, Maud had already forged a close connection with the enigmatic gunman. This was fundamentally why Shizuyuan had labeled him as a danger. It also subtly revealed her high regard for Maud. The two locked eyes for over 3 seconds. Shizuyuan did not dissipate the aura of murderous intent she had amassed from her advance, exerting pressure on both Maud and Sunny at every moment. Backard Maud. Shizuyuan suddenly whispered Maud's name, shattering the silence that had lingered for 3 seconds. The expressions of Emoda and Sunny shifted subtly. They were acutely aware of the significance that this name, when uttered by Ji Yuan, held. Maud did not respond, but Sunny took the initiative to ask, "Are you aware of Maud's identity?" The answer was clear as day. Ji Yuan's wrist flicked lightly, causing blood to drip from the blade of her knife. This seemingly casual gesture hinted at the possibility of an imminent attack. However, Sunny appeared oblivious to this cue. In this tense moment, her thoughts were primarily focused on Maud's safety. It was astonishing that this formidable female Navy officer was aware of Maud's origins. If she could conceal the fact that Maud had killed Robbie, perhaps Maud would not become the target of this powerful woman. Just as Sunny's hopeful words were about to escape her lips, Ji Yuan's emotionless inquiry interrupted her. "You killed Robbie, didn't you?" "By Jade." "Maud." Ji Yuan's gaze fell upon Maud's impassive countenance. The abrupt question did not elicit any response from Maud, as he had mentally prepared himself for it when Sunny had previously mentioned the matter. Meeting Ji Yuan's unwavering gaze, Maud remained composed, intending to offer a cursory reply, but was suddenly captivated by a fragrant aroma that enveloped him. Yes, Maud had initially prepared a set of perfunctory remarks in his mind, but when it came to his lips, he instinctively responded to Guillaume's inquiry. Was it that alluring fragrance? Upon realizing this, Maud felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively holding his breath, and without considering Guillaume's potential reaction, he swiftly retreated. Sunny gazed at Maud in astonishment, her mind racing to concoct the motive behind his unreserved admission. Foolish boy, she thought, gritting her teeth. Utilizing the position of a victim to persuade the female navy not to take action was the only method she believed could spare Maud from calamity. Moreover, the female navy happened to be aware of Maud's origins, lending a significant probability to her strategy's success. However, with Maud's vocal acknowledgement, all possibilities evaporated in an instant. At that moment, Guillaume regarded the retreating Maud with a gaze filled with uncertainty. As a user of the fragrance fruit, she possessed the ability to emit various scents, most of which affected the mental realm. This power, seemingly trivial, depended heavily on the wielder's ingenuity and satisfaction with their abilities. At the very least, the enhancement of observation hockey through the fragrance fruit, along with the potential to bestow a buff during daily training, was sufficient to satisfy Guillaume. Not to mention, there were numerous applications for the fragrances. For instance, just moments ago, she had released a scent at the opportune time, coaxing Maud into an honest response. It was essential to note that her question stemmed from a desire to test the suspicions surrounding everyone present. The scant evidence was merely that Robbie had perished in a one-on-one confrontation, coupled with the wounds on his body. Yet under the influence of the fragrance, this seemingly insignificant inquiry often unveiled the truth. Truly unfathomable, Guillaume mused to herself. She acknowledged Maud's talent and strength, yet doubted his ability to defeat Robbie, a seasoned colonel adept in the six styles. In a flash, Guillaume activated her ability, casting aside the complex emotions stirred by Maud, her mind settling into a tranquil state. With a swift movement, Guillaume pursued Maud. Observing her advance, Maud decisively set Sunny aside. Keep your distance from us. Maud, with a decisive statement, advanced rather than retreated, purposefully moving towards Guillaume. His intention was to distance the battlefield from Sunny. Observing Maud's bold advance, Guillaume, upon the dissipation of the shaving effect, unleashed a blade of sword energy directed at Maud. There was no room for evasion. Maud released his armament hockey, transforming his sword into a blade of ebony, and swiftly struck down upon the sword energy. Empowered by the hockey, Maud cleaved through the sword energy with a singular stroke, splitting it into two, which then arced away on either side. In that fleeting moment of severing the sword energy, Maud retracted his hockey with utmost swiftness, careful to avoid any waste. This deliberate action did not escape the keen eyes of Guillaume. As someone with experience, she understood the implications of such a move. Could he truly wield armament hockey with such finesse? Were it not for the powers of the scent fruit, Guillaume would likely have shown signs of astonishment. Was this even possible? She found it hard to believe, yet she did not relent in her assault. With a swift motion, she appeared before Maud and struck down with her blade. Maud hastily kept pace, raising his blade to block. Clang! The two swift swords clashed together. As sparks erupted, an invisible force splintered outward, causing the ground to crack suddenly, sending ripples far and wide. Maud's formidable strength, transmitted through the swift blade, encountered a tremendous challenge from Guillaume. As his heels met the ground, a resounding shockwave fractured the earth into a fan-shaped area. Within this domain, the ground convulsed and splintered. He successfully withstood the onslaught. In the distance, the pirates who narrowly escaped gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. No matter how many had previously charged at the monstrous woman, they all fell effortlessly beneath a single stroke. Indeed, only Usopp possessed the prowess to counter that fiendish entity. Seizing this opportunity, the pirates fled without a backward glance. The thunderous clash of blades startled the remaining survivors, propelling them hastily towards the wall's opening. Before this moment, none had stood a chance against that monstrous woman. What was once perceived as overwhelming numbers proved utterly futile in the face of her might. Fortunately, the formidable Usopp had fulfilled their hopes by successfully repelling the creature. Now, though the ground before the wall was strewn with corpses, a genuine path to safety lay open. Thus, if they were not to flee now, when would they? The pirates pivoted and frantically dashed towards the wall's breach. In their escape, they cast a glance back at the fierce duel between Maud and Guillaume. The sheer force that shattered the surrounding earth silently cast a shadow upon their vision, penetrating deep into their souls. The realm of the strong. In that fleeting moment, The weaker ones pondered. Consequently, they hastened their flight even further. Within the circle of battle, Maud struggled to withstand the immense force transmitted through the blade of the thousand birds. Had it not been for the recent depletion of Roby's experience points and his sufficiently honed hockey skills, this strike from Guillaume would have been enough to incapacitate him. The significance of hockey became undeniably apparent at this moment. Guillaume's gaze pierced through the clash of blades, landing on Maud's gritted face, which bore the strain of his efforts. Her expression remained eerily calm, akin to still waters, yet within her heart surged a tempest of emotions. Ordinarily, a novice like Maud, who had only recently broken through his shell, would not possess such a mastery of hockey techniques. Even Saul, a seasoned member of the Roger Pirates who had weathered countless storms, was nearly taken aback upon witnessing Maud's prowess. Not to mention Guillaume, who understood Maud's background better than Saul. It was no wonder Roby had been defeated. The boy possessed an extraordinary talent. Guillaume's eyes glimmered with determination as she leaned slightly forward, channeling greater strength through her arm and into the blade. In an instant, Maud felt as though an immense mountain pressed down upon the thousand birds. Snap! Maud's footing shattered once more. The precarious situation, which he had been desperately sustaining, collapsed in an instant. He found himself unable to match the overwhelming force. In a moment of dire urgency, Maud contemplated the release of pressure. As the thought emerged, there was no time to ponder the consequences. Maud exerted a burden on his wrist, yielding to the immense force descending from Chidori, and forcefully inclined the blade slightly to the left before relaxing his grip. The abrupt absence of resistance caused Guillaume's sword to thrust Chidori violently toward the ground. Navi. In a flash of insight, Guillaume discerned Maud's intentions. The technique of releasing force, while alleviating pressure, also presented an opportunity for the adversary. Guillaume swiftly adjusted his strength, only to exert force once more in vain. The timing was impeccably precise, perfectly coinciding with the moment Maud sought to withdraw his blade. Maud's attempt to draw his blade ended in failure, leaving him helplessly watching as Chidori was pinned to the ground. As the blade struck the earth with a thunderous crash, a surge of force radiated outward, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Maud's arm. In Guillaume's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword disengaged from Chidori and, in a swift upward arc, aimed for Maud's neck. Should this strike connect, it would surely result in a severed head. Fortunately, Maud managed to maintain his composure. Utilizing his observation hockey, he leaned back just in time to narrowly evade the lethal blow aimed at his vital point. Simultaneously, suppressing the pain, he lifted the unrestrained Chidori and swung blindly before him, intending to create a distraction. Yet, Guillaume was swifter. As Maud made his move, she capitalized on the momentum of her missed strike, twisting her waist and delivering a fierce kick to Maud's abdomen. A fleeting flash of crimson light flickered in Maud's eyes. With the aid of Kinbunchika Haki, he swiftly employed Busashoka Haki as a defense. Subsequently, his armored abdomen met the full force of a kick from Jiyuan. The impact resonated with a dull thud, propelling Maud's body backwards like a cannonball. In midair, droplets of blood scattered, painting the ground with mottled crimson stains. Jiyuan's kick, imbued with Busashoka Haki, should have decisively concluded the confrontation. However, in the brief moment of contact, Jiyuan discerned Maud's use of Kinbunchika Haki, allowing him to fortuitously mitigate the blow. Nevertheless, Maud's Busashoka Haki paled in comparison to Jiyuan's. Thus, even with his preemptive defense, he was nonetheless injured by the kick, leaving him vulnerable. Astonishingly, even his Kinbunchika Haki was affected. Jiyuan retracted his leg, gazing at Maud suspended in the air, his aura of lethal intent intensifying. Such talent was hard to believe, yet the undeniable reality compelled acknowledgement. Without further contemplation, Jiyuan concentrated his swordsmanship, poised to unleash a wave of sword energy towards the still-falling Maud. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A heated lead bullet hurtled towards Jiyuan. He instinctively shifted, evading the projectile while casting a glance towards the shooter, Sunny. Their eyes met briefly before Jiyuan swiftly redirected his focus back to the descending Maud. This timely bullet had directly disrupted Jiyuan's pursuit. Yet, disregarding Sunny, he pressed forward towards Maud. Observing Jiyuan's actions, Sunny, positioned at a different angle, was momentarily taken aback. The moment she pulled the trigger, she had steeled herself for the consequences. However, she did not anticipate that Jiyuan, after being momentarily disturbed by the gunfire, would merely cast her a fleeting glance before continuing his chase after Maud. Was it merely because Maud had slain that Navy officer? Sunny acutely sensed Ji Yuan's overwhelming intent to kill Maud. The only rationale she could conceive was the death of Roby. Yet, the true catalyst lay in the escalating presence Maud held in Ji Yuan's eyes. In just a few months, Maud's physical prowess, marksmanship, swordsmanship, and even his mastery of dual hockey had surged beyond the ordinary. Such extraordinary talent and rapid growth could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. And Ji Yuan was resolute in his belief that it was the result of Maud's unique abilities. With this relationship already established, Ji Yuan could not permit Maud to continue on his path of growth. Sunny remained oblivious to the true extent of Ji Yuan's murderous intent. As she witnessed Ji Yuan pursuing Maud, she quickly reloaded her weapon and aimed for Ji Yuan, pulling the trigger. However, despite her interference, Ji Yuan's speed remained unaffected, and he wasted not a moment's thought on her. Frustration surged within Sunny as she reloaded once more. Her focus entirely on Ji Yuan, she failed to notice a swift figure approaching from behind. The shadow loomed as sunlight illuminated the scene. Upon seeing the shadow cast before her, Sunny's expression shifted, and she turned abruptly. "Wolf Rat." Recognizing the figure, Sunny exclaimed, "You arrived just in time. Maud is in grave danger. Hurry to assist him." Wolf Rat gazed at Sunny impassively and replied, "There is no need for you to change your words. I know his name is Maud, not Usopp." Sunny quickly grasped the implication and raised her hand in alarm. Yet, Wolf Rat was quicker, snatching her flintlock pistol from her grasp. "Wolf Rat, you." Sunny's eyes widened in shock. With a slight exertion, Wolf Rat crushed the flintlock in his grip, the shattered pieces cascading to the ground before her. "I am a Navy officer," Wolf Rat stated calmly. In the distance, Maud stumbled and rolled several times before coming to a halt. Once he regained his footing, he swiftly wiped the blood from his lips. Was that gunfire from Sunny? Before Sherwan could strike again, Maud cast a quick glance at Sunny's position. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes upon seeing Lang Shu. Yet, as Lang Shu crushed Sunny's flintlock, a heavy sense of despair settled in Maud's heart. At that moment, Sherwan was drawing near, bringing with him an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. This left Maud with no opportunity to divert his attention to Sunny's plight. Focusing entirely on countering Sherwan's relentless assault demanded all his concentration. Any lapse would bring him perilously close to death. Sherwan advanced, his lethal intent palpable. The glimmering blade, infused with a chilling malice, descended towards Maud's vital points in a swift arc. The frigid glint vanished in an instant. Maud struggled to keep pace with Shigeyama's speed, raising his blade to block. Clang! The blades met, and sparks erupted. The force transmitted from Shigeyama's sword traveled down Maud's arm, radiating throughout his body, exacerbating the injury on his abdomen. The sudden surge of pain caused Maud's breath to falter for a moment. Shigeyama chose not to engage Maud in another struggle. As the sparks faded, he retracted his blade and struck at Maud once more. Maud focused intently, intercepting the swift trajectory of the incoming blade, channeling the strength of his arm. He deftly positioned his sword to parry the second strike. A weighty force surged once more, akin to a massive iron ball rolling over his body. Blood silently seeped from the corners of Maud's mouth, even as the imminent pressure of life and death enveloped him, evoking a sensation akin to the thinning of oxygen. His observation hockey remained in full operation. The experiences of his past life quietly bolstered him from behind, preventing the collapse of his psychological defenses under such intense strain. 4. Should there be even a hint of hesitation or retreat, the barrier woven by his observation hockey would shatter in an instant. Sufficient composure was the prerequisite for survival in this arduous struggle. Yet, the true foundation of his formidable defense lay in the powerful techniques he had once mastered. Nevertheless, Gion offered Maud no respite. The swift third strike tore through Maud's defenses, opening a gash. The onslaught had begun, followed by the relentless fourth and fifth strikes. Emoda, weary from the relentless assaults, found himself retreating frequently, struggling to withstand the fierce onslaught of Ji Yuan. With each clash of blades, his internal injuries worsened. In but a brief moment, his mouth and chin were stained crimson with blood. Soon, his breath became ragged. At this juncture, Ji Yuan loomed like an insurmountable mountain. To have endured thus far was no small feat yet. Ji Yuan, holding the advantage, grew increasingly wary of Emoda. As Emoda exposed a vulnerability due to his erratic breathing, Ji Yuan seized the opportunity to strike decisively. Clash! Under the heavy blow, Emoda was sent flying by a single strike, the tremendous force exacerbating his internal wounds, causing him to spew forth a torrent of blood, painting the air in crimson. This blow, however, did not claim Emoda's life. Remarkably resilient, Ji Yuan propelled himself forward in pursuit of Emoda. Within the brief exchange, Emoda's tenacity exceeded Ji Yuan's expectations. Nonetheless, the situation remained dire. Regardless of Emoda's extraordinary talent, a few more strikes would suffice to conclude this uneven battle. Elsewhere, the rat had shattered the 2 flintlock pistols that Sunny bore. Once a carefully crafted weapon by Soul for Sunny, they now lay in a heap of useless fragments. Deprived of her armaments and suffering from severe frostbite in her legs, Sunny was rendered immobile, unable to assist Emoda, as the immediate threat from the rat loomed large. The rat glanced at Emoda, who was on the brink of being plunged into despair by Ji Yuan, his expression grave, shedding the usual flippancy. Ji Yuan harbored murderous intent towards Emoda. Ji Yuan, the female naval officer? Sunny clenched her jaw, racing to devise a feasible plan. Give it up. The rat seemed to sense Sunny's thoughts, diverting his gaze towards her. In silence, the rat's arm sprouted fur, transforming his fingers into lethal claws. This sudden partial beastification hinted at his imminent intentions. I do not know why Ji Yuan seeks to kill Emoda, but based on my understanding of her, she must possess sufficient justification for her actions. The rat raised his right hand, the dark, sharp claws aimed menacingly at Sunny's forehead. What could that justification be? I held no interest. I only knew that Ji Yuan was my superior, and following her orders was my duty as a subordinate. The poised claws slowly ascended, hovering ominously above Sunny's head like an executioner's blade. Sunny stared in despair at the rat, who emotionlessly declared, "So, the moment you fired at Ji Yuan." The raised claws suddenly descended, aiming for Sunny's crown. In the face of impending doom, fleeting images of Soul, Emoda, and Bailey flashed through Sunny's mind. At that moment, a white blur lunged through the air, colliding fiercely with the rat's side. Boom. Caught off guard, the rat was sent sprawling several meters away. The descending claws left only faint traces of blood on Sunny's brow. Sunny gazed in astonishment at the white figure that had struck the rat. Bailey, big sis. I'm here to save you. Bailey, suspended in midair, exuded a fearless bravado, looking at a somewhat incredulous Sunny. It seemed as though his earlier retreat had dissipated like a fleeting cloud. He then landed heavily, crashing down clumsily. The audacious leap was hardly a feat one would expect from his rotund physique. In truth, Bailey had been hurled by someone else. Bullseye. Several dozen meters away, Keela, trained in fishman karate, snapped her fingers. It was she who had propelled Bailey towards the rat, thus rescuing Sunny in the nick of time. Jasmine emerged from a crevice, her massive form almost eerily soft, expressing concern. Keela, you mustn't do that again. I cannot bear to see our little darling hurt. Fear not, I controlled my strength. And besides, Bailey's ample girth cushioned the impact. Keela reassured Jasmine with a confident gaze. She understood Jasmine's fondness for small creatures. Yet she had sought Bailey's consent before executing that throw. Then I shall forgive you this time. Jasmine smiled, her chin stubble shifting with her expression. Meanwhile, the rat, having recovered, sprang back to his feet, his piercing gaze sweeping over Bailey. You little pest. A glint of coldness flashed in the rat's eyes as he turned his attention to the others emerging from the crevice. The Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, the rat spotted a familiar figure and paused. As thoughts raced, he lunged once more towards Sunny. Bailey, seeing this, charged towards her. But his speed paled in comparison to the rat's. Just as the rat reached Sunny, a towering figure intervened, standing like a wall before her. Tadamu. The rat's expression grew complex. He was acutely aware of Tadamu's formidable prowess and promptly underwent full beastification. However, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Tadamu's body expanded, tearing through his bartender uniform, revealing a coat of yellow fur. Then, his wooden expression morphed into that of a cat, with bright, spirited eyes. In an instant, a standoff emerged between the cat and the rat. Though the rat and Tadamu had not spent every waking moment together, they had shared most of their time. Yet, the rat would never have imagined that Tadamu was part of the Revolutionary Army, endowed with the powers of the cat fruit. Cat versus rat. Tadamu wore a blank expression. While the rat's demeanor was a mixture of emotions. Tadamu, don't you have anything to say at a time like this? You should leave. How intriguing. A self-deprecating smile flickered on the rat's face. Not long ago, he had endeavored to keep Tadamu away from this turmoil, and now, it was Tadamu urging him to depart. The implication was unmistakable. What if I refuse to leave? The rat inhaled deeply, his gaze growing icy. Tadamu remained silent, adopting a stance that balanced offense and defense. Swish. The rat ceased his words and charged at Tadamu. Instantly, the cat and rat clashed fiercely. Not far away, Bailey leaped onto Sunny, who gently ruffled his head, murmuring, "Thank you." She had not anticipated that Bailey would come with the Revolutionary Army to her aid. Just moments ago, she had genuinely believed her end was nigh. Bailey, however, chuckled. At that moment, Kilo approached, first glancing at the fierce battle between Tadamu and the rat, then turning to Sunny with a smile. "It is good to see you again." "Indeed," Sunny nodded. Kilo solemnly stated, "Though I have many questions, we must leave this place as swiftly as possible." Having spoken, she bent down and lifted Sunny effortlessly. Sunny offered no resistance, allowing Kella to carry her. Subsequently, Sunny cast her gaze towards the location of Mode. "Do not worry. Sabo and Jasmine will assist him. Our immediate priority is to escape from here rather than distract them." "Understood," Sunny replied, pressing her lips together. Kella immediately began to sprint towards the tunnel that Jasmine had revealed, holding Sunny tightly. "Bailey, keep up." "All right, Keller." "It's Kella, not Keller." "Oh, I see." After receiving a light reprimand from Kella, Bailey's voice slightly faltered. Once Kella had resorted to her habitual forcefulness, she glanced at Jasmine, relieved to find that Jasmine had not noticed the incident. Had Jasmine discovered that she had struck Bailey, she would likely face an earful of complaints. Heaven knows what Jasmine, as a member of the giant race, had experienced to develop such a fondness for small creatures. Suddenly, a steel pipe infused with hockey came crashing in, intercepting Guillaume's blade aimed at Mode. Had it not been for this timely intervention, Guillaume's strike would have surely claimed Mode's life. Although he had successfully blocked Guillaume's attack, Sabo felt two veins bulging on his forehead from the force transmitted through the pipe. Impressive. Sabo's expression turned grave. Merely one block had allowed him to fully appreciate Guillaume's strength. It was no wonder that someone as formidable as Mode would be so severely impacted by Guillaume. Noticing Sabo's sudden emergence as an obstacle, Guillaume frowned slightly and exerted force, sending Sabo staggering backward. Quick-witted, Sabo seized the opportunity to grasp Mode's collar as he retreated, pulling Mode along with him to widen the distance from Guillaume. However, Guillaume did not pursue. Instead, she abruptly turned. A massive trident came crashing down towards her. But it was Jasmine, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, who had arrived just in time to provide support. Guillaume's eyes narrowed as she raised her blade above her head, bracing herself to block the powerful trident. With a sharp clash of weapons, the resulting shockwave sent dust swirling into the distance. Commander Jasmine of the Western Revolutionary Army. Upon seeing Jasmine's distinctive appearance and her attire consisting of a mere short skirt, Guillaume instantly recognized her identity. "What is your relationship with Mode?" "Ha ha ha." Jasmine, her eyes wide, replied earnestly, "Are you asking about my relationship with Mode?" "Humph. I wouldn't casually disclose my romantic affairs to a stranger." Guillaume's observation was nearly compromised. Little did she know, a male giant exhibiting such delicate demeanor was quite the enigma. While Jasmine engaged Guillaume, Sabo had already taken the injured Mode far from the fray. However, being a member of the giant race, Jasmine's voice remained resoundingly loud. Thus, even after Sabo and Mode had distanced themselves from the battlefield, they could still hear Jasmine's words. Maud turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sabo promptly halted, allowing Maud to sit steadily on the ground. "Don't take it to heart. Jasmine was merely joking," Sabo awkwardly clarified. Like him, he found it rather grating to the ears. "It's nothing." Of course. Mode did not cough up blood solely due to Jasmine's words. Regaining his composure, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the direction where Sunny had been. However, he found no trace of Sunny. Fear not, for Sunny had already been escorted into the tunnel by Kira. They would make their way back to the ship ahead of him. "Ah, Kira is the girl who was with me earlier. Is that so?" Maud let out a sigh of relief. Sabo removed his gloves and extended his hand towards Maud, smiling as he said, "You Maud, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Sabo, hailing from the Revolutionary Army. Thank you for your timely rescue." Moderna, with his dusty left hand, wiped it across his body before firmly grasping the hand extended by Sabo. There was no need for formality. Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy. Sabo retracted his hand, a smile gracing his features. What he referred to was undoubtedly Moderna's assistance to the Revolutionary Army within the pig factory just before dawn. Modette understood the implication and shook his head, saying, "A slight assistance cannot be equated with a life-saving grace." "Ah, that was no mere assistance. It was a significant help." Maud nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. He first cast a glance at the formidable Jasmine, who had successfully thwarted Guillaume's advances. As one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Jasmine not only matched Guillaume in strength, but seemed to possess the upper hand. Shifting his gaze, he turned to observe Tadamu, who was embroiled in a fierce battle against the weasel. Sabo, is Tadamu one of your own? Indeed, it is through Tadamu that we learned your true name. Sabo offered no further elaboration. In a world rife with establishments like the pig factory, which enslave countless individuals, such places are all too common. The Revolutionary Army endeavors to infiltrate these locations with members like Tadamu, planning to send aid to liberate the enslaved at opportune moments. These intricacies, Sabo chose to keep to himself. Upon hearing this, Maud furrowed his brow, endeavoring to untangle his thoughts. From the 6 techniques currently employed by the wolf rat, one could undoubtedly ascertain that it hailed from the Navy. This implies that the wolf rat, with its naval background, had coexisted with the revolutionary Tataru for an extended period within the dim confines of the night bar. Even more intriguing is the fact that both individuals are possessors of Zoan-type devil fruits, specifically the mouse-mouse fruit and the cat-cat fruit. Such an adversarial relationship can only be truly understood by the two involved parties. Maud stood up, no longer paying attention to the battle between the wolf rat and Tatum. Sabo, we must hasten our departure from this place. There remains a particularly troublesome situation in the town, does it not? Maud did not utter a word. Yet he abruptly turned his gaze towards the direction of the town. Sabo, sensing the shift, instinctively followed Maud's line of sight. In unison, their expressions altered. At the edge of the block, Akiji stepped through the chilling air. Ah, quite the lively scene, he mused, casting a distant glance at Jasmine. The Revolutionary Army, indeed. His gaze then drifted back to Maud, fixating on his seemingly unscathed legs. It had indeed been a moment of freezing peril. However, to this day, Akiji remained perplexed as to how Maud had extricated himself. Despite his astonishment, such matters had become trivial in the face of the Revolutionary Army's involvement, which clearly altered the stakes. Though still on leave, Akiji's hands found their way into his pockets, an aura of chilling mist enveloping him, creating the impression that the very air was on the verge of freezing. He strode purposefully towards the gathering crowd, and with each step, the ground beneath him swiftly froze, the cold mist spreading outward. The imposing presence of the Admiral was unmistakable at this moment. Akiji's arrival was akin to a biting winter wind sweeping in, and merely his appearance incited a dramatic upheaval in the atmosphere. The once dominant Guillaume and the rat instantly reversed their positions. In contrast, Maud and his companions felt a ripple of unease. As Akiji made his entrance, Tada, who had been mercilessly suppressing the rat, decisively withdrew and quickly gravitated towards Maud and Sabo. Meanwhile, Jasmine, who had been holding her ground against Guillaume, astutely assessed the situation to determine her next move. Get away. With a piercing scream, Jasmine thrust her enormous trident against Guillaume's long blade. A tremendous force surged forth, propelling Guillaume backward like a cannonball. Whether by coincidence or design, Guillaume was sent hurtling towards Akiji's position. Following the thrust, Jasmine took delicate steps to rejoin Maud and Sabo. Run. The 4 men exchanged glances, instinctively voicing the command in unison. Jasmine led the charge, not opting for the previously excavated tunnel, but instead sprinting directly towards the towering wall. The rat observed Maud and his companions retreat, refraining from a reckless pursuit. He was not foolish, with Guillaume being flung away. A hasty chase would spell certain doom for his smaller frame. Moreover, with Admiral Akiji present, the onus of action did not fall upon him. Akiji watched as Guillaume soared towards him, neither dodging nor evading. He calmly extended his hand to catch Guillaume securely. Thanks to Akiji's support, Guillaume dissipated his momentum and emerged unscathed. It seems I arrived at just the right moment, Guillaume remarked, glancing at Akiji. The Admiral scratched his cheek, cold mist seeping through his fingers. Before he could finish his thought, he was airborne, pursuing the fleeing Maud and his companions. In midair, Akiji swiftly closed the distance. Frost adorned various parts of his form, and the languid demeanor he previously exhibited vanished. As he fixed his eyes on the targets below, he did not hesitate to unleash his formidable technique. The chilling air surrounding him abruptly coalesced into his palm, transforming into 2 visible waves of cold energy that surged towards the fleeing Maud and his companions. The cold waves rushed forth with ferocity. Maud, acting decisively, leapt out of their path. Sabo and the others mirrored his actions, yet Jasmine, being of giant lineage, did not jump, continuing her sprint towards the wall. The cold waves missed their mark, crashing onto the ground. However, instead of dissipating, they surged like a tidal wave across the surface, moving toward the wall, freezing everything in their wake. Maud and his companions remained suspended in the air, untouched by the chilling air that swept through. However, Jasmine was still running on the ground. In less than 2 seconds, as the cold wave brushed against his feet, it transformed his massive form into an ice sculpture. Jasmine, Sabro, suspended in midair, changed his expression dramatically. The cold wave did not cease after encasing Jasmine in ice. It continued to spread forward. The ground, along with the pirate corpses previously slain by Guion, was instantaneously frozen into blocks of ice. Yet, this was not the end. The cold wave extended relentlessly up to the towering wall mountains, under the gaze of Maud and his companions. The wall that split Mad Hatter Island in two was mercilessly encased in ice, transforming it into a colossal iceberg. Simultaneously, the wall hole, intended as an escape route, was ruthlessly sealed by ice, with the cold seeping into the passage and solidifying into blocks that filled the corridor. The terrifying nature of the natural fruit was vividly showcased at this moment. Maud and his companions stood upon the icy surface, their hearts filled with dread as they gathered around the frozen figure of Jasmine, encased like a sculpture of ice. Tendrils of frigid air emanated from the colossal ice statue, and even from a short distance, they could feel the biting chill enveloping them. Jasmine. Sabo looked up anxiously at Jasmine. Maud gazed at the completely frozen wall mountain, his heart laden with sorrow. This was the full might of Aokiji unleashed. The escape route had been sealed off, signifying that they must confront the unwavering Aokiji head-on. Most alarmingly, the most formidable fighter in their squad, Jasmine, had been taken out in an instant. Just as Maud pondered this, a faint sound emanated from the massive ice sculpture. Maud, Sabo, and Tadamu instinctively took a few steps back. As the strange sounds intensified, the cold, hard ice encasing Jasmine seemed to melt away like toffee, being swept down by an invisible force. In this manner, Jasmine swiftly liberated herself from her icy prison. Upon witnessing Jasmine's escape, Sabo and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. That detestable Aokiji. After breaking free, Jasmine puffed her cheeks and glared fiercely at Aokiji, who was descending from the sky towards the icy surface. So you intend to simply push the ice away? Aokiji regarded Jasmine, clad in revealing attire, with an air of calm, seemingly indifferent to her ire. Giants are a rarity, and those who have consumed devil fruits among the giants are even more exceptional. In Aokiji's eyes, Jasmine, one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, was not an adversary to be easily dismissed. To thwart Jasmine from utilizing her powers to carve an escape route for Maud and the others, Aokiji took the initiative to strike. You all go ahead. As Aokiji launched his attack, Jasmine gripped her large trident tightly, bracing herself for the confrontation. Among everyone present, she alone possessed the capability to withstand Aokiji's onslaught. Maud and his companions were acutely aware of this fact. After exchanging a glance, they promptly turned to flee. Although the wall crevice and the tunnel were frozen, they could still traverse the mountainside from the side. Even though the terrain there was not conducive to climbing, it merely required a leap into the sea. Aokiji observed the direction in which Maud and his group escaped, instantly discerning their intentions. Just as he was about to freeze them solid, Jasmine swung her massive trident down towards his head. In an instant, Aokiji's upper body was shattered into fragments of ice by the trident. However, the scattered ice, akin to time reversing, reassembled and clung back to the trident. The moment of freezing ensued. An icy aura swiftly spread from the trident towards Jasmine, encasing her in a glacial form within moments. After freezing Jasmine once more, Aokiji turned his pursuit towards Maud and his companions. With a flick of his hand, a wave of cold air surged forth. Be careful. Tadamu's expression changed dramatically. Utilizing the physical advantages conferred by his beast transformation, he grasped the collars of Maud and Sabo, propelling them forward with great force. The wave of cold air crashed forth. In an instant, within a radius of 50 to 60 meters, everyone, including Tadamu, was ensnared by the freezing chill. Tadamu, a wave of despair washed over them. No longer hesitating, Aokiji revealed the terrifying power of a general in a mere minute. Had it not been for Tadamu's last-minute action of throwing Maud and Sabo away, Aokiji's assault would have been sufficient to freeze all 3 of them. Although they narrowly escaped a dire fate, the threat posed by Aokiji lingered ominously over Maud and Sabo. Upon landing, Maud swiftly adjusted his stance, directing his gaze towards the ice sculpture of Tatarum, frozen solid by Aokiji's powers. He understood that those encased in Aokiji's ice could be saved, provided they were thawed in time. However, should Aokiji shatter the ice sculpture, not even a deity could restore life. Recognizing this peril, Maud drew his flintlock pistol and aimed at Akiji, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet surged towards Akiji, who effortlessly dodged it by tilting his head, simultaneously casting a glance at Maud and Sabo. At that moment, Jasmine, having once again utilized her fruit's abilities, broke free from her icy prison and charged towards Akiji's rear. With her trident, imbued with haki, she lunged at Akiji's back. Swoosh! Yet Akiji had already preemptively elementalized, allowing the trident to pass through harmlessly. Jasmine, undeterred, exerted force with both hands, rotating the long staff. The tip of the trident, now spinning rapidly like a fan, disintegrated Akiji's form into shards of ice. Did I miss again? Watching Akiji elementalize away, disappointment flickered in Jasmine's eyes. She needed to make physical contact to unleash the full potential of her push-push fruit. Akiji, fully aware of this, offered no openings. As he reconstituted his body, he regarded Jasmine with a calm demeanor, remarking, "Your abilities are quite troublesome." No sooner had he spoken than 4 ice spears materialized beside him, propelled towards Jasmine under his guidance. Whoosh! Jasmine exhaled sharply, thrusting her trident into the ice beneath her and, with a vigorous flick, activated her push-push fruit. A vast expanse of ice promptly softened, surging forth like waves, shattering the incoming spears before continuing its relentless advance towards Akiji. Ah dear! Akiji perceived the inherent flaw in Jasmine's ability and leaped into the air, easily evading the ground-bound assault. Seizing the opportunity while Akiji dodged, Jasmine sprinted towards Tataram, intent on using her power to dislodge the ice encasing him. Yet, Akiji would not permit her such a reprieve. From his aerial vantage, he emanated a chill from his palm, unleashing 5 icy pillars aimed at Jasmine. The pillars descended, ensnaring her within their grasp. "You vile man!" Jasmine exclaimed, her anger ignited as she wielded her trident, shattering the pillars with the swiftness of autumn winds scattering leaves. Akiji advanced, releasing a frigid aura as he lunged towards her. In mere moments, Jasmine found herself encased in ice once more. While Akiji could not inflict serious harm upon her in such a short span, he could effortlessly restrict her movements. The reason lay in Jasmine's giant form. Despite its advantages, her size also presented an extensive target. Thus, Akiji only needed to strike 1 point to immobilize her colossal stature. With Jasmine under control, Akiji pressed forward towards Sabo and Maud, intending to resolve the strongest threat, Jasmine, last. Although Jasmine had been frozen multiple times without sustaining real injury, Maud and Sabo recognized that relying solely on her was insufficient to restrain Akiji. In light of this reality, escape seemed an impractical endeavor. Their only remaining option was to confront him head-on. Maud and Sabo exchanged a glance, although their acquaintance was brief in that moment. A mere look sufficed to establish mutual understanding. Maud raised his flintlock pistol, then swiftly drew his sword, positioning it defensively before him. Sabo, gripping the pockmarked steel pipe tightly, assumed an aggressive stance. It was not mere audacity in the face of danger, but rather a recognition that defense was futile against an opponent of such overwhelming strength. As the blue pheasant approached, Sabo took the initiative, enveloping the steel pipe in his haki. The youth today are truly remarkable, thought the blue pheasant, observing Sabo's mastery of haki at such a tender age. With Maud in front and Sabo behind, both had acquired this skill while still so young. Alas, an icy mist emanated from the blue pheasant, his intent being to turn these 2 youngsters into frozen statues within a single exchange. As the distance between them closed, Sabo unexpectedly executed a maneuver that took the blue pheasant by surprise. He hurled the hockey-wrapped steel pipe directly at him. Huh? This audacious move caught the blue pheasant off guard, prompting him to elementalize and allow the pipe to pass through him. After evading the incoming projectile, the blue pheasant's elemental form reverted to its physical state. At that moment, Sabo sprang forward, leaping gracefully, his fingers clawed like a dragon, aiming for the blue pheasant's throat. The blue pheasant swiftly extended his right hand, expertly seizing Sabo's wrist. Lifting Sabo into the air, he activated his power, intending to freeze him in place. Just as the cold aura began to seep forth, Maud, enduring his pain, rushed to intervene, swinging his sword towards the blue pheasant's right hand that held Sabo captive. The blue pheasant glanced sideways, and just before the blade could strike, he preemptively elementalized his right arm. Maud's blade struck empty air, yet it enabled Sabo to break free from Akiji's grasp. Once liberated, Sabo's unrestrained dragon claw lunged towards Akiji's chest. Akiji, however, remained unfazed. Employing his observation haki to foresee the trajectory of Sabo's assault, and preemptively rendered his chest partially elemental. Consequently, Sabo's claw pierced Akiji's chest without inflicting any harm. A commendable display of synergy indeed. After sincerely praising the tactical maneuver, Akiji crossed his hands and reached towards Sabo and Maud. One hand seized Sabo by the neck, while the other grasped Maud's arm wielding the blade. In that frozen moment, having established control, Akiji activated his powers, causing icy air to swiftly envelop Maud and Sabo. Sabo's eyes trembled violently, and his breath became abruptly labored. In the moment when Maud was restrained by an arm, he swiftly retracted the haki enveloping the blade of his Chidori, immediately channeling his will to flow in an attempt to employ the same strategy to guard against Akiji's icy assault. At that juncture, Akiji cast a meaningful glance at Maud, a look that seemed to convey an understanding of the situation. Following that profound gaze was an unmistakable expression of admiration. Despite receiving such commendation from an admiral, Maud felt no elation. Rather, a heaviness settled in his heart. In this critical moment, the sound of 4 gunshots rang out in succession. Akiji's previously tranquil expression abruptly shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively released Maud and Sabo, swiftly retreating several paces. 2 bullets, launched from a distance, pierced through the afterimages left by Akiji's rapid withdrawal, striking the ice beneath. The impact resonated with a sharp crack, shattering a substantial area of the ice. Meanwhile, the other 2 bullets were aimed at Rat and Gion. Gion, utilizing his observation haki, narrowly evaded the bullet that was aimed at a vital point. However, Rat was not as fortunate. Despite the instinctual awareness granted by his Zoan-type abilities, he was unable to dodge in time. A bullet punctured his abdomen, creating a gaping wound, and he collapsed to the ground in silence. The unusual power of the gunfire caused both Akiji and Gion to instinctively think of the name Saul. A glimmer of joy flickered in Maud's eyes. Seizing the moment when Kizaru's attention was drawn towards Sol, Maud shattered the residual ice encasing his arm and swiftly retreated, pulling the frostbitten Sabo along with him. Just as they had backed away a distance of over 10 meters, a gunshot echoed in the distance. This particular bullet, however, was aimed directly at Maud. Yet, it failed to strike him. Its feeble force merely resulted in a shallow crater on the ground before him. Maud looked at the bullet holes on the ground, his gaze flickering. At that moment, a sharp sound cut through the air from the direction of Mad Hat Town. The crowd instinctively turned to look. A diminutive figure plummeted towards the icy surface created by Qingji's powers, like a shooting star. The figure landed squarely on its back. Boom. The ice shattered like a cannonball explosion. In an instant, shards of ice flew everywhere, and dust quickly enveloped the area. Sol. Such a landing method indicated he had been struck. Indeed, Sol had been cast down. The commotion caused by his landing was nothing compared to the pain of receiving a punch from Karp. In that fleeting moment of impact, he nearly lost his breath. Fortunately, his haki was not weak, though his physical resilience paled in comparison to Karp's. The collision, while not enough to inflict severe injury, left him with considerable pain. Bloodied and battered, Sol rolled out of the pit and, amidst the lingering dust, shouted towards Maud's direction. "Are you going to run?" Though he did not specify names. Those who understood would surely comprehend. Hearing Sol's call, Maud gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, suppressing his concern. He first retrieved something from the bullet-riddled ground. Then, he swiftly lifted the coughing Sabo and continued to flee towards the wall's mountainous side. Cough, Jasmine, cough, and Tatum, circumstances did not permit delay. Maud stared with a furrowed brow, abruptly interrupting Sabo's words. Too weak, far too weak. Maud despises this sense of helplessness that renders him incapable of action. However, if he can escape from this place and be granted a few years' time, Sabo, trust in Jasmine. Maud's expression turned solemn as he silently added a thought, and Sol. Sabo remained silent, only coughing incessantly. During the confrontation with Shi Yuan, although Sabo found it challenging, he still believed there was a chance to fight back. However, against Akiji, even with Maud's assistance, they were subdued by a single move. Had it not been for the timely intervention of 2 astonishing shots, their fate would have been sealed. Faced with such overwhelming strength, Sabo saw no glimmer of hope, and thus understood what needed to be done. Akiji paid no heed to the fleeing Maud and Sabo, instead focusing intently on Sol amidst the swirling smoke. The pervasive haze seemed insignificant before Akiji's observation haki. Through the smoke, a gun barrel was aimed directly at him. Akiji's lips curled slightly. As a user of a Logia-type fruit, he placed greater emphasis on observation haki in his training. This allowed him to leverage the elemental properties of his fruit to evade various formidable armed attacks. with the support of observation hockey. As long as his elemental transformation kept pace, no matter how strong the enemy's armed hockey, Akiji could handle it with composure. Only those whose observation hockey surpassed his own deserved his respect, and the enigmatic gunman was one such adversary. Meanwhile, Jasmine had once again broken free from Akiji's freezing ability. Taking advantage of Akiji's momentary distraction regarding Soul, she seized the opportunity to assist Tadamu in his escape. Now freed from ice, Tadamu collapsed to the ground, suffering from severe frostbite and unconsciousness. Akiji had not held back, yet Tadamu, as a Zoan-type fruit user, still clung to life. Had it been Maud or Sabo, they likely would have succumbed by now. Tadamu, wake up! Seeing Tadamu in such a dire state, Jasmine's emotions surged, and she instinctively struck him across the face. The sound of the slap echoed ominously, plunging Tadamu deeper into unconsciousness. In the distance, Ji Yuan remained vigilant of Soul while approaching the wolf rat. She crouched down to assess the creature's injuries. Upon seeing the penetrating wound, her expression darkened. Fortunately, the wolf rat had instinctively dodged, minimizing the impact and preventing the bullet from piercing its heart. However, the severity of the injury demanded urgent attention, even as a Zoan-type fruit user. The wolf rat could not withstand such trauma indefinitely. What about Carp? Ji Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she pondered this. Just then, Carp arrived. Dropping from the sky with a thunderous crash, he landed heavily, creating a crater upon impact. Upon arrival, Carp swiftly assessed the situation, noticing the wolf rat's injuries. A frown creased his forehead. For years, the enigmatic gunman had remained unchanged, always seizing every opportunity to strike at his enemies from the shadows. From a sniper's perspective, this was entirely justifiable, but for Carp, as the recipient of such attacks, there was little to feel good about. Is there any hope? Carp stepped out of the smoke, casting a glance at Ji Yuan's position. Yes, but the injuries are severe and require immediate treatment. Ji Yuan tore off her coat, ripping it into strips. Without regard for cleanliness, she wrapped the makeshift bandage around the wolf rat's wound. Go, Carp instructed tersely as he strode purposefully toward Soul. Ji Yuan understood the unspoken message and quickly scooped up the wolf rat, racing toward the port with all her might. With Carp and Akiji present, she did not believe Maud and the others could escape. The wolf rat's injuries necessitated swift action. Every second counted. Carp's arrival not only reassured Ji Yuan in her mission to transport the wolf rat to the naval ship for treatment, but also allowed Akiji to break free from Soul's targeting. Gunman, your opponent awaits, Akiji remarked, nodding toward the approaching Carp. To buy Maud some time to escape, Soul disregarded Carp's approach and pulled the trigger directly at Akiji. The bullet, cloaked in armed hockey, shot through the air. Akiji's expression shifted, recognizing the threat. Even though he anticipated the bullet's trajectory, he refrained from relying on elemental transformation to evade it. Instead, he sidestepped, allowing the bullet to graze past him. As Soul prepared to fire again, Carp had already closed in. Forced to act, Soul redirected his aim at the now-closed Carp and fired. Carp narrowly dodged the bullet, momentarily halted in his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Soul retreated, pulling away from Carp's range. Carp pursued relentlessly, but his movements had become somewhat distorted, and his speed had diminished. Observing Soul's retreat, Carp understood. The previous blow he had landed on Soul had nearly pushed him into a corner. Soul recognized this as well, his expression wavering between uncertainty and determination. He could still escape, albeit with great effort. But what about Sunny? As he fell back, Soul called out to Maud. Is she safe? Safe. Maud responded immediately. That's good. Soul murmured to himself, suddenly halting his retreat and casting a cold glance at Carp. I will not run anymore. Carp also came to a stop. This was the first time he had heard such words from the enigmatic gunman, and he could tell that the gunman was serious. Soul held his gun with one hand, speaking in a deep voice, but our grievances have nothing to do with the younger generation. If you still have some dignity, do not trouble him. A life barely clinging to existence is worth less than a halfpenny. If it is lost, so be it. However, Maud is different. He firmly believes that Maud's future will undoubtedly be extraordinary, and how could it possibly be halted before it shines brightly? Carp gazed intently, nodding after a moment. Yet, Akiji held a contrary opinion. Mr. Carp, he has connections with the Revolutionary Army. There is no reason to let him go. Just as Akiji's words fell, a dull whoosh sounded from behind him. Under normal circumstances, Akiji would not oppose Carp's decisions. He was indifferent regarding Maud's fate, even if Maud were labeled a pirate. As long as Carp wished to spare him, Akiji would turn a blind eye. However, once Maud was tied to the Revolutionary Army, Akiji could not be so casual. The moment his dissent was voiced, he was met with the sound of an incoming attack. The assailant was undoubtedly Jasmine, brandishing a large trident and relentlessly striking towards Akiji's head. Akiji sighed softly, darting forward to evade the heavy blow. "You wretched man!" Jasmine exclaimed in frustration, failing to land a hit on Akiji. Yet, rather than pursuing, he hurled the unconscious Tadamu towards Sabo. "Sabo, catch Tadamu." Sabo, who was fleeing, turned upon hearing the call and saw Tadamu being thrown his way. Instantly, he raised his hand to catch Tadamu securely. Fortunately, feeling the heartbeat of Tadamu, Sabo let out a sigh of relief. Jasmine was equally relieved to see Sabo catch Tadamu. For the moment, there were no further worries. Akiji cast a glance at the fleeing Maud and his companions, scratching his cheek, then turned to Jasmine, who wore a joyful expression, speaking in a flat tone. "Do not be so optimistic. The chances of escaping this island are virtually zero." "Humph. Without trying, no one can determine the outcome," Jasmine retorted, eyes wide, raising the trident once more to strike at Akiji's head. Akiji chose not to engage further, his body becoming ethereal as he prepared to freeze Jasmine once again. Meanwhile, Sol wore a gloomy expression. After hearing Akiji's remarks, he roughly understood the situation. It was merely that Maud and Sunny had aided the Revolutionary Army in the early hours at the pig factory, and in turn, the Revolutionary Army had returned the favor to Maud and Sunny. Such reciprocal interactions were all too clear to the Navy's eyes. Karp looked at Sol, solemnly stating, "You actually got involved with the Revolutionary Army. If I say no, would you believe me?" Sol replied, but was met with Karp's fist, cursing under his breath. Sol struggled to evade Karp's attack with his injured body. If the captain or Rayleigh were present, the iron-fisted man would likely not hesitate to believe them. Yet, in his case, he had some self-awareness. Knowing he could not persuade Karp, he resolved to risk it all. He understood that even with all his strength, he could not defeat Karp. However, he could disregard his own safety and seek an opportunity to strike Akiji while he was preoccupied with that effeminate giant. Karp, however, had no such considerations, launching a fierce assault on Sol. He intended to put an end to this enmity today. In the streets, what was once a prosperous thoroughfare had turned into a desolate ruin. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single standing building. The ground was riddled with pits of various sizes, a stark expression of desolation. These were evidently the handiwork of Sol and Karp. Shizuka sprinted through the pockmarked streets, clutching the injured rat. Blood seeping from the rat's wounds steadily dripped onto the ground, leaving a trail behind. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed through the air. Shizuka's gaze sharpened, abruptly halting as she looked up. Lafitte, with pure white wings sprouting from his back, hovered gracefully in midair. Holding a cane in one hand and tipping his hat with the other, he gazed down at Shizuka with an expression full of amusement. Shizuka, looking up at the ominous Lafitte, furrowed her brow and said, "You are the Devil's Sheriff." "Such a mere title is hardly worth mentioning," Lafitte replied, pursing his red lips before slowly descending to the ground. His playful gaze unintentionally rested on the critically injured rat, imposing a certain pressure on Shizuka. Her expression gradually turned grave. She did not fear Lafitte, but was concerned about his potential to harm the critically wounded rat. After landing, Lafitte began to pace back and forth, his cane dancing in his hand, his eyes still darting toward the injured rat. Though his gaze lacked any palpable intent to kill, it felt like needles pricking Shizuka's eyes, an audacious torment. "I know you, Major Shizuka. Ha ha ha, you seem a bit tense." "Step aside," Shizuka replied, her brow furrowed deeply. Lafitte halted his steps, pausing his cane's flourish, holding it horizontally before him, yet he remained silent with a smile. A cold, murderous intent surfaced on Shizuka's face as she slowly placed the rat on the ground. Observing her actions, Lafitte still wore a smile. "Major Shizuka, your friend is on the brink of death. What would happen if a stone the size of a basin were to fall upon him?" In silence, Shizuka gripped the hilt of her knife. Lafitte's smile deepened, yet his eyes turned icy. "Being restrained does not feel pleasant, does it, Major Shizuka?" Shizuka's gaze turned sharp as she drew her long knife. In an instant, as Shizuka drew her blade, Lafitte's smile and coldness vanished like the tide, as if they had never existed. Simultaneously, he elegantly stepped aside, removing his hat in a gentlemanly gesture, as though the previous provocation was not his doing. Mocked in such a manner, Shizuka's expression shifted, and she struck at Lafitte with a slash. Lafitte chuckled lightly, leaping into the air to evade the furious strike. Then, with a flourish, pure white wings erupted from his back, and he hovered once more in midair. Replacing his hat, Lafitte said earnestly, "Major Shizuka, time waits for no one. especially not for your friend. After speaking, Lafayette cast a glance at the slightly pale-faced Guillaume, a playful smile lingering on his lips. Yet, he refrained from further taunting her and instead took flight, decisively departing the scene. Guillaume coldly watched Lafayette's retreat, her mind clouded with uncertainty regarding his motives, particularly after his mention of restraining, which hinted at a connection with Maud and his crew. With no time to ponder, she swiftly sheathed her dagger, cradled the injured ferret, and sprinted toward the port. Her pace was astonishingly swift, and soon she arrived at the dock, on standby aboard the warship. Bogart was the first to spot Guillaume and the ferret. Upon noticing the creature's injuries, he reacted swiftly, commanding the ship's doctor to spring into action. The well-trained medical team, upon receiving their orders, grabbed their medical kits and stretcher. Without waiting for Guillaume to board, they hurriedly disembarked and rushed towards her. Quickly, place the injured on the stretcher, they urged, but Guillaume seemed oblivious to their words, her eyes wide as she gazed into the distance at the bay's entrance. Major Guillaume, please cooperate promptly, the ship's doctors implored, growing anxious at her inaction. Meanwhile, Bogart, noticing Guillaume's unusual demeanor, turned his gaze towards the bay. What he saw sent a chill through him, a large, newly arrived two-masted vessel. That is. Bogart's expression changed dramatically. A mocking voice echoed from aboard the ship. Jesus, Boo, to quickly satisfy your curiosity, this is our first time entering the bay. Nonsense, it's clearly because the captain has a craving for alcohol. It has nothing to do with me. Laughter erupted, but Bogart's focus shifted as he realized something was amiss. The ship was indeed a two-masted pirate vessel, adorned with a massive and striking pirate skull emblem. Before long, the naval personnel aboard the warship noticed the imposing pirate ship entering the bay. The crossed swords and 3 bloodstains piercing the left eye signified the red-haired pirate's emblem. Soon after, a lookout, peering through a telescope, recognized the markings and gasped in shock, issuing a distressed report. Upon hearing the announcement, some sailors from the West Sea South 158th Division immediately lost their will to fight. In contrast, the soldiers aboard Carp's warship quickly entered a state of high alert, taking their positions with remarkable speed. The Navy accompanying Carp was unmatched in both strength and morale compared to the Division-S sailors. The red-haired pirates, Guillaume muttered in disbelief. Coming back to her senses, she entrusted the injured ferret to the ship's doctors and swiftly approached Bogart. Are we to engage? Guillaume's expression was grave. Despite the disparity in power, the Navy could not afford to remain idle. The signalman awaited Bogart's command, ready to direct the gunners to unleash cannon fire upon the pirate ship. Bogart raised his finger to his hat's brim, solemnly watching the approaching red force. Turn the bow, aim the cannons at the enemy ship, and prepare for engagement. With this command, the warship sprang into action. Bogart's gaze remained fixed on the red force, and even as he prepared his crew for combat, he had no intention of initiating cannon fire. Against foes of such caliber, cannon fire would prove futile and risk provoking a lion. The optimal outcome was not to fight to the death, but to avoid unnecessary casualties. On the red force, Shanks observed the tense Navy members with calmness. The moment he laid eyes on Carp's warship, he surmised the situation. Captain, shall we engage? Asked Lucky Roo, who stood slightly behind Shanks, gnawing on a half-eaten drumstick, excitement flickering in his eyes behind his sunglasses. On the other side stood Jesus Boo, gripping his long spear, a smirk revealing a hint of rebelliousness. The crew on deck appeared eager for action as well. This time, the red-haired pirates had not brought their full complement, after all. Someone had to remain in the new world. Captain, shall we engage? The crew pressed. If Shanks gave the word, they would unleash their wrath upon the Navy at the dock. Sensing the crew's battle spirit, Shanks shrugged helplessly. I say, do not forget our purpose for being here. The deck fell silent for a moment, before someone broke the stillness. We haven't forgotten. We're here to help Jesus Boo find his son. Laughter erupted, with Jesus Boo chuckling. Hey, isn't the one laughing the loudest the captain himself? You should be aiming at him. Amidst the laughter, Jesus Boo's expression darkened. He had no intention of pointing his weapon at his occasionally absurd captain. With the ship nearing the shore, he focused his attention on Mad Hat Island. In silence, he activated his observation hotkey, instantly perceiving the numerous presences on the island. 2 of them stood out like the blazing sun. Jesus Boo raised an eyebrow. Captain. He turned to Shanks, his demeanor slightly more serious. On the dock, the Navy's faces were grim, starkly contrasting with the carefree laughter emanating from the red force. The ship boldly approached the dock, anchoring as if Bogart, Guillaume, and the other Navy members were mere inconspicuous decorations. Shanks was the first to disembark. radiating an aura of formidable authority that rendered all Navy personnel, including Bogart and Guion, hesitant to act. While Karp's soldiers remained relatively composed, some from the 158th Division were paralyzed with fear. Upon stepping ashore, Shanks did not spare a glance at Bogart or the others, instead striding purposefully towards the town. Jesus Boo, spear in hand, followed closely behind him. Aboard the Red Force, members of the red-haired pirates, led by Lucky Roo, coldly scrutinized Bogart and the rest of the Navy. They had shown themselves to be quite perceptive. Lucky, clutching a flintlock pistol, aimed the muzzle at the formidable Bogart. According to the boss's directive, this confrontation was deemed unnecessary. However, should the Navy prove obstinate, there would be no need for restraint. Bogart remained silent, watching as Shanks and Jesus Burgess entered the town, refraining from hastily issuing orders to attack the red-haired pirates. The mere fact that the red-haired pirates showed no intention of aggression was precisely the outcome he desired. Should a clash ensue, even if they managed to tear a piece from the red-haired pirates, their own annihilation would be inevitable. As for the blatant provocations from the pirates aboard the enemy's ship, Bogart chose to endure. Above, in the sky, Lafitte hovered, surveying the battlefield below. His attention was not directed towards Karp and Saul, but rather towards Maud. Was that all there was to it? Lafitte felt a tinge of regret. Personally, he yearned to witness more captivating brilliance emanating from Maud. Within the fray, Akiji found himself ensnared by Jasmine. This was not due to Jasmine's newfound strength, but because Saul's cold shots had caught Akiji off guard. With Saul's reckless support, Jasmine, though unable to pose a real threat to Akiji, managed to tenuously restrain him. Saul's actions drew a frown from Karp, yet he could not afford to hold back. Each strike targeted Saul's vital points, forcing him into an exceedingly perilous situation. Nonetheless, Saul remained resolute, even in the face of potential devastation from Karp's fists. He continued to fire in an attempt to thwart Akiji. Such reckless defiance was, to Akiji, utterly incomprehensible. As an outsider, Akiji could not fathom the significance Maud held in Saul's heart. Troubling, Akiji sighed inwardly, believing Saul's actions to be nothing more than a desperate struggle. Even if he allowed Maud and Sabo a head start, catching up would be a trivial matter. Yet, being struck unexpectedly like this irked Akiji. Saul's reckless support would ultimately lead to dire consequences. Due to prior injuries, Saul's timing in employing Jeppo was slightly delayed, causing him to miss the opportunity to ascend in time, resulting in Karp landing a powerful blow to his left leg. Without the protection of Haki, the force of the punch tore through Saul's thigh. With immense power, his shattered leg was sent hurtling away, accompanied by the sound of an explosive impact. After breaking Saul's leg, Karp did not relent. His colossal fist, enveloped in advanced Haki, cleaved through the air, heading straight for Saul's face. In a life-and-death moment, Saul, enduring the agony of his shattered leg, hastily raised his long-barreled gun, managing to block Karp's blow. Boom! The collision of Haki erupted, yet the long-barreled gun shattered first. Karp's punch prevailed, and after obliterating the gun, it continued unabated, crashing into Saul's arm. Crack! Accompanied by the jarring sound of a bone fracturing, Saul was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Karp followed closely, standing before the incapacitated Saul. Simultaneously, the bloodied severed leg arced through the air, fortuitously landing before Maud. Maud's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look back. In an instant, a harrowing scene compelled him to halt in his tracks. By the time he regained his senses, Usopp was already in his grasp. There was no doubt that Sol was formidable, although he had not witnessed the unfolding events. Maud was acutely aware that it was a consequence of his own actions. Sabo, too, caught sight of the severed leg, alarmed. He noticed Maud's sudden pause and instinctively came to a standstill as well. Maud turned away from Sabo, gazing into the distance as a crimson light, emblematic of his observation Haki, gathered in his eyes. Throughout his journey, Maud had always considered himself fortunate. He experienced a rebirth within the confines of a weapon shop, met Sunny and Sol, and received the protection and guidance of Sol. He had believed that such days would linger for an eternity. In the silence, Maud loaded the precious Sea Prism stone bullet into Usopp. He understood that Sol had risked his life to present this bullet to him, not merely as an enhancement for self-defense, but rather as a relic entrusted to him. Now, with Sol on the brink of death, should he feign ignorance and continue to flee? If he chose that path, he would forever bear a chasm in his heart that could never be crossed. Maud, Sabo took a few steps forward and, upon witnessing Maud's expression, instinctively fell silent. Maud did not pay heed to Sabo's reaction. After loading the sea stone bullets, he aimed Usopp's weapon at the distant figure of Garp. Despite being far beyond the effective range of 200 meters, he thought, stop him, stop him. In Maud's mind, such thoughts swiftly spiraled. If he could merely emulate the teachings of the Sor religion, envisioning the gathering of his formidable spirit into a sphere and then releasing it. Akin to the act of unleashing telekinetic power, could it truly be accomplished? Usopp, if you are indeed a reliable veteran, then guide me, find a way to lead me. The weathered and modeled gun did not change in response to Maud's fervent thoughts. It was an ancient firearm, a mere inanimate object, incapable of responding to Maud's desires. Yet, having accompanied Jesus Burgess through countless battles, it had undeniably acquired invaluable qualities over time. It possessed a user-friendly grip for novices and, for seasoned marksmen, a sense of empowerment akin to wings. This was Usopp, a gun that once belonged to the elite sniper, Jesus Burgess. Maud's spirit was intensely focused. Under his command, the Haki converged entirely upon Usopp. While directing the Haki, Maud recalled the principles of Haki usage that Saul had once elucidated to them. This encompassed the techniques for releasing one's spirit. For a marksman, ascending to a higher realm necessitates a profound mastery of these techniques, applying them seamlessly to firearms. Should one falter in their technique, not only would the bullets fail to be discharged, but the uncontrolled Haki could also devastate the weapon. It is not a matter of flow, but of compression and control. Each step must be executed flawlessly. Any mistake could result in the firearm's catastrophic failure. Yet, Usopp, if it were you, I have unwavering faith that you can achieve this. You are indeed the legacy of Jesus Burgess. In Maud's eyes, a fiery crimson glow ignited. He was gambling, yet he wholeheartedly trusted Usopp's abilities. Stop him. The burning red light suddenly sharpened into a needle-like focus. In the distance, Saul lay prone in the pit. His right hand hanging limply, blood pouring from the severed stump of his leg, with one leg lost and an arm broken. The notion of confronting Garp again was but a delusion. Garp approached Saul, his right fist cloaked in darkness. He gazed down at Saul and inquired, "What is your relationship with that boy? Is he worth such sacrifice?" Saul trembled as he raised his remaining left hand, extracting the last of his flintlock pistol, the corners of his mouth twitching. "He is the treasure I discovered." "Treasure?" Garp questioned, perplexed. It was evident that Saul had no intention of elaborating. Garp silently observed as Saul struggled to aim the gun at himself. At this point, such an act served only to underscore the grim intensity of his desperate fight for survival. Garp lifted his right hand, enveloped in Haki, and solemnly declared, "I will not harm that boy, but he is connected to the Revolutionary Army, thus I can only ensure his survival." A smirk spread wider across Saul's face. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed as the Haki-infused lead bullet hurtled toward Garp's heart. However, the previous sluggish movement of the gun barrel allowed Garp to effortlessly evade the incoming projectile. In an instant, Garp's fist struck towards Saul's face. Resigned, Saul let his left hand drop. After a lifetime of running, he had failed to deliver a satisfactory shot. The force of the punch approached. Saul's eyelids gradually lowered. Suddenly, a faint sound brushed past his ear, reminiscent of a willow branch slicing through the air. So familiar, the sound of a bullet in flight. Just then, the force of Garp's punch met Saul's face, stirring up the surrounding dust. Yet, the punch never landed. Saul, astonished, opened his eyes wide. At that moment, the delayed gunshot echoed from afar. Saul then witnessed a gash appear on Garp's cheek, blood flowing freely from the wound. Garp paid no heed to the bullet's mark on his face, but instead turned to the source of the bullet. There stood a youth, poised with a long rifle. At such a tender age, with such distance and power, a flicker of understanding crossed Garp's eyes. Treasure, indeed. Garp then shifted his gaze back to the astonished Saul. "For you, it is truly a treasure. It's Maud, ah." Saul suddenly erupted into laughter. Even a seemingly trivial gunshot wound was sufficient for him to march toward the underworld with a smile. With Saul's interference diminished, Aokiji seized the opportunity to encase Jasmine in ice once more. Shortly thereafter, Aokiji heard Saul's laughter. Turning toward the sound, he beheld Garp with blood streaming down half his face. Aokiji had also noted the earlier gunshot. Was it that young lad? Aokiji then glanced at Maud, who maintained his rifle stance, his gaze sharpening. At such a distance, and yet he pierced through Garp's Haki? Or perhaps Garp had not had the chance to activate it. In the distance, in Emoda's eyes, countless white dots flickered, causing his vision to blur momentarily. Suddenly, with a crash, the Usopp in his hand disintegrated, its components scattering across the ground. Did it miss? What an old monster, even in such circumstances. Maud's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Just a single shot had nearly exhausted his strength. Maud. Sabo concealed the astonishment in his eyes, using one hand to protect the Tatamu behind him while swiftly supporting Maud with the other. "I am sorry," Maud murmured, his words uncertainly directed towards either Sabo or Saul. Before the effects of observation hockey faded, he witnessed Akiji once again encasing Jasmine in ice, signifying that no matter how swiftly they fled, escaping this island was an impossibility. It mattered not. Sabo pressed his lips together, his peripheral gaze catching sight of Usopp, shattered upon the ground. A firearm. Could it truly possess such formidable power? In the direst of circumstances, Maud's shot, aided by Usopp, indeed thwarted Carp. Yet it was far from sufficient to rescue Soul from his grasp. Nonetheless, this single shot inadvertently altered numerous outcomes. Akiji did not remain idle. He crystallized clusters of ice shards and, with a mere wave of his hand, directed them towards the exhausted Maud. Upon witnessing the impending barrage of ice, Sabo's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, wielding a blade that shattered the ice shards, none other than Lafayette. This was yet another consequence of that fateful shot. Meanwhile, Carp gazed at the boisterous Soul, his halted fist once again poised to strike. However, his blow was once more compelled to pause, as yet another shot surged forth in aid, this one from Jesus Burgess. This too was a result of the earlier events. The shot that Maud fired with all his might irrevocably altered their fates. Lafitte descended from the heavens, shielding Maud and Sabo from Akiji's assault. In that moment, every nerve in Lafitte's body surged with exhilaration. The man behind him had captured his attention. Lafitte's sudden intervention astonished Sabo, while Maud struggled to lift his eyelids to gaze at Soul's position. Without the aid of observation hockey, he could only discern two dark figures. Meanwhile, Garp's punch ultimately did not land. Jesus Burgess's series of sniper shots served merely as warnings, insufficient to compel Garp to relent. The true catalyst for Garp's cessation was Shank's formidable conqueror's hockey. Without uttering a word to halt Garp, the overwhelming aura radiating from Shanks was enough to convey his intent in an instant. Should he strike with lethal force here, it would be a battle to the death. Such was Shank's declaration. Garp turned slightly, his brow furrowing as he regarded the advancing Shanks. The powerful aura emanating from him engulfed the space, stirring the dust with each step he took. Nevertheless, it bore no substantial influence over Garp. The only aspect of concern for Garp was Shank's stance. He harbored no fear of Shanks, yet he had to contemplate the consequences of a fierce battle. Shank's arrival prompted Akiji to abandon his pursuit. Akiji, dismissing Lafitte who had blocked the ice spears for Maud and Sabo, turned his attention to the imposing Shanks. An extraordinary figure had arrived. Thus, he had no choice but to withdraw. In an instant, Akiji assessed the situation. To engage in a deadly struggle here would be unwise for both parties. This was a sentiment that the red-haired pirates undoubtedly comprehended as well. Shanks continued his steady advance, traversing the smoke and stepping onto the solid ice. His footsteps remained silent, yet the ice beneath him cracked with each step. Upon reaching a short distance from Garp, Shanks halted, yet his aura continued to intensify. "Grant me this favor, and let us cease hostilities. It would not be a misfortune for either of us," Shanks proposed. Shadows draped over Garp's forehead. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Shanks. Unfazed, Shanks drew his sword, positioning it horizontally to block Garp's blow. The clash of fist and blade reverberated, unleashing a fierce energy that shattered the ice within a 100-meter radius. Soul, lying nearby, was rendered unconscious by the force of the collision. Already grievously injured, he had managed to remain conscious solely through sheer willpower. But this overwhelming aura became the final straw. Shanks, with his sword held steady like a mountain, did not allow Garp's fist to advance further. Yet a sense of caution arose within him. The elder before him was no easy opponent. Subsequently, Garp silently withdrew his fist, though no words were exchanged. Shanks understood that Garp had acquiesced. A prudent decision. Shanks sheathed his sword and moved past Garp to Soul's side. He paused briefly as his gaze fell upon Soul's severed leg before lifting the gravely injured and unconscious Soul into his arms. Meanwhile, Jesus Burgess made his way toward Maud. As he passed, he exchanged a silent glance with Akiji. As one of Shanks' earliest recruits, Jesus Burgess held no trepidation toward Akiji. Under Akiji's watchful gaze, Jesus approached Lafitte. Lafitte narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jesus while instinctively stepping aside. Jesus took a moment to observe Lafitte before turning his attention to the weary Maud. With a hearty laugh, he clapped Maud on the shoulder, saying, "You've done well, my friend. In just a few months, you've grown remarkably strong. Is Soul all right?" Maud's shoulder was brushed lightly, causing him to grimace slightly, yet he did not acknowledge the praise from Jesus. His greater concern lay with Soul's safety. Jesus, with a broad grin, remarked, "Since we have arrived, how could anything possibly happen to Mr. Soul?" His words resonated with unwavering assurance and confidence. Upon hearing this, Maud completely relaxed, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his head, as if suffering from insufficient blood flow. Jesus turned his gaze towards the disintegrated Usopp lying on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Maud quietly remarked, "I apologize, it was my inadequacy in wielding it." It was only after the shot he had just fired that Maud fully comprehended the invaluable nature of Usopp. For a seasoned marksman whose expertise lies in firearms, an old hand like Usopp is, in essence, a treasure beyond price. "No, you have performed admirably," Jesus Berg, with a reassuring pat on Maud's shoulder, earnestly declared. "Entrusting our old companion to you was the wisest decision I have made in recent years." As he spoke, Jesus Berg crouched down and selected a droplet-shaped mechanism from the scattered gun parts. "Safeguard this mechanism. It is deserving of completing its journey in your hands." Indeed, Maud took the severely worn machine heart and solemnly placed it in his inner pocket. "By the way, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" "I have heard that a prominent figure has emerged in Crazy Hat Town, known as Usopp." Maud was momentarily taken aback. Sabo and Lafayette instinctively turned their gaze towards Maud, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. "Sharing a name with my son piqued my curiosity." As Jesus was speaking, I noticed Maud clutching his forehead, then suddenly closing his eyes, as if utterly drained of energy, and collapsing towards Sabo. Sabo instinctively caught Maud. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lafayette lowered the brim of his hat, remaining silent. Jesus raised an eyebrow, observing Maud sprawled on Sabo, and inquired with curiosity, "What on earth are you doing, pretending to faint all of a sudden?" Maud had momentarily lost his words. The intervention of the red-haired pirates brought this conflict to a close. Both parties acted with prudence, preventing further escalation of the situation. Ultimately, Maud and his companions boarded the red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Force, setting sail from the bay of Mad Hat Island. As for Sabo and the others, they returned to their vessel docked on the opposite side of the island. During this operation to rescue the slaves from the pig factory, the Revolutionary Army had deployed 2 ships. In order to save Maud, Sabo first dispatched one of the ships to ferry the slaves away from the perilous Mad Hat Island, while he and the other ship remained, leading to the subsequent events. With Sonny and Bailey aboard the Revolutionary Army's ship, the Red Force made a deliberate detour around the island after leaving the bay to rendezvous with the Revolutionary vessel. As the gangplank connected, Sonny boarded the Red Force. After confirming that Saul was unharmed, Sonny, having tended to her injuries, embraced Maud tightly, remaining silent for a long time. Shanks, however, was somewhat oblivious to the sentiment. Quietly approaching and asking in a low voice, "Little Nini, do you know where Saul hides his liquor?" "I do." "Kiki." Meanwhile, after the departure of the red-haired pirates, Guillaume led a team to purge the remaining pirate remnants on Mad Hat Island who had yet to escape. Prior to this, a portion had already fled the island using makeshift rafts, including Arthur. 3 days later, in the evening, guided by Sonny, the Red Force finally reached the coastal area of Little Cutie. At this moment, Saul remained unconscious, indicating that Carp's high-level hockey had taken a toll. However, it was a source of delight for Shanks that Saul had not awakened. A team stayed aboard the ship, while the others gradually disembarked onto the island that Saul referred to as Little Cutie. After the events on Mad Hat Island concluded, Sabo and his companions did not leave immediately but followed the red-haired pirates to Little Cutie. The Revolutionary Army members aboard expressed confusion regarding this decision. Sabo did not elaborate, though Jasmine and Carla could vaguely sense the reason for Sabo's insistence to accompany them. Upon reaching Little Cutie, a group of pirates craving alcohol urged Sonny to lead the way without delay. Upon witnessing this, Maud turned to glance at the Red Force. He pondered whether Soul would faint again upon discovering that his beloved had been mistreated by Shanks and his crew. Under Sonny's guidance, the group arrived at a pile of stones nestled at the foot of the mountain. The stones were numerous, likely having fallen from the mountain and tumbled down to this very spot. Sonny led everyone into the stone heap and approached a massive boulder. Though not the largest in the pile, this stone stood about 6 or 7 meters high, making it quite conspicuous. Beneath this stone, Sonny gestured towards it. Despite feeling remorseful towards Soul, she deemed it necessary to retrieve some wine to entertain Shanks and his crew. Hidden away here, Shanks's eyes sparkled with interest. Before Shanks could utter a word, Lucky, having discarded a bone stripped of meat, effortlessly moved the massive stone aside, revealing an old wooden door leading to a cellar. With a grin, Shanks smiled broadly. Half an hour later, as night fell, several bonfires sprang to life in the open air, with an abundance of roasted game meat sizzling over the flames, dripping with juices and crackling delightfully. A circle of stones surrounded the bonfire, laden with a variety of seafood. The enticing aromas of food mingled with the rich scent of wine, carried away by peals of laughter into the distance. This was the pirates' moment of revelry, a feast where wine and meat flowed abundantly. Maud sat before one of the bonfires, casting a glance at the red-haired pirate crew engaged in their drinking contest. Their formidable drinking capacity seemed akin to the act of pouring water. Sunny sat beside Maud, and after 3 days of recuperation, her injuries had mended well. Maud, I am doomed, Sunny sighed towards the flames. She had grossly underestimated the drinking prowess of Shanks and his crew. If this trend continued, it was likely that Soul's intended stock of liquor would be entirely consumed by Shanks and his companions before his final moments. The mere thought of this left Sunny in a state of considerable distress. Well, it is evident, she remarked. Maud gently smiled, crushing the large crab claw with ease, extracting the succulent, sweet white meat, and then offering it to Sunny. Before Sunny could reach out, a large hand swiftly extended, claiming the peeled crab meat for itself. Maud's expression faltered as he glanced at the owner of the enormous hand, the giantess, Jasmine. With a playful giggle, Jasmine winked at Maud with her large, expressive eyes. Maud, Jasmine, this is not meant for you, is it? Kara, unable to bear the sight, stood up with her hands on her hips, glaring at Jasmine. Instantly, Jasmine tossed a morsel of crab claw meat into her mouth, and then covered her cheeks, exuding an air of youthful innocence. Kara sighed, face-palming. Before resigning herself to sit down, turning to Sunny with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry, Jasmine has her moments of infatuation. It's all right. I never really cared for crab claw meat anyway, Sunny replied with a smile, though her peripheral vision remained fixed on the second crab claw that Maud was cracking open. That was the last one. Sabo leaned in, eyeing Sunny with curiosity, but crab claw meat is quite delicious. Sunny responded, crunch. Maud crushed the crab claw, extracting the steaming crab meat within. Sunny glanced over and remarked earnestly, though I don't particularly enjoy it. Having it occasionally is fine. Before she could finish her thought, Bailey leapt up and snatched the crab meat from Maud's hand. Boss, this crab meat is truly delectable, far superior to that of pork or rabbit, Bailey exclaimed, cheeks bulging as she spoke indistinctly with her mouth full. Observing Bailey's contented expression, Sunny gently encouraged, then you should indulge a bit more. Bailey shivered inexplicably but dismissed the thought, turning instead to the numerous seafood items on the rock, lamenting, however, there is none left. I shall go ask them for some, she offered. Maud stood up and made his way towards the distant bonfire. Be sure to bring back plenty, Sabo instructed, and if there are lobsters, to bring a couple along. Kurlaf chimed in, following suit. Maud gestured a reassuring sign to them. As they passed Lafayette, Maud slowed his pace and suddenly inquired, Lafayette, would you care for another drink? Lafayette looked up at Maud, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, and nodded in appreciation, responding, thank you. Maud slightly nodded and turned to leave. Lafayette then glanced at the empty wine glass in his hand and the empty wine barrel lying on the ground beside him, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. A few minutes later, Maud returned carrying a bounty of hardshell seafood and a barrel of wine. Bailey was the first to rush over, snapping off a crab claw and placing it into Maud's hand. Sunny took the crab claw from Maud, saying, allow me. With a nod, Bailey's gaze shifted eagerly to the crab claw in Sunny's hand, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. After some deliberation, he realized he had a particular fondness for the meat within the crab claws. Under Bailey's expectant stare, Sunny cracked the claw open and extracted the succulent crab meat. Thank you, big sister, Bailey exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he extended his chubby hands towards Sunny. She offered him a gentle smile before slowly placing the meat into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully before nodding, it is indeed delicious. Big sister, Bailey was momentarily taken aback. Maud glanced at Sunny, who was indulging in rare mischief, and smiled softly as he placed a wooden cup filled to the brim with wine before Bailey. Don't just feast on meat. Aren't you fond of drinking? Bailey mumbled, but I crave meat even more, before lifting the cup to drink. With that, he stumbled towards Lafayette. Lafayette silently observed as the intoxicated Bailey approached him. With glazed eyes, Bailey raised his cup high and clinked it forcefully against Lafayette's, exclaiming boisterously, let us drink it all. After finishing the contents in one go, Bailey remained unfazed while Lafayette merely regarded the suddenly lively Bailey with curiosity. Bailey presented his empty cup to Lafayette and, mimicking Thor's tone, commanded, "Little one, pour me some wine." After a brief silence, Lafayette picked up the wine barrel and filled Bailey's cup. Satisfied, Bailey examined the wine and remarked, "Not bad, not bad. From now on, you're with me." Followed by a belch. Lafayette chuckled lightly. Upon hearing the laughter, Bailey paused, struggling to keep his eyelids up as he turned to look at Lafayette's face, falling into silence. On the other side of the bonfire, Sabo raised his cup to clink with Maud's and suddenly inquired, "Maud, would you care to join us?" Jasmine and Keela, upon hearing this, set aside their tasks and quietly glanced over. Sunny also turned her head towards Maud. Sabo's unexpected invitation took Maud by surprise. At that moment, Shanks and Jesus Burgess approached. "Maud, would you consider coming aboard my ship?" Sabo and the others turned to Shanks. Although pirates are not the main adversaries of the Revolutionary Army, the latter has traditionally held a poor opinion of them. Most pirates are viewed as unrestrained villains by the Revolutionary Army. If they encounter malicious pirates, they do not hesitate to act. Thus, Sabo's insistence on coming along puzzled his comrades aboard the ship. The idea of traveling with pirates, especially the red-haired pirates, seemed almost surreal to them. Only Keela and Jasmine could surmise Sabo's true intentions for insisting on joining, to invite Maud and Sunny into their ranks. Sabo, possessing a forthright character, directly extended an olive branch to Maud. However, he did not anticipate that just as he made the invitation, one of the four emperors, Shanks, would arrive to join in. It created a sense of competition for Maud's allegiance, one party representing the Revolutionary Army, the other a pirate crew of immense renown. This unexpected olive branch left Maud momentarily speechless. All eyes around the bonfire turned to Maud. Bailey, ever the clever one, seized the moment while Lafayette's attention was diverted towards Maud and stealthily distanced himself on tiptoe. Lafayette calmly watched Maud, illuminated by the flickering flames. In the face of an olive branch offered directly by Shanks, it is challenging for anyone to decline. Such an occurrence, discussed within pirate circles, would undoubtedly enhance one's reputation. However, should Maud accept Shanks' invitation, Lafayette would find little reason to remain. As moments passed, laughter gradually faded under the night sky. The crew of the red-haired pirates looked expectantly at their captain. This familiar scene had played out many times before, though typically, those seeking to join would self-recommend. Yet, even among self-recommendations, the red-haired pirates do not accept just anyone. Thus, it was rare for the captain to personally invite someone, especially a mere youth, into their ranks. This invitation was primarily initiated by Jesus Burgess. Any pirate crew would be eager to recruit someone like Maud, who clearly possesses immense potential. Jesus Burgess had merely suggested a few words to Shanks, who wasted no time in approaching Maud. It is worth noting that they had encountered Maud just a few months prior, and his stunning display on Mad Hat Island 3 days ago had left a lasting impression. Shanks' personal invitation reflected both sincerity and significance. Under such circumstances, hesitation is uncommon. Yet, Maud's silence was interpreted by outsiders as uncertainty, perhaps even a hint of refusal. Noticing the situation taking a turn, Jesus Burgess leaned closer to Maud and whispered, "I propose this, you better not decline." Maud gave a slight shake of his head at Jasubu. Jasubu raised an eyebrow, his voice barely above a whisper. "You little rascal. Who do you think tirelessly scoured the streets to help you find that Sea Tower stone bullet? Moreover, you can take your time to ponder this matter. There is no need to rush your decision. I have made my decision." Maud spoke earnestly. A look of resignation instantly appeared in Jesus' eyes, as if he had already foreseen Maud's response. Shanks regarded Maud, and like Jesus, he too had a fair inkling of the outcome. Meanwhile, Sabo and the others eagerly awaited the decision. When it came to Sabo's invitation for Maud to join their ranks, both Molly and Keela wholeheartedly supported it. However, Maud had already made up his mind. He would neither join the red-haired pirates nor the Revolutionary Army. First, he turned to Shanks and said solemnly, "At present, I do not wish to join any pirate crew." Upon hearing this, a faint smile spread across Shanks' face as he replied earnestly, "Under my flag. You are free to pursue your desires, so would you reconsider?" Maud responded, "I understand, but the world you inhabit is, for me, still too premature." Shanks let out a hearty laugh and pressed on, "Is it merely for this reason?" Maud shook his head and turned to Sunny beside him. Upon meeting Maud's gaze, Sunny instantly broke into a smile, fully aware of the reason behind it. Shanks, observing the two youngsters, could also surmise the cause, likely due to Sore. He had been rejected, after all. Shanks shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Jezeb rubbed his temples, feeling a tinge of regret. The other members of the red-haired pirates erupted into hearty laughter. Their captain had been turned down by a mere child. How utterly embarrassing. The crew members gleefully mocked Shanks, who, upon hearing their jests, couldn't help but join in their laughter. In that moment, beneath the cloak of night, the air was filled with mirth. Sabo, witnessing Maud's rejection of Shanks, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. However, I have no intention of joining the Revolutionary Army either. Maud's subsequent remark extinguished the flickering flame of hope ignited within Sabo. A look of profound disappointment washed over Sabo's face, mirroring the expressions of both Jasmine and Keela, who shared in his dismay. It was truly regrettable. Sabo sighed softly before turning his gaze towards Sunny. "Sunny, what about you?" he inquired. "I wish to join the Revolutionary Army, but not at this moment." "Huh? What do you mean?" Sabo and Keela exchanged perplexed glances. Sunny elucidated. "I need to care for Sol, so I cannot spare the time in the immediate future." Sabo and the others fell silent, unable to respond. At that moment, Shanks unexpectedly interjected, positioning himself cross-legged between Maud and Sunny. "Maud, you dare to embarrass me in front of everyone. You owe me a drink." Maud was no longer in a position to refuse, and he raised his cup in a toast. "Excellent," Shanks exclaimed with a grin, effortlessly lifting the barrel and promptly filling Maud's cup once more. Jesus Burgess, observing the scene, recognized that his captain intended to intoxicate Maud. So he decided to sit cross-legged as well. As the two settled in, the other crew members gradually joined them. Soon, the atmosphere was once again charged with a spirited drinking contest. Maud was the first to be drenched in applause, swiftly inundated with over 10 cups. He considered his tolerance for alcohol to be respectable, yet amidst the notorious drinkers of the red-haired pirates, he felt utterly inadequate. In less than 10 minutes, Maud was left in a daze, the atmosphere around him vibrant, yet he felt utterly out of place. Silently, he retreated, finding solace alone, sipping his drink in solitude. As the night deepened, the bonfire blazed ever more fiercely. Meanwhile, in a chamber aboard the Red Force, Sol suddenly opened his eyes and propped himself up. Upon awakening, he paid no mind to his severely fractured right hand or the severed thigh. Instead, he hastily pulled down his trousers to inspect his most prized possession. With a sigh of relief confirming its safety, he realized he had been rescued by Shanks. Throwing off the covers, he hopped on one foot out of the room and onto the deck. The members of the red-haired pirates, well aware of Sol's identity, did not disturb him. Sol made his way to the ship's edge, illuminated by the moonlight, where he spotted a familiar island and the flickering bonfire upon it. "My dear," in an instant, understanding dawned upon him. Shanks. The thought of his beloved possibly being mistreated by a horde of drunken revelers pierced his heart like a dagger. With a furious shout, he expertly utilized moonwalk to hastily make his way toward the island. In contrast to Sol's agitated outburst, Shanks remained remarkably composed, embodying a carefree attitude typical of one who has nothing to lose. After all, the alcohol was nearly consumed. Meanwhile, Sunny could no longer sit still. She quietly rose and stealthily made her way towards the forest. "Big sister, are you going to?" Bailey, propped up on his elbows, looked at the somewhat inebriated Sunny. She paused at the sound, glancing back at Bailey, who was as limp as a puddle, before shifting her gaze to Shanks and the others, drawn by Sol's voice. With a soft thud, Bailey succumbed to slumber. Sunny slipped into the forest to conceal herself. Shortly after, Sol rushed onto the scene. Spotting the scattered empty barrels, a sense of dread washed over him, and he stormed toward Shanks. The crew members previously gathered around Shanks scattered like startled birds, leaving only the unconscious Maud beside the bonfire, deeply asleep. As for Sabo and the others, they too retreated, ultimately vanishing entirely. In a heartbeat, only Sol, Shanks, and the incapacitated Maud and Bailey remained near the bonfire. Sol squinted, his tone deceptively calm. "Have they all been moved?" Shanks offered him a cup of drink, shaking his head. "One barrel remains." "One barrel?" "Indeed," Shanks replied earnestly. Sol fell silent for a moment before accepting the cup, inquiring. "The one tucked away in the corner, perhaps?" "Correct," Shanks nodded, feigning surprise. "But how did you know? Has your observation hockey grown so astute?" "Nonsense. My observation hockey is not of the same caliber as the captain's. No matter how strong, it cannot reach that level." Sol suppressed the urge to hurl the cup at Shanks' forehead, retorting, "The only barrel that wasn't sealed properly was that one in the cellar. If it weren't for that, would you have turned a blind eye, you rascal?" Shanks erupted into hearty laughter. Observing Shanks' audacious demeanor, Sol felt a wave of exasperation. At this point, Glancing at the sea of empty barrels, he resigned himself to reality. Fine, let it be. If it's gone, it's gone. Saul shook his head with a sigh, draining the contents of his cup. As for the ridiculous notion of abstaining from alcohol due to his injuries, he dismissed it entirely. Shanks, holding a barrel with less than half remaining, proactively filled Saul's glass. Saul downed it in one go, letting out a soft belch before asking, "Where's Sunny?" While he could easily sense her presence with his observation hockey, sometimes it was unnecessary to do so. She sneaked into the forest, after all. If it weren't for little Nini's understanding nature, how could we indulge in this much drink? Shanks nonchalantly sold Sunny out. Saul shook his head, lamenting, "That girl." Shanks took a sip from his cup and inquired, "Haven't you come clean with little Nini yet?" Saul nodded, calm yet resolute. Shanks responded with surprise, "So, you intend to take this secret to the grave? Is that so wrong? It is permissible, but hardly necessary." "Humph, you, with no family to speak of." Saul waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. With a resigned smile, Shanks realized he had exhausted his persuasive tactics. Saul raised his cup once more, downing its contents. His gaze lowered, reflecting the flickering firelight. Once, he had only aimed to set sail, even forsaking family. Perhaps he should have foreseen the consequences. Realizing it was his own failings as a man that brought suffering to Sunny and the others. "You mentioned it was due to heavenly gold, correct?" Shanks set his cup down, tilting his head to observe Saul's face, illuminated by the flames. Saul nodded silently, unwilling to delve further into that topic. Instead, glancing at the deeply sleeping Maud beside the bonfire. "Shanks, what do you think of Maud? The future is promising." "Huh. No doubt, that lad is a prodigy." At this, a broad smile spread across Saul's face. "You saw the shot that injured Carp, didn't you?" "Indeed. But did you know? From the moment he learned hockey to firing that shot, it took him less than 5 days." "Oh?" Shanks was taken aback, his first reaction one of disbelief. "Is it truly incredible?" Saul's smile widened as he noted Shanks' astonishment. Shanks realized Saul was not jesting. "So, he truly is a monster?" Saul too looked at the sleeping Maud, replying calmly, "At my age, life and death are no longer of concern to me. Had I not encountered Maud, dying at the hands of that iron fist would have been inconsequential. But now, it is different. I wish to live a few more years, to witness how far Maud can go with these aging eyes. Thus, let Maud join your crew. In your company, he is bound to shine brightly." At this point, Saul's gaze shifted to Shanks' face. Shanks shrugged. "That, I fear, may not be possible." "Why not?" "Haha, before you awoke, I had already invited Maud. Regrettably, he declined my offer." "What?" Sir furrowed his brow and turned to look at Shanks. With a smile, Shanks remarked, "Your reasons for refusal are quite substantial. However, I believe it is imperative to make another attempt. If you can persuade Maud, that would be truly splendid." In less than 5 days, he had managed to harness the use of hockey to such an extent. This remarkable potential reignited Shanks' desire to recruit Maud. "Very well," Sir nodded. Shanks set down his wine glass and suddenly inquired, "Sir, what are your plans for the future?" After a moment of contemplation, Sir replied, "I seek a suitable place for retirement." "Where do you intend to go?" "The East Sea." "The East Sea?" Shanks was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected answer, but quickly regained his composure. "Are you planning to visit Jabba?" "Indeed, his location is quite favorable. It is remote and devoid of the Navy. The challenge lies in evading the Navy's surveillance. If I inadvertently attract their attention towards Jabba, I fear he might take up his axe against me." Shanks chuckled. "That is not a difficult matter. I will assist you." "You are quite astute," Sir grinned. Since the public execution of Roger, the era of great pirates had commenced. Following that, the Navy began to seek retribution, employing ruthless methods to target those associated with Roger. Anyone connected to him was not spared. Had it not been for Garp's intervention,